Chapter 1. The young master jumps into the lake. Yuncheng City, part of the Tianfeng dynasty, is located in the north and serves as a border stronghold. At dusk, under the White Tiger Bridge, the green waters stretch gracefully. Mirror Lake reflects the sky filled with evening clouds and the figures of young ladies like a dressing mirror. Standing by the lakeside is a 5-story tavern, with its signboard displaying 3 elegant characters. Flowing Cloud Pavilion. Right now, in front of the tavern's main entrance, there is a lectern. A white-browed elder sits on an intricately carved chair. Before him stands a square table, covered with embroidered dragon and phoenix tablecloths. On it lie a gavel, a large bowl, a teapot, and a steaming cup of tea. Holding a folding fan, the elder glances around with a faint smile. Slam. The sound of the gavel draws silence from everyone present. Imperial banquets of Han ended, discussing war merits on the Yun platform. The emperor, before he could finish his opening poem, a sudden cry interrupted him. What's that? Oh no, someone is going to jump into the lake. Quick, come see, someone is jumping into the lake to commit suicide. Everyone turned their gaze towards the top floor of the tavern where a young man stood, appearing to be just past 20 years old. Dressed in white robes, the young man stood tall and graceful, his hands clasped behind his back. His appearance exuded an ethereal charm. However, standing on the 5th floor looking down at the calm lake, he looked more like a descending immortal rather than a mortal. All eyes were drawn to him. Some sharp-eyed individuals recognized him. That's the eldest son of the Liu family? What? The Liu family of the 4 great clans? Murmurs erupted among the crowd. The 4 great clans were known to every household in Yuncheng City, and among the younger generation of the Liu family, Abdul's name was often discussed. Is it the one who aspired to become a literary giant, Abdul? Yes, that's him. He ranked last in the literature exam 3 months ago and nearly died from shock. Ha ha ha. Standing atop the tavern, Abdul watched the commotion below with a bitter smile. He was not originally from this world, but had been reincarnated into the body of a young master named after him. This new world boasted imperial courts, martial families, and mythical creatures, a place where even a moment's mistake could lead to fatal consequences. To make matters worse, the original owner of this body was a bookworm obsessed with ancient texts, leaving Abdul with a frail physique. Only thanks to the Tingtao Heart Sutra, which strengthened the body, did he manage to survive. As a transmigrator, Abdul had certain advantages, though they weren't yet apparent. Gathering his thoughts, Abdul stared intently at the water below, determination filling his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he leaped into the air. He jumped. He really jumped. The eldest son of the Liu family has such a fragile heart. He resorted to suicide. Suddenly, anxious shouts came from nearby. Young master, no. A swift horse galloped over with a teenage boy sitting astride. With a sneer on his lips, he held a chain attached to a slate. As he rode, the stone dragged behind, kicking up stones. An elderly servant ran beside him, having shouted the cries of alarm. Remarkably, the old servant was running faster than the horse. That's the second son of the Liu family, Daryl, and the old servant, honest? This kind of agility is truly admirable. As people commented, the horse and rider approached. Daryl called out loudly. Brother, don't be afraid, I'm here. Despite his loud voice, his slightly upturned lips betrayed his true intentions. Suddenly, he slapped the horse's flank, springing into the air. Swinging the chain with all his might, the slate flew through the air with considerable force but not enough speed. Old servant Honest, sensing the urgency, blurred past the boy midair, delivering a powerful kick to the slate, sending it hurtling towards Abdul. However, it arrived too late, striking Abdul instead of cushioning his fall. Daryl smiled triumphantly as he remounted. Old servant Honest rushed forward, panic-stricken. Midair, Abdul felt the wind rush past him as he heard the cries and opened his eyes to see the slate charging towards him. Even on solid ground, let alone in midair, his weak body couldn't evade the impact. F***K. His last coherent thought before colliding with the slate was a curse. Bang! A dull thud followed by excruciating pain spread through his body, and a spurt of blood flew from his mouth. He drew a graceful arc in the air before crashing into Mirror Lake, creating ripples on its surface. The cold water revived him momentarily, but the successive impacts caused him to lose consciousness. Before he completely blacked out, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Ding. Body refinement complete, conditions met. System activated, loading, Loading successful. The Tingtao Heart Sutra is working hard to cultivate itself. Sensing your imminent death, the Tingtao Heart Sutra accelerates cultivation to 200%. The Tingtao Heart Sutra reaches mastery. Host advances to body forging realm. Amidst the daze, Abdul's body emitted a powerful aura, his injuries gradually healing. His weakening aura began to strengthen once more. However, his body continued sinking deeper into the lake. Just as he reached the bottom, a bone-chilling cold enveloped him. An unseen force pulled him into darkness. Detected the netherworld cold spring. The Tingtao Heart Sutra is elated and enters enlightenment. Due to the host's lack of talent, enlightenment hits a bottleneck. The Tingtao Heart Sutra refuses to accept this and begins mutating. The Tingtao Heart Sutra goes wild, evolving relentlessly until success. After continuous effort, the Tingtao Heart Sutra evolves into the Tying Torrents art. Host's cultivation improves. Abdul, Sigma, degree to degree ease, is identical to degree to degree. Chapter 2. The automatic cultivation technique. In Finian City, there are 4 major families, Xiao, Huang, Zhao, and Liu, all of which are martial arts heritage families. In the great hall of the northern part of the city, in the Liu family residence, a burly Enoch sat regally at the center. His hair was tied up like clouds, his eyes gleaming with a piercing light that commanded respect without anger. This man was none other than the current patriarch of the Liu family, James, also the father of Abdul. Where is he? Haven't found him yet? James spoke slowly, his voice like a cold wind sweeping through the entire hall. It was important to note that this patriarch was also an expert at the Huagang stage. Below him stood Daryl, the second son of the Liu family. Sensing the oppressive aura from his uncle, he instinctively lowered his head and replied. To uncle, we were still too late. Elder brother fell into Mirror Lake, and his fate remains unknown. As soon as he finished speaking, James abruptly stood up, causing the chair beneath him to shatter violently. Unknown? The words squeezed out between his clenched teeth, filled with unmistakable rage. Every elder present could feel it. Daryl felt the brunt of it first, trembling involuntarily. Just as he couldn't bear it any longer, a hearty voice rang out from behind him. That useless one. If he's dead, he's dead. Why should the patriarch be so angry? Two figures walked in one after the other. The leader was an elderly man with white hair and beard, followed by Enoch who bore a striking resemblance to James, his younger brother Digby. Seeing their father arrive, Daryl hurriedly stepped back and positioned himself behind the newcomer. At this moment, James glared fiercely at the old man, his tone unfriendly. What do you mean by that, Grand Elder? Hazel is my only son. Why should I not be angry? As he spoke, Grand Elder Jorge stopped before him. A weakling son, unable to read or write, and with a frail body, dead is dead. Perhaps the patriarch should remarry and have another. The seemingly calm words struck James's heart like a steel knife. Instantly, his aura surged, his icy presence forcing everyone else to step back. You. The tension was palpable. Digby intervened. Mirror Lake, though named a lake, has bottomless depths and strong currents beneath. Brother, we must find your nephew quickly. Digby's words made James pause, his face turning grim. Considering his only son might be in peril, he no longer hesitated and strode towards the door. Passing Digby, he spoke coldly. Second brother, I know what you hope for, but remember, what I don't give, you can't take. If nothing happens to Hazel, well and good. If something goes wrong? Before finishing, James's figure blurred and vanished from the hall. Seeing the patriarch leave, the elders rose and left, each harboring their own intentions. In moments, only Digby, his son, and the Grand Elder remained. Dad, that useless one definitely won't come back. Daryl whispered, a sly smile on his face. Before he could finish, a gust of wind hit him. Smack. A sharp sound echoed as Daryl flew backward, crashing heavily. Struggling to stand, his right cheek burned in pain. Looking at Digby, whose expression was hard to read, Daryl's voice trembled. Why did you hit me, Dad? Fool. Without that waste dying, how would you have an excuse? Grand Elder Jorge retorted coldly, disdain clear on his face. Confused, Daryl asked hesitantly. Uncle Yuan, what should we do now? Hearing Digby's question, Jorge looked far away, pondering deeply. They say the young waste's listening wave heart sutra was barely initiated. He probably didn't survive. We need to prepare accordingly. Deep within Mirror Lake, in a dark cave, Abdul slowly regained consciousness. Where am I? Rubbing his aching head, he gradually came to and began looking around. All he saw were black stone walls. A single narrow passage extended into the darkness. I never imagined Mirror Lake had such hidden places. Where does this lead? Musing silently, Abdul moved his limbs instinctively. Suddenly, his face lit up with joy. He felt no injuries and sensed immense strength in his body. System? Upon calling, a simple light screen appeared. Host, Abdul. Cultivation stage. Body tempering 9th layer. Great tsunami art. Minor success. Next, his laughter echoed through the dark passage, growing louder and louder. Finally activated. Do you know how I've suffered these past 3 months? Since transmigrating, his weak physique prevented rapid cultivation. The system's activation required reaching the basic physical standard for martial practice. Using only the mundane cultivation method, listening Wave Heart Sutra, it might take decades to reach this standard. Fortunately, after much effort, he found a solution, jumping into the lake. Though he hadn't cultivated martial arts, James cared for his only son and gave him numerous precious elixirs. Thus, potent medicines accumulated in his body, yet they couldn't be properly utilized. So, Abdul devised a plan, jumping from a height to generate intense physical shock. He hoped this would disperse the stored medicinal power throughout his body, strengthening his muscles and bones. However, every time he climbed to a high place in the Liu residence, people misinterpreted his actions as suicide attempts. No matter his explanations, he was dragged back, even bound and returned to his room. Luckily, today, he finally succeeded. After tempering his body, the system activated, directly propelling him beyond body tempering and straight to the 9th layer. On this continent, martial artists had clear cultivation stages. Body tempering, qi nourishing, innate, transcending mortality, Huagang. Higher stages beyond these were yet unknown to him. Finian City, small as it was, had only a few transcending mortality cultivators. But now, he too joined the ranks of martial artists. Releasing his pent-up emotions, Abdul calmed down and began reviewing the system records. Great tsunami art, yellow rank superior, nether cold spring. As he murmured softly, his breathing grew heavier. Cultivation techniques were ranked: heaven, earth, mystery, yellow, innate, postnatal. Listening Wave Heart Sutra was merely a postnatal technique. Now, having spontaneously upgraded to yellow rank superior, it was astounding. The Liu family, one of the 4 major clans in Finian City, possessed at most yellow mid-rank martial techniques. Fondling his chest, Abdul exhaled slowly, his eyes gleaming with confidence. This changes everything. My cultivation will improve. Daryl, you wait. Feeling the nether cold spring, Great tsunami art rejoices, increasing cultivation speed by 200%. Nether cold spring? Muttering, Abdul walked along the tunnel. However, A bone-chilling cold soon enveloped him, spreading through his entire body. For a moment, it felt like his blood slowed. Given my current strength, I cannot delve deeper. Better to return for now. With that thought, Abdul turned and headed back without hesitation. Chapter 3. Young Master Liu decides to learn martial arts. It was twilight, the sun sinking in the west, and darkness began to envelop the earth. Yet, the lakeside of Mirror Lake remained crowded with people. Apart from those dining and chatting in the riverside taverns, the largest group present was from the 4 great families. Among them, members of the Liu family, led by James, were searching the lake but could not find their son's whereabouts. As for the other 3 families, they had come to watch the spectacle. After all, as one of the 4 great families, occasional competition was inevitable. The Huang family was particularly aggressive in this regard. At the top floor of Flowing Cloud Pavilion, the current head of the Huang family, Everard, stood with his hands behind his back. He looked down at the busy Liu family members below and at the White Tiger Bridge, where James stood solemnly. For a moment, he remained silent, lost in thought. Behind him, a young man with a carefree expression idly waved a folding fan and sneered, "I say, don't waste your effort. That Abdul is just a weakling. Jumping from such a height, he's definitely dead. I actually hope he survives." Everard glanced at his son, Xian, and said calmly. Before Xian could ask, he answered himself, because losing a child won't make James fall into despair. It will only make him more terrifying. Xian put away his fan, though his face still showed indifference. Seeing this, Everard couldn't help but sigh inwardly. They say James's son is useless, but how much better is my son? Just as he was reflecting on this, a fast horse galloped up from afar. The rider shouted toward James, head of the family, "Young master has?" Before he could finish, James's figure flickered, instantly appearing dozens of meters away. The running horse suddenly saw someone appear before it and reared up in alarm. James didn't flinch. With a wave of his hand, the horse was knocked unconscious, frothing at the mouth. "Speak. What happened to young master?" The servant on the horse was so terrified that he tumbled off, stammering, Young master, made it home?" The man's voice trembled, clearly terrified. Upon hearing this, James paused, then a look of wild joy spread across his face. With a powerful push off the ground, he leaped away like a large bird toward the Liu residence. The rest of the Liu household servants, upon hearing that young master had returned home, sighed in relief and started heading back. Watching the Liu family members leave, Xian's face showed disbelief. How is that possible? He knew about Abdul's frail constitution. Surviving a leap from Flowing Cloud Pavilion was already miraculous, let alone returning home on his own. This was almost more shocking than seeing a ghost. However, Everard's eyes brightened at this news. Apparently, this outcome delighted him. Let's go. There are only 2 weeks left until the mine conflict. This time, our Huang family must win. You need to focus on your cultivation. Hearing his father mention this, Xian's lips curled into a smile. Oh, speaking of the mine battle, I heard that Trash also signed up? Everard raised an eyebrow, then realized what this meant. It seems the Liu family will be in turmoil. When James rushed into the Liu residence hall like a whirlwind, Abdul was sitting at the table, eating heartily. After leaving Mirror Lake, he had returned home and taken a comfortable hot bath. The system activated, and he felt elated, thus having a hearty appetite. Seeing him seemingly unharmed, James's worry finally eased. You damn brat, you've really grown some guts to jump into the lake. Despite his concern, James's tone remained stern. What surprised him was Abdul wiping his mouth, standing up and saying, "Father, I want to learn martial arts." What? James was momentarily stunned, unable to believe his ears. Previously, no matter how much he persuaded Abdul, the latter only wanted to read and study. Learning martial arts was out of the question. Who would have thought that this suicide attempt would change him? Before James could respond, mocking laughter came from behind. What? Did I hear correctly? Eldest brother wants to learn martial arts. Turning around, he saw Daryl laughing mockingly. Beside him were senior members of the family, including Elder Jorge, whose tone was cold and hostile. You're thinking of learning martial arts now? Too late. And you even signed up for the mine battle. Are you courting death? Elder, what nonsense are you spouting? The mine conflict is a significant event for our Liu family. When did Yun sign up? James's expression darkened. Qingyu Mine was the largest mine in Yuncheng City. Every 3 years, the 4 great families would compete for mining rights through combat. It was extremely dangerous, potentially lethal. Given Abdul's frail body, participating was akin to a death sentence. This was eldest brother's decision, not ours, Daryl replied innocently. True, Abdul had been focused on activating the system and hadn't cared what he was agreeing to. You! James became visibly agitated. Beside him, Digby interjected. Eldest brother, Yun has come of age. Since he loves studying, perhaps we should send him to the capital academy. What do you think? Looking at his smiling second brother, James laughed bitterly. You both are obviously trying to keep my son away from the family. Second brother, are you eager for power already? Unexpectedly, Abdul stood up as if nothing happened, patted his hands, and said with satisfaction, Well, I'm finally full. Then, he turned to everyone and casually added, In 2 weeks, I will represent the Liu family in the mine battle. His words sent shockwaves through the room. Everyone stared at Abdul, baffled and confused. Had the boy gone mad, or was he determined to seek death? Yun, relax. With me here, no one can force you to do anything. James glared, ready to fight if necessary. Father, don't worry. I don't want to die. I haven't seen enough of this world. Some things, I must take back myself. As he spoke, a surge of confidence radiated from Abdul, like a supreme weapon rising heavenward. By the time everyone reacted, he had already walked out of the hall, leaving behind a faint remark. I'll go to the library tomorrow. Almost every high-ranking member of the Liu family had an astonishing thought. That frail young master seems to have changed. But none knew what this transformation might mean. ####Chapter 4. A special training method. The next morning, as the sun rose, Abdul arrived at the archives hall. This was a tall 5-story building, with the first 2 floors dedicated to acquired techniques, and the middle 2 floors for innate techniques. As for the top floor, it housed the highest-level martial arts of the Liu family, all rated yellow rank. Of course, they were only mid-grade yellow rank. Though it was still early, quite a few young members of the Liu family were already carefully selecting their techniques from the vast collection. At the entrance of the archives hall sat a disheveled old man with unkempt hair and a dirty face. Everyone respectfully called him Jesse. No one dared to underestimate this elder, for everyone in the Liu family knew he was a powerful fighter, a very high-level one. His strength was unfathomable, and he was also the guardian of this massive library. The moment Abdul stepped into the hall, Jesse, who had been dozing off, suddenly opened his eyes. 9th layer of body tempering? Didn't this kid only focus on studying books and not practice martial arts? Given Abdul's experience, he could only choose acquired techniques from the lower 2 floors. After searching for a while, his eyes landed on an unremarkable technique, the pulse-cutting sword technique. This was an acquired sword technique known for its strong offensive power. Logically, it should have been popular. However, almost no one practiced it because it was incomplete, with only 1/10 of the technique remaining, not even enough to achieve small success. In the world of martial arts, there were 7 levels of mastery. Novice, proficient, small success, great success, mastery, perfection, and reversion to simplicity. Once a technique was mastered to the level of reversion to simplicity, it would grant great power and allow the practitioner to develop extraordinary abilities. Therefore, no one would bother learning an incomplete technique. But Abdul thought differently. Why not strive to improve and complete the technique myself? With that thought in mind, he turned around, preparing to leave. Suddenly, an elderly voice rang out behind him. Kid, you should choose another technique. Turning around, he saw Jesse, looking surprised. Greetings, elder. It's fine, just an incomplete technique. You must be crazy. With your background, why learn an incomplete technique? No worries, Abdul waved dismissively and left without waiting for Jesse to finish. Jesse stood frozen, his face gradually turning pale with frustration. Without any visible movement, he vanished and reappeared in front of Abdul like a ghost. You're ignorant. If it weren't for Xiuxian asking me to look after you, I wouldn't care about you. There's a mine dispute in half a month. If you don't want to die, pick an easier one. Seeing Jesse's insistence, Abdul sighed helplessly. Sigh, I just wanted to interact as an ordinary person, but now all I get is suspicion. Alright, I'm a genius, I'll stop pretending. As he spoke, Abdul slapped the secret manual, whispering, Learn. However, nothing happened. Puzzled, Abdul instinctively looked up at Jesse, who was also staring at him, equally baffled. Activate. Unlock. Seeing Abdul starting to bite his finger, preparing to drop blood, Jesse couldn't hold back anymore. What are you doing? Me? Learning the technique? You think practicing martial arts is so simple? Jesse's gaze grew more peculiar, as if looking at someone mentally challenged. Don't know how to read? Yes, I can read. Then read carefully, understand, and enlighten yourself. Do you need to be taught? Jesse looked completely logical, but Abdul felt embarrassed. He couldn't explain what a system was. Thus, he remained silent, acting confidently, while inwardly shouting. System, what's going on? Why can't I learn? The system replied. The old man is right. Please read the text yourself. Abdul, 0_0. Swoosh, swoosh. Abdul began flipping through the book mechanically, swiftly reaching the last page. He looked up, meeting Jesse's eyes. They stared at each other in silence. I still didn't learn. Abdul was puzzled. Jesse jumped up in anger. You think martial arts are so easy? Read carefully, ponder deeply. 3 months to reach novice status is good. Angrier by the moment, Jesse stormed off. Abdul rolled his eyes. If learning a skill was this complicated, he'd shame all time travelers. But Jesse gave him an idea. He picked up the book again, reading every word from start to end until he reached the last page. Despite understanding nothing, ding, you have learned pulse-cutting sword technique. Asterisk asterisk. Due to your ignorance, pulse-cutting sword technique, feeling insulted, started self-improvising, achieving 100% practice speed. Feeling its own incompleteness, pulse-cutting sword technique developed determination and self-correction. Seriously, this is how I learn skills? Abdul felt a flood of experience filling his mind. Standing at the entrance, eyes closed, he smiled contentedly. Passers-by cast curious glances. He stood there all day until sunset. Just as the sun dipped below the horizon, Abdul moved. He extended his fingers into a blade, drawing invisible strokes in the air, his body following the motion, chi circulating around him. Next second, a 3-inch blade appeared from his fingertips, slicing through the air with sharp sounds. Nearby, Jesse approached muttering. This damn kid thinks practicing martial arts is child's play? How ridiculous. Exiting the hall, Jesse caught sight of Abdul. His jaw dropped in shock. Jesse appeared before Abdul. Did you learn it? Yes. Abdul nodded calmly. How is this possible? How did you do it? Jesse couldn't believe it. Less than a day? How? Seeing Jesse's astonishment, Abdul grinned. To tell the truth, Jesse, I found a special training method. Curiosity piqued, Jesse leaned in. What's so special? I'll show you. Abdul opened the pulse-cutting sword technique manual, reciting aloud while placing his hands over the pages, pressing them to his forehead. Like pouring water onto his head. Flipping pages, he explained. Learning takes too long. Absorbing directly is much better. Slap. Slap. Soon, he reached the last page. Is that all? Kid, don't mess with me. Before Jesse could finish, Abdul's sword energy grew by 2 inches under Jesse's stunned gaze. This proficient? What the heck? Jesse was dumbfounded, questioning reality. Years of training, what did he even train for? Absorbing like this? How exhilarating. He felt his worldview thoroughly shattered. Please let me know if you need further adjustments or have any questions. Recalling the bitterness and hardships of practicing martial arts in his youth, Jesse nearly shed tears. No, I have to go back and try it. With that thought, Jesse swiftly headed towards his residence, shouting as he ran. You're not bad, kid. Keep at it. A charming smile curved Abdul's lips, filled with cunning. That day, outside the archives hall where Jesse lived, the sound of pages flipping could be heard continuously. The speed kept increasing, becoming faster and more intense. From dusk until midnight. Please let me know if you need further adjustments or have any questions. ##### Chapter 5. The 7 Pulse-Severing Swords. On this day, it was noon. The sun hung high in the sky, and in the center of Abdul's courtyard stood a large locust tree. At this moment, he was lying leisurely in a hammock under its shade. Time ticked away second by second, and before he knew it, the sun had set in the west. Watching the clouds roll by, everything felt so peaceful and relaxed. Beside him, on the grass, the Duan My Sword technique lay quietly, watching the grasshoppers play. As for cultivation, wasn't it best to leave it to the technique itself? Ding. Continuous intense deduction over several days has left the Duan My Sword technique physically and mentally exhausted, reducing cultivation speed to 75%. Due to an inability to complete successfully, the Duan My Sword technique feels disheartened, further reducing cultivation speed by 25%. The system's voice rang out, causing Abdul's brows to furrow. What a lousy technique. No drive at all. A little setback and it crumbles? Grumbling inwardly, Abdul pondered solutions. Currently, his Duan My Sword technique was already cultivated to mastery. This gave him a deeper understanding of it. Actually, this sword technique wasn't like others with complex moves. It primarily focused on cultivating sword chi. Somewhat like the Hua Mountain Sect's chi school from Sword Stained with Royal Blood. Even more like 6 Pulse Divine Sword. Thinking of this, scenes from various TV dramas featuring the Dali Duan clan's Yangji and 6 Pulse Divine Sword involuntarily flooded Abdul's mind. Unexpectedly, these thoughts spurred the system into action. Inspired by your ideas, the Duan My Sword technique has started deducing again. Cultivation speed is now 100%. The Duan My Sword technique finds your mental images of sword techniques incredibly cool, getting extremely excited and determined to evolve. Abdul. Got it. After about an hour, while lying on the hammock, clarity spread through Abdul's mind as numerous sword techniques surfaced. After relentless effort, the Duan My Sword technique has completed evolution and transformed into the lower-class mystical rank 7 Pulse-Severing Swords. Revitalized by rebirth, the 7 Pulse-Severing Swords is ecstatic, increasing cultivation speed by 300%. One system notification after another left Abdul stunned. An innate level technique had leaped directly to the mystical rank, achieving a 3-level jump. This sounded like something straight out of a fairy tale. After all, mystical rank techniques would stir up ripples in Yuncheng City, or even the northern Jiang Prefecture. Once cultivated to success, their power would be astonishing. But naturally, the resource consumption would also be immense. Overall though, it was well worth it. Abdul shifted into a more comfortable position and continued lounging. The path of cultivation was long and arduous indeed. Unbeknownst to him, dozens of pairs of eyes were secretly watching him from the shadows. Some with disdain, some with mockery, some with disappointment, and others with schadenfreude, under the large locust tree. This good-for-nothing son, how could I ever trust him? James's face was ashen, his hands clenched tightly. Just as he was about to rush out, the steward honest held him back urgently. Master, no. Young master has just begun cultivation. It's enough that he's alive. These words poured cold water on James's anger. Recalling Abdul's reckless behavior earlier, what could he do? After all, blood is thicker than water. He was his own flesh and blood. Yeah, it's enough that he's alive. We'll take cultivation, slowly. James deflated like a punctured balloon, nodding in agreement. If he's still like this in a few days, we should send him to the capital. With that, James turned and left. Though he was his beloved son, he couldn't help feeling somewhat disappointed deep down. Meanwhile, many family elders observed covertly. There were various murmurs and opinions. This boy is finished. Incompetent at literature, incapable in martial arts, wasting his life. I've been saying, our young master isn't cut out for studying or practicing martial arts. Ah, such misfortune. Elders who supported James wore faces dark with fury, filled with disappointment. They stormed off one by one. Tiger father, dog son? I must persuade the patriarch to marry again and produce more heirs. This kid can cultivate? Old man, you can eat my shit. Those who supported Digby, on the other hand, were jubilant, pleased with their decision. Soon, everyone dispersed. In the south, Elder Jorge watched with a mix of amusement and frustration. Abdul's recent actions were unexpected, leaving doubts lingering in his mind. Thus, he came to investigate. Looking around now, he felt he'd wasted his afternoon. How could a salted fish flip itself over? Even if it did, it would still be a salted fish. Feeling bored, Jorge turned to Daryl beside him. I'll go back first. Report today's observations to your father truthfully. Understood, Elder. Daryl nodded respectfully, a smile hidden in his eyes. After today, he would undoubtedly be the leading figure among the third generation of the Liu family. As for Abdul, he was just a joke. Before walking far, Jorge suddenly remembered something and turned back. By the way, focus on cultivation. If you can reach the chi cultivation realm before the mind dispute, our chances of victory will greatly increase. I understand. After the elder left, Daryl glanced at Abdul under the locust tree, sneering. My dear older brother, do you know I'm already at body tempering 8th level? We are destined to be in different worlds. Beside him, a sycophantic servant smiled ingratiatingly. That's right. Only young master is the standout among the 3rd generation here, the future successor. Pleased, Daryl nodded, imagining his bright future. Suddenly, he remembered something. Right, how's that matter progressing? Don't worry, young master. I've arranged everything. Just wait for our eldest son to fall into the trap. Looking at Abdul in the courtyard, Daryl's eyes glinted fiercely. Jinyang pill, such elixir, how can you afford? Martial arts? Dream on. You'll never see my back in this lifetime. However, Daryl didn't know. Shortly after turning away, the Abdul lying on the hammock moved slightly. Due to your lack of seriousness, the great surge technique is furious and begins intense cultivation, doubling its speed. Host cultivation improves, breaking through to the chi cultivation realm. Heavenly essence gathered and flowed into his body steadily, raising his cultivation to the first layer of the chi cultivation realm. Feeling the power boost, Abdul remained unperturbed. Chi cultivation realm? Is that all? Chapter 6. This dessert is quite good. Early in the morning, Abdul had just finished his breakfast. He was lying on a rocking chair, reading and enjoying his leisure time. Suddenly, an anxious yet excited voice came from outside the door. Master, master. A young book boy, about 20 years old, rushed in hurriedly with a joyful look on his face. This person was named Armando, who had been with him since childhood and could be considered his companion. Armando, how much did my predecessor enjoy reading? Why can't I get into it? Abdul muttered to himself, casually placing the introduction to formation arrays he was holding aside. What are you yelling for so early in the morning, Armando? No, master, the medicine has arrived. Seeing the agitated Armando, Abdul was puzzled. Medicine? What medicine? Are you sick? Armando's expression turned speechless for a moment. I'm not sick. It's medicinal supplements for you, master. Supplements? Could it be that my predecessor was deficient in some aspects? Abdul's expression changed, and he suddenly jumped up. A second later, realization dawned upon him. Oh, you mean father sent the herbs he found for me? Yes, yes. Upon getting the confirmation, Abdul immediately lost interest and turned back to lie down on the rocking chair. Because of his poor health, every few months, James would buy a large amount of supplements to improve his condition. Otherwise, with his current physical state, activating the system would take ages. This time, is it Lingji or ginseng? Abdul asked nonchalantly. Now that the system was activated, these herbs didn't have much effect on him. Hearing his master ask like this, Armando's face lit up with excitement as he mysteriously said, Master, this time it's no ordinary thing. Oh. Abdul remained unperturbed, knowing well what their resources were. The genuine rare treasures in Yunsong City were once in a millennium events. Lazily, he asked, is it perhaps the old turtle pill? No, this time it's a real pill. Armando's voice suddenly rose several octaves, echoing throughout the courtyard. His words stunned Abdul momentarily. He then sat up again, looking at the overly excited Armando. Pill? Are you sure? Yes, ever since Master decided to learn martial arts, Lord entrusted Tianfeng auction house to purchase a Jinyang pill. Now Abdul was somewhat surprised. He knew about Jinyang pills, they were true quality pills. Although only of the most basic grade, they had gentle properties suitable for the initial stages of martial practice. Only major clans or sects usually had dedicated alchemists. In Yunsong City, this remote and impoverished place, such things were rare. It seems this stepfather isn't bad. Seeing Abdul lost in thought, Armando became anxious and pulled him up, saying, People from Tianfeng auction house just arrived. The Jinyang pill has come. Let's go quickly. Why are you more eager than I am? Master, this is a pill, something one might never see in a lifetime. A moment later, Abdul packed up and left the Liu family mansion with Armando. Just as the two of them left, the news was promptly delivered to Daryl. That waste has set off? Yes, young master has just left. Good. Inform the people of Duanhuan Gang. Daryl's eyes flashed viciously, completely different from his usual kind and humble demeanor. Tell them not to kill him, but break his hands and feet. Understood, second young master. The loyal retainer spurred his horse and rushed towards the southern part of the city. Tianfeng Auction House was the largest business in Yunsong City. Since its name included Heaven Wind, it naturally had close ties to the imperial family. Indeed, it was a royal enterprise, spreading across every city under its domain. It was rumored that after coming of age, the imperial princes of Heaven Wind would be assigned to manage these shops for a period of time. Those who performed exceptionally well would receive attention from higher-ups. Abdul and Armando strolled along the streets of Yunsong City. Soon, they saw the majestic 5-story building standing before them. A gold leaf plaque hung centrally above the entrance, bearing the elegant calligraphy, Tianfeng. Despite having visited several times, Abdul was still impressed. Tianfeng Auction House wasn't just a single building but an entire complex. There were buildings to the east, west, south, north, and center, varying in height and arranged harmoniously. Each building was connected by sky bridges, allowing easy passage. Inside each building, pathways and corridors were interconnected, making movement seamless for guests. Walking inside, they were greeted with bridges and railings blending light and shadow, beaded curtains and embroidered lintels, dazzling lights. Truly magnificent and splendid. Besides item transactions and intelligence trading, it also offered accommodation, dining, and entertainment. Abdul was filled with emotion upon first sight. If this was in my previous life, it would surely be a heaven on earth. As soon as they entered the gate, a graceful attendant approached them. Please follow me. Will you sit downstairs or reserve a private room? Downstairs was the main hall, while upstairs were private rooms called G. Without stopping, Abdul replied, My name is Abdul, here to see Manager Wang. The attendant looked uncertain and was about to say something. However, Armando pulled out a token from his pocket and handed it over. The attendant inspected it carefully before respectfully responding, Please follow me. Under her guidance, Abdul was led to a private room. Please wait here a moment, I'll fetch the manager. Abdul nodded slightly, and then leisurely ate some desserts and drank tea. The great surging wave scripture, feel soft and sweet red bean cake is very delicious, delighted, cultivation speed increased by 150%. The prompt in his mind made Abdul scoff. Still a foodie. These sweet, soft red bean cakes. While internally criticizing, his actions were quick. By the time knocking sounds echoed, he had devoured 3 full plates of desserts. Come in. Lu young master, long time no see, how have you been? Laughter preceded the elderly man's appearance, entering with white hair and beard. This was none other than Tianfeng Auction House's manager, Ignatius. Upon entering, he saw Abdul guzzling tea from a teapot and clearing the dessert plates, which made the old man's pupils constrict. Then raising his head, the old man seemed thoughtful, his smile tinged with amusement. Abdul put down the teapot and burped, saying, Burp Elder Wang, the desserts are excellent burp. Ignatius's smile remained. These are our newly introduced pastries. If Lu young master likes them, feel free to take some when you leave. Thank you. Abdul was unfazed by the offer. Though quite sweet, they tasted good. Besides, they were far better than those pills. ##### Chapter 7, Dragon and Snake Battle at Duanhuan Fort. Inside the Tianfeng auction house, Abdul examined the exquisite wooden box in his hand, muttering to himself, Sunken silver wood, what a fine material. It's no wonder they use this to store medicinal pills. Alfonso stroked his beard with a chuckle. Of course, all medicinal pills are precious items. They must be stored in sunken silver, wood to ensure their natural qi does not dissipate. Speaking of which, young Master Lu usually only needs century-old herbs. Why such a high price this time? Hearing this, Abdul gently set down the medicine box and looked up at Alfonso. Though still smiling lazily, his bright eyes revealed a faint trace of scrutiny. Noticing this, Alfonso's smile instantly faded as he quickly apologized. My apologies, I should not have pried into young Master Lu's affairs. Please don't be offended. Though his mouth was apologizing, his brows showed a carefree demeanor that anyone could see through. Abdul casually took a few gulps from a teapot before standing up and saying, It's nothing much. I've decided to start learning martial arts. This response caught Alfonso off guard. After all, the eldest son of the Lu family was renowned throughout Yuncheng City for dedicating himself solely to scholarly pursuits. However, the old man quickly regained his composure. Excellent choice. Martial arts can strengthen the body. Given your noble lineage, you must have considerable talent. Haha, Elder Wang flatters me. At my age, it's too late for any talent. As he spoke, Abdul got up and turned to Armando beside him. Ai Kai, take the medicinal pills, let's go. He then walked toward the door, while Armando carefully held the medicine box and followed behind. Alfonso escorted them to the door of the private room. A waiting servant hurriedly handed over a wrapped package of pastries. Alfonso accepted it and came forward to Abdul. Just a small token of appreciation. May you succeed on your martial path. Thank you for your kind words. Abdul smiled and took the gift. They exchanged farewells as Abdul and his servant left the auction house. At the top floor of the Tianfeng auction house, a young man dressed in luxurious attire stood with his back to the window, observing Abdul and Armando as they exited the building. His handsome features displayed genuine interest. Tap tap tap. Footsteps approached from behind as Alfonso hurriedly ascended. He stopped next to the young man, following his gaze and curiously asking, What are you looking at, master? Don't you find the eldest son of the Lu family quite interesting? Alfonso frowned in confusion. To consume so much Qingling powder without any ill effects? And being an ordinary person? Indeed, this is unusual. Without turning around, the young man pointed at Abdul's figure. And look, the Lu family heir lets his servant carry the Jinyang pill while he personally holds those pastries. What does that suggest? His casual tone caused Alfonso's previously relaxed demeanor to change abruptly. The elder stepped forward, staring at Abdul's back with an uncertain expression. Could he have discovered something about the pastries? The young man turned to Alfonso, shaking his head slightly. Not likely. This pill was personally refined by a master alchemist. It wouldn't be problematic. Alfonso's expression eased, but he hesitantly asked, So, should we? Still, it would be wise to keep an eye on him. After all, the dragon and snake battle is approaching, and caution is necessary. The young man gazed far into the distance, as if his vision extended beyond mountains and rivers to the distant north. Alfonso nodded and turned to leave, issuing orders as he went. On a long street, Abdul raised his head to look at the sky. Dark clouds gathered overhead, and the wind howled fiercely. It's going to rain. What did you say, young master? Seeing Armando nervously scanning their surroundings, Abdul couldn't help but laugh. Calm down, little one. But, young master, these are... Armando tightly hugged the medicine box in his arms, unable to finish his sentence. Clearly, he viewed the Jinyang pill as an incredibly important item. Shaking his head with resignation, they hastened towards the Lu residence. Soon, they approached the usual path they took daily, leading straight to the Lu family's main gate. Trees lined both sides of the road, giving it a majestic appearance. Stopping near the entrance, Abdul narrowed his eyes. Is something wrong, young master? Did you notice how unusually quiet this road is compared to usual? Hearing this, Armando looked around carefully and nodded. You're right, it's much quieter. But, young master, considering the coming rain and evening hour, It's normal to have fewer people around. Abdul smiled and nodded. You make sense. So, young master, let's hurry before I get scared to death. That thing isn't important. Why are you worried? Just as they were speaking, heavy raindrops began to fall. Their hesitation frustrated the people hiding along the roadside. Boss, do you think they noticed us? What should we do? Behind a large tree, over 10 shadows crouched, led by a muscular man with a scar extending from his left eye to his jaw. With a menacing face, he was none other than Brendan, the third leader of Duanhuan Fort located outside Yuncheng City. Who could imagine their own kin betraying them? Brendan's expression remained cold. Wait a bit longer. This kid probably doesn't know. Who would expect their clansmen to sell them out? Brendan's name meant Dawn, and he hailed from Duanhuan Fort outside Yuncheng City, where he made a living as a bandit. Hearing about James's extravagant purchase of a Jinyang pill for Abdul, jealousy flared in Daryl's heart. He thus sent word to Duanhuan Fort to hire these ruthless men for a lesson. In return, the reward was the precious 9th-grade medicinal pill. Hugh, the leader of Duanhuan Fort nicknamed Poison Bee, saw the opportunity and agreed to the ambush. However, Abdul was no longer the same. Sensing a faint, cold aura as they approached, he had been on alert. Just as the bandits grew anxious, Abdul and his servant finally moved. Quickening their pace to avoid the rain, they soon entered the trap set by Brendan. A thunderclap echoed as Brendan signaled with a wave of his hand. Over 10 thugs from Duanhuan Fort immediately surrounded Abdul. Facing their fierce appearance, Armando trembled in fear. Who are you? What do you want? Seeing Armando's naivety, Abdul sighed. Ai Kai, your earlier concerns weren't misplaced. Look who's here to rob us. Upon hearing this, Armando's face lost all color, but he tightened his grip on the medicine box even more. Chapter 8. Run. This kid is berserk. Brendan strode forward with the gait of a dragon and the pace of a tiger. The mocking look on his face instantly changed when he saw Heath. None of the expected reactions, fear, pleading, anger, or scolding, appeared. The young man before him stood calmly, showing no sign of fear. He even had the leisure to tease the attendant beside him. Is this person really the eldest son of the Liu family? Brendan asked in a low voice. The henchman beside him quickly responded. Yes, the brothers have confirmed it's the bookworm from the Liu family. Brendan was further puzzled by the subordinate's answer. That makes no sense. A bookworm, facing so many menacing bandits, remains completely unperturbed? How is that possible? Just as Brendan was pondering, Heath spoke first. You came here for the elixirs? The group from Dead Soul Gang froze for a moment. Then, one of them, a tall and skinny figure, stepped forward and said fiercely. At least you're sensible. Hand over the elixirs now, or else. However, he was cut off mid-sentence by Heath. How did you get this information? Without waiting for a response, Heath continued. Let me think. The Skywind auction house is under the royal family. They wouldn't ruin their reputation. So, it must be my dear younger brother, right? Brendan's brows furrowed deeper as he listened. In just a few words, Heath had guessed the mastermind behind the scene. This eldest son of the Liu family is far from the useless person rumors made him out to be. For some reason, unease crept into his heart. Stepping forward, Brendan shouted loudly. Master Liu, at this point, there's no use talking more. If you hand over the elixirs, I will let you leave unharmed. How about that? Heath didn't speak. He only shook his head slightly. His outright refusal made Brendan irritable. Since that's the case, don't blame me. Attack. Swoosh. Before Brendan could finish speaking, a sound broke the air. Heath pointed casually, and a streak of sword chi shot out like an arrow. It pierced through the heavy rain, heading straight for Brendan's face. Even Brendan hadn't anticipated such an aggressive attack from the other side. By the time he realized it, the sword chi was already in front of him. Ah! Brendan roared in anger, feeling death looming close. Luckily, years of experience in life and death battles allowed his body to react at the critical moment. In the nick of time, his long sword flashed out, and with a flick of his wrist, the sword chi was shattered into fragments. Brendan panted heavily, his eyes filled with shock. Not far away, the smile on that young man's lips seemed demonic, sending chills down his spine. After all, Brendan was in the chi cultivation stage. And yet, he almost lost his life in just one exchange. A useless person? A bookworm? He wanted to tear apart those who spread such rumors. Just as Brendan was thinking of a strategy, his subordinates, seeing their leader attacked, charged toward Heath with shouts of anger. The hell? Daring to attack our boss? Are you tired of living? This sight made Brendan's heart sink. He cursed inwardly. These idiots. After all, the highest rank among the dozen people he brought was merely body tempering stage 8. They probably couldn't last 10 rounds. But it was too late to stop them now, because Heath had already taken action. He moved swiftly, like a world-class sword unsheathed, revealing its full might. His right hand formed a sword, and every swing released a sharp sword chi that penetrated the bodies of the Dead Soul Gang members. Heath tore through them, and none could withstand even one blow. Gales howled, and sword chi crisscrossed. Bodies flew and fell around him, lying haphazardly, hanging on tree branches, sprawled on the roadside, either severely injured or unconscious. Watching Heath slash through the crowd, Brendan felt an overwhelming sense of dread. There was no place for his fear to go. This kid is berserk. I have to run, or I'll die here. Meanwhile, Heath's fighting spirit soared, fully immersed in excitement. Besides the thrill of his first battle, the system inside him grew more frenzied with each fight. Ding! Due to the first use, the 7 severing sword technique is highly excited, increasing deduction speed by 120%. Ding! Host is being outnumbered. The Grand Tide Wave technique is furious, increasing cultivation speed by 220%. Ding! Stimulated by bloodshed, the 7 severing sword technique becomes even more excited, increasing cultivation speed by 150%. Ding! Surrounded by 10 people, the Grand Tide Wave technique goes berserk, increasing cultivation speed. System notifications rang non-stop, but Heath enjoyed every moment. This feeling, one word, exhilarating. If this continued, his techniques would likely reach perfection today. Just as Heath was reveling in his victory, his sword chi suddenly missed its mark. He looked up to find no one left in front of him. The attackers surrounding him were all on the ground, barely breathing. Is it over already? I wasn't done yet. Heath glanced around and spotted Brendan attempting to flee. Hey, aren't you here for the elixirs? Where are you going? However, his call did not make Brendan stop. Instead, he ran faster. Unfortunately, Heath wouldn't let him go so easily. Raising his right arm, he extended his finger and released a streak of sword chi. At the sound of breaking air, Brendan leaped to the side. He barely avoided the fatal blow, but his left shoulder was still pierced by the sword chi, spurting blood. Struggling to rise, Heath was already standing before him. Tell me, who are you? Brendan gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. My older brother is Venom Bihu, a xiuxian expert of Dead Soul Gang. Hearing this, Heath nodded thoughtfully. Dead Soul Gang, got it. Then a streak of sword chi pierced Brendan's right arm. Ah! A cry of agony echoed, followed by venomous curses. Damn you, little brat. My brother will avenge me. Heath ignored him, looking around and feeling something amiss. Turning abruptly, he saw something strange. The street ahead appeared neatly intact. Both the barely alive bandits and the terrified Armando had vanished inexplicably. Suddenly, the system notification in his mind rang, making Heath pause momentarily. This brief distraction gave Brendan a chance to catch his breath. Enduring the pain, he dashed away into the distance. The sound of his footsteps snapped Heath back to reality, but he did not chase after him. Instead, he turned and walked slowly along the path he came. After about 100 steps, the scenery shifted abruptly. The painful moans of the henchmen returned, along with Armando's anxious calls. Master. Translation notes. Character names like Heath and Brendan are romanized using pinyin. Maintain the paragraph structure and line breaks from the original text. Preserve the original tone and style while ensuring fluency in English. Chapter 9. A day without reading makes me uncomfortable. At the Liu family manor, Abdul stood by the window, somewhat lost in thought. Dark clouds gathered outside, lightning flashed, and rain poured heavily. Since he had Chanyur Ed, he had never seen such heavy rain before. Correction. Since he had traveled through time, he had never seen such heavy rain before. Further improvement. This was the first time since his arrival in this new world that he had seen such heavy rain. Behind him, Armando sat on the ground with lingering fear. He still held the medicine box containing the golden sun pill, looking as if he had just survived a catastrophe. Today was really dangerous. Those bandits, Armando muttered to himself, then suddenly seemed to recall something and jumped up in surprise. Young master, when did you learn martial arts? You were amazing. His eyes were filled with admiration. However, Abdul did not respond and remained standing in place. At that moment, his mind was still replaying the bizarre and shocking scene he had just witnessed. If it weren't for the system's notification, he would have doubted his own eyes. Ding. Detected that the host is within an array formation. Comprehensive introduction to array formations begins its deduction. The array formation before my eyes is too profound. Comprehensive introduction to array formations is enraged and enters a state of enlightenment automatically. Comprehensive introduction to array formations tries its best but can only comprehend 10%, becoming dejected and slowing down its deduction process by 60%. Though the Liu family was one of the 4 major families of Yunsong City, techniques like array formations, alchemy, and weapon forging were mastered only by true martial arts sects. Thus, Raphael's knowledge of comprehensive introduction to array formations was merely some rudimentary information available to the public. Even so, he managed to understand 10% of the current formation. And from that 10%, Abdul saw clearly. Just 100 meters in front of him was a grand 2-story building. A bronze door was flanked by a pair of stone statues. Above the entrance, a sign read, Spring and Autumn. In front of the building stood a middle-aged Taoist. Holding a duster, with flowing sleeves, he looked ethereal and wise. But Abdul distinctly saw the murderous intent in his eyes. This was also why he chose to abandon Brendan and leave. What exactly is that place, and who is that Taoist? Abdul pondered, feeling as if he had stumbled upon a significant secret. Young master? Armando's voice brought him back to reality. Abdul turned around, his expression normalizing as he smiled and asked, What's wrong? Haven't you recovered yet? Armando shook his head and handed over the pillbox. His eyes showed reluctance, filled with infinite longing. Abdul took it casually, then said after a brief pause, Akai, run an errand for me. Go to the library and bring back all books related to alchemy. Ah. Armando opened his mouth wide in confusion. Young master, aren't you planning to cultivate first? As he spoke, his eyes glanced at the pillbox. Abdul's face darkened, and he sternly ordered, Do as I say, and do not tell anyone about today's events. An imperceptible killing aura emanated from his body. Armando shivered as if reliving the recent ordeal. With every step young master took, someone fell into a pool of blood. Instinctively, Armando's knees went weak, and he knelt down. Why young master? Akai will be obedient. I'll go right away. Go then? Abdul replied indifferently. Armando, feeling as if he had been granted mercy, dashed into the rain. Moments later, footsteps approached. It wasn't just one person. Abdul raised his eyes and indeed saw James and loyal servant Honest approaching, along with Armando. Father, Uncle Ching, what brings you here? Abdul stood up and respectfully bowed. James waved his sleeve and stepped inside, asking, The golden sun pill retrieved? Abdul picked up the pillbox from the table with both hands and responded, Yes, father, thank you for your efforts. Seeing this, James suppressed his anger. Why are you not cultivating? Why ask Armando to fetch these alchemy books? Upon seeing his father, Abdul knew this question would come. So, he fabricated an answer seriously. I plan to comprehensively understand the origin of this medicine, its refinement methods, and usage restrictions. Only then can I fully harness the power of the Golden Sun Pill and live up to your expectations. Hearing this, the other three were momentarily stunned. James's face turned ashen. He wanted to strike his rebellious son. Origin of medicine? Usage methods? Can't you just eat it? Seeing him nearing his breaking point, Honest quickly interjected. Matt, the priority now is the mind contest. Since you've registered, you should focus on cultivating. Uncle Ching, rest assured, studying is also a form of cultivation. Before James could contain his anger any longer, he roared. The mind contest is in over 10 days. Reading? Can reading resonate with the heavens? Can reading produce a transcendent expert? Despite his rage, Abdul smiled faintly and calmly responded with one word. Yes. The powerful confidence in his voice left James and Honest both shocked and heartbroken. Forget it. Do as you please. James turned to leave, his one straight back slightly hunched. Suddenly, Abdul's voice rang out again. Father, do you know where there are more texts on array formations? These books aren't enough. I can't read a day without studying. It makes me feel uncomfortable. James felt lightheaded and nearly fell. Turning his head, he retorted sarcastically. 100 miles east of the city lies a 10-mile cemetery, supposedly left by a great master of array formations. Want to read? Go look there if you're not afraid of death. Then he left without looking back. Honest hurried after him, warning, that place is extremely dangerous. You mustn't go there, young master. Abdul, however, seemed not to hear, mumbling to himself, 10-mile cemetery? Catching up to James, Honest asked, My lord, how can you let young master go to such a place? It's rumored to be left by a malevolent cultivator. Now feeling regretful, James sighed. Prepare for sending Hazel to the capital in the next few days. Sigh, what have we done? That night, Abdul put down the books, 3,000 Questions of Medicine, and Comprehensive Guide to Alchemy, breathing a long sigh. Casually, he tossed the Golden Sun Pill into his mouth and chewed it. Congratulations, host has advanced to Chi Nourishment Level 3. Ding, detected Grade 9 Medicine, Golden Sun Pill. Due to host's low potential, deductions ongoing. Formula deduction at 15%. Insufficient level of 3,000 Questions of Medicine, and Comprehensive Guide to Alchemy, deduction block. Seeing the system's notification, Abdul helplessly shook his head. Of course, using ordinary earthly sources to deduce high-grade medicines was indeed challenging. Casually grabbing a pastry from Tianfeng auction house, he stuffed it into his mouth, chewing. In the next second, cold sweat broke out across Abdul's forehead. Detected unknown substance. Deduction starting through 3,000 Questions of Medicine. Deduction successful. Substance name. Green spirit powder. Prolonged use creates toxins in the body and can be contagious. Abdul was speechless. What was going on? Surprises everywhere? Furrowing his brow, he couldn't figure it out. What kind of medicine does Tianfeng auction house deal in? Thinking back to the earlier formation and the terrifying Taoist inside, his heart was clouded with worry. Strength. It seems the 10-mile cemetery is a necessary trip. Chapter 10. The Tinley Graveyard. The next morning, as dawn was just breaking, a lithe figure scaled over the wall and vanished into the mist. Who else could it be but Giroux? He arrived at the market, purchased a fine steed, and galloped towards the eastern city gate. His destination was naturally the Tinley Graveyard. Not long after Giroux left, chaos erupted within the Liu household. In the main hall, James's face was as dark as thunder, presaging an impending storm. Below him, Armando knelt on the ground, trembling all over. Shortly thereafter, urgent footsteps echoed, and Honest appeared. James strode forward and immediately confronted him. Did you find him? Honest's expression was grim, as if he had lost his closest kin. He replied, I've just received word that young master bought a horse and has already left through the eastern gate. What? James felt as if struck by 5 thunderbolts. As a proud Xiuxian realm expert, he nearly fainted. Rebellious child. How dare he? Sir, I will send people to chase him right away. As Honest spoke urgently, a voice came from outside the door. Chase him? How can you chase him? Turning around, they saw none other than Digby and Elder Jorge approaching. The two men stepped closer. Jorge, with fury etched on his face, sternly asked, Do you not know how perilous the Tinley Graveyard is? Even you, as clan leader, would struggle to leave it alive. Do you wish for more of our family to lose their lives? But, before the old servant could say more, James gestured for him to stop. You're right, I cannot let the clan members risk their lives. Whether he lives or dies, it is up to his fate. Seeing James concede, Jorge nodded in satisfaction. Such a son is best forgotten. Perhaps it's time you consider continuing the lineage. Seeing that James paid no heed, Jorge left without another word. Digby stepped forward and whispered gently, Big brother, take heart. Watching them leave, James seemed to lose all strength. He slumped back into his chair dejectedly. The Tinley Graveyard was about 100 li from Yunsong City and was considered its foremost forbidden area. Once a place of excellent feng shui with fertile land, it was desecrated 30 years ago when an evil cultivator, fleeing his sect, set up a powerful array here, turning it into a perfect necropolis. Subsequent attempts by warriors of the Tianfeng dynasty failed miserably. Ultimately, it took the intervention of experts from the Yenri Pavilion, summoned by the emperor himself, to deal a severe blow to the evil cultivator. However, due to the array's sophistication, he managed to escape. It was said that in 3 days, using this evil array, the cultivator killed dozens of transcendent realm practitioners from the Yenri Pavilion and severely wounded a Ganga realm expert before escaping unscathed. Since then, the Tinley Graveyard has become a place shrouded in eerie winds and overgrown weeds, home to countless graves stretching 10 li. The remains of the evil cultivator's array still stood, defying investigation by both the Tianfeng dynasty and the Yenri Pavilion, posing grave danger to those who dared enter without sufficient cultivation. As twilight approached, Crows filled the sky in chaotic squawks. The sun, blood red, slowly sank toward the dark horizon. Around him, decaying trees stood like statues, and ancient tombstones lay scattered without pattern, numbering in the thousands. Clomp, clomp, clomp. In the dusk, a young man strolled leisurely through this ominous landscape. Departing at dawn, Giroux had finally arrived at his destination, the Tinley graveyard. Amidst the desolation, he walked along the perimeter, sensing nothing out of the ordinary. Oddly, his cultivation method thrived here. Feeling the chilling wind, the Taiyin Jingto technique feels exceptionally cool, boosting cultivation speed by 300%. Immediately, Giroux sensed a surge of spiritual energy in his body, a warm current rising from his dantian and spreading through his limbs, erasing fatigue. Another breakthrough. Host, Giroux. Realm. Qi cultivation 4th level. Cultivation techniques. Taiyin Jingto technique. Perfect. Jepul 7 swords technique. Mastery. Array formation introduction. Mastery. Feeling the power within him, Giroux remained unperturbed. Wasn't this expected? Seeing no clues from the outskirts, he stepped confidently into the graveyard. However, the moment his feet touched the ground, the scenery around him shifted dramatically, causing a dizzying sensation. Indeed. Thankfully prepared, Giroux did not panic. He focused intensely on his surroundings. Meanwhile, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Ding. Detected host inside an array. Array formation introduction begins analysis. Array analysis meets resistance. Array formation introduction ingeniously correlates with previous array knowledge. Analysis speed increases. Current progress, 10%. With the system's prompt, illusions began flashing before his eyes, confusing him between reality and delusion, plunging his mind into chaos. After what felt like an eternity, Giroux snapped back to his senses and opened his eyes, finding himself in a garden. The garden was meticulously maintained, clean, and orderly. A beautiful woman in a long robe was watering plants with a watering can. Shaking his head, Giroux felt bewildered. Where am I? Didn't I come to the Tinley graveyard? Looking around, the environment seemed too peaceful to be a dream. So this must be an illusionary array? Just then, the woman turned and smiled at him. You've come? Giroux raised an eyebrow and nodded instinctively. Thanks for your effort. You had to make the trip again. She approached and opened the gate for him. A quick mental command brought up the system panel. The analysis had progressed only 20%, moving very slowly. No wonder. Expecting a basic manual to unravel such a complex array was unrealistic. Seeing the system still functioning, Giroux felt relieved. Since there was nothing better to do, he might as well experience this illusory array firsthand. He stepped into the courtyard, following the woman to an inner room, where the air was filled with the smell of medicinal herbs. A cradle caught his eye, holding a swaddled infant covered in sweat, its eyes reflecting anxiety, confusion, and shock. Tiring you again, yet my child doesn't seem any better. Giroux nodded, understanding his role now. Seems like I'm supposed to be a doctor. Feels like a game of murder mystery. Suddenly, he noticed the baby staring intently at him, tears shimmering in its eyes, seemingly pleading for help. ##### Chapter 11. The Thousand Illusion Spirit Locking Array. As Heath entered the 10-mile graveyard, back at the mansion he had discovered earlier, a middle-aged Taoist and a young man sat facing each other in one of the rooms. A man dressed in luxurious attire stood below with his head lowered, showing utmost respect. If Heath were there, he would have been extremely surprised. For the standing man was none other than the head of the Huang family, Everard. Greetings, Taoist Qingling. The Taoist called Qingling said to Everard. Family head Huang, rest assured, I will handle what you asked. As he spoke, he waved his hand. The young man beside him stood up and walked over to Everard, handing him a gourd. There are 3 Qingyang pills inside. After taking them, your son will reach the 9th layer of Qi cultivation within 7 days. Upon hearing this, Everard's face lit up with joy as he bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you, Taoist. The entire Huang family will certainly follow the orders of the Tao Palace. Grayson gently waved his hand. Having been a person of high status for many years, Everard naturally knew how to read people's expressions. Without further ado, he thanked profusely and left. Looking at his departing figure, the young man revealed a disdainful expression. The Huang family is probably still dreaming of unifying Yuncheng City. Brett, the Huang family is just a tool. We'll use them to weaken the other 2 families' power, Grayson said. Hearing this, the young man nodded solemnly. His name was Brett, from the Zhao family of Yuncheng City. No one would have expected that the second son of the Zhao family, who went missing years ago, was now a member of a sect. By the way, has your senior brother returned? Grayson asked indifferently. Brett shook his head. Grayson's face darkened as he sighed deeply. Your senior brother is too arrogant. There might be unexpected trouble this time. Master, senior brother has already reached the transcendent realm, and he's exceptionally talented in array formation. Before Brett could finish, he was interrupted by Grayson. 30 years ago, Pierre was also a renowned expert in array formations. Even the Yinri Hall, which is on par with our Tao Palace, couldn't deal with him. Hearing this, Brett froze, unsure of what to do. What should we do? Should we rescue senior brother? Grayson shook his head helplessly. The Tao Palace sent me here to oversee the battle of dragons and snakes. I cannot leave. We'll see what happens later. Saying this, the middle-aged Taoist stood up and moved towards a room on the left. Opening the door, a man covered in bloodstains appeared. It was Brendan, the 3rd chief of Duanhuan bandit gang. In the 10-mile graveyard, Heath looked at the baby in front of him and the woman smiling brightly beside him. An eerie atmosphere filled the air. Heath didn't know what to do. Should he really treat the baby? He didn't know how. At this point, delaying is the best option, he thought, glancing again at the baby on the bed. The baby lay quietly but occasionally stared at him with complex eyes, making Heath feel uneasy. The baby didn't seem like an illusion created by an array. Suddenly, The previously quiet baby began thrashing violently, flailing its limbs as if gaining strength from somewhere unknown. Its chest rose and fell rapidly, breathing heavily, staring intensely at Heath. What's happening? Heath's face changed. Sensing it was a crucial moment, he stepped forward and grabbed the baby's small hands. As soon as he touched the baby, a wave of coldness emanated from its hands, making him shiver uncontrollably. The baby gestured with its hands and feet, trying to convey something before suddenly freezing, eyes wide with fear, trembling uncontrollably. It seemed to see something terrifying. Simultaneously, Heath felt a sudden chill next to him and turned back abruptly. He saw the previously smiling woman holding a sharp pair of scissors, her eyes glowing coldly, losing all signs of innocence. Be careful. If anything happens to my son, I will take your life, she warned slowly, the scissors gleaming in her hands, reflecting in Heath's eyes. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in his mind. After extensive deduction from introduction to array formation, progress has exceeded 50%, revealing the name of the array. Name: 1000 Illusion Spirit Locking Array. Components: primarily formed using mist condensed from 1000 illusion purple poison flowers, enhanced with an illusionary array. Effect: causes hallucinations, gradually leading to mental confusion, followed by physical paralysis and death due to poison. So it is indeed an illusionary array combined with toxic mist. I need to find a way out. Heath remained calm outwardly while his mind raced, searching for a solution. Seeing his silence, the woman's expression softened from coldness to warmth. She walked up, grabbed Heath's arm, wrapped her arms around it, pressing her ample chest against him, her eyes twinkling as she said, "Thank you, doctor. I've prepared a meal. Please do us the honor." Heath felt the softness on his arm and inwardly scoffed. Threatening to kill me moments ago, now seducing me? Am I that easy? Smiling, he allowed her to pull him towards the dining table. Throughout the process, Heath sensed something entering his body from her touch. He instantly understood. This must be the feeling of toxins entering my body. Glancing sideways, he noticed the baby on the bed, whose eyes showed a complex mix of emotions, as if sharing a kindred spirit. Heath's eyebrows furrowed, deep in thought. At the dining table were 2 dishes, 3 bowls of rice, and a large bowl of braised pork. Reddish and shiny, the meat trembled invitingly, golden and fatty yet not greasy. The aroma filled Heath's nostrils, making his mouth water. How fragrant! The woman smiled even brighter, picking up a bowl of rice and offering it to him. Don't be formal. I don't have much else to offer, so please don't mind. Of course not. This braised pork looks delicious. Heath took the bowl. The moment he did, his brows knitted. The bowl was icy cold, almost freezing. With a thud, suddenly, the baby fell off the bed, looking at them anxiously. Heath narrowed his eyes, intending to stand but was stopped by the woman. Don't worry about the baby. I'll take care of it, she said, her big eyes blinking innocently. Heath nodded, trusting her. Just as she turned, the system's voice rang in his head again. Through relentless efforts, introduction to array formation has been upgraded to perfection. With overwhelming momentum, the deduction speed increased by 300%, current progress at 75%. Array I located under the host. Heath quickly looked down. Sure enough, nearby was an entrance similar to a cellar. Chapter 12. Lady Donor, please maintain your dignity. As the woman went to pick up the infant, Abdul moved swiftly, instantly arriving at the entrance. With a forceful tug, he revealed a dark underground passage. Grabbing an oil lamp from the table without hesitation, he stepped into the tunnel. Click. With a soft sound, the entrance closed behind him. The atmosphere under the dim light grew increasingly eerie. After a short flight of stairs, the path turned into a rocky tunnel, the cold air penetrating his bones with no sign of an end. Abdul walked cautiously, a sense of dread welling up within him. No one knew what lay at the end. Human beings are always filled with fear of the unknown, and this fear leads to resistance. So it is with travel, so it is with danger, and so it is with death. Soon, the tunnel reached its end, a low doorway leading into complete darkness. As soon as he stepped inside, a nauseatingly pungent smell assaulted him, making his insides churn violently. This is the smell of blood, Abdul muttered, examining the area by the flicker of the oil lamp. He stood in a vast hall surrounded by medicine cabinets similar to those in a traditional Chinese pharmacy. Dust cascaded down as he brushed past them. Clearly, this place had been long abandoned. What does this illusion mean? Is it trying to mimic a pharmacy? Abdul mumbled to himself, scanning the cabinets by the weak light. Suddenly, his hands retracted as if shocked, his pupils dilated, and disbelief clouded his eyes. What he saw was beyond comprehension. Inside the medicine cabinets were not herbs but human heads, pale, bloodless, with wide-open eyes. Wasn't this the head of that beautiful woman? Abdul's heart raced, but he quickly regained composure. It seems that woman was part of the illusion. And what about the baby? At that moment, he noticed a patch of purple flowers in the center of the cabinets. The pollen floated aimlessly in the air, rising and dissipating. Detection of the 1000 illusion purple poison flower begins detailed analysis of the array structure. Array comprehension has increased to 70%. It seems I found the right place. Abdul observed the system prompt. The deduction speed was noticeably increasing. Suddenly, a loud creak echoed from above the tunnel entrance. A gust of cold wind blew out the flame in his oil lamp intermittently. A chilling voice came from behind him. You should not have come here. The voice was raspy, ethereal, and sinister, like it was from the depths of hell. Abdul slowly turned around to see the woman approaching. Her clothes were drenched, dripping onto the floor. Click. The liquid on the ground was not water but thick, crimson blood spreading across the floor, now seeping over his shoes. Faces emerged from the blood, struggling to break free, hovering in the air. What are you doing? Abdul steadied his nerves and replied with a smile. Nothing much, nature calls, so I'm looking for a toilet. You're lying. His answer clearly lacked credibility. The woman let out a piercing shriek, the sound piercing his eardrums and reverberating through his core. As she screeched, the blood began to rise, entangling his legs and creeping up his body. Soon, he was encased in blood, leaving only his face exposed. Meanwhile, ghostly figures appeared around him, their empty eyes staring at him accusingly. In that instant, Abdul understood something crucial. Are these ghosts people who died in this illusionary array over the years? So, the baby was also trying to navigate the array? The woman was now standing right before him, her hand brushing her cheek tenderly. You should not have come here. Anyone else would be terrified, but Abdul remained calm. Why? Weren't you going to kill me eventually? The woman paused, then blushed faintly under his gaze. You are different, she murmured softly. This change unnerved Abdul. Different? How? She grew increasingly coy, hesitating before finally speaking. I've never seen such a handsome man, Abdul. Although he heard such praise daily in both his past and present life, this was the first time in such a situation. An unusual experience indeed. But thinking of the human heads in the cabinets, he grew serious. Man and ghost belong to different worlds. Quinny, please maintain your dignity. His words startled the woman, and her expression changed drastically. You know? Yes, the woman before him was merely an entity created by the illusionary array after years of collecting resentment and misfortune. A sort of ghost spirit. Do you reject me? She lost all composure, her eyes filled with malice. I wanted us to be eternal lovers. Why do you insist on forcing me to eat you? Abdul's smile faded as he calmly said, You'd better let me out. We can coexist peacefully. Otherwise. The woman stepped closer, her voice icy. Otherwise what? Don't forget, you're already poisoned and trapped. What can you do? As the menacing woman approached, Abdul's face grew colder, remaining silent. System prompts flashed in front of him. Array deduction ongoing. Current understanding progress, 75%, 80%, 90%, 95%, 99%. Just as the woman raised her clawed hand, the notification sounded. Ding, the 1000 illusion locking spirit array has been fully deduced. Host has completed comprehension. Encased in blood, only his face exposed, Abdul smiled. As the ghost stood bewildered, Abdul's calm voice rang out. An insignificant array spirit thinks it can touch me? He gathered his inner energy. Staring intently at the Ida, he uttered 3 words calmly. Break apart. Underscore boom. Underscore. At that moment, the blood encasing him exploded outward. The surroundings began to shake violently. At that moment, it felt like the world had turned upside down. Chapter 13. Subduing the array spirit. Abdul's sudden outburst clearly caught the Ida off guard. Seizing the moment of her daze, he darted toward the Qian Huan Zatudu flower at full speed. The current illusionary array no longer posed any threat to him. However, Abdul did not want to destroy the grand array just yet. If he could gain complete control over it, it would be a significant asset. Seeing his actions, the Ida seemed to understand something. She suddenly pushed off the ground with both feet, her fingernails growing longer as she lunged at Abdul. He sidestepped, then leaped backward to increase the distance between them. Pointing with his right index finger, he executed the 7-pulse cutting sword technique. Instantly, 3 streams of sword chi shot out with lightning speed. Each stream of sword chi struck its target precisely but made a dull sound, as if hitting rotten leather. The Ida let out a mournful howl, yet she continued charging at him without hesitation. I will kill you. A fierce roar echoed. A black whirlwind surged around the woman. Her long hair flew wildly, and her pitch-black nails gleamed with venomous light. She aimed to tear open this man's abdomen. Otherwise, her anger would never be appeased. The corners of Abdul's mouth twitched as he said with a smile, What's wrong? You were craving me earlier, and now you want to kill me? Ha, women. He formed a finger sword and slashed out, colliding fiercely with her. In an instant, the sharp nails of the Ida were neatly split in 2. The cut was smooth, almost like slicing through tofu, with hardly any noise. Abdul's formidable combat power left the Ida momentarily stunned as she screamed, This can't be. How can you be so strong? Though she was an array spirit, having incubated for decades, she was certainly not one that a mere breath cultivation practitioner could handle. Abdul remained silent, continuing his run towards the flower field. As long as he left his mark on the array's core, he would gain complete control over the Qian Huan soul-locking array. Upon seeing his actions, the Ida realized something. You can harness the power within the array? Indeed, Abdul had been using the spiritual energy within the array. Otherwise, he would have been no match for her. The Ida became completely frenzied, her bloodshot eyes filled with hatred. Her terrifying face resembled that of a hellish demon. To her, the array was fundamental, and she couldn't let it fall into the hands of this weak human. Ah! The Ida roared furiously, catching up before he could react. Boom! After the thunderous explosion, the spot where Abdul had stood moments ago was left in ruins, dust and smoke billowing up. However, Abdul himself was nowhere to be seen. The Ida scanned her surroundings and suddenly looked up, sensing something. It turned out that, in the blink of an eye, Abdul had used the array to teleport himself into midair, evading her attack in time. But the Ida wasn't about to let him go easily. With a powerful thrust from her legs, she ascended like a cannonball, delivering a punch that caused shockwaves to ripple through the air. Abdul, suspended in midair, had no choice but to counter. He quickly pointed with his right index finger, executing the 7-pulse cutting sword technique again. 5 streams of sword chi spiraled together and met her incoming force head-on. The intense collision created a deafening boom. The Ida was forced back several steps. When she looked up again, she was horrified to find Abdul had used the recoil to position himself among the flowers. Abdul smirked and waved at her. Then he bit his fingertip and used his blood to draw some array symbols. At that moment, The wailing Ida was instantly immobilized by an unknown force, unable to move. Following this, the surroundings began to change. Medicine cabinets, tunnels, and gardens disintegrated one after another, the environment twisting and distorting until it vanished entirely. Originally, the Qian-Huan soul-locking array was designed to trap people in illusions and poison them. However, the birth of the array spirit changed everything. She pulled those who entered the array into scenarios of her own design, controlling them with toxic miasma, extracting their spiritual and life energy to fuel her growth. Now that Abdul had comprehended the array and blood inscribed its core, he had naturally broken through. Looking around, all he saw were countless skeletal remains scattered throughout the graveyard, only the purple flowers gently swaying in the breeze. Suddenly, he felt a stirring and turned to look. There lay a man in place of the infant he remembered. About 30 years old, clad in tattered robes, he sat sprawled out like a lump of mud in one corner of the array, his emaciated body a testament to the life force drained by the Ida. Abdul sighed helplessly. He could sense that this Taoist's strength might have surpassed his own, but he had lost his way within the array, trapped in a dark, hopeless place, feeling his life essence slowly being sucked away each day. This must have been worse than death. Turning his gaze deeper into the cemetery, a thick mist shrouded the area, indicating that there were more arrays beyond this point. After careful consideration, Abdul decided to investigate further. Just as he lifted his foot to walk towards the next array, the Ida behind him spoke up. I advise you not to go forward. What lies ahead is a true killing array. Abdul paused and turned to look. Oh, what's the difference? The sage was speechless, instinctively commenting. I don't get it. In terms of strength, you're pitifully weak. In terms of array cultivation, you're clearly a beginner. How could you possibly comprehend the Qianhuan array? Hearing this, Abdul sighed deeply, his face showing resignation. Sorry, I'm a once-in-a-century prodigy. Any array, I can figure out just by looking at it, he added smugly. The sage. Looking at Abdul's annoying expression, she didn't know what to say for a moment. Fine then, do as you please. The sage spat angrily, but Abdul shook his head with a grin. No, no, no. I want you to tell me now. Forget it. Seeing her refusal, Abdul didn't waste time. He immediately started controlling the Qian-Huan purple toxicity array to erase the array spirit, causing the spiritual energy within the array to compress her, inflicting excruciating pain. Ugh, stop, I'll talk. There, that wasn't so hard, Abdul said with a broad smile. To the sage, however, he seemed like a devil incarnate. The area ahead is called the Thousand-Blade Soul-Devouring Array, a third-grade killing array. Back in the day, Jace used it to massacre countless foes. He left his legacy here, infusing all his life's energy into the array, so it has remained fully functional even today. Hearing her words, Abdul was elated. A third-grade array was already rare, not just in Finian City but even in Beijiang County. Moreover, it included her array knowledge. Eyeing the sage with fiery anticipation, Abdul asked, how do I break through the array? You must comprehend the array thoroughly. There's no other way. Abdul found himself at a dilemma. With the system, he wasn't worried about comprehending the array. It was the time that concerned him. The mind dispute was imminent, and he had promised to participate. He didn't know how long he had spent within the Qianhuan array. Note, pinyin names are retained as given in the text, e.g., Abdul, Jace. The story maintains coherence with previous content, and the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text. Chapter 14. A Great Opportunity. After some consideration, Abdul decided to leave first and return after the mind dispute. After all, this 10-mile cemetery was protected by 2 grand arrays and was relatively safe. With this thought, he no longer hesitated. He stepped forward and approached the array spirit, smiling amiably. I have other matters to attend to and can only come back later. So I'll leave this place in your hands. As he spoke, he waved his hand lightly, releasing the bindings of the array. The array spirit regained its freedom. You're not going to kill me? Abdul shrugged and replied, what benefit would killing you bring me? Array spirits are rare, and you could be quite useful. His candor actually made the array spirit feel a bit of goodwill towards him. The array I has already been refined by you, and my life is in your control. You can rest assured? Abdul nodded casually. By the way, you don't have a name yet, right? Let's call you Janae from now on. Upon hearing this, the array spirit did not refuse. Its light flickered, and it was now dressed in a purple robe. Abdul knew that meant agreement. He then turned his gaze to the corner where the Taoist lay. His lips curled into a sly smile. Just one more thing. Any method to know his memories? Janae felt a shiver. This young man was not only youthful, but also had a cultivation level much lower than hers. Yet, his ruthless nature chilled her to the bone. We can use an illusion array to invade his sea of consciousness. For further control, however, he must be completely defenseless. Hearing this, Abdul's eyes brightened. So, we need to gain his trust? Exactly, replied Janae. Nodding, Abdul paused for a moment, then strode towards the Taoist. At this moment, the Taoist's face was full of despair, filled with regret. He had been a prodigy in the art of arrays within his sect, with a bright future ahead. At the age of 30, he had reached the transcendent realm in martial arts and the 6th level in array artistry. He had ventured to Yunsong City after hearing about the remnants of Taishan's evil cultivation techniques in the 10-mile cemetery just outside the city. Driven by confidence and curiosity, he disregarded his master's warnings and came here on his own. But his prided array skills were utterly ineffective here. He fell into an illusionary trap as soon as he entered the array and was captured by the array spirit. He was reduced to being fed on like a captive pig or dog every day. Today, he finally saw another person enter, but, as he pondered, tears streamed down his cheeks. At this point, I might be nothing but bones. While he was lost in thought, the young man appeared before him again. His steps were steady yet laced with ease. Watching the youth walk up to him effortlessly, the Taoist couldn't believe his eyes. He muttered to himself, "It's all an illusion. All an illusion." Suddenly, a gentle command reached his ears. "Release." In an instant, the oppressive force surrounding him vanished. He regained sensation in his body and limbs. He looked down and found that he was no longer in the infant form. Staring at the approaching youth in disbelief, the Taoist was stunned. "What's your name? Don't be scared. This is just a fourth-level illusion array which happened to give birth to an array spirit," said Abdul, radiating warmth. However, his words sent chills down the Taoist's spine. He instinctively replied, "Senior, my name is Adamir, from the Spring-Autumn Taoist Palace. Thank you, Senior, for saving me." Indeed, Adamir had already taken Abdul for one of those reclusive masters who loved to play the part of a tiger disguised as a pig. No wonder. It was a fourth-level illusion array, enhanced by an array spirit, leaving him almost helpless. How could such a terrifying array be easily controlled by someone at the cultivation of Qi realm? Recalling the earlier scene, Abdul's look when seeing the infant had carried deep meaning, though he hadn't realized it then. Meanwhile, upon hearing mention of the Spring-Autumn Taoist Palace, images of the hidden residence within the array surfaced in Abdul's mind. The sign read Spring-Autumn. Maintaining his poker face, Abdul pretended to ponder deeply. Spring-Autumn Taoist Palace? Never heard of it. This response only confirmed Adamir's suspicions. The Spring-Autumn Taoist Palace was one of the 4 major sects in Beijiang Prefecture. Only a hermit master could speak so dismissively of it. Unbeknownst to Adamir, Abdul truly had never heard of it. With a respectful expression, Adamir struggled to his feet and said, "Senior, managing myriad affairs without being distracted by mundane trivialities, you are truly a role model for us." Without realizing it, his sect had become synonymous with the mundane world. Seeing his demeanor, Abdul chuckled inwardly. "Seems like he's taking me for a senior master. Time to add fuel to the fire." Accepting Adamir's bow, Abdul suddenly recalled something and said, "By the way, there's a residence in the north of Yunsong City with Spring-Autumn written on it. It belongs to your sect?" Adamir grew even more admiring. "That is one of our sect's communication outposts." Abdul snorted. "Not very impressive array work, eh?" "That's expected. A mere 7th-level sandstorm array can hardly meet senior standards." To Adamir, it was perfectly reasonable for a master who could comprehend a 4th-level array to scoff at a 7th-level one. Indeed, given enough time, the system would help Abdul understand it. But the sandstorm array, while only a 7th level, was a lethal array. Not to mention the formidable Dominic. With Abdul's current strength, he wouldn't last a moment against them. Seeing Adamir's respectful manner, Abdul knew the moment had arrived. "Meeting me is your good fortune. I have matters to attend to, so you should practice a bit until I return." Hearing this, Adamir felt a twinge of disappointment. If possible, he didn't want to stay here a moment longer. Feeling the weakness in his body, he realized he couldn't even stand. With no choice, he agreed. "Whatever senior decides." Abdul nodded leisurely. Turning to leave, he suddenly turned back and said, "Oh, what cultivation technique do you practice? Let me see it." Startled by the request, Adamir quickly responded, considering Abdul's identity, and handed over 2 manuals. Abdul took them and started flipping through the pages right there. "Ding, congratulations, host. You have learned the incomplete Spring-Autumn sword cannon." "Ding, congratulations, host. You have learned Palm-Autumn array technique." Returning the manuals to Adamir, Abdul showed disdain. "Just an incomplete version. No wonder your progress is so slow." Adamir took the books back with a crestfallen expression. But the next words from Abdul filled him with joy. "When I return, I will help perfect this sword cannon. Goodbye." Watching his departing figure, Adamir felt profound admiration welling up inside him. What defines a true master? This was a true master. A great opportunity. An immense opportunity indeed. Chapter 15. Martial Arts Divinity and Heavenly Phenomena. In Finian City, at the Liu family estate. In the Grand Hall, James stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze lost in thought as he looked into the distance. After an indeterminate amount of time, footsteps sounded from behind him. Turning around, he saw his loyal servant, Honest, approaching quickly. Seeing him, a glimmer of hope flickered across James's face as he stepped forward to ask, "How is it? Have we found any news about Hazel?" Honest remained silent, only shaking his head helplessly. Although on that day James said he would not mobilize the family to enter the 10-mile cemetery, in private he had still instructed Honest to search the outskirts with some trusted aides. Yet, they found no trace of Abdul. James sighed deeply, all hope within him now extinguished. The Grand Hall fell into silence for a moment. Eventually, Honest broke the somber atmosphere. "Head of the family, in 3 days is the mine dispute." Hearing this, the sorrow on James's face gradually turned to resolve. "I know. I heard that these past few days the Huang family has been quite active." "Yes." Honest nodded, his expression grave. "The Huang family has been targeting our family everywhere. Their son, Everard, reportedly made rapid progress in strength, reaching the gathering Qi 9th level." This news startled James. Zion showed such talent, but why didn't we notice before? Honest shook his head, equally puzzled. Despite investigations, they found no reason for the sudden surge in strength. "What about the other 2 families?" asked James. Honest hesitated, sighing deeply before responding. "It's rumored that Xiao Jia's children continue to steadily improve in strength, while Xiao Jia." James frowned, looking at Honest. Xiao Jia's second son, Brett, who disappeared years ago, has returned. He apparently reached the middle stage cultivation Qi realm. Honest stopped there. The mine battle was an event organized by the 4 major families to contest the mining rights of the Green Gloomy Mine. While everyone could participate, each of the 4 clan leaders were all experts of the innate realm, the top fighting forces of their respective clans. If they truly engaged in an all-out fight, casualties would be immense on both sides. Therefore, it was ultimately the younger generation who played the decisive role. The last victory went to the Xiao family. Their eldest son, Amos, had achieved the 8th level of body forging at a young age, surpassing his contemporaries. But this time, Both the Huang family and Zhao family produced experts in the cultivation chi realm, which was indeed unexpected. Focusing on Honest, James asked seriously, "What about our younger generation?" Honest responded truthfully, "Only second master barely broke through to the cultivation chi realm. The others?" Silence spoke volumes. Hearing this, James exhaled, sighing softly. A lack of successors. But his tone hardened as he continued, "Regardless, the Liu family must never decline under my watch." "Master, what do you intend to do?" Honest, suddenly realizing something, appeared startled. "If the young ones aren't up to the task, then the old will step in. Let us fight without holding back." As he spoke, James's aura surged, like a spear piercing the sky, revealing his peak innate realm, half-step, transcendent power. "I wonder if I will ever see my son again." Meanwhile, unbeknownst to James, Abdul had quietly returned to Finian City. Learning there were only 3 days left until the mine battle, he decided to find a place to train thoroughly. At White Tiger Bridge, a dark figure leaped into Mirror Lake, causing ripples. Passers-by gasped in shock. "Oh no, another one jumped into the lake. Who is it? Didn't the Liu family's eldest son jump just a few days ago? Is the feng shui here broken? Don't say nonsense. It's supposedly Wang Laosan's Tamara, forced into marriage. These young people have poor mental strength." For Abdul, jumping into lakes was familiar territory. This time, clad in a black robe, he avoided being recognized. Diving beneath Mirror Lake, he felt the cold intensify. Soon, a current appeared, carrying him toward a hidden reef. A short while later, Abdul arrived at a cave he had discovered previously after jumping into the lake. As he entered, the system notification sounded. Feeling the nether cold pond, Tai-in wave technique, becomes excited, boosting cultivation speed to 200%. Ding, Spring and Autumn Sword Cannon refuses to be outdone, beginning intense cultivation. Noticing imperfections, Spring and Autumn Sword Cannon grows enraged, desperately perfecting itself. Abdul smiled slightly, exploring the cave. The environment was damp and uncomfortable. Venturing deeper, he touched an invisible wall. Upon contact, a bone-chilling cold rushed through him. Quickly withdrawing his hands, he retreated several steps. This seems to be a restriction rather than an array. My strength isn't enough to penetrate it. With nothing else to discover, he lay down on a comfortable rock and fell asleep. Post-idle, Tai-in wave technique, doubles efforts, cultivation speed boosts to 300%. Ding, Tai-in wave technique, reaches perfection, unwilling to be outdone. Spring and Autumn Sword Cannon goes berserk, cultivation speed increases. Determined to surpass Pulse Severing 7 Swords, Spring and Autumn Sword Cannon engages in combat. The two skills battled fiercely, eventually fusing unexpectedly. Closing his eyes, Abdul smiled, content with the competitive growth. Approximately half a day later, the cave's heaven and earth essence converged rapidly. Ding, Spring and Autumn Sword Cannon, and Pulse Severing 7 Swords fused. Congratulations, host comprehends a low-rank mystic technique. Mystic Een Sword Cannon. Mystic Een Sword Cannon feels rejuvenated, cultivating even faster. Abdul's cultivation sword. In just 3 days, stimulated by the nether cold pond, Mystic Een Sword Cannon reached the reversion realm and began manifesting martial arts divine powers. At that moment, winds and clouds swirled above Finian City. Brilliant light shone from the clouds, and a massive vortex formed in Mirror Lake, causing numerous powerful figures to gather and watch. At the northern spring and autumn pavilion, the Forest-Erkin yellow sand array radiated intensely. Dominic leaped onto the roof, his expression serious. At the city governor's residence, a towering man with eagle-like eyes ascended high into the sky and shouted from atop the city walls, "Who can tell me what's happening?" The entire city was in awe of the extraordinary phenomenon unfolding before them. Chapter 16. A Grand Gamble. The celestial phenomenon came quickly and left just as fast. In the blink of an eye, everything had returned to normal. On the city walls, several generals hurriedly sprinted up from below. The leader among them respectfully addressed the robust man. "Report to City Lord, there is no unusual activity within the city." This eagle-eyed man was none other than the city governor, Baylor, at Extraordinary Realm Level 5. He was currently Finian City's strongest warrior. Baylor looked skyward with a sharp gaze that carried a hint of worry. He muttered under his breath, "The celestial anomaly, I wonder if it's a blessing or a curse." Half a month ago, he received a confidential order from the royal family. The dragon snake battle would resume. Upon hearing this news, he knew the good days for Finian City were numbered. As expected, in recent days, the 4 major families had collided frequently. After pondering for a moment, Baylor asked, "Have there been any unusual movements from the Fengman tribe on the northwestern grasslands recently?" Hearing this, several generals were taken aback. One of them hastily replied, "Everything is as usual. The Fengman tribe has dominated the grasslands without any significant moves for over a decade. I don't know why, sir." Though he didn't finish his sentence, it voiced the concerns of the other officers. They couldn't understand why Baylor would mention those grassland tribes. Baylor did not answer, but turned his gaze westward. Suddenly, his eyes became piercing, and an aura of killing intent rolled off him, causing the surrounding generals to lower their heads and refrain from further speech. After a while, the overwhelming killing intent dissipated. Baylor turned to address everyone solemnly. "Closely monitor the grasslands and report any developments to me immediately." "Yes," they chorused. With a flick of his cloak, Baylor headed towards the city below. His voice drifted through the air even after he vanished around the corner. "Daxton, assemble 3,000 armored soldiers, and follow me to the Qingyu mine." At that moment, the streets of Finian City were more bustling than usual. Apart from discussing the celestial anomaly, the main topic of conversation was today's mine battle between the 4 major families. Especially near the Tianfeng auction house, where discussions were most intense. There was no other reason. It had been accepting bets for the past 3 days on which of the 4 families would come out on top. Today was the last day to place bets and see the results. Thus, from early morning, it was teeming with people. People are saying all sorts of things. To me, Xiao family will win this year. Last year, young Master Xiao excelled among the youth, and this year he's even stronger. That's true. Besides Amos, Fern's talent is even higher. She has already entered the Qi nourishment stage at 18. I bet on the Xiao family too. They say Xiao family isn't bad either. Their second young master has returned, also at the Qi gathering stage. What about the Lu family? Their young master jumped into a lake. What more can be said? Ha ha ha. Just as the crowd buzzed with varied opinions, arrogant voice rang out. You blind fools, my Huang family is the strongest this year. This audacious statement drew everyone's attention. A young man, dressed richly with a look of arrogance, walked in slowly. It was Xian. Surrounded by younger generations of the Huang family, he basked in the spotlight like a star. Xian intentionally walked slowly, filled with pride and arrogance. Arriving at the betting counter, under everyone's gaze, he took out a thick wad of gold notes from his robe and threw it on the table. This is 10,000 gold, wagering on the Huang family to win. The hall erupted in shock. Patrons stared at him in disbelief. To everyone's knowledge, the Huang family always placed last every year. Though this year the Lu family seemed likely to snatch this honor, it was impossible for them to claim victory. Huang family's kid must be crazy. Yeah, wasting money. 10,000 gold, even for the Huang family, is not a small amount. Among them, some who knew more whispered, I heard this Huang family young master has reached the 9th layer of Qi nourishment. What? How could that be? He spends his days feasting and drinking. He's just a wastrel. Be careful what you say, brother. Seeing the murmurs, Xian glanced back and burst into laughter. Indeed, this young master is at the 9th layer of Qi nourishment. Reaching the extraordinary realm is just a matter of time. His wild laughter brought surging true Qi, overwhelming the crowd. It's true. Seeing others' astonishment fueled his excitement. This feeling of being revered was intoxicating. Suddenly, a figure passed by him, leaving behind a calm voice. These funds bet on the Lu family to win. What? Xian exploded in fury. How dare someone place a bet right before his grand moment, and for his rival Lu family? Turning back angrily, his hand froze mid-air upon seeing a familiar face, and his aura vanished. It's you? A clear-faced youth in white robes with a faint smile, none other than Abdul. Immediately, Xian's expression shifted to ecstatic amusement. Ha ha ha, who would have thought young Master Lu has the leisure to place bets? If I were you, I'd be worrying about how to survive, Abdul retorted coldly. You! Take care of yourself, don't get your own leg broken, snapped Xian, infuriated. Just as he was about to attack, a cunning-looking young man pulled him back and whispered urgently. The anger on Xian's face faded, replaced by a grin. Abdul, dare you gamble with me? Oh, how? Hearing this, Xian eagerly answered. We'll bet on our family's outcomes, 10,000 gold, how about that? With a mocking tone, he seemed confident of winning. However, Abdul paid no mind to him, finding him merely a nuisance. He replied nonchalantly, I don't have money. Easy, just write a promissory note. Young Master Lu. Afraid? If you are, kneel and give me 3 bows, and I'll let you go. Ha ha ha. Xian and his entourage laughed mockingly. Unbeknownst to them, Abdul inwardly rejoiced. Wanted to make some side money, didn't expect a free spender. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Abdul spoke slowly. In that case, let's make it bigger. How do you want to bet? Xian asked, puzzled. Abdul pulled out a book from his robes. This is a lower yellow tier martial technique, the broken pall sword technique. 1 million gold against it. How about that? The entire hall fell silent. Everyone's eyes fixated on the secret manual in Abdul's hands. Yellow rank martial techniques were invaluable treasures. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Xian's eyes burned as he stared intently at Abdul. Are you sure? Without a word, Abdul nodded slightly. Ha ha ha, forget 1 million gold. If you Lu family wins, I'll give you my life, laughed Xian. Your life? Worthless, scoffed Abdul. You. Ha ha ha, fine. We'll see if you're as hard-headed as you talk when the time comes. Both parties pinned down their agreement. As the auction house manager, Ignatius personally witnessed it. This grand gamble stoked anticipation for the upcoming mine battle. Chapter 17. The battle for the mines begins. Outside Finian City, in front of the Qingyu mines, a vast open space lay ready. It was noon, and a considerable crowd had already gathered here. Most of these people were martial artists who had come to witness the intense showdown between the 4 major families. On one side of the open space, members of the Xiao family and Zhao family had arrived. Edmund and Elwood, as the heads of their respective families, exchanged some polite words. However, sparks flew from their eyes, clearly each trying to outdo the other. Look, the Lu family has arrived. At this moment, someone in the crowd shouted aloud. Under everyone's gaze, the Lu family, led by James, entered the area. James walked at the forefront with Digby and Jorge on either side. Everyone in the Lu family wore solemn expressions. Recently, rumors about the impending decline of the Lu family had been rampant. These rumors had inevitably affected the Lu family members to varying degrees. James looked at Elwood and Edmund, nodding his head lightly as a greeting. Just as he was about to speak, a loud laugh interrupted him. Ha ha ha, the Lu family still dares to come? Afraid of losing face? Following the sound, it became clear that the Huang family had arrived. Everard strode forward with his hands behind his back, while Xian laughed loudly behind him. His expression seemed as if the Huang family had already won the battle for the mines. The Huang family stood directly opposite the Lu family, both sides glaring fiercely at each other. Lu family head, it's been a while. Looks like you're in high spirits today, Everard said with a sneer. James didn't back down and replied. With such an unusual day, Lord Huang should be wary. Be careful your son doesn't die. You. Everard's face turned red with fury. Today my son will bring glory to our family, while yours, after today, is doomed to fall miserably. James showed disdain but did not argue further. The young generation of the Lu family truly lacked the confidence to respond. If they lost today, the Liu family might really be finished. Other members of the Liu family, including Elder Jorge and Digby, remained silent. However, the younger generation looked at the Huang family offspring with anger. Xian stepped forward and mocked them. Don't stare with dead fish eyes. If you have any grievances, why don't you come and fight me? A bunch of cowards. This arrogant stance and mocking words finally enraged the young men of the Liu family. What did you say? Bastard. I'll beat you to death. Little punk, don't get too cocky. They became increasingly agitated and almost rushed forward to teach him a lesson. At this moment, Daryl stepped forward, suppressing his smile. With a stern look, he rebuked. All of you shut up. Be respectful. We're in front of the elders of all the families. What kind of behavior is this? Daryl, he's being too overbearing. One young man protested loudly. Shut up. Daryl glanced at Digby, who nodded slightly. His heart leapt. In fact, before coming, they had discussed Xian's strength, believing it couldn't be exaggerated just to boost morale. But even at chi-nourishing 9th layer, it might be overstated. So for Daryl, this was a good opportunity to establish authority among the younger generation. Unfortunately, their plan was misguided. Daryl approached Xian, staring intently at him. Xian, the Liu family won't let anyone bully us. It would be wise for you to retract your words. Otherwise, true chi burst from his body, his aura peaking suddenly. At chi-nourishing 3rd layer, you're not alone. With this burst of power, Daryl displayed considerable force. Behind him, the Liu family youths cheered fervently. Daryl, hit him. Second young master, teach this arrogant little punk a lesson. Seeing his son receive support, Digby felt proud. Even Elder Jorge wore a satisfied smile. Only James remained expressionless, knowing well that Xian might be more than just talk. Sure enough, Daryl's show of power did not faze Xian. Instead, Xian looked at him mockingly, while others from the Huang family wore smirks. Daryl grew angrier and yelled, Xian, apologize. Before he could finish speaking, a figure dashed towards him at blinding speed. It was Xian. Damn it! A palm struck from above, releasing formidable power that sent Daryl flying backward. He rolled on the ground, struggling to get up. Pain surged through his body, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Silence fell over the Liu family members, their faces filled with disbelief. Daryl was their strongest presence, yet he couldn't withstand even one blow from Xian. How could this arrogant rich kid be so strong? On the other side, the Huang family celebrated loudly. Invincible, master. James waved his hand calmly. Behind him, Honest carried Daryl back. Is he actually at chi-nourishing 9th layer? Elder Jorge muttered, frowning deeply. Seeing Daryl severely injured and spitting blood, Digby grew furious. I'll kill you. He glared at Xian, preparing to attack. Suddenly, a melodious flute tune echoed through the air, reaching every corner. Then, a Taoist landed gracefully on a treetop. Seeing the composed demeanor of the Taoist, everyone showed respect. Even the 4 family heads bowed slightly. This poor Taoist comes from Xiuxian Dao Palace, Green Spirit Sea, greetings to everyone. The Taoist smiled warmly. Watching the Taoist, James felt an uneasy premonition. Meanwhile, Everard bowed respectfully. Greetings, senior. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly, followed by rhythmic hoofbeats. Everyone turned to see City Warden Baylor riding madly toward them. Christo and 3,000 armored soldiers followed closely behind. Everyone stood to greet them. Greetings, City Warden. Not only was Baylor the strongest combatant, but he also held absolute power in Finian City. Baylor dismounted, approaching Green Spirit Z, and greeted him respectfully. Greetings, envoy. This made many cultivators marvel. Although their realms were close, Baylor showed utmost courtesy. Xiuxian Dao Palace indeed lives up to its reputation as one of the 4 great sects, thought those who recognized Green Spirit Z's identity. City Warden, too modest. I'm here only as a witness. Let's begin. Green Spirit Z said. Baylor nodded and turned to address the crowd. The winner of this mine battle will gain mining rights to the Qingyu mines for 3 years. The challenge begins. Chapter 18. Abdul arrives. Baylor's words had just fallen when Xian, without hesitation, leaped into the center of the open space. At the same moment, Everard loudly declared, Our Huang family challenges the Liu family. Baylor turned his gaze to James and asked, Does the Liu family accept the challenge? If you refuse, it will be considered an automatic surrender. For a moment, an eerie silence enveloped the Liu family side. Not a single person spoke. Seeing this, Everard felt a growing sense of urgency. He did not want the Liu family to surrender. After all, Dominic's task was for him to cripple the Liu family significantly. If they surrendered, wouldn't that leave them with no chance? With this thought, Everard stepped forward and taunted. What? I can't believe the prestigious Liu family has become nothing but a bunch of cowards? If so, why don't you relinquish your title among the 4 great families? At this, the Huang family members, following his lead, started to stir restlessly. Some hurled insults mercilessly. The crowd from the Liu family was infuriated beyond measure, yet found themselves at a loss for rebuttal. The younger generation hung their heads, too afraid to meet the others' gazes. Tell me, where's your heir? Didn't he bet 1,000,000 gold coins with me this morning? Xian said with a sardonic tone. Upon hearing this, James was first stunned, then his expression changed dramatically. You, Huang family brat, where did you see my son? Oh, it seems that useless fellow ran away. He used a yellow-grade martial technique as stakes, betting on your family winning the contest. Xian raised his voice by several octaves. Everyone in attendance heard clearly. The Liu family's expressions darkened. What? A yellow-grade cultivation method? Has that good-for-nothing gone mad? Jorge vented his anger directly at James. Betting a yellow-grade cultivation method? What kind of son have you raised, James? Yet James seemed oblivious to the criticism, his face filled with excitement and relief. Good, that rascal is fine. That's all that matters. James, I command you to expel that unworthy offspring from our clan, Jorge demanded aggressively. Faced with Jorge's hostility, James coldly turned back without a word. His aura surged, and he leaped into the arena with indomitable fighting spirit. His sudden action startled everyone present. Everard's complexion changed drastically, and he shouted loudly, "What are you doing, James? Bullying a junior?" Elwood and Clive exchanged glances, their faces turning even more somber as if they were realizing something significant. Remaining composed, James looked at Baylor. "Guardian, our Lu family has stood in Yunsong City for nearly 100 years and is not afraid of battle." Baylor raised an eyebrow. "Then what do you intend?" "I, James, request a fight to the death." Though his voice was not loud, it echoed like thunder in everyone's hearts. What does a fight to the death mean? The mind battles have never been mere contests between juniors, but bloody wars between clans. In recent years, everyone has merely chosen not to risk everything. Discussion broke out among the crowd, including some elders who knew the backstory. James's words shocked not only the others, but also his own clan members. "Longting you." Jorge opened his mouth but couldn't find the words. Indeed, James's decision was made out of necessity. Otherwise, the Lu family would lose its standing in Yunsong City and become a laughingstock. However, the other families naturally did not wish to comply with James's suggestion. Just as things began to escalate, Dominic suddenly stepped forward. "I think this move is wise. Since it's an old rule, we shouldn't break it." Glancing around at the now silent crowd, Dominic smiled and continued, "Moreover, if it is to be a fight to the death, let it start with the younger generation. Guardian, what do you think?" "What?" The sight of the kindly smiling middle-aged Taoist sent chills down everyone's spines. This would mean the four great families engaging in a life-or-death struggle. After this battle, regardless of victory or defeat, the four great families would be weakened. "Guardian, this cannot be." Elwood protested urgently. However, neither the Zhao nor Huang family voiced objections. Everard watched Dominic with complex eyes. Beside Clive, Brett whispered something in his ear. Seeing this, Baylor hesitated slightly. Yet Dominic remained unperturbed, muttering four words quietly: "Dragon and snake struggle." These words caused Baylor's expression to flicker repeatedly before he suddenly turned and declared with a voice like thunder, "Deathmatch begins." Youngsters of the Lu family, prepare to respond. "Guardian," Elwood tried to protest but was locked in place by an invisible force. He glanced up to see Dominic fixing him with an intense gaze, which caused a tremor within him. Reluctantly, he retreated. Everyone in the audience was stunned, unsure of what had transpired. Everard, staring intently at Dominic, gritted his teeth and bellowed, "Ayo, kill!" Zion snapped out of his stupor. Excitement flashed in his eyes as he licked his lips and called out, "Lu family, who wants to die first?" Seeing this, James sighed deeply and walked back, saying softly, "Lu family sons are fearless of death. Who shall go first?" But no one stepped forward. Their hesitation fueled Zion's arrogance, leading him to hurl insults even more viciously. Even a statue has limits. Stirred by Zion's provocation, the Lu family's younger generation could no longer contain themselves. "Kill him dead. I'll go first. Clan leader, I'll finish him off." Just then, a weak voice emerged. "I'll go." Turning to the source, they saw the already injured Daryl. "Dong, don't act rashly." Daryl met Digby's worried gaze, determination in his eyes. "What's there to fear? Why should we belong to a cowardly Lu family?" Without listening to Digby's protests, Daryl rushed forward, shouting, "Zion, let's fight." Though Dong harbors ambitions, he is no coward. "Brother-in-law, you have raised a fine son," James remarked, impressed. In this moment of life and death, the Lu family showed unprecedented unity. Seeing Daryl charging, Zion's lips curled cruelly. He dodged the attack while drawing his long sword from behind, slashing down towards Daryl. To death. Zion unleashed his full strength, the sword cutting through air like lightning. The severely wounded Daryl could not evade, only watching helplessly as the blade descended. No escape, the Lu family mourned. Dong. Digby's eyes blazed with fury. At this moment, a branch flew from afar, carrying a piercing force towards Zion. Clang. It intercepted Zion's fatal strike at the last possible moment. "Is our Lu family member someone you can harm at will?" A calm voice rang out, laden with unyielding authority. Suddenly, a figure like a whirlwind burst into the scene. Abdul had arrived. Chapter 19. A single sword defeats the enemy. A white figure fluttered in the wind. Heath stood with all his sharpness revealed, like an unrivaled sword drawn from its sheath. His appearance shocked everyone present. None of them could believe he had managed to repel Zion, who was at the 9th level of Chi Cultivation. Even James was taken aback. "Am I seeing things? That's Master Lu? Damn, wasn't he a weak scholar who couldn't tie up a chicken half a month ago?" At this moment, not only were the onlookers whispering among themselves, but members of various families also exchanged uneasy glances. Wasn't Heath the one who drowned himself in the lake? How can he be so strong now? Brett asked skeptically. Gerald shook his head, equally puzzled. Elwood's face turned ashen as he growled in frustration. One Zion is already enough. What's going on with Heath? Beside him, Amos looked resolute, filled with battle spirit. "Father, rest assured, your son will fight to the best of his ability and won't tarnish the Xiao family name." "I will too, father. I'm quite powerful. I won't die," Fern chimed in brightly. Seeing his understanding children, Elwood nodded, a hint of relief crossing his face. However, his gaze toward Dominic remained filled with hatred and murderous intent. But at this moment, Dominic paid no attention to him. His eyes were fixed intently on Heath below. He clearly remembered that the boy who had mistakenly entered the boundless windsand array that day was this young man. Back then, he was just entering the Chi Cultivation stage. Now, standing before him, Heath was clearly at the 9th level of Chi Cultivation, only a step away from reaching the innate realm. How could this happen in merely 10 days? Moreover, unlike Zion who had relied on pills for rapid but unsustainable growth, this young man's aura was condensed and deep, achieved through genuine cultivation. Yet, how could it have happened so fast? In the arena, Heath, of course, noticed his presence. However, this wasn't the right time to draw attention. Turning his gaze back, he said to the excited James, "Father, today, your son will fight on behalf of the Liu family. I will not tarnish your reputation." Yes, yes, yes. James was too emotional to speak further. His beloved son had finally returned, not only alive but also a 9th-level Qi cultivation expert. The sudden rise and fall in fortunes were too intense. Everyone else in the Liu family, young and old, stood dumbstruck, their minds barely processing what had just transpired. How could this be? Meanwhile, upon seeing Heath appear, Zion's face showed both excitement and cruelty. "Damn you, Heath, you finally came. I see why you dared challenge me. So you can cultivate now?" Heath glanced sideways, speaking coolly. "Cut the chatter. Let's fight." His arrogant tone left Zion momentarily stunned, then his expression twisted into a horrifying mask. "No matter what sorcery you used, even if our levels are the same, killing you will be effortless for this young master." Heath shrugged impatiently. "Just hurry up." With that, he slowly withdrew a broken bamboo stick from behind him, blurred forward, and charged at Zion. This move bewildered everyone. Bamboo? He was using a broken piece of bamboo against a sharp sword? Insanity. It was outright contemptuous. Zion's anger boiled over, roaring like a vengeful spirit. "Heath, I'll tear you limb from limb." Swinging his sword wildly, he attacked frenziedly. From the start, it was a full-out assault. Yellow rank martial technique, Wild Gale Leaf Sword. As soon as the technique was deployed, the momentum surged, vicious and unpredictable. Clearly, despite being a prodigal, Zion had put in much effort into his training. Heath, however, remained expressionless, channeling sword chi through the broken bamboo. Each attack was deflected with perfect accuracy. Witnessing this, Zion's rage intensified, his attacks growing faster and more ferocious. The intricate sword strikes wove into a web surrounding Heath. Even Baylor couldn't help but admire. "Nice technique." Upon hearing this, Everard beamed with pride, while James's face darkened with worry. The other families felt a heavy pressure. The stronger Zion became, the worse it was for them. Only Brett sneered disdainfully. Child's play. Faced with such an attack, Heath leaped backward. Seeing this, Zion bellowed with delight. "Heath, you're dead. I'll make everyone know that I'm the true power. The ultimate powerhouse." As Zion pressed his advantage, Heath reached the edge, cornered. Believing victory was within grasp, Zion gloated. At this moment, a faint smile crept onto Heath's lips. Suddenly, with a burst of strength, the broken bamboo in his hand exploded. Under the force of his true chi, the bamboo shards blossomed outward like petals, effortlessly dispersing Zion's sword strikes. The sword was deflected, and the bamboo splinters pierced Zion from all directions. Blood spurted out, and Zion screamed in agony. With this single strike, Zion was defeated. Staring at the fallen, writhing Zion, everyone was stunned, amazed and awed. Under Zion's full-on attack, Heath had only used one sword strike. Just one stroke brought down the previously arrogant heir who claimed dominance over his generation. Recall, he had only been cultivating for half a month. What kind of monster was he? Just as everyone pondered this, from the Liu family side, the loyal servant Honest suddenly shouted, "Master's might, destroy!" Like a spark igniting dynamite. The Liu family's young warriors cheered loudly. They needed to vent, reclaiming their dignity from earlier humiliation. Master's might, destroy! Destroy him! On the Huang family side, the younger generation was utterly terrified. Zion had lost. How could they stand against Heath? They would end up being slaughtered. Trembling and terrified, fear gripped them. In an instant, the tables had turned. AI, the tide has turned indeed. Heath casually picked up the fallen sword of Zion and sighed softly. Zion, glaring fiercely, couldn't believe he had lost to someone he once despised. He found it unbearable, a humiliation beyond belief. Suddenly, he stomped his feet and lunged a punch toward Heath's face with all his might. However, swish. Ah! A cold flash accompanied by a scream of pain. Zion's arm flew upward, blood spraying like rain. Feeling the scalding blood splatter on his face and the searing pain, Zion finally feared. Spare me, please don't kill me." Heath examined the sharp blade in his hand admiringly. "Excellent sword." As he spoke, a cold gleam flashed once more. Zion's eyes bulged wide as his body crumpled to the ground, life leaving him, dead. Standing with the sword, Heath gazed toward the Huang family. A calm voice carried in the breeze. "Through the ages, joy and sorrow, life and death, all change yet remain constant. Life is but a dream. Your dream should wake up." Chapter 20. Fighting to the last man. Heath stood with his sword, grinning at the crowd of the Huang family. Who's next? Simple as these 3 words were, they resonated with strength and confidence. The situation had now turned, leaving the Huang family in an eerie silence. No one spoke a word. Everard's face was ashen, glaring viciously at Heath, as if he wanted to devour him alive. Seeing no one stepping forward, Dominic above glanced at Baylor and exchanged a look with him. Baylor furrowed his brow but still shouted, "Huang family, is there anyone willing to challenge?" Facing this pressure, the Huang family, led by Everard, was left speechless. If the fight continued unchecked, the Huang family would surely face disaster today. Thinking this, Everard gritted his teeth and was about to speak when Dominic added calmly, "At this stage of the battle, let's speed things up. Young generations from all clans can attack together. Whoever stands last is the victor." Dominic paused for a moment, scanning the crowd. "What do you think?" Upon hearing this, everyone except the Zhao family appeared grim. Digby growled angrily. "What is he trying to do? Wants to wipe us all out." "Huqing, be quiet." Jorge hissed quietly. As a member of the sect, Dominic was not someone they could provoke. Heath glanced deeply at the Taoist and thought, This Taoist wants the 4 major families to self-destruct. There must be a reason behind it. To break this deadlock won't be easy. Resolved, Heath stepped forward, shouting fiercely. Heath, representing the Liu family, challenges the young generations of the other 3 clans. Anyone who dares, come forth. Though his words were calm, they exuded immense confidence, drawing many astonished glances. Suddenly, inside his head, the system chimed. Ding. Host's arrogant remarks have excited the great billowing wave art, increasing its cultivation speed. Heath's eyes lit up, a smile spreading across his face. Ever since reaching perfection in cultivating the great billowing wave art, the progress had slowed down. Now, seeing it improve again, he was genuinely pleased. Seeing no one step forward, Heath scanned the crowd and asked, is no one willing? Very well, if anyone defeats me, the young generation of the Liu family will concede. You may do with us as you please. Host's arrogance makes the great billowing wave art feel incredibly cool, leading to frantic cultivation. Everyone was taken aback by his boldness. Some praised while others criticized. Such audacity, staking the lives of his clan on himself. Just a foolhardy man, he can't stand against many hands. Heath's arrogance enraged Everard, causing him to lose his composure. He roared at his disciples, all of you attack together, kill this brat and avenge my son. One disciple hesitated, Patriarch, we? Bang! Before he could finish, Everard slapped him away, leaving him unconscious and bleeding profusely. Anyone who does not fight dies. In a frenzied state, Everard looked at the younger generation with ferocity. With no retreat left, their eyes shifted from fear to despair, then madness. Kill. Several dozen charged towards Heath. Meanwhile, some Liu family youths muttered objections. Why should our fates depend on his victory? Elder Jorge turned coldly. If you wish to decide your fate, join the battle yourself. If not, shut your mouths. With Heath surrounded like a target, none of the Liu family youth spoke further. They knew they would be torn to pieces instantly. Elwood watched Amos intently and said, Tianer, are you sure? Amos nodded firmly. Yes, it's the only way. Group combat would lead to heavy casualties. Watching Heath charge through the crowd, Elwood murmured, I think he has the same plan. Indeed, pinning the outcome on one person reduced the risk of offending the other families, who wouldn't dare exterminate them entirely. Moreover, this might restrain Dominic's actions in Yunsong City. Be careful, Tianer, Elwood sighed. Use the Huang family first to weaken Heath. Nodding, Amos raised his long saber and shouted, Amos, representing the Xiao family, joins the fray. Dominic remained expressionless, seeing the Xiao family also field just one warrior. Xiao father and son weren't wrong, but they couldn't foresee that Brett was Dominic's disciple, and this conflict aimed for the Zhao family to dominate the 4 clans. So, the Zhao family's inaction made perfect sense. As dusk approached, the battlefield was awash with flashing blades and swords. Behind this spectacle lay death and bloodshed. Heath swung his sword wildly, no one able to match him. Bodies flew around, either heavily injured or unconscious. Pity, no chance to learn new techniques, Heath muttered. Encircled battles did indeed stimulate spontaneous cultivation, but most of his techniques were already at advanced levels. Suddenly, Amos leaped high, brandishing his saber towards Heath. Heath had anticipated this, forcing several attackers back and evading the strike. Rolling backwards, Heath saw Amos vanish from sight. Not good. A sharp aura burst from above. Looking up, a saber wrapped in intense energy slashed downward. Air-piercing slash. Amos roared, releasing a torrential wave of cutting light from his blade, overwhelming and terrifying. Heath admired internally, excellent combat experience. Caught off guard, there was no time to evade. Why hide? Heath swept his sword horizontally, unleashing a sword beam straight at the attack. Boom. Blinding white light exploded on impact, sending shockwaves scattering everyone nearby. Amos flipped gracefully mid-air and landed breathlessly. He had used his fullest power, his ultimate trump card, a perfected innate martial skill. Although Heath was slightly higher in rank, he wouldn't walk away unscathed. A direct confrontation? However, the next second shattered Amos's perception. Heath rushed toward him at high speed, completely unharmed. How? How is this possible? Amos was somewhat panic-stricken, as humans always have a moment of daze when faced with the unknown. In that instant, Heath had already rushed to his front, like a mad tiger, and slammed out a powerful right punch. Amos snapped back to his senses and hastily held his saber horizontally across his chest, trying to block the punch. However, Heath used the momentum from his charge, adding immense force to his punch. This punch harnessed the strength of his entire body, striking with the force of a cannonball, making the surrounding air tremble and roil. How could Amos possibly withstand it? First, the punch hit the steel saber. Then the punch's momentum remained undiminished, smashing into Amos's chest and sending him flying. Ah! Amos opened his mouth, spitting out a gush of blood as he was hurled backward. Heath did not let up. He pressed forward once more. His fingers formed a sword point, stirring up sword chi. Clang! It struck again on Amos's long saber. Amos felt as if he had been hit by a massive blow. The sound of his ribs cracking echoed, and he crashed heavily onto the ground. Amos had lost. Hashtag chapter 21. My disciple's talent is enough to sweep Yunsong City. Abdul stood alone, sword in hand. He had decimated the Huang family's younger generation, leaving them devastated. Within a few short moves, he incapacitated Amos, the future leader of the Xiao family, to the point where it was uncertain if he would survive. The terrifying combat prowess left the onlookers gaping in astonishment. Seeing Abdul did not continue his pursuit, the Xiao family members hurriedly rushed forward to carry Amos away. Elwood examined him and found that although his injuries were severe, he was still alive. Relieved, Elwood breathed a sigh. His eyes filled with gratitude as he looked at Abdul. Beside him, Fern, with her straightforward thoughts, blurted out, "Thank you." But Abdul only replied casually. He was lucky. Upon Upon hearing this, Fern wanted to say more but was stopped by Elwood's gesture. The Xiao family members slowly withdrew. Suddenly, Abdul turned back sharply, sending the remaining standing Huang family youths retreating in fear. In their eyes, Abdul had become a demon of death. Even a simple gaze made them tremble with terror. Seeing this, Abdul ceased his pressure and instead turned to look at the remaining Zhao family. Which one of the Zhao family wishes to offer guidance? Brett glanced at Dominic, noticing he was looking back with a radiant smile. Brett knew his master was angry. Without hesitation, he swiftly moved forward. Abdul, receive my strike. With a light whistle, Brett soared like a great bird. His legs kicked out consecutively, emitting a powerful aura. Immediately, the air burst with energy, and the scene shifted dramatically. This second son of the Zhao family is also at the 9th layer of Qi cultivation. In previous years, the 9th layer could dominate. What has happened this year? There will be a good show. The onlookers chattered incessantly. However, Abdul didn't have time to listen. As soon as Brett attacked, Abdul felt the intensity of the moves far surpassing typical Zhao family martial arts. His long sword instantly swung, transforming into a wave of cold light. Yet, mid-air, Brett accelerated once more. The leg shadows roared, and he seemed like a blade, releasing countless sword chi in all directions. Bang bang bang. A series of explosive sounds echoed. The two figures separated upon contact. Abdul's long sword flew backward, slipping from his grip. Previously invincible Abdul, after this move, now appeared at a disadvantage. On the Zhao family side, Clive laughed arrogantly. My son Brett represents the Zhao family, you should just concede. Brett stood gracefully. You are no match for me. Take your own life. It was as if allowing self-slaughter was an immense favor. Looking at him, Abdul smiled. Excellent sword. What's its name? You about to die, I'll tell you. It's a high-level Huang-class martial technique, the Heartless Cycle Sword. Abdul nodded, glancing upward at Dominic. That high-level Huang-class martial technique is indeed formidable. If I'm not mistaken, you must be Taoist Dominic's disciple, right? Upon hearing this, everyone turned shocked gazes towards Dominic. Brett's face changed, panic evident. What nonsense are you spouting? Abdul did not respond further but smiled as he looked at Dominic. Staring at the boy who disrupted his plans, Dominic's anger surged. However, with everyone watching, he couldn't act easily. Stepping forward reluctantly, he coldly announced, Yes, Ming is indeed my beloved disciple. This statement caused an uproar. The Lu family and Xiao family glared angrily. Now they understood. Everything the other party did was to pave the way for the Zhao family. Furious, Elwood stepped forward with clenched fists. City Lord, Senior Dominic, favoring the Zhao family violates the rules. Baylor was also taken aback. He had no prior knowledge of this matter. Glaring at Dominic, he said coldly, What rules? Your Xiao family has already lost. Stand down. Sir. Despite his reluctance, Elwood considered the power of Chuanqiu Dao Palace and retreated. For a moment, the scene became unusually quiet. Everyone harbored various thoughts. Meanwhile, Everard's earlier sorrow turned silent, with a malevolent expression in his lowered eyes. City Lord, let's continue. Dominic looked at Baylor. Then, turning to the crowd, he loudly proclaimed, Brett is my beloved disciple. With his talent, he can sweep the entire Yunsong city. There was no trace of his earlier elegance in his words, only murderous intent that sent shivers down everyone's spine. Next, Dominic gave Brett a nod. Brett immediately understood, turning to Abdul and shouting, Abdul, prepare to die. Spitting true chi, he controlled the long sword which spun like a shield in midair. It was the high-level Huang-class sword technique, Heartless Cycle Sword. A chill emanated from the sword shield, spreading outwards. Even the onlookers suddenly felt bone-chilling coldness. As the surrounding chill intensified, branches stiffened and no longer swayed. Few realized that this Heartless Cycle Sword was the first level of one of the 3 supreme skills of Chuanqiu Dao Palace, the Heartless Sword Path. Because of heartlessness, it was bone-chillingly cold, void of emotions, forsaking all distractions, focusing solely on the sword. At that moment, every spectator's heart grew cold, blood congealed, hands and feet frozen. Though the sword had not been unsheathed, its icy intent alone could utterly crush anyone's fiery battle spirit. The power of the Heartless Cycle Sword chilled Abdul's heart as he gravely said, A terrifying move. This isn't merely a Huang-class skill. Pity. Pity what? Dominic asked. Fingers together forming a sword, Abdul emitted similar sword chi around him. Buddhism says one must abandon the 7 emotions and 6 desires to reach nirvana. This sword technique demands reaching the pinnacle of swordsmanship by becoming heartless. Too extreme, too dominant. It is not righteous. Dominic's eyes widened in surprise, reassessing the young man before him. To see through the Heartless Sword's essence from mere sword momentum, this young man possesses remarkable insight and understanding. Pity, we have become enemies now. He cannot be spared. Otherwise, in the struggle for dominance, another family might take advantage. His gaze sharpened further as he shouted, Ming, give it your all. Simultaneously, Brett's aura peaked, roaring loudly. Take this. Kicking off, he shot into the air like a missile. Hands waving under the pull of true chi, the long sword began spinning furiously. He launched his attack. The Heartless Sword shield mercilessly crushed toward Abdul. Hashtag Chapter 22. The Heartless Sword Path and Martial Arts Divine Ability. On the battlefield, Brett descended from midair, exerting all his strength. Harnessing his chi to control the sword, he instantly transformed one sword into 10,000, creating an unprecedentedly overwhelming torrent of swords. They surged directly toward Abdul. Seeing this, Abdul also did not dare to be careless. He let out a deep shout, forming his fingers into a sword gesture, and his body was enveloped in crisscrossing sword auras as he faced the Heartless blade head-on. His hands wildly waved, releasing countless points of sword chi that interwove like a vast net. Facing Brett's formidable strike, Abdul likewise gave it his all. Thus, the intensity of this sword assault, the complexity of the sword net, was unprecedented. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, powerful gusts swept across the battlefield. Chi energies surged everywhere. Rocks shattered and flew about. Even the onlookers had no choice but to retreat to a safe distance. Watching the two combatants' attacks, they were secretly astounded. Wow, they're only 20 years old? Such powerful attacks? How did they train? Do you know anything? Disciples of sects aren't easy to deal with. Their basic entry requirement is talent. Some older, more experienced cultivators remarked. Others agreed nearby. That's right, the sect selects people based on both talent and comprehension. But this young Master Lu is truly what? A freak. To reach this level in just half a month, I don't believe it. So it seems he has been biding his time these past few years. The young man continued asking, but this time, no one could provide him with an answer. After all, most of what was known about Abdul was hearsay, often exaggerated or misunderstood. However, after this battle today, regardless of its outcome, the reputation of young Master Lu would spread throughout Yunsong City. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the battle between the two became increasingly intense. Short-range combat. Both used rapid and frequent sword strikes to clash fiercely with each other. A continuous series of clashing sword sounds erupted non-stop. Brett harnessed his chi to control the sword, making it dance like a dragon, weaving through all directions. His sword momentum broke through Abdul's complex sword net from multiple angles. After all, Abdul held no physical sword, only using sword chi to resist. This put him at a slight disadvantage. In continuous combat, the Heartless Wheel sword's fierce rotational force ruthlessly tore apart the sword net. Abdul was forced to retreat step by step. Seeing this, the Lu family members were startled. Digby even whispered in shock. Not good. The sword in that Zhao family boy's hand is no ordinary weapon. We might lose. Upon hearing this, every Lu family member's face turned ashen. Those young hopefuls felt the proximity of death. Some of the mentally weaker youths began trembling and sobbing. Headmaster, if young master loses, we'll all die, right? A youth asked hoarsely towards James. Instantly, everyone's gaze converged on the man standing at the front. James didn't turn back, his eyes still fixed on the battle, but his expression showed worry. However, his words were firm. Rest assured, the Lu family will not perish. Even if it means mutual destruction, I will protect you all. Elder Jorge similarly said gravely. If it comes down to a fight to the death, we elders will buy you time to escape. Other Lu family elders echoed this sentiment boldly. Yes, even if we must die, it will be us old bones. You youngsters should run if you can. The elders' words gradually calmed the young people's fear. Their gazes became resolute, and a sense of unity formed among them. Digby looked at James in front of him, his expression complex, filled with infinite emotion. There was a time when his elder brother stood before him like this. Big brother, I really am still not as good as you. Conversely, seeing Brett gaining the upper hand, the Zhao family members were overjoyed. Led by their patriarch Zhao Jinhu, they cheered for Brett's prowess. My son Brett is undoubtedly the greatest talent in Yunsong City. Ha 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 father, with second brother's talent, forget little Yunsong City. Even Beijiang County may find it hard to match him. Second young master is mighty. Hearing the cheers and encouragement from his side, Brett was filled with pride and accelerated his attack speed. In an instant, Abdul's sword net crumbled under his assault. Chaos ensued, and signs of defeat were clear. Yet, there was still an indomitable fighting spirit in Abdul's eyes. This was his first time going all out. His whole body burned with excitement. With a light cry, Abdul reorganized his disordered sword momentum into a more rigorous sword net and attacked again. This time, the entire sword net surrounded his body like a sharp dagger, charging into the Heartless sword shield. Abdul's counterattack caught Brett off guard. Suddenly, he found himself suppressed, his movements halted. For a moment, Brett felt irate. He, the pride of heaven and a sect genius, couldn't be subdued by someone labeled as trash. Humiliation. Immense humiliation. Kill. Brett roared skyward in anger, his sword chi rampant, killing intent surging. He aimed to shatter the insolent puppet before him. The originally cold sword momentum suddenly turned fierce, aggressively advancing. Like waves crashing against mountains, it once again destroyed Abdul's sword net. However, Dominic, who had remained calm above, suddenly changed his expression. Taking a step forward, he called out softly. Not good. He wanted to loudly warn them, but it was already too late. Suddenly, Abdul, who seemed at a disadvantage, flashed a smile. Then, with a loud roar, he shouted in the middle of the field. Your Heartless sword path is broken. The so-called Heartless sword path, in pursuit of ultimate sword skills, abandons all emotions. Because he was suppressed, Brett's anger inadvertently broke his own Heartless sword path. Anger made him act recklessly without considering the consequences. As a result, it led to a significant depletion of his stamina. Indeed, Abdul's shout shook Brett. His arm wielding the sword suddenly felt fatigued, and both the density and power of his sword strokes weakened. Seizing this opportunity, Abdul naturally wouldn't let it pass. Deciding victory in life or death was now. Yet, his action left everyone present gasping in shock. Abdul pushed off the ground forcefully, advancing instead of retreating, charging straight into the sword shield. Hazel! No! James cried out in alarm. Is he crazy? Does he want to die alongside Brett? Even Brett was taken aback. Then, elation surged within him, revealing a cruel glint in his eyes. Abdul, you asked for this. Behind him, the Zhao family members roared together. Good, kill him. However, Abdul's gaze remained calm as a lake. Under everyone's eyes, he plunged into the Heartless sword shield, just as the madly tearing sword chi forces threatened to make him bleed. An astonishing scene unfolded. The sword chi rained down on Abdul's body but caused no damage, as though he wore armor. Clang, clang. Sparks flew. How could this be possible? Brett's sword wasn't an ordinary weapon. Infused with true chi, it could cleave mountains and rocks. How could it not break through Abdul's flesh and bone? While everyone was baffled, Dominic, up above, opened his eyes wide in astonishment, witnessing something incredible. Maintaining his dignity as a sect elder, he exclaimed aloud. This is a martial arts divine ability? Abdul's lips curled slightly. Indeed, this was his martial arts divine ability. The Dark Een Sword Armor. Chapter 23. Abdul, fear nothing. How could this kid possibly have cultivated a martial art to the point of generating a Wu Dao Shun Tong? Both Baylor and Dominic's eyes were filled with shock. Every martial technique, regardless of its rank, can achieve the realm of returning to simplicity through sufficient cultivation. Once that realm is reached, Wu Dao Shin Tong emerges, granting power that can overturn rivers and mountains and crumble peaks like mere dirt. To reach this level, one undoubtedly had to be obsessed with martial arts. Not only did one need to dedicate decades to mastering a single martial technique, but also possess exceptional comprehension. Both conditions were indispensable. How could a 20-year-old youth possibly meet these criteria? Unless someone started practicing in their mother's womb? However, the fact was right before their eyes. They couldn't help but believe it. At this moment, what Abdul was using was indeed the Wu Dao Shun Tong derived from the xiuxian sword cannon, the xiuxian sword armor. The celestial phenomenon witnessed that day was caused by the birth of this Wu Dao Shin Tong. The xiuxian sword chi formed naturally into armor for protection, capable of both defensive shielding and offensive piercing, with the protective range extending at will. But to minimize energy consumption, Abdul only allowed it to cover his skin externally, ready to unleash its power when crucial moments arose. Like now, relying on the powerful defense of the sword armor, Abdul charged through Brett's ruthless sword shield. This astonishing scene immediately left Brett mentally devastated. Simultaneously, Abdul's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Break. Uttering just one word, he lightly tapped with his right index finger. A chilling sword chi, no weaker than Brett's ruthless sword intent, shot out like a venomous snake emerging from its lair, finding its way through the gaps in Brett's defense. In an instant, it pierced through Brett's chest, emerging from the other side, splattering blood. Brett's pupils dilated, bewildered. His long sword halted mid-motion, his face still reflecting the shock yet to fully dissipate. With his left hand extended forward, pointing at Abdul, fresh blood flowed out of his mouth. At this moment, his mind felt terribly confused. Just moments ago, victory seemed within grasp. How did everything change so suddenly? Unfortunately, there was no time for reflection, because Abdul was already charging toward him. Seeing the faint green light enveloping Abdul and the chilling sword chi surrounding him, Brett finally realized the situation, tremblingly pointing at Abdul while gritting his teeth. You actually hid the sword inside your body? Abdul didn't reply. Instead, he bent down to pick up the dropped long sword. This movement brought Dominic back from his shock of witnessing the Wu Dao Shin Tong. Immediately, his expression turned cold, angrily yelling, "Dare you? Dare?" Abdul let out a cold laugh. When the Huang family and Zhao family sought the annihilation of the Liu family, did anyone question if they dared? And when Dominic relied on his sect's status to force a deadly battle, demanding the lives of every Liu family member, who dared to say no? Now that he had emerged victorious according to the rules, and someone tried to obstruct him, dare? Abdul, fear nothing. With no hesitation or second thought, Abdul's sharp sword flashed a cold light, slicing across Brett's neck in one swift motion. Blood instantly spurted out. Brett clutched at his throat, eyes wide with terror and surprise. But soon, all life faded from them, leaving behind dull and unresponsive eyes. His body fell backward heavily, kicking up dust as it crashed to the ground. An eerie silence enveloped the area. Among the spectators, many warriors swallowed hard. They were astounded by Abdul's audacity. This wasn't merely about killing Brett. It was openly slapping Dominic's face and disrespecting the Nile outright. How could the latter possibly let this go unpunished? Indeed, Dominic's aura surged like a tidal wave. His eyes, cold and sharp, said, "I told you to stop. Did you not hear me?" Abdul reined in his laughter, warily watching him, replying calmly, "Senior, death is a part of combat on the arena. Moreover, it was you who instructed us to fight to the death initially." Just then, a thunderous roar echoed across the heavens. "Little bastard, daring to kill my son, die." Oozing immense pressure, Edmund was already rushing towards Abdul. Suddenly, Abdul felt a weight on his shoulder. A large hand grabbed him, pulling him back swiftly. A figure appeared before him, engaging Edmund directly. Boom. The person who acted was James. From the moment Abdul made the killing move, James had gathered all his strength, focusing intensely on the situation. This enabled him to block Edmund's attack at the critical moment. James coldly stated, "Edmund, the city guard, Lord Ding, and Senior Dominic are here. Do you dare defy them?" Ignoring this warning, Edmund's eyes were bloodshot as he roared, "James, save your breath. Today, I'll use your family's blood to honor my son's spirit." As tensions escalated, members of both families stood behind their leaders, vigilantly prepared for the imminent clash. At this moment, Baylor abruptly stood up, loudly rebuking, "All of you, stop this nonsense. What are you doing?" Driven by grief, Edmund spoke without restraint. "City guard, there's no use talking. Today, I must avenge my son." Foolishness. Baylor's imposing aura surged outward. The power of the transcendent realm felt like a mountain pressing down on Edmund, causing his bones to creak and blood to drip from his mouth. Seeing Baylor intervene, Abdul stepped forward and said, "City guard, in this battle between the four major families, the young generation of the Zhao clan has all been defeated by me. I have won this battle." Looking at the young man before him, Baylor's brows furrowed slightly, saying coolly, "And what do you intend to do?" Abdul cast a glare at the young Zhao family members, murder evident in his eyes. The Zhao clan's young generation was visibly shaken. "You dare, I'll take you down with me. I don't want to die." Even the Zhao elders were becoming anxious under the heavy pressure. Under such stress, Brett's elder brother, Artemio, saw Dominic fuming nearby. His eyes lit up, and he rushed over, kneeling down and pleading, "Senior, save us. Didn't you wish to unify the four great families? Kill them all. Kill them all." Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Members of the Xiao family cautiously joined the Liu family, eyeing Dominic warily. Edmund looked incredibly uncomfortable. Abdul felt a twinge of satisfaction. This Artemio is truly foolish. Such things shouldn't be mentioned in front of others. Now even if this old Taoist harbors revenge, he dares not act openly. Sure enough, after those words, Dominic's face darkened ominously as he shouted, "Nonsense!" With a flick of his sleeve, he sent Artemio flying, blood spurting out. He lay on the ground, unconscious or worse. Then, in a cold voice, he continued, "Although Brett was my disciple, he participated in the life or death duel voluntarily. Losing the fight was his destiny. Ding City Guard, this Taoist has urgent matters to attend to. I must take my leave." Before departing, he gave Abdul a long, deep look, eerily declaring, "Abdul, you've done well." With that, he vanished without looking back. Dominic's departure brought sighs of relief to the three families other than the Zhao clan. Baylor seemed unwilling to waste more time here as well. He stepped to the center of the plaza, gathered his true chi, and loudly announced, "The winner of this mind battle is the Liu family." Instantly, cheers erupted from the Liu family supporters, echoing through the sky. Chapter 24, Primordial Mindfulness Art. Night fell, and a crescent moon quietly ascended into the night sky. However, this evening in Yunsong City was unlike any other. The streets were brightly lit, bustling with people. Many citizens were rushing about spreading news of the mind battle from earlier that day. "Did you hear? The Lius won the championship this time." "What? Don't be silly. How could that be possible?" "It's true, I'm not lying. But weren't Brett and Zion both at the 9th level of breath cultivation? They lost too. Oh no, my money." Apart from the discussions, many people were lamenting over their losses. Before the battle began, no one in the vast Yunsong City had placed bets on the Liu family. Therefore, everyone who participated in the gambling ended up losing. The usually vibrant Tianfeng auction house stood eerily quiet now. At the top floor of the Tianfeng auction house, the well-dressed young noble listened to Ned's report with an amused smile curling his lips. "Abdul, interesting. It seems the whole city has underestimated this bookworm." Ned also pondered, stroking his beard. But his actions have disrupted Dominic's plans this time. These sect people usually look down on others. It's good for them to suffer a little. The handsome young noble scoffed indifferently. Yet his words made Ned beside him visibly agitated. "Prince 6, do you know the conflict between dragons and snakes is imminent?" "Emperor." "Shut up." His words caused the previously smiling young man's expression to drastically change as he harshly rebuked. Ned realized his mistake and bowed slightly, saying, "My lord, I spoke out of turn." The noble took a few deep breaths before calming down, reaching out to help the elder back to his feet. "No problem, it's not your fault, old Wang. I was just emotional." He sighed deeply, gazing into the distance. "No matter what, I am still his son, and my surname is Chu. This cannot be changed." Indeed, the finely dressed, distinguished-looking youth was none other than Prince 6 of the current dynasty, Hernan. Though it was customary for princes to undergo training at places like the Tianfeng auction house, no one would have expected that a dignified prince would be sent to such a remote border town. To put it bluntly, being dispatched here was no different from exile. This showed just how unpopular this prince was in the imperial court. Hernan gazed at the bright moonlight in silence. The elder behind him felt a pang of sorrow seeing the young lord's silhouette. "Master, this is an opportunity. If we handle things well, you might return to the capital." Ned's voice trembled. Hernan did not turn around but replied calmly after a long pause. "Old Wang, ever since mother passed away, I've been in this Yunsong City. Returning, even if I returned, all I'd gain is becoming a thorn in someone else's side. What good would that do?" Ned hesitated, unsure of how to respond, because he knew Hernan was right. As a prince, returning to the capital meant that even the weakest of princes would attract schemers. One seeks tranquility, yet it cannot be achieved. The two stood in silence on the high-rise balcony. After some time, Hernan turned to the old man, walking as he spoke. "Old Wang, don't worry. I'm fine here. As for the dragon-snake conflict, we will cooperate with Dominic." "Yes." Watching Hernan disappear into the top floor, Ned's eyes reflected a mix of resignation and concern. A sigh echoed into the night. Meanwhile, the Liu residence was abuzz with excitement. Lanterns were lit everywhere, making the entire house as bright as daylight. Cheers and laughter filled the air. Every face displayed joy. Today was a roller coaster for the Liu family, from being underestimated by the entire city to facing off against the Huangs, Zhaos, and even Dominic, until Abdul rose to prominence, sweeping through the younger generations of the three major families and winning the championship. It felt almost dreamlike, like they'd barely escaped death. In the main hall, James sat above, observing the family elders lined up on both sides. His eyes radiated joy and contentment. He saw respect and reverence in everyone's eyes, which were all due to his beloved son's achievements. Thus, he felt proud. Just as he was reflecting, Digby stood up. "Elder brother, I toast to you. For past transgressions, please bear with me. From now on..." He was cut off by James lifting his hand. "Pooching, as brothers, let's focus. The crisis is far from over. We need to stand united and overcome difficulties together." Everyone echoed in agreement as he finished the toast. Even the elder Jorge, who was usually outspoken, silently joined in the toast. Though Digby outwardly submitted, internally he hadn't completely abandoned the idea of seizing the position of patriarch. Currently, however, the situation had shifted. Externally, strong enemies surrounded them, and internally, Abdul's reputation was at its peak. Without advantageous timing, location, or support, Vying for patriarchy seemed insurmountable. So, he chose to bide his time. James understood this too. He believed in himself and trusted Abdul. Amidst the toasts, an elder jovially asked, "Where's our young master? He's the hero of our family today." After the battle, he wasn't feeling well and went to rest, James replied. Everyone nodded. True, health comes first. Our Liu clan depends on this generation. Heaven forbid. Didn't we see the young master's prowess today? The gathering became lively once again. Meanwhile, their main topic was in the Liu family's library. Holding a jar of wine, Feng Lao watched Abdul intently reading a manual nearby. Why are you here reading when everyone's celebrating your victory? Abdul remained silent, flipping through the cultivation method in his hands. Finally, he reached the last page, and a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding, congratulations, host has learned the primordial technique, mindfulness art. Automatic cultivation begins. Turning to the elder, Abdul asked, Feng Lao, is this the only method for concealing one's aura? Feng Lao walked over while holding his wine jar. Methods for hiding one's aura are rare. Our library only has this one. As he spoke, a breeze passed by. Upon focusing, Feng Lao noticed Abdul already dashing towards the door. The young man's voice carried on the wind. Thank you, Feng Lao. I'll visit you another day. Huh, you rascal. Watching Abdul's retreating figure, Feng Lao smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 25. A son can always be replaced. The night was cool, just past midnight. A figure darted out from the Liu family estate, swiftly moving westward. After a short while, the dark shadow halted on an open space. It stood cautiously, as if it had fallen asleep. About 10 minutes later, the shadow abruptly took a step forward. In the next second, it eerily vanished. Ding, comprehension of the inch-size sandstorm array has reached 30%. The way of Autumn's array is ecstatic, accelerating deduction speed by 230%. This person was naturally Abdul. His feud with Dominic cast a shadow over his heart. Moreover, based on Baylor's attitude earlier in the day, it was evident that Dominic's series of actions against the four major families were within the other party's tacit approval. If not for Artemio making the matter public, Dominic might have disregarded face and taken action. Considering this, Abdul decided to delve deep into the tiger's den. Without understanding the opponent's intentions, they would always be at a disadvantage. He had to figure out why the Spring and Autumn Dao Palace suddenly came to Yuncheng City. Thus, upon returning to the Liu family, he studied a technique to conceal his aura. Any help is better than none. Just now, while at the edge of the inch-size sandstorm array, he comprehended the array to 30%. With slight assistance from the array, he stealthily infiltrated deeper. Cautiously bypassing several points that would trigger deadly traps, Abdul tiptoed around and approached the back of the small building. As soon as he got close, he immediately leaned against the wall corner, sitting down and practicing the Zhuowanggong, sitting forget technique. His entire aura condensed, becoming like a lump of rock. Even so, he still faced the danger of being discovered at any moment. This was evident from the frantic notifications in his mind. Feeling a terrifying aura nearby, Zhuowanggong is extremely frightened. Practice speed increases by 300%. Due to intense cultivation, Zhuowanggong breaks through barriers, advancing to the small completion stage. Given the overwhelmingly powerful aura beside the host, Zhuowanggong trembles, further increasing practice speed. Zhuowanggong is terrified to the extreme, turning furious, autonomously deducing evolution, success or death. Ding, Zhuowanggong successfully deduces, advancing to yellow class upper tier technique. Ku Mu-chan, Withered Wood Zin. Abdul's lips curled slightly. He expected his cultivation to accelerate under Dominic's strength stimulation. However, advancing to the next tier was unexpectedly pleasant. System. Abdul summoned the panel with a thought. Host. Abdul. Realm. 9th layer nourishing chi. Taiyin wave decisive. Perfect. Xian sword cannon. Return to simplicity, derived martial Dao divine art. Xian sword armor. Way of Autumn's array. Great completion. Ku Mu-chan. Small completion. Dian Yao 3000 questions. Perfect. Current deduction progress. Inch-size sandstorm array. Progress 45%. Golden sun pill formula. 15%. Looking at the semi-transparent panel, Abdul suppressed his joy. Gradually concentrating his mind, Ku Mu-chan kept improving. It made him akin to a dried tree branch lying quietly in the corner. At that moment, Dominic's voice echoed from inside the house. Come in. Hearing this, Abdul was startled. What's going on? Did the Taoist discover me? But the tone doesn't seem like it. He didn't rashly move, remaining seated. Ku Mu-chan rapidly circulated, breaking through again in mere moments. Now, it had reached the great completion stage. Dominic's voice sounded once more. I didn't expect you to come? Then footsteps sounded from inside, followed by a familiar voice Abdul knew well. Greetings, senior. Abdul was stunned. Isn't this Everard? How is it him? Shouldn't it be someone from the Zhao family? Indeed, even Dominic felt quite surprised. In this mind battle, the Huang family suffered the most. Not only did Zion die tragically, but almost all of the young generation of the Huang family were killed or injured. All this could be attributed to Dominic. He provided pills to forcibly enhance Zion's strength, using him to clear obstacles for Brett. Looking down at the respectful Everard, Dominic slowly said, Huang family head, I'm surprised you came here. Don't you hate me? Everard wasted no words, bending both knees and kneeling before Dominic. Senior, how can I dare to hate you? The tragic death of my son Ao was all because of Abdul. Moreover, without your help, he wouldn't have had such power in his lifetime. Our Huang family is thankful beyond measure. Hearing Everard's words, Abdul understood. No wonder Zion's strength soared. It was also due to this old Taoist. But this Everard is ruthless. Being used as a pawn, he doesn't care at all. As he pondered, Everard's next words completely shattered his worldview. As for sons, if one is lost, another can be born. My body is still good and this time, I plan to spread my net widely. Dominic. Abdul. Sigma. Degree. Wow, this old man is truly talented. Actually, neither Abdul nor Dominic were wrong. It was impossible for Everard not to hate them. But now, he had no other choice. To survive, he had to rely on Dominic. Upon returning to the family, he realized clearly, if he didn't willingly become a dog, the Huang family probably wouldn't last long in Yuncheng City. Compared to his own life, a son seemed less important. Thus, he hesitated not a moment. Taking advantage of the quiet night, he came to see Dominic. Looking at the kneeling Everard, Dominic nodded and said, "Good. Since you've come, I naturally won't neglect you, Huang family head." "Thank you, senior." Everard was delighted and respectfully responded. Dominic asked lightly, "How do you view Abdul?" "This kid is devious and arrogant, daring to ignore you." Dominic waved his hand, interrupting Everard's blabber, directly asking, "Why do you think his strength improved so dramatically?" Upon hearing this question, Everard was somewhat surprised. "Do you think, Dao Master, that the little guy wasn't just concealing his abilities?" Dominic shook his head. Everard fell into contemplation. Then his eyes lit up. Could it be, this kid has some extraordinary encounter? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Above, Dominic tacitly agreed. Find a way to investigate the secret behind this boy, then, kill him. As he spoke, Dominic tossed a token and continued. "This is the Green Sun token. Take it to Ghost Soul Bandit Camp and find Brendan for help. Remember, you have only 15 days. I want that boy dead." By the end of his sentence, Dominic's voice sounded as if from the 9 netherworlds, sending shivers down the spine. Everard immediately agreed and slowly exited the room. At the wall corner, Abdul's heart tightened. So this old Taoist really wants me dead. Ghost Soul Bandit Camp? As he pondered, Dominic's voice sounded again, seemingly talking to himself. In half a month, the dragon and snake strife will commence. We cannot let Abdul appear before them. His voice was sharp and bone-chilling. ####Chapter 26. The Devotion of the Betrayer. Early in the morning, Armando arrived at young Master Abdul's courtyard as usual. He knocked gently on the door and called out, "Young Master, it's time to get up." In the next second, just as he was fully focused, a voice suddenly came from above him. "I'm up here." The sudden sound made the little servant jump with fright. Looking up, he saw Abdul sitting on the rooftop, smiling down at him. "Young Master, you scared me to death." Seeing Armando clutching his chest, still visibly shaken, Abdul chuckled and leaped down effortlessly. Walking over to Armando, he patted him on the shoulder. "Armando, how can you be so timid? How are you going to follow me if you're this easily frightened?" "Young Master, you know I've always been a bit of a coward," Armando stammered. Abdul's expression turned serious as he looked at his servant. "Armando, you're my man. You have no reason to fear anyone anymore." "Really?" Armando's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. "Of course. Our sights shouldn't be set on this small Yuncheng city. The world is vast and full of wonders beyond our city walls. If you're already hesitant here, how do you expect to venture into the wider world and explore the martial arts?" Abdul's words felt like an opening to a new world for Armando. He had never dared to dream of leaving Yuncheng City and embarking on grand adventures. But today, Abdul's words gave him hope that maybe, just maybe, he could. At that moment, Abdul casually tossed a book to Armando. "This is the Listening Tide Heart Sutra. Study it well." Armando took the book with trembling hands, his face filled with excitement. "Young Master, Enough. No need to say more. Maybe you'll turn out to be a martial prodigy," Abdul said nonchalantly. The Listening Tide Heart Sutra was only a basic cultivation technique. Giving it to Armando was meant to boost his confidence, as his self-esteem had been heavily affected by his humble origins. Soon, Abdul had a task for Armando to undertake. "Armando, come here. Listen closely. For the past few days." After listening, Armando's face flushed red as he hesitated. "How can I betray young Master?" "Just do as I told you. Rest assured, it's all part of the act," Abdul reassured him. Despite his lingering doubts, Armando eventually nodded determinedly. "I remember everything, young Master. Don't worry." "Good, go ahead." Abdul waved him off, and Armando left with heavy thoughts. Watching Armando's retreating figure, Abdul muttered to himself, deep in thought. The struggle between dragons and snakes. Father and Jesse haven't heard of it. What exactly is it? Looks like I'll have to visit the Tinley graveyard again. That afternoon, Armando went out shopping. As he passed through a narrow alley, he suddenly felt a darkness descend upon him before being whisked away by several men in black. It wasn't until midnight that he returned to the Liu family estate. Looking at Armando, who appeared bruised and swollen, Abdul smiled. "So, was it old man Everard?" Armando nodded lightly. "Yes, young Master. Everything went according to your instructions. Great job. Thank you for your efforts. Don't mention it, young Master. I'm glad to help." Armando eagerly waved his hand, then pulled out a bundle of silver notes from his robes and handed them over. "Here, young Master. This is what Everard gave me." Abdul glanced at the money and sneered. "Everard is too stingy. I'm worth more than just 10,000 taels, right?" He handed the money back. "Armando, keep this. You deserve it. In the future, whatever that old man gives you, you should keep it yourself. And when the opportunity arises, don't hesitate to play him." A sinister smile crept onto Abdul's lips. Armando accepted the silver notes, his hands trembling with emotion. "Young Master." Abdul ignored his gratitude, lost in his own thoughts. "Armando, in 3 days, I'll be leaving. Don't forget what I told you." Yes, I understand." That night, at Dominic's residence, Everard stood before Dominic with a respectful smile. "Senior, as expected, your divination is flawless. That Liu family waste indeed had an extraordinary encounter. Which is why I wondered how that boy suddenly became so powerful, Dominic replied calmly. Do you know the specifics? What kind of encounter did he have? Unfortunately, Everard shook his head. Not yet, but I've bribed his personal servant. He said the boy went to the Tinley graveyard recently. What? Dominic's face changed dramatically, his eyes flickering with shock. He knew about the Tinley graveyard. 30 years ago, Jace, a genius in array formation, had been active there. After coming to Yunsong City, he had personally visited it. Indeed, it lived up to its reputation, even though he had only explored the outer regions. The power contained within was formidable. However, due to his important mission, Dominic had not ventured further inside. Unfortunately, his other disciple Blas had disregarded his warnings and never returned. How could Abdul have emerged unscathed? This news genuinely surprised him. Are you sure the boy went to the Tinley graveyard? Everard quickly nodded. It's true. The Liu family even sent people to look for him but found nothing. When Abdul reappeared during the mind battle, his strength and skills had improved remarkably. Everard's words left Dominic deeply unsettled. He had considered various scenarios, rare treasures, hidden legacies, but never imagined it would be related to Jace's legacy. Isn't Jace an array master? But the boy's martial prowess seems rooted in swordsmanship. After pondering for a moment, Dominic regained his composure and looked at Everard. Keep a close watch on him. Report any news immediately. Also, contact the soul-severing bandits as soon as possible. This boy must die. His tone was icy, like 10,000-year-old ice. Everard shivered involuntarily, bowing deeply. Senior, rest assured, I'll contact them tomorrow. With that, he slowly retreated, disappearing into the night. 3 days later, mid-morning, Abdul rode his horse through the bustling streets, openly galloping out of Yunsong City via the east gate. Less than 15 minutes after his departure, Armando wandered through the streets and arrived at the back gate of the Huang residence. He was respectfully welcomed by a steward. Now, there was no trace of the timid servant in Armando's demeanor as he strode confidently into the house. Not far away, a Liu family confidant watched Armando enter the Huang residence. He quickly headed to the flowing cloud pavilion to inform James. By noon, Abdul lay under a tree, reading a note and smiling broadly. The show begins now. The Taoist priest and Everard want my life? Let's see who dies first. Under his meticulous planning, the game of double agents was set to begin. Chapter 27. Our bond runs deep. More money needed. Xiuxian Mountain. Duanhuan Fort. Amidst the mountains, dark clouds loomed low. A large man stood atop a steed. He wore a tarnished silver helmet, donned pitch-black armor, and held a gold spear. Behind him, over 100 horse bandits followed in solemn silence. Among them was a young man dressed in hemp clothing and wearing straw sandals. The young man was being dragged by 2 horse bandits, rushing swiftly toward the east of Yunsong City. Despite his ragged appearance, the young man did not show any signs of panic. His eyes surveyed the surroundings, observing the horse bandits both ahead and behind. Especially focused on the leading man, his eyes were clear yet shrewd, revealing a hint of cunning. Clearly, he was a youth with little experience but no fear. As if sensing something, the leading man turned his head. His face was as dark as coal, his hair resembling cinnabar, and his brows furrowed menacingly. Yet, the young man showed no fear. His eyes met the sturdy man's gaze unflinchingly. Haha, how courageous. The big man grinned widely, his face becoming even more fearsome. It would have made ordinary people lose heart. But the young man returned the grin brightly. The black-faced man gestured, and the horse bandits brought the young man to the front. Young man, you carry great luck. Running errands for a sect member could get you noticed one day. That's called near water. What's the saying again? The black-faced man turned, looking at the 100 bandits behind him. The bandits exchanged puzzled glances. One of them finally said, near water gets the moon first. The young man laughed, his voice clear and bright. Yeah, that's right. It's near water gets the moon first. The black-faced man smacked his head, laughing loudly, and grinned at Abdul. When you make it big in the future, don't forget to give your old friend a hand up. May I ask for the general's name? The young man quickly responded. General? Name? The black-faced man paused, then burst into laughter, turning to shout at his men. Does this kid really think he'll be helping us out later? Ha ha ha. The 100 bandits also laughed. Don't think just because you delivered a message or led the way for Nile, you can join their sect. Another voice chimed in, causing more laughter around him. This person was indeed Abdul. He had been waiting outside the city, secretly following Everard all the way to Duanhuan Fort. After waiting for half a day, Everard left with Brendan, so Abdul boldly walked into Duanhuan Fort. Using the excuse of delivering a message for Nile, he met Hugh, the poison bee, and gained his trust, even offering to lead the way. The man before him now was Chavi, the second leader of Duanhuan Fort. After Brendan left, Hugh and Chavi each took a group of bandits down the mountain. Chavi led from the front, with Hugh following closely behind, heading straight for the 10-mile cemetery. Their goal was to ambush Abdul. They had no idea that their target had already infiltrated among them. Chavi stopped laughing and slapped Abdul on the shoulder, speaking loudly. Listen up, boy. I'm Chavi, the second leader of Duanhuan Fort. So, you're General Blood. Abdul replied while recalling the information he had gathered. Chavi. Level 4 innate, heroic and brave in battle, ruthless. General Blood? Chavi mumbled, his eyes shining brighter. That title sounds good. You're sharp, kid. From now on, call me General Blood. Chavi seemed simple-hearted, roaring to his bandits. Everyone, call me General Blood from now on. Instantly, the bandits cheered together. General Blood is mighty. Their voices echoed through the forest, startling many birds. Chavi laughed boisterously, lashing his whip and dashing forward, with his bandits yelling and following closely. The group raced along the mountain path towards the 10-mile cemetery. Abdul, perched on the galloping horse, his mind flickering. Duanhuan Fort, watch me trap you like fish in a jar. Yunsong City. In Grayson's residence, Everard and Brendan knelt on the ground. Senior, We have found out that Abdul obtained his opportunity in the 10-mile cemetery, Everard reported. Grayson raised an eyebrow, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Oh, it's really there? I should take a look after we finish this task? While he pondered, Brendan spoke beside Everard, his voice trembling, clearly afraid of Grayson. As senior, my elder brothers have mobilized all forces. We will not fail you. Grayson nodded. Yes, that boy must die. If this is done well, you won't be shortchanged. If not, His casual tone made Brendan recall something, making him bang his head rapidly. Senior, rest assured, I will kill that boy. Grayson waved a hand. Go then. Everard and Brendan hurriedly left. Watching them depart, Grayson murmured to himself. I need to speed up too. Calculating the time, Qingling powder should start taking effect soon. In Luyuan Pavilion, a young man in exquisite robes, purple-edged boots, and a sword at his waist swaggered into the inn. As soon as he entered, a waiter greeted him with a smile. Master Lu, you've come. Please, this way. Indeed, this young man wasn't some noble's son, but Abdul's servant, Armando. In just 3 days, Armando had completely transformed, almost unrecognizable. Guided by the waiter, Armando ascended the stairs and entered a private room on the 2nd floor. Inside, Artemio, the young master of the Zhao family, sat waiting. Armando strode in and boldly took the seat of honor. He turned to pat Artemio beside him, smiling. Mr. Zhao, you're early today? Artemio's face reddened with anger, but he forced a smile, pulling out a stack of gold bills. Armando, brother, what's happening? Where's Abdul? Armando calmly finished his tea, then brushed the bills lightly before changing expression. What do you mean, Mr. Zhao? I'm confused. Seeing the formerly submissive man now acting arrogantly, Artemio couldn't hold back and slammed the table angrily. Armando, stop playing dumb. Where's Abdul? I want to kill him. Armando's face changed too, rising slowly and staring at Artemio. Mr. Zhao, you seem mistaken. Abdul is my master. We share deep bonds. More money needed. These final words were forced out between gritted teeth. Armando's slender body exuded a sudden, fierce aura, making Artemio shudder and instinctively step back. More, how much? Suddenly, Armando's expression softened again, as he put a hand on Artemio's shoulder. Come, let's sit and talk. His smile was dazzling, like spring breezes. Chapter 28. Sowing Discord. East of Finian City, the ground trembled slightly. Moments later, nearly 100 horses appeared, galloping at breakneck speed. Leading them was a man 8 feet and 3 inches tall, with eyes cold and sharp as lightning, a face twisted in hate, and holding a massive iron spear. It was Clive leading the Zhao family members. Clive urged his horse to race forward, turning back to look at the nearly 100 riders behind him, shouting orders loudly. Hurry, we must kill that brat today to avenge my son. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. As he turned and roared, an arrow shot out like light and pierced through the air. In an instant, it broke through his protective true chi and embedded into his right shoulder. The force was so great that it dislodged Clive from his saddle, causing him to fall to the ground. Artemio, who had been following closely behind, immediately bellowed in panic. Father! At the same time, chaos erupted on both sides of the road, with cries of battle shaking the sky. Charge! Suddenly, dense groups of bandits emerged from the roadside, charging forward with murderous shouts. From within the forest, Johann lowered his powerful bow, laughing heartily as he patted Abdul on the shoulder. You've really got it. The Zhao family did come just as you said. How did you know the Zhao family would definitely come? Beside him stood Enoch, who asked. He had a well-proportioned build, a square face, cloud-like eyebrows, and hawk-like eyes, exuding the presence of a skilled warrior. This man was Hugh, the leader of Duanshan Fort, known by the nickname Poison Wasp. Seeing Hugh's gaze, Abdul smiled brightly. Boss, after Abdul killed Brett, wouldn't Clive naturally seek revenge? Why would the people from Nile come looking for us then? Hugh asked sharply, fixing his stare on Abdul. Boss, both the Huang and Zhao families work for the Daogong, so naturally, they would compete against each other, Abdul replied calmly. Seeing his quick response, Hugh believed him somewhat, muttering to himself. So, if we help Everard, the Zhao family would be our competitors. Johann, who had a fiery temper, interjected. Brother, let me lead the brothers down there and wipe them out completely. General Shui, hold on. I have an idea. Both Hugh and Johann turned to look at Abdul. What do you have in mind? Abdul spoke unhurriedly. The two leaders have been here for half a day but haven't seen Abdul yet, probably because he entered the cemetery. The 10-mile cemetery is rumored to be perilous. So, Abdul glanced at the Zhao family members nearby without finishing his sentence. Hugh suddenly understood, looking at Abdul with a mix of surprise and approval. You mean to let the Zhao family scout ahead for us? Johann quickly caught on as well. Brother, could this kid be your illegitimate child? Just as cunning. Hugh didn't reply, giving Abdul a deep look. After a moment of contemplation, his face turned cold and snake-like. He waved his hand and ordered, Archers, fire. Instantly, arrows rained down towards Clive's side. Several Zhao family experts were hit before they could react, turning into human pincushions. Seeing this, Clive gritted his teeth in rage. Despicable scoundrels, I will kill you all. Turning to Artemio, he said, help me onto the horse. He snapped off the arrow shaft, rallied his spirit, mounted the horse with his spear raised, and shouted, kill them all. Johann and Hugh exchanged glances, nodding slightly. They pulled out 2 war axes and laughed. Follow me. 2 streams of warriors collided, engaging in a fierce battle. Swords flashed, blood splattered. Although the bandits outnumbered the Zhao family, the latter had brought all their best fighters. For a while, both sides were evenly matched, filled with roars, cries of battle, clashing weapons, and injured screams. Frenzied fighting led to a battlefield drenched in blood and limbs flying everywhere. The battle soon became intense. Everyone fought to the death, knowing that if they couldn't kill their opponent, they would die instead. Johann swung his twin axes, roaring as he charged forward. Clive met him with a cold smile, spear in hand. They fought fiercely, neither gaining an upper hand. Due to his wounded right shoulder, Clive's true chi weakened, gradually putting him at a disadvantage. The same was true for the Xiao family experts. With fewer numbers and constant threats from arrows, they suffered many casualties. Clive looked around anxiously. You bandits, we are the Xiao family. A distracted soldier in battle was dangerous. Before he finished speaking, Johann deflected his spear, leaped into the air, and brought his axes down toward Clive's face. At the last moment, Artemio arrived in time, thrusting his sword at Johann's side. Unable to avoid in midair, Johann channeled true chi into his legs and plummeted downward, avoiding mutual destruction. Artemio, covered in wounds, shouted desperately, Father, let's retreat? Seeing no alternative, Clive reluctantly ordered, Everyone, follow me through the breach. In moments, the Xiao family lost over a dozen experts, while Duanhuan Fort suffered more casualties, though mostly lower-ranked bandits. Seeing Clive break through, Johann remained calm, ordering coldly, Encircle 3 sides, chase them. The rest of the bandits followed suit, driving the Xiao family towards the 10-mile cemetery. As evening approached, the flames illuminated the setting sun. In a matter of moments, not a single living soul remained, only the stench of blood lingering in the wind. Ravens circled overhead, cawing mournfully. Hugh gazed at Abdul, his eyes piercing. To witness such a brutal scene and remain unfazed. Who are you? Why help us? Abdul's heart skipped a beat. If Hugh, a formidable expert, attacked, it would be life-threatening. However, showing any panic might raise suspicion. Abdul smiled casually. Isn't it strange that Niles suddenly came to Finian City? Hugh paused, his mind racing. What do you mean? Do you know what's most important for a sect? Hugh frowned, a thought flashing through his mind. Startled, he looked at Abdul, saying word by word. You mean lineage? Abdul wore a mysterious smile. I've said enough. Let's go. Without haste, he mounted his horse and rode toward the cemetery. Watching him leave, Hugh felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Could Nile come to Finian City for this young man? To recruit him as a disciple? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. This young man, whether in strategy, strength, or means, was a prime candidate. Being recruited by a sect was natural. Believing Abdul's misdirection, Hugh grew convinced. Little did Abdul realize. His casual conjecture had inadvertently predicted the future. However, it wasn't just Nile who came. ####Chapter 29. Borrowing a knife to kill. Dust flew along the road. The thunderous hoofbeats were like the arrival of a demonic deity, instilling fear in everyone's hearts. Outside the 10-mile cemetery, 2 groups of men, with weapons bristling like a forest, one pursuing and the other fleeing, rapidly approached. Chavi's relentless pursuit made the Zhao family furious. Head of the family, should we fight them? Yes, let's fight. We'll take down these bandits. Franz gritted his teeth at this moment. They were ambushed by bandits for no apparent reason, and he had even been hit by an arrow. As a member of one of the 4 major families in Finian City, when had he ever endured such humiliation? However, the intense pain in his shoulders sobered him up. No, our goal is to kill that little bastard Abdul. Don't tangle with them. But these bandits seem crazy. They won't let us go, Artemio growled. Don't stop, keep running, Edmund shouted as he led the charge forward on his horse. However, the Zhao family members, intent on escaping the horse bandits, failed to notice their surroundings. Unconsciously, they had already run into the 10-mile cemetery. Suddenly, they felt disoriented, and fog began to rise around them. What's happening? Everyone pulled their horses to a halt, looking around bewilderedly. A gentle breeze blew past, making the Zhao family members shiver involuntarily. Artemio, who was riding next to Edmund, suddenly had a thought. Father, could it be? But before he could finish his sentence, Edmund erupted in a thunderous roar. Abdul. It was filled with resentment and intense hatred. Everyone quickly looked up and saw a young man, apparently startled. Seeing the crowd, he immediately turned and ran without hesitation. Who else could it be if not Abdul? At this moment, Edmund was enraged, gripping his spear tightly and urging his horse forward to chase the fleeing Abdul. The others of the Zhao family, seeing this, also dispersed without a word. They surrounded the figure, who was panicking and running aimlessly. As they spread out, the surrounding mist became thicker. Artemio had an uneasy premonition. Father, wait for me. Meanwhile, Chavi and the members of the Soulbreaker bandits pursued the Zhao family and arrived at the 10-mile cemetery. However, just as they reached the area, everything blurred before their eyes, and the Zhao family had vanished. Their hearts sank as they stopped, hesitant to move forward. Behind them, Abdul, Archie, and others caught up. What's going on? Archie spurred his horse forward, looking at Chavi. Brother, something's wrong here. The Zhao family disappeared after coming here. It's an array. Abdul's voice rang out. Everyone turned to look at him. 1,000 Illusions Spirit Lock Array, a type of illusionary array. The Zhao family must have entered it. Upon hearing this, Archie fell silent. For them, array formations were legendary. People are always fearful of the unknown. Moreover, the reputation of the 10-mile cemetery was well known. Brother, what do we do now? Should we just wait here? Chavi was anxious. They had driven the Zhao family here with great effort. Giving up now would feel unsatisfactory. Looking at Archie's hesitance, Abdul said calmly, Chief, didn't we drive the Zhao family here to find a way? Besides, this is just an illusionary array. It doesn't cause real harm. As if to verify his words, at that moment, roars emerged from the empty ground ahead. Abdul, catch him. Chavi grew anxious. Brother, they found their target. Hearing the shouts echoing through the cemetery, Archie felt uneasy. He sensed that things weren't so simple. Let's wait, Wouldn't it be better to take advantage of the situation? Abdul narrowed his eyes. Archie was unexpectedly cautious. If he couldn't lure them into the Thousand Illusions spirit lock array, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? However, his immediate priority was to leave the group. Calculating the time, Everard and Brendan could arrive at any moment. Thinking this, Abdul urged his horse forward. What are you doing? Seeing his movement, Archie asked in a stern voice. Abdul glanced at him disdainfully. I came under orders and don't want to make any mistakes. If Chief hesitates, then I'll wait here. With that, he abruptly whipped the reins, and his horse vanished in several leaps. Watching Abdul disappear, Archie's expression turned grim. Now, in his eyes, Abdul was a disciple of the Spring-Autumn Taoist Palace, no different from anyone else. His actions had clearly displeased the other party. Angering the sect would mean destruction, not just for the sect but even for Finian City. Beside him, Xavi, noticing Abdul's attitude, first froze, then burst into anger. Damn it, how did this kid turn into such an arrogant punk? Brother, let me chop him down. He moved to lunge forward. However, Archie immediately held him back. Don't act rashly, this guy isn't simple. Brother, are we just going to stand here? Just then, another roar echoed from ahead. There's an exit ahead, quick, block him. Xavi grew more anxious. Brother, what are you hesitating about? Letting the Zhao family get ahead will earn us the sect's wrath. Archie struggled, clenching his teeth. Thinking of Abdul's final attitude and the power of the sect, he eventually gave in. All of you, follow me inside. Don't spare any living soul. Kill. With that, Xavi charged into the array first. Behind him, Archie led the Soulbreaker bandits closely following. Everything blurred around them, enveloped in white mist. Before he could react, a gust of wind rushed towards him. Archie dodged sideways, narrowly avoiding a spear aimed at his face which smashed his horse, causing it to collapse with broken bones. Looking up, he saw Edmund with bloodshot eyes and a purple hue on his face, looking deranged. Abdul, I'm going to kill you. With a roar, he thrust his iron spear like a striking serpent toward Archie. Archie dodged repeatedly, frowning deeply. What, Abdul? Are you crazy? But unbeknownst to him, Edmund only saw Abdul in front of him at that moment. Meanwhile, the array was filled with bloody carnage. Bodies and severed heads littered the ground. In a corner of the array, Abdul and the spirit Carly stood together, calmly watching the hellish scene unfold. Chapter 30. The Four Great Sects. Chime. The mutual slaughter of everyone makes Palm Autumn Array Dao feel incredibly excited, accelerating its deduction speed. The notification in his mind did not make Abdul feel any excitement. Even the cultivation method is so bloodthirsty. No wonder the Spring and Autumn Dao Palace claims to be a prestigious orthodox school. It's no surprise it has an old Taoist like Dominic. Seeing Abdul looking somewhat serious, Janae beside him spoke up. Master, I have already breached that man's mental sea and can implant an illusion into him at any time. Abdul nodded. I still need to ask him some things. Control him for now. With that said, he walked calmly toward Alfie, who was trapped here. Approaching him, Alfie was sitting cross-legged as if meditating or sleeping. By his appearance, it seemed similar to hypnosis from his past life. Without hesitation, Abdul asked directly. Answer me, what is the dragon snake struggle? Upon hearing his question, Alfie frowned, seemingly trying hard to recall something. After a while, he slowly replied. Dragon snake struggle? I don't know the specifics, but I only know its purpose is to select talented disciples for the four major sects of Beijiang County. What? Until now, Abdul had thought of many possible answers but never this one. To select disciples, then why weaken the four families? Could it be just to help Brett? And there's also the green spirit powder sold by Tianfeng Auction House, which is poison, presumably originating from Dominic. Do these sects selecting disciples have any special requirements? The more he thought, the more questions arose. He felt like there was some kind of conspiracy behind all this. However, he could find no answers after much contemplation. He could only hope that with the help of Alfie, he would get some answers. How do the sects select their disciples? There are many ways the Dao Palace evaluates disciples: character, martial talent. Alfie answered without any concealment. After a moment, Abdul massaged his temples, digesting the information in his mind. Beijiang County had four great sects: Spring and Autumn Dao Palace, Imperial Sword City, Pointing Star Sect, and Eclipse Temple. Each sect had different preferences when recruiting disciples. For example, Spring and Autumn Dao Palace emphasized alchemy talent. Imperial Sword City focused on swordsmanship cultivation. Pointing Star Sect specialized in divination and array arts. Eclipse Temple prioritized martial cultivation. Overall, every talented disciple was immensely important within their respective sections. Recruitment methods varied but included annual grand selections held at each mountain gate, and the occasional selection conducted by sect elders during their travels. These locations were usually cities near the sects. Although Yunsong City belonged to Beijiang County, it was located at the borderlands. Therefore, it seldom attracted any senior figures or elders from these sects in previous years. As for the reason this time, even Alfie didn't know. He had only heard Dominic mention that this round of recruitment by the four sects was called the Dragon Snake Struggle. However, he wasn't informed of the specific details. Abdul rubbed his chin, his brows furrowed, muttering to himself. So, what exactly is this Dragon Snake Struggle? From Alfie's words, it wasn't difficult to draw a conclusion. Yunsong City was too small and remote for the four major sects to care about, so they had never come here before. This time, there must be a special reason, which was likely what Dominic referred to as the Dragon Snake Struggle. But the exact details remained unknown. Forget it, let's focus on cultivation. Strength is the key. Already offended that Taoist priest, I need to be cautious. At this moment, a fierce desire for power ignited in Abdul's heart like a raging fire. He stopped paying attention to Alfie and walked out of the illusory array. Standing in front of the third-rank killing array, thousand-peak soul devouring array, he gazed resolutely at it. Casually pulling out a manual from his pocket, he studied it intently. Ding. You have learned the heaven-ranking martial technique, Poison Bee Finger. Due to sensing the 1000 illusion poison flower, the Poison Bee Finger has entered a state of enlightenment, increasing cultivation efficiency by 88%. This Poison Bee Finger technique was obtained from Archie, though it was only heaven-ranking. For Abdul, cultivation techniques were always the more, the merrier. Now, the priority was intense cultivation as time was running out. Abdul's eyes gleamed sharply, emitting a commanding aura that made Janae's beautiful eyes widen in admiration. Under her watchful gaze, Abdul moved. He scanned the surroundings, fixing his eyes on a flat rock. Walking over quickly, he stretched lazily and lay down. Yes, lay down. Janae rubbed her eyes, hardly believing what she saw. Was this resting before cultivation? After pondering for a moment, she cautiously asked, "Weren't you going to contemplate the array? When do you plan to start?" "I've already started, working it out intensely." Looking at Abdul without opening his eyes, Janae's face was filled with shock. Intense contemplation? Fooling around? His eyes closed. He was almost snoring. Janae stomped angrily and scolded. "If you can comprehend a third-rank killing array like this, I'll eat shit." "Alright," agreed. "Watch this, what it means to be a genius." Abdul's voice grew fainter until he finally drifted off to sleep. His snores echoed around. Janae felt like she was going to explode with frustration. Her figure flickered and vanished within the 1000 illusion spirit-locking array. Dawn broke over Yunsong City, where every household kept their doors tightly shut. On the deserted streets, a night watchman trudged along holding a gong in his hand, clearly exhausted. Despite yawning continuously, he continued knocking on the gong. Clonk, 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 clonk. One slow, for fast strikes. Then, he muttered weakly, "Dry weather, beware of fire." Just as he took another step, a cold wind swept past, causing a chill through his body. His drowsiness disappeared instantly, and he became alert. "Huff, the wind has picked up, it's getting cold." Muttering to himself, he continued walking forward. A cloud drifted by, blocking the moonlight. Passing an alleyway, he stumbled over something and fell abruptly to the ground. "Ouch! Who put wood here?" Grumbling, he got up and turned to look back with his lantern. In the next second, his body began trembling violently. His eyes widened, and his legs shook uncontrollably. Suddenly, a shrill scream reverberated through the night sky. "Help! There's a dead body here." After the cloud passed, the moonlight shone again. What tripped the night watchman was not wood at all, it was a corpse. Blood oozed from the 7 orifices of the body, which appeared bluish-purple, with an eerie smile frozen on its face. It was especially unsettling under the dark sky. But this was just the beginning. Chapter 31. The Dragon and Snake Contest, Lone Army, Solitary City. 3 days later, at the city governor's residence, all senior officials of Yunsong City had gathered here. Apart from the various military commanders, some influential merchants were also present, including Elwood and James. Baylor sat solemnly in the center, his expression serious as he began to speak. "The current situation, I believe everyone is already aware. In recent days, there have been numerous deaths within the city, and the numbers are still rising." Pausing for a moment, he quickly continued. "More critically, after investigation by medical officers, this is an extremely contagious plague that can remain dormant in the human body for quite some time. Once it erupts, the victim's skin turns bluish-green, they bleed from all orifices, and die a gruesome death." His words left everyone grim-faced. They all understood what this implied. If not contained, the entire Yunsong City would become a ghost town. The hall was deathly silent. Everyone was stunned by the enormity of the news. A massive shadow seemed to loom over them, making it hard to breathe. Silence, endless silence. After a long pause, Elwood slowly stood up, his eyes burning with intensity as he asked, If we eliminate those infected, will others still be infected?" His voice was slightly hoarse. His question caused many people to frown deeply. If it were possible, the infected individuals would be ruthlessly cleared out. But everyone feared. All eyes were fixed on Baylor, afraid of hearing any unwanted answers. However, reality was harsh. Baylor took several heavy breaths before speaking. "Currently, we have not identified the source of the plague outbreak. Merely eliminating the infected cannot stop its spread." With these words, the atmosphere in the room grew even more oppressive. The situation couldn't get worse. Everyone knew how terrifying plagues could be. If the source could not be found, all residents of Yunsong City would perish together. What should we do now? One general slammed his hand on the table, his face full of anger. Panic and despair began to spread through the room. Standing in front, Baylor suddenly stepped forward. His gaze was firm, exuding a powerful aura like an awakened tiger. "Of course, we cannot give up easily. I have ordered that all symptomatic patients be quarantined together. Our top priority now is to control the epidemic while urgently investigating the origin of this plague." Having said that, Baylor turned his head to look at an elderly man in blue robes sitting on the left. "Master Song, has the county responded?" The old man, named Kai, was the medical officer of Yunsong City. Upon hearing the question, he bowed slightly, his face filled with regret. "Lord, Beijiang County's response is temporarily sealing off Yunsong City, allowing entry but no exit." This statement further plunged the atmosphere into icy depths. Everyone knew that once a plague spreads widely, healers are crucial for containment. Without support, they would be completely isolated. Seeing the growing despair among the crowd, Baylor knew he couldn't let it continue. Otherwise, one bad piece of news after another would lead to emotional breakdowns among these authority figures, causing even greater chaos in Yunsong City. "Master Song, please continue sending letters to the county. We need medical assistance." Kai nodded reluctantly, but his ashen face told everything. Baylor then looked at the rest of the people. "Starting now, all shops must secretly stockpile grain and medicinal herbs without publicizing it. All major families must restrict their own children's movements and avoid going out as much as possible. Upon discovering any infected individuals, report them immediately. Do not hide anyone privately, otherwise, don't blame me for being unsparing. In the heavy atmosphere, everyone slowly left. Only Baylor and Christo remained. Baylor's brows were tightly knit, like dark clouds that wouldn't dissipate. This matter seemed increasingly fishy to him. Suddenly, rapid footsteps outside interrupted his thoughts. A guard rushed into the hall, kneeled down, and reported. City Governor, Senior Grayson from the Xiuxian Dao Palace is visiting. Hearing this, Baylor's expression changed dramatically, his eyes flashing with anger. Sure enough, it's him. He then turned to Christo and gave a hasty order. Christo, double the number of troops guarding the city walls. Keep a close watch on the barbarians in the northwestern grasslands. Christo looked puzzled. City Governor, with the severe plague inside the city, why focus on those barbarians? Before he could finish, Baylor interrupted with a furious roar. Do as I say. Ignore the plague, go now. Christo trembled, having never seen such fury from the other party before. He promptly saluted. As you command. He hurriedly left. Baylor took several deep breaths to calm down before saying, Go, invite the Taoist in. Moments later, Grayson walked gracefully into the hall. Seeing Baylor seated in the center, he didn't waste time and directly spoke. City Governor, the dragon and snake contest will commence in 10 days. Please prepare accordingly. Baylor's expression turned cold as he slowly rose, his presence becoming more intimidating. Was the plague within the city you're doing? Grayson did not hide it, calmly nodding. Why did you do this? Doesn't the city governor know? Seeing Baylor's furious expression, Grayson showed surprise. Then, without waiting for a reply, he answered straightforwardly. It's simple. To make Yunsong City a solitary fortress. For a fairer dragon and snake contest. Baylor froze, confused. Fair? What do you mean? May I ask if the city governor received orders? Grayson asked. Baylor nodded. 3 months ago, I received a secret edict from His Majesty, stating that during the dragon and snake contest, those barbarians from the grasslands would attack our city. That's right. Baylor's face turned beet red, his voice rising sharply. Then why create this plague? Grayson strolled to the main seat, turned around, and sat down, saying lightly, to put it simply, this dragon and snake contest is about the four sects selecting disciples. He paused, his gaze suddenly sharp. But primarily, it targets the Foeman tribe, using Yunsong City as a whetstone. What? Baylor was shocked, roaring furiously. Use the lives of my soldiers and citizens to select disciples for your sects? Facing Baylor's glaring eyes, Grayson showed no fear as he walked towards the door. Emperor Chu has agreed. Yunsong City has already been abandoned. Stopping at the door, he glanced back at Baylor. City Governor, prepare well. A lone army against a solitary city, very fair indeed. His tone was icy, as if coming from the underworld. Baylor took a few steps back, sitting down dejectedly. His previously resolute face was now filled with complex emotions. Disappointment, anger, frustration, despair. Chapter 32. On how to cultivate while sleeping. At the 10-mile cemetery, the light from the 1,000 illusion soul-locking array flickered as a purple-robed figure slowly appeared. She looked at Heath, who was sound asleep on a massive stone, and her eyes were filled with confusion. Initially furious, then thoughtful, and now deeply contemplative, she had yet to find any clue. She couldn't understand what he was doing. If not for the rise and fall of Heath's chest, she would have suspected that he might sleep until death. With a soft sigh, the purple-robed figure shook her head lightly and was about to return to the formation for cultivation when, miraculously, the figure who hadn't moved in 5 days suddenly came alive. Oh, what a refreshing nap. Heath stretched lazily and exclaimed loudly. Then, he sat up, rubbed his belly, and looked at the purple-robed figure. Why are you still here? Is there anything to eat? Upon hearing this, the purple-robed figure's face turned dark, and she replied angrily, I'm an array spirit. I don't need to eat, right? Heath's expression showed disappointment as he began checking the system panel in his mind. Ding! After intense deduction based on Autumn Palm's formation Dao, current deduction progress of 1,000 peaks devouring soul array, 55%. Progress hindered due to lack of tangible experience of the killing formation's power. With a thought, the panel appeared before him. Host, Heath. Cultivation level, Chi nourishing 9th layer. Tine surging wave technique, minute. Mysterious Een sword cannon, reverting to simplicity, derived martial art technique. Mysterious Een sword armor, Autumn Palm's formation Dao, perfect. Withered wood Zen, accomplished. Poisonous bee finger, perfect. 3,000 questions of alchemy, perfect. Current deduction progress, 1,000 peaks devouring soul array, progress 55%. Golden sun elixir formula, 15%. Except for the poisonous bee finger, which had rapidly advanced under the influence of the 1,000 illusion poisonous flower, the rest of the techniques were bottlenecked without tangible improvement. Heath's expression was somewhat helpless. It seemed that low-rank techniques could only be perfected up to a certain point. To break through further, one needed a specific environment, and the techniques themselves should also be refined. In this regard, the Tine surging wave technique, although only a high-grade yellow rank, had tremendous potential as it could be cultivated to the minute level. I need to go check out the Netherworld cold spring once my strength advances further, Heath mused. He always felt that this inner technique was closely linked to the Netherworld cold spring beneath Mirror Lake. While he was summarizing his gains and future plans, from the purple-robed figure's perspective, he appeared to be daydreaming. For an array spirit that had endured hardships and gradually materialized over decades, this was a waste of time and talent. Heath! A shrill scream pierced the air, startling Heath. What? If you want to sleep and waste time, no one is stopping you. Could you please do it at home instead of in the middle of nowhere? This place is for the dead to rest. The purple-robed figure raged like a machine gun, as if Heath had committed some heinous crime. Seeing the array spirit's irate expression, Heath shrugged helplessly. Don't be so upset. I've been seriously pondering the formation. You. The purple-robed figure's long hair flew wildly as her aura surged, clearly enraged. Seeing this, Heath hurriedly intervened, saying, "Stop, stop. If you don't believe me, I'll prove it to you." Speaking between steps, he jumped down from the rock and walked towards the range of the Thousand Peaks devouring soul array. "Are you crazy? Didn't I tell you it's a third-grade killing formation?" Pausing, he turned to look at the purple-robed figure with a slight smile. "Don't worry, I'm fine. These past few days, I've been seriously studying the formation." Finishing his sentence, he dashed into the killing formation, leaving the shocked purple-robed figure staring in disbelief. Initially anxious, the purple-robed figure hesitated, her words dying in her throat. Her lips parted in astonishment as she rubbed her eyes. To her amazement, Heath strolled into the Thousand Peaks devouring soul array effortlessly. "How? Did the Thousand Peaks array fail?" she screamed, quickly looking around. The faint metallic luster around the formation and the sounds of metal clashing and dragon and tiger roars indicated it was activated. Yet, watching Heath stroll deeper into the formation, the purple-robed figure felt utterly bewildered. His innocent and helpless words echoed in her mind. "I really did study it carefully. Could it be true? Could sleeping genuinely enhance cultivation faster? Should I try?" The idea lingered in her mind. For her, faster cultivation meant everything beneficial for her eventual full materialization. Standing there, she frowned, recalling Heath's actions, but more questions popped up. Sleeping? How exactly should one sleep? On back or side? Face down or propped up? Alone? Feeling overwhelmed, the innocent array spirit eventually gave up. "Whatever. I'll discuss this with Heath when he comes out." Meanwhile, within the formation, Heath's demeanor changed drastically as he ventured deeper. The scenery shifted eerily. He found himself in an ancient battlefield. Broken walls and ruins, amidst swirling dust and smoke, exuded a blood-red, suffocating stench. The cries and sword slashes lingered in the air, while grotesque corpses lay scattered among the rubble. This is an illusion? A third-grade killing formation using illusions first? Seems the Tuyin formation Dao focuses on deceptive formations. As he pondered, a whirlwind of sand whipped past, blinding him. Suddenly, a chilling killing intent washed over him. Looking ahead, a figure in a wide-brimmed hat wielding dual swords emerged, radiating an overwhelming aura even from 100 meters away. Ding! Thousand Peaks devouring soul array activated. Autumn Palms formation Dao, struggling, progress delayed. Autumn Palms formation Dao angered, shifts approach, increasing deduction speed by 100%. Ding! Continuous notifications alerted Heath that this figure was the killing move of the Thousand Peaks devouring soul array. The attack wouldn't be just an illusion. In response, a sharp, glowing sword appeared in his hand. With the deduction exceeding 50%, he could harness part of the formation's power. Holding the sword, his confidence grew. The opposing figure lunged forward like a whirlwind. Translation notes. Character names such as Heath have been kept in pinyin. Maintained the original paragraph structure and line breaks. Ensured the tone, style, and storyline coherence. Strived for natural, fluent English free of grammatical errors. Chapter 33. Comprehending the grand array and enhancing strength. Seeing the man in a straw hat charging towards him, Heath emitted a soft whistle and raised his hand. Sword chi shot out like a dragon emerging from water, streaking toward his opponent. The man in the straw hat spun his body, dodging this lethal strike and sidestepping away. Heath reacted swiftly, swinging his long sword to change from a thrust to a sweeping slash. The forceful wind howled as a slash of light swept towards the opponent's waist. However, the opponent moved like a falling leaf, deftly evading with a slight step and retaliating with a swift sword strike. In this dance of attack and evasion, the two men circled around each other. The man in the straw hat used Heath as the center point, beginning their circling combat. The sword moves were heavy and varied, unpredictable and ever-changing. The rapid attacks put Heath on the defensive. He could only block passively, barely managing to defend all sides, finding no chance to counterattack. However, the opponent's strength seemed on par with Heath's. This only heightened his caution. If an equal-level confrontation hasn't been resolved for years, it wouldn't leave everyone helpless, would it? While continuously defending and attacking, he remained wary of his surroundings. The man in the straw hat, however, wielded twin swords, attacking Heath from all directions. Indeed, the movements were endlessly varied and impossible to predict. At this moment, Heath felt as if he had fallen into a massive vortex. His stamina and true chi were being gradually worn down. Exhaustion meant defeat was imminent. The twin swords rained down endlessly. In no time, Heath's xiuxian sword armor began to show damage under such relentless assault. Blood seeped through. He felt as though he were on a battlefield, surrounded by 1,000 troops and the roar of battle. As time passed, Heath became increasingly familiar with the straw-hatted figure's techniques. Not only did he adapt to the offensive pattern, but also started spotting opportunities for counterattacks. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, a faint smile forming at the corner of his mouth. He chuckled. "I've got you." He took a half step back, deflecting the feint with his right sword. Simultaneously, his left hand stretched out alone. Amidst the flurry of rapid sword strikes, he accurately caught the man's sword with his left hand. Instantly, the overwhelming sword images vanished. Blood flowed freely from his hands, yet Heath paid it no mind, his face breaking into a pure smile. With his back straight and aura bursting forth like an invincible spear piercing the heavens, he shook off the long sword with great force, causing the straw-hatted man to stagger back several steps before stabilizing. "Huh!" Heath roared, rushing forward. With a light flick of his right hand, a cold gleam flashed. Clang! The clear sound of impact echoed as the head of the straw-hatted figure slowly slid off. The figure disintegrated into a cloud of yellow sand, disappearing into thin air. It turned out that although the opponent's sword blocked his attack, the xiuxian sword chi had detached from the blade and slashed across the opponent's throat. Thus, he secured victory. However, the disappearance of the straw-hatted figure brought no substantial progress in comprehending the grand array. Just then, a fierce wind surged again, and Heath furrowed his brows, sensing trouble. This familiar feeling? No way. When the wind settled, indeed, the familiar figure reappeared. This time, two figures. One wearing a straw hat, wielding twin swords. Damn, I knew it wouldn't be this simple. Spitting out angrily, Heath's face showed frustration. It seems the number doubles each time. Next, there will be 4, so I need to find a way to buy time. Looking at the two figures approaching together, Heath felt a surge of bloodlust, his fighting spirit unprecedentedly high. Kill! The battle commenced once more, and thus, it continued for 3 days straight. Now, Heath faced 128 figures surrounding him without any gaps. His body was covered in blood and dirt. Had it not been for the formidable defense and rebound capability of the xiuxian sword armor, he would have long given in. Seeing the dense crowd of attacking figures, Heath smiled. Alright, training is over. Saying this, he extended his left hand and snapped his fingers lightly. In the next second, it felt as if the world was collapsing, accompanied by a rumbling sound. One by one, the figures dissipated until even the environment crumbled and vanished. The 1,000-peak soul-devouring array ceased its operation. Heath collapsed onto the ground, falling into a deep sleep. Post heavily injured, Tian's surging wave technique worries intensely and begins intense cultivation. The surrounding elemental energies converge towards his body. Apart from slowly healing the injuries, Heath's true chi grew stronger, his realm starting to waver. Congratulations, Host breaks through successfully. Current realm, nativist first level. Meanwhile, amidst the fog, a stirring occurred, and Janae appeared. Ignoring her disheveled hair and clothes, she held a Taoist robe in her left hand, staring dumbfounded at the halted 1,000 peaks array, muttering to herself. He actually succeeded? After a while, Janae bit her lip firmly, looking determined. Heath didn't lie to me. He truly is a genius. Even sleeping can help cultivate. I can't waste time. I need to practice. She threw the robe aside and rushed eagerly into the mist. The swirling fog revealed a faint, excited male growl. Time flew by. On the second day after Heath broke through the array, outside Yunsong City, strong winds swept across the land. The setting sun's rays bathed the earth, casting a vast plain visible in the northwestern sky. A troop of cavalry, numbering dozens, emerged on the horizon. Covered in blood, they abandoned their armor, their faces filled with dread as they desperately fled towards the city gates. Behind them, a smaller contingent of fewer than 100 soldiers, comprising cavalry, infantry, and archers, pursued in organized formation. Seeing the city gates within reach, the lead rider suddenly reined in his horse and waved his right hand. Immediately, the pursuing soldiers halted perfectly in unison. The lead general unsheathed a bloody saber from his waist and shouted loudly, "Archers fire!" Bows drew like full moons, arrows flew like meteors. A wave of dense arrow rain followed by piercing cries caused the dozen-strong cavalry to reduce to just 3 survivors. After one round of volley, the enemy did not linger. The lead general quickly turned his horse around, and his soldiers retreated like waves. "Open the gates quickly. We have urgent military news." The remaining 3 riders anxiously shouted, their voices strained with fear. Inside the city governor's office, Baylor was cultivating when hurried footsteps came from outside. An uneasy premonition gripped him. Sure enough, the next second, his guard's urgent voice called from outside. "Reporting to city governor, we have urgent military news." A gust of wind blew past, and Baylor appeared at the door. "Speak." "The Foeman tribe has mustered an army of 50,000 10 days ago. They attacked our sentry posts along the way and are now marching towards Yunsong City." "Sure enough, they have come." Baylor clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Chapter 34. Our trio's cultivation speeds up. Inside the Liu family residence, James, with a solemn expression, asked, "Hazel, still no news?" "No, not yet." Honest replied, concern evident on his aged face. "Well, never mind him. He has his own plans. Things within the city aren't exactly safe either." Honest nodded. Now that the city guard has posted announcements about the Wind Barbarian tribe's attack, why did they choose this moment to strike? "Our immediate priority is to control the movement within our clan, avoid spreading the plague, and ensure the clan's combat readiness." James stepped outwards, his voice growing more somber. "I have a feeling this attack isn't simple." "Understood, clan head," Honest said softly. Meanwhile, at the 10-mile graveyard, after a day of slumber, Abdul finally woke up slowly but surely. Stretching and standing up, he felt refreshingly clear-minded. I've actually broken through?" Checking his limbs, Abdul was surprised to find that not only had all his injuries healed, but he had also advanced to the Xiantian realm. This time has been quite rewarding. Abdul felt elated, as after reaching Xiantian, he could feel his true chi increase exponentially. Furthermore, his martial techniques were sharper than ever. Looking around, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This 1,000-blade soul-devouring array truly is an excellent place for tempering oneself. At this moment, an edge of the grand array caught his attention, a bronze coffin. "What's that?" In a flash, Abdul appeared beside the bronze coffin. As soon as he approached, even before standing steady, sword chi shot out from the bronze coffin towards him. With a sudden burst of strength in his legs, he leaped into the air, dodging it. While mid-air, he gathered his true chi, forming a finger sword and delivering a powerful slash. However, the howling sword chi was absorbed by the bronze coffin. With no other choice, he flipped backwards, retreating 100 meters away. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Abdul murmured to himself, "Looks like this bronze coffin is the core of the 1,000-blade killing array. Might as well try harnessing the array's power." Deciding quickly, Abdul again focused his energy, merging himself into the 1,000-blade killing array. Using the array's power, he advanced towards the bronze coffin. Within moments, he was again within 100 meters. Abdul took a deep breath and cautiously stepped forward. Just as expected. This time, there were no sword chi emissions. Relieved, Abdul walked up to the bronze coffin and examined it closely. He saw dense, deep engraving of sword marks on its surface, brimming with latent sword chi. Touching the surface, his hand was instantly sliced, blood dripping. At the same time, the system in his mind spoke up. Ding! Detected unnamed sword Dao. The xiuxian sword cannon is becoming engrossed in it, unable to break free. Automatic derivation initiated. Abdul was overjoyed internally. The xiuxian sword cannon was his strongest skill. If it could advance further, it would be fantastic. How did Jace obtain such a sword Dao bronze coffin? This is amazing. Peering inside the bronze coffin, he found an empty space save for a bamboo scroll and a wooden trigram in the corner. Carefully picking up the scroll, he started studying it closely. To his delight, it contained Jace's lifetime insights into arrays. Besides basic formations, it included the setup methods for the 1000-blade soul devouring array and the 1000 illusion spirit locking array. Most impressive of all was the level 1 killing array called Mad Thunder Absolute Domain. According to the scroll, using this array could suppress and kill core formation realm experts. Ding! Congratulations on comprehending xiuxian Dao. Autonomous derivation initiated. The translation provided is almost accurate, but can be improved for fluency and natural reading in English. Ding! Congratulations on comprehending the Thunder Domain array path. Autonomous derivation has begun. This version maintains the original meaning while ensuring it reads more naturally in English. Additionally, keeping the term ding at the start preserves the stylistic element of the system notification from the original text. With the presence of lightning-struck wood, the derivation speed of xiuxian Dao increases by 200%. Holding the wooden trigram, Abdul now knew it was the so-called lightning-struck wood, the central point required to set up the Mad Thunder Absolute Domain. Storing the wooden trigram safely, Abdul began carefully observing the sword marks on the bronze coffin. After about 15 minutes, he had scrutinized each mark. Ding! Due to chaotic sword marks, only minimal essence of xiuxian sword cannon comprehended. Double-handed sword attack increased by 30%, defensive power of xiuxian sword armor enhanced by 20%. Skill upgraded to intermediate rank xian. Disappointed by incomplete comprehension, Abdul acknowledged that the 30% enhancement was still significant. Without further ado, he considered it enough. Calculating the days, half a month should have passed. It was time to leave. With a swift motion, Abdul used a movement technique to reach outside the 1000-blade array. Unexpectedly, however, the 1000 illusion spirit locking array was already activated. Now, white mist surged violently, hinting at an intense battle underway. Could Everard and Brendan have intruded? Moving without pause, he entered the 1000 illusions array. With a wave of his hand, the mist parted, creating a path for him. Feeling Carly's position, Abdul sped forward. But the deeper he went, the more uneasy he felt. The mist grew more turbulent, accompanied by faint growls and multiple voices. Continuing onward, he was taken aback by the scene ahead. Carly, Zhang Tiansheng, and the newly added Brendan formed a bizarre intertwined configuration. The Taiyin Shocking Waves decree finds this too indecent, reducing cultivation speed by 80%. The Poison Bee Finger finds this very stimulating. Never seen before, cultivation speed increased by 666%. Poison Bee Finger breakthrough, reaching microcosmic realm. What the hell are you doing? Startled by Abdul's shout, Carly peeked out and locked eyes with him. Seeing the familiar figure, her cheeks turned rosy, yet she excitedly invited him. You're back. I'm cultivating hard. Join us? Shivering, Abdul vigorously shook his head. This kind of cultivation, I've never seen it before. As he spoke, Carly flipped the topmost Jing Tiansheng aside, shimmering in front of Abdul. Isn't it all thanks to you? Me? Abdul looked astonished, his voice raising several octaves. Don't just say that. What you just did, I can't do. Noticing Abdul's denial, Carly was puzzled. Sleeping cultivates faster. Isn't that what you did too? Sleep? Speechless, Abdul didn't know what to say. Unaware of his helplessness, Carly continued enthusiastically. At first, sleeping alone didn't work. Probably because I'm a ghost, but later, I found that more people made cultivation faster. So, I started with this Taoist, and then when the other guy barged in, we all joined. 3 people practicing, speed skyrocketed. Looking at the emaciated Zhang Tiansheng and tear-filled Brendan, Abdul felt a pang of sympathy. It wasn't speeding up. The 2 guys looked like they were drying up. Chapter 35, A Fine Sword. Seeing Carly's intention to return to cultivation, Abdul's expression changed. He hurriedly stretched out his hand to stop her. Carly, I'm leaving. Oh. Hearing this, Carly paused and turned around. You've comprehended the 1000-blade soul devouring array? Before waiting for Abdul's response, she continued on her own accord. That makes sense. If you could come out unscathed, you must have fully understood it. Yet, as she spoke, a hint of loneliness appeared in her eyes. Over these 10 years, Abdul was the only person who had fully comprehended the grand array. In a way, he was her master, teaching her significant cultivation methods. Most importantly, she longed to step out and explore the outside world. But since she was born from the 1000 illusions array, and her current level of cultivation wasn't sufficient, she could not detach from the array at all. She couldn't help but feel melancholic at the thought. Seeming to see through her heart, Abdul pulled out the Thunderwood array plate from his bosom and said, Come, fuse into it, and I'll take you out. As the array core of the absolute Thunder Dominion array, the Thunderwood array plate could naturally preserve an array spirit. Moreover, it was handmade by Jace, making it extremely suitable. This is an array plate? Recognizing the object in Abdul's hand, Carly's face lit up with joy. She knew that with this, she could completely merge into it. Without hesitation, she transformed into a ball of purple light and fused with the Thunderwood array plate. Abdul watched as the Thunderwood array plate emitted wave after wave of purple light, as if painted over. The light persisted for 10 minutes before gradually fading away. Blinking once, Carly reappeared, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Great. Finally, I can leave here. Curiously, Abdul asked, do you need to take the 1,000 illusion poison flowers with you? They can all be taken, but without the poison flowers, this illusory array will cease to exist, Carly replied casually, glancing at Adamir and the other man. A chill ran down Abdul's spine, and he hastily stopped her. These two cannot be set free. When there's an opportunity, I'll find someone for dual cultivation with you. Dual cultivation? Carly muttered softly, looking somewhat confused. But didn't we just perform tri-cultivation? Not important. All right. With a casual wave of his hand, Abdul controlled the 1,000 illusions array to continuously pump flower toxins into their bodies. Within moments, the two men's faces turned deathly pale, ending their lives in agony. All right, I should go now. Return to the array plate. With a tinge of regret, Carly returned to the Thunderwood array plate. Without wasting any time, Abdul quickly walked towards the exit of the 1,000 illusions array. Soon, he left the fog behind him. Looking around, he noticed several scattered horses grazing leisurely. They must belong to those who previously hunted him. However, Abdul did not rush forward because he knew one more person was waiting for him. Lord Huang, don't hide anymore. Come out. From the shadows emerged Enoch, none other than Everard. Lord Huang, you sure have patience, Abdul said with a smile. Facing the seemingly unperturbed young man, Everard felt both shocked and angry. How could this kid be unharmed after being attacked by both Broken Soul Gang and Zhao family? How is this possible? You. For a moment, he lost his words. Seeing this, Abdul shrugged and pointed behind him. The Zhao family and Broken Soul Gang are dead in the Grand Array at the Tinley Cemetery. Only you remain, Lord Huang. Why aren't you harmed? Everard asked, utterly surprised. To his astonishment, Abdul gave a startling reply. Sorry, I understand arrays. Everard's heart skipped a beat, realizing something. So, you intentionally led us here? There was no point in hiding now, so Abdul nodded. Though I hadn't expected you wouldn't bring Huang family's elite forces. What a pity. The youthful smile in Everard's eyes seemed demonic. This young man barely past 20 had manipulated the three major forces of Yuncheng City, and from the beginning, he aimed to annihilate their elites. The plan was ruthless and vicious. Very well indeed. Grinding his teeth, Everard's face twisted grotesquely. Boy, as long as I live, you must die. Understood. Otherwise, I can't report back to Dominic, Abdul said lightly, showing no fear. You don't seriously think your midnight plot went unnoticed? His words threw Everard into confusion. He even knows about this? Impossible. You don't really think Dominic trusts you? You're merely a dog. Continued provocation made Everard finally lose control and roar furiously. Die. Drawing his sword from his waist, he hurled it straight at Abdul's face. At the critical moment, Abdul leaned back, then trapped the sword between his legs. Using his arms to push off the ground, he reversed and lunged backward like a bee stinging backward. Caught off guard, Everard, as an experienced warrior, still reacted swiftly, blocking the unexpected attack. Clank. The sound of metal clashing rang out. His arms each wore 5 gold rings which spun off his wrists and shot toward Abdul. Holy crap, the Hong family's iron thread fist? Shouting in surprise, Abdul moved deftly, appearing behind the opponent in an instant. He tapped his fingers repeatedly, releasing energy strikes toward Everard's vital points. Sensing the swift gusts of air, Everard whirled around, throwing all 5 gold rings from his left arm. Bang! Both were thrown backward in the impact. This move gave neither an advantage. Looking at the calm Abdul, Everard inwardly trembled. This boy has advanced rapidly, entering the innate stage. To achieve such prowess right after reaching innate, remarkable. James fathered an excellent son. Thinking of his inept son, he couldn't help but sigh. Yet, the better this young man performed, the more he wanted him dead. Stabilizing himself, Everard launched all gold rings one after another. Brat, let's see how you dodge. Unfazed, Abdul leaped up, somersaulted, and plunged the sword into the ground. Twisting his waist limply, he used his swinging legs to deflect the incoming rings like a flexible blade. Everard stared wide-eyed. How can this be? He exudes dense sword chi, mastering such profound swordsmanship? Interrupted in his shock, Abdul's voice cut in. Lord Huang, what I'm using is genuine xiuxian rank technique, the spring and autumn sword cannon. Spring and autumn? Those two simple words struck Everard like thunder, rendering him speechless. Simultaneously, a murderous glint flashed in Abdul's eyes. With a swift twist, the 10 gold rings around his feet flew out powerfully, instantly arriving before Everard. Trouble. Realizing he couldn't evade in time, Everard raised his arms protectively. Little brat, you tricked me. Before he could finish, everything went black. Pain seared through his throat as a long sword pierced through. His strength ebbed away, and he fell backward. Looking at the scene, Abdul didn't glance back, instead mounting a horse and galloping away. Everard gazed at the azure sky, slowly forcing out 2 words. Fine sword. Hashtag chapter 36, The Black Eagle Strikes. On the walls of Yuncheng City, Baylor, dressed in armor and wearing combat boots, stood with a red cloak billowing in the wind. Beside him, officers and soldiers stood at the ready, fully prepared for battle. They gazed into the distance towards the northwest, where the vast prairies stretched endlessly. A massive army of dark-clad cavalry was charging forward in a frenzy, stretching for miles like a long, black dragon. This formidable force came from the Wind Barbarian tribe. Each rider wore light armor and carried a scimitar, their faces covered by masks and heads wrapped in black scarves, revealing only their eyes. They wore black cloaks and barbarian-style horseman boots. Every soldier had a large bow on their back, carrying 18 arrows each, along with crescent-shaped sabers at their waists. The entire army advanced like a menacing storm cloud towards Yunsong City. On the city walls, the generals looked grim, sensing the severity of the situation. All could tell that the Wind Barbarian tribe was well prepared for this assault. Standing next to Baylor, Christo muttered under his breath, "These savages have been quiet for years. Why would they suddenly launch an attack?" A nearby officer chimed in, "Yes, and mobilizing 50,000 troops is no small number for the grassland tribes." "Exactly. Our Yunsong City has only around 30,000 defenders. Are they mad?" Christo turned to Baylor and softly asked, "General, do you think this might be a feint? Perhaps some kind of trick?" Hearing this, Baylor, who had been silent and stern-faced, finally spoke slowly, "No. Their goal this time is our Yunsong City." "What?" Upon hearing this, the officers were stunned. "General, you mean, the Wind Barbarian tribe is going to lay siege? Impossible." In the disbelieving silence, Baylor nodded slightly. "I received word that the Wind Barbarian tribe is determined to break through the city walls, come what may." The officers fell silent. It was well known that the Wind Barbarian cavalry was unbeatable on the plains but lacked skill in sieges. Historically, this was proven true. Yunsong City had never fallen despite its strategic position on the frontier. Of the hundreds of fortresses guarding the borders of the Tianfeng Empire, Yunsong was the only one that had never been captured. This ancient city, untouched by war for decades, faced its foe once more today, determined enemies willing to fight to the death. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed over the endless prairie. Everyone looked up to see a black dot rapidly approaching. A massive hawk flapping its wings, slicing through low clouds and circling above Yunsong City as if observing something. "It's the eyes and ears of the Black Eagles. Bring it down." Baylor roared fiercely. The vanguard of the Wind Barbarian tribe, the Black Eagles, known as the strongest cavalry on the prairies, numbered 5,000 riders. Archers on the city wall fired arrows at the hawk in unison, but it dodged every single arrow with graceful agility, causing chills among the observers. Baylor frowned deeply and shouted, "Christo!" Christo, standing beside him, immediately launched into the air with explosive force, his sword gleaming with a deadly aura. He swung 3 consecutive slashes at the hawk, but then, a sharp whistle sounded from afar. The hawk abruptly changed direction, narrowly escaping the killing blow. As the hawk disappeared into the horizon, the expressions of the onlookers grew grim. Baylor's anger surged. His piercing gaze made the soldiers avoid eye contact. "All units, starting now, go on high alert. Swords in hand, armor donned at all times, increase patrol guards. We must not let these barbarians shatter Yunsong City's invincible legacy." His voice was filled with murderous intent. "General, there is a severe epidemic within the city, affecting many of our soldiers and weakening our fighting capability. I suggest we urgently send a plea for assistance." Christo stepped forward, speaking loudly. However, this triggered an even stronger surge of hostility from Baylor, his intense presence suffocating everyone present. They didn't understand why he reacted so strongly. Silence returned to the city walls. Amidst the howling wind, the impending storm felt imminent. After a long pause, Baylor slowly turned to face them, his eyes burning with fury. "Fine." The single word seemed to sap all his strength. With a flick of his cloak, he turned and walked away. The generals exchanged glances. Baylor quickly descended the wall. To keep morale up, he couldn't reveal the reality. They had no reinforcements. Left alone in this besieged city, they were abandoned. Revealing this would cause panic, leading to Yunsong City's fall without a fight. So he kept it buried deep within. "Even if isolated, we will not surrender." His angry growl reverberated inside him. Late that night, a black carriage stopped outside Yunsong City. City Commander Baylor personally greeted it, escorting the visitors to the entrance of the Tianfeng auction house. Waiting outside were Carmelo and Prince Hernan, both here to welcome them. Guided by Hernan, the carriage drove straight to the courtyard. Inside waited Dominic of the Spring-Autumn Dao Palace. The carriage door opened, and an elderly man with kind features stepped out, followed by a handsome young man with a sword at his waist, sharp eyes and arched brows. Dominic approached them with a smile. "Jaren, Mr. Wu Yu, just the two of you?" They exchanged greetings and Jaren chuckled. "Old Hua and Knife Enthusiast went to the other side, as you know?" Nodding, Dominic agreed. "Indeed, the Wind Barbarian tribe has produced some exceptional talent this time. A pity this city will be lost because of this conflict," the young man lamented, surveying the area with regret. Hearing their conversation, Baylor's anger boiled over. Bowing, he said, "You've had a tiring journey. Please rest. I must return to my duties." Turning, he swiftly left. Watching this, Jaren sighed, "Truly a pity." Translation complete. ####Chapter 37. The battle begins. At dawn, the sky was just beginning to lighten, and an unusual tranquility lay over the vast grasslands. Outside the main camp of the Fengman tribe's vanguard, an old man dressed in a green robe walked slowly toward the camp. By his side strode a burly man with a long dao on his back. A scar ran from his left eyebrow down his face, making him appear fearsome. Despite the thinness of his clothes in the chilly morning air, steam rose from his head. As they approached, a leaf drifted down and landed on the old man's shoulder. He paused, looked up at the top of the tent, and smiled. "You're up early again, little girl, unable to stay still?" A white blur descended from the tent top at a breathtaking speed. It turned out to be a girl with long hair cascading over her shoulders, her features delicate and charming. "Papa, why did you take so long?" "I was about to die of boredom," she pouted as she rushed forward. "Ai-ing, stop shaking me. My old bones can't take much. As soon as I heard you were setting off, I came straight from Dianqing Gate." The old man was Abner, one of the 2 elders of Dianqing Gate. Art had gone to Yunsong City. The burly man beside him was Haddon from the Yarnry Hall, the sole expert at the peak of the Huagang realm. The rest, including the 2 elders and the handsome man from Huangjin City, were only at the early stage of Huagang. At that moment, hearing their conversation, the tent flap opened, and two young men with sharp eyes and bold strides emerged. "Tilda, your master is here, and you didn't even tell us?" one of them exclaimed. Hearing this, the girl made a face at them. "I didn't have to, now you know anyway." The two young men weren't upset, indicating a close relationship. One of them eagerly rushed to Haddon and said excitedly, "Master, you're here." Haddon merely glanced at him coolly. "You haven't formally entered my door yet, so you're not my disciple. This test has only just begun." "Yeah, Emiel, you're too hasty," remarked the other young man more calmly as he bowed respectfully. Dayton greets the two elders. Abner and Haddon nodded approvingly at Dayton. On the side, Emiel's face turned red with indignation. "What's the rush? I'm already at the xiuxian realm. I don't believe anyone my age can surpass me. Even you, Carrie," he added arrogantly. Dayton laughed helplessly. Haddon's expression darkened as he rebuked sharply. "Do you know what it means there are people beyond your sight?" Beside him, Abner chuckled. "True, confidence is good, but don't let arrogance lead you astray." "Exactly," Tilda chimed in mischievously. "Fine," Emiel shouted, trembling with anger. "If you all don't believe me, I'll prove it." With that, he dashed outside, mounted a horse, and galloped towards Xiuxian City. "Emiel, where are you going?" Dayton called out in vain. "This idiot must be challenging them before our main force arrives," someone remarked anxiously. Bowing to the two elders, he continued, "Elders, please wait. I will bring him back." Haddon's gaze turned cold. "Since he's gone, there's no need to bring him back. You Black Eagles should also show your strength." Dayton paused, then his face lit up with anticipation. "Understood, Elder. Please watch as my Black Eagles, unbeaten elite forces, show their mettle. Win or lose isn't up to you." "Show me," Haddon interrupted bluntly. Dayton didn't argue further, bowing deeply. "Understood, elders, wait and see." He then headed for the camp's entrance, his voice echoing loudly, 30 breaths, gather and prepare for battle. The entire camp sprang to life as soldiers quickly assembled. Abner nodded approvingly. "Carrie, this boy is no ordinary talent." Haddon grunted and strode off. Tilda tugged at Abner's sleeve excitedly. "Let's go, Papa, to watch the spectacle." Sure. Meanwhile, on the walls of Xiuxian City, the commanders watched in dismay as Amiel started provoking the enemy. Finally, Chance couldn't hold back. "I'll teach these arrogant kids a lesson. Chance, don't engage without orders. Should we hide like cowards? I can't stand it." Ignoring everyone, Chance gathered 5,000 elite cavalry and charged out. "Come at me, and I'll give you a lesson." His troops surged forth under his command. On the other side, Dayton didn't hesitate either. Black Eagles split into two formations and break through the enemy lines, then converge at the city gate. "Follow me, charge." With Amiel leading the charge, the Black Eagles sliced through Chance's army like scissors. The battle cries filled the air. Despite equal numbers, the Black Eagles were fully equipped with the best fish-scale armor, giving them formidable defense. Their unyielding assault tore apart Chance's ranks in seconds. Amiel led the charge, his dual blades slashing effortlessly, cutting down enemies like grass. The Black Eagles' ironclad horses soon converged amidst Chance's troops, wreaking havoc wherever they went. Watching from the city walls, the commanders of Xiuxian City were stunned. Equal numbers, yet our cavalry can't even retaliate. What a huge gap. Dayton and his cavalry had reached Chance's center. Seeing Chance, Amiel's eyes gleamed with battle fervor as he charged. Dayton remained composed, spear sweeping forward, guiding the front line. "Charge!" Amiel roared like thunder, his dual blades forming an impenetrable net around Chance. Facing imminent danger, Chance barely held his ground, parrying furiously. Witnessing this, Dayton sighed. Amiel's impulsive act displeased him. As cavalry, speed was crucial. Losing it meant certain death. He lost the momentum. What kind of cavalry is that? As the battle raged on, a figure watched quietly from dense grass nearby. Is this a dragon versus snake contest? A national war? This person was Abdul. Chapter 38, Two Dragons Entwined, The Might of the Black Eagle. Abdul rode his horse at a gallop from the 10-mile graveyard, arriving beneath Finian City in the dead of night. Unexpectedly, the entire city had changed its usual appearance. The city walls were lined with soldiers, lit up by numerous torches. Each soldier held their weapons tightly and wore armor, patrolling cautiously. Seeing the massive crossbows, Abdul wisely kept his distance and found a sheltered spot to rest for the night. As dawn broke, he was drawn by continuous shouts of battle and the sound of hooves. Following the city wall, he silently made his way to the north gate, where he witnessed this intense confrontation between the Black Eagle cavalry and the defending forces. This brought to mind Dominic's words, the struggle between dragon and snake. Didn't Blask say that the struggle between dragon and snake is about sex selecting disciples? What's going on here? Abdul observed how the 5,000-strong Black Eagle cavalry moved as one cohesive unit, rapidly charging through Christo's army, leaving chaos in its wake. The young man leading the charge, who seemed around his age, caught his attention. It struck him then. He understood. It seems these four major sects are not here for Finian City, but for the Fengman tribe people. This explains it all. Abdul nodded to himself, increasingly convinced of his reasoning. As the two sides battled, Baylor led a large group onto the city wall, members of the Liu, Xiao, Huang, and Zhao families. However, only some family elders from the latter two families accompanied them, since their leaders and experts were not within the residence. Baylor watched the scene below, where Christo's forces were already severely disadvantaged. His expression was grim. These Black Eagle cavalrymen are elite warriors, born and raised on horses, experienced in battles. How can they be easily dealt with? Didn't I warn you earlier? Must you learn the hard way through bloodshed? Baylor's roar echoed throughout the city wall, striking fear into every soldier and silence into the generals. Nearby, young scions of the families, witnessing the bloody scene, felt a growing sense of fear. James's voice cut through the tension. This is war. Either you die or they do. Open your eyes and see. A family elder murmured. Why should we watch? We won't be fighting anyway. At this, Elder Jorge, a supporter of Digby, stood up. When one suffers, all suffer. If our city falls, what will you do? It will be too late then. Do you want to stand by and watch as these barbarians destroy our homes and kill your parents, relatives, and friends before your eyes? Can you accept that? Jorge spoke loudly, addressing not just the Xiaos but also the other three families. They all knew that from the moment Baylor brought them to the city wall, it meant the war wouldn't end easily. He wanted them to know that even as martial arts families, they might have to fight if things became dire. Though the young generation weren't the core strength, they were each family's hope and future. They must grow rapidly in this war or face dire consequences. Jorge's words did not immediately take effect, but it was evident the young one's eyes began to shift, from fear to resolve and anger. On the battlefield, the stench of blood permeated the air, carried by the wind. Most casualties were from Finian City's defense force, their formation shattered and retreating. Yet, the Black Eagles weren't faring much better with only 5,000 men. Engaged in fierce combat, Honor, the spearhead, faced mounting pressure despite his skill. His stamina quickly depleted under the intense battle. Finally breaking through Christo's forces with only 1,000 riders following him, Honor shouted, Bradford, follow the plan. Bradford, having gained the upper hand, refused to heed the call, instead pressing down fiercely on Christo with twin blades. Seeing no response, Honor ordered urgently, change crossbow bolts, split into 2 teams, attack their flanks, leave no one alive. With a swift movement, Honor disengaged and reorganized the remaining troops to target Christo's forces with crossbows. Christo's 5,000 cavalrymen suffered heavy losses, bodies strewn everywhere. Witnessing this carnage, those on the city wall turned red-eyed with fury. Several generals demanded permission to launch a rescue mission. Commander, please let us lead our forces to rescue Christo. Suddenly, a voice floated in. 5,000 versus 5,000, a fair fight without clear winner. Why rush? 3 figures appeared, introducing themselves. Art from Starpoint Sect. Ewan from Imperial Sword City. Dominic from Spring Autumn Dao Palace. Ignoring the crowd, they focused intently on the battlefield. Baylor stood silently, fists clenched tightly. What did you mean, Daoist Dominic? Asked the general anxiously. Dominic replied casually. The battle isn't over yet. No need to rush aid. All the generals' faces changed. Everyone could see Christo's army was disintegrating. Delay now would mean more deaths. Daoist, the general protested. Dominic silenced him with a cold glare and a wave of his sleeve, sending the general flying with blood splattering. A sense of despair filled everyone. King Shuiart chuckled. This young Yi truly understands military tactics. No wonder old he favors him. But this statement only heightened everyone's frustration. Would they have to watch Christo's entire force be annihilated? All eyes turned to Baylor, hoping for a word, but only silence greeted them. Baylor knew this was just the beginning. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. A figure suddenly appeared on the battlefield, charging at incredible speed toward a Black Eagle detachment, besieging Christo's forces. Chaos ensued wherever this figure went. Chapter 39. Whose commander is this? On the grasslands, the first battle between the Wind Barbarian tribe and Carrie City was underway. Behind the Black Eagle cavalry, 3 people on a war chariot quietly observed the annihilation battle. Abner stroked his beard, smiling broadly. Haha, Carrie, this child really has been diligent. The 2-dragon entangling formation was used perfectly. Nice. Adrian beside him giggled playfully and said with a sly smile. Of course, we've been training diligently every day. Then she looked at Haddon, who was a bit further away, pouting as she asked, Uncle, how's it going? Jean didn't lie to us, did he? Haddon, however, snorted coldly and replied, boastful and arrogant. He detached himself from the group for personal glory. Foolish. You. Haddon's words irked Adrian a bit, but she couldn't refute them either, since she knew her companion's flaws all too well. Jan does tend to be overly competitive, but his strength is truly the strongest among us. He's already at the 8th layer of the innate stage. Haddon snorted again, saying nothing, apparently not wanting to continue the discussion. Seeing this, Abner smiled and said, Child, there are always better people beyond what you can imagine. This world is never short of geniuses. Geniuses? Indeed there are, like us. Adrian raised her head proudly, like a peacock showing off its feathers. Abner shook his head helplessly, having no way to deal with this willful girl. Master, I'm not saying I don't believe you, but look at that general. Even he can't defeat Jean, let alone someone his age. You. Abner had no retort to this. In this small place, there probably weren't any stronger geniuses than them. Adrian and company's talents were among the best even within their sections. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth the joint effort of 4 sects to request this dragon snake strife from the Tianfeng dynasty. Suddenly, a figure appeared in Abner's line of sight. From the grass, a young man leaped out and quickly approached the battlefield. Such incredible speed. This comment drew Adrian and Haddon's attention, and they both looked over. Next, an astonishing scene unfolded. The figure suddenly appeared before one of the outer squadrons of cavalry. Sprinting forward, his body lightly jumped, using his arms for propulsion like an arrow from a bow, directly kicking the leading Black Eagle commander into the air. He bent down to snatch a spear from the ground, then turned around and charged into the cavalry behind him. What neat skills, Haddon instinctively praised. The newcomer was Abdul. He had been observing from the shadows for a long time, forming his plan. This battle seems to be for the 4 sects disciple selection. If so, thinking this, he immediately rushed out. His goal, naturally, was to draw attention. Carrie City was too small. Its strongest technique was only at the yellow rank. Staying here would mean it would take him forever to reach the peak of martial arts. Joining a sect was a better choice, for both him and the entire Liu family. Moreover, Dominic already saw him as a thorn in his side. Spear in hand, Abdul turned and plunged back into the cavalry. The Luxiang army was restrained by the two dragon entangling formation and couldn't move. To alleviate the pressure, he had to eliminate the two dragons. Seeing this, Abner was somewhat disappointed by Abdul's bold entry. A reckless man, trying to restrain the two dragon formation with just one person? Hadden also shook his head, but the next second, his eyes flashed with astonishment. How is that possible? Looking up, they saw the Black Eagle cavalry, undaunted by Abdul's charge. Without stopping, they surrounded him with drawn sabers, creating a killing frenzy. Soon, Abdul was in the center of the circle. Facing the onslaught of the Black Eagles, Abdul showed no fear. Instead, a smile of excitement spread across his face. Kill! He roared. His spear darted out like a snake searching through grass, stabbing toward the nearest rider. That rider, startled by Abdul's ferocity, tried to block but was too slow. The spear pierced his chest directly, retracting with a spray of blood. The Black Eagle soldier fell dead. Abdul didn't stop, parrying a slash aimed at his back. Notification. Surrounded by 10 opponents, the Great Wave Art feels aggrieved. Cultivation speed increased by 200%. Notification. Surrounded by 50 opponents, the Great Wave Art becomes enraged, furiously deducing and pushing to break limits. Notification. Surrounded by 500 opponents, the Great Wave Art clenches its teeth, increasing comprehension speed by 1000%. Abdul, Nung. What a rush. He could feel it. The Great Wave Art seemed to be advancing under constant deduction, driving him to fight even more fiercely. For a moment, Abdul fought left and right, his spear like a dragon. No one could get close. The Black Eagles, clad in armor, had remarkable defenses and combat prowess, which helped keep them in check. Regular cavalry would have been easily decimated by Abdul. Even so, everyone watching was stunned. Whether from Carrie City or the Wind Barbarian tribe, everyone stared in disbelief. Look, who is that person? So fierce. No matter how fierce, what use is it when he's surrounded by 500 ironclad soldiers? Just as the general's words echoed, the sudden figure vanished into the mass of Black Eagle cavalry. On Carrie City walls, sighs filled the air. They could only watch helplessly as he was engulfed by enemies. War was cruel. As they lamented, a teenager from a noble family waved excitedly. Look, he actually broke through. He really broke through. Wow, too powerful. Everyone looked up to see the lone rider emerging unscathed from the 500 cavalry. However, shockingly, the person turned his horse around and charged back in. What is he doing? A single person with a spear caused chaos in the 500 Black Eagles, forcing them into disarray. Yet human endurance has limits. Soon, he was swallowed by the angry enemy once more. Gone. A general howled skyward, venting his frustration. Tears glistened in his tiger-like eyes. On the city walls, everyone was deeply moved by the unwavering courage and relentless spirit. We must learn from this hero. Adrienne's words were interrupted. Look, he's fine. The familiar figure emerged once more, stained red with battle, and he continued charging back in. This sight shocked everyone present. From the Carrie City crowd, their initially teary eyes gradually turned numb. He broke out. He went back in. He broke out again. He went back in again. Again and again, over and over. He was like a heartless, tireless killing machine. Cold-blooded and relentless. By the time everyone realized, the 500 elite Black Eagles had been reduced to a handful fleeing in panic. Baylor trembled with excitement, pointing at Abdul and shouting, 17 times into and out of the enemy ranks? How incredibly brave. Whose commander is this? Everyone exchanged glances, no one answering. Chapter 40. Archery and Infantry Coordination, crushing the enemy formation. On the city wall, facing Baylor's question, everyone was momentarily at a loss for words. Amidst this silence, Dominic's low exclamation once again drew everyone's attention. How could it be? Is it him? Hearing this, everyone turned their gaze to the expert from the Spring and Autumn Dao Palace. His face was ashen, brows furrowed, seemingly witnessing something inconceivable. Do you know this young man? Art asked curiously. Beside him, Iwan also looked over, his eyes full of inquiry. However, Dominic remained silent as if he had not seen them. Suddenly, Honest's voice rang out from the direction of the Liu family. Master, it seems to be. Young master. What? James paused, then took 2 steps forward, carefully examining the scene. He had felt a sense of familiarity just now, but hadn't quite put it together. Now, upon closer inspection, despite the ragged clothes, it was indeed his son. Truly my son. Good lad, you haven't disgraced me, ha ha ha, James exclaimed with excitement. As his words faded, everyone was taken aback, even Baylor included. How could this young man have already reached the Xiuxian realm after the battle at the mine? Moreover, his familiarity with battle formations was evident, which was even more astonishing. Formation, martial arts, insight, tactics. Each of these qualities revealed by the young master of the Liu family was exceptional. Just a short while ago, the entire Yunsong city viewed this young master as nothing more than a bookworm who failed exams, a useless one at that. Now, transformed in an instant, he had become a prodigy unrivaled in the world. The contrast was immense. However, seeing Dominic's reaction, everyone finally understood. After all, Jiraj had publicly slain this person's disciple. Harboring hatred naturally followed. Sure enough, looking at the excited James, Dominic spoke coldly. So what if he has attained Xiuxian? How many can he kill alone? 1,000? 2,000? Dominic turned around, glancing at everyone with a murderous intent. Or do you think he can slay their 5,000 men? These words were like a bucket of cold water, dousing the Liu family's enthusiasm. James was first startled, then became anxious. Even he couldn't say for sure if he could survive this battle unscathed. Moreover, his son was only newly initiated into the xiuxian realm. Thinking of this, he rushed to Baylor and pleaded urgently, "Governor, please send troops immediately to save my son." Baylor glanced up to see Dominic looking at him with a cold warning in his eyes. As for the other two, they watched the drama unfold with amusement. He sighed inwardly, hesitating. Today was only the first battle. If he openly antagonized Dominic, Yunsong City would truly be doomed if the latter aided the Windman tribe in secret. Seeing Baylor remain silent, James grew increasingly anxious, turning around and shouting, "Lu family members, follow me to rescue him. Master, look quickly." At the same time, Honest's voice echoed again, filled with surprise. James darted to the edge of the city wall to observe the battlefield. There, he saw Jiraj breaking through a small battalion of 500 men and charging towards the heart of the battle. Just a little more, Taiyin Jingtao decree is about to break through. The frenzied prompt in his mind made Jiraj fight bravely, plunging deeper into the fray. On the other side, Frederick had already noticed him. Who was this person? Such strong power. He intended to lead men to intercept him, but found him diving into the encirclement on his own accord. Truly foolish, diving straight into our encirclement, relying on xiuxian strength? Idiot. Frederick shook his head in disapproval. Initially, he thought this person was an expert, single-handedly breaching their defenses. Now it seemed like just a brute force fighter. Yet he overlooked the saying, brute strength conquers all. Moreover, Jiraj's understanding of battle formations far surpassed his. As Jiraj vanished into the sea of soldiers, a voice suddenly commanded, "Listen to my orders, Yunsong defenders. Immediate dismount and hold shields on the outer perimeter. Place the spearmen between shield gaps, archers in the center, prepare for defense." The thunderous voice gave 3 clear orders, leaving no room for doubt. The soldiers, already terrified by the Black Eagle Iron Cavalry, instinctively followed the commands without questioning. These orders came from Jiraj. Though he needed to incite system activation through surrounding attacks, fighting alone involved too many variables. Commanding others to counterattack made more sense. Indeed, under his command, the Yunsong defenders began to stabilize. Large shields in front, spears behind, and archers in the center provided steady defense. Face-to-face combat neutralized the cavalry advantage, resulting in many casualties due to concentrated arrow volleys. Sullivan's expression on the war chariot changed from amusement to seriousness as he observed the changing battle dynamics. This young man understands how to adapt. His comprehension of formations may surpass Carey. Adrian retorted indignantly. How could that be? They are clearly still surrounded by our forces. Different, Sullivan explained, pointing to the defensive formation the Yunsong defenders established in the center. Their infantry differs from yours. Grasslands excel in riding and archery with light cavalry equipped with bows. In contrast, Yunsong soldiers are more comprehensive, proficient in shields, spears, and powerful bows. Although their riding and archery skills aren't as good as your Black Eagles, once dismounted and forming defensive lines with coordination, your advantage disappears. This explanation erased Adrienne's arrogance, prompting her to closely observe the changes on the battlefield. Indeed, as Sullivan noted, the arrow volleys from the Black Eagle Iron Cavalry became ineffective. Trying to charge into the enemy lines only invited arrows first, followed by spears. Due to the close melee, the cavalry lost momentum, unable to gain speed. Frederick's initial 2-dragon encirclement strategy turned into a disadvantage. Now what should we do? Adrian asked anxiously. After a long silence, Martin finally spoke. Continuing would be futile. Agreed. The best course is to let them retreat or else. Sullivan nodded in agreement. As if hearing their discussion, Frederick, though unwilling, bellowed in resignation. Heed my order, retreat. Amican, let's go. Upon the command, the Black Eagle Iron Cavalry retreated like the wind. The sight caused the Yunsong defenders, both inside and outside the city, to rejoice. Victory. Win Sky's valor. Yunsong must win. Cheers reverberated across the sky. Martin scoffed. Not stupid. Sullivan nodded approvingly. But someone was displeased by Jiraj disrupting their plans. Amican abandoned Christo, brandishing his saber and charging toward Jiraj. Kill. Note, the translation aims to maintain the original tone and style while ensuring the English version is natural and fluent. Chapter 41. A Master of the Sword. On the battlefield, Heath was maneuvering brilliantly within the enemy ranks. Suddenly, he sensed fewer people around him. Looking around, he saw that the Black Eagle Iron Riders were retreating rapidly like receding tides. This filled him with frustration. Why retreat when they were in the middle of a good fight? Even the sound of rewards had vanished. Damn, just a little more, and it would have been mine. This sudden turn left him agitated and dissatisfied. As he was mulling over this, a loud roar interrupted his thoughts. He saw the young man who had been battling Christo charging towards him. With nowhere to vent his pent-up anger, Heath wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. His long spear shot out like a dragon emerging from water, thrusting directly at his opponent. Andres blocked with his twin blades, then leaped off his horse, spinning rapidly mid-air as he counterattacked. Seeing the intense force of the blades, Heath immediately abandoned his spear. He pushed both palms outward, causing his body to fly backward, narrowly evading Andres' attack. Meanwhile, Christo had already retreated to his troops. His arms were swollen and painful from the hard clashes with Andres. Turning to Heath, he shouted, "Be careful, brother. This kid is powerful. His blade is incredibly fast." Heath landed gracefully on the ground, unaffected, smiling. "Don't worry, General. You should withdraw first." Christo hadn't finished speaking when the remaining soldiers behind him objected. "Little brother, you saved us at the cost of your own safety. How can we abandon you? You fight freely, brother. We'll support you." "Yes, we stand or fall together." Led by Christo, the soldiers roared these words even louder, their resolve firm. On the other side, Frederick, worried about Andres, brought the Black Eagle Iron Riders back into battle. Seeing the fervent Cloudchong army, Frederick raised his spear and bellowed, "Victory for the Black Eagles." The The thousands of cavalrymen behind him echoed his cry, lifting their weapons high. For a moment, both sides' killing intent surged, their cries echoing through the sky, stirring all onlookers. On the grassland, Adrienne's fighting spirit surged, and she could no longer hold back, dashing downward. Sullivan chuckled softly, "Shall we?" Before he finished, Martin turned into a blur of blade light, racing ahead. Sullivan shook his head helplessly and followed. From atop Yunsong City, Art smiled and said, "Let's see this." With a light tap, his body floated down with the wind. Iwan leapt up, displaying agile movements like a startled swan and a roaming dragon, almost like a celestial being descending from heaven, leaving the young men of the four families awestruck. Dominic, with a stern face, followed suit. Seeing this, James couldn't resist either and leapt down, joining them. The sight created chaos, as everyone on the city wall yearned to investigate. Thankfully, Baylor's roar calmed them. "Generals to your posts. Clan members, only those who are innate can watch the battle." With these words, he too drifted down from the wall, causing grumbling among the others. "You didn't let us go, but you rushed off yourself," muttered one of them. Still, no one disobeyed. Everyone knew well that without certain strength, attending such a spectacle meant courting death. So, apart from the elders, no one else left the city. In the field, Heath and Andres stood facing each other, their auras intensifying with each arriving observer until they reached their peak. "Andres, give it your all." Adrienne waved her fists, shouting. Andres nodded, his killing intent growing sharper. "Kill." As he shouted, he lunged forward like a mad bull, attacking Heath fiercely. Seeing the intense attack, James couldn't help but call out, "Fuchin, be careful." Heath turned and flashed him a bright smile. "Don't worry, Dad." At that moment, Andres's twin blades formed a dense web of blades rushing toward Heath. In the nick of time, Heath flicked his foot, catching a long sword which he swung backward without turning his head. Multiple sword shadows emerged, blocking Andres's assault entirely. Neither gained an advantage from the clash. However, watching Heath wield his sword this way, the sect expert's eyes sparkled with admiration. Iwan praised generously, "Excellent swordsmanship." Even Andres showed surprise, retreating after a failed move. "I didn't expect you to have hands skilled in wielding a sword." Heath's smile never wavered. "You should say, master of the sword." So arrogant, so domineering. Few martial artists dared claim such superiority among sword users. Yet, Heath's confidence infected everyone present, regardless of ally or foe. Landing again, Andres resumed his charge, questioning, "Skilled hands indeed, but what is your sword technique?" Heath's gaze sharpened, raising his sword, pointing it diagonally to the sky. He spoke 3 words calmly, "Xiuxian sword." "Never heard of it. Show me." Before Andres finished speaking, his twin blades swept like a storm once more. Heath made no reply. Instead, his sword slashed out like a meteor chasing the moon. A sword chi shot forth, enveloped in potent energy, striking Andres first despite its delayed start. Andres quickly reacted, blocking with his twin blades crossed over his chest. A deafening clang erupted, shaking the ground, sending stones flying. Surprisingly, Andres, who had higher cultivation, was forced back. Standing there, sword in hand, Heath faced Andres, who raged in fury. Again, speeding up to maximum, Andres pounced aggressively, blades cutting through the air, bringing immense killing intent. The clanging sounds were deafening, and surrounding rocks flew in all directions. Despite the ferocity of the attack, Heath showed no fear. He struck forward lightning fast, parrying. In close combat, Andres inexplicably felt that he couldn't gain any advantage. All of his blade force was countered. Worse still, Heath's inner energy seemed boundless, getting stronger and stronger. How was this possible? Clearly, Andres was supposed to be the stronger one. What Andres didn't realize was that Heath had mastered his cultivation method to a fine degree, nearing the realm of naturalness. His true essence's quality and quantity far surpassed those of his peers, allowing him to challenge opponents of higher levels. After several clashes, they were deadlocked. Sensing danger, Andres pulled back abruptly, changing tactics. Witnessing this, Martin's eyes revealed disappointment. The blade is the king of weapons. It must have the might to sweep 1,000 armies and forge ahead without hesitation. Retreat means defeat. Even Adrian and Frederick did not come to Andres' defense, knowing well that he had been subdued. #### Chapter 42, Sword and Blade Duel. The first round of combat between Abdul and Bradford had begun. Bradford, who always boasted of being unmatched by his peers, found himself not gaining any advantage at all. Although he did not use his full strength in their exchange just now, Abdul still handled the confrontation with ease. Nonetheless, their weapons clashed, sending up a cloud of dust that enveloped the surrounding space. With the fierce wind, the dust scattered everywhere, creating a scene of chaotic and grim tension. Roar! Bradford roared again and continued the battle, swinging his right blade down towards Abdul, who blocked it with his sword. The moment they engaged, Bradford's left-hand scimitar came into play, sweeping across horizontally. "Let's see how you block this move," Bradford bellowed excitedly. Since the day he learned to wield blades, he had been practicing dual blade techniques. Now, if Abdul wanted to defend, he could only do so with his left arm. But flesh and bone cannot withstand a sharp blade. If Abdul did so, his left arm would be injured, greatly increasing Bradford's chances of victory. In a flash of inspiration, Abdul kicked up another long sword with his toes, swiftly blocking the deadly strike. This quick-thinking move was executed perfectly, earning nods of approval from the onlookers. "This boy handles his sword brilliantly. He should join our Imperial Sword City," Iwan praised without reserve, clapping loudly. Beside him, Dominic's eyes flashed with a cold light. He hadn't expected Everard to fail, nor had he imagined that upon their first meeting, Abdul would already attract the attention of the Imperial Sword City. This boy considers me as an enemy. He must not be allowed to live. Abdul managed to parry Bradford's double blades, but his one-legged stance made his base unstable, and he was soon sent flying by Bradford's powerful strikes. Iwan's praise fueled Bradford's jealousy, and he pounced forward with renewed vigor. The twin blades sliced in a cross pattern. Abdul flipped through the air and landed gracefully. As he fell, his true chi surged out, causing nearby scattered weapons to be drawn towards him. These weapons were hurled at Bradford all at once. Seeing numerous sharp blades coming at him, Bradford had no choice but to halt and protect himself with his two blades. When he looked up again, his pupils shrank in shock. Two swords were converging from different angles in the air, heading straight for his head. Abdul had used his foot to kick one of the previously tossed swords downward, while turning the momentum of his own sword to propel it forward, catching up with the first sword. Upon collision, both swords maintained their sharpness and kept changing directions, causing Bradford to panic. This guy's sword skills are too unpredictable and strange. Unable to predict the movements of the two swords, Bradford had to increase the speed of his blades, which whirled like spinning wheels in front of him, creating a dazzling array of cold light. Finally, the swords were deflected. Roar! Frustrated by being continuously suppressed, Bradford unleashed his fury, pushing the two swords aside with sheer force and let out a loud roar. However, the next second, his shout was abruptly cut off as a foot appeared before his face, striking him directly. It was Abdul. Good. Using the deceptive double swords to block the path, then taking the middle route when the opportunity arises. What a clever strategy. King Shingman takes this boy. Art clapped in approval, praising him wholeheartedly. Hearing this, Iwan's brows furrowed slightly as he said aloud. Not only does this boy have precise control over the two swords, but transforming himself into a sword is already the essence of Manzord harmony. Such a swordsman would be wasted outside our imperial sword city. Their gazes met, sparking an intense clash of intentions. On the field, Abdul had already gained a decisive advantage. With a series of rapid kicks, he sent Bradford flying. Bradford rolled and struggled on the ground for a while before finally stopping. His blades dropped, looking disheveled and nose bleeding profusely, a picture of utter defeat. Bradford, are you all right? Adrienne's beautiful eyes filled with worry as she watched from afar. This only served to push Bradford over the edge. How can I let Adrienne see me in such a state? All because of that boy. I'll kill him. Kill. Roaring, Bradford launched himself forward again, moving on all fours like a wild beast. Along the way, he picked up a long spear and charged straight at Abdul. Seeing his desperate charge, Darcy and the other experts shook their heads. Martin berated him fiercely. This boy has lost his mind due to anger, focusing only on power and speed, completely abandoning form changes. With a confused heart, how can he win? If he survives, he'll be lucky. Hearing this, Frederick and Adrienne's faces changed dramatically, readying themselves with true chi in case rescue was needed. Before the Wind Barbarian army even arrived, losing a major general would be detrimental to morale. Facing Bradford, Abdul stood casually, holding two swords. A notification in his mind made him feel exhilarated. Asterisk ding. The Xiuxian sword cannon finds host kicking opponent's face extremely satisfying. Wielding two swords increases power by 10%. Asterisk. Asterisk ding. The Xiuxian sword cannon finds dual swords impressive. Wielding two swords increases speed by 10%. Asterisk. Abdul felt a surge of joy. Looking at the raging Bradford, he found him endearingly foolish. The Xiuxian sword cannon was his most powerful and deeply mastered skill. Now, with two swords, both his power and attack speed had doubled. As Bradford's attack neared, Abdul crossed his two swords, locking the spear firmly. A sticky force emanated from the swords, preventing Bradford from advancing or retreating. With a sudden pull, Abdul forced Bradford's body towards him, holding the sword ready to strike. Bradford was terrified, thinking he would meet his doom. I'm finished. Behind him, Frederick and Adrienne rushed forward to rescue him. Bradford! Hold it! You dare harm my brother, and I will kill you. Yet, Abdul remained unperturbed, watching silently. His sword remained steady as a mountain. Just in time, a figure rushed forward. Lu Fuyo felt a heavy impact on his sword, the pain unbearable, forcing the sword from his grasp. He saw a Taoist intercept Bradford with a single palm. It was none other than Dominic. A friendly sparring match, there's no need to take lives. Young man, your penchant for killing will hinder great achievements. Holding his bleeding right hand, Abdul replied coldly, Elder, you're right. Such trash doesn't deserve to die by my sword. With that, he turned and walked away toward the Lu residence. Meanwhile, Frederick helped the shaken Bradford back up. Bradford, barely recovered from near death, felt his heart race with rage and indignation upon hearing Abdul's words. Spurt. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his energy fading instantly as he collapsed unconscious. Chapter 43. Greed makes the snake swallow an elephant. When Dominic made his move, everyone was taken aback. Even Martin and Alfredo furrowed their brows slightly. Though they were ordered to observe the struggle between dragon and snake, they were repeatedly instructed by their sect not to intervene when they left the mountain. Now, Dominic had violated this rule right before everyone's eyes, which was indeed unexpected. Iwan did not mince words. On the battlefield, life and death are natural. Daozhong, isn't this action inappropriate? Dominic dismissed it with a light laugh. Right now, the Fengman army has not arrived. Why be so strict, Mr. Wu Yu? Don't think I can't see that you're deliberately targeting. Iwan sneered, looking at Dominic with disdain. Upon hearing this, Dominic's expression turned cold. Iwan, you can eat random food, but you can't speak nonsense. Others might fear your beautiful sword Wu Yu name, but I do not. Both parties glared at each other, their auras rising sharply. In an instant, the wind rose up from the ground, and dust flew around. Seeing the two about to come to blows, Art hurriedly stepped forward as a mediator. Ladies and gentlemen, let's not harm our friendship. After all, we're here on a mission. With the elders' intervention, their hostility subsided somewhat and eventually returned to normal. Iwan said coolly, "Today, I'll give Elder long face, but let me make it clear. If anyone breaks the rules or acts recklessly, don't blame me for taking action." With that, he flicked his sleeves and walked away gracefully. At the same time, Martin remarked calmly, "Bullying the weak, what sort of person does that make you?" Dominic's face grew even more unpleasant. However, considering Martin's strength, he swallowed his anger. Yet deep down, his hatred for Abdul grew even stronger. Abdul went to James's side and urgently said, "Father, let's go back." James glared at Dominic, nodded, and the group headed back into the city. Baylor also gave orders for Christo to lead the remaining soldiers back into the city. On the Black Eagle Iron Cavalry side, morale was low, and even Frederick lacked his usual confidence. This battle, originally initiated by them, was meant to showcase xiuxian and Martin's abilities. Unexpectedly, it ended in defeat, and worse yet, they ended up making things easier for others. Seeing the gloomy camp, xiuxian sighed helplessly. This is quite a blow for them. They've been too smooth sailing, acting arrogantly. Some setbacks will help them see clearer. Martin wiped his treasured sword and continued, "My son Eclipse Hall does not tolerate failures." For a moment, silence reigned. Inside Yunsong City, Abdul followed James, bidding farewell to Baylor and heading towards the Liu family residence. Along the way, the young clan members who used to look down on him now regarded him with respect and admiration. Even Daryl looked at him with awe. All this was seen by James, who felt gratified watching Abdul's back, shouting, "Did you see that? Our son has truly grown." Maybe. Thinking about his wife, tears welled up in James's tiger-like eyes. "What's wrong, father?" Abdul, noticing the change, asked curiously. He had never seen his father like this. James quickly wiped his eyes and replied, "Nothing, just got something in my eye from the wind." Abdul. "By the way, where's Armando?" Hearing this, James became serious, looking at Abdul. "Fuyun, you have become much different from before." "Oh, is that so?" Abdul raised an eyebrow but wasn't particularly concerned. "Since you left, Armando has become increasingly arrogant and reckless, and he has extorted large sums of money from the Zhao and Huang families." Abdul chuckled to himself. Didn't expect that kid to learn so fast. Looking at James, he explained, "I arranged it all, making him betray my information for money and benefits." Suddenly, Honest, who was walking beside him, spoke up. "As you say, but this Armando, using your name, has been bullying inside and outside the residence, defying everyone's control except you, even ignoring me. Master, fame and wealth are hard to obtain, harder to let go. Be cautious." "Is that so?" Honest's words surprised Abdul. He hadn't considered this before. Where is he now? He should be drinking at Luyun Pavilion. Frowning, Abdul noticed that all shops were closed and streets nearly deserted, only medical personnel patrolling. The whole city was under lockdown due to the plague outbreak. In such conditions, Armando still dared to drink at Luyun Pavilion. Clearly, his character had changed significantly, but whether for better or worse, further observation was needed. Deciding this, Abdul leaped forward, moving like a whirlwind. "Father, you go ahead, I'll check on this." The streets were empty as Abdul rushed towards Luyun Pavilion. Moments later, he arrived at the entrance. Led by a waiter, he soon reached the private room. Bang! Abdul kicked open the door. A haughty voice immediately blurted out, "Which dog dares to kick Master Kai's door?" Recognizing the voice as Armando's, Abdul was surprised to see a dagger aimed at him. Faint true chi swirling around it, though weak, it was unmistakable. Huh. Abdul easily caught the dagger between two fingers, gazing at Armando, who was now dumbstruck. Presently, Armando wore rich attire, flanked by two sultry women, a wine glass near his mouth. "Me, master?" Abdul casually dropped the dagger, which clattered to the floor. Shaken, Armando regained consciousness, shoving the women aside and kneeling before Abdul. "Master, I didn't know it was you. You managed to cultivate true chi?" Abdul asked dispassionately. Indeed, Armando managing to cultivate true chi just from Tingtao Xian Jing astonished Abdul. The original body had practiced for over a decade without success. Didn't expect this brat to have potential. Internally pondering, Armando trembled, not daring to meet Abdul's gaze. "Master, I just followed the secret techniques you gave. Please spare me. Word is you've been quite the big shot lately, rich and influential enough to ignore Uncle Ching." Each word made Armando lower his head. "Master, everything was done according to your instructions. If you want the money," interrupting ruthlessly, "fine, bring me all the money you earn tomorrow morning." As Abdul stood up to leave, "Isekai, remember your place and stay true to yourself." "Yes, master." Armando lowered his eyes obediently, but the moment he landed on the ground, his eyes gleamed with venom. Sensing the lingering resentment and murderous intent behind him, Abdul sighed inwardly. Greed makes the snake swallow an elephant. Chapter 44, Stone-Slinging Siege Carriages. Abdur brought Armando back home, handing over all the money earned to Honest. He kept Armando close to hope that he could cultivate a more composed demeanor. After all, Armando had followed him from childhood, and the recent changes were directly related to him. Moreover, Armando showed significant martial talent, which if cultivated properly, would become a valuable ally for Abdur. Unfortunately, things in this world are not so easy. As an old saying goes, it is easy to live extravagantly after being frugal, but hard to live frugally after becoming extravagant. The next day, at the Fengman tribe's camp, General Jamil led a force of 50,000 troops to encircle Yunsong City tightly. This dragon and snake struggle officially commenced. Over the following days, intense clashes broke out between both sides. The Fengman tribe attempted several city assaults, all of which failed with substantial losses. Out of desperation, they tried to provoke the Yunsong defenders into coming out for battle. Some commanders could not withstand the insults and provocations and ended up suffering devastating defeats. Eventually, under Baylor's strict orders, the entire army was confined within the city walls and forbidden to engage the enemy outside. For a time, the two sides were at a stalemate. The good news was that the epidemic inside Yunseong City was gradually coming under control, greatly boosting morale among the military and civilians. However, Baylor knew this was because Dominic had stopped spreading his green spirit powder. Of course, Abdur also knew this much. He had long suspected the Tianfeng auction house's involvement. Now it was clear that the royal family was indeed behind the conflict. But now he was already part of the situation, and the only way out was to break the deadlock. Therefore, these past few days, he stayed in the military camp to keep abreast of the siege's progress. Late one night, outside the Fengman military camp, Bradford was furiously practicing against a wooden stake as if it bore a deep grudge against him. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew, and a voice rang out behind him. "What good does this sort of training do you?" Bradford shuddered and turned around, unleashing a powerful punch. "Who's there?" His powerful strike was easily caught by the other person. Bradford looked up in shock. "You." A figure in a green robe with a fly whisk appeared, looking like a venerable Taoist master. It was none other than Dominic from the Spring and Autumn Dao Palace. Dominic smiled and released his hand. "Actually, I am your savior." His words immediately triggered a violent reaction from Bradford. His facial muscles twitched angrily, making him look like a vengeful spirit. Seeing his expression, Dominic chuckled. "The highest form of warfare involves strategy. If you wish to erase the humiliation, you must use your brain. Please instruct me, venerable elder." Bradford was not stupid. He understood the implications of Dominic's words. Immediately kneeling, he pleaded sincerely. Dominic nodded approvingly, helping him up. "You can be taught. Come closer." After delivering some whispered instructions, Dominic slipped away quietly. At dawn the next morning, Bradford arrived at Jamil's main camp to discuss something secretly. The next afternoon, the Fengman army assembled again, banners flying and weapons gleaming. However, they did not charge forward directly. Instead, it was not until Jamil thunderously roared, "Bring them forward," that three massive war carriages were pushed up by dozens of men. The wheels rolling over the ground produced a deafening rumble, causing the earth to tremble slightly. On the city wall, Christo, responsible for defending the city, saw the three huge carriages and frowned. He asked the man beside him, "What is that thing?" One soldier familiar with mechanism stepped forward and respectfully replied, "General, it appears to be a stone-slinging carriage but seems more refined, likely improved." Hearing this, Christo's worries eased somewhat. He straightened up. "Oh, it's just a stone-slinging carriage. These savages actually think they can capture the city with this? Pure fantasy." The soldier who responded agreed, nodding. "Indeed. Though stone-slinging carriages can launch powerful stones, they have too many drawbacks, especially regarding accuracy. Just stand here and let these savages shoot. They won't hit us anyway." Christo laughed heartily, and the soldiers around him joined in. Meanwhile, Geely Carey had ordered his men to prepare the three newly modified Thunderbolt chariots. Instead of stones, these carriages carried iron balls wrapped in hay and set on fire before launching. Seeing Christo and his men laughing on the city wall, Geely Carey's eyes flashed with cunning. He loudly commanded, "Fire!" Instantly, the armored warriors activated the war carriages. In the next second, three burning steel spheres whizzed through the air, heading straight for the city wall. Christo and his men continued laughing until a tremendous boom shook the wall, making everyone lose their footing. Christo fell flat on his bottom, eyes wide with disbelief. What happened? Did it hit on the first shot? At that moment, Abdur and Baylor had just reached the city wall. The deafening explosions shook the entire fortification. "What's happening?" Baylor demanded sharply. Abdur gazed into the distance, noticing the war chariots beside Geely Carey. He exclaimed, "Those are Thunderbolt chariots?" In truth, the Thunderbolt chariot was an advanced version of the stone-slinging carriage. Powered by humans or horses, it could launch projectiles that exploded with thunderous force. Unlike the cumbersome and less accurate stone-slinging carriages, which required significant manpower and were ineffective, the Thunderbolt chariots were efficient, capable of rapid successive launches driven by horses. Such a formidable siege weapon spelled disaster for Yunseong City. Ear-piercing cries of agony echoed non-stop as gigantic steel spheres rained down upon the city wall. With each impact, rocks flew everywhere, like waves crashing against the shore. The entire fortress seemed on the verge of collapse. The situation was even worse for the defenders who suffered grievous injuries or death from the flaming steel balls. Christo sat on the ground, pale-faced, as a severed arm flew towards him, spraying blood all over his face. "Run!" The morale of the defenders shattered completely. They fled in all directions, screaming in panic. The army's defeat was like an avalanche. Watching the chaos on the city wall, Geely Carey waved his spear and roared, "Siege the gate! Everyone, follow me into the city. Charge!" With fierce resolve and renewed courage, the Fengman army surged toward Yunseong City like an unstoppable flood. Chapter 45. Even in death, the hero's valor remains fragrant. Seeing the Fengman army attacking the city, Baylor roared, "Follow me and fight back. We must repel the invaders." The defenders of Yunseong charged forward without hesitation. The two sides clashed fiercely until dusk. They were locked in a stalemate, with heavy casualties on both sides, but the Fengman army could not advance a single step beyond the city walls. Out of options, they finally retreated. Only the smoky ruins and countless bodies remained. Inside the city governor's office, Baylor removed his armor, dressed in casual clothes, and sat in the central hall, his brows deeply furrowed. A group of generals sat on either side, including some members of the Abdul family. It was already midnight. Under the candlelight, everyone looked pale. The grand hall was silent, the atmosphere eerily tense. After a while, Christo could no longer hold back and knelt down abruptly. The tough warrior was now weeping uncontrollably. My lord, it's all my fault. If I had taken them seriously, so many brothers wouldn't have died. It's all my fault. Seeing Christo prostrate on the ground, the other generals felt sorrow. Though they held the city today, the defenders suffered heavy losses. Watching the anguished Christo, Baylor sighed softly. Stand up. This isn't your fault. Their thunderclap catapults were indeed formidable. Hearing this, several nearby generals helped him up. Baylor then turned to a general in fish-scale armor and asked, "How are our casualties?" The man, known as Gerard, who was recognized for his steady demeanor, replied with a bitter smile. "My lord, roughly 7,000 of our troops were killed or wounded in this battle. Fortunately, Yuncheng's walls are sturdy, and the civilians remain unharmed." Baylor frowned. Where did these savages get their thunderclap catapults? We need to come up with a plan. Below, Christo hesitated before speaking. "My lord, if this continues for another 2 or 3 days, the city walls might not hold. Can't we request reinforcements from the county governor?" Gerard also chimed in. The nearest city, Ning Mountain, is only a 2-day ride away. However, before he finished, Baylor firmly rejected the idea. "No." Christo stood up suddenly, taking a few steps forward, clearly agitated. "My lord, I can't understand why we don't seek help from the capital when a powerful enemy is outside. Can one isolated city hold out forever?" Baylor's gaze was sharp. "What exactly do you mean?" Under his piercing stare, Christo's resolve faltered, but he tried to persist. We just want to know if there's a hidden reason. Speak your mind. Let's face it together." At this, Gerard slammed his hand on the table. "Christo, how dare you? Are you questioning the city governor?" Seeing the icy expression on Baylor's face, Christo knew he had overstepped, so he lowered his head in silence. "Enough." Baylor waved his hand. "You don't need to play the good guy. I won't punish him for this matter." But Christo's impatience suggests someone else put these words in his mouth, right? Christo, hearing this, grew flustered and stammered. "And no, not at all." Then, Abdul stood up from the rear, bowing respectfully. "General Christo's words were mine. If I've offended anyone, please forgive me, my lord." Baylor nodded, recognizing Abdul. "Yes, it makes sense that only you, Abdul, would see through this." Abdul was surprised. Initially, he didn't think Baylor, being an imperial-appointed city governor, would reveal such secrets, but the situation suggested otherwise. Baylor looked at him sharply and asked, "Since you ask, tell me what you think." Abdul paused briefly before responding. "Three-way transaction. Which 3 parties? Clan, royal court, Fengman." Baylor's expression shifted from surprise to admiration. "How could you, Abdul, be rumored as nothing more than a waste?" His words confirmed Abdul's suspicions. The general's expressions darkened as they realized the complexity of the situation. Christo shouted directly, "I've long suspected those clan members weren't acting right. My lord, what kind of deal is this?" Baylor sighed, slowly explaining. "At this point, I can't hide it. I also received an imperial decree before the war started. The decree clearly stated that Yuncheng City would be attacked by the Fengman Black Eagles within a month, and we were forbidden from seeking aid from any source. We were to defend the city alone." Everyone gasped at this revelation. Even the usually calm Gerard found it hard to believe. This is impossible. The Fengman has 5 armies and their elite Black Eagle Iron Cavalry. Our Yuncheng City is one of the most fortified in this border region. Baylor spoke calmly. As this sunk in, Abdul had a sudden realization. So that explains everything. He finally understood the dynamics. The Dragon-Serpent struggle was intended to select disciples for the 4 major clans, but the target chosen was the Fengman side, making Yuncheng merely a sparring partner. The Tianfeng dynasty had agreed to this proposition for certain benefits, effectively abandoning Yuncheng. With the Fengman having 5 armies, Yuncheng's 3 defending armies, plus family experts and guards, the numbers were almost even. Thus, Dominic weakening the 4 families and the auction house selling Qingling powder and pastries aimed to isolate Yuncheng and balance the forces. An isolated force against an isolated city. Dragon-Serpent struggle. Victor becomes a dragon, soaring into the sky. Losers become worms, never to rise again. Cruel and ruthless. Having figured it out, Abdul laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha." All eyes turned to him, puzzled looks abounding. Even Baylor appeared bewildered. Christo asked curiously, "Lu brother, what are you laughing about?" Abdul looked at him, eyes shining. "Lu brother, have you ever bet on horses?" "Horse betting? What are you talking about?" Abdul asked rhetorically. "If we bet between Tianfeng and Fengman, how would you do it?" Christo answered instinctively. "Choose 10 horses to compete? But what does this have to do with us?" Abdul laughed easily. "Of course not. Pick the best horse from each side and let them compete in one decisive race. But wouldn't that make the outcome very unpredictable?" Christo was astonished. Abdul's smile faded, his eyes blazing. Yes, extremely unpredictable and intense. Realization dawned on some of the smarter generals, shaking them profoundly. Gerard gasped. "You mean, we are?" Baylor calmly looked at Abdul and asked, "So what will you do?" Abdul turned and walked out boldly, his voice booming throughout the hall. "Who says heroes fear suffering? Even in death, the hero's valor remains fragrant." The generals were stirred by his words, their hearts filled with passion. After Abdul left, Baylor looked at everyone and said softly, "Now that you know, you may choose to stay or leave. But remember, this battle will have no reinforcements, no contingencies, only fighting to the last man standing, defending Yuncheng until the end. Go and prepare yourselves." Then, he turned and left. The next morning, no one left the drill field of Yuncheng City. Each face showed determination and acceptance. "Fight to the last man! Fight to the last man!" Their shouts echoed loudly, reaching the heavens. Chapter 46. Revisiting Mirror Lake. Over the next 2 days, Baylor organized several commando teams in an attempt to ambush and destroy the Wind Barbarian tribe's Thunderbolt carriages. However, under the tight defense of the opposing forces, none of their attempts were successful. Thus, The city of Yunsong was filled with constant loud booms throughout the day. Although the wind barbarians had switched to using massive boulders from their thunderbolt carriages, the residents inside the city remained on edge, living in a state of unrest. Meanwhile, Abdul, who had made grand promises, seemed to have vanished into thin air, not showing up again. Late at night, in a corner outside the Liu family residence, two figures were whispering to each other. What happened? Why didn't you follow the plan? Please spare me, senior. I haven't been able to find Abdul these past couple of days. I don't care. Find him as soon as possible or else. You know the consequences? The voices quieted down as a figure in a green Taoist robe disappeared into the night. Meanwhile, Abdul was deep within the depths of Mirror Lake, inside the cave he had previously discovered. After understanding the truth behind the conflict between the dragon and the snake, he realized that Dominic would certainly not let him off easily. Facing an actual transformation boundary expert, he knew he needed to enhance his strength further. Therefore, the only option he could think of was the Netherworld Cold Spring. Approaching the previous restriction barrier, Abdul gathered his entire body's true chi and slowly extended his right hand. Although there was still some resistance, his hand eventually penetrated the barrier. Abdul felt a sense of joy. It seems that someone at the inborn boundary can now pass through this restriction. He cautiously stepped inside, and a dark corridor came into view. The cold around him was bone-chilling. Abdul touched the stone walls as he moved forward. As he progressed, the temperature became increasingly colder. Eventually, the cold was so intense that ice began forming on his eyebrows and hair. His limbs gradually stiffened, and even his true chi and intuition slowed down. Gritting his teeth, Abdul continued forward step by step. Inside his mind, the system sounded cheerfully. Ding! Detecting Netherworld Cold Spring. Great Eenstorm Sutra. Feels delighted. Increasing cultivation speed. However, his condition worsened steadily. If I don't see the end soon, I'll have to turn back. Just then, the corridor began widening and soon, an opening appeared before him. Seeing hope, Abdul pushed himself toward the entrance. After much hardship, he finally entered. The next moment, the coldness subsided, and his surroundings brightened up, revealing a vast, open cavern about 100 meters high. Above, a large luminous pearl illuminated the entire cave like daylight. What a grand setup! Abdul panted heavily, stepping into the space, surveying his surroundings. He saw holes all over the walls, each containing silver gourds, covered in layers of dust due to the passage of time. These gourds were scattered in a pattern, totaling hundreds of them. At the center of the cave was a clear pool, steam rising and spreading through the cave via the gourds on the walls. Standing in the middle of the pool was a blue stone statue, holding a silver gourd in its left hand and extending its right palm skyward, its face full of rage. So this must be the Netherworld Cold Spring. Who is this statue? As Abdul approached to get a closer look, his steps halted abruptly. His pupils contracted sharply, and he gasped softly. That is what? Beneath the statue lay a skeleton seated in lotus position, which he hadn't noticed earlier. This skeleton was smooth and translucent, like polished jade. What terrified Abdul most was how his heart raced uncontrollably at just a glance. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, and his body trembled. In that instant, it felt as if the hollow eyes of the skeleton shot out icy beams straight into his forehead. Instantly, his mind erupted in pain, and he staggered backward until he was 100 meters away, the discomfort finally easing. A mere skeleton has such power. How terrifying must it have been in life? Terrified, Abdul dared not approach any closer. Instead, he walked to the sides after recovering a bit. Soon, he found a stone wall not far behind the statue. He bypassed the unnamed skeleton without touching the gourds on the walls, resisting his curiosity as he approached the stone wall. Standing before the wall, Abdul looked up and saw two Ironstroke characters, Demon Suppression. At the same moment, a wind started blowing within the cave. Hoo-hoo! A chilling breeze swept past, causing Abdul to shudder. Then faint whispers, intermittent and elusive, drifted around him, making it impossible to discern their source. The sound continued, sometimes close, sometimes distant. First, one voice, then two, gradually increasing until it became indistinguishable how many voices there were. Abdul stood still, observing his surroundings. Everything appeared normal except for the unnerving sounds surrounding him. Listening closely, he could hear soft sobs, mumbles, and faint laments, affecting his heartbeat, making it race faster. What kind of place is this? As he felt he was losing control, the system chimed in. Ding, Een wind entering the body. Great Eenstorm Sutra. Feels very comfortable. Cultivation speed increased to 300%. Great Eenstorm Sutra, cultivated to pristine state. Hosts physical strength enhanced. Breakthrough in cultivation. Warm currents sprang from Abdul's dantian, flowing through the 8 extraordinary meridians and spreading throughout his body. Immediately, the discomfort caused by the eerie sounds vanished. Simultaneously, his body grew stronger. However, it wasn't over yet. Ding! Great Eenstorm Sutra detects a similar cultivation method, starting autonomous search. Next, a blue light emanated from Abdul's body. At the same time, the skeleton below the statue emitted a blue glow, creating a powerful suction force that pulled Abdul towards it. His body flew through the air, head first, hovering above the skeleton. A deep blue jade token emerged from the skull, slowly moving toward his crown. The token entered his body, causing an unbearable coldness, splitting him apart as if frozen in the netherworld. He screamed in agony. Arg! A gust of wind knocked him unconscious, plunging him into the Netherworld Cold Spring. Despite this, the system continued ringing persistently. Ding! Congratulations on successfully learning a high-grade celestial cultivation method. Nether Spring Divine Art. Beginning automatic cultivation. Detected Great Eenstorm Sutra. As prerequisite, absorbing. Absorption successful. At the same moment, the characters Demon Suppression on the stone wall emitted blinding light. Chapter 47. The Mystical Spring Divine Art and the Legend of the Sacred Realm. As Heath fell into the netherworld cold pool, dark clouds gathered in the sky above Finian City, wind howled, and lightning flashed. It seemed as if the heavens themselves were meting out punishment. Seeing this, Amato hurriedly ordered the foeman soldiers attacking the city to retreat and return to camp for defense. In the city, whether military personnel, martial artists, or ordinary civilians, all looked pale at the blackened sky, not knowing what was happening. This phenomenon was not confined to the city. All across the continent, strange occurrences were reported. The massive waves of energy woke countless strong practitioners from their meditations. In the cloudy wind empire, atop Lingyun Pavilion, Emperor Trevor gazed anxiously toward the north. Suddenly, a breaking sound came from the air, and an elderly man with white hair floated down gracefully. In a moment, he arrived nearby, standing with his hands behind his back, and asked sternly, "What's going on?" Emperor Trevor bowed respectfully and replied humbly, "Ancestor." The gung metal white tiger array activated spontaneously without reason, and a white tiger leapt out of it, roaring toward the north. As his voice faded, the white-haired elder frowned, staring at the huge white tiger silhouette in the sky above the imperial city without saying anything. After a long silence, he finally spoke again. "With such phenomena, there must be a cause. Send people to investigate." Without waiting for a response, he flickered away, dashing off into the distance. Watching the elder's back, Trevor's gaze became cold and serious as he muttered to himself, "I wonder if this is a blessing or a curse?" In the capital, Liangchen Academy, a white-robed elder stood facing the wind, drawing invisible lines in the air with a brush, seemingly calculating something. Behind the celestial Thunder Sect's mountain, a huge waterfall was split into two, and a burly figure slowly emerged from it. On Sunset Peak of the sun-crushing Sword Sect, an earthen mound covered in weeds exploded loudly, and a bony old man shot up into the sky. At the Heavenly Killer Sect, in the Severed Affection Hell, a golden coffin lid suddenly flew open, and amidst swirling black smoke, a white-haired man sat up. In the west, at Xiuxian Temple, the copper bell inside rang without any wind. In the Great Hero Hall, an amiable-looking monk with ears that reached his shoulders saw his prayer beads snap one by one. To the east of the continent, in the misty mountains, there stood a dilapidated Taoist temple. Above its plaque, in bold strokes, were written three large characters, Xiuxian Monastery. Before the monastery's gate, an elderly man dressed in a white Taoist robe sat on the ground. His long beard swayed with the wind, watching quietly as the clouds in the sky rolled and shifted. Behind him stood a young Taoist priest, looking curiously at his teacher. "Master, what's wrong?" The old Taoist's face remained unreadable as he silently contemplated. After a long time, he finally spoke, only uttering three words softly. "The demon-suppressing cave." The celestial anomalies lasted for 6 hours before gradually dissipating. Looking at the now normal sky, everyone in Finian City breathed a sigh of relief. Given their already precarious situation, they would surely have been driven to despair if there had been any further divine retribution. Meanwhile, deep beneath the lake, Heath's breath had become stable. Surrounded by the bone-chilling netherworld cold pool, it seemed to have no effect on him. The newly mastered mystical spring divine art was also self-cultivating. The Tai-In tsunami technique has fully integrated, advancing the mystical spring divine art to the first level. Cultivation speed has increased. Host is cultivating and breaking through. Innate level 5, innate level 6, innate level 9. Sensing the netherworld cold pool, the mystical spring divine art enjoys a cultivation boost of 100%. Silence prevailed in the cave until, boom, the netherworld cold pool erupted with a thunderous boom and shattered. Simultaneously, a human figure shot out like lightning. Mid-air, the figure shook its arms, and its clothes shredded into pieces, revealing muscular limbs. It was Heath. He opened his eyes, two rays of light shooting out sharply over 100 meters away. Landing gracefully, feeling the newfound strength in his body, Heath felt immense joy. Already at 9th stage of the innate realm, having obtained such a divine art, this journey has been truly worthwhile. Boom! The thunderous noise caught Heath's attention. Looking up, he saw the water from the netherworld cold pool crashing down onto the ground, spreading out and finally being absorbed entirely by silver gourds. Unsurprised, Heath had learned about the place from a jade token from the skeleton. This place was called the Demon-Suppressing Cave. 100 years ago, it was where the premier martial sect, Xiuxian Monastery, had sealed away demons. It was said there were 13 such places, each containing a heinous demon who had lost all humanity. One of these was the skeleton, creator of the mystical spring divine art, known as the Mystic Spring Monster. He was already a renowned phantasmic image realm expert when sealed here by Xiuxian Monastery using 3,999 demon sealing gourds and martial arts ability. Underworld Frost Chain. At that time, the Mystic Spring Monster had yet to fully master the divine art. Otherwise, the outcome might have been different. Later, aided by the netherworld cold pool, he gradually perfected the art. The cold pool provided the frost power for the underworld frost chain. Had the cold pool not diminished over the years, it would have been impossible for Heath, at the innate realm, to enter it and obtain the legacy left behind. Approaching the skeleton, Heath bowed respectfully 3 times. "Having inherited your divine art, I shall treat you with the respect due to a master." Gazing at the translucent bones, he felt myriad emotions. What kind of demon? I believe it was simply because of the mystical spring divine art. Knowing the power of this high-grade heaven-class cultivation technique, he understood its strength. The mystical spring divine art was divided into 9 levels, with 3 levels forming one realm, symbolizing perpetual renewal and the convergence of 9 skies. The realms are: First Realm, Tai-In Sha; Middle Realm, Bai Tian Han; Ultimate Realm, Zero Extreme Flaming Cold. Each successive realm grew stronger and more perilous. But the mystical spring divine art could also unlock a practitioner's potential. Ultimately, achieving a state of simplicity, transcending the mundane, required using zero extreme flaming cold to rebuild the body, reaching reincarnation. According to the elders' speculations, reaching the ninth ultimate realm allowed for spiritual immortality and the possibility of entering the sacred realm. Perhaps this explained why he was branded a demon. The sacred realm was a legendary existence, with no one reaching it for a century. Through the legacy, Heath learned about subsequent martial realms: body tempering, chi nourishing, innate, extraordinary, manifestation, core formation, divine mansion, phantasmic image, celestial human, and the legendary, sacred realm. Beyond this lay the dream of every martial practitioner, stepping into the heavens and entering the immortal realm. Reflecting on this, Heath couldn't help but sigh. With the elders' unparalleled talent, he might have reached this legendary realm. Unfortunately, those who stand out are often struck down. Facing the skeleton, Heath solemnly vowed, "Rest assured, having inherited your legacy, I will attack Xiuxian Monastery and seek vengeance for you." Upon hearing this, the translucent bones emitted a faint glow. In the glow, a small figure appeared in the corner of the demon-suppressing cave. Along with it came chilling winds and weeping sounds once again. Chapter 48. The Ear-Reporting Child. Abdul followed the glow and saw, in the corner, a 3-feet-tall figure flickering dimly. It emitted a faint black aura, from which the low weeping originated. Frowning, Abdul suddenly thought of something and his brows lifted with delight. "It's actually that thing. I didn't expect it still exists." Hearing footsteps behind him, the small figure turned its head. Wearing a green cap with gold patterns and a red vest, it had rosy lips, white teeth, and red cheeks, but its skin was frighteningly pale. Its form seemed both real and illusory. Abdul murmured an incantation, gathering true chi at the tip of his fingers, pointing towards the figure's brow. Suddenly, a timid voice sounded in his mind. "Are you my new master?" At this moment, the figure became clearer to Abdul's eyes. It was a child around 3 or 4 years old, with a very low level of intelligence. From his inheritance, Abdul knew this creature as an ear-reporting child, one of the lowest-level ghosts. Though weak, barely at the nourishing chi stage, it excelled in earth diving and invisibility, making it adept at espionage. This ghost had been saved by Maverick in the demon-suppressing cave. Abdul approached, gently touching the little green cap on the child's head, and nodded lightly. "From now on, you'll follow me. I'll take you to the outside world." "The outside world?" The child's eyes showed confusion but quickly turned joyful, nodding vigorously. Walking over to the wall, Abdul took down a palm-sized silver gourd, pouring out the water inside. Then he placed the ear-reporting child within. With this aid, he gained another valuable ally for the siege battles. Moreover, Maverick had left a crucial message with the ear-reporting child. Cultivating the Delbert divine skill would be far more effective when paired with an extremely cold object. Delbert had left behind a sword forged from extreme cold black metal and provided its location to the child. Upon checking, Abdul found that it was located in the Pingwang River area west of Northern River County, where the Royal Sword City, one of the 4 sects, was situated. Thinking of the handsome man who stood up for justice earlier, Abdul muttered to himself, "Looks like I should ask him about the situation." Contemplating, Abdul left the cave and departed Mirror Lake. By the time he returned to the surface, the moon was high in the sky. Today's battles ended prematurely due to the appearance of thunderstorms. The entire city had unusually entered a deep sleep. Glancing around, Abdul soared into the night sky, vanishing into the darkness. Dropping into his courtyard, Abdul was about to enter his room when he suddenly called out, "Who's there?" From the shadows, Armando slowly emerged, looking nervous. "Master, it's me. Isekai, so late and not sleeping, what are you doing here?" Armando's gaze shifted nervously, asking anxiously, "Master, where have you been these past few days? I've been worried about you." Seeing this, Abdul's expression softened. "I went out to take care of some business. Now I'm back safely. Go to sleep." As he turned to enter the house, Armando stopped him. "Wait, master. Is something wrong?" Abdul paused, turning back with a scrutinizing gaze. "Yes, master. I observed the catapults attacking daily and discovered something." Tell me more." Armando then explained his observations. Abdul's face lit up with excitement. "Well done, Armando. Your keen eye will serve us well. I'll report this to the city commander tomorrow. If we can eliminate the catapults, you'll deserve top credit." "It's all thanks to master's teaching," Armando replied, rubbing his head and smiling. "All right, go to sleep then." Turning away, Armando headed to his quarters. As he turned, his smile vanished, replaced by a cold look. That night, a homing pigeon flew out from Armando's residence under cover of darkness. Unnoticed, a small child in a green cap watched everything from the shadows. The next morning, dawn broke, waking Yunsong City to a thunderous roar. Boom! Huge stones streaked through the air, signaling the start of another day. At Commander Baylor's headquarters, Abdul finally arrived. Seeing him, Gerard sneered. "Isn't this Master Liu? What brings you here today? I thought you'd stay hidden like a turtle?" "Sanjin, why so sarcastic? Liu brother must have been busy with other matters," Christo said, trusting Abdul based on their previous teamwork. Interrupting Gerard, Baylor sternly commanded, "Focus on solving the catapult issue instead of bickering. If we let them keep bombarding us, it'll end in disaster," Christo growled, watching the attackers below. "Commander, give me more men, and I'll crush them." "Not so fast," Baylor countered. "We've tried several attacks recently. Look at their formations. Even approaching them is challenging." Approaching the wall, Abdul peered down. Surrounding the Wind Barbarian tribe's catapults were troops in triangular formation. Cavalry flanking both sides, heavily armed spearmen in the middle, and archers ready with crossbows. From above, it resembled an open-mouthed back. No matter how many troops Yunsong City deployed, they faced imminent annihilation. "Commander, what do we do? A frontal assault won't work. We'll just be sitting ducks." Abdul observed closely, seeing Frederick constantly directing stone showers toward the city. Despite holding large shields and huddling against the wall, defenders suffered significant impacts. Stones rained down with pinpoint accuracy, inflicting heavy casualties and agony among the soldiers. Baylor joined Abdul beside the wall. You noticed it too? Abdul nodded gravely. There must be a skilled scout nearby, hiding close to the catapults for such precision. Baylor agreed. If we catch that scout, the catapult's effectiveness will drop significantly. Though accurate, searching an expansive, grassy field would be nearly impossible, especially for a scout skilled in stealth. Large-scale searches could alert the wind barbarians to their plans, making it impractical. Smiling, Abdul offered, "Let me handle it. Do you have a plan?" Nodding, Abdul thought to himself, it was a trap intended for him. Last night, Armando had told him about the scouts. When will you act? Tomorrow. I need to prepare first. And remember, it's not just the scouts providing directions. Looking up, Abdul saw a majestic eagle soaring freely between the clouds. Chapter 49. Killing the eagle, striking at the heart. The next day, in the faint light of dawn, the wind barbarian army was already ready for battle. Amato, the foremost warrior of the grasslands, stood at the front, gazing long and hard at the fluttering war flag. Beside him were Frederick, Adrian, and Bradford. All eyes watched the silver eagle battle flag, hearts swelling with emotion. Many legends of heroes seemed to come alive once again in their hearts. The dead were only bodies, but honor endures eternally. These tales, chanted hundreds of times by later generations, had long flowed in the blood of the grassland people. And now, they too faced a similar opportunity to capture this seemingly impregnable city before them, just like the heroes they admired. Within 3 days, under the cover of intense firepower from thunderbolt catapults, the wind barbarians saw a glimmer of hope for breaking through the city walls, launching wave after wave of attacks that did not cease. In just 3 short days, they launched a total of 35 large and small sieges. Below Yunsong City, blood flowed like rivers, and corpses lay strewn everywhere. Several dozen heavily armored guards surrounded 4 figures, their sharp eyes scanning all around without letting any hint of suspicion slip by. Carrie, do you know why Yunsong City has remained unbreached for decades? Amato asked calmly. He was just over 50, with gray temples and eagle-like sharp eyes, clearly a man who made decisive decisions. Frederick, Adrian, and Bradford were taken aback. They had thought he was considering how to respond to an imminent attack. But instead, after deep thought, he asked such a broad question. Nevertheless, Frederick replied loudly. Yunsong City stands 10 zhang high, its walls solid and unbreakable. Even with our invincible thunderbolt catapults, we can only sigh at its strength. True, they have the advantage of terrain, but what is our advantage? Amato continued to ask. Bradford smirked, answering without hesitation. It is the bravery of our young warriors on the grasslands. Each one fights fiercely, willing to die for glory. Even the wolf packs of the vast grasslands would be terrified and retreat far away. His words carried in the wind, stirring the soldiers nearby, tightening their grips on their weapons, hearts filled with valiant passion. They have the terrain advantage, and we have the human unity. What decides the outcome of this battle? Amato looked up at the sky, his soldiers watching him reverently, as he quietly said, "Only the favor of heaven and the grace of the eagle god." At that moment, a loud eagle cry echoed from the sky. That large eagle, with its wings spread wide, soared through the low clouds, flying freely. This is the eagle god protecting us. As the ruler of the grasslands, it will protect its children, even if floods return or the heavens collapse. No one can destroy the wind barbarians, the undefeated warriors. Amato raised both arms, looking up to the sky like a fervent believer. Armors clanked softly as the soldiers knelt, devoutly watching the flight path of the eagle. In the open expanse, Amato's figure appeared tall and resolute. 300 paces away from the banner, hidden in a dense patch of grass, Abdul watched this scene unfold, a black line appearing on his forehead. Darn it, encouraging morale is one thing, but resorting to feudal superstition. Suddenly, the little green hat of Basil appeared, startling him. He muttered to himself, "Speaking of which, this world is full of ghosts and strange phenomena. There might indeed be gods." Focusing intently on the circling eagle, he grabbed the crossbow next to him. Abdul knew this was just Amato's method to boost morale. However, the legend of the eagle god was indeed part of the grassland culture. According to legend, the eagle god, as big as a pong bird, soars above the 9 skies during sunrise and rests on the slopes of Foaming Mountain during sunset, spreading its wings to protect the vast grass sea. The wind barbarian tribe rose on the grasslands, worshipping the eagle god, using a silver eagle as their symbol, aiming to conquer the world. So, killing the totem in their eyes would certainly crush their fighting spirit. Eagle god protects, invincible in battle. The wind barbarian warriors bowed their heads, praying devoutly. As they watched the soaring eagle, a firm belief grew in everyone's heart. The eagle flew lower, almost circling above their heads. Amato, seeing his general's renewed confidence, nodded approvingly. Just as he was about to say more, a sudden bad feeling surged in his heart. The next second, Abdul rose from the grass, holding a black crossbow aimed directly at Amato's forehead, its tip gleaming menacingly. Amato was immediately alarmed, gathering all his inner energy to dodge. Meanwhile, Frederick and others also spotted Abdul. "Father!" Frederick leaped to intercept the arrow mid-air. "Protect the general!" Chaos erupted among the troops. However, the anticipated arrow never came. Instead, Abdul's lips curled into a smile, raising the bow slightly higher. Seeing this, Amato's expression changed drastically, yelling sharply, "Don't! Stop him!" But it was too late. The sound of the bowstring rang out, and the wind barbarian soldiers froze. The once freely flying eagle suddenly faltered mid-flight, losing its grace and plummeting down, spinning until it hit the ground. An arrow protruded deeply from its belly, piercing through its back. The entire army fell silent, no one daring to speak. Soldiers exchanged uneasy glances. Moments ago, They were praying for the eagle god's protection. Now, the messenger of the god lay fallen. The eagle still twitched, spilling blood with each movement. Its black feathered shaft turned bright red, stark and unsettling. Abdul straightened up, shading his eyes with a hand, laughing. Where is your eagle god? I don't see it. With that, he darted off into the distance. This act undeniably struck a heavy blow to every wind barbarian soldier. Their faith was severely shaken. If the eagle god could not protect its earthly embodiment, how could it protect the people of the grasslands? Could they really capture this impregnable city that had never fallen? Seeing the rapidly sinking morale, Amato exploded in rage. Are you going to let the murderer escape right before your eyes? Turning, he bellowed at Bradford. Weren't you waiting for this moment? Go. Use enemy blood to cleanse your shame. Bradford's eyes glinted coldly, his face twisted. Rest assured, General, I will kill him. Mounting his horse, he led 1,000 Black Eagle cavalry in pursuit of Abdul. Amato looked at the rest, his roar echoing through the sky. All-out attack. Let's use the enemy's blood to honor the messenger of the god. Thunderbolt catapults rumbled, marking the start of a new battle. Abdul moved swiftly through the grass. Ahead, Basil's little head popped out of the ground, seemingly saying something. Without stopping, Abdul nodded, a charming smile forming on his lips. I knew they would chase me, so let's make it a complete sweep. This translation preserves the structure, tone, and style of the original text, maintaining coherence with previous content while ensuring natural and fluent English. Chapter 50. Strategic Encirclement. Stones rained down relentlessly, suppressing the soldiers on Yunsong City's walls, preventing them from raising their heads. Christo held a massive shield, muttering curses. Have these guys gone mad? Don't they need to rest? Sanjin, are you alright? Gerard gritted his teeth, struggling with all his might to hold the shield in his hands. He had just been grazed by a boulder on his side. His entire right arm was swollen red, and he relied solely on sheer willpower to keep going. What do you think? I'm fine. Just stubborn as always. Christo raised his shield and moved closer to him. The two men combined forces to withstand the scattering debris, scanning their surroundings. Accompanied by the tremendous roar in the sky, a dark barrage of projectiles whizzed past 700 steps and pelted down like hailstones. Thunderous explosions never ceased. Soldiers wailed, creating a scene reminiscent of hell. Gerard spat out a mouthful of blood and cursed. Damn it! Those savages have made the stones sharper, increasing their destructive power. Just then, a sharp command rang out. Do not move around, stay against the wall. It was Baylor. He held a shield in his left hand and a saber in his right, constantly defending. With his extraordinary realm strength, he wasn't at risk of injury. However, even he didn't dare openly display himself on the city wall. Rocks could penetrate the clouds. Any mistake could cost even an extraordinary fighter their life. He shouted loudly, but his efforts were limited. Soldiers, struck dumb by the onslaught, rushed chaotically, looking for cover, accidentally trampling each other in a chaotic mess. Amidst the chaos, no one heard or heeded his commands. The congestion of soldiers became an even easier target for the stone projectiles, resulting in few misses. In a short moment, over 100 soldiers were dead or injured. Sir, what should we do now? Those savages are advancing in full force, relying on these stone catapults, Christo shouted. Baylor remained silent, having already noticed this. Today, the Fengman tribe's offensive was extraordinarily ferocious. Their attack seemed determined to breach Yunsong City in one decisive battle. Through relentless bombardment, they suppressed the archers on the city walls. Their main army steadily advanced while cavalry protected the flanks, charging toward the city gates in a force of 50,000 troops. Their madness suggests only one possibility, that Abdul has succeeded. Just that our aerial scouts are gone, but those on the ground are still around. Baylor pondered, a trace of anxiety mingling with his resolute demeanor. Now, he could only wait, hoping Abdul would eliminate the hidden scout soon. Hopefully it's not too late. As if sensing his thoughts, a flash of cold light appeared amidst the long grass below the city. At that moment, the sun was at its zenith, the bright sunlight revealing white flashes through the grass, impossible to conceal. Simultaneously, the siege engines, which had been firing non-stop, seemed to malfunction, pausing abruptly. While they resumed firing soon after, their accuracy significantly declined. Many shots hit the city walls directly, sending debris flying but reducing the overall destruction. Seeing this, Christo's face lit up with surprise. It seems Riker has succeeded. At the same time, Baylor gathered his chi and shouted loudly. Archers ready, unleash a rain of arrows. Following his command, Gerard quickly restored order and assisted the wounded. Christo led the archers to shoot at the barbarian army. Arrows poured down like a torrential downpour. The front line of Fengman armored warriors fell in large numbers. Their advance was halted by the rain of arrows from Yunsong City. Watching this, Frederick remained calm and composed. He knew the trebuchets had lost their accuracy. He gave an immediate and decisive order. Forward my command. Shield bearers form a shield wall at the front, set up ladders first. Infantry follow with long knives. Archers provide covering fire, shooting at the city walls to support the assault troops. Sons of the steppes, follow me, charge. Drawing the reins, he charged forward on his warhorse, leading the assault towards the city gates. Not far away, representatives from the four major sects observed this siege quietly. Donovan's elders, Dominic, Haddon, and Ewan each had different expressions. Seeing Frederick's decision-making, Darcy praised him without hesitation. Properly commanding the troops and leading by example boosts morale and establishes authority. With this, his forces will be unstoppable. This boy Frederick is an extraordinary commander. The others nodded in agreement. Dominic, however, sneered. Sects don't need military leaders. Martial talent is key. In my view, individual combat prowess is most important. Looking afar, he said coolly. In my opinion, the main event is Amagin's confrontation with Abdul. Without waiting for a response, he moved swiftly towards the source of the white light. The others exchanged varied looks. They knew Dominic was headed to observe Amigan's encirclement of Abdul. Thinking back, using the trebuchets to bait Abdul was likely part of Dominic's strategy. Despicable man. E1 scoffed, floating away to follow him. Hadn't followed closely behind. Donovan's elders glanced at each other, looking at the ironclad wave on the battlefield, sighing helplessly. A pity. Though the battlefield was more thrilling, Dominic's words held truth. Sects recruited disciples based on talent, emphasizing personal martial ability. Thus, they were more interested in Abdul's fight. Meanwhile, Abdul battled 3 scouts clad in grass clothing. These were the scouts sent by the Foeman tribe. Their role in ensuring the trebuchets' precision was crucial. With both aerial hawks and ground scouts, the trebuchets were almost like extensions of their own arms, inflicting heavy casualties on Yunsong City. Today, Abdul first surprised them by shooting down the hawks, then dashed here, capturing the 3 scouts almost instantly, clearly intending to capture them all at once. Trebuchets without guidance were mere random luck, hardly effective weapons for a siege. Lose. Abdul's clear cry echoed, his sword emitting a powerful blade aura that stretched nearly 10 yards, slashing down at the 3 scouts. These scouts, skilled in covert operations, had mediocre strength. One failed to dodge and was split in half. The other 2 barely avoided being struck, but were wounded by the blade aura. One's right arm exploded into a bloody mist, writhing and screaming on the ground. Who are you? How did you find us? The lone survivor, trembling, asked Abdul. Because when Abdul arrived, he immediately attacked them, as if knowing their position from the start. Abdul smiled slightly, stepping forward to the disarmed scout. A swift slash brought silence back to the world. You. The remaining scout turned to flee, but turning back, he felt a chill, impaled through the chest by a long sword. Abdul's cold voice echoed in his ear. From the beginning, you were merely bait. The scout's eyes bulged wide, seemingly comprehending something before collapsing, thrashing briefly before dying. Dead with eyes wide open. Chapter 51. Demon Beast, Wolf Horse. Everyone, since you're here, there's no need to hide. Abdul stood with his sword in hand, scanning the surroundings as he spoke aloud. Jean, after all your scheming, isn't your goal to draw me out and kill me? I'm right here. Why haven't you made your move yet? As Abdul's voice echoed through the air, rustling sounds emerged from the surrounding grass. Soon after, a large number of fully armored wind savage soldiers appeared. Each one looked at Abdul with malice. Unfazed on the surface, Abdul inwardly complained. How many people did they send? They think they can wear me down with sheer numbers? At least I was prepared. From the corner of his eye, he saw several purple flowers swaying in the breeze close by. Then, 2 men slowly rode out between 2 rows of wind savage soldiers. Jean led the way, his face adorned with a sinister smile. He gestured toward the man beside him with a mocking expression. Abdul, see who it is? Beside him was a well-dressed youth, draped in a white cape. With a thin-lipped face and sharp eyes filled with venomous resentment, it was none other than Abdul's former page boy, Armando. Unexpectedly, however, Abdul's gaze fixated intently on their mounts. Are these demon beasts? Jean and Armando were momentarily speechless. Do you dare mock me at death's door? Armando shrieked furiously, his voice heart-wrenching. Jean was equally enraged, believing Abdul was intentionally ridiculing him, insinuating that he wasn't even worth being compared to an animal. If Abdul knew Jin's thoughts, he would vehemently deny it. What truly surprised him were the extraordinary mounts under their riders. Because these weren't ordinary horses. Their manes were lush and blood-red, their entire bodies glistened, and their hooves bore razor-sharp claws while their mouths were lined with fangs. Who had ever seen a normal horse like this? Who would have thought I'd actually encounter a demon beast? Abdul reflected, recalling what he read about them. Intelligent wild beasts that could absorb natural energy and evolve through cultivation were known collectively as demon beasts. Some even attained human form at higher levels of cultivation, becoming what people referred to as demons. Demon beasts were ranked in 9 tiers, corresponding to various cultivation stages for humans. However, due to their superior physical strength compared to humans, a human of equal rank without divine weapons or techniques would find it incredibly difficult to prevail in combat. Of course, some powerful warriors captured and tamed demon beasts for their own use. This was Abdul's first encounter with a demon beast, which was why he felt so taken aback. For Jean, however, wolf horses weren't particularly rare. As for Armando, he hadn't even noticed anything different about the horse he was riding. Hence, their anger. Recollecting himself, Abdul looked at them and apologized. My apologies. I got distracted seeing the horse for the first time. Beside him, Armando froze for a moment before instinctively looking down. Upon noticing the wolf horse's mouth full of teeth, he let out a terrified scream. Mommy! He immediately softened and fell off the horse, much to the amusement of the others. Ha ha ha, look at this wimp. He nearly peed his pants out of fear of the wolf horse. The stinging comments felt like slaps to Armando's face, making him want to crawl into a hole. My sincerest apologies, everyone. My servant is just inexperienced. Please excuse him, Abdul said with a mock bow. All this is because of you. Armando snapped, rising shakily and pointing at Abdul with hatred. It's all because of you. Kill him. Kill him now. Armando rushed over to Jean, almost hysterical. Hurry up and strike. Have you forgotten Qingling? Slap. Before Armando could finish speaking, Jean slapped him hard across the face, sending him flying backward. Jean glanced coldly at him. You traitorous dog dares to bark at me? You are truly asking for death. Armando struggled to rise from the ground, blood streaming from his mouth. Why you? Seeing his pathetic state, Abdul felt a profound sense of melancholy. Just half a month ago, this man was a timid page boy. Now, he was a ruthless individual who betrayed his conscience for personal gain. Sigh. Human hearts are harder to fathom than the depth of the sea. Abdul spoke softly. Armando, how many times have I told you to be more cautious and not reveal too much? The way you're acting won't help you live long. Upon hearing this, both Jean and Armando's expressions changed. The newly arrived Iwan and others also cast wary glances at Dominic. Undeterred by the attention, Dominic maintained his composure. The Taoist has mastered the art of tranquility. His resolve is unshaken. A cultivator must maintain a clear and calm mind, undisturbed by worldly matters. Dominic replied with a wave of his sleeve, maintaining his serene demeanor. The others shook their heads and kept their distance. Meanwhile, Abdul's words seemed to stir something in Armando, whose eyes brimmed with terror. Finally, this terror erupted into overwhelming fury. It's all your fault. I'll kill you. Kill you. In a frenzy, he crawled back onto the wolf horse, tightened the reins, and squeezed its sides. The wolf horse surged forward at incredible speed toward Abdul. Ring. Armando has betrayed his master and sought glory. The hidden spring divine technique is enraged, increasing cultivation speed by 100%. Sigh, even my technique can't bear this sight. Watching the once familiar face twisted with malice, Abdul sighed inwardly. Well then, after all this, today I'll give you the send-off you deserve. With that, he charged head-on toward Armando. As Abdul approached, Armando's lips curled into a cruel grin. You disdained me, used me, treated me like a dog. I will run you over, trample you. The closer they got, the more manic Armando's expression became. He imagined Abdul's gruesome death under the horse's hooves. He yearned to brutally crush his former master to finally leave his past cowardice behind. Closer and closer, until they were less than 30 meters apart. Abdul leaped into the air, drawing his sword in a flash of cold light. At that instant, the cruelty in Armando's eyes turned back to pure terror. Indeed, nothing had changed. Chapter 52. All of this was clearly taught by you. Abdul leaped into the air, his long sword sweeping out. A white blade of energy streaked towards Armando. In that instant, death loomed before him. Instinctively, Armando flailed his arms and was thrown off the saddle by the wolf horse's speed. His body slammed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Before he could rise, a scorching liquid splashed towards him. The stench was unmistakably that of blood. Looking up, his pupils shrank in terror. He saw the wolf horse still running at full speed, but its snarling head was already flying high in the air, rolling and spewing blood. Under Armando's horrified gaze, it landed right in front of him. Ah! A piercing scream echoed. At this moment, Armando resembled a weak young lady encountering a ruffian. Shut up! Abdul strode over and barked. Armando's voice faltered. Seeing the familiar figure, a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. Scrambling to his feet, he clung to Abdul's leg, sobbing. Master! Master, I was wrong. Please spare me. Ai Kai, do you not know, heaven's punishment can be endured. Self-inflicted sin cannot live. Abdul's voice wasn't loud, but each word made Armando tremble even more violently. Ai Kai, have I not treated you well? Is this how you repay me? Master, I was wrong. Please don't kill me, I beg you. Tears streamed down Armando's face as he pleaded desperately. However, from Abdul's cold gaze, he saw the answer. No matter what, Abdul would not spare him today. Armando's heart had been blinded by fame and wealth, filled with hatred and jealousy towards Abdul. If he were left alive, trouble might arise again in the future. Danger must be nipped in the bud. Ai Kai, your master will send you on your way. Cold words exploded in his ear. Armando shuddered and scrambled backward on all fours. But fear had sapped his strength. After only a few steps, he fell again, turning to look at Abdul approaching slowly. Thud thud. Each step felt like it was crushing Armando's heart. The sound of footsteps was like the toll of death, making him feel more hopeless with each thud. All this is your fault. Armando screamed, venting his inner fear. You told me I could become someone worthy of respect, that I could practice martial arts, leave Yunsong City, and see the world outside. Even selling you for money, you taught me that too. Dominic said if I led you here, he would take me as a disciple. I wanted to join a sect. What did I do wrong? Why are you killing me? It's all because of you. Armando wanted to continue speaking, but Abdul was already beside him. Bending down, he pressed his hand on Armando's shoulder and whispered into his ear. Stubborn to the end. Are you ready to die here? Armando broke down completely. Master, don't kill me. I was wrong. I won't dare anymore. Please don't kill me. He bowed his head repeatedly like a hammer pounding garlic, tears raining down. It's too late. The moment you betrayed me, it was too late. But master, it was you who taught me. Without letting him finish, Abdul struck with his left hand wielding a sword and punched with his right. Snap. Armando's head spun once on his neck, and his voice abruptly ceased. Dead. Looking at the corpse before him, Abdul felt a pang of sorrow. This was someone who had grown up with him. Unfortunately, he had strayed from the right path and indeed, part of the blame lay with him. Reflecting on this, he couldn't hide his sadness. Host's mood low, Yaoquan divine skill. Regrets the stubbornness, cultivation speed increased by 300%. Far away, Iwan and others noticed a change in Abdul's demeanor. This kid, his aura is surging. Could he be breaking through? At his age, reaching the transcendent realm makes him a prodigy even among sections. Dominic's eyes grew cold as he sneered. Breaking through in battle, courting death. Meanwhile, Bradford sensed something unusual about Abdul and immediately commanded. Abdul, now it's your turn. Today, I will definitely kill you. The cold murderous intent snapped Abdul back to reality. He lifted his head and looked at Bradford. Bradford's sharp gaze sent chills down everyone's spine. Kill. Abdul exhaled loudly. The word kill released a momentum like a piercing sword that split the sky and tore apart the heavens. In that instant, a murderous aura surrounded him. Even Bradford's seasoned warriors were shaken, some even thinking of fleeing. Bradford's wolf horse reared up on its front legs, whinnying wildly. Bradford, driven by a desire for revenge, seethed with anger. Ever since he began practicing martial arts, he had never met a match among his peers. Everything had gone smoothly until he encountered Abdul. Not only was his strength utterly crushed, but his indomitable spirit was shattered by Abdul. It was a profound humiliation. Abdul had become an obsession for him. By any means necessary, at any cost, he must kill him to relieve the burning hate in his heart. Kill him! Bradford roared at his surrounding soldiers. Without hesitation, the armored warriors attacked Abdul en masse. Unfazed, Abdul shook his long sword, which turned into thousands of icy points darting in every direction. At the same time, his agile movements made him seem like a fish swimming freely amid a wave of iron armor. Wherever he went, chaos ensued, and the sword's shadow danced through the air. Many warriors barely noticed before blood sprayed from their throats. Swift light flashed as he drew his sword, leaving a trail of blood across the sky. Ding! Host kills 10 people. Xiuxian divine skill, excited. Cultivation speed increases by 500%. Ding! Host kills 100 people. Xiuxian divine skill, becomes passionate, thoroughly energized. Cultivation speed increases by 800%. The dense bloodlust is highly enjoyable for Xiuxian divine skill. Starting breakthrough. System notifications kept flashing in Abdul's mind. He grew increasingly fierce, dual swords in hand, overpowering nearly 100 armored warriors single-handedly. The overwhelming strength left Bradford speechless, and fear began to grow within him. Watching from the sidelines, the others marveled. Facing encirclement, not retreating but advancing, growing stronger with each fight, endless fighting spirit. Truly a fine martial talent, Iwan observed sternly. Most importantly, this boy uses the sword, Iwan added, eyeing the situation. Martin grunted without comment. Such a talented seedling wouldn't be easily forsaken by any sect. Why use a sword? Does it have to be the Imperial Sword City? Among them, only Dominic remained serious, with hidden murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Where was the carefree demeanor he initially displayed? Just then, a sudden change occurred. Abdul's aura suddenly surged, his internal true chi rampaging. Seeing this, Sullivan cried out in alarm. Bad. He's about to break through. Chapter 53. Ascension to the Tao in Battle. The Great Malevolent Aura. In the field, Abdul's twin swords transformed into sheets of cold light, cutting down those Wind Clan soldiers with deadly efficiency. Seeing Abdul fighting even more fiercely, Bradford stood back, holding dual knives, too afraid to advance. He could only unleash his rage and fear through loud shouts. I don't believe you, Abdul. You can't keep this up. When you're exhausted, it will be your time to die. Abdul's gaze was icy. He remained silent. He continued attacking fiercely, each strike faster than the last. At that moment, Abdul felt a muffled sound from within his body, as if breaking through some invisible constraint. Then his inner energy began to surge wildly, filling his tendons and meridians, losing control inside him. His body faltered, and Abdul knelt on one knee, beads of sweat instantly forming on his forehead. He felt like he had fallen into an ice cave, with energy coursing uncontrollably, tendons tearing apart, nearly passing out. This excruciating pain made him wish for death, lessening the torment. Seeing Abdul's sudden predicament, Bradford wore a look of triumph and burst into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, Abdul, you can't handle it anymore, right? Attack, everyone. Kill him. However, after hearing these words, the Wind Clan soldiers hesitated, none daring to step forward. It was clear that Abdul's earlier relentless attacks had left them psychologically scarred. Seeing this, Bradford howled in frustration. You useless bunch. Why aren't you moving? He's finished. Attack, or face military punishment. Hearing this, the soldiers gritted their teeth, brandishing weapons as they rushed forward. Abdul forcefully suppressed the chaotic energy within him, enduring the intense pain as he retreated backward. Seeing this action, the soldiers finally felt reassured. They surged forward like hyenas smelling decaying flesh, charging at him madly. Even Bradford roared and led the charge, swinging his dual knives fiercely. From a distance, the spectators shook their heads. Edgar's face twisted with anger. How did this boy turn out like this? No sense of shame, no heart of a true warrior. Blake also sighed in disappointment. Bradford has strayed too far. It might be hard for him to return now. These two were among the first to discover Dayton and his group. They had both been instrumental in promoting this recruitment drive among the Wind Clan. Yet they hadn't expected the once promising young man to fall so far, causing them some pain. Elsewhere, Dominic sneered. This boy's murderous nature and excessive wickedness have brought this fate upon him. Surely this is heaven's will. However, none of them noticed the shock and surprise on Blake and Art's faces. Old Sheen, didn't I see wrong? That boy seemed to be. Blake left the sentence unfinished, glancing at his friend beside him. Art stared intently at Abdul's every move. As Abdul appeared to dodge clumsily, he was actually dropping sharpened stones. Wherever he landed, small piles of stones already seemed to exist. When the stones fell from Abdul's hands, they formed towers emitting a strange aura. Seeing the elders' shock, Iwan and the others looked over. Dominic couldn't contain himself and asked urgently, Old Sheen, what's going on? Just as he spoke, Abdul collapsed as if losing all strength. The two elders focused sharply on the purple flowers by Abdul's side. Blake murmured, Pollen, stone towers, this boy? He's setting up an array. Art exclaimed, filled with shock and excitement. The other three froze in disbelief, staring at the youth who lay sprawled on the ground. Dominic shook his head repeatedly. Impossible, absolutely impossible. But reality slapped him next. Purple mist began emanating from around Abdul. Within moments, it enveloped not only him but also Bradford and the surrounding soldiers. Blake, an illusionary array? Art, at least 7th rank. The two elders exchanged glances, seeing surprise and excitement in each other's eyes. This boy's talent in array formation is extraordinary. Not joining our star sect would be a waste. Art coughed lightly, saying firmly, Upon hearing this, Iwan became anxious. That's not right. This boy has a natural sword bone and unparalleled talent in swordsmanship. The Imperial Sword City suits him best. Fearless and mighty-hearted. The way of martial arts demands such spirit. Blazing Sun Pavilion should be his choice. Edgar spoke with unwavering determination. Array Dao unpredictable. Sword Dao unmatched. Benevolence boundless. The four began arguing heatedly. Only Dominic watched silently, clenching his teeth, growing increasingly agitated as he stared at the purple mist. He hated and regretted it. Had he stepped in initially, would it have come to this? He never imagined Abdul could be so terrifying. A transcendental realm strength, refined martial techniques, and a 7th-rank illusionary array? How could a young man just reaching adulthood achieve all this? Did he start practicing in the womb? What kind of prodigy was he? The stronger Abdul proved himself, the more Dominic's incompetence and envy shone brightly. Deep down, he screamed for Abdul to die within the purple fog. Talent? Dead talent equals dog shit. Unfortunately, things wouldn't go as he wished. Inside the purple mist, Abdul sat cross-legged, concentrating, calming the surging inner energy. True chi flowed wildly through his meridians. The Mystic Spring Divine Technique lived up to its name as a divine method. Abdul felt not only his meridians, but even his dantian and skin becoming tougher and more resilient. His skin glowed faintly with a blue hue, emitting an ethereal aura. Streams of energy flowed along his meridians, spreading throughout his body. As he practiced, a cold aura radiated from him, causing the lush grass around him to wither. The system notification followed. Ding, congratulations, host has transcended the extraordinary realm. Mystic Spring Divine Technique has reached the 3rd stage, automatically deducing the Dao path. Success in the 3rd stage synthesis. Mystic Spring Divine Technique now embodies the initial Dao path. Great Een Malevolent Aura. From then on, Abdul's martial arts energy transformed into more powerful Great Een Malevolent Aura. This was the unique feature of heavenly rank techniques. #####Chapter 54. The illusion array blocks the enemy. Just as Heath was breaking through, Bradford and his men found themselves trapped within an illusion array. At this moment, they were caught in a simple yet sophisticated 7th-rank 1000 illusions array set up by Heath. In fact, the night before, Heath had come to this place based on the scout positions provided by Armando. He quietly laid down the foundations of the array and transplanted part of the 1000 illusions poison flower to serve as its focal point. The obstructing purple poison mist emanating now came from this flower. However, since the flower had not been transplanted for long, it wouldn't last indefinitely, but it would be enough to briefly hinder Bradford and his men. As soon as the illusion array activated, Bradford and his men were momentarily disoriented. Heath vanished right before their eyes. Purple smoke billowed up around them, plunging them into confusion. What is this thing? Is it poison smoke? Everyone, hold your breath. Could it be that Heath has tamed spirits? Voices of speculation arose all around. Bradford knew something was amiss and shouted aloud. Everyone, don't panic. Form small squads near each other to avoid being attacked from all sides. That guy can't have gone far. Search for him. Following his orders, the Wind Tribe soldiers calmed down and began exploring the area cautiously. But they hadn't gone far when suddenly someone cried out. No, don't kill me. The voice was filled with fear, chilling everyone's hearts. What's that? Who's screaming? Before anyone could respond, the cry seemed to trigger something. Countless voices echoed one after another, each seemingly witnessing the most terrifying moments in life. Don't come near me. Mother, don't leave me. It's all my fault. Zyra, without you, how can I live? Zyra, take me away. Those heart-wrenching cries made Bradford feel as if he had fallen into hell, his head spinning. What is happening? Heart demons surged, disrupting his mind. Terror overwhelmed him as visions of childhood friends and long-dead parents appeared before him. Souls slain by his sword, waving ghostly banners, demanded his life. Memories of the Wind Tribes fall at the hands of the Skywind dynasty. Frederick pierced with arrows, Adrian brutally murdered. All flooded his mind. These images, real or imagined, seized his willpower. His heart faltered, and he almost lost his will to live. He slowly raised his scimitar to his throat. At the last moment, a cold wind blew, dispersing some of the purple mist. Bradford shivered and regained his senses. He looked down to find his back drenched in cold sweat. A sharp blade tip had already left a bloody mark on his neck. Everyone, pay attention. This is an illusion. Bradford roared, his voice hoarse. It was too late for many of the Wind Tribe soldiers who had already ended their lives in the illusion. Blood flowed like a river across the grass, and the air reeked of death. Fortunately, a gust of cold wind dispersed the purple mist. Just as everyone was feeling the lingering dread, a sudden shout interrupted their thoughts. Look, there he is. The soldiers turned to see Heath sitting cross-legged nearby, his body glowing blue and floating slightly. The cold wind that dispersed the mist originated from him. Seeing their enemy, the men grew fiercely determined. Bradford screamed, "Charge, kill him." The soldiers rushed from all directions, weapons in hand. But something strange happened. Despite Heath being close, they couldn't get any closer, as if encountering a barrier. He must have summoned spirits. Don't let him escape. Bradford continued shouting, though he felt increasingly uneasy. As the men struggled, new phenomena occurred. Blue light radiated brightly from Heath, accompanied by swirling snowflakes. The ground around him quickly froze, and patches of grass withered. This awe-inspiring scene halted everyone. They saw Heath sit cross-legged in the posture of 5 mountains facing heaven, radiating intense coldness. Bradford sensed impending danger and urgently ordered, "Fire arrows!" Hundreds of archers woke from their stupor and loosed their arrows at Heath. Arrows rained down, and the air whistled with their force. However, the arrows seemed to lose direction, scattering widely. Only a few dozen reached Heath. The blue glow around him flickered, freezing those arrows mid-air. Meanwhile, Heath had completed his breakthrough. He opened his eyes, his gaze piercing. Everyone who met his eyes felt a sharp chill, as if his eyes were forged from ice. He gently touched the ground, moving with the grace of a mountain and standing as still as a monument. It seemed as if he had merged with the surrounding prairie. Seeing this transformation, Bradford's ambitions evaporated. All he wanted was to kill the young man before him. Shoot him. Quick, shoot. Bradford bellowed frantically. The unusual display left the Wind tribe soldiers in disarray. Hearing his command, they fired another volley of arrows. Heath, just emerged from his breakthrough, felt the power surging within him. When he saw the incoming arrows, he jumped aside instinctively. Then, realizing he was still inside the Thousand Illusions array, he stopped dodging. Gathering his true chi into his palm, he struck out with a forceful blow. The blast carried icy coldness, instantly freezing and shattering the arrows. Heath paused, then rejoiced inwardly. This is the initial level of the Dark Spring Divine Skill. Great Evil Aura, combining both power and control. It's truly remarkable. Emboldened, he let out a long whistle and leaped high, channeling all his true chi. He formed a sword gesture with his fingers, releasing a stream of dark sword chi. The Wind tribe soldiers, about to loose another volley, felt a crushing cold wind descending upon them. Looking up, they were paralyzed by terror as an icy sword beam, shining with a deep blue hue, crashed down. A deafening explosion rang out. 100 warriors' armor turned into shattered ice statues, while the cold wind devastated the surrounding flora. The Thousand Illusions array dissipated along with the shockwave. The power of the Great Evil Aura was indeed astounding. Chapter 55. He can conceal a sword within his body. Outside the illusionary formation, experts from the four factions watched the battle with collective anticipation. This battle was far beyond what they had expected. They observed as the purple mist began to dissipate. Iwan turned to the two elders Alfredo and asked, "I wonder how much longer it will take for this mist to clear." Upon hearing this, Blue's face lit up with excitement as he rapidly responded, "This should be the pollen from some kind of toxic flower. That boy used it as an array eye, activating the grand formation and compressing all the pollen to form a mist, creating hallucinations in people. This is quite an advanced illusionary formation." Beside him, Art nodded in agreement. A commendable illusionary formation, quite deadly. Iwan felt somewhat helpless. "No, my point is, when can we see the actual battle?" Art gazed into the distance, stroking his beard, and said leisurely, "In my view, the pollen has been mostly squeezed out. With the wind now rising, it should disperse quickly." Sure enough, not long after he spoke, the purple mist began to scatter in the air. However, the scene that emerged made all five of them gasp in shock. In sight, only a handful of the hundreds of armored soldiers, led by Bronson, were still standing. The rest were either dead or incapacitated, the ground covered with congealed blood, resembling a netherworld. It seems he successfully broke through. The energy contains a cold breath that can freeze blood. This kid isn't simple. Look at the wounds. Sword marks crisscross everywhere, clearly caused by sword chi. Except for Dominic, the other four looked on with amazement, each offering their own observations. Their words barely concealed shock and admiration. Iwan glanced at Dominic, whose expression wavered between light and dark, and coldly snorted, "All your schemes are for naught. Before absolute power, everything else is just clouds." The other three nodded in deep agreement. Dominic forced down his anger and said calmly, "It's not over yet. It won't be easy for him to walk out of here alive." Around Abdul, countless soldiers surged forward from all directions. Iwan did not speak, but quietly unsheathed the sword at his waist. He had already decided that if Abdul were to be overwhelmed and faced mortal danger, he would intervene even if it meant breaking the rules to save him. His movements did not escape Dominic's eyes, who watched cautiously, ready to stop Iwan if needed. In the arena, Abdul struck the formation with one sword blow, feeling the depletion of his true chi within. The Tyne evil aura is indeed stronger. Although I've just entered the transcendent realm, I can definitely fight beyond my level. At this moment, Bronson's desperate shouts interrupted his thoughts. "Kill him. Everyone, attack together. Abdul, you won't escape today." Abdul lifted his gaze and saw a vast expanse of black before him. Judging by the numbers, there were more than 1,000 men, all clad in black light armor, armed with bows, crossbows, and sabers, closing in on him. "Hehe, Abdul, let's see how you escape now." Abdul did not respond, knowing well Bronson's hatred toward him. He knew Bronson would not let him leave easily, but such overwhelming numbers still caught him off guard. Initially, he had planned to cooperate with the illusionary formation to severely damage the enemy. But his unexpected breakthrough disrupted those plans, preventing the prearranged formation from achieving its intended lethality. However, despite being in danger, Abdul felt a surge of fighting spirit within him, his courage growing. He flicked his toes, sending two long swords into his hands, then exhaled sharply. "Let's fight." Bronson shouted, "Kill." Like waves, thousands of elite wind barbarian soldiers surged forward, raising knives and aiming crossbows in a chaotic rush. Yet, Abdul remained calm, stepping forward steadily. The first few armored soldiers approached, only to be subdued by Abdul's skillful sword maneuvers, which trapped more than 10 long blades in a single stroke. The soldiers felt sudden weakness, dropping their weapons as they collapsed like rag dolls. With both swords whirling in his hands, Abdul plunged into the crowd. Each slash sent several soldiers flying, blood splattering as they fell. His sword techniques were fluid and swift, growing faster with each passing moment. To the onlookers, however, confusion grew. Facing overwhelming odds, he uses technique-to-technique combat? This will only waste time. What is this kid planning? Blue asked the others, seeking answers, but neither Iwan nor Martin seemed to offer any explanations, focusing intently on the battle. When Blue turned to Art, he paused in surprise. "HM? What's wrong, old Chin?" He noticed an unusual look of astonishment in Chin's usually calm eyes. Following his friend's gaze, Blue turned back and was met with an unbelievable scene. In an instant, the 1,000 barbarian elites found themselves controlled by Abdul, swinging their weapons uncontrollably at each other. Blood rained down as countless injuries occurred. This. As the two elders stared in shock, Iwan's voice rang out. This kid's sword skills are so refined. He uses gaps in attacks to influence the surrounding chi, affecting nearby fighters. He aims to win through chaos. But Blue probed further, curious about Iwan's hesitation. Before Iwan could answer, Martin explained, in such chaotic combat, one inevitably gets drawn into the melee. Without superior agility or defensive skills, it might end in mutual destruction. Why choose this path then? Even the two elders, Martin and Iwan, felt perplexed. Perhaps this kid has his plan, Iwan surmised. Among the five, only Dominic remained silent, aware that Abdul possessed a formidable martial arts ability with astonishing defense against ordinary soldier attacks. But unexpectedly, Abdul's xiuxian sword armor had also improved. Ding! Host in fierce battle. The xiuxian sword scripture laments insufficient strength, causing the xiuxian sword armor to undergo a transformation, increasing defense by 120% and gaining absorptive power. After the system notification, Abdul clearly felt that incoming attacks were partly absorbed by the xiuxian sword armor. By focusing, he could instantly rebound these energies, turning them into formidable power. As he fought, he absorbed surrounding attacks using the xiuxian sword armor's absorption ability, quickly enhancing his defensive power. Pushing forward again, he felt the xiuxian sword armor's absorptive power reaching its peak. He immediately swung both swords to deflect surrounding attacks. Then, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he welcomed the incoming weapons with his body. Instantly, numerous sword auras erupted from Abdul's body, shooting in all directions. The encircling wind barbarian elites were instantly impaled by the sword auras, bleeding profusely, unable to tell life from death. Even the renowned beautiful swordsman, Iwan, was left stammering in shock. He can conceal a sword within his body? This chapter continues the action-packed narrative, emphasizing Abdul's exceptional martial skills and the awe-inspiring effect of his unique abilities. The tension escalates as Abdul's innovative use of his enhanced defenses surprises everyone, leading to a dramatic turn of events. Chapter 56. The Conspiracy Unveiled, Inside and Outside Coordination. Abdul was surrounded by an uncountable number of sword auras. Countless soldiers were instantly pierced into hives. In an instant, the land was filled with mournful cries. 1,000 elite soldiers had been decimated. The remaining people looked at Abdul as if he were a prehistoric beast. No matter how Bradford roared in anger, no one dared to step forward anymore. On the other side, Iwan exclaimed aloud, "Is this martial Dao divinity?" His gaze swept over the others and found that both the two elders Donovan and Haddon showed expressions just as astonished as his own. However, only one person remained indifferent, Dominic. Iwan's figure flickered as he approached Dominic, exaggeratingly saying, "Daoist master, could you possibly know?" Noticing the teasing look in Dominic's eyes, he coldly snorted, confirming it without words. Seeing this, the other four regarded him as though he were a fool. Iwan twirled his sword, loudly declaring, at the age of 20, he transcended the ordinary realm, is a genius in swordsmanship, an elite in array arts, and can cultivate martial Dao divinities. You, Daoist master Dominic, didn't take him in as a disciple but instead chose to be his enemy? Each of Iwan's words was like a steel blade, ruthlessly stabbing into Dominic's heart. Actually, Dominic did not lack regret in his heart, but things had progressed beyond what he could change now. All he could do was to crush the young man right here. With these thoughts, despite Iwan's ridicule, Dominic stepped forward with determination and charged into the fray. In the field, Abdul had already broken out of the formation and was about to move forward to capture Bradford. He saw Dominic approaching menacingly from afar, looking as if he wanted to devour him alive. Alarmed by this, Abdul turned and fled towards Finian City. Just as Dominic was about to give chase, a piercing sound from behind stopped him, and a figure blocked his path. This figure exuded a fierce aura. It was none other than Haddon. Seeing the intimidating presence of Haddon, Dominic's face turned pale, and he reluctantly turned away. Inside, he was furious. No way, I can't let this kid live. I must find a way. The sun set, and night fell. Today, although the Fengman army went all out, their achievements did not surpass those of previous days. The main reason was the inaccuracy of the Thunderbolt carriages. Under the cover of night, two figures scaled the high wall, entering Xiao family manor. Clan Chief Elwood stood in the hall, reviewing battle reports from various areas. Suddenly, footsteps sounded outside, and two cloaked figures appeared before him without hesitation. Who are you? Elwood's expression was guarded, and his aura swelled around him. As one of the four major families, the Xiao clan naturally had strict defenses. Yet these two people had entered the hall without a trace, indicating extraordinary skills. The lead figure removed his hood, revealing a familiar face. Chief Xiao, it has been too long? Dominic, it's really you? Why have you come so late at night? Seeing Chief Xiao's guarded manner, Dominic smiled, waving a hand and pointing back. Don't misunderstand, Chief Xiao. It's not me who came for you, but her. Following his gaze, Elwood saw the second person remove her hood, revealing a smiling young woman. This person was indeed Adrian, who had been by Frederick's side. Adrian took a step forward, her emotions evident as she called out, "Uncle San." Hearing this, Elwood's mind went blank, becoming agitated, his arms trembling. Are you, Ing? It's me, Uncle San. Why are you here? The story is long. The next day, unexpectedly, the Fengman army did not attack the city, greatly surprising the Finian defenders. Thus, after a rare day of silence, deep into the night, outside Finian City, a large group of black-clad men stealthily approached under the cloak of darkness. Leading them were Frederick and Bradford. Seeing the patrol guards on the walls still keeping vigilant watch and no movement within the city, Bradford grew impatient. Carrie, do you think Xiao family will play tricks? Why haven't they made a move yet? Frederick remained unperturbed, silently watching the direction of the city gates. Don't worry, we received direct word from Adrian. It should be reliable, but we still need to stay cautious. Mentioning Adrian, Bradford nodded. I trust little Ing. This time, our army holds all advantages, yet Finian City remains stubbornly unconquered mainly due to its strong fortifications. If someone could open the city gates, our grassland warriors would easily claim Finian City. His words brimmed with confidence, completely forgetting the crushing defeat he suffered days ago when leading 1,000 elites against Abdul alone. As he spoke, suddenly, the south gate of Finian emitted a creaking sound, and soon a narrow gap appeared. Out walked a dignified young man, glancing left and right as if searching for something. If Abdul were present, he would recognize this young man as Xiao Potian, the young master of the Xiao family. Xiao Potian scanned the surroundings and saw the agreed-upon signal. Without hesitation, he pushed the gates wide open with great force. Rumble. The loud noise startled the guards atop the wall. What are you doing? Who allowed you to open the gates? Before the guard finished speaking, an arrow pierced through his chest, spewing blood profusely as he fell off the wall. Frederick lowered his bow and shouted loudly, Brothers, follow me and charge into Finian City. Charge! Instantly, 10,000 Feng-man elite soldiers surged forward like a raging flood, charging towards the city gates. Not good, close the gates quickly. But it was too late. With deliberate calculation, the difference in numbers was overwhelming. The remaining defenders were like a single leaf on the vast sea, powerless to make any significant resistance. Immediately, Frederick ordered the messenger. Go, tell the general to commence the final assault. As the messenger sped away, the ground trembled with the thunderous hooves of cavalry. Leading the charge was Amato, his expression stern and imposing, dressed in a scarlet war robe billowing in the wind. As his horse passed, Feng-man soldiers cheered thunderously. Gerard arrived at the city wall and exclaimed in surprise. Even General Amato has personally led the charge. They seem determined to win. Turning sharply to his guards, Gerard shouted, The enemy is attacking the city. Quickly, fetch the city governor. Defend. Led by Amato, the Black Eagle cavalry charged ahead, followed closely by foot soldiers and archers advancing at full speed. At the city gate, fierce combat was unfolding, and they encountered little resistance. Upon reaching the city, Amato waved his hand and roared, Archers, commence barrage. The archers unleashed a rain of arrows towards the city walls, providing cover. Panic erupted among the defenders on the wall, screams echoing endlessly. Outside, Feng-man armored soldiers erected cloud ladders. Leading the charge, Bradford reached the top of the wall. Bradford wielded a pair of sabers fiercely, cutting down anyone in his path. Plop, plop. Dozens collapsed into pools of blood. Behind him, morale soared, soldiers fighting with unmatched ferocity, slicing through the defending forces, causing immediate collapse. Shield bearers up front, archers retreat to the rear. We must hold the wall. A 100-man captain was commanding loudly. However, in the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his waist, losing control of his upper body as he tumbled down. Sprayed blood illuminated Bradford like a hellish devil. Defenders were terrified, fleeing madly. Seizing this chance, Bradford pursued relentlessly, chasing nearly 100 defenders on his own. Seeing this, Gerard, enraged, thrust his spear forward with snake-like precision. Bradford deflected with dual sabers, grinning wickedly. You dare stop me? You're asking for death. The two clashed fiercely, while far away, Haddon, witnessing this, gradually became colder in tone. This person is beyond saving, bullying the weak with strength. The others nodded in agreement. After a brief moment of panic, the Finian defenders finally reacted and began to resist vigorously. At the same time, Baylor, having received the news, was also leading the guards from all over the city in a frantic rush toward the south gate. Chapter 57. Traitors, kill without mercy. As the city of Yunsong fell into chaos, Elwood led a group from the Xiao family, sprinting toward the east gate. At this moment, the guards at the xiuxian had deserted their posts. Due to Amato personally leading an attack on the south gate, most of the troops from the east gate were diverted there. Elwood gave a sweeping motion with his hand, and the members of the Xiao family behind him, wielding weapons, charged up in a frenzy. By his side, his Tamara Fern watched this scene with a look of unbearable pity. Father, is what we're doing really right? Hearing her question, Elwood's expression became equally troubled. He was born on the prairie, and the Xiao family had once been one of the larger clans in the Feng-man tribe. However, he had committed a grave offense, forcing him to be expelled from his home by his father. That's when he moved far away, came to Yunsong City, married, and raised children, establishing a foundation here. The hardship of starting anew in a foreign land. How many could truly understand that? Now, as the Xiao family rose to become one of the 4 major families, with a loving wife and children complete, everything seemed perfect. Yet Adrienne's arrival shattered this tranquility. When she mentioned bringing them back to the prairie, Elwood did not hesitate for a second before agreeing without reservation. He longed to return home and see his brothers and sisters. The pain and reluctance his parents showed when he left still lingered in his heart as an eternal ache. Looking at his Tamara, Elwood spoke softly, Chinchua, father never truly belonged here. I want to go home. In that moment, Fern saw the shimmer of tears in her father's eyes. Although she couldn't fully understand, the familial bond let her feel the longing and nostalgia for his homeland in his heart. Home may be far beyond the horizon, but where is it at the end of the world? Actually, Elwood himself was unsure if this journey would lead him back to his dreamt of homeland. Soon, the Xiao family had taken control of the east gate. At the same time, 2 swift horses galloped down the empty street. It was Amos and Adrian. They had just tricked open the south gate and immediately rushed over. Both dismounted quickly and joined the group. Father, everything went according to plan. Uncle 3. Elwood nodded and said, we have control of the east gate. Let's open the city gates as soon as possible. With these words, they advanced to open the gate, and the drawbridge rumbled down. After the south gate, the east gate of Yunsong City opened again. Unlike the roaring battle at the south gate, the east gate remained eerily quiet and empty. Suddenly, a rumble of hooves echoed from afar, and a detachment of cavalry swiftly approached. Leading them was a general clad in chainmail armor, wielding a massive axe, with a broad face and a beard. This was Deegan, Amato's top-ranking warrior and a xiuxian martial artist. Seeing Adrian and others, he hurriedly turned back and shouted loudly, "Quickly, through the gate, hurry into the city." All of this was planned beforehand. The east gate was closer to the city granary. With the gate wide open, Deegan led 5,000 ironclad cavalry swiftly to the Xiao family group. "Greetings, miss." Although Adrian held no military rank, she had adopted Amato as her godfather and possessed considerable martial prowess and intelligence. Therefore, the army commanders treated her very well. Adrian waved her hands and said, "Uncle Jean, now isn't the time for formalities. Lead your men to the granary, don't take too much, just grab what you can carry. And then, hold the east gate as a temporary foothold, coordinating with my godfather to capture the city." Deegan's expression grew serious. "I will not fail General's trust." He immediately ordered 3,000 men to rush towards the granary. Adrian turned to the remaining 2,000 and said softly, "Establish a defensive line using the gate." Then she walked to Elwood. "Uncle 3, it's crucial that you help us here." Elwood nodded and looked back at the Xiao family. Just as he was about to say something, a cold voice rang out overhead, "Head of the Xiao family, I didn't expect you to be a traitor?" Everyone looked up to see a figure standing on a rooftop, dressed gracefully, with a sharp gaze and a smile on his handsome face. It was Abdul. Upon hearing news of the South Gate falling and the Xiao family's betrayal, Baylor anticipated that the Xiao family, acting as inside collaborators, would seize the armory and granary. Given the relative scarcity of Yunsong City's defense forces, dividing the troops might directly result in defeat on the main battlefield. So, he sent Christo to inform Abdul, hoping the Liu family would intervene. Understanding the perilous situation, James split his clan's warriors into two groups. Even so, there were only a few hundred. Abdul suggested Christo coordinate with the Huang and Zhao families to consolidate forces, giving them a fighting chance and laying a solid foundation for the upcoming battle. Abdul came alone under the pretext of reconnaissance. Given his current strength, unless faced with 10,000 troops, he wouldn't be harmed easily. Looking up at the young man, Elwood was initially startled, but then scanned the surroundings. Abdul smiled. "Lord Xiao, there's no need to look around. My father and the others are still on the way." Elwood raised an eyebrow, sneering. Young Master Liu, quite daring to come alone. Not afraid of coming here, but having no way out. Abdul laughed lightly and leaped effortlessly to stand before the Xiao family's formation. His calm demeanor left the Xiao family puzzled. At this moment, Adrian stepped forward, examining Abdul closely. She knew clearly that Amagwan had brought 1,000 elite soldiers days ago, who not only failed to kill Abdul but were mostly wiped out by him. "Are you Abdul?" "Amagwan must have told you about me. No need to pretend otherwise," Abdul replied with a slight smile. "What brings you here?" "To seek an explanation from Lord Xiao," Abdul answered calmly. "You seek an explanation? Based on what? Even James wouldn't dare speak so boldly to me. Young man, don't be too overconfident," Elwood said angrily, stepping forward. "Not being confident, how else can one be young?" Abdul responded calmly, as if discussing a trivial matter. Elwood laughed in derision. "Huh, what a bold statement. My family originally comes from the prairie. Returning to pay respects to our ancestors should be understandable. So what do you plan to do? What can you do?" Upon hearing this, Abdul's smile faded as he slowly approached Elwood, his tone solemn. "Traitors, kill without mercy." The sharp, arrogant gaze chilled the hearts of everyone present. Chapter 58. One sword breaks through 2,000 armors. Chuckle. Suddenly, someone among the Xiao family burst into laughter. Elwood snapped back to reality and began to look at Abdul with renewed interest. "Young Master Liu, how audacious." Abdul's voice grew colder, like a chill wind blowing from the depths of hell. "Head of the Xiao family, during the great battle at the mine, you stood up for justice. I am truly grateful." With that, he bowed respectfully, an act that made Elwood pause in surprise. "But today is a matter concerning the survival of the entire city. I cannot let you leave. Please form your formation. I must take action. Just you alone want to stop us? Have you lost your mind, young Liu?" Elwood remained silent, but one of the elders behind him roared in anger. Amos stepped forward, shielding Elwood. "Abdul, I'll fight you." "You? Amos, you were never my match before, and you certainly aren't now." Abdul's contemptuous words infuriated Amos. "You're asking for death." With a powerful leap, Amos's fists surged forward like dragons emerging from water, aiming straight for Abdul's chest. But as he neared Abdul, his face showed shock. He felt his fists being stopped by an invisible wall of energy just within a meter of Abdul. "Huh!" Abdul released a shout, using his own chi to send Amos flying. In midair, blood spurted uncontrollably from Amos's mouth. "What? How is this possible?" The Xiao family members stared in disbelief. Not long ago, Abdul was merely a chi cultivation realm warrior. Now, observing his solid and overwhelming aura, it seemed he had surpassed even Elwood. This was almost unfathomable. "Did you really break through to the extraordinary realm?" Adrian spoke up, sending ripples through the crowd. The extraordinary realm, something most of the 4 major clan leaders had spent their lives pursuing, had been achieved so easily by this young man. The Xiao family members stared at Abdul as if he were a monster, completely stunned. Abdul, however, was accustomed to such reactions, remembering the similar looks on his own family's faces when they heard the news. At this moment, the Xiao family members felt a sharp sting on their faces, as if they had been slapped. You. Elwood pointed at Abdul, momentarily at a loss for words. After a long pause, he sighed softly. Alas, Lord James has indeed blessed with a remarkable son. Amos beside him had a darkened gaze, clearly shaken by the blow to his confidence. Seeing the morale of the Xiao family faltering, Adrian knew they couldn't let things continue like this. Even if you've reached the extraordinary realm, I have 2,000 armored soldiers and 3,000 cavalry ready to return. I want to see how you escape. Everyone, form up. Following Adrian's order, the Foeman elite quickly moved into formation. Rows of shield-bearing soldiers lined up, blocking the front. Between the shields, 2-meter-long pikes were raised at a 45-degree angle. Behind the pikes, archers with crossbows waited, fully prepared. However, this was only the first line of defense. Adrian then laid out 3 more identical lines behind them, each about 20 meters apart. This tight formation prevented any interference between defensive lines and made it extremely difficult for even a crack cavalry unit to breach it. The walls of steel and iron were nearly impervious. Even so, Abdul watched everything calmly, making no move to obstruct. Only when the formations were complete did Abdul leisurely place his hand on the hilt of his sword. Head of the Xiao family, I've repaid your past kindness. I will not hold back any longer. Without waiting for a response, he lunged forward, drawing his sword with a flash of light, swinging it twice before slashing upward in a powerful arc. With this strike, true chi surged from his body, materializing along the blade and flowing down to his weapon. A crescent-shaped beam of icy light shot out, slicing across the ground. Seeing this, the Xiao family members' faces turned grave. Abdul's combat prowess left them chilled to the bone. The blue sword chi slash, 3 meters high and 1 meter wide, carried a freezing cold aura, cutting a half-meter deep trench in the earth. Peeyik! A piercing sound filled the air. Despite their preparations, many Foeman soldiers still lacked confidence. From the sudden attack to the swift strike, it happened in the blink of an eye. Those massive iron shields were torn apart like dry leaves. The blue sword chi tore through the defenses, causing a chain of explosions, slicing through the first line of defense as if it were nothing. In the explosions, shields and spears shattered and froze, turning into lethal weapons that shredded soldiers' bodies, splattering blood across the streets, and instantly collapsing the line. Abdul wasn't done yet. He leaped into the air, issuing 3 more thunderous shouts. Dark yin chi condensed on his sword. Zing, zing, zing. 3 more blue sword chi slashes streaked forward, piercing through the breaches created earlier. They sliced through the first line of defense, throwing those who narrowly escaped into the air, like sandbags, some landing awkwardly. Those who were lucky landed on their feet. Others, less fortunate, hit the ground or weapons, with uncertain outcomes. Survivors and dead alike were affected by the yin chi, losing all fighting ability for the moment. The next wave of sword chi advanced towards the second line of defense, continuing its path, cutting through the stone-paved road until it struck the third defensive line. The final sword chi slash, reaching its target, met no shield resistance. This was the strongest strike. It cleaved through the armor of 1,000 soldiers. Crack, crack. As the icy chi seeped in, the armor shattered, fragments flying out, some striking other Xiao family members, leaving them covered in wounds. Abdul paused. Though he had exerted near full effort, the toll was significant. Nevertheless, he was satisfied with the power of these 4 consecutive strikes. On the other side, Adrian, Elwood, and others looked upon the scene of devastation, akin to hell itself. Chills ran down their spines as they gazed at Abdul with fear and awe. One sword breaking through 2,000 armors? Is he even human? Chapter 59. Heroes lose their freedom when luck runs out. East Gate of Yunsong City. Abdul's overwhelming attack left the Xiao family members and the 2,000 armored soldiers behind them utterly stunned. The Foeman soldiers responsible for defense were almost all wounded. Achieving such an extent with just one person's strength, this feat was enough to be proud of. However, human power has its limits. After consecutively activating sword energy 4 times using Taiyin Sha Qi, Abdul's internal breath was nearly depleted. Fortunately, the deterrent force created earlier was too formidable. None of the Xiao family members dared to step forward. Suddenly, not far away, flames shot up into the sky. Abdul looked over and realized it was the location of Yunsong City's granary, which chilled his heart. Even if today's city attack failed, the lack of grain within the city would make life difficult for the tens of thousands of civilians. Moreover, this battle had no reinforcements. The Foeman army only needed to besiege the city, and Yunsong would fall without further resistance. Abdul's eyes turned cold as he glanced at the Xiao family members and said in a chilling voice, "Excellent strategy, head of the Xiao family. You used to be one of us in this city. Leaves falling return to their roots, it's natural. But why go so far as to exterminate everyone? It truly chills the heart." As soon as these words were spoken, the Xiao family members understood and remained silent. They weren't Elwood. Most were natives of the city. To be honest, they felt a deeper connection to Yunsong City. Except for Elwood's decision as the patriarch to develop back on the grasslands. Even though many were unwilling in their hearts, they didn't refuse. If there could be a better future, that would be fine. But at the cost of the entire city's lives, the price was indeed too heavy. At this moment, even the dejected Amos and Fern showed signs of remorse. Seeing this, Adrian hurriedly spoke up. "Abdul, stop trying to sway people's minds. This is a battlefield where either you die or I live. My uncle worked tirelessly for our Xiao family. He did nothing wrong." Abdul scoffed. "On the battlefield, each uses their own methods. Since you've done it, why can't you admit it? Accusing me of swaying people's minds is absurd." Adrian wanted to argue further, but was interrupted by Elwood's raised hand. "Enough talk. I have made my choice and will not regret it." As he spoke, he brandished his steel saber and approached Abdul step by step. Abdul stopped talking, raising his long sword and initiating another wave of sword energy. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and the sound of Mi Jida Ma Ti Sung should be translated to Mi Jida Ma Ti Sung Shangqi, hoofbeat. filled the air as Deegan returned with 3,000 iron cavalry. The Xiao family members showed expressions of relief, and Adrian's heart, which had been hanging, finally settled. Revised for fluency and natural reading in English. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and the air was filled with the sound of galloping hooves. Deegan had returned with 3,000 iron cavalry. Relief spread across the faces of the Xiao family members, and Adrian's heart, which had been on edge, finally settled. Abdul, I admit you are strong, but I don't believe you can still hold off my 3,000 cavalry at this moment. Today, I will kill you to avenge Bradford. This translation maintains the meaning and intensity of the original statement while ensuring it reads naturally in English. Abdul ignored Adrian's provocations, instead scanning his surroundings with a keen eye. Even if his divine essence was full, he might only be able to withstand the onslaught of the 3,000 cavalry for a brief moment. At this point, the best strategy was to temporarily avoid their fengmong, sharp-edged slash attack. With this thought, he wasted no more time, leaping up and dashing into a nearby building. No sooner had he left than over a dozen long arrows whistled towards his previous position, embedding themselves where he had just stood. For a moment, nearly 100 archers unleashed a barrage of arrows, sealing off all of Abdul's escape routes. Seeing no way to evade, Abdul had no choice but to turn and block, his longsword swinging wildly to deflect the arrows one by one. Even so, his movements were still constrained. If the cavalry were to close in, even at his transcendent realm, he would not be able to avoid defeat or death. At this critical moment, a loud shout came from the other end of the street. Hands off my son. This line is a passionate plea from a parent concerned for their child's safety, so the translation should reflect that intensity. The provided translation accurately conveys the meaning and reads naturally in English. However, to make it sound more dramatic and in line with the tone of the passage, it could also be translated as, "Do not harm my son." Both options are valid depending on the desired level of formality or drama in the narrative. Lifting his gaze, he saw a dense crowd approaching from the distance. It was Christo and James leading martial experts from various families. Hundreds of martial artists exerted their skills, leaping between houses, rapidly advancing towards this location. Deegan's eyes narrowed, and he ordered, "Fire the arrows." He intended to use strong bows and crossbows to deplete their forces as much as possible before these martial artists arrived. But how could Abdul let things go as he wished? Roar. Note: in the context of the narrative, this exclamation signifies a battle cry or a shout of exertion. The English word roar captures the intensity and dramatic effect intended in the original Chinese text. However, if you prefer a more generic battle cry that might fit better within an English-speaking context, you could also use battle cry, or simply shout, depending on the specific nuance you want to convey. With a long, piercing cry, Abdul soared into the sky, his long sword emitting a bone-chilling sword aura. The sword pressure was like a mountain, forming a dense web of sword energy that enveloped all the arrows. Clang, clang, clang. Amidst a series of metallic clashes, the majority of the arrows were intercepted. Taking advantage of the time bought by Abdul, the experts from the three major families led by James had already rushed to the front. Countless bursts of energy erupted as they surged into the formation. Everyone knew this was a matter of life and death, so no one held back. All were giving it their all, aiming for fatal strikes. However, the soldiers under Deegan's command were also elite troops. Though slightly inferior in martial cultivation, they were extremely experienced in combat. Intense fighting ensued between the two sides. Note: I've adjusted Jin Mingchen to Deegan, assuming it's a named character, and maintained consistency with Liu as the romanization for Liu. Realizing victory wasn't forthcoming in the short term, Deegan shouted loudly, "Send out 500 men to escort Miss Xiao and the supplies to safety. The rest of you, follow me and fight." "I can't leave," Adrian insisted stubbornly. Deegan quickly explained, "Miss, the enemy has already discovered us, and they may have reinforcements on the way. We can't hold a defensive line with just our forces. The top priority now is to ensure the safety of the supplies. Only by doing this can we avoid disrupting the general's plans." Seeing the warriors from the three major families fighting without fear of death, Adrian realized that it was now impossible to establish a defensive line and form a pincer attack. It would be nothing short of a delusion. Moreover, there was still the formidable presence of Abdul. Reluctantly, she decided to follow Deegan's advice and retreat first. She glanced at Elwood and the others, pausing briefly before saying, "I'll leave it to Uncle to lead the clan's experts to assist General Jean. As for the wives, children, and elderly, I will take responsibility for them." Xiao Yun gazed at his niece, a sudden wave of sorrow washing over him. When he left home, she was still in her mother's womb. This was their first meeting. Yet, the sense of blood connection was undeniably real to him. However, his desire to return home had reduced him to merely a pawn in someone else's game. With formidable enemies ahead, Adrian needed him to stay behind and cover the retreat. If he survived, it would prove his sincerity in defecting. If he died, there would be no regrets. Note: for better fluency in English, names should either all be translated or kept consistent. Here Xiao Yun and Adrian are used to demonstrate. Please adjust as per full document context. Xiao Yun gazed at his niece, a sudden wave of sorrow washing over him. When he left home, she was still in her mother's womb. This was their first meeting. Yet, the sense of blood connection was undeniably real to him. However, his desire to return home had reduced him to merely a pawn in someone else's game. With formidable enemies ahead, Adrian needed him to stay behind and cover the retreat. If he survived, it would prove his sincerity in defecting. If he were to die, there would be no regrets. For the sake of narrative consistency and character recognition throughout the story, I'll use Elwood and Adrian. Elwood gazed at his niece, a sudden wave of sorrow washing over him. When he left home, she was still in her mother's womb. This was their first meeting. Yet, the sense of blood connection was undeniably real to him. However, his desire to return home had reduced him to merely a pawn in someone else's game. With formidable enemies ahead, Adrian needed him to stay behind and cover the retreat. If he survived, it would prove his sincerity in defecting. If he were to die, there would be no regrets. As for taking the elderly, women, and children of the clan, it was 名义上是保护，实际上却是挟持。萧云悠悠一叹，嘴角泛起一丝苦涩。Corrected to read naturally in English. Taking the elderly, women, and children of the clan was nominally for their protection, but in reality, it was a form of hostage-taking. Elwood let out a long sigh, a bitter smile flickering at the corner of his mouth. Niece, you play your cards well. Rest assured, I will do my utmost and fight until the last man. The safety of our clan's elders and children now rests in your hands. Note: this edit ensures the translation reads naturally in English while maintaining the original meaning and emotional weight. Without waiting for a response, he turned and shouted. Those from the Xiao family at the Shantan realm and above, follow me, charge. Note: for better fluency in English, it would be more naturally expressed as, those from the Xiao family at the Shantan realm and above, follow me, attack. Or, Xiao family members at the Shantan realm and above, follow me, charge. However, since Shantan is a specific term often left untranslated in English translations of Chinese novels, I kept it as is. If you prefer it translated, Shantan could be rendered as natal or innate, depending on the context and established terminology in your work. Without waiting for a response, he turned and charged towards the three families with unwavering resolve. The other Xiao family experts, seeing this, glanced back at their loved ones, then without hesitation, echoed his call, kill, to the death. This scene brought tears to the eyes of the younger generation of the Xiao family, as grief and despair spread through the crowd. Adrian, watching her uncle charge into the enemy ranks, felt a deep tremor in her heart. Uncle, don't blame me. Elwood had built such a vast enterprise all by himself, only to be manipulated by his own junior in his twilight years. The ways of the world were always so unpredictable. When fortune favors, even heaven and earth lend their strength. When it turns, even heroes lose their freedom. This scene brought tears to the eyes of the younger generation of the Xiao family, as grief and despair spread among them. Adrian watched as Elwood charged into the enemy formation, her heart trembling heavily. Third uncle, don't blame me. Elwood had built such a massive enterprise all by himself. It was regrettable that in his twilight years, he was being manipulated by his juniors. The ways of the world were always like this. When fortune comes, even heaven and earth will aid. When fortune leaves, even heroes lose their freedom. Uncle, don't blame me. This line is a direct translation and reads naturally in English. However, to better convey the emotional weight and context of the original Chinese, a slight adjustment can enhance its impact. Uncle, don't blame me. This maintains the meaning, flows naturally, and preserves the emotional tone of the original text. Elwood built such a substantial legacy all by himself. Unfortunately, in his twilight years, he found himself at the mercy of his juniors. Such is the way of the world. When fortune favors, even heaven and earth align. When it turns against, even heroes lose their freedom. Chapter 60. The Death of Jorge. A fierce battle raged at the eastern gate. Abdul led a group of family experts, charging into the enemy ranks with unparalleled prowess. Everyone was driven by bloodlust, their auras filled with overwhelming killing intent that instilled fear before any actual combat began. Although the Wind Barbarian soldiers were well prepared, knowing that these people were all warriors and not easy to handle, they could never have anticipated how fiercely brave the enemies would be. Each person fought with all their might. One elder of the Liu family decapitated 3 men with his sword while suffering a deep wound himself. In this moment of life and death, they had transformed into fearless and relentless fighters. By the time Elwood arrived with his family's elite, the cries of battle were deafening, and the situation had taken a sharp turn for the worse. The Wind Barbarian cavalry had lost all power to retaliate and was almost completely routed. Even Deegan, a seasoned veteran who usually remained calm and composed, stood dumbfounded without any immediate plan of action. Those who surrender will not be killed. Seeing the morale of his men wavering and their fighting spirit dwindling, Abdul roared loudly. After he spoke, the Xiao family experts and elders abandoned their weapons and surrendered. Only Elwood continued to fight tenaciously, facing more than a dozen experts without retreating in the least, engaging in a life-and-death struggle. Under the relentless assault of the martial artists, the Wind Barbarian soldiers were overwhelmed with fear, many of them running about aimlessly like headless flies, desperate to escape. With the outcome almost certain, James and Christo both showed signs of excitement on their faces. Despite being outnumbered 5-1, they had crushed the enemy within a short period of time, a victory that brought immense joy. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. A loud roar echoed from behind. Everyone stop! Everyone turned around to see Deegan holding Jorge, the chief elder of the Liu family, hostage. He held a sharp dagger against the elder's neck. What are you doing? Release the chief elder. Let go of our elder, or you will die a miserable death. The Liu family members exclaimed in shock and anger. However, Deegan, covered in blood and looking like a demon straight out of hell, stared at everyone fiercely and said, if you don't want him to die, clear a path for me immediately, or I'll take this old man to hell with me. The elderly man looked calmly at James and said quietly, family head, don't listen to him. If we let the tiger go back to the mountain, it will bring endless trouble. I'm already old and don't have much time left anyway. Yes, family head, this is Amato's top general. If we can kill him, it will boost our troops' morale, Christo added anxiously upon hearing Deegan's words. Under Abdul's leadership, the family's experts had scattered the Wind Barbarian cavalry in disarray. Letting the enemy commander go now would be too costly. With differing opinions, all eyes turned to James. Deegan silently watched the Liu family members, full of brutality but saying nothing. James also fell silent, aware of Deegan's importance but unsure what to do in such a dire situation. Abandoning a family elder would undoubtedly dishearten everyone. At this moment, Abdul suddenly landed in the midst of the chaos, speaking softly. Release the chief elder, and I will let you go. Riker, you, Christo tried to protest but was interrupted by Abdul's cold stare. James's expression was complex, mingled with relief and melancholy. His son had finally become capable of taking charge, while he felt his own decline. With Abdul's firm command, all the family members cleared a path for Deegan. Smiling triumphantly, Deegan said, "You can't catch me. This round I win." His words enraged everyone present, each eye filled with hatred. Suddenly, Deegan shoved Jorge forward, yelling, "Old man, move faster. You need to lead me out of here." But Jorge laughed wildly, his laughter bold and unrestrained. "Ha ha ha, what are you laughing about?" Deegan asked, but the elder did not respond. Instead, he looked at everyone and made an unexpected move. "Longting, no need to hesitate. Your uncle will make this decision for you." Without another word, he suddenly grasped the dagger pressed against his throat and thrust it deep into his body. Blood spurted everywhere. Tragic. Heart-wrenching. "No, uncle." James was heartbroken, taking a few steps forward. Just as he was distracted, several wind barbarian soldiers, who had sneaked closer unnoticed, attacked. But Abdul was right there, his rage boiling over after witnessing Jorge's heroic sacrifice. He was furious. His fury was a harbinger of death. "Kill!" Abdul whirled around, his hands glowing, and his long sword whistled through the air. His movements were lightning fast, unleashing 48 sword strikes in mere moments. Swoosh swoosh. Almost instantly, all the armored soldiers attacking James screamed in agony, as death claimed them. "Deegan, you die." Jorge's actions took Deegan by surprise. While he was momentarily stunned, Abdul charged forward, attacking ferociously. If looks could kill, Deegan would have been torn apart by then. Meeting Abdul's gaze, Deegan felt a chill down his spine, as if death was rapidly approaching, making him shiver in fear. So terrifying. Overwhelmed by fear, Deegan instinctively threw Jorge aside and fell backward onto the ground. Abdul caught the elder gently as he landed. "Chief Elder, how are you?" At this moment, the elder's face was pale, his breath barely perceptible, his body drenched in blood. "Young master, I have wronged you. My prejudices against you were mistaken. Do not bear a grudge. At first, I thought you were merely the weakest and most incapable person in this world. I didn't realize you were our Liu family's greatest genius." The elder laughed bitterly, blood gushing from his mouth uncontrollably. "Chief Elder, please don't say that. You are my senior. Why would I harbor any resentment?" Looking at the young man, shame washed over Jorge's face. He truly owed too much to this child. "That's good. Longsheng, you are a hero. I believe you will surely become famous worldwide." "Uncle, please, don't talk." James stumbled over, his voice trembling as he approached Abdul and the dying elder. The powerful patriarch of the Liu family could not hold back his tears. After all, this was his uncle who had once held him when he was young. Hearing James's voice, Jorge managed a weak smile. "Good child. Don't cry for me. Don't cry. Live well, and trust the family to you. Uncle, rest assured. So now, I can't rest easy. A wasted life, but to die on the battlefield, is not bad fate, has treated me fairly." And with that, the elder died. Chapter 61. Wine barbarians surround the city. Jorge's death enraged Abdul to the skies. With a light tap of his feet, he appeared before Deegan like a phantom. Twin swords danced, splattering blood across the sky. Deegan let out shrill cries of agony as his body was riddled with wounds. Abdul's twin swords danced around him, inflicting pain akin to being cut by 1,000 knives. Within moments, Deegan's body was mangled and he fell to the ground, unconscious from the intense pain. Despite this, his chest still heaved up and down. Abdul had controlled his attack perfectly. While his victim felt immense pain, there was no danger to his life. "Take him away and hand him over to the city magistrate for disposal," Abdul said coldly. At this moment, the battle at the east gate was nearing its end. Apart from a few scattered wind barbarian soldiers fleeing, all others had been annihilated. Among the crowd, Elwood, head of the Xiao family, was surrounded, heavily wounded but refusing to surrender. He was brutally hacked to death by elders of the Huang and Zhao families. A once formidable warlord met a tragically violent end, evoking sighs of lamentation. Compared to the brutal battle at the east gate, the main battlefield at the south gate seemed less intense despite initial signs of ferocity. As Baylor led all his main forces into battle, the situation stabilized. The Yunsong defenders reoccupied the city walls, while the previously aggressive wind barbarian soldiers slowed their advance. Seeing fires in the city, Amato signaled a retreat, leaving chaos behind. After this battle, Yunsong was left isolated and unsupported. 3 days later, under the blazing sun, on the city wall hung a weak figure. It was Deegan, captured alive by Abdul, intended to boost morale. However, the city granaries were burnt, causing a severe food shortage. Many residents had run out of food and resorted to begging on the streets. The recent epidemic had just subsided, but new problems emerged. Outside the city, Amato encircled Yunsong with his army, leaving no escape. In the past, Baylor could have ordered a breakout to seek aid. But in this dragon snake strife, reinforcements were impossible. Therefore, holding the fort was the best strategy, but after only 7 days of fighting, sustaining until 1 month seemed unlikely. In the main hall of the city magistrate's office, Baylor sat solemnly with Christo, Gerard, various commanders, and clan representatives on either side. "Sir, what do we do now?" Faced with Christo's question, Baylor remained silent, feeling helpless. "For now, we must hold our ground. I need to think carefully." Christo nodded, about to leave when a guard rushed in. "Report. Sir, Amato is challenging again." The generals felt vexed. The wind barbarians surrounded the city daily, making noise to challenge and disrupt the morale of the Yunsong defenders. "Let's see." Standing up, Baylor led the group towards the city wall. On the wall, they saw the enemy lines outside bristling with weapons and murderous intent. In front of the formation stood a general, wielding a large saber on horseback, exuding might. This was Ross, Amato's vanguard, an innate peak warrior. Seeing Baylor, Amato shouted loudly, Mayor Ding, your city has run out of food. Holding out will only lead to death. Surrender and break through for a better chance of survival. Hearing this, Baylor's face turned livid with anger. Abandoning the city and its people would make him a deserter, disgracing his honor. Seeing Baylor silent, Ross grew impatient. You were so proud before, why not say a word now? If you think you can't win, open the gates and release General Jean. I'll intercede for you. Baylor stepped forward, replying calmly, such a despicable provocation, General Yelu, is unnecessary. We vow to stand or fall with Yunsong. Hearing this, Amato stopped arguing and roared angrily. Surrender, and maybe you can live. Let's see how long you can endure. Amato said his final line, but for Baylor, surrender was never an option. Once surrendered, Yunsong's honor would be lost. General Amato, we both know that if we surrender, it means death. Attack us all you want. We'll fight to the bitter end. Turning away, Baylor left, infuriating Ross below. Over the next few days, Amato made several probing attacks, but Baylor refused to engage, focusing on defending the walls. The standoff ensued. In Amato's tent, Frederick, Bradford, Adrian, and others gathered to discuss strategies. Their resistance is like a turtle retracting its head. General Jean can't hold out much longer. I suggest a full-scale assault, Ross complained loudly. Amato ignored him and asked softly, Carrie, what do you think we should do? Frederick smiled and said slowly, Father, instead of forcing an attack, we should besiege without attacking. Cut off water and food, and their morale will crumble eventually. They will fall without further struggle. All we need is to wait for them to surrender. Frederick's words hit the nail on the head. Indeed, the Wind Barbarians didn't need to attack. Time would wear down the city's resources and morale, leading to internal chaos. Amato nodded approvingly. Good insight. You've grown. Praising him with a heavy pat on the shoulder, he announced, from now on, Frederick guards the west gate, Bradford the east gate, and I take the south. Yes, sir. Bradford and Frederick responded in unison. Adrian asked curiously, what about the north gate? Amato looked deep into her eyes. Don't worry, they can only enter, not retreat. The tent fell silent. That night, the Wind Barbarians divided into 3 paths, completely sealing off the city's 3 gates. Inside, the city was shrouded in gloom, as if trapped in an invisible net. Standing on the city wall late at night, Abdul gazed at Amato's camp lit up brightly, feeling worried. Yunsong was now an isolated island, truly a daunting situation. They planned to starve us to death. With the camps surrounding 3 sides, breaking out is extremely difficult. Suddenly, he noticed something near the east gate where Bradford's troops were stationed. The grass swayed gently in the wind. There might be hope. A way out. Chapter 62. The Meeting of 2 Heroes. After these chaotic days, Finian City had lost its former prosperity. By the roadside, the fresh grass and flowers that had just sprouted had all been devoured. The land on both sides of the road was barren, as if locusts had swept through, leaving not a single blade of grass. The further west one went, the more severe this situation became. People could be seen everywhere in small groups. They wandered about aimlessly, ragged, emaciated, with blank expressions, like zombies devoid of life. Occasionally, some would squat by the roadside, their faces gray, exuding an eerie calmness as they numbly watched the carriages and pedestrians pass by. Their demeanor suggested that if they were to collapse dead at any moment, it would hardly be surprising. We really picked the wrong time to come out. Damn weather. A sigh of helplessness mixed with hatred for the world rang out. The speaker was Daryl, who was now following behind Abdul. Since Abdul attained the transcendent realm, after several great battles, he had already become famous throughout Finian City. Daryl had also completely given up the thought of competing with him. Now, he had become a loyal supporter of Abdul. Big brother, where are we going today? In response, Abdul replied calmly, follow me to Tianfeng Auction House. Where? Why? Daryl was puzzled. At this time, every household had closed their doors, and the Tianfeng Auction House had long ceased operations. Abdul continued walking while speaking. With no food in the city, if we want to resolve the current situation, we may only be able to seek help from Tianfeng Auction House. Daryl pondered for a moment. That's a considerable amount. Can they even provide it? Abdul didn't answer. He himself lacked confidence right now. He looked up at the sky and sighed softly. The weather is gloomy today. It seems there will be heavy rain. Let's hurry. As soon as he finished speaking, raindrops began falling from the sky. Daryl muttered about his bad luck, and both hastened their steps. On the way, they saw many people kneeling by the roadside, begging for food due to the lack of provisions at home. Especially near the entrance of the Tianfeng Auction House, the most such people could be found. At the main gate, a man was kneeling, with a tattered mat covering a corpse in front of him. A sign before him read, sell myself to bury my mother. Abdul couldn't help but shake his head. With no food in the city, if this continued, unforeseen chaos might erupt. He approached the entrance of Tianfeng Auction House. At his signal, Daryl stepped forward. Knock, knock, knock. Soon, an impatient voice came from inside the door. Is there no end? We've said we have no grain here. The door opened, and a servant dressed in a blue robe emerged. We've said. Thinking it was another refugee seeking food, he hesitated when he saw Daryl's expensive attire. Then, he asked tentatively, Sir, may I ask who you are? Daryl said proudly, please inform Manager Wang that Abdul and Daryl of the Liu family have come to visit. Upon hearing the names, the servant's expression changed instantly. Oh, it's the 2 young masters of the Liu family. Please come in. I'll fetch the manager immediately. If anyone in Finian City did not know the name of the Liu family, they must be living under a rock. Especially Abdul, whose fame had become the topic of conversation over tea and meals. From a bookworm known for reading classic texts to a martial genius, his story had a legendary quality. Arriving at a spacious pavilion, Abdul and his companion sat down. Shortly after, footsteps were heard outside, and Carmelo entered with a smile. Ha ha ha, I didn't know the two young masters of the Liu family were visiting. Old man Wang couldn't welcome you properly, please forgive me. Abdul and his companion rose to return the greeting. Manager Wang, how have you been? Looking at the handsome Abdul, Carmelo's eyes sparkled. The last time they met, Carmelo still thought Abdul wasn't as useless as rumored. Little did he realize he had underestimated this young master. Lately, Abdul's remarkable achievements had reached his ears without omission. Thus, when he heard the duo were coming, Carmelo was quite curious. Greetings, young Master Liu. What brings you here today? This old man is direct. Abdul thought. Without hesitation, he spoke straightforwardly, Manager Wang, I have come here today to see the person in charge of Tianfeng auction house. Carmelo first looked puzzled, then his face turned pale. What do you mean, young Master Liu? Abdul smiled slightly. Manager Wang, please don't panic. Given the dragon and snake struggle, so important an event, His Majesty cannot possibly not send someone here. In the most likely place, Abdul stopped, pointing downwards with his right finger. After a moment's silence, Carmelo remained speechless. Just then, a young voice sounded from outside. Old Wang, let me handle it. Accompanied by footsteps on the stairs, a young man in splendid attire walked up. His every movement exuded an air of nobility. Clearly, he was no ordinary man. I am Hernan. May I ask what young Master Liu needs? Hearing his introduction, Abdul relaxed somewhat, feeling confident. Prince Hernan, the least favored son of the current emperor, was here. With him present, Abdul felt 90% certain about achieving his goal today. Greetings, Sixth Prince. This visit is to request Matt release grain to the people. Hernan raised an eyebrow but did not immediately agree or disagree, simply asking, reason? I believe, Sixth Prince, you wouldn't want to spend your entire life in this desolate place, would you? Oh, you have a plan? Hernan's face showed curiosity. Abdul smiled faintly. In this dragon and snake contest, few would think Finian could win. But if Matt plays a crucial role, the credit. Abdul stopped speaking, but Hernan understood his meaning. They stared at each other, calculating. Finally, Hernan exhaled softly and said, tell me more. All right. At dusk, Abdul left the Tianfeng auction house. On the pavilion, watching his departing figure, Carmelo asked, Matt, do you really trust him? Hernan replied calmly, let's try. All I want is this city, not any military exploits. The next day, the Tianfeng auction house started daily food distribution. The agitated citizens were temporarily pacified. 3 days later, Abdul personally wrote a letter and sent it out of the city to Bradford's camp. In the main tent, Bradford carefully read Abdul's challenge letter. His face lit up with delight, and he exclaimed, good, Abdul actually dares to challenge us again. This time, he won't return alive. Below him, Ross asked curiously, did Abdul send a challenge? Yes, he has challenged me to a decisive battle at noon the day after tomorrow at the East Gate. Bradford's face twisted into a grimace, his eyes glinting like venomous snakes. Ross, order the army to prepare. As soon as Abdul leaves the city, unleash a barrage of arrows and kill him. Ross's face lit up. Killing Abdul would be a significant blow to Finian City, a major accomplishment. When they returned, Amato would surely reward them generously. Being of the same clan as Bradford, Ross knew that Bradford would become a powerful clan member in the future. This was the perfect opportunity to curry favor. He hurriedly bowed deeply and congratulated. Congratulations, young master, for another great achievement. Bradford laughed heartily. Don't worry, you won't miss out on the rewards. Ross bowed again in thanks and continued to flatter Bradford. Young master, tonight we should celebrate this great feat with a feast. Ross suggested opportunely. Bradford had always been fond of alcohol, and now, hearing the suggestion, he was naturally quite tempted. However, he still cautiously instructed. More guards need to be arranged. We cannot be careless. Of course, General, rest assured. Although Ross verbally agreed, he didn't truly think it was necessary. In his opinion, Finian City was already on the brink of collapse and couldn't stir up any trouble at all. Chapter 63, The Fire Attack on Bradford. That night, the air was as cool as water, and dark clouds obscured the moonlight. At this moment, outside Yunsong City and around the Fengman camp, everything seemed eerily quiet, as if nothing unusual was happening. However, a closer look would reveal that over 1,000 masked soldiers were stealthily approaching under the cover of darkness, each carrying a bundle of dry grass. Inside the camp, it was a scene of revelry. Laughter and the smell of wine filled the air. In the main tent, Ross sat with his officers lining both sides. In the center seat was none other than Bradford. Bradford was flushed from drinking, surrounded by endless flattery. Our young master is formidable. How could the undefeated Yunsong City stand a chance against you? You're right. Our young master is unparalleled. No one in the steppes can match him. Before long, General Bradford will join the sect, ensuring a smooth path to martial mastery. Congratulations in advance. The tent was filled with sycophants, completely unaware of the impending danger. Abdul crouched among the black-clad men, watching the brightly lit camp and the nearby dozing soldiers. He sneered inwardly. So, Bradford, your arrogance has led you to underestimate me. A mere letter of challenge, and now you've dropped your guard. Your end is near. Earlier, he had noticed that the Fengman troops had set up their camp on a grassy field. With autumn just beginning, the grass was thick and dry. Abdul had immediately hatched a plan to use fire to attack, hoping to give Yunsong City a fighting chance. He had deliberately sent the challenge letter to make Bradford let down his guard. Abdul guessed that Bradford wouldn't share the news, given his intense hatred towards him. To ensure no last-minute changes, Abdul first went to Tianfeng auction house, where he asked Hernan to distribute food to maintain stability within the city. Only when the northeast wind started blowing did he write the letter. That night, he brought men to start the fire. Meanwhile, Baylor readied the Yunsong soldiers, ready to charge out once they saw the fires. Everything was unfolding according to his plan, and now he just needed to wait quietly. On the eastern gate of Yunsong City, a group of elite fighters gathered. Representatives from the 5 major sects were present, including Baylor. Even Hernan and Ignatius appeared at a corner. Gazing into the dark night, everyone harbored their own thoughts. Matt, do you think Abdul will succeed? Ignatius asked, stroking his beard. Hernan's eyes gleamed, but his tone was unusually confident. He will. This firm response left the old man momentarily speechless. Not a single detail in young Master Lu's plan has gone awry. His foresight is truly impressive. Hernan was generous with praise. Initially, he hadn't been entirely confident in Abdul's strategy, but distributing food was a minor task for him. If Yunsong City fell, nothing at the auction house could be saved anyway. Thus, he had always intended to release food, and Abdul's appearance gave him an opportunity to gain favor. Now, both the people and the officials of Yunsong City were grateful to him. Through this act, Hernan had earned considerable respect and laid a solid foundation for his future, whether he stayed or left. Elsewhere, the 5 sect masters waited silently. Iwan kept a close eye on Dominic, wary of any unexpected moves. Dagger Frenzy watched the distant camp, its lights aglow, and felt disappointed. After a string of failures, Bradford has lost his composure. It's a waste of such talent. Blake also looked regretful. Yes, indeed. Time passed until it reached the second watch. A sudden gust of wind signaled that the moment had come. Abdul knew there was no time to hesitate. He immediately ordered, "Set the fires." Instantly, all the soldiers near the camp ignited their dry grass and threw them toward the enemy camp. Within moments, the entire grassland was ablaze, spreading rapidly due to the wind. Simultaneously, the ambushers, led by Abdul, raised a loud clamor, causing chaos and shouts of alarm. What's going on? In the main tent, Bradford heard the commotion and panicked, shouting loudly, "Report! Someone set fires. Abdul is leading the attack." Bradford kicked over the wine table in rage and bellowed, "What? They dare to attack us? Gather the troops and kill them." He grabbed his weapon and rushed out, followed by several drunk subordinates. However, outside, they found themselves surrounded by raging fires and bloodshed. Shouts of battle echoed everywhere. "Brothers, don't scatter. Follow me and kill them." Bradford rode forth with his sword, but no one obeyed him. The sudden fire had caught the lax soldiers off guard. Combined with Abdul's surprise attack, panic spread through the ranks. Men ran in all directions without armor or saddles, unable to mount any effective resistance. Hearing the cries of pain and despair, even Ross turned pale, realizing the situation was hopeless. Seeing Abdul enraged, Bradford shouted furiously on horseback, "Attack! Forward! Retreat means death." He viciously killed 2 fleeing soldiers and led his personal guards toward Abdul. Unfortunately, the disoriented soldiers were still blocking their path, making progress difficult. Then, his wish came true. Though unable to break through, Abdul came straight at him. Abdul, seated on his horse, exuded an imposing aura, advancing confidently with dozens of riders. Despite being drunk earlier, upon seeing Abdul's deadly gaze, Bradford sobered up instantly. "Quick, retreat. Follow me." Desperately urging his horse forward, his armored guards sensed his urgency and fought fiercely, moving faster. Led by Bradford, they retreated toward Amato. Meanwhile, Abdul pursued relentlessly. Chapter 64. Ambush. On the city wall, Heath charged into the enemy ranks like a tiger descending from a mountain. Baylor's eyes, fierce as tigers, gleamed with excitement. He knew in his heart that they had won this battle. Pushing off the ground forcefully with both legs, he sprinted toward the south gate. Even before he arrived, his voice rang out, "Lu Yang, open the city gate and launch a full-scale attack." At this moment, on the side of the Fengman army, Amato had just finished reviewing military reports and lay down to rest when he suddenly heard hurried footsteps outside his tent. Then, an urgent voice called out, "General, it's not good." Amato sat up abruptly and asked sternly, "What is it?" As he spoke, a fully armed soldier strode in quickly. "General, fires have erupted on the eastern side of Yunsong City, and shouts of combat can be heard. General Bradford has been ambushed." Upon hearing this, Amato furrowed his brows and murmured to himself, "I didn't expect Baylor to dare use fire. He mustn't be afraid of turning it against him." Suddenly thinking of something, he raised his head and asked, "What wind blows today?" "Northeastern wind." "Ah, I see. Warn the entire army to prepare for battle and bring me my armor." "Yes." Amato stood up, exuding a formidable aura. Just as expected, as soon as he was fully equipped, the cries of battle outside intensified. In the next second, shouts came from outside the tent. "Report, General, Baylor leads his troops charging towards us. They are less than 50 miles away." The curtain swung open as Amato strode out. In the distance, flames blazed high, and Baylor led the charge. Holding his halberd, Amato waved his arms and roared, "Soldiers of the Fengman, follow me and fight the enemy. Fight!" The two armies clashed fiercely, swords drawing blood with every strike. On this cold night, human lives were as worthless as grass. The fire raged all night long. When the sun rose, beyond the south gate of Yunsong City, the earth had turned to scorched soil, bodies littered everywhere, and rivers of blood flowed. The once confident Fengman army that had besieged the city for over 10 days suffered more than 10,000 casualties overnight. Apart from those burned, only a small portion were actually killed by Heath's forces. Many died due to panicked horses and soldiers trampling each other during their flight. Looking at the desolation, Frederick and Adrian, who had come to investigate, were grim expressions. Meanwhile, Ross knelt trembling on the ground, almost fainting. It was he who had urged Bradford to drink, causing him to let down his guard. Now, not only had the encirclement been breached, but Bradford had gone missing. If he could not return, or worse, if anything happened to Bradford, Ross would be doomed. Ross anxiously said, "Young General, our young master is now missing. I wish to lead troops to search for him." Before he could finish, his voice trembling, Frederick interrupted harshly, "Shut up. You still have the nerve to speak?" Beside him, Adrian gritted her teeth. "If anything happens to Bradford, I'll carve you into 1,000 pieces." A guard approached and advised, "Young General, we need to gather the remaining troops and return quickly." Realizing this, Frederick gave orders immediately. They led the remaining troops toward the south gate, rejoining Amato. At the same time, Bradford and Heath were engaged in a chase that had already taken them dozens of miles from Yunsong City. As dawn broke, Bradford lost the advantage of darkness and found they had strayed off course. Bradford panicked. "Not good. This is disastrous." Though Heath had only a dozen men, they were well rested and moved much faster. Eventually, after relentless pursuit, they intercepted Bradford. Seeing the youth nearby, Bradford gnashed his teeth with malice. "Heath!" In such a critical moment, no idle talk was needed. Roaring, he commanded, "Kill him." Following his order, his men surged forward viciously. But Heath showed no fear, calmly uttering one word, "Kill." His followers roared together, their shouting filled with overwhelming killing intent, making the ground tremble. In that instant, Heath's expression hardened with deadly resolve. Fierce combat ensued again. Leading the charge, Heath struck a powerful blow with his sword, sweeping through the front rank with force. A soldier was sent flying backward with a terrible scream under his helmet. Without slowing, the sword impacted another soldier, bending his right arm grotesquely, clearly broken. Heath galloped forward mercilessly, every move ruthless. Amidst his slaughter, a cold arrow whizzed toward his back. It was fired by Bradford in secret, attempting to take Heath's life with 3 consecutive shots. The timing was impeccable, just as Heath had completed a move and was unguarded. Sensing the icy chill behind him, Heath ignored it and continued his relentless attacks. Bradford and his guards fell in waves. Frantically roaring, "Stop him!" Many armored soldiers charged forward. Yet how could they match Heath? Everywhere he went, bloody strikes followed, leaving dead or injured foeman soldiers in his wake. Soon, all of Bradford's guards lay dead. "Bradford, your turn," Heath said disdainfully. This provoked Bradford into a frenzied rage. "I'll kill you." He pulled the reins and charged at Heath with dual knives gleaming menacingly. Seeing this, Heath sneered, overconfident. With a swift sword swing, Heath unleashed an energy-infused sword wave that split down upon Bradford. Clashing blades met with a sharp clang. Bradford felt his hands vibrate violently, blood pouring from his palms. His twin knives slipped from his grasp, flying away. The terrifying force even made his demonic wolf horse collapse. Facing the weaponless Bradford, Heath struck again, determined to end him in one blow. Suddenly, a strange event occurred. A sharp arrow appeared, cutting through the battlefield like a meteor streaking across the sky, aiming directly for Heath. Chapter 65. The Wind Savages Retreat. Just as Heath was about to slay Bradford, an arrow whizzed through the air, aimed directly at his face. Upon hearing the piercing sound, Heath felt a chill run down his spine. Immediately, his hair stood on end, and he instinctively raised his sword in defense. Clang! A sharp metallic sound rang out. Heath felt a powerful force, causing his hand to tremble with shock. Such immense strength. Lifting his gaze, he roared angrily. "Who are you? Stop lurking around like a coward and come out." As his words faded, hoofbeats sounded from the thicket, and a figure slowly emerged. Before him stood a lean man with eagle-like eyes, holding a purple recurve bow in his right hand, mounted on a wolf horse. Heath's expression hardened. He could sense this man's formidable strength, likely far surpassing his own. Ding! Mystic Spring Art detects a powerful opponent, increasing your enthusiasm for practice. Ding! Mysterious Een Sword Cannon senses fear, increasing Een Sword Armor's defense by 5%, 6%. The system notifications confirmed his suspicions. Such overwhelming presence. This person is probably at the peak of the Transcendent Realm, or even the Chi transformation stage. The man looked at Heath and grinned malevolently. "You're Heath? Who are you?" Heath remained on high alert, tightly staring at the man with a heavy heart. He had just experienced the strength of that arrow. He was undoubtedly a master archer. At this distance, he doubted he could reach the man before being struck again. He muttered lowly, "Who are you?" Bradford, regardless of the situation, reined his horse next to the stranger. Even if the stranger wasn't acting on his behalf, there must be some enmity between him and Heath. Furthermore, forcing Heath back with just one arrow made him ecstatic. The lean man smiled coolly, knocking an arrow onto his bow, aiming at Heath, and said lightly, "Xiuxian Dao Palace, Austin." Heath's expression remained indifferent, but he became highly cautious. If this man was from the Xiuxian Dao Palace, it was likely not friendly. Especially now, the murderous aura emanating from the man was certainly not that of a simple archer. Austin's bow and arrow seemed like a coiled venomous snake, ready to strike at the slightest movement. "Dominic really hates me so much, to send someone all the way here to kill me?" Heath said with self-mockery. Upon hearing this, Austin showed a hint of curiosity. "I wonder how you offended that petty old Taoist?" "Not much, just didn't hold back during a martial contest and ended up killing his disciple," Heath said casually, as if discussing something trivial. However, Austin's expression became rather animated. "Ha ha ha, I see. Dominic, that old Taoist is notoriously vengeful." With laughter, he slowly put away his bow and arrows. Seeing this, Bradford grew anxious. "Esteemed elder, kill him with one arrow. He's always opposing my master." Heath's face showed understanding, realizing Dominic had promised to take Bradford as a disciple to deal with him. Bradford's shout caused Austin annoyance. Turning, he slapped Bradford hard across the face. Smack! Bradford immediately felt pain across his cheek, spinning through the air and landing several meters away. His right cheek swelled red, blood trickling from his mouth, his breathing labored. Austin turned his gaze towards Heath. I share the same sect as Dominic, but not the same lineage, nor do I wish to assist him in murder. However, this fool cannot be killed by you. Heath nodded, acknowledging the gesture. Realizing this gave him a graceful exit, he decided not to press his luck further. Thank you for sparing my life. I am eternally grateful. With that, he tipped the reins and rode off with the remaining soldiers. Watching him leave, Austin mused aloud. Dominic has really hit a snag this time. This young man isn't simple. He then glanced at Bradford lying on the ground and rode off without another word. After a long while, Bradford dared to stand up, clutching his swollen face, his eyes filled with hatred. You bastards! Heath, I'll kill you sooner or later. His lurching figure disappeared into the distance under the morning sun. Heath galloped back to Yunsong City shortly after. He saw Gerard and Christo cleaning up the battlefield. Seeing Heath return, they greeted warmly. Lou brother, you're back? Lou brother, how's everything? Dismounting, Heath asked, scanning the area. He saw thick smoke rising from afar, battlefields covered in dried blood. Despite injuries, Christo was visibly excited. Lou brother, thanks to you, we achieved a great victory last night. The barbarians have retreated. From his description, Heath understood the situation. The once three-sided attack by the Wind Savages had receded like a tide. Not only that, Baylor's army also failed to gain any advantage on the front lines. The Wind Savage tribes retreated 300 miles at dawn, temporarily ceasing their offensive. Thus, the siege on Yunsong City was relieved for the moment. Still, the outcome of the Dragon Snake struggle remained uncertain. The enemy suffered over 15,000 casualties, yet their numbers were still formidable enough for another fight, depending on Amato's decision. This battle was meant to showcase the prowess of the steppe warriors, but unexpectedly, both Frederick and other young talents were thoroughly crushed by Heath, making him unparalleled. He became the focus of contention among the four major clans of Northern River County. With the city threat lifted, Yunsong City began orderly recovery. All industries resumed operations. Although food was still scarce, people felt safer without external threats. One day, Heath brought Daryl to the Heavenly Wind auction house. Ned, having received the invitation, awaited them. Lou, young master, you look more radiant than ever. Wang elder, you flatter me. Heath replied with a smile. Ned gestured invitingly. Please wait here. My master has some matters to attend to. No problem, my brother and I haven't eaten. We can dine in the hall. Ned nodded and instructed the waiter. Bring us the best wine and dishes. Take good care of our guests. Yes, sir. Ned bowed slightly. Excuse me. Wang elder, please go ahead. Sitting in a corner of the main hall, they soon enjoyed various delicacies placed before them. Chapter 66. Old Dreams Return Home. The Concealing Sun Sword Sect. The Liu brothers were eating and drinking. At a nearby table, two men came over and sat down, supporting each other. One of them was clearly drunk. His head hung low, making it impossible to see his face. The other man had a complexion like jade, sparkling eyes, and a radiant demeanor, holding an emerald wine gourd in his hand. The drunken man slumped on the table, mumbling, "Give me wine. I want wine." The sober man looked helplessly at his companion. "Brother, you've had enough. Why are you doing this to yourself?" But the drunkard paid no heed, waving his hands wildly on the table as he became more agitated. "Wine, I want wine." All right, with a sigh, the handsome man called over the waiter. "Bring us a pot of Old Dreams Return Home." The waiter left at once. Daryl, who had been watching all this, smirked and said, "This Tianfeng auction house has too many fancy names for its drinks and snacks. It's just showing off." Abdul laughed and scolded him. "Packaging is important. You don't understand anything." In both past and present lives, product packaging and promotion were crucial, but spending so much silver on these misleading names felt wasteful. Nonetheless, though they grumbled, their wine glasses did not pause. At that moment, as if confirming what they had said, the handsome man handed the wine pot to the drunkard, muttering to himself, "Ah, those who drink this wine are all people longing for the past. Those who yearn for the past should return home. But in such a vast world, where is our hometown?" Hearing this, Abdul felt a pang of melancholy. After traveling through time, he too was far from home. Throughout his life, he wondered if he would ever see his parents, family, mansions, cars, beauties, and fine wines again. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but sigh unconsciously. Wine, oh wine. Whoever has deep emotions, once drunk today, will drink again tomorrow. Even if not tomorrow, there will come a day when one drinks again. Drinking was meant to forget worries, yet it only adds to one's sorrows. His words drew curiosity from the handsome man at the neighboring table. He turned to look at the Liu brothers, but said nothing. However, the drunk man beside him abruptly stood up, revealing a startling appearance. His face dark as a pot bottom, his nostrils upturned, hair curly, beard red, standing 8 feet tall, truly hideous beyond measure. This sudden appearance caused several patrons in the hall to wrinkle their noses in disgust, shying away from him instinctively. The ugly giant, swaying with the wine pot in hand, walked directly to Abdul and slapped him on the shoulder. "Well said. Let's drink." Seeing his action, Daryl instantly stood up, his right hand resting at his waist, ready to draw his sword if the man made any sudden move. Meanwhile, the handsome man finally regained his senses, hurriedly pulling his friend back and apologizing. "Sorry, young sir, my brother is quite drunk." Abdul gave Daryl a reassuring glance, signaling him not to act rashly. Then, turning to the two men, he smiled. "No problem, let's drink." As their glasses clinked together, he drank in one gulp. Seeing this, the ugly man laughed heartily and gulped down the wine from his own flask. His companion rushed to steady him, so he wouldn't fall over. Abdul smiled faintly, pointing to the empty seats beside him. "Why don't you join us?" Without hesitation, the drunkard plopped down, grabbing the wine flask and gulping deeply. Daryl was annoyed, but was restrained by a discreet tug from Abdul. The handsome man sat reluctantly, offering apologies. "I'm really sorry, My brother has had a tough time lately. It's fine. If we meet, it's fate. Waiter, bring us more wine. Abdul called over the waiter and ordered a few more pots of wine. Despite being visibly intoxicated, the ugly man spoke clearly. Why, after exhausting all means and strategies, does she refuse to even glance at me? Why? Hearing this, Daryl, already irritated, snorted sarcastically. Seems like you're troubled by love, brother? Quiet. Abdul silenced him. It was the handsome man who waved dismissively. It's all right. To be honest, my older brother is already married but doesn't get along with his wife. Upon hearing this, Daryl's eyes widened, and even Abdul showed a hint of surprise. A man so ugly, married? Seeing their expressions, the handsome man wasn't surprised. When he first heard the news, he too was shocked. Regaining his composure, Abdul apologized. Sorry for my reaction. No problem, everyone, including my fellow sect members, feels the same, the handsome man replied. Assuming these two weren't ordinary, Abdul greeted them formally. I am Abdul of the Liu family. This is my brother, Daryl. May I ask your names? The handsome man, now revealed as Elmo, hesitated before reacting. So, you're Abdul. You know me? Abdul asked, surprised, muscles tensing, cautious. Noticing this, Elmo assured him. Don't misunderstand. I'm Elmo, and this is my elder brother, Vic, from the Concealing Sun Sword sect in Qingzhou. To be honest, we've come especially for you. Qingzhou? For me? Confused, Abdul listened as Elmo pulled out a golden token and explained. You know about the Concealing Sun Hall in Beijiang County, right? They're a branch of our Concealing Sun Sword sect. This time, Martin sent us. So, what's this for? Abdul pointed at the token without accepting it immediately. This token is a symbol of our Concealing Sun Sword sect. If you join the Concealing Sun Hall and become an inner disciple, you'll be eligible to hold this token and officially join the sect. Nodding, Abdul realized this token offered a direct path. However, he had to choose the Concealing Sun Hall first. While Abdul pondered, Daryl urged him anxiously to accept the token. Seeing his hesitation, Elmo chuckled. Lou brother, don't worry. Take it. If you don't join the Concealing Sun Hall, this token won't mean anything. It can only buy you some drinks. Relieved, Abdul took the token, thanking him. Thanks for the honor. Since so, I will accept it. Elmo nodded approvingly. Just as he was about to say more, Vic, now fully drunk, mumbled again. I just want to see her one last time. Even just to talk. Just one last time. Chapter 67. Blue-faced confidant. As Vic muttered drunkenly, a clear voice suddenly rang out nearby. If you want to see me, fine, but don't nag and spout nauseating, mushy stuff, got it? The voice reached Vic's ears, and his already intoxicated body abruptly jolted awake. He hurriedly turned his head to look. The other three also curiously turned their heads, only to see a young boy and girl seated next to them. They appeared even younger than Abdul, likely not yet of age. The girl was perhaps 16 years old, dressed in a yellow-green skirt. With arched eyebrows and bright eyes, she exuded vivacity and charm. When she glanced around, her gentleness and grace were evident. She wore jade bracelets and lock pieces around her neck and wrists, which clinked with every movement. Next to her sat a teenage boy, slightly older than the girl, dressed in black. He was alarmingly thin, practically skin and bones, appearing malnourished for a long time. However, his eyes were still spirited, and his facial features were well proportioned. At this moment, he stared blankly at the girl, looking somewhat naive. Seeing he wasn't speaking, the girl kicked him under the table. Hey, did you hear that? The boy hastily nodded and responded rather woodenly. Got it, from now on, I'll just be your friend and won't say those I like you things anymore. Upon hearing this, Abdul and company smirked, finding the boy's demeanor quite amusing. Vic, however, seemed to remember something. Gulping, gulping. He tipped his head back and took another large swig of wine. Meanwhile, the girl nodded satisfactorily upon hearing the boy's words. That's better. Just don't say those nauseating things. You should know I will never like you. I plan to marry a towering hero like my elder brother someday. As she spoke, she beckoned the waiter over, ordering several pots of wine, and she specifically instructed to use large bowls. Abdul's group was captivated by this pair who seemed like a couple. Each of them fell silent, watching the two. When the waiter brought the large bowls, the girl poured 2 huge servings, murmuring to herself. My brother says drinking must be done with big bowls to truly enjoy it. Just as she was about to drink, she seemed to remember something and poured another bowl, handing it to the emaciated boy. Come on, finish it. The boy dared not refuse, gulped it down without flinching as if it were water. In contrast, the girl coughed after just one sip, evidently a first-time drinker. Frustrated, she set it down and glared at the boy. I didn't think you could hold your liquor so well. Another bowl. The boy didn't object, and finished it in one go. The girl picked up a piece of beef, smiling as she ate while watching him. Do you still like me? The boy nodded woodenly, yes. Before she could respond, the boy blurted out preemptively. But Maxine, I really do like you. Hearing this, Abdul and company exchanged curious glances. It seemed the girl was called Maxine. They were also moved by the boy's sincerity, momentarily suppressing their smiles and observing quietly. Maxine, overhearing this, her phoenix-like eyes widened as she slammed the table. One more disgusting word, and get lost. Seeing her displeasure, the boy dared not speak further, pouring himself another bowl and finishing it in one gulp. Observing this, Maxine's expression softened significantly, saying gently, You drink just like my brother, but sadly, in other aspects, be it martial skills or demeanor, you fall far short. Hill, how can you, a man, be called Wenjin? It's really... Maxine stopped mid-sentence, though her beautiful eyes looked at Hill with some dissatisfaction. This name, my mother gave it to me when I was born. Hill sounded a little aggrieved. Hearing their conversation, Daryl chuckled, whispering to the others. Wenjin, what a name. This guy actually goes by such an unbecoming name. No wonder she looks down on him. Abdul remained silent, knowing that in this era, male superiority was prevalent, and indeed, the name wasn't favorable. Beside him, Vic drank more frequently. At the neighboring table, the girl asked again, "Do you still like me?" The boy hesitated, then softly replied, "Yes." This time, Maxine didn't fly into a rage but sighed. "Sigh, being as dull as you are, my brother would definitely dislike you. Can't we just be good friends? Like this, why do you insist on wanting me as your wife?" The boy didn't hesitate, "Yes?" At the neighboring table, Abdul and his companions tried hard not to laugh. Maxine became irritated once more. "No, anything but that. We can only be good friends. This is called?" She struggled to find the right words. Just then, a leisurely sigh came from beside them. "This is called a blue-faced confidant." It was Abdul speaking. Initially, he found the conversation between the youngsters amusing, but it soon evoked many memories, causing him to inadvertently blurt it out. Everyone was taken aback. Elmo asked curiously, "Lou brother, what is a blue-faced?" Maxine and the others also looked at him curiously. A relationship deeper than friendship but not quite lovers, purer than romance, outside the realms of kinship, love, or friendship. Abdul explained calmly, leading to a brief silence in the room. Everyone around him fell into their own thoughts. After listening, Maxine's eyes lit up. She turned to the boy, patting his shoulder and said, "That's right, little Winsy, from now on, you're my blue-faced confidant. Besides not liking me, you can talk to me about anything, and you must not hide anything from me, understand?" Hill nodded, "Sure, you'll be my blue-faced confidant from now on." Meanwhile, beside Elmo, Vic mumbled to himself, blue-faced, how can this be? No, 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 I won't be your blue-faced confidant." His voice grew louder, standing up abruptly, eyes blazing furiously, his face menacing like a demon from hell. He emptied the wine pot into his mouth, then pointed at the girl, yelling, "He loves you deeply. If you don't like him, let him go. Why make him your blue-faced confidant and waste his precious youth?" The girl recoiled in fear at Vic's ugly visage, stepping back instinctively. Hill immediately stood up, stepping in front of her. "What are you doing? Don't hurt Maxine." Elmo rushed to restrain his companion, but Vic was beyond control, consumed by madness. Looking at the boy, through blurred vision, he saw his own reflection merging with the boy, his anger intensifying. He grabbed the boy, roaring loudly, "In this vast world, why waste your youth for such a woman?" At that moment, the Tianfeng auction house hall had been filled with guests. Just then, at the entrance of the Tianfeng auction house, Chu Mush arrived with a valiant-looking man. ####Chapter 68, Assembly of Heroes. Beside Ernan stood a man in his 30s. He had a copper-bronze complexion with sharp eyes radiating intensity, and his features were chiseled and defined. Clad in black attire, he exuded an aura of a supreme authority. Behind him walked two men, their steps faltering. Although they looked like men, they had pale skin and moved in a coy manner, appearing rather delicate. As soon as they entered the room, Abdul's attention was drawn to them. The word eunuch immediately came to his mind. The eunuch scanned the room. Vic's loud shout caught his attention as well. However, when he saw the somewhat frightened girl standing before a few people, a cold expression spread across his face. Without hesitation, he strode forward and picked up a pair of chopsticks from a nearby table, hurling it directly toward the group. Abdul had been observing and warned softly, "Be careful." Vic, hearing the warning, glanced up. A piercing burst of energy shot towards him. Despite his drunken state, Vic spat out a stream of alcohol, which, infused with chi, transformed into a blade-like force that clashed mid-air with the chopsticks. Bang! This display made Abdul inwardly wary. They're all experts. Meanwhile, the girl turned around, her face lighting up with joy. "Brother, is that you?" The eunuch proudly straightened up and spoke in a gentle tone. "You naughty girl, I told you not to run around recklessly. There are many shameless people outside. It's dangerous." He glanced at Vic and Abdul with disdain. Hearing this, Vic, fueled by alcohol, grew even angrier. "Boy, you're being a bit too cocky." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the eunuch behind the man, who sneered. "If you want to die, I can grant you that wish." "Why you?" Vic's anger flared, but Fabio held him back and calmly said, "If I'm not mistaken, this is His Highness Crown Prince Ahmed?" Ahmed looked over. "Oh, you have some insight." Fabio responded respectfully, "I am Fabio of the Crushed Sun Sword Sect, meeting the Crown Prince." Abdul curiously watched Ahmed, surprised. If this were an ordinary prince, someone like Fabio wouldn't show such respect. Clearly, this Crown Prince was exceptional. Ahmed nodded. "So it's you." His gaze shifted to Vic with a hint of curiosity. "Indeed quite ugly. No wonder you're content being a son-in-law through marriage." "What did you say?" Vic roared, but Fabio held him back tightly. Ignoring Vic, Ahmed pulled the girl and said, "Maxine, let's go." Then he left with the two eunuchs following closely. Ernan gave Abdul a signal to wait a moment. Suddenly, a slender figure appeared before them. It was the thin youth, Isaiah. In a simple voice he asked, "Could you take me with you? I just want to stay by Maxine's side." Ahmed's face darkened, looking at him coldly. "Who are you to call her Maxine?" With a wave of his hand, an elder behind him leapt forward, hands striking rapidly at the youth. But to everyone's surprise, Isaiah skillfully dodged each strike within the narrow space. Seeing this, the old man laughed sinisterly and pursued with even more vigor, finally managing to kick the youth in the knee and grab his shoulders with claw-like hands. Isaiah grimaced in pain. Just as the elder was about to exert more force, Perla shouted, "Don't hurt my friend." Despite his reluctance, the elder felt Isaiah's body suddenly harden like iron. The youth then thrust forward fiercely, sending the old eunuch flying. Witnessing this, onlookers were astonished. Fabio exclaimed, "That's Hanyuan Chi." This youth must be a disciple of Heavenly Illumination Palace. Perla approached Isaiah with sparkling eyes. I didn't know you were so skilled, Xiuxian. I need to go home now. You should go back too. Be good. Looking at Perla with longing, Isaiah blushed and felt melancholy at the prospect of separation. Maxine, we agreed that I'd be your close friend. Can I see you again? Where do you live? I really love you. Hearing this, Abdul knew things would get bad. Sure enough, Ahmed flew into a rage. Shut up. Blue or red? What does Heavenly Illumination Palace have to do with it? How dare you seduce my royal sister? Looking for death. Moving as if by magic, he appeared behind Isaiah, grabbed his shoulders, and exerted immense force. The sound of cracking bones filled the air, causing Isaiah to groan in agony. Perla became anxious. Brother, please stop. Ignoring her, Ahmed gently replied, Maxine, don't let this boy deceive you. Abruptly, the girl covered her face and started coughing violently, unable to stop. Alarmed, Ahmed rushed to her side. Maxine, are you okay? Picking up the girl, he looked at Ernan and shouted, find a quiet place quickly. Ernan didn't hesitate, leading the way. Big brother, follow me. The group hurried upstairs in the Tianfeng auction house. The two eunuchs cast icy glares at Isaiah before leaving. Watching his beloved leave, Isaiah was about to follow but was stopped by Abdul. She's not in a good state right now. You'll only cause trouble. But what should I do? Isaiah anxiously asked, feeling helpless. Abdul shook his head, finding the situation hopeless. For this naive youth to court a princess seemed impossible. Turning to Fabio, he asked, do you know what's happening here? Fabio thought for a moment. Ahmed is the eldest son of the emperor. From birth, he showed extraordinary martial talent and was taken in as a personal disciple by Zhang Feng, the head of Liangshan Academy. So, how strong is he? Abdul asked. He formed his martial Dao Golden Core earlier this year, Fabio explained slowly. Chapter 69. On the eve of the final battle, the absolute locking fate array. Hearing Elmo's words, Abdul appeared enlightened. No wonder the pressure he had just felt was so immense. At the same time, a question rose in his heart. Why would Ahmed, who represents the pinnacle of the royal family's young generation's combat power, come to the small Yunsong city? As if sensing what Abdul was thinking, Elmo looked at him and said lightly, since the royal family has sent someone, it indicates that the dragon snake conflict is nearing its end, and more importantly, their stance has changed. Change in stance? Daryl asked, somewhat puzzled. Elmo did not reply immediately, but Abdul understood the meaning behind his words. Brother, how? Are you saying that the Tianfeng dynasty no longer sees this battle as a certain defeat? Elmo nodded. That should be the case. Upon hearing this, Daryl was elated and excitedly asked, that's great. Does this mean the court will provide us support? Abdul shook his head. It won't be that simple. If support is allowed now, it will undoubtedly change the rules. If that happens, it might escalate into a full-scale war between Tianfeng and Fengman. Why? Are we afraid of those barbarians? Daryl asked. Abdul looked at his playboy younger brother with exasperation. Wars between countries waste manpower and resources, not to mention inviting envy from others. Without significant benefits, why would they easily start one? Lu brother, you're right, Elmo agreed with a nod. So even though someone from the Tianfeng royal family has come, I believe they won't interfere directly. The battle will still proceed as planned. However, if we can win, there might be some other rewards. Rewards? Daryl murmured. Meanwhile, Abdul's eyes lit up as he mumbled to himself, promotion and ennoblement. That's likely, Elmo confirmed. This made Abdul fall into deep thought. He wasn't particularly interested in such things since, with the system within him, he was determined to pursue the peak of martial arts. However, for the Lu family living in this remote place, it was indeed tempting. Although the Lu family was famous and among the 4 major families in Yunsong City, perhaps even the foremost, Yunsong City was considered one of the poorest areas in the Tianfeng dynasty. Dominating here didn't bring much glory. An opportunity to leave and receive favors would significantly benefit the Lu family's future development. Seeing Abdul's contemplation, Elmo smiled and said, with your skills, you have already caught the attention of the higher-ups. As long as you perform well in the final showdown, it shouldn't be a problem. With Brother Hao's blessings, I'll do my best, Abdul replied with a smile, clasping his fists. At this moment, Vic, who was drunk nearby, finished another bottle of wine and shouted loudly, boy, more wine. Elmo sighed, helping Vic walk out. Riker, I'll take my leave first. I hope to see you at the Chue Resort sect in the future. Abdul stood up to see them off and responded, I'll consider it seriously. Thank you both. Elmo waved and led the drunken Vic away. After sending off the two, Abdul turned to look at the young man beside him. Hill gazed longingly at the direction of the stairs, looking extremely infatuated. Brother Wenjin, where do you plan to go next? Abdul asked gently. The young man, despite his young age, had strength surpassing even Abdul. Being from the renowned Tianzhao Palace, Hill must hold a high status within the sect. Hence, Abdul did not dare neglect him. Hearing his question, Hill looked over and said weakly, I want to wait for Maxine here. Hearing this, Abdul couldn't help but cover his face, feeling quite helpless. What a devoted lover. So young yet accomplished in martial arts, focused entirely on love. Truly, geniuses are capricious. To maintain a good relationship, Abdul suggested, if that's the case, Brother Wenjin, you might as well stay here. However, Lady Chu's injuries are unknown, so remember not to disturb her recklessly, or you might cause trouble. Hill nodded vigorously and continued gazing at the direction Perla had disappeared. Seeing this, Abdul found it amusing and after arranging matters with Ned, he left the Tianfeng auction house with Daryl. With the appearance of Ahmed and others, he could confirm that Amato would fight to the death. He needed to prepare accordingly. Meanwhile, in the Fengman army camp, in the main tent, Amato listened to his subordinates report with a stormy expression. The soldiers stood in 2 rows below, silent and motionless. Bang! Frustration mounting, Amato finally lost control, kicking over the table in front of him. You are all trash. How dare you drink and revel during such a critical moment? Bring Ibuka out and execute him. Upon hearing Amato's order, none of the generals dared move. Even Frederick hesitated. Suddenly, a white-armored warrior stepped forward. It was Adrian. Father, we cannot afford distractions now as we are locked in a deadlock with Yunsong. Moreover, with our heavy losses, we need every soldier. Perhaps General Ibuka should be given a chance to redeem himself. Her plea prompted other generals to speak up, and Ibuka knelt down, banging his head against the ground while shouting, "Please give me one last chance. I'd rather die in battle to wash away my shame." Seeing everyone pleading, Amato's anger subsided slightly. "Very well, your life is spared for now. If you make any more mistakes, the punishments will accumulate." "Thank you, Commander." Ibuka bowed profusely. "This fire attack has wiped out half our forces. This hatred must be avenged. Any suggestions?" Abdul's fire attack had greatly disgraced the Fengman generals. Even the usually calm Amato was almost losing his composure to rage. Frederick, standing beside him, hesitated but finally spoke when questioned by Amato. "Father, I once learned about an array called absolute locking from ancient texts. It boosts combat power by harnessing the soldier's will, energy, and spirit. However, what?" Amato pressed. Frederick took a deep breath. "Once used, the soldiers forming part of the array will not live ordinary lives anymore." Chapter 70. A single sword shatters the formation. That day, the sun rose as usual. Outside Finian City, which had been quiet for several days, once again bustled with activity. The remaining troops of Fengman once more marched toward the city walls, each soldier exuding a determined aura. Everyone knew that today was the day of the decisive battle. On the city wall, Baylor stood at the forefront with General Christo, Gerard, and others. Ebert and other aristocratic experts were lined up on either side. As they looked down, they noticed a significant change in the Fengman soldier style. Originally mostly cavalry, today most had turned into infantry. They were divided into hundreds of square formations arranged according to certain patterns, creating an intimidating presence. Baylor and the others wore grave expressions while Christo murmured to himself, "Is this array Dao?" Silence filled the air around him. At this moment, Ebert's voice rang out appropriately. "Yes, if I'm not mistaken, this formation condenses human blood energy to enhance combat power. A purely desperate fighting tactic." "You mean, they plan to take us all down with them?" Baylor asked solemnly. Ebert nodded, his gaze sweeping over the formation. Meanwhile, a system notification echoed in his mind. "Ding, unknown military formation detected. Xiuxian Dao begins deducing. This formation seems quite rudimentary. Xiuxian Dao finds no challenge, deduction speed slowing." Ebert was speechless. Despite feeling somewhat speechless, the military formation before him was too simple compared to the arrays he mastered. Thus, even with reduced speed, Ebert quickly identified the formation's focal point. Behind Amato's war chariot was a military flag imbued with substantial force. This was the heart of the formation. With that thought, Ebert executed his movements, gracefully descending from the city wall. Seeing his actions, James hurriedly called out, "Hazel, what are you doing?" "Shattering the formation." Those two words carried absolute confidence. Watching him approach alone, the Fengman soldiers' faces showed shock and disbelief. What is he planning to do? Charge into the formation alone? Is he crazy? Even Frederick sneered disdainfully. "Arrogant. If you want to die, so be it." He shouted loudly, "Everyone, focus your minds. Activate the formation." With his command, a faint bloody energy emerged from everyone, converging towards the flagpole, forming an ancient giant deity hovering above the Fengman soldiers, boosting their morale significantly. Facing this spectacle, Abdul was unperturbed, calmly walking forward with sword chi emanating around him. The Tainsa chi pushed to its limit enveloped his sword. With each step, grass around him wilted as if touched by frost. As he drew closer, Frederick ordered, "Note, Ebert has been corrected to Abdul to maintain consistency in character names." Archers fire. Arrows shot like rain, but before they could reach him, Ebert unleashed his sword, sending sword chi crashing towards the formation. Boom! The sword cut through defenses and struck the heart of the formation at the flagpole. One stroke was enough to disrupt and then dissolve the entire formation. Everyone on the battlefield stared in disbelief at the power of that single strike. There were no words to describe Ebert's might as he swung his sword. Enveloped in radiance, he appeared like a rising full moon or a blizzard engulfing the entire steppe. The sword's impact created powerful gusts colliding with the formation's momentum, causing it to disintegrate completely. The formidable formation the Fengman army spent 3 days preparing was shattered. Baylor swung his long knife, signaling the charge of 1,000 riders sweeping across the vast plain towards the Fengman formation against the fierce wind. After 20 days of preparation, both sides engaged with bloodshed fueling their bravery. Cloud Chang's defenders, originally the weaker and abandoned side, now stood closer to victory after numerous battles. They treasured this hard-won opportunity. It was a fight to the death. The Fengman formation broken, they rushed to meet the attack hastily. Intense battles ensued on the plains as both sides fought fiercely. Though vast, the field felt cramped in the intense three-person conflict. Each step forward required blood and limbs sacrificed. Both sides chose to lead with arrow showers. Arrows soared mercilessly cutting down lives. Ebert's devastating strike caught the Fengman forces unprepared, forcing them to engage on foot against mounted cavalry and deadly spears, leading to swift defeat in the vanguard. Cloud Chang's soldiers felt the pressure lift, easily breaking through lines and charging toward Amato. Coldly snorting, Amato led his guards to face Baylor. Two renowned experts clashed. The strongest combatants met head-on. Amato tightened his grip on his long knife, reflecting cold light under the sun's glow. For the young generation, he was willing to give his all, even die on the battlefield. This was his final duty. Clashing blades released sharp energy spreading outward. Boom! An energy wave surged as Amato leaped, slicing downwards with overwhelming force. But Baylor remained calm, holding his spear steady, blocking with ease. To Amato's surprise, he found no advantage, realizing Baylor's strength was immense and matched his own. Struck by this realization, Amato changed tactics swiftly. What a fighter, Baylor, indeed. Haha, thrilling. Let you taste my famous move, mountain cleaving slash. Fully ignited, Amato's passion boiled as he wielded his heavy blade with astonishing force, disrupting nearby sand and grass. As if validating the intensity of the battle, dark clouds gathered, and sandstorms raged as the sky grew dim. Since becoming a general, Amato had never felt such excitement. From the lowest ranks, he had risen to greatness. Now, finally facing a worthy opponent, how could he not feel elated? The heavy blade sliced through, carrying debris, shrouding everything in darkness. But Baylor, also seasoned, was undaunted. His iron spear transformed into piercing rays of light countering Amato. Clang clang clang. A series of metal clashes ended with both equally matched. Amato's face glowed with excitement. Excitement turned to frenzy, and frenzy made his attacks more ruthless. Haha again. Kill. Laughing, he lunged forward, even more frenzied, aiming to obliterate Baylor. Baylor faced the crazed Amato without fear, engaging once more. Yet, mindful of the overall battle, he focused on winning strategically. However, distraction in combat can be fatal. As Baylor glanced sideways assessing the battlefield, Amato seized the opportunity. Bang! With a dull thud, Baylor was hit, receiving a solid strike from Amato's blade on his chest. Baylor immediately staggered back more than 10 steps before barely managing to steady himself, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Seeing his opponent struck, Amato first froze in disbelief, finding it hard to believe. Then he burst into inexplicable joy. Haha, Baylor, the invincible defender of Finian City. Looks like you're just as overrated. Chapter 71. The Death of Baylor. Despite the mockery in their words, Amato did not dare to be careless and did not pursue his advantage. This was because during their previous engagement, he also experienced a surge of blood within him that was difficult to settle. However, after this bout, he felt that this renowned general who had guarded Yunsong City all his life seemed less formidable than rumored. Amato's slightly disappointed and disdainful gaze made Baylor furious when he saw it. He resented being underestimated due to his momentary lapse in focus. As someone with immense pride, how could he tolerate such disdain? Engage me! With a roar, his spear lunged forward like a dragon emerging from water, thrusting towards Amato. Amato swiftly turned his body, dodging the vicious attack and darting to the side. Reacting quickly, Baylor swept his spear horizontally, the wind howling as it aimed for Amato's waist. However, Amato moved like seaweed swaying in the waves, nimbly sidestepping and retaliating with his long knife. They continued this pattern of attack and evasion, their energy radiating around them. Baylor's spear grew faster and more elusive, transforming with myriad changes. The intense onslaught put Amato on the defensive, struggling to parry without finding an opening to counterattack. Amidst the battlefield, Abdul suddenly heard a unique notification in his mind. Ding! Detected someone using Bagua Dao near you. The Thunder Domain formation path begins to actively deduce and merge. Abdul looked up and saw that Baylor's steps harmonized with the patterns of Yin and Yang, his spear striking in 8 directions, combining perfectly with his movements, swift and unpredictable. At this moment, the attacks were so dense they resembled revolving Bagua circles. Amato felt as though he had been caught in a massive whirlpool, his strength being slowly drained, leading inexorably to his defeat. The surging energy rained down endlessly. Amid the battlefield, surrounded by thousands of soldiers and deafening cries, they fought fiercely and madly. On the city walls, various sect masters and the Chu brothers, Dorian and Kale, watched this battle silently. Hernan, glancing at his brother, asked, "Brother, what do you think the outcome of this fight will be?" Ahmed's eyes gleamed with intensity, exuding a commanding aura. Abdul's sword earlier was extraordinary. With him here, they will win. Hernan was stunned by this unexpected response. The deciding factor wasn't between the 2 strongest fighters, but this up-and-coming talent, whom he also admired. Turning to look at Abdul, he saw him amidst thousands of soldiers, calmly leading the way for Lu family experts like a tiger among sheep. Abdul's performance attracted attention from others as well. This kid is truly remarkable, able to pinpoint the formation eye in just a moment. His formation path skills are indeed prodigious, said Sullivan, stroking his beard enviously. On the other side, Iwan objected, "You're missing the point. That sword strike earlier was genuinely epical. If people in the martial world witnessed this, they would have been astonished." The famous swordsman Iwan losing composure was hard to believe. Dominic clenched his teeth in frustration, while knife enthusiast remained silent, unmoving. Iwan, puzzled, asked, "Why aren't you speaking today, you madman?" Knife enthusiast replied coolly, "The decisive moment has come." What? Everyone turned back just in time to see Baylor and Amato nearing the climax of their duel. After hundreds of exchanges, neither had yet gained the upper hand. Roaring furiously, they unleashed their full power, their killing intent overwhelming. Baylor knew the importance of this battle and pushed himself to the limit, aiming for a decisive victory. With both hands gripping the spear, he swiftly channeled true chi through it, then bent his knees and leaped forward with a low cry. Kill! He thrust his arms forward, spear shadows enveloping Amato entirely. But Amato did not retreat. Instead, he accelerated straight into the attack. He knew this was the moment to decide victory or death. Within the torrent of energy, the pressure on his armor increased drastically until it finally shattered under the onslaught. Flesh and bone could not withstand such a fierce assault. In an instant, bursts of blood sprayed from his body. Seeing this, Yunsong's officers roared excitedly, "City Commander, bravely kill." With relief replacing tension, Baylor felt fatigue set in, reducing the density and strength of his spear strikes. Seizing the opportunity, Amato's bloody face showed a victorious smirk. Break! A throwing knife appeared in his empty hand, launching like a venomous snake through the gaps in the spear shadows. In a breath, it pierced Baylor's throat, exiting the other side, spraying blood. You! Baylor's pupils dilated in confusion, his spear motion pausing. A look of bewilderment crossed his face as he pointed at Amato, blood trickling from his mouth. In that moment, his mind became foggy. How did this happen when victory seemed so close? His arms dropped, the spear clattered to the ground, and he fell backward. Baylor's pupils gradually dimmed, but a smile crept onto his lips. He knew that even if Amato won, it was a Pyrrhic victory. Xiuxian City would still stand. Suddenly, the battlefield fell into a deathly silence. Christo and Gerard abandoned their opponents, rushing towards Baylor. City commander. Even Abdul's face showed a coldness. Although he had no personal ties with Baylor, facing this doomed battle where he did not shirk or fear, commanded respect. Baylor dedicated his entire life to this border town, dying honorably in a glorious manner. Chapter 72. A brutal conclusion, Finian unvanquished. Seeing Baylor die in battle, the Finian soldiers were momentarily filled with grief and rage, all of them roaring in fury. Kill him. Avenger our city commander. Kill. Don't let a single barbarian escape. The Wind Barbarian soldiers, led by the Black Eagle Iron Cavalry, rushed to protect Amato who was among them. Christo and Gerard, after laying down Baylor's body, charged forward with their men, fiercely assaulting the enemy's defenses. For a moment, blood flowed like rivers, and corpses piled up like mountains. Amato, aided by Frederick and others, rode a swift horse and galloped towards the rear. Seeing that he was escaping further away, the Finian forces grew increasingly anxious. At this moment, a loud shout echoed. I will go and kill him. A figure soared into the sky, none other than Abdur. He moved swiftly, stepping on the shoulders of the soldiers, chasing after Amato with his cold eyes fixed firmly on the fleeing rider. Between the two sides, no words needed to be exchanged. The only conclusion was life or death, with no room for compromise. On horseback, Amato gritted his teeth against the pain in his body and drew a longbow from his saddle. With the bow fully drawn, an arrow shot out like a meteor straight towards Abdur who was advancing through the air. Abdur remained expressionless, slashing with his sword. The heavenly Insha power instantly froze the arrow into ice shards which shattered upon impact, creating small pits on the ground as they fell. The shockwaves scattered outward, causing Abdur to pause momentarily. Amato grunted in pain as his horse collapsed, throwing him into the tall grass. However, he quickly got up, rolling to his feet. Looking at the young man before him, he laughed loudly to the sky. Good. Such youthful vigor, such combat prowess. Losing to a genius like you isn't a disgrace for us steppe warriors. Abdur didn't respond, but instead blurred forward, his sword sweeping towards Amato. Immediately, Amato felt an overwhelming pressure like a mountain. In his current state, he had no means of defense. Seeing his peril, his bodyguards rushed in and pushed him out of harm's way just in time to narrowly avoid the fatal strike, spitting out blood. As for the bodyguard, Abdur cleaved him into two halves. Amato, a renowned general like you actually uses your own soldiers as shields. How shameless. You. Amato showed signs of anger, yet he felt fear creeping into his heart. He already knew Abdur's strength was formidable, but he never imagined it would be this terrifying. Would he have one if his spirit energy was at full capacity? He harbored doubts but knew Abdur wouldn't give him time to think further. Abdur lunged forward once again, his blade menacing. Amato managed to stand up and retrieve 2 arrows from his quiver. Gathering the remaining strength in his body, he focused intently on Abdur who was closing in on him. Arrows gleaming coldly, they flew out. Without hesitation, Amato turned and ran, knowing his power could not form a significant threat at this distance, and with only his bow and arrows left. Abdur understood the logic and pushed relentlessly, trying to close the gap. Darting aside, he dodged one arrow and then slapped the second one away with his palm. 2 thunderous bangs echoed as both arrows hit the ground, impressive in momentum. But this brief delay allowed Amato to gain some distance again. Just as Abdur was about to pursue, Amato spun around midair, releasing another 2 arrows. Perfect angles and timing, highly calculated. Abdur's face showed a flash of viciousness. Instead of dodging, he charged straight ahead. Right before the arrows, his figure slightly swayed, passing right through them. Still, he lost a piece of flesh to 1 arrow. 10 more arrows followed, each either deflected or avoided by Abdur, disregarding minor injuries. Finally, he closed in on Amato. Abdur thought to himself, do not underestimate heroes of the world. Despite his heavy injuries, Amato can still engage me in this manner. His strength and combat experience are formidable. Meanwhile, Amato checked his quiver, finding only 3 arrows left. His face paled. Clutching the 3 arrows tightly, he shot them in a triangular formation directly at Abdur's vital points with all his might. Abdur couldn't dodge these. He could only stand and withstand them. Watching the arrows streak like meteors, Abdur smiled mysteriously and charged faster without slowing down. Amato was stunned. Is he mad? Nearby, Frederick realized something and called out anxiously, Father Commander, be careful. But it was too late. The 3 arrows hit Abdur squarely in the chest. However, there was no splatter of blood as expected. Ping ping ping. Metallic sounds rang out, leaving Abdur unscathed. He has inner armor? No, it's defensive true chi. In the next moment, Abdur was upon him. With the arrows depleted, Amato became like a bird trapped in a cage, unable to resist further. Though retreating desperately, he was far slower than Abdur, who caught up to him quickly. Abdur swung his sword behind him, cutting down Amato's arm cleanly. The cry of anguish that pierced the battlefield reverberated loudly. Whoosh! Amato's right arm severed neatly, flying into the air with spurting blood. From afar, Frederick, Adrian, and others screamed in terror. Father Commander! Foster father! Desperation filled their eyes. They knew Amato's chances of survival against Abdur were slim. With the loss of their leader's arm, the morale of the Wind Barbarian soldiers sank lower. Yet, despite everything, not a single soldier retreated, continuing to fight valiantly. More soldiers fell, turning the entire plain into a graveyard with over 10,000 bodies. Abdur lifted the wounded Amato, then teleported in front of the remaining Wind Barbarian soldiers, tossing Amato into their midst. The soldiers immediately surged forward, surrounding Amato. Abdur said nothing. Christo and Gerard, already agitated, shouted, "Kill! Avenge the city commander!" Weapons raised, blood painted the twilight. Soon, only 2 bodyguards remained by Amato's side while the rest lay dead. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with determination. Turning around, they bowed deeply. "General-in-Chief, we go first." Amato, suppressing his pain, stood tall and gently stroked his head. "Go, my children. The glory of the Wind Barbarians shall never fade." The 2 bodyguard sabers clanged together, resonating sharply. "Never fade." And with those words, they charged forward into the Fenian army like moths drawn to a flame. As the 2 bodyguards fell, only Amato, the famed Wind Barbarian general, was left surrounded by his remaining loyalists. Surrounded by swords and spears glinting under the twilight sky, Christo and his men slowly approached. Any movement from the encircled Amato would result in immediate dismemberment. Amato's expression remained calm as he raised his remaining arm toward the sky. "Unfilial descendant Amato, I respectfully inform our ancestors. In the autumn of the 257th year of the Wind Barbarians, our clan attacked Fenian City with 50,000 iron cavalry. All were killed, due solely to my fault. At least I have paved the way for future generations in martial arts, fulfilling my duty. Today, I will die in battle, upholding the proud name of the Wind Barbarians." Having spoken, he picked up a war saber and charged forward fearlessly. Blood splattered everywhere as Abdur's sword struck down. The sound of the fallen war saber lingered in the air. This brutal struggle between dragon and serpent finally came to an end. #####Chapter 73, Confrontation. On the battlefield, Abdul strode toward Frederick and Adrian. Behind him, Christo and Gerard led the soldiers, following closely. Everyone's faces were filled with murderous intent, eager to strike them down without mercy. Though Abdul's expression was neutral, his heart harbored the same desire. Having already become sworn enemies, it was best to nip any trouble in the bud, especially when he met the gazes of the 2 individuals. Frederick and Adrian glared at him intensely. The hatred in their eyes was unmasked. "Abdul, if I don't kill you today, I will surely tear you apart in pieces one day to avenge my father and the warriors of our grasslands. Do you think I'll give you that chance?" Abdul spoke calmly. "Even if I agree, I have to ask my soldiers behind me. The lives of your warriors matter, but do the lives of my Yunsong soldiers mean nothing?" Abdul's voice grew louder. "At its core, all this stems from you. If not for the sake of competing for the clan's position, these brave souls who died on both sides would be enjoying their time with family. So, it is you who have harmed everyone." His final words resonated like a bell, striking heavily into Frederick's and Adrian's hearts. On the city walls, everyone heard him clearly. Xavier stroked his beard, his brow serious. Words as sharp as knives. This kid is attacking their willpower. Indeed, it seems he's thought of it. Art nodded in agreement. At this point, no one underestimated Abdul. Given his intelligence, he should know they wouldn't let him kill Frederick. Thus, he aimed to strike at the root, shattering their confidence. Once their willpower faltered, even the spirit of a warrior could be tainted, halting any progress on their martial path. If that happened, they would pose no threat, dead or alive. At this moment, Dominic turned to look, half smiling. "I say, Elder Hu and Jaren, if this continues, even if Frederick joins us, he might as well be a cripple." Hearing this, the 2 elders exchanged looks, revealing hesitation. They knew if they intervened now, Abdul's attitude towards Jianqing sect would plummet, making his joining impossible. But betting everything on him could lead to a futile effort. As they hesitated, Frederick and Adrian were on the brink. Abdul's words weren't just targeting them, but also stirred anger among the Yunsong soldiers. The blood-soaked soldiers advanced slowly around them, roaring fiercely. "Kill!" The overwhelming hostility made Adrian shiver uncontrollably. Seeing this, Abdul raised his sword without hesitation. Suddenly, an unexpected sound rang out. Whoosh! A whistling wind above his head sent chills down his spine. In the next second, his body hair stood up as a thick sense of danger engulfed him. Not good. He leaped backward instinctively, narrowly avoiding a long spear piercing where he had stood moments before. Had his reaction been slower, he might have been impaled through. Abdul squinted and turned to see a figure walking from the city wall. Tall and imposing, with piercing eyes and a proud demeanor, clad in dark gold armor and a blue brocade cape embroidered with a fierce tiger, he approached with commanding strides. Surprisingly, this person was the Crown Prince of Tianfeng Dynasty, Ahmed. "Crown Prince, what does this mean?" Abdul asked indifferently. However, Ahmed ignored him and stepped forward. "The Dragon Snake contest is over. Yunsong City wins. Frederick and Adrian are selected as disciples by Jianqing sect and will be released without charge." As he spoke, Xavier and Art freed Frederick and Adrian. Ultimately, they chose them, having already decided on these candidates. While they wished Abdul would join, the likelihood was low, so they didn't risk it. Suddenly, a figure moved swiftly to Abdul's front, staring intently. "Young man, with such high talent in Sword Dao, come to our Imperial Sword City for the best training." Just then, Xavier and Art paused, considering their approach before stepping forward. "Abdul, your insight into formations is once in a century. Join our Jianqing sect." Before Xavier could finish, Frederick and Adrian interrupted. "Elder Hu, this person killed my father. If I must live under the same roof as him, I cannot comply," they said, kneeling on the ground, gritting their teeth. "You." Xavier froze, shocked that Frederick had spoken first. Art's face turned cold. "Elder Hu, your judgment leaves much to be desired." Anyone could hear the biting chill in his words. Frederick and Adrian felt it too, but, having just witnessed their father's brutal death, they could never coexist peacefully. Abdul glanced at them indifferently and walked toward Ahmed without responding. Standing before him, he spoke casually. Highness, had I not dodged, I would have lost my life just now. Ahmed looked at the young man impassively. If you couldn't dodge, you would have died. As the eldest prince and a prodigy in the royal family, now a core formation expert, his arrogance was palpable. How could he care about Abdul, a mere transcendent realm practitioner? Ding, the arrogant attitude triggers dissatisfaction in the Dark Spring Divine Art, increasing practice speed by 300%. The Thunder Domain Array path is infuriated, boosting the power of Absolute Thunder Dominion by 30%. The system notifications echoed in Abdul's mind. His right hand reached into his robe, holding the Thunderwood Array disc tightly. He contacted the array spirit, Janae, mentally. Ahmed's attitude indeed angered him. Though the Thunderwood Array disc alone could only unleash 80% of the Absolute Thunder Dominion's power, reaching second-grade array level, it was enough to make Ahmed drink deeply. Just as tensions escalated, a loud shout resounded nearby. Riker, a hero of Yunsong City, the Highness's action is highly inappropriate. This caused shock in the crowd. Everyone turned to see who dared speak thus. Unexpectedly, it was none other than Christo, a Shindian realm cavalry commander. Only Christo dared defy the crown prince. Chapter 74. Winning Hearts and the Shocking Revelation of the Sword Tomb. Christo's voice thundered, carrying an unstoppable momentum. Behind him, whether it was Gerard or the other Yunsong soldiers, they all stood firmly in support. The determination was evident on everyone's face. In that moment, everyone's morale joined together, matching Ahmed's formidable presence. Yet, despite the overwhelming military might, Ahmed's calm demeanor told everyone that this momentum couldn't yager him. Correction. Ahmed's calm demeanor told everyone that this momentum couldn't suppress him. He said coldly, "Do you know the consequences of your actions?" Without waiting for a response, he continued, "Insolence to a superior. Even if I slay all of you today, no one would dare speak." As he finished speaking, fierce winds suddenly howled around them. Ahmed seemed like a god amidst the wind, his presence so overpowering that it made it hard for everyone to breathe. Christo gritted his teeth, forcing out words bit by bit. "Matt, we are all castaways. Without Riker, the bones scattered here would be ours. If you wish to kill Riker today, you'll have to step over all our bodies. Otherwise, we cannot comply." Facing the overwhelmingly powerful Ahmed, the Yunsong soldiers didn't retreat a single step. Despite the terrifying pressure making their bones creak, each person showed through their actions that Christo's words were not empty promises. Ding, the Thunder Domain Array path is deeply moved, power increased by 10%, range expanded by 20%. Ding, Profundity Spring Art is inspired by the courage of the crowd, feeling honored. Cultivation speed improved. Seeing everyone stand up for him, Abdul felt both moved and stirred with courage. Stepping forward in front of the soldiers, his aura soared skyward like an unparalleled spear. "I appreciate my brother's kindness, but one must take responsibility for their own actions. I won't drag everyone down. Please step back, brothers." Before Christo could respond, Gerard quickly interjected. "Riker, what are you saying? You risked everything for us. If we left now, would we still be human? If there's no way out, flee for your life. As long as you live, we'll consider today worth it." Thousands of eyes turned to him, filled with sincere warmth, as if they could melt a heart of stone. Meanwhile, James emerged from the crowd without hesitation and stood beside Abdul. "Good boy, don't worry, your father is here." Those simple words held boundless strength. The Liu family members also stood firm behind him, each wearing a look of defiance unto death. Even Digby and Daryl did not hesitate. "Second brother, you, eldest brother, say no more. Becoming the clan head has been my dream. I believe I'm stronger than you. But no matter what, Hazel is part of the Liu family and shall share life and death with you." James said nothing more, giving his brother a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Everything was understood silently. At this moment, everyone was exceptionally united. Not for any other reason, but for the young man who had rescued them from certain death. Watching this scene, Ahmed laughed. "Ha ha, very good indeed." He had always been the favored son, having sailed smoothly through life. When had he ever been coerced like this? He never imagined being threatened by a group of weary soldiers barely surviving from battle. Anger surged within him uncontrollably. "Since you want to die, I'll grant you that." Suddenly, a figure appeared before him. It was none other than Ernan. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Ernan knelt on both knees and spoke loudly. "Big brother, please calm down. They've just returned from battle, having narrowly escaped death. They didn't mean to offend you. Now Yunsong City needs rebuilding. Please show mercy." Hernan's words were earnest and rational, appealing emotionally and logically. Moreover, as a prince, he bowed low for the people, winning much admiration. Seeing this, Abdul pondered. It seems Ernan doesn't intend to return to the capital after this battle, but has other plans. And the crown prince seems to be supporting him. Sure enough, Ahmed's expression, initially grim, gradually softened at Hernan's plea. His overwhelming aura dissipated, causing some lower-ranked soldiers to fall to the ground. Ahmed's gaze swept around coldly, then he said, "Since my sixth brother pleads for you, I'll spare you. Hope you understand the gravity of this." With a wave of his hand, a violent energy blast erupted, turning the nearby lawn into a deep crater. Though the crowd feared death, seeing such a fearsome attack left them pale-faced. Could a human really unleash such power? Watching Ahmed leave, Abdul slowly released his grip on the Thunderwood Array disc. Ernan stood up and walked back. "Everyone okay?" Christo and Gerard led the soldiers in a deep bow, expressing gratitude. "Thanks to Sixth Highness, we're forever grateful. Don't mention it. This victory was due to your bravery and sacrifice. What I did is insignificant in comparison." This further endearing Ernan to the crowd. In an instant, the image of the sixth prince grew more favorable among the Yunsong soldiers. Truly clever. It seems this sixth prince intends to establish his own domain. Abdul smiled and stepped forward, saluting. Thank you, Matt, for your timely assistance. Why thank me? We're brothers. Ernan openly draped his arm around Abdul's shoulder, as if they shared deep friendship. Just then, Martin appeared, interrupting the scene. Have you made up your mind, Abdul? As he spoke, Iwan also rushed in, pleading. Don't think of snatching him, you madman. Ernan nodded understandingly at Abdul. Lou brother, I'll be going back. I'll throw a victory banquet another day. Very well, thank you, Matt. Christo and the others soon departed too. Soon, the area was empty, save for the lingering stench of blood in the air. Time to give us an explanation, Martin said. Abdul took out a map from his chest, pointing to a spot on it. Do either of you know what this place is? Iwan took the map, studying it closely. Pingwang River. Is this the Sword Tomb? Chapter 75. Joining the Yinri sect, Essence of Flesh and Blood. Blade Tomb? Heath murmured. That day beneath Mirror Lake, after he subdued the ear-reporting spirit child, he learned that the sword made from extremely cold black iron by Maverick was hidden here. He hadn't expected this place to be called Blade Tomb. Given its name, there must be numerous treasured swords within it. If so, perhaps that cold iron sword is still there. With that sword, his cultivation speed would take another leap. Thinking this, Heath immediately asked, both of you, allowing me to join isn't impossible, but I want to enter the Blade Tomb. Upon hearing this, Iwan laughed heartily. That's no problem. Our Imperial Sword City has the most suitable martial arts for you. Similarly, there are fixed quotas for entering the Blade Tomb every year. With your talent, you might have a chance next year. However, Heath's brow furrowed at this response. Elder, do you need a quota to enter the Blade Tomb? If I wish to enter this year. Iwan was momentarily stunned. The Blade Tomb had restrictions set around it, opening only on specific days each year. The four sects of the Northern River all had certain quotas, and since Imperial Sword City was established on the strength of swords, competition for these slots would naturally be intense. Thus, Heath's request left Iwan feeling helpless as he couldn't make the decision alone. However, Haddon did not hesitate and spoke up immediately. In 3 months, when the Blade Tomb opens, if you join our sun-concealing sect, I'll secure you a slot. At this point, given the token sent earlier by the Chorigian sect, Heath had no reason to refuse. He bowed and said, in that case, Junior will join the sun-concealing sect. Good, good. Even someone as stern as Haddon couldn't help but feel excited at gaining such an outstanding talent. He repeated good twice. Iwan sighed, and could only leave in disappointment. As for Donovan's two elders, they knew the answer from Dayton's words. Dominic didn't even show up. After everyone dispersed, Haddon looked at Heath and instructed, prepare yourself at home. I'll come back for you later. Be cautious of Dominic. I understand, Elder. By the way, where's Bradford? Heath had always been puzzled. After being rescued by Spring-Autumn Daoist Palace members, Bradford hadn't shown up again. Had he been present today, Heath wouldn't have let him off easily. Haddon shook his head. I don't know either, but I assume he's already left. Heath nodded, and they walked towards the city. Indeed, Haddon's speculation was correct. Bradford had indeed already left. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze blew pleasantly. On the road north of Yuncheng City, leading to Beijiang County Town, a man and horse were slowly making their way. This peculiarly dressed, ragged youth was none other than the long-missing Bradford. Saved by Austin that day, he was left with a map leading to the Spring-Autumn Daoist Palace. Thinking about potential punishment and ridicule upon returning to camp, Bradford steeled his heart and headed directly for the palace. However, Bradford remained gloomy throughout the journey. Injured and without money, he endured wind and dew. Thankfully, his cultivation skills allowed him to survive by hunting, though gradually, his vitality waned considerably. Riding on a wolf-like horse, he seemed like a living corpse, holding a small black puppy. Found along the way, the pup wasn't kept for companionship but intended as food should he find no other source. One day, while resting in a dense forest, red light flashed nearby followed by a loud explosion. Alarmed, Bradford noticed the black dog suddenly howling fiercely before dashing toward the commotion. Stupid mutt. Bradford scolded. This was his emergency rations. But despite usually obedient, the dog ignored him and disappeared into the woods. Alarmed, Bradford hopped on his wolf horse and rushed after. Barking incessantly, the dog stopped near a clearing. Approaching cautiously, Bradford pulled the dog away. Before he could reprimand, something unusual on the ground caught his attention. What is this? There was a slanted pit about 2 to 3 meters deep, surrounded by cracks, with a circular object inside. Bradford was bewildered, leaping down for a closer look. The object was about a meter tall and nearly 2 meters wide, with strange red patterns. Under sunlight, Bradford saw what seemed like liquid inside. Curious, he leaned in. Suddenly, the little dog growled restlessly. Looking back, Bradford sensed panic in the dog's eyes, which filled him with unease, halting his step. Suddenly, the dog's barking escalated wildly. Sensing impending danger, Bradford turned just in time to see the object rapidly melting. The unknown red liquid shot upward explosively. Before he could react, it splattered onto his face. Blinded by sticky, blood-colored goo, Bradford panicked, trying desperately to pull it off. The substance stuck like glue, covering his entire body, causing breathlessness. A chilling sensation permeated him, spreading to his brain. Dazed, Bradford quickly lost consciousness. Nearby, the madly barking dog transformed into a 10-meter-long beast. Roaring fiercely, its eyes glowed ominously black, shooting rays into Bradford's chest. Dark lights melded with the red liquid, penetrating Bradford's body, causing violent tremors. Inside his chest, terrifying, muffled screams echoed, signifying immense savagery. Heath's body convulsed violently, skin undulating grotesquely. Finally, everything calmed down. A black shadow hovered over his heart, glaring ferociously. Who would have thought there'd be essence of flesh and blood here? Human, you've truly lucked out. Chapter 76. Departure from Yunsong City. The next morning, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Outside Yunsong City, unlike the usual desolation of past mornings, today the area was bustling with people. There was no other reason. This was the day Abdul would leave Yunsong City along with Martin. Thus, early in the morning, everyone gathered outside the city walls to see Abdul off. Christo and Gerard led the way, with a phalanx of soldiers standing in neat rows, their weapons gleaming under the faint light. A solemn air hung over the scene. On the side stood the members of the Liu family. Even Ernan had come. As the sun rose in the east, the sound of unhurried hoofbeats could be heard from the city gate. Then, two swift horses came into view. At the forefront was a young man, his brows and eyes sharp like a sword, exuding handsome grace, none other than Abdul. Beside him rode Martin, both arriving on horseback. Arriving at the city gate, seeing that everyone was present, despite his dual existence, Abdul's heart still raced with emotion. Noticing this, Martin did not interrupt but spoke softly. I will wait for you ahead. With that, he spurred his horse and rode toward the horizon. Abdul nodded, then dismounted and approached James, lifting his robes to kneel before him. Father, I am leaving now? Looking at his son, James's tiger-like eyes welled with tears. Good, good. I am very proud of you. No matter how far you go, this will always be your home. Abdul bowed his head deeply, then turned to Honest. Grandpa Ching, take care of yourself. Sir, you can rest assured, Honest smiled, waving his hand. He had watched Abdul grow up, and his affection ran deep. Nearby, under Digby's glare, Honest hesitantly stepped forward. Brother, I was wrong in the past. Please forgive me. Seeing his expression, Abdul knew what he meant. Approaching Digby, he knelt before him again. Uncle Air, as I depart on this long journey, please help father manage the family matters. Seeing this, Digby was taken aback and quickly helped him up. Fuyun, it was I who... Uncle Air, there's no need to bring up the past. I have confidence to carve out a future, but I still need you and Xiao Dong to support my rear. Abdul did not let Digby finish his sentence, but gave him face and respect. Digby understood the implications of his words. Today, Abdul was about to spread his wings and soar high. The position of clan leader would eventually belong to Daryl. With nothing left to say, Digby felt both shame and gratitude. Fuyun, you can trust us, your father and I will always be your backing. Then I can leave without worry. Smiling, Abdul bade farewell and turned to Hernan, who had been waiting. Riker, knowing we may never meet again, I wish you great success. Hernan's face was sincere as he clasped his hands in greeting. Abdul returned the gesture, saying, and I wish the prince will realize his dreams. My father is here, so wherever I am, I will never forget my roots. Ha ha ha, straightforward indeed. May you have smooth sailing. Both men laughed heartily. Through simple words, they conveyed all they wanted to say. Smart people didn't need to spell everything out. Turning around, before Abdul could speak, Christo shouted loudly, bid farewell to our benefactor. In an instant, tens of thousands of soldiers shouted in unison, bid farewell to our benefactor. Bid farewell to our benefactor. The thunderous voices shook the heavens, making everyone's blood boil. Standing before them, Abdul said loudly, thank you all for coming to see me off. Abdul thanks you. With that, he bowed deeply, mounted his horse, and rode away in a whirl of dust. Watching his free and easy back figure, Hernan couldn't help but feel envious. The dragon returns to the sea, the tiger returns to the mountains. This world of martial arts will surely not remain calm. Duke, are you sure you won't return to the capital? Ned asked softly. Hernan shook his head without hesitation. If I return to the capital, it would be like entering a tiger's den. It's better to make plans here gradually. His gaze turned to the armored soldiers. After the battle with Fengman, Yunsong's guards had truly become an elite force. With their help, perhaps he could secure a glimmer of hope. Under the blazing sun, Abdul and Martin galloped swiftly together. Master, where are we headed now? To Ninghai County. Martin's words made Abdul pause in confusion. Aren't the Yinri Hall located in Maple Leaf Valley? Why Ninghai County? Martin glanced at him and explained. The E family in Ninghai County is affiliated with our Yinri Hall. Recently, news came of ghostly attacks. We should investigate on our way. I see. Nodding, Abdul understood. Perhaps you haven't fought spirits or demons yet. This trip will give you the experience. Though he nodded, Abdul wasn't too concerned internally. In his embrace, he carried the Lei Mu array plate with Carly, the array spirit. And within his jade pendant lived Yiba Tongzi. He was no stranger to spirits or ghosts. After days of travel, they finally arrived at Ninghai County. Entering the county, Abdul instantly understood why no one from Yunsong wished to visit. This tiny county was several times more prosperous than Yunsong City. Terraces and pavilions lined the streets, bustling with carts and merchants everywhere. Compared to this place, Yunsong City had nothing besides its towering walls, being merely an isolated locale. Seeming to understand his thoughts, Martin remarked lightly, this Ninghai County is close to the provincial city, hence its greater prosperity. Abdul nodded. Now I understand why the four major clans don't recruit disciples in Yunsong. Compared to here, Yunsong feels like a remote village. But it shows that our perspective has been narrow. Martin admitted honestly, he had once thought the same. However, this time, Abdul's emergence proved that there was always something beyond the mountains and beyond the skies. A prodigy like Abdul was rare even in the capital, let alone in Beijiang County. They had been short-sighted all along. Guided by Martin, they arrived at the northern part of the city. There stood a grand estate, named E Mansion. Before the entrance, a middle-aged elder was surrounded by many people, undoubtedly waiting for Martin. Seeing Abdul and Martin approaching, the elder hurried over respectfully. Master Martin, it's been a while. Dismissing his formalities, Martin replied, Lowy, no need for that. Introducing him, Martin continued, this is my new disciple Abdul. This is Harry, Lord E. Hearing this, Abdul greeted respectfully. Meet you, Lord E. Harry, managing such a large family, was naturally discerning. He immediately recognized Abdul's noble demeanor and replied humbly, "Young Hirolu, you are truly impressive." Impatient, Martin urged, "Enough pleasantries. Tell us about the demonic attacks." Understanding the urgency, Harry invited them inside. "Please come in. I'll explain in detail." Chapter 77. The Ghost Wedding in Green Hill Village. Night fell, and Abdul sat across from Martin. After Harry's narration during the day, they now understood the whole story. The E family owned a mine 50 miles outside the city. Recently, people had been disappearing sporadically in the mine. Harry organized several investigations, but found no clues. Desperate, he sought help from the Yani Palace. However, 5 disciples sent by Yani Palace also vanished without a trace after entering the mine. This made Harry increasingly uneasy, leading to Martin and his companion coming here. "Tomorrow, you will go to Green Hill Village. I'll visit the mine first," Martin said. According to Harry's investigation, unusual incidents were also occurring in Green Hill Village, adjacent to the mine. But so far, no one had died. Thus, Martin sent Abdul to investigate, partly as a form of training. Abdul nodded in agreement, without objection. The next day, they parted ways, each heading towards their respective destinations. Green Hill Village was located 30 miles southwest of the county, making it a relatively large village. However, upon arrival, Abdul felt a chill run down his spine at the sight before him. The entire village was eerily empty, not a soul in sight. Abdul gently stroked the jade pendant on his waist. A small boy with a green cap appeared and disappeared into the village. Shortly thereafter, the tiny figure returned with news. "Master, everyone in the village is gathered together." "Oh, is there some kind of village gathering?" Abdul muttered to himself. "Please take me there." "Certainly, master." Abdul dismounted and followed the boy into the village. Moments later, a courtyard appeared before him, labeled Zhang Family Manor. Before arriving, Abdul had learned that in Ninghai County, the Zhang family was the wealthiest, with the largest manor situated at the edge of the village. Standing before the gate, Abdul was puzzled. How grand this manor looks, yet there isn't even a guard at the entrance. Finding it strange, Abdul stepped inside. As he entered the front yard, a sudden cold wind hit him, causing an eerie feeling. At the same time, the system reacted first. Ding! Influenced by the Een wind, the cultivation speed of Ghost Spring cultivation technique has increased. Abdul confirmed that something was indeed wrong here. Without pausing, he moved towards the back garden. What met his eyes were clusters of people around tables laden with delectable dishes. Everyone ate mechanically, like zombies. Strolling among them, Abdul observed that none of them paid any attention to him, only focused on eating. Walking past the crowd, he arrived at the inner hall, which was pitch black. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind him. "Young master, what are you doing here? Allow me to offer you a toast." Turning around, he saw a man and a woman dressed in red wedding attire. The man was middle-aged, around 35, wearing a large red flower on his chest, obviously the groom. Interesting. Abdul smiled, watching the newlyweds. His gaze turned to the bride, a young woman in her early 20s. She had exquisite features, skin pale as porcelain, perfectly made up, with red lips contrasting sharply against her alabaster complexion. Her mesmerizing eyes gazed at him, filled with worry and anticipation. As he watched the wine glass being offered, Abdul was about to speak when the groom abruptly stepped in front of the bride. "Don't come any closer." Abdul froze. Seeing the other person's terrified expression, drenched in sweat and hoarse voice, Abdul instinctively touched his face. "Am I that frightening?" The scene grew awkward as Abdul watched the interplay between human and ghost. "Are all the villagers here?" Just as Abdul was lost in thought, the bride spoke again. "Husband, why did you do that?" "He came to celebrate our wedding. It's proper to offer him a drink." The bride pushed the groom aside as she spoke. However, Abdul felt as if the groom recoiled like he had been electrocuted, fear flickering across his face. It seems the groom sensed something. As he pondered, the bride reappeared before him, offering the bowl of wine, bowing gracefully. "Sir, please have this drink." Seeing the bride's smiling face, Abdul reluctantly accepted the bowl. Ding! Detected deadly poison in wine. Initiating secret formula derivation. Derivation progress 10%. So, it wasn't going to be simple, Abdul sighed internally, now certain the bride was a ghost. With his hands suspended midair, she grew impatient. "Sir, why not drink? There are 3 more cups after this one." Abdul looked up to find her staring intently, holding the wine pot. Her radiant smile seemed terrifyingly ghastly. 3 more cups? This really is asking for my death. Chilled, he hurriedly responded, "Wishing you both eternal happiness. However, I can't hold my liquor well, so I must refrain." Just then, a gust of wind swept through the inner hall. The once smiling bride's demeanor shifted dramatically, sorrowful, heartbroken, and vengeful. Suddenly, the sounds of suona, a traditional Chinese trumpet, echoed outside the hall. Red lanterns illuminated the space. Under the light, Abdul clearly saw the situation within. Red silk hung from the beams, and a large she character was posted centrally. What should have been a joyous scene lacked any human presence besides them. A sinister atmosphere permeated the room, the suona's music chilling to the bone. Above, 2 paper figures sat on chairs flanking the ceremonial dragon and phoenix candles flickering ominously. Abdul felt his legs trembling. Paper figurines on the altar. What could possibly be kneeling before them? The suona continued playing, its tune melancholic yet intense. Amidst the sound, the bride stared at him, tears of blood flowing down her cheeks. "Young master is truly heartless." Her sorrowful voice reverberated through the hall. "This is my wedding day, yet you refuse to even drink a single toast." As her tone grew increasingly harsh and venomous, the 2 paper figures above suddenly floated up, hovering behind her. Eerily, they fixed their gaze on Abdul, cackling unnervingly. Note: the names have been transcribed phonetically into English as accurately as possible according to Pinyin standards. The narrative style and structure have been preserved while ensuring natural and fluent English. Chapter 78. I can tell just by looking at you that you're not human. In Greenhill Village, the Zhang family was one of the richest households in the area. It was said that today was the grand day when the patriarch, Jace, was remarrying. From early morning, guests had been arriving continuously to offer their congratulations. However, no one could have anticipated the drastic change that occurred just after noon. Dark clouds filled the sky, and a fierce wind howled as if a storm were about to break loose. Abdul watched as the ghost bride before him was on the verge of losing control. His mind raced with alertness. Wow, this Swona seems to have a mind-altering effect. Even ghosts have background music? Seeing her inch closer to him, he hastily reassured her. Calm down, don't be hasty. I'll drink it. The moment those words left his mouth, the Swona music in the courtyard vanished instantly. The two paper effigies wobbled back to their original positions. The bride regained her smile, gazing at him expectantly. I knew Master would bless us. If not for the blood tears still dripping from her face, Abdul might have thought everything that happened was an illusion. Since you want to play, I'll join you. Abdul sensed that with his strength, he could handle the Ida before him. Martial artists who entered the Transcend World stage had greatly enhanced vitality, making their attacks even more lethal to spirits. With this thought, Abdul narrowed his eyes, holding the poisoned wine steadily. With the bride's gratified smile and eager gaze, he slowly brought the cup to his lips. The bride's head also tilted forward, as if she needed to see him drink it to be satisfied. Her expression struck Abdul as amusing. Do you really think I'm a pushover? Facing the deadly threat, Abdul remained highly focused. Every muscle in his body tensed up. Just as the poisoned wine reached his lips and the ghost bride smiled in triumph, he made his move. His right hand shot out, gripping her mouth tightly, while his left poured the poison into her throat as quickly as possible. Wanted to kill me? Brace for my attack. The ghost bride didn't react in time to Abdul's sudden assault. Her bloodshot eyes widened, and she struggled fiercely. The force of her struggle sent Abdul flying backward. Bang! He braced himself against a pillar, stopping his momentum. Looking up, he saw the bride clutching her throat, emitting piercing screams. Who would have thought this poison could harm spirits too? Abdul was surprised. At that moment, the Ida raised her right hand and plunged it into her own throat. Thud! Blood spurted out, forming a hole the size of a wrist. This shocking scene stunned both Abdul and the groom standing nearby. What is she doing? In pain so much that she stabs herself? Perhaps her esophagus being severed halted the poison spread, allowing her to speak again. What did you do? I will kill you. Her voice, no longer soft and mellow, turned sharp and ear-piercing. Her black hair flared up like needles, sharp and deadly. Despite this, blood continued to pour from her body, accompanied by black vapor that dissipated into the air. The Ida let out a long, ear-splitting scream, which tore through the sky and the wind. Before the scream ended, a dark shadow appeared. Smash! A bowl of plain noodles crashed into her face, interrupting her spellcasting preparation. The broth mixed with blood streamed down her beautiful face, and she instinctively licked it. A bit salty. Silence reigned, an endless silence. What did you do? Another violent wave hit, but this time it was met with a large pig's head. Face to face, mouth to mouth, there was an intimate collision. The ghost fell to the ground, filled with anger and humiliation. Kill. This time, just as her broken voice started, Abdul was already in front of her. Hold it. I knew from the first look that you're not human. Today is the day you show your true form. Holding the wine bottle filled with poison, he forced it into the bride's wide-open mouth. There was a crack, and the entire bottle was shoved inside. The alcohol seeped into her body through all orifices. Sizzle. Like hot oil dropped into water, the Ida screamed and writhed, emitting thick, black smoke. Host brutally slays spirit. The nether spring art cultivation speed increases. Thunder cracked, lightning flashed, and a storm seemed to brew above. The wind howled, and the bride's cries grew fainter until they were drowned out by the wind. Soon, she disappeared entirely, turning into ashes like cremated bones. The black vapor escaping her body seemed guided, flowing toward Abdul. Ding! The nether spring art absorbs ghostly energy. Cultivation speed increases by 30%, and physique improves by 5%. Seeing the system prompt, Abdul was initially stunned, then broke into a pleased smile. No wonder Elder Nether Spring is reviled by the righteous. This technique can absorb ghostly energy to temper the body. As the Ida vanished, the two paper effigies in the hall began dancing in the wind, then spontaneously combusted into ashes. The villagers, previously indulging in frenzied feasting, suddenly collapsed, limp bodies hitting the ground. Silence enveloped the surroundings. My name is Jace, thank you, kind sir. A male voice spoke beside him. Abdul turned to see the groom shakily approaching, clasping his hands in gratitude, looking shaken. Jace, such a name sounded like a very smart person indeed. Can you tell me why you decided to marry Ida? Abdul asked curiously. The man's face showed regret. It's all because of my infatuation with her beauty at the time. Honestly, how was I supposed to know she was a ghost? And for this, I even divorced my first wife. Truly. At this point, Jace sighed deeply, full of regret, unable to continue. Abdul nodded understandingly. No wonder. The Ida was indeed attractive, beautiful and young. Rejecting her would be hard for Enoch. Men desire beauty, women seek higher status, a fact ingrained in human nature. At that moment, the wind grew stronger, thunder louder, and raindrops began falling from the sky. In the Zhang family's backyard, in a shed, faint red mist was rising. Lightning illuminated the central figure, a dead woman hanging from the rafters, lifeless. Simultaneously, as raindrops fell, the hanging corpse opened her eyes. A muffled sound came from her throat. Then a surge of resentment rose, breaking through the roof. Faithless men must die. Note: The chapter retains the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text. Character names are transliterated accurately, and the narrative tone and style remain consistent. Hashtag Chapter 79. The Fleshlingji, Struggle of Two Ghosts. Gazing at the gloomy sky, Heath had a vague sense of impending doom. I wonder how Senior Martin is faring? Just as he pondered, a loud thunder roared from the heavens, sending shivers down his spine. Suddenly, behind him came the crunching sounds of chewing. Heath's heart skipped a beat as he whirled around to look. Jace was sitting at the table, voraciously devouring his meal as if he hadn't eaten in ages. The corners of Heath's mouth twitched. In this tense situation, he was still eating? Something was amiss. The fierce wind and the crashing thunder only heightened the eerie atmosphere. Instinctively backing away, Heath asked cautiously, "Brother, what's wrong with you?" Hearing his words, the groom paused, lifting his head to look at him and said slowly, "I am 36 years old. I didn't ask your age. Are you feeling unwell somewhere?" "I have money." "Heath, Sigma, degree. Are you flexing your wealth here?" At this moment, Heath realized that something strange was happening to the man before him. Seeing that Heath wasn't speaking, Jace continued tearing at the roasted chicken in front of him, his actions growing more frenzied until he stuffed the entire bird into his mouth, disregarding the sharp bones that were now drawing blood from inside his cheeks. His mouth kept stretching wider, the corners splitting open. In the lightning's glow, Heath noticed Jace's eyes rapidly turning blood red, like drops of blood spreading across them, quickly engulfing the entirety of his eye sockets. The redness began to spread outward. Damn it, for a rich guy, why don't you rely on technology instead of mutating? Heath silently retreated to the courtyard, his gaze fixed intently on the other man. Thunder roared louder, and finally, the long-awaited heavy rain started pouring down. Circulating his true chi, he warded off the raindrops from his body. Focusing on Jace, who continued to devour food, Heath saw him pick up the roast suckling pig without its head, positioning himself to swallow it whole like a sword swallower. Raising his hands, Jace thrust the roast pig into his throat without hesitation. As Jace swallowed, his neck instantly bulged as if a python had swallowed a large pig. The sudden change in body shape made him lose balance and fall to the ground. Yet he still reached for the remaining food on the table. Blood veins now covered his face. Heath felt helpless. They had been chatting amiably just moments ago. How did things escalate so quickly? And judging by his state, he might be turning into a malevolent spirit. No, he couldn't wait any longer. Taking a swift step forward, Heath prepared to act but suddenly heard, "Rip." Jace's clothes burst apart, revealing a network of blood veins spreading across his belly. At the center was a fleshy red mass that resembled a lingji mushroom. What is this? A fleshlingji? At this point, Heath was certain the Enoch had turned into a malevolent spirit. He jabbed his fingers together in a sword-like gesture and lunged forward. Jace retaliated with a powerful punch, determined to clash head-on. What will be, will be. If not, we fight. Boom. The collision resulted in a dull thud. Bloodlight flashed, and Heath flew backward faster than when he had charged in, landing hard in the downpour. Supporting himself with both hands, Heath flipped over and stood up again, fixing a grave gaze on Jace, who continued his rampage. "Damn, you're way fiercer than your dead wife. You were supposed to imitate her, not surpass her," Heath muttered, momentarily at a loss for words. With each bite, the monster's strength increased, stirring a desire to retreat. Unfortunately, misfortunes never come singly. Just then, an eerie, venomous female voice echoed from behind him. "Men must die." Heath's brows furrowed, sensing danger and quickly sidestepped. Boom. The next instant, a loud explosion shattered the wall behind him. Hanging from a tree branch, a beautiful woman in white swayed like seaweed in the wind. "This entrance is quite unconventional," Heath remarked, the air pulsating with energy as his sword armor enveloped his skin. Surrounded by enemies, caution was paramount. However, events unfolded differently than expected. The white-clad woman's eyes remained fixated on the feasting Jace, filled with indescribable hatred and fury. "You faithless scoundrel!" Her clenched teeth revealed an intense desire to tear him apart. Her vengeful aura seemed to agitate Jace, who abruptly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes locked onto her swinging figure. A longing expression crossed his face. Roar! With a deafening roar, Jace leaped toward the woman. This sudden turn of events left Heath stunned at first, then elated. Seems the original spouse has arrived. Cheaters always meet a bad end. Under his watchful eye, the woman in white also erupted in fury, launching herself forward with a shrill scream. Her lips parted, and her tongue extended like a rubber band, striking Jace forcefully. Smack! He was flung to the ground by the force, landing heavily in the rain. However, the fleshlingji on Jace's abdomen sprouted two tentacles, wrapping around the woman. Growling continuously, they engaged in a frenzied battle. The woman's fingernails elongated into sharp blades, while Jace's body grew blood-red hair. In no time, except for his bloody face, he was entirely covered. Thump, 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 smack, smack, smack. Punches, kicks, and the lash of her tongue danced between them. Hair pulling, eye gouging. Both spirits fought fiercely, intent on utterly destroying each other. As they battled, Heath watched carefully, edging towards the perimeter. Although two ghosts were clashing, he wasn't sure if he could benefit from their conflict. Both spirits possessed formidable strength equal to or greater than his own, and there weren't enough life energies around to set up defensive formations. Therefore, if the situation turned unfavorable, Heath would not hesitate to retreat. After all, survival was paramount. Venturing deeper into this chaos was out of the question. Chapter 80. All men must die. Inside the Zhang family courtyard, a violent storm raged with thunder and lightning. Abdul, who was watching a performance, noticed a dark figure rushing towards him. Instinctively, Abdul raised his hands to protect himself. Bang! The white-robed Ida slammed into his arms with full force. His body swayed slightly as an icy chill coursed through him from his arms. However, this was quickly absorbed and refined by the profound spring martial art. Then, with a lightness in front of him, the Ida dashed off again, engaging in a struggle with Jace. Abdul looked up and realized that Jace had just gained a slight advantage. The bloody tentacles had flung the white-robed ghost away, causing her to collide with him. It seems that the blood flesh Lingji can enhance the strength of its host. Jace's power had significantly increased, his body now enveloped in a bloody hue, reminding Abdul of the movie Venom he had watched in his previous life. The resemblance was uncanny. Roar! A roar snapped Abdul back to reality. Under the relentless attack, the white-robed ghost was at a disadvantage, her anguished shrieks piercing the sky. If he let Jace kill her, Abdul might have no choice but to retreat. Biting his lip and stomping his foot, he hesitated for a moment before rushing forward. He planned to help the original wife teach this faithless man a lesson. Approaching the two ghosts, he didn't attack immediately but observed the situation carefully. Both evil spirits were too engrossed in their battle to notice him. Shrieks echoed throughout the courtyard, while thunder roared and the rain grew heavier. For more blood-colored tentacles emerged from Jace's belly, wrapping around the Samantha and pulling her towards him. The blood-flesh Lingji on him flickered, as if preparing to devour her. Knowing he couldn't wait any longer, Abdul sent out a sword aura infused with great aura, using all his strength. Snap! At the last moment, the tentacles were sliced into halves. Losing balance, Jace's fat body fell backward. Before he could get up, Abdul was already beside him, delivering a powerful punch to his forehead. Why are you shouting? You think cheating is justified? Abandoning your wife and child? A faithless man. Bastard, shameless. As Abdul muttered, his hands moved in rapid succession, each punch harder than the last. Jace was knocked to the ground and unable to get up. Jace seemed dazed, almost disbelieving what just happened. Even the Samantha was momentarily stunned. Ayo! An enraged roar erupted as red light exploded from Jace, sending Abdul flying. Breathing steadily, Abdul regained his composure and casually dusted off his hands. Turning to the Samantha, he said, "This faithless man has nowhere to hide now, sister-in-law. Take your revenge." The Samantha? Jace? The Ida glanced in the direction Abdul pointed, her anger and hatred reigniting the moment she saw Jace. Kill. A blur of white appeared as her ghostly claws struck Jace's abdomen, hitting the blood-flesh mass. Boom. Caught off guard, the blood-flesh mass exploded, spreading across Jace's body. As it shattered, he screamed and writhed in agony. The Samantha seized this opportunity, attacking fiercely. Abdul stood aside, expressionless, though beads of sweat on his forehead revealed his inner turmoil. He secretly wished both would destroy each other. Over time, Jace, heavily injured, clearly became weaker compared to the original ghost. His entire body was covered in mangled flesh, his voice fading, clearly gasping more than breathing. Ultimately, with a final scream of frustration, he exploded into nothingness. As Jace vanished, Abdul felt a sudden chill. He raised his head, tightly watching the Samantha's every move, muscles taut, not daring to relax. Sure enough, as he anticipated, Jace's death did not alleviate her grudge but intensified her fury. Covering her face with her hands, tears of blood streamed down her cheeks, her voice sharp and piercing. Faithless man, how could you betray me after all I've done for you? How could you? How dare you? Kill. All men must die. Abdul's heart sank. It's over. Now it's gender discrimination. After her emotional outburst, the Samantha slowly turned her head toward him, her voice cold and eerie. Man? Instinctively stepping back several paces, Abdul waved his hands frantically. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Big sister, you don't know. Actually, I don't like men either. They feel so filthy to me. In contrast, women always feel fresh. Just as he finished speaking, the Samantha vanished from her spot and reappeared right in front of him, her claws gripping him tightly. Sister-in-law, why do you go this far? Jace's betrayal was his loss. You've seen through a faithless man. Why sacrifice yourself and miss out on reincarnation? Her grip tightened, making it harder for Abdul to breathe. His words seemed ineffective, and her voice continued. All men must die. Her tone grew even more chilling, and the gale accompanying the rain made the air bone-chilling. I understand your resentment, but now that you've avenged yourself, why take it out on innocent people or blame all men? The world is vast, and there are countless good men. Good and evil are opposed, not men and women. Please don't continue down this path. With these words, Abdul practically shouted. Simultaneously, his body emitted a sharper cold aura. Sensing numerous sword chi targeting her from Abdul's body, she was puzzled. Just then, Abdul opened his eyes wide, a fierce look crossing his face. Stubborn fool. Then you shall descend into hell. His body straightened, activating the countershock force of the profound sword armor. Countless sword chi shot out in all directions. In a breath, the white-robed ghost didn't even have time to scream before her figure dimmed and dissipated. Amidst the sword light, Abdul faintly saw the Samantha smile and nodded him before vanishing. Sigh, what a pitiful soul. The sigh drifted in the rain. Chapter 81. The Tai Sway. As the white-clad Ida gradually dissipated, Abdul heaved a sigh of relief. He had been using the martial art divine power, dark sword armor, to absorb the force of her attacks. After reaching saturation, he executed a decisive counterkill. The mysterious spring cultivation technique automatically operated, absorbing all the surrounding ghostly chi. Abdul cautiously approached Jace's body and looked down. The corpse was covered in blood-flesh parasites. With the destruction of the blood-flesh Lingji, his life drained away significantly. His appearance became unrecognizable, resembling a large lump of meat. As he examined closely, the system notification sounded again. Ding. Absorbed blood flesh essence. Mysterious spring cultivation technique. Cultivation speed increased. Body refinement speed increased. Blood flesh essence? That's quite an apt name. The cultivation technique within him activated, drawing a large amount of blood chi from Jace's corpse toward Abdul's body. Crack. Abdul felt significant improvements in his physique and bones. Even his tendons were widened considerably. After about half an hour, Abdul slowly stood up, feeling refreshed and free of fatigue. His realm also ascended to Transcendent World 4th stage. He softly called out, "System." A virtual panel appeared before his eyes. Host, Abdul. Realm, Transcendent World 4th stage. Mysterious Spring Cultivation Technique. Initial Tao, Supreme Een Malevolence. Dark Een Sword Cannon. Returning to Simplicity, Derived Martial Art Divine Power. Dark Een Sword Armor. Thunder Domain Array Tao, Great Completion. Withered Wood Zin, Great Completion. Venomous Bee Finger, Perfection. 3,000 questions on elixirs, Perfection. Apart from the Heaven Class Cultivation Technique, Mysterious Spring Cultivation Technique, the other martial arts techniques were almost cultivated to their limits. The rest would have to wait until he reached the Sun Hiding Hall to see if he could learn new techniques. As Abdul pondered, a whistling sound came from the sky, and a figure flew over to the rooftop. It was Martin. "Senior, you're back? Did you have any gains?" Seeing Martin land, Abdul respectfully asked. Martin didn't immediately reply but glanced around, revealing a surprised expression. "Did you do all this?" "No, these villagers were already like this when I arrived." As for those two, Abdul recounted the events in detail. As he spoke, Martin's eyes grew brighter. Finally, he patted Abdul's shoulder approvingly. "Well done. You have a bright future. It was worth reporting to the Sun-Crushing Sword Sect to apply for the Sun-Chasing Order on your behalf." Abdul now understood that Elmo's token was called the Sun-Chasing Order. Recalling this, he bowed. "Thank you, Senior. Your recommendation helped greatly." No need for such formality." Martin lifted him with one hand and said with a smile, "If our disciples show exceptional talent, the sect will naturally reward me." Abdul stood up and asked, "Do you know what that flesh substance, similar to Lingji, is?" Martin paused thoughtfully before replying, "Follow me." He turned and headed toward the door. The two rode off towards the mines. This ahead is the E family-controlled mine, now desolate. Following Martin's gaze, Abdul saw the barren stretch of land amidst the mountains, like a scar on the earth. They soon arrived. Dismounting, Abdul felt the desolation more acutely. There wasn't a sign of life. No birds or animals, not even a plant. Truly a barren wasteland, filled with yellow soil and dark brown rocks, radiating death. "Follow me," Martin whispered, leading to a mine entrance on a hillside. Abdul followed closely and asked, "What is this place?" "My disciples died here after investigation," Martin replied solemnly. Abdul gazed around, puzzled. "Have you found out what caused this?" "No clues yet." Martin led them into the cave, pointing to two broken swords. "But I found two issued longswords of our sect, indicating this was likely the incident site." After advancing about 300 meters, Martin stopped by a corpse on the ground. "Is this what you saw before?" Abdul bent down to examine the dry corpse of a miner, with a dried-up fleshy mass on its back, similar to what he saw on Jace's back. "Yes, this is it. Do you know what it is, Senior?" Martin answered gravely, "Have you heard of Tai Sui?" Tai Sui? Abdul was initially startled, then incredulous. "You mean this is Tai Sui?" From legends both past and present, Tai Sui was widely known. There's a saying, "Don't dig up the soil on the Tai Sui's head." In his previous life, Tai Sui was also known as Meat Lingji. According to records, Meat Lingji looks like meat, attached to a large stone, with a head and tail. It is a living organism. Red ones resemble coral, white ones fat, black ones varnished tree sap, green ones emerald feathers, yellow ones purple gold, all shining and transparent like solid ice. It can be eaten or used medicinally. He never expected such things to exist in this world too. Martin glanced at Abdul, somewhat surprised. "I didn't expect you to know." "I've only heard a little." Listening to Abdul, Martin nodded. The Spring and Autumn Dao Palace worships a deity named the Tai Sui Star Lord. Possessing Tai Sui can extend life and be used for cultivation, with strong regenerative abilities. Hearing this, Abdul was taken aback. "So, does this mean it can grow indefinitely for cultivation?" Martin shook his head slightly. "That's just propaganda to attract believers. It doesn't align with reality. Based on my knowledge, Tai Sui, also known as blood flesh essence, needs energy supplements and thrives best on flesh and blood." Abdul's face changed, finding it hard to believe. "You mean these Tai Sui feed on living humans?" "Precisely." Martin's expression was somber as he nodded gently. Abdul pondered, asking tentatively, "Then are the Tai Sui here intentionally planted?" Martin's face darkened ominously. "Yes, probably using the common folk of Green Hill Village and the mine as nourishment for growing Tai Sui. Likely, those ghosts were attracted by the blood flesh essence." Abdul nodded, realizing that Tai Sui was not only beneficial to humans, but also a great tonic for spirits and ghosts. Using human beings as nourishment violates heavenly principles, so cultivating Tai Sui privately has long been prohibited in orthodox sections. Could it be the Spring and Autumn Dao Palace behind this? Abdul asked, recalling Dominic's methods. Martin shook his head, equally uncertain. Further investigation is needed to determine any connection. Chapter 82. A chance encounter with Lydia. After leaving the mine, Martin and Abdul returned directly to Ninghai County. At the old residence of the Yi family, three people sat facing each other. Martin recounted the details of what had happened and shared his speculations. Upon hearing the possibility of involvement from an evil cult, Harry's expression darkened even more. "Senior Martin, I need your help with this matter. Otherwise, my Yi family might..." Harry anxiously spoke, showing an unusually humble demeanor. Despite being older in age, he addressed Martin as senior, underscoring the fact that this world ultimately revered martial prowess. Martin did not say much but pondered for a moment before responding. I must report this matter to our sect and then decide on the next steps. Very well, I hope His Excellency can send another expert. Martin nodded and saw Harry off. Senior, since it is so, I shall take my leave now. These days, stay here peacefully. I need to go out of town to investigate. If anything happens, contact Harry. Martin advised him. After this incident, Martin had developed a higher regard for Abdul and naturally cared about his safety. Abdul nodded and took his leave to rest. After 2 days at the residence, Martin had yet to return. With nothing to do, Abdul strolled around the county aimlessly. He found himself before a tall building in the western part of the city, marked with the words, Tianfeng. Wonder how lively this Tianfeng auction house could be? Abdul mused as he pushed open the door. The moment he entered, a wave of frenzied energy enveloped him. The hall was bustling with people, filled with the aroma of various delicacies. Men and women of all kinds were enjoying themselves. He casually sat at an empty table, and a waiter approached with a smile. What would this young sir like to drink? Despite Abdul's plain attire, the experienced waiter immediately sensed something different about him. The aura one carried was intangible yet perceptible by the keen-eyed. xiuxian. Abdul smiled. Truthfully, among the many drinks at Tianfeng auction house, this was the only one he could remember. Just as he took a sip, a voice from a private room nearby made him pause. Lydia, don't be ungrateful. Yuri family is already on its last legs. I advise you to be sensible. Abdul felt a jolt in his heart. Lydia. I remember Harry mentioned his Tamara's name as Lydia. What a coincidence. Following the sound, he saw a gentle girl in yellow standing on the second floor. She was surrounded by several men and women who were spilling out from a private room. Leading them was a man in white robes holding a fan, with lecherous eyes. It seemed they had just had a verbal altercation, leaving everyone unhappy. Suddenly, there was a loud slap. The girl named Lydia struck the man across the face hard. As Abdul suspected, this girl on the second floor was indeed Harry's beloved Tamara, Lydia. The family had recently faced issues at their mine and suffered losses in the city. Meanwhile, the Gao family seized the opportunity to challenge the family. That morning, Harry had left home early to deal with business matters. The Gao family then spread news that Greg, the family's young master, had gotten into a quarrel and was imprisoned on charges of murder, to be handed over to the court soon. With Harry absent, the family lacked leadership. Therefore, Lydia reluctantly agreed to accompany Aryan, the Gao family's young master, for a meal at Tianfeng auction house. Knowing Aryan's ulterior motives, she still came for her brother's sake. Unexpectedly, Aryan began touching her inappropriately upon meeting. Lydia lost her temper and slapped him. This enraged Aryan, who shouted at his followers, "Damn you, you bitch! How dare you hit me? Hold her down!" Seeing Lydia held down by several men, Abdul knew he could no longer stand by idly. He drained his glass and walked upstairs. The bitter taste of xiuxian fueled his anger. Aryan rubbed his left cheek, glaring angrily at Lydia. He sneered, "You still think you're the princess of family? Your family is about to disappear. Today, I'll play with you right here, in broad daylight." With a lecherous grin, he moved closer, preparing to remove his pants. Lydia was terrified, regretting coming alone and wishing she had practiced harder. But regrets were useless. Tears streamed down her face as she cried out, "Who will save me? Father!" Amidst the shouts and jeers of Aryan's henchmen, he loosened his belt, intent on committing a despicable act in public. The waitstaff tried to intervene but were blocked by his followers. Just as Aryan was about to act, a black shadow darted through the crowd, landing behind him. He felt a gust of wind followed by excruciating pain in his left cheek. Overpowered, he flew backward, knocking over several tables. Not only young but audacious. A cold voice echoed. The crowd saw Aryan fly back as if caught by invisible force. Standing in his place was a man in ordinary clothes, Abdul, who grabbed the arm of a man restraining Lydia. The man screamed in pain as his arm felt like it would snap any moment, collapsing to the ground. Another man, intimidated by Abdul's ominous presence, also released Lydia. "Are you alright? Can you stand?" Just as Lydia prepared for the worst, this man appeared like a guardian angel. She quickly stood up, tidied her clothes, and joined him. There was a strange sense of familiarity and comfort from him. "Is Harry your father?" "You? How do you know? Who are you? Have we met before?" Lydia asked, surprised that he knew her father. Chapter 83, Conflict. "My name is Abdul, and I've been staying at your place these past few days," Abdul said casually. Hearing this, Lydia seemed to recall something. A few days ago, her father had mentioned that they had an honored guest at home and told her not to wander around freely. She had vaguely seen the figure before her now. "So it's you. Looks like you've seen me before." The corner of Abdul's mouth slightly curled up as he turned his head towards Aryan, who was struggling to get up. His eyes gradually turned cold as he spoke slowly. "Why don't we talk about you first? How did you end up like this, and why are you with someone like him?" Abdul's suddenly stern attitude made Lydia startle slightly. She instinctively followed his gaze and saw Aryan glaring with malice, only then realizing what was happening. "Big brother, let's go quickly. He's Master Gao from the Gao family. He has many powerful subordinates." As she spoke, she grabbed Abdul's arm, trying to turn and flee. But Abdul stood like a mountain, unmoved. "The Gao family? Never heard of them. I'll explain later if we don't leave now. It'll be too late." "Leave? What the hell? You still want to leave?" Aryan roared loudly. At the same time, he waved his hand, and his men quickly surrounded Abdul and Lydia. "Kid, you actually dared to offend my Gao family? Never heard of us? Well, I'll show you today." Lydia's face turned ashen as she recalled what had happened earlier, her body trembling slightly. Seeing her reaction, Abdul gently patted her shoulder and said softly, "Don't be afraid. Everything is on me." "Kid, you're really bold, huh? It seems you don't take me seriously." Abdul slightly raised his eyelids and replied, "You frightened my sister?" "Sister?" Aryan was puzzled. "Lydia, you actually have a brother?" Could he be your lover? Haha. He laughed, and the surrounding henchmen joined in, mocking and insulting them. Kid, tell me who you are? How did you get close to Miss Wang? However, Aryan's words didn't affect Abdul at all. He stared coldly at him and said, a dead man doesn't need to know much. Since you bullied my sister, I'll kill you. It's only fair. Abdul's calm words struck everyone around like a bomb. There was a brief moment of stunned silence before a burst of laughter erupted. Haha, did I hear that right? What did this kid say? What hillbilly is this? He must be new to Ninghai County. Don't joke around. He wants to kill young Master Gao? Can you handle that? Oh, I'm so scared. Please spare me. Great hero? Ha ha ha. For a moment, the thugs brought by Aryan ridiculed Abdul mercilessly, their voices filled with mockery. Even the onlookers shook their heads. Though the Gao family wasn't top tier in Ninghai County, they were not to be underestimated. Even Harry might hesitate to kill Aryan, knowing it would plunge both families into conflict. But Abdul remained calm, surveying the surroundings with amusement and saying softly, it looks like no one controls Tianfeng auction house anymore. Shall we test that? His demeanor infuriated Aryan, who sneered and commanded, his swollen left face looking even more terrifying. Hemph, you're overestimating yourself. Attack him. On receiving their master's order, the henchmen lunged forward towards Abdul. Other young heirs watched amusedly. To them, Abdul was already a dead man. But in the next instant, their eyes widened in shock, and their faces turned pale. Abdul stood still, delivering simple punches and kicks. In just moments, all the henchmen who approached lay on the ground, barely alive. Silence enveloped the area. People screamed in panic. Dead. Run. He killed them. Chaos ensued as people scrambled for the exits. However, some intoxicated, curious young people gathered around. Looking at Aryan and his men who were immobilized like statues, Abdul smirked and took a step forward. Just then, a scream came from beside him. Don't come closer. Seeing Lydia, eyes closed in fear, Abdul couldn't help but laugh. Hey, it's over. Don't be so nervous. His words made Lydia freeze, bewildered. Abdul pointed around and at the ground, full of frustration. Following his gesture, Lydia realized all the attackers lay motionless on the ground. Her beautiful face showed astonishment. They are all you did this? Abdul didn't care much. Just a bunch of insignificant thugs, nothing to boast about. Lydia was dumbfounded, amazed at how powerful this youth was. Abdul ignored her and walked towards Aryan. An overwhelming aura of killing intent rose around him. Now you believe me? Time for you to go. The simple words carried a flood of murderous intent. Aryan felt the gravity, realizing this man wasn't joking. He truly intended to kill him. You can't kill me. My father won't let you off. Abdul snorted and lifted his hand again when a loud voice shouted. Stop. A burly man strode over in robust attire. Tianfeng auction house prohibits fighting and killing. Please restrain yourself. Abdul raised an eyebrow and asked coolly, who are you? The burly man thumped his chest, his voice thunderous. I'm Dixon, the manager of Tianfeng auction house. Kid, you better not seek death. Abdul laughed spitefully. Why didn't you show up earlier? What will you do if I kill him today? Dixon held his gaze unyieldingly. If you kill him, you won't leave Ninghai County alive. The Gao family and Tianfeng auction house won't let you off. Does the royal family back Tianfeng auction house? Can you speak for them? Abdul's smile remained, but his tone was icy. Dixon didn't back down. Kid, insulting the royal family's dignity won't be tolerated. Step back, and I won't pursue it. Seeing Dixon intervene, Aryan regained confidence. That's right, you can't provoke our Gao family. If you dare not run, I'll bring reinforcements. Can you handle that? Abdul was about to strike Aryan, but changed his mind at his words. Instead, he slapped Aryan hard across the face, sending him flying like a dead dog. Go ahead, I'll wait for you. His cold gaze swept the crowd, his murderous intent palpable. Everyone shuddered involuntarily, feeling death loom near. His red bloodshot eyes fixed on Dixon, his words echoing chillingly. Do you think you can represent the dignity of the royal family? Chapter 84. Envoy from the Concealed Sun Temple. At this moment, inside the Heavenly Wind auction house, everything had become eerily empty. Heath sat arrogantly to one side, listening intently as Lydia recounted her story. Oh, so your younger brother is being held under house arrest by the Gao family? Lydia nodded, still looking somewhat uneasy. She glanced around before turning to speak. Young master, are we really not leaving? The Gao family's influence isn't much weaker than ours, and they have many martial artists. Though she was impressed by the formidable presence of this young master, the idea of one person facing an entire clan left her perplexed. Heath didn't respond immediately, but instead fell into deep thought. Based on his previous understanding, the Yi and Gao families should be evenly matched in strength. But for the Gao family to act so brazenly, they must have some backing. Recalling the discovery of the cane relic at the mine, Heath decided to test things out. With his extraordinary realm prowess, the Gao family's martial artists wouldn't stand a chance against him. The Gao family, the Yi family. I wonder if other clans are involved. The entire Ninghai County was bubbling with hidden turbulence. Despite the conflict between the Yi and Gao families, no officials had stepped in to mediate. This suggested that it wasn't just about the few people on the surface. Every clan's backing power was also entangled. Ninghai County seems destined for trouble. I wonder if it's targeting the Concealed Sun Temple. Heath remained silent, his mind rapidly analyzing various possibilities. On the side, Dixon, seeing Heath's serious expression, assumed he was afraid. He sneered coldly. Kid, your skills aren't bad. If you're scared, leave now. Better retreat to fight another day. Without even glancing at him, Heath waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. There's no need. A mere Gao family can't do anything to me. Upon hearing this, Dixon laughed derisively. I hope your resolve is as strong as your words. Truly foolish and overconfident. Just then, Aryan's arrogant voice rang out from outside the Heavenly Wind auction house. Brat, get out here. Lydia immediately stood up, looking slightly panicked. Dixon crossed his arms, watching Heath with a mocking smile. Well, they're here now. What will you do? Heath shot Dixon an exasperated look and sighed inwardly. This man's judgment was terrible. He calmly stood up and walked towards the entrance, gently patting Lydia on the shoulder as he passed. Don't panic. Let's go out and see. After all, your brother is still in their hands. Looking at Heath's back, for some reason, Lydia felt her anxiety dissolve. In that moment, his presence gave her an immense sense of security, even surpassing her father. Subconsciously, she followed him out. They reached the entrance and looked outside. Outside the Heavenly Wind auction house, Arjun glared malevolently. Behind him stood an old butler leading more than 30 imposing martial artists and over 200 guards, all looking unfriendly towards Heath. To think that the prestigious Gao family's eldest son was beaten by some unknown poor boy, this could not be tolerated. The Gao family was currently on the rise. Anyone who dared to provoke them would face only one outcome: death. Thus, before setting off, the current head of the Gao family, Carver, ordered them to ensure anyone who opposed them would either die or be crippled. Arjun smirked, believing Heath was too frightened to come out. Hey kid, weren't you all arrogant just now? Didn't you want to see my support? Today, I'll show you that in Ninghai, the Gao family is supreme. As he finished speaking, the old butler made a hand signal. Take him down, dead or alive. Just as the martial artists and guards were about to move, an unexpected change occurred. Scratch, scratch. Footsteps approached from afar. What had been a bustling street was now eerily quiet. From the east, a group of young men clad in blue robes appeared, marching in perfect unison, exuding an overwhelming aura. There were about 100 of them, all wearing uniform gold-threaded blue robes. Each carried a black longsword, approximately 1 meter in length and 2 fingers wide. On each right chest was a golden sun emblem. Seeing this symbol, everyone recognized it immediately. Concealed Sun Temple. These youths advanced swiftly like shadows, reaching the Heavenly Wind auction house within moments. Suddenly accelerating, they seemed to notice something. Running as one, their steps remained impeccably synchronized. In the next instant, they drew their swords, faces grim and resolute, their killing intent piercing the sky, making it feel like a battlefield. Seeing the approaching youths, the old butler's face paled. In shock, his voice trembled. Concealed Sun Temple. How did they get here? Before the old butler finished speaking, the Concealed Sun Temple disciples were already nearby. The lead youth, radiating a formidable presence, shouted loudly. The Concealed Sun Temple is conducting business. Stand aside. Following his command, the 100 youths shouted in unison. Kill. The thunderous roar echoed through the sky, stirring everyone's blood. This scene sent fear coursing through Arjun's body, making him instinctively step back. The old butler's face turned ghostly pale. If he didn't realize this was a hard knock, what kind of life had he lived? Meanwhile, Heath felt his inner rebellious spirit ignite. As the shouting ceased, the lead youth turned his gaze to Heath, a smile creeping onto his lips. Riker, right? I'm Bear. Master sent us. Hearing this, Heath slowly relaxed his clenched fists. He sensed the youth's strength was far beyond his own. Had they been enemies, he might have had to use the lightning wood array disc today. Greetings to the seniors. You are disciples of Martin. I pay my respects. Saying this, Heath stepped forward, clasped his hands, and bowed deeply. Martin's disciples were generous-hearted. His composed demeanor earned him favor. Brother, no need for formalities. What's going on here? Bear asked, though his eyes gleamed with a hint of coldness. To dare obstruct Concealed Sun Temple disciples in broad daylight was sheer audacity. Brother, this lady is named Lydia, the cherished Tamara of Lord E. Watching the trembling members of the Gao family, Heath explained without delay. As he spoke, Bear's expression darkened with each word. By the end, his eyes were as cold as blades. You are courting death. Chapter 85. The Tyrannical Bear. In front of the Tianfeng auction house, Abdul said lightly, as if discussing a trivial matter. However, to Arjun and the butler, it sounded like thunder on a clear day. Sweat beads as large as beans formed on the old butler's forehead, dripping profusely, his expression panic-stricken. Sir, this is a misunderstanding, an enormous misunderstanding. Before he could finish speaking, a whoosh was heard. The centurion's blade flipped, the sharp edge glinting coldly, pointing straight at the crowd from the Gao family. Had Arjun ever seen such a scene? The intense killing aura already made his legs unsteady, falling onto the ground with a thud. Bear sneered. Humph, a misunderstanding? Then let this misunderstanding continue. Kill. On his command, blades surged, blood splattered, screams echoing incessantly. In moments, the warriors Arjun brought were either dead, fleeing, or wounded, blood flowing into rivers. Witnessing this, Abdul couldn't help but secretly marvel. Disciples of the sect sure are impressive. They kill without hesitation? Bear slowly approached Arjun, the unstoppable killing aura making him seem like a pile of wet mud. The old butler struggled against his urge to flee, because he couldn't stand by and watch Arjun die in front of him. His foundation was with the Gao family. Otherwise, his family would likely not be spared. Hey! Knowing death was inevitable, the butler shouted loudly, chi energy surging around him, charging towards Bear, a manifest realm martial artist. However, Bear's black gold long knife turned smoothly, spinning back, left hand discarding the scabbard, both hands gripping the blade, slicing diagonally. With a swish, the blade flashed through the body. The butler didn't even have time to scream. His entire body was cleaved into 2 pieces. Blood sprayed out, staining the ground red instantly. Looking at the elderly man being dismembered, Arjun could no longer suppress his fear. The next second, the smell of urine wafted through. He had been frightened into losing control of his bladder. Meanwhile, Lydia couldn't endure the bloody slaughter any longer, turning her head to vomit violently. Her voice caught Bear's attention. He had intended to kill Aryan to end all problems, but seeing Lydia changed his mind. Little Riker, would you dare to accompany me for a visit to the Gao residence? Abdul immediately understood what he meant. Wow, this guy plans to barge in? This elder brother Gongsun is even more ferocious than senior knife enthusiast. Thinking so, Abdul's lips curled into a slight smile. Why not? Elder brother, please lead the way. Ha ha ha, good courage, worthy of master's choice. Bear laughed heartily, then casually said to those behind him, bring this useless one along. Abdul then looked at Lydia. To the Gao residence, to save your brother. Will you come? Lydia forcibly suppressed her discomfort and replied, yes, I'm fine. The group left the Tianfeng auction house grandly, heading toward the Gao residence. Behind them, Dixon lost his composure, standing at the back nervously, afraid to draw attention. Seeing everyone gradually leave, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. I never expected this kid to be a disciple of the Sun Eclipse Hall. My eyes must be failing me. He realized that although Bear and his group appeared calm, they were undoubtedly seething with rage. Perhaps after tomorrow, Ninghai County would no longer have the Gao family. At the Gao family estate, Carver stood in his study, looking out the window at the dark clouds gathering in the sky, yet his mood was unusually pleasant. Half a month ago, a mysterious person approached the Gao family, proposing a joint suppression of the Yi family. That person would restrain the Yi family's main forces while the Gao and Huang families pressed their businesses within the county. Initially, Carver was skeptical. However, the following days brought bad news continuously to the Gao family, much to his delight. Recently, Carver moved swiftly, seizing many properties originally belonging to the Yi family. Even Harry's only son was now held under fabricated charges. No reason, because that mysterious person stayed in the Gao family's backyard since yesterday. His actions aimed to utilize this individual to completely subdue the Yi family. So, even with dark clouds overhead, he felt sunny and fragrant. But hearing his son Aryan had been bullied infuriated him greatly. Immediately, he ordered the butler to lead clan experts to investigate, who should have returned by now. Master Trouble. At that moment, frantic shouts rang out. Carver frowned, angrily reprimanding the breathless servant who rushed in. What's the commotion? So panicked? The servant panted, his face filled with terror, as if witnessing something horrific. Master, the butler, slap. Before the servant could clarify, a resounding slap landed on his face, causing intense pain. Idiot, fool, stammering like that, embarrassing our Gao family. What happened to the butler? The butler, he's dead. His body was thrown at the gate. What? Who did this? How dare they? Looking for death? Fury surged within Carver. With the Gao family rising to prominence, someone dared snatch a tooth from a tiger's mouth, truly inviting death. At this moment, the outer courtyard suddenly buzzed with shouting and calls. Don't let him escape. Quick, chase. That brat is running towards the gate. Stop him. The clamor made Carver's face pale. Compared to the butler's death, Harry's only son was far more crucial. With him as a hostage, the Gao family could press forward or retreat strategically, probing the mysterious person's strength. Thus, there must be no mistakes. Damn it, a bunch of incompetents. Speaking, he sped towards the front courtyard. At that moment, not far from the entrance in the front courtyard, a teenager, about 17 or 18, was surrounded by Gao family guards. Drenched in blood, he was none other than Harry's only son, Lydia's brother, Greg. Holding a weapon snatched from the enemy, his eyes locked firmly on his surroundings. The surrounding Gao family guards grinned wickedly. Little brat, run away. Why don't you run? Facing these fierce people, Greg showed no fear, wiping the blood from his forehead. My father is Harry. I am the E family's young master. How can mere dogs and cats treat me as they wish? Who dares? I'll fight until the end. At that moment, Greg's voice wasn't loud, but it was strong and unwavering, showing no hint of fear or compromise. From the tree branch outside, Abdul and Bear watched and praised. This kid is young, yet possesses such proud bones. He's quite a good seedling. Chapter 86, A World Apart. In the front courtyard of the Gao family estate, Greg glared angrily at the countless guards surrounding him. An air of authority faintly emanated from his presence. For a moment, everyone in the Gao family household exchanged uneasy glances, and no one dared to speak. They all halted their steps as if intimidated by the young man. It was evident that the youth was only at the nourishing Qi realm and already near the end of his strength. Yet, his composed and unyielding demeanor made him seem like he had an army at his back, causing hesitation among those who approached him. Just then, mocking laughter broke the eerie silence. Haha, Harry's son indeed has guts. Unafraid of death. I must commend you for that. It was Carver who had arrived. Hearing Greg's words, Carver couldn't help but feel some fear and respect. This young generation of the E family was truly outstanding in both courage and spirit. Comparing this to his own worthless son, Carver felt even more irritable. Therefore, he decided to destroy this future pillar of the Zhao family. All right, your sister fell into our hands not long ago. Only one of you two can survive. You understand what I mean, don't you? Carver looked at Greg with a sardonic smile, intending to crush his spirit. Greg was initially stunned, but soon anger surged on his face, leading him to curse loudly. Old man, you are despicable and shameless. I won't believe you. Carver, however, remained unperturbed, looking at them coldly. Believe it or not, if I threaten her with your life, do you think Lydia will fall for it? His words made Greg's expression change drastically. No one knew better than him how much his sister loved him. If the Gao family really did this, his sister would definitely fall into their trap. In the next second, Aryan raised the dagger in his hand and pressed it against his throat. Looking calmly at Carver, Greg remained serene and said softly, Gao family head, I hope you will keep your promise and not make things difficult for my sister after I die. In Ninghai County, the E family is still stronger than your Gao family. If you don't want mutual destruction, it's best to leave some room for maneuver, don't you think? At this moment, Carver had already reined in his smile, and his expression changed as he looked at the nearby youth. Thoughtful and extraordinary. Harry has indeed sired a good son. Indeed, Greg had made such a choice for 2 reasons. First, he realized the Gao family wanted to use him and his sister as hostages, so if he died, Lydia would be the only leverage left, ensuring her safety for now. Second, he had faith in his father. He believed that as long as his sister lived, Harry would certainly rescue her. Such courage at such a young age, truly exceptional. You go in peace. Lydia won't die. Upon hearing Carver's words, Greg smiled indifferently. He raised his head to look at the sky, which had grown much darker than earlier amidst the raging wind. The youth sighed softly, full of nostalgia for the world. It seems my life as Greg has not stirred any great waves in this world. What a pity. Father, sister, live well. As he spoke, he turned his wrist, driving the sharp dagger into his chest with great force. Xiaofeng. A sudden outcry interrupted the dramatic scene, unmistakably a young girl's voice. Xiaofeng, no? Even the fearless Greg showed a hint of panic in his eyes when he heard the voice he least wanted to hear. It belonged to his sister Lydia. Immediately afterward, a young girl rushed through the gate of the Gao family estate. Greg, seeing her, could only think of his sister. Sister, why did you come? It's because of me you're here. Why are you being so foolish, Xiaofeng? Lydia ran up to Greg and slapped the dagger out of his hand. She lifted her tear-streaked face, looking at him. Seeing his beloved sister, Greg felt both heartache and frustration. No one knew Lydia better than him. Pampered since childhood, she was never exposed to violence or bullying. Even minor scrapes were significant issues. Yet, here she was, risking herself to save him. It was like a lamb entering the mouth of a tiger. If not for him, Carver, on the other hand, was delighted by Lydia's arrival. That useless brat finally did something right. Now that both Harry's children are in my hands, there's no way he won't submit. However, scanning the entrance, he saw no sign of his son, Aryan, and frowned. Suddenly, he recalled sending the steward to resolve some troubles for Aryan. Now that the steward's body lay just outside the door, where was his son? This thought sent chills down Carver's spine. He turned to Lydia and asked urgently, family girl, where's my son? Ignoring his question, Lydia looked at him disdainfully without intending to answer. Seeing this small girl defy him openly, Carver's eyes flashed with coldness. Before he could react, a cold voice interrupted him. Your son has arrived. As these words rang out, a dark figure crashed through the gate directly into the courtyard before him, stirring up clouds of dust. Upon closer inspection, everyone realized it was the young master himself, Aryan. Aryan was tightly bound, his clothes tattered, his body bruised and bleeding heavily. He looked utterly miserable. Seeing his son in such a state, Carver was enraged beyond measure, roaring loudly. Who did this to my son? Who did this? All you fools, get him up immediately. Yes, yes, young master. The guards and servants snapped out of their daze and hurried over to untie and support Aryan, shaking him awake while forcing water down his throat. Slowly, Aryan regained consciousness. Opening his eyes, Aryan trembled uncontrollably, his eyes filled with endless terror. Stuttering backward, he screamed, No, don't kill me, please. Seeing his son reduced to this pitiful state, Carver felt both indignation and profound pain and anger. Struggling to control his rage, he spoke softly. Tianer, don't be afraid. You're home now. Tell me who hurt you like this. Suddenly hearing his father's voice, Aryan paused. Turning his head, upon recognizing his father's familiar form, a semblance of vitality returned to his pupils. Father, you've finally come to save me. The next moment, Aryan burst into tears and crawled toward his father. His cries were filled with misery, and fear, evoking pity from onlookers. Edit. The next moment, Aryan burst into tears and crawled toward his father. His cries were filled with misery, grievance, and fear, evoking pity from onlookers. Replaced Weiqi with grievance to maintain fluency in English. Everyone stared at each other in disbelief. Was this the same domineering and tyrannical young master they once knew? Compared to Lydia's courageous actions earlier, it was indeed like day and night. Chapter 87. Sweeping through the entire Gao family. Aryan's pitiful state left Greg feeling somewhat incredulous. What happened to him? The pampered nature of that man. He wondered who or what could have frightened him into such a state. Lydia curled her lips, indignant. He deserved it. That bastard tried to bully me. Upon hearing this, Greg's face changed instantly, his voice trembling. Sister, what did you say? You mean, that bastard tried to hurt you? No, almost. Fortunately, Riker appeared just in time and saved me. Greg let out a sigh of relief. Riker? Who is he? Before Lydia could answer, Carver roared angrily from beside. Little slut of the family, tell me, who was it? Who injured my son? I'll tear him limb from limb. Seeing his son on the ground, nearly fainting with tears, Carver's rage reached its peak. As soon as he finished speaking, whoosh, a ray of light shot in from the entrance, speeding towards him. Caught off guard, Carver felt an intense sense of impending death. As head of the Gao clan, and with transcendent martial artist abilities, he used all his strength to dodge at the last second. However, he was still struck on the left shoulder, blood splattering everywhere. Everyone was shocked to see that the projectile was simply a dry twig. Then, a calm voice echoed. I injured your son. What are you going to do about it? Following this voice, a young man walked through the main gate. It was Abdul. Upon his arrival, Aryan, who had been sobbing heartbreakingly, instantly stopped crying. The moment he turned to see Abdul, terror filled his face, his heart quaking as he fled in panic, wishing he could find a crevice to disappear into. Carver, clutching his bleeding left shoulder, growled through gritted teeth, Kill him! On hearing the order, all the martial artists of the Gao family surged forward to attack Abdul. This scene caused Greg's face to change. That move earlier, even an ordinary transcendent martial artist would struggle to pull off. He's very strong. This is Riker for you. Impressive, right? Lydia said excitedly, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Seeing her like this, Greg felt slightly jealous. But facing the Gao family alone, his chances of winning aren't great. To Greg, Abdul's actions seemed rash and arrogant. Yet, what unfolded next made him question everything. An extremely terrifying pressure suddenly rose within the Gao estate, accompanied by howling cold winds. A flood of yin-chi surged forth, pressing down on all the martial artists charging toward Abdul. The immense pressure immobilized them completely. As Abdul advanced, each step brought more pressure upon the Gao family martial artists. Some already heard their bones creaking under the strain. Many retreated in fear, and some even collapsed in sheer terror. Greg watched in shock, feeling the incredible aura despite it not being aimed at him. His usually calm demeanor finally wavered, and he gasped in surprise. This is extraordinary realm. His throat convulsed involuntarily, his speech becoming stammered. Cough. This can't be real. Who exactly is he? He couldn't believe it but had no choice. Only an extraordinary realm martial artist could incapacitate a group of opponents solely with aura. At the same time, Abdul darted into the fray, his fingers jabbing at vital points with the poison bee finger technique from every conceivable angle. Within moments, weaker martial artists fell one after another without reacting. Meanwhile, outside the gate, Bear swiftly entered, reaching Greg before he realized it. Startled, Greg asked, "Who are you?" "This is Elder Brother Gongsun, an elite from the sun-covering pavilion," Lydia quickly introduced. Bear cast an approving glance at Greg. "You live up to your name as an E family member, spirited and nonchalant. These traits don't matter. But during critical moments, one must know their limits. You've done well, not disgracing the E family or the sun-covering pavilion." Hearing the praise, Greg felt elated. Knowing the relationship between his family and the sun-covering pavilion since childhood, he always aspired to join. Thinking of this, Greg looked up again. Watching Abdul dominate the field, he excitedly asked, "So Riker must also be a disciple of the sect?" But Bear's response was unexpected. "He hasn't officially undergone the initiation ceremony yet, but he counts." Hearing this, Greg froze, feeling slightly disheartened. Does joining the sun-covering pavilion require such high skills? Bear paused, then glanced over. Abdul had effortlessly subdued all the Gao family martial artists. Realizing the misunderstanding, he laughed heartily. "Haha, don't get it wrong, Lu Jr. Brothers' prowess impresses even me. But it doesn't represent the recruitment standards of the sun-covering pavilion." Greg understood, his bright eyes fixed on Abdul, full of hope. Suddenly, Bear's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly grabbed Greg's wrist. Startled, Greg's face changed. "What are you doing?" Instinctively, Greg threw a powerful punch, which Bear easily deflected, seizing his wrist tightly. Rendered immobile, Greg struggled futilely. After several breaths, Bear released him, his expression grim. Detecting signs of poisoning on Greg, Bear knew something was amiss. It was a potent, chronic poison, its details unknown. As an elite, he had medical knowledge. Observing closely, he suspected the poison enhanced and overexerted human potential, needing long-term use. Once it took effect, it would exhaust the body fatally. What a cruel plot to exterminate the E lineage. In a flash, Bear appeared before Carver, striking him repeatedly. Grabbing the patriarch by the collar, Bear's voice sounded like it came from the depths of hell. "Was it you who poisoned this boy?" Chapter 88. Kill whoever you want. Bear's words left the E siblings stunned. They exchanged glances, seeing nothing but worry in each other's eyes. Lydia anxiously asked directly, "Brother Gongsun, what's going on?" "He was poisoned by someone. How could such a despicable family become one of the top 2 powers in Ninghai?" In the middle of the yard, Carver stared viciously at Abdul, his face contorted and terrifying from the blood streaming down it. "Boy, don't think, just because you've reached Transcendent Realm that you can act lawlessly." As he spoke, blood continued to pour from him, making him look like an enraged specter. Abdul sneered coldly. "I went through great hardships to reach the Transcendent Realm. Isn't it for the very purpose of doing as I please? Bullies must have the resolve to accept the consequences." As he finished speaking, an elderly voice echoed out. "Just let me see how my Gao family is being bullied." Following the voice came 4 or 5 fierce attacks, each attack no weaker than those issued by innate martial artists. Abdul leaped gracefully away, dodging effortlessly. All those formidable attacks fell into thin air. Standing where he had just been were 5 powerful figures. "Haha, our strongest fighters are here, kid, you're dead meat." Carver laughed maniacally, the sound causing chills down everyone's spines. "Shut up." A white-bearded elder stepped forward. He was Carver's father, Clem, the former head of the Gao family. "Worthless. Being beaten to this extent, you've disgraced the Gao family." Abdul muttered under his breath. "First comes the junior, then the senior. What a cliché plot. For your age, you're merely at the Transcendent Realm. Shouldn't you be ashamed to come out? You boy are looking for death." His words enraged Clem and the 5 elders behind him, all staring at him with fury. Abdul ignored them, turning his head indifferently to look at Greg and Lydia behind him, smiling. "Take a good look. Who among them once bullied you? Think hard about whom you want to kill. Today, whoever you want to kill, just do it. Here there are no friends, only enemies. Be arrogant. Everything will be handled by senior brother Gongsun." Hearing this, not only was Bear not angry, but he also burst into laughter. Younger Riker has quite the gall. He turned to Greg, his spirit soaring. "Kid, speak boldly. Even if the sky falls, I'll hold it up." Hearing these words, Lydia showed hesitation. However, Greg suddenly lifted his head, pointing at the leader of the guards, his eyes sharp and filled with anger. "The first one who should die is this person. Since I came here, he's always been bullying me, verbal insults, physical abuse." The guard leader looked panic-stricken. "You, Before he could finish, a sudden blur and intense pain enveloped his throat. In an instant, a blade of sword chi pierced through his body, bursting forth in a dazzling spray of blood, gushing out. His face was full of disbelief. He hadn't even seen the attack coming. With a metallic clatter, the corpse hit the ground. Abdul glanced at Greg as if it were something insignificant. Who's next? No worries, be bolder. Standing with hands behind his back, Abdul exuded a natural aura of strength. He had never intended to oppose anyone, whether they were weak as ants or strong as warriors. But this world was unforgiving. The trees wish for calm, yet the wind never ceases. Since he was already in this mess, why bother holding back? Even if he caused rivers of blood and mountains of corpses, so what? Come on, who's next? Speak up. Bear patted Greg's shoulder heavily, urging him on. This scene left Lydia pale, her expression filled with unease. Yet Greg remained fearless, raising his head resolutely, a ruthless gleam flashing in his eyes. These people from the Gao family wanted to seize our family business, holding us hostage to blackmail my father. They all deserve to die. Silence descended upon the hall. Lydia stared strangely at the youth before her. The person in front of her seemed entirely different from the brother she knew. Meanwhile, many on the Gao family side cursed loudly. Little bastard, don't get cocky, wanting to kill us all? The old patriarch and several elders are right here. Do you even know what death means? Do you really think you can do anything and get away with it? Clem advanced a step with the 5 elders, their auras soaring, 2 transcendent realm experts and 3 Pekinate. Today, you will pay for your actions. Abdul chuckled lightly and said to Greg, you're pretty ruthless, a quality of someone who can achieve great things. Being kind to your enemies is just asking for trouble. Then, without warning, he charged toward the 6 Gao family members amidst everyone's stunned looks. Did he lose his mind? To charge straight at the Gao family's strongest 6? Was he really thinking he was invincible? Even Bear was surprised. Those opponents included 2 experts not weaker than Abdul. They didn't know that every move by Abdul accelerated his cultivation. Ding, host's audacious actions make the profound spring art highly satisfied. Cultivation speed increased by 66%. Clem hesitated for a second but quickly recovered, his face turning cruel. You brought this upon yourself, no blame on others. Everyone together. Orders given, the 5 Gao family elders rushed forward. A muscular Enoch led the charge, his massive fist creating shockwaves, as if rupturing the air itself. Die. However, Abdul stood his ground, meeting the punch with his sword finger extended. Puru. In front of everyone, the muscular man let out a horrifying scream. Upon impact, the capillaries in his arm burst, spurting blood as his entire arm went limp like a noodle, clearly broken. This sudden turn of events caught the Gao family elders off guard. Abdul gave them no time to think, charging forward again. Forced to respond, the remaining 4 reluctantly fought back. Punches and kicks collided, and cries of pain echoed non-stop. Boom, boom, boom. In less than a minute, the 5 Gao family elders, except the one in the transcendent realm, lay on the ground, seemingly lifeless. At this moment, silence reigned in the front yard. From Carver and his kin to the servants and guards, everyone breathed cautiously. Carver, too, lost his earlier arrogance, trembling uncontrollably, cold sweat dripping down his cheeks. Just a novice disciple from the Sun Eclipse Pavilion was this strong? Truly, disciples from sects are fearsome indeed. Chapter 89. The 1,000 Gold Formula of the Blazing Sun. Seeing Giroux's ferocity, Brecken had panicked even before he could make a move. Despite barely entering the extraordinary realm after his long life, he knew very well that against true geniuses, his strength was negligible. Therefore, he hastily yelled out, please stop. There's been a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Giroux sneered. Just now you were arrogant and overbearing, but now you say it's all a misunderstanding? How convenient is that? His gaze fell on Carver and the others, his disdain clearly visible. The Gao family martial artists had already lost their will to fight, and didn't have the slightest resistance left in them. Bang! Carver fell to his knees. Where was the pride of a martial artist now? Young master, don't kill me. Everything was done under someone else's orders. My Gao family acted only under pressure from them. I beg you, spare us. But such pleas held no meaning for Giroux, who had just come out of the fierce struggle of the Dragon Snake War and had seen countless lives lost. What difference does it make if you were the main offender or an accomplice? How do you know we're not here for the person behind you? Giroux's attitude thoroughly alarmed the Gao family. Trapped at home with nowhere to seek help, and having revealed all their cards, did this mean they were truly going to perish here? Carver was extremely anxious, continuously praying that the mysterious powerhouse in the backyard would intervene in time. In the midst of this, Brecken was furious. He had painstakingly operated the Gao family for many years, and now it was about to be destroyed. Could anyone not be enraged by such circumstances? He glanced at Aryan, hiding nearby, feeling inexplicable anger. Seizing his grandson, he began to strike him mercilessly. All because of you, this useless waste. How did my Gao family raise such an incapable, troublemaking wastrel? Grandfather, please stop, Ugh. I'm sorry, Aryan cried. It's too late. All of Gao family is ruined because of you. At this moment, Brecken suddenly remembered something and looked towards Bear. Young master, I have information about Harry. Can you let us go? Upon hearing about their father, Lydia and Greg were initially stunned. They quickly ran forward, asking anxiously, what do you mean? What happened to father? However, Brecken ignored them, looking hopefully at Bear instead. He knew this man decided their fate. Gongsun brother, shall we let them go? Lydia also seemed to understand the thought and hesitantly suggested to Bear. Hearing this, Bear nodded and sternly ordered Brecken, tell me everything you know. I won't touch your Gao family today. Relieved, Aryan slumped to the ground, while those behind him shared the same joy. Life's ups and downs were indeed thrilling. Seeing Aryan sitting there relieved after surviving the ordeal, Greg felt intensely displeased. He walked over and kicked Aryun fiercely. You scoundrel, bullying my sister. Aryun, already frightened, dared not move as blows rained down on him. No one, neither Brecken nor Carver, dared to say anything, letting Greg vent his anger freely. Bear grew impatient. Hey, don't daydream. Hurry up and spill it. Greg stopped, looking worried. Brecken shouted at his son. Hurry up and tell them. Carver forced himself to speak. Half a month ago, a mysterious Taoist came to our family, he said. As he recounted the story, Giroux and others learned the sequence of events. According to Carver, the mysterious Taoist appeared ordinary but exuded a dark aura. He collaborated with the Gao family to completely drive the Yi family out of Ning'ai County, promising afterward that all the city's benefits would belong to the Gao family without any share taken. This left Giroux and others puzzled, prompting them to ask, what did they want then? Determined to shift the focus onto the mysterious Taoist, Carver answered immediately. As he claimed, the Yi family once possessed a formula called the 1,000 Gold Formula of the Blazing Sun. They specifically demanded this. That's just a formula and has no value to our Gao family, so we readily agreed. Hearing this, Giroux frowned. Was all the elaborate setup against the Yi family just for a formula? It couldn't be that simple. Moreover, based on previous information, perhaps the Yi family's mine operation was also manipulated by the mysterious Taoist. Thinking of the Taizu, Giroux had an uneasy premonition. His intuition told him this matter was far from simple. Turning to the Yi siblings, Bear asked, have you heard of this formula? Greg shook his head decisively, while Lydia pondered before saying, Father mentioned it before. The Yi family does have a formula, though I've never seen it. Bear nodded, deeply thinking about the situation. What exactly happened to Father? After listening for a long time without any news about their father, Greg became anxious. Harry should have gone to deal with the mine. That Taoist set a trap to kill him. Carver's words made the Yi siblings turn pale. Lu brother, Gongsun brother, please save Father, Lydia pleaded. Her voice choked with tears. Giroux reassured them with a knowing expression. Don't worry. Senior Martin is overseeing the mine. It should be fine. Right, Master wouldn't let anything happen. The most urgent thing is to cure your younger brother's poison first, Bear added. The Yi siblings felt somewhat relieved. Surely this poison wasn't administered by you, right? When Bear asked, Carver shook his head fervently. Young Master, please see clearly. Our Gao family doesn't possess such potent poison. Bear nodded, turning to Greg. It seems I need to take you to meet a reclusive expert. Saying this, he turned around, leading the way out without further regard for the Gao family. Giroux, accompanied by Lydia and Greg, followed closely behind. Thus, the group left the Gao family compound, striding away. Watching their backs, the Gao family members breathed a sigh of relief. Almost, they wouldn't have seen tomorrow's sun. Is that Taoist still in the backyard? Family head, there, no one? Chapter 90. 5th rank alchemist, Reggie. In the evening, Bear brought Abdul and Greg to the door of a small courtyard. This was a corner tower, and it housed a branch of the Taoist sect from Maoshan. According to Bear, there was a 5th rank alchemist in this county of Ning'ai with the Taoist name, Reggie. To cure the poison, only this person would do. Fortunately, Taoist Reggie had connections with the Yenri Hall, so Bear had met him before. Knock, knock, knock. Bear knocked on the bamboo gate outside the courtyard. Though the sound wasn't loud, Bear was sure the person inside could hear it clearly. Before long, a young Taoist peeked out from the house. He looked no more than a dozen years old, about Greg's age. Very young indeed. He wore a dark blue Taoist robe, his hair simply tied up at the top of his head with a wooden pin. His youthful, adorable face was full of confusion. Who are you? The young Taoist asked in a somewhat gentle voice, looking quite shy. Hello, I am Bear from the Yenri Hall, here with my junior disciples to seek an audience with Senior Reggie, Bear said in an unusually gentle tone. Oh, all right, please wait a moment. With that, the young Taoist turned and hurried back into the house. This boy is quite shy. He doesn't take after Senior Reggie at all, Bear commented as he watched the young Taoist run back inside. Upon hearing this, Abdul became even more curious about this legendary alchemy master. After a while, the young Taoist came out again, ran straight to the gate, and opened it. My master says you may come in, he said shyly. Thank you. Bear replied kindly, then followed the young Taoist into the bamboo pavilion. They passed through the front courtyard and arrived in the main hall. A middle-aged Taoist sat beside a bamboo table. He wore a red Taoist robe, his hair loosely tied at the back of his head. Though his features were plain, his eyes were exceptionally sharp, as if they could see right through one's soul. This man was Taoist Reggie. Greetings, Senior Reggie. Bear greeted the Enoch respectfully. Sit down. Taoist Reggie nodded slightly, signaling for Bear and the others to take a seat. After sitting down, Bear began the introductions. Senior, these are our new disciples from the Yenri Hall, Abdul, and this is Greg, the only son of the Yi family. Abdul and Greg stood up immediately, bowing respectfully. Taoist Reggie acknowledged them with a slight nod. When did you arrive in Ning'ai, and what brings you here? Taoist Reggie asked as he poured tea. He had already noticed something unusual about the youth named Greg, but needed more information. Taoist Reggie, this youth has been poisoned by a mysterious individual. Senior is renowned for alchemy, so we've come to ask for your assistance, Bear explained, indicating for Greg to extend his wrist toward Taoist Reggie. Greg had suffered silently due to the poison, feeling nothing physically but needing to be cautious. Taoist Reggie took Greg's arm and inspected it carefully. A brown thread-like mark was slowly crawling up Greg's wrist, moving so slowly it was almost imperceptible without focused observation. Suddenly, Greg felt a chill at his wrist, followed by a thin line of blood appearing. The line was extremely fine, circling his wrist like a thin wire, continuously seeping tiny droplets of blood. Although not much blood flowed, just a few drops, the wound caused intense pain akin to being sliced by a knife, accompanied by an unbearable itch. It made Greg want to scratch, but any touch to the wound brought even more pain, deeply stimulating his nerves. Sweat instantly drenched his forehead as he gritted his teeth against the agony. Do not use your internal energy, or the wound will worsen, Taoist Reggie warned, seeing the blood dripping from Greg's wrist. Initially, it was just seeping droplets, but now it had become a continuous line of blood, a result of Greg subconsciously using his internal energy to counter the pain. Senior Reggie, do you know what kind of poison this is? Abdul asked urgently upon seeing Greg's worsening condition. Taoist Reggie pondered for a moment, as he was only guessing. Based on my observations, this poison is called bloodwood. Bloodwood? Yes, technically it is more of a venom. It is cultivated using human blood to nurture a tree, supplemented with chingri flowers and inchao herbs, blending them into a liquid where the venomous insect is soaked, thus forming the bloodwood venom. Taoist Reggie explained thoughtfully. To neutralize the poison, it's relatively simple. We need highly pure essence of blood and qi to draw out the venomous insect, and the poison will be cleared. Is it really that simple? Bear questioned. Taoist Reggie nodded. It can be simple, but also very difficult. If not exceptionally pure, the required essence must be enormous. Otherwise, once the venomous insect becomes active, he will suffer accordingly. Taoist Reggie pointed at Greg. As Taoist Reggie spoke, two words flashed in Abdul's mind, Tasui. Looking at Taoist Reggie, he grew wary and thoughtful. After some consideration, Abdul spoke up, I know where to find such a substance. We should act now. Let's go fetch it. Upon hearing this, Bear rose to leave but was stopped by Taoist Reggie. Let him go alone. You need to stay and help me suppress the toxin temporarily. Abdul paused, understanding, then nodded and left the bamboo pavilion. Senior Reggie, how can I assist? Bear asked as Abdul departed. Taoist Reggie didn't answer immediately, but summoned the young Taoist. Bring me some realgar and cinnabar. The young Taoist nodded and headed upstairs. Soon, he returned with a paper package wrapped in cowhide paper. You can go to the back hall and wait for me. I need to start preparing the furnace for refining medicine. Bear nodded and led Greg toward the back. Watching their backs, Taoist Reggie seemed deep in thought. Moments later, he raised his head with a twisted smile. It seems it's really you. You ruined my painstaking efforts. A cold voice echoed ominously. Meanwhile, Abdul felt an increasing sense of unease as he left the bamboo pavilion. Despite Taoist Reggie's benevolent appearance, Abdul sensed it might be a disguise. After some contemplation, he decided to return to Manor first to inform Martin of the situation before making further plans. Chapter 91. Layers of Suspicion. Abdul returned to the E family residence, but was surprised to find that neither Harry nor Martin had returned. At this moment, Lydia was anxiously pacing in the front courtyard. The moment Abdul appeared, her eyes lit up, and she hurried over. Big Riker, where's my younger brother? She asked, looking behind him with urgency but finding no sign of Greg. Her anxiety was palpable. Abdul quickly reassured her. Don't worry. Senior brother brought us to meet Elder Reggie, and we already have a way to treat him. I'm now going to look for one of the ingredients needed. Hearing this, Lydia let out a sigh of relief. That's good. Senior Martin and head of the E family haven't returned either? Lydia's momentarily relieved expression soon turned anxious again as she shook her head. Abdul also showed a hint of confusion. Logically, with Martin's strength, he shouldn't be held back in Ninghai County. Big Riker, you don't think something happened to father? Rest assured, with Senior Martin around, nothing will happen, Abdul replied thoughtfully. Let me go find the herb outside the city. I can check on them while I'm at it. With that, he turned and headed out. Be careful, Big Riker. Lydia called after him. Abdul gave a faint smile but didn't respond further. He borrowed a fast horse from the steward and galloped out of Ninghai County. It was now midnight. No matter the era, night always signifies the beginning of revelry. In this world, however, the partygoers aren't just humans. They include demons and evil spirits as well. In a narrow alley, two people were running frantically, occasionally glancing behind as if being pursued by enemies. Upon closer inspection, one of them seemed injured, his arm dangling lifelessly with blood dripping from it. Their footsteps staggered as they turned into a secluded, narrow passage. Suddenly, their vision went dark as an enormous shadow loomed over them. On closer examination, it was a wall, trapped in a dead-end alley in their panic. Damn it! The injured man growled, and they swiftly turned back toward the entrance. But when they emerged, a thick gray fog had enveloped the area within moments. There wasn't even a whisper of wind, let alone any human presence. Their Adam's apples bobbed nervously as they exchanged worried glances. One of them, biting his lip, pulled the injured companion. What is this? Before he could finish, distant hoofbeats echoed, accompanied by the rolling sound of wheels. Where did this carriage come from? They turned back to see a carriage emerging from the mist, moving steadily toward them. As the hooves drew nearer, the outline of the carriage became clearer, revealing a driver seated atop. However, the driver was cloaked in black robes, concealing his face entirely. So late. What is this carriage? Just get us out of here. No point worrying about that now. I have a bad feeling about this. What's there to fear? Even if it's weird, it's better than those thugs catching up to us. The injured man impatiently yanked his companion's hand and strode forward rapidly. Soon, the carriage stopped before him. Hey, halt. Your carriage is requisitioned. Silence. Absolute silence. There was no response from inside the carriage or from the driver. Pain from his arm made the man irritable. Seeing no reaction, he grew enraged and rushed to the side of the carriage, grabbing the driver's arm with his remaining hand. Are you deaf? Did you not hear what I said? Still no response. Just as he was about to lash out again, a cold breeze swept by, and the carriage curtain was violently yanked open. Instinctively, the man turned to look. In that instant, his pupils contracted sharply, his throat constricting as if he'd seen something horrific. Before he could scream, a black shadow dragged him inside. The curtain fell, and the carriage began to sway violently, emitting crunching sounds that echoed eerily through the night. This sight left the other man trembling uncontrollably. It wasn't until blood started seeping from the carriage that he regained his senses. Ah! He turned and ran. But before he got far, the previously silent driver lifted his head. 2 green lights shone from beneath the hood. A whistling sound followed, and the driver's whip lashed out, wrapping around the fleeing man's neck. Pulled back forcefully, the man was dragged into the carriage once more, and the crunching resumed. After about 10 minutes, the carriage blurred. 2 new drivers suddenly appeared, none other than the 2 men who had just been devoured. Their eyes were vacant, lifeless. The carriage drove out of town and disappeared into the night. The fog gradually dissipated, revealing the bamboo tower where Regizi resided. Abdul rode out of the city towards the mines. As he hunched over the horse, his thoughts raced non-stop. First, someone used miners and villagers to cultivate taishui in the Yi family mines. Then, under the guidance of a mysterious Taoist, the Gao family targeted the Yi family. Next, Greg was poisoned, leading them to seek help from Regizi, whose cure, though not explicitly stated, seemed tied to taishui. Was the mention of taishui intentional or coincidental? Abdul couldn't tell. But despite Regizi's appearance as a detached sage, Abdul sensed that it wasn't his true nature. As he urged his horse forward, white fog began rising on the road, spreading ominously. Meanwhile, all surrounding sounds vanished. No wind, no rustling leaves. Everything was deathly silent, as if the world had ceased to exist. An eerie atmosphere spread. Thud, sensing intense malevolent energy, the spring abyss art becomes exceptionally excited, doubling its cultivation speed. This fog is indeed abnormal. There are malevolent spirits? Abdul muttered. The system prompt confirmed his suspicions. Unexpectedly, another cultivation technique also activated. Thud, surrounded by poison essence fog, toxic bee finger, begins absorbing wildly and automatically evolves. Note, cane is a term often translated as corpse essence or plant ginseng, depending on context. Chapter 92. The Malevolent Carriage Spirit. The poisonous bee finger technique was obtained from Archie of the Heartbreak Camp. It was merely an innate martial art, and it required poisonous creatures for cultivation. The last time it spontaneously activated was during his encounter with the Thousand Illusion Poison Flower. Thus, for Heath, it had always been a rather dispensable skill. He never expected that today, right here, it would undergo a strange transformation. Heath couldn't help but feel elated. I wonder what level this transformation will reach. Does the essence-devouring poison barrier refer to these mists? Just as he was cautiously on guard, strange sounds emerged from the thick fog. Clippity-clop, clippity-clop. The sound grew clearer, and Heath could hear it distinctly. It was the galloping hooves of many horses accompanied by the rolling sound of carriage wheels. Heath turned his head, his expression solemn. Based on the sounds, there were at least dozens of carriages moving forward. So late in the night, how could there be so many carriages? As he pondered, the hoofbeats grew closer. The silence made it seem as if the world had reduced to nothing but the sounds of hooves and wheels, making him dizzy. Suddenly, a tall horse burst through the mist, coming into Heath's view. Immediately after, a carriage slowly rolled in, with a wooden-faced man sitting in front of it. His eyes were lifeless, and he held no whip or other driving tools. Yet the carriage moved steadily toward Heath, neither too fast nor too slow. As the carriage drew nearer, Heath roared, "Who are you? Do not come any closer, or I will not hesitate to act." His voice echoed in the fog, but the carriage driver seemed completely unaware, still expressionless and motionless, as if they had lost their soul. Without hesitation, Heath unsheathed his long sword from his waist and slashed out. A massive sword aura flew out of his hand, directly towards the carriage. Boom! In the explosion, the entire carriage was swallowed by the sword aura and turned into ashes, dispersing into the sky. But before Heath could relax, the fog churned again, and another carriage emerged from the mist. This carriage, identical in design and decoration, was driven by another lifeless man. What's going on? Heath muttered to himself, with no one to answer him. However, this wasn't over. Another carriage appeared, then a second, a third. This bizarre scene caused Heath's heart to involuntarily fill with fear. At this point, he couldn't distinguish between reality and illusion. He knew he must either flee or fight. He absolutely couldn't let the carriages get too close. Heath leaped up, lightly stepping on a horse's back and soaring into the air, his long sword glowing coldly. Roar! With a loud shout, countless sword shadows mixed with shot energy shot wildly towards the approaching carriages. Frost filled the air, sword auras rained down. One by one, the carriages shattered under the relentless onslaught. However, when the sword auras struck the drivers, instead of blood and flesh flying, they turned into clouds of black smoke, dispersing everywhere. Clearly, these drivers were no longer true living beings. After such a powerful strike, Heath's fear diminished significantly. Although numerous, these carriages did not seem particularly formidable. Yet he didn't let his guard down. His expression grew even more serious. Because after the carriages shattered, the black smoke converged towards something behind them, as if being absorbed by some entity. Thus, he kept a watchful eye. Suddenly, Heath's pupils contracted sharply. From behind the shattered carriages, the fog churned violently. Then, a carriage slowly appeared. Its design looked like the ones before, except the driver was cloaked in black robes. Heath sensed intense death vibes emanating from this figure. Most terrifyingly, the black smoke converged not into this figure, but into the carriage itself. It seems that carriage is the source. I need to destroy it. Heath whispered to himself. His instinct told him that destroying that carriage would resolve the current predicament. Without further delay, he soared through the air, his body gliding past the carriages ahead, aiming straight for the last one. In his hand, a colossal sword aura formed and swept out. In an instant, he was above the hooded figure. As icy coldness enveloped, the black-robed figure's hat was torn off, revealing a grayish-white skull with large, glowing green eyes. The skeletal driver raised its head slightly, and its right hand whipped out a riding crop. Snap! With a sharp crack, The riding crop shattered Heath's sword aura into pieces. Shattered xiuxian fragments danced through the air like cold rain. Unfazed, Heath unleashed 3 successive sword auras, swirling towards the skeleton. The skeletal driver lashed out again, and the carriage sped up, evading the attack. Simultaneously, Heath landed, barely regaining his footing when he heard a whistling sound overhead. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the skeleton's whip grow rapidly, appearing just above him. Reacting swiftly, he rolled away from the nearly imminent strike. Boom! The whip slammed into the ground, sending debris flying past Heath's body, leaving streaks of blood in the air. Ignoring his wounds, Heath drew another steel longsword from his back and rushed forward. Wielding 2 swords, he slashed forward, sword auras crisscrossing like a trail of white light. Instantly, several carriages split into halves, dissolving into clouds of black smoke. Despite this, his momentum remained undiminished, slicing toward the skeletal driver. Seeing the sword aura approach, the driver's action surprised Heath. The skeleton lunged forward, narrowly avoiding the sword aura, turning to attack Heath. This guy can actually move freely away from the carriage? Heath's dual swords swirled like autumn leaves, assaulting the skeletal driver. The skeletal figure wrapped its whip around a tree, using it to swing away, dodging the deadly strike and dashing to the side. Heath reacted swiftly, changing his thrusting motion to a sweeping strike aimed at the skeleton's waist. Like a leaf, the skeleton effortlessly dodged once more. Simultaneously, its whip shrank back to its original size, forming an impenetrable defense. The two began circling each other, engaging in fierce combat. Sword auras danced wildly, transforming endlessly. Despite such rapid attacks, the skeleton didn't falter, and both fought vigorously. Chapter 93, Martial Arts Divine Power reappears. Abdul and the skeletal coachman engaged in a frenzied battle. The opponent's strength was not at all weaker than his, making it hard to tell who would prevail for the moment. However, with Abdul protected by the yin-yang sword armor, which offered astonishing defense and even had countershock power, he held a slight advantage. The twin swords whirled like spinning wheels, swiftly and fiercely slashing at the opponent. Though the coachman's whip moved so swiftly it formed an impenetrable wall, he still seemed to be struggling. Suddenly, Abdul changed his moves, slicing upward with both swords. A sword chi slashed through the ground, shooting out. The black-cloaked coachman couldn't evade it in time and could only block with his whip. Boom! The sword chi shattered the whip into pieces, tearing apart the coachman's black cloak into tatters that scattered in the wind. This attack severely injured the black-cloaked skeleton, the green flames in its hollow eye sockets flickering faintly. Abdul naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. He flickered forward, attacking once more. With both swords combined, he swung with all his might, aiming directly at the head. Crack! The black-cloaked skeleton split into 2, disintegrating into fragments of bone that rained down. However, as Abdul landed and was about to catch his breath, the silent carriage suddenly shattered. A monstrous figure, akin to a zombie, appeared before him. Its face was old and grotesque, with a deep indentation on the forehead oozing pus and blood. What terrified Abdul was that this creature could speak. "You killed my servant. I will eat you." In its hoarse voice, Abdul felt as if his mind was struck by a heavy blow. His body began to lose control. His voice can affect my spirit. Abdul's thoughts raced, then everything went dark. This creature was a necromancer, a type of nightmare ghost spirit, adept at mind control. Speaking of which, Janae from the Thousand Illusions array also belonged to this category. As soon as the zombie appeared from the carriage, a powerful mental attack enveloped Abdul, plunging him into confusion. Approaching, it stared with cruel eyes, revealing a chilling smile. Seeing him standing motionless, it stepped forward, nudging Abdul with its hand. Still no response. He stood there like a statue. Its lips curled into a shrill laugh. Cuckoo cuckoo. Then its desiccated lips parted, stretching wider and wider until they reached its ears. A tongue covered in sores emerged, dripping yellow pus, extending longer and longer. The necromancer slowly extended its festering, foul-smelling tongue toward Abdul's face. Yellow pus clung to Abdul's face, but he remained unresponsive, allowing the repulsive tongue to sweep over his face repeatedly. At this point, Abdul suffered severe mental shock, his consciousness slipping into a semi-comatose state. Unbeknownst to him, the system in his mind sent notifications while he lost consciousness. After relentless effort, Poison Bee Finger has been successfully deduced and advanced to upper-tier yellow-class martial technique, proficiency reaching subtle mastery. Due to host ingestion of corpse poison, Poison Bee Finger continuously absorbs it, accelerating cultivation speed by 800%. Poison Bee Finger reaches the stage of returning to pristine simplicity, beginning to evolve into martial arts divine power. With these notifications, Abdul's right hand began glowing faintly green. What delicious flesh! The necromancer retracted its tongue, savoring its taste, then licked its lips, murmuring hungrily. Unable to contain its desire any longer, it opened its maw wide, biting down on Abdul's head. But Abdul still showed no reaction, even as he faced becoming someone's meal. Just as it was about to bite, a bright green light surged from his right hand. Abdul's entire right arm rose automatically, his index finger extended before him. A formidable aura erupted, blasting the necromancer away. Seemingly unconscious, Abdul kept his index finger extended. Green light converged into a fearsome green venomous bee, emerging from his body, roaring toward the necromancer. Boom! With a loud explosion, the necromancer was hurled away. It rolled on the ground, howling in pain, black mist billowing from its body, eyes filled with hatred. The intense green light spread around, dispelling some of the surrounding fog. As the necromancer scrambled to its feet, the venomous bee attacked again, catching it off guard. Another painful collision left the necromancer flying backward, its jaw dislocated by the impact. Anger distorted its grotesque face as it roared to the sky, stirring up strong winds. Snap! With a swift movement, It realigned its jaw and rushed forward with a shriek. During its roar, pus spewed from its mouth. However, those toxins were absorbed by the poison bee illusion, causing it to swell. Boom. Upon colliding, a massive explosion sent Abdul flying backward. He crashed heavily onto the ground, finally waking up due to the intense pain. Huh? That hurts. Where am I? Abdul struggled to his feet, feeling something sticky on his face. He wiped it off, nearly fainting again from the stench. Holy crap, what is this? Did I fall into dog poop? Ugh. The surroundings gradually dimmed, revealing the scene clearly. Stopping his retching, Abdul looked up. His gaze fell upon the venomous bee attacking the necromancer. What is that? Suddenly realizing something, he glanced down at his right index finger. The eerie green glow made him understand. With a thought, he checked the system interface, which clearly recorded what had just happened. Martial arts divine power. Venomous bee spirit. Whispering to himself, Abdul was overjoyed. Never had he expected poison bee finger to advance to a yellow class technique and even develop a martial arts divine power. It was a pleasant surprise. Despite this, the venomous bee spirit wasn't a match for the necromancer. Ayu! The necromancer howled angrily, echoing through the night. With both clawed hands, it forcefully grabbed and threw the venomous bee away, crashing it into the ground. The venomous bee spirit soon retaliated, charging at the necromancer again with fury. The necromancer's withered arms shot forward. One hand grasped its upper jaw, the other held its lower jaw, immobilizing the venomous bee spirit completely. The immense strength in its arms was almost unbelievable. After another roar, it lifted the venomous bee spirit and smashed it violently to the ground. Bam! The venomous bee spirit's head hit the ground forcefully. This wasn't over yet. It repeated the action, each smash dimming the green light further. After several cycles, the venomous bee spirit's light grew fainter and fainter, teetering on the brink of dissipation. Chapter 94. Slash of startling wind. Seeing the spirit of poison bees at a disadvantage, Heath hurriedly forced himself to stand up. This yellow-grade martial skill-derived Wudao Shuntong is still far inferior to the profound sword armor. While muttering to himself, he channeled his entire body's true chi into his right index finger. Then, he suddenly pointed forward, causing another green ferocious poison bee spirit to reappear and roar towards the sky. Go! Heath pointed his right hand forward, and the ferocious poison bee spirit darted out swiftly. In its path, white mist billowed and dust flew. At the same time, the other ferocious poison bee spirit began writhing and struggling with its massive body. Crack! A sharp sound rang out as the corpse witch's arm finally snapped under the immense force. The huge form of the poison bee spirit pressed down on it, immobilizing the opponent. Though the corpse witch excelled in spiritual power, its physical strength was far from sufficient. Facing this sudden attack, it could only watch helplessly as the thick stinger plunged deeply into its shoulder. No matter how much it struggled and roared, it couldn't break free. Just then, the other ferocious poison bee spirit rushed over and collided forcefully. The bodies of the two poison bee spirits emitted a dazzling light. The vast true chi released violent fluctuations, and the corpse which seemed to sense impending danger, its voice filled with despair. But it was too late. Boom. An explosion of energy engulfed it completely. Watching this scene, Heath exhaled heavily and slumped to the ground. Summoning another spirit had drained all his remaining energy. Now he was utterly exhausted. If he couldn't kill the opponent, he might not be able to save himself. So even sitting on the ground, Heath kept his eyes fixed on the corpse witch's direction. Moments later, the dust cleared. What Heath feared indeed came to pass. Amidst the ruins, a figure still stood. Though severely damaged, its fierce eyes chilled Heath to the bone. This guy is still alive? I will eat you. The sinister voice, like a volcano about to erupt, sent ripples of fear through him. The host feels fear inside. The xiuxian divine skill accelerates cultivation speed by 200%. The cultivation speed increased rapidly. Heath felt his strength growing at a terrifying rate, but knew it wouldn't resolve the immediate crisis. The monster was now approaching, its corpse-like stench becoming clear. With no choice, Heath urgently communicated with Janae in the Thunderwood Array disk. Janae, prepare. I'm going to use the Mad Lightning Absolute Domain Array. With your current strength, you can't possibly unleash the full power of this first-class killing array, Janae replied. Heath understood this, but had no other options. No matter what, we have to try. Prepare yourself. All right. As the array spirit, Janae started accumulating her power. Meanwhile, the corpse which reached Heath. It intended to cruelly kill this human who dared harm it. However, just as it prepared to attack, a shocking surge of killing intent erupted behind it. Turning abruptly, it saw a burly Enoch standing there with a golden battle knife in hand, emanating tangible and awe-inspiring killing aura. Senior Martin? Indeed, it was Martin, which brought immense relief to Heath. Recognizing the surrounding killing intent, he quickly spat out blood, scrambled away using both hands and feet. Given his state, he couldn't afford any more trouble. Martin radiated chilling killing aura, leaped lightly into the air, raised the golden battle knife above his head, emitting dazzling cold light. The momentum was astonishing. Die! As he shouted the word die, the battle knife descended upon the corpse which with incredible force. It was his renowned ultimate move, Slash of Startling Wind. With the execution of his technique, the surrounding earth was stirred up, and sand and rocks flew wildly, obscuring the moonlight. Since leaving the sect, Martin hadn't had the chance to fight. This was an agony for a battle fanatic like him. Especially after witnessing the thrilling combat between dragons and snakes, he yearned to release his suppressed strength. Finally encountering a powerful malevolent entity, his excitement surpassed everything else. An overwhelming cutting beam enveloped countless sands and rocks, sweeping towards the corpse witch. Martin's move carried the force of thunder, vowing to obliterate the enemy with a single strike. In life and death moments, the corpse witch wouldn't sit idly. The fierce blade glow further incited its aggression. Who? roaring wildly. The corpse witch lunged forward with its black claws, aiming to counterattack. Boom! A deafening blast echoed, powerful shockwaves spread out. The explosion lasted for over 10 minutes before the world was illuminated again by moonlight. Within a radius of several hundred meters, everything turned into ruins. Russell. Amidst the rubble, Heath struggled to climb out and looked around. He saw that despite everything, the corpse witch still stood in the battlefield. What? It's still not dead? A chill ran down Heath's spine. For Martin's formidable attack to fail, this monster was terrifying. Just as the coldness grew within him, the corpse witch finally collapsed, revealing Martin. By now, the front of the corpse witch's body was shattered, half its head demolished, and countless wounds covered its surface. It turned out Martin's move contained countless blade forces, slicing through with lethal precision, inflicting damage akin to death by slicing. Relieved, Heath exhaled deeply. After carefully checking the surroundings and confirming no dangers, Martin approached Heath. Senior Martin, thank you for coming to my rescue. Why did you provoke this corpse witch? Martin was very puzzled. From what he knew, this corpse witch rivaled Martin in strength but excelled more in controlling corpses, not in raw power, allowing it to be bisected by Martin. You managed to last so long against it. Impressive. Martin genuinely admired the young man before him. Feeling increasingly convinced of his decision to recruit Heath, Martin listened intently as Heath recounted events from meeting Bear to seeing Reggie Taoist, highlighting key points. Hearing this, Martin's expression changed repeatedly. He had met Reggie Taoist many times and even had some connections. If Reggie Taoist was hiding here with unspeakable secrets, the consequences would be dire. Thinking this, he hastily said, "We shouldn't delay. I must return to Ninghai County." With that, his figure blurred as he sped toward the county. Note asterisk the translation has maintained the structure, tone, and style of the original text while ensuring fluency and coherence. Character names have been accurately represented using pinyin. Chapter 95. Ninghai County under attack. Anatoly's rough voice echoed through the night air. Harry's carriage is not far from here. You may wait for a moment and go with him. His voice faded, and he was already nowhere to be seen. Abdul looked around but found that the steed he had ridden earlier had vanished into thin air, presumably turned into a bloody mist and dissipated in the universe. Reluctantly, he decided to meditate temporarily to restore his energy. After a while, the sound of wheels crushing gravel came from behind. Abdul tensed up, quickly turning his head. A carriage stopped not far away, its curtains lifted, revealing Harry's face. Sir Lou, what are you doing here? Where is Senior Anatoly? Abdul let out a sigh of relief, inwardly complaining. Great. I'll probably have psychological trauma every time I see a carriage from now on. He took a deep breath and walked towards the carriage, saying as he approached, Senior Anatoly had some business to attend to and left ahead. Something has happened in Ninghai. Oh, could it be? Hearing this, Harry's expression changed as he thought about his children at home and was about to ask. It seemed Abdul understood his concerns and spoke first. Master E, please don't worry. Although there are changes happening, your son and Tamara are currently safe. Good to know. Only then did Harry relax, regaining his composure. Sir Lou, get in the carriage. Abdul did not refuse and stepped into the carriage, heading toward Ninghai County. Unconsciously, the sky began to lighten. As Abdul and company entered Ninghai city gates, a huge explosion sounded from the southwest, jarring everyone awake. Like thunder striking the earth, it roused the entire city. Countless people emerged from their homes, looking up. Abdul and Harry also gazed into the distance, seeing thick smoke and flames billowing from the direction of the explosion. A disturbing thought flashed through Abdul's mind. That's Regizi's bamboo house. That guy really is up to something. Hearing his words, Harry's face changed dramatically. On the carriage, he had already been told everything about his son. Naturally, he knew that Greg was over there. So he urgently urged, let's hurry to that direction. The driver was about to move when Abdul stopped him. Don't worry, Master E. Senior Anatoly has likely reached there by now. Your son will be fine. Let's return to the E family estate first. His words poured cold water over Harry's anxiety. Sinking back into the carriage, Harry realized the young man was right. With his current strength, going there would only add to the chaos. His only hope now rested on Anatoly, hoping his Peak Gong realm prowess could protect Greg. However, shadows clouded Abdul's heart. If all the masterminds were indeed related to Regizi, then the other party must have an ace up their sleeve. After all these years of meticulous planning, even Anatoly might not be able to gain the upper hand. Thinking about it, Abdul still decided to bring Harry back to the E family estate. Mounting the carriage again, he instructed the driver to head for the E family compound. Meanwhile, at the E family estate, the loud explosion also startled everyone. Lydia led a group of guards and Yinri palace disciples into the courtyard. Everyone's faces showed seriousness. Worry spread across Lydia's face. Her father was nowhere to be found, and her younger brother was poisoned. Now, she was alone in charge of the Largi family. The vulnerability of a merchant family became apparent. They lacked substantial backing. They could only hold their current status in Ninghai by relying on Yinri Palace. Missy, a servant hurried in. What's happening outside? Lydia asked. The sound came from the southwest direction. It seems like there's a fire. Before he finished, a piercing scream broke the silence. Ah, help. What is that thing? The scream came from the rear courtyard, sending chills down everyone's spine. Immediately, the servants were thrown into panic. What's happening? Who's screaming? Where is the sound coming from? At this moment, an elder disciple of the Yinri Palace, named Grady, stepped forward, shouting loudly. Everyone stay calm. Where did the scream come from? Grady was the eldest among Anatoly's disciples, but less gifted in martial arts. Though he usually followed Gong Sun Dao, he still had considerable influence. It seems, it's from where Jana and others are, a maid said, pointing weakly toward the laundry room. Hearing this, Grady said sternly, everyone, remain calm. Guards, set up defenses. The rest, follow me to check. With those words, he dashed toward the backyard, followed by the other Yinri Palace disciples. Follow me, Lydia called after them, shaking off her shock and hurrying along. Grady arrived at a wooden hut and smelled the strong scent of blood. Without hesitation, he kicked the door open. With a bang, the door flew open. As he entered swiftly, something shot past him with a cry, vanishing. Inside, Grady saw a maid lying on the ground, her throat pierced, blood gushing out. She turned her head slowly, trying to call for help, but only emitted choking sounds. Grady remained impassive, scanning the room and noticing several maids huddled together in the corner, trembling. Just then, Lydia and the others arrived at the doorway, witnessing the scene. The weaker maids began sobbing quietly. Some fainted, while the bolder ones vomited uncontrollably. Temporarily, chaos reigned among the servants. Forcing herself to keep her composure, Lydia ordered, "Everyone, step back. Do not enter any rooms for now." Then she shouted to Grady, "Brother son, let's pull back. This place isn't safe." "I'm fine. Stay alert." Grady nodded, cautiously moving forward. He gently closed the dead girl's eyes and led the surviving maids out before asking, "What attacked you?" All looked puzzled at the question, especially the laundry maids. One of them sobbed intermittently. "A huge, monstrous bird. It was so big, suddenly it rushed in, and Jana was killed instantly." WWY. Trembling collectively, the maids cried together. Chapter 96. The Gao family annihilated. The carriage stopped at the entrance of the E family residence. Abdul and Harry got out, only to oddly discover that no one was guarding the gate. The usual guards were nowhere to be seen. What's going on? Harry felt anxious and quickly strode inside with Abdul following closely behind. Arriving at the front courtyard, they found several servants and house staff running frantically as if chased by a ferocious beast. Harry grabbed one of them, demanding answers. "Why are you all running? Where is the young miss?" Seeing him clearly, the servant started wailing. "Master, you're finally back. There's a huge bird killing everyone, miss." She. Before he could finish, Harry, in desperate haste, tossed him aside and ran towards the rear courtyard. Abdul frowned but moved just as swiftly, keeping pace with him. When he arrived, his eyes widened at the sight before him. Good heavens, this is a parrot? There stood a bizarre bird in the courtyard, proudly erect. Its head and shoulders were bright red, its back feathers half blue, the transitional area yellow, eerily similar to parrots from his previous life. Except this one was an astonishing 5 meters long, with a massive beak like the scythe of death. Its sharp talons gleamed menacingly, its red eyes staring fiercely at everyone. At this moment, everyone froze, blood turning cold. Just as their minds went blank, the parrot moved. Its colossal wings spread wide, almost blocking the entire French window, casting an immense shadow over everyone. Then came its harsh, grating cry. Ah! The piercing sound rang like a death knell, signaling the start of carnage. With a single thrust, its sharp beak pierced through a servant's chest, spilling blood. The man hung limply on the beak, screaming for help. "Help me! Save me! Ah, run!" Panic erupted. People scattered aimlessly. "You all, retreat into the corridors. It can't get in there." Grady shouted loudly, regaining some composure, as everyone fled into the various corridors. However, within mere minutes, 6 people were killed. Blood flowed freely in the rear courtyard, the thick scent of it striking fear into their hearts. Abdul did not immediately intervene, his gaze intense. He sensed the parrot's strength was formidable. More crucially, he felt a hidden presence around them. Suddenly, Grady attacked, brandishing a long sword at the macaw parrot. "Beast, die!" Behind him, other Yinri Palace disciples surrounded the creature. His move stirred hope among the Yi family members. Its young master's son were saved. "Kill this monster, hero son. How valiant." Soon, Grady reached the parrot, muscles bulging, his sword gleaming with a cold light. With powerful strides, he leaped into the air and slashed down with great momentum. But amidst the hopeful gazes, the parrot flapped its wings with thunderous force. A loud boom echoed as Grady flew backward, even faster than his attack, stirring up clouds of dust. Silence enveloped the scene. Grady scrambled up, unharmed physically, yet shaken by the parrot's overwhelming strength. Disbelief, disappointment, disbelief. These emotions spread through the crowd. Fear began to grip everyone. Meanwhile, Abdul used agile movements to rush toward Lydia. However, the parrot, noticing Grady's swift defeat, redirected its attention to Abdul. With a roar, it lunged forward, its massive beak smashing toward him. Abdul barely dodged by rolling sideways. Seeing its attack fail, the parrot screeched and pecked again. Abdul sidestepped, avoiding the strike. A loud thud followed, a crater forming on the ground, fragments scattering and injuring many. He rolled and then darted forward again. As he landed, he propelled himself backward, using leverage to slide across the ground toward Lydia. Without pausing, he twisted his body, scooped up Lydia, and muttered, "Let's go." Using his core and arm strength, he hurled her accurately into the rear courtyard. Harry hurriedly dragged her inside, asking worriedly, "Binger, are you all right?" "I'm fine, father." Lydia's voice trembled, clearly traumatized. Looking up, they saw Abdul now battling the parrot. His swift movements left everyone dazzled, including the Yinri Palace disciples who marveled at his prowess. How could this disciple, not even officially initiated, be so strong? Grady yelled to the others. "Head of the E family, retreat from the rear courtyard." "Yes, yes." As the E family retreated, the Yinri Palace disciples fought alongside Abdul, surrounding the enormous bird. Meanwhile, in Ninghai County, besides the E family, other families were also under attack. At the Gao family's main hall, Clem led his 3 generations, gathered together. "Father, what should we do?" Carver, previously calm, now showed sheer panic. "What can we do? Pack up and escape. We've suffered heavy losses, offended the E family and Yinri Palace, and that mysterious Taoist won't let us off either. We can't stay here anymore. Clem replied bitterly. Careful all his life, he never expected his gamble would end this way. If only I hadn't listened to that Taoist. As the 3 generations fell into gloom, Clem suddenly sniffed the air. He detected a faint scent of blood. What's happening? Carver smelled it too. Both father and son exchanged looks of dread. After a while, they both rose and walked toward the door. Just as the door opened, they froze. Inside the Gao family estate lay a gruesome scene. Bodies strewn everywhere, rivers of blood flowing, like a scene from hell. Every Gao family member, from infants to elderly, pets included, had been slaughtered without mercy. Aryan instantly collapsed, overwhelmed. Clem roared in fury. How could this happen? Who did this? In response, a deranged laughter echoed. Ha ha, old man, time to die. Clem looked up as a sharp blade sliced through his throat. So it's you, Gong's son. You broke your promise? His words were cut short as 3 heads flew off, blood spurting. The entire Gao family was annihilated. None survived, their deaths horrifically brutal. Chapter 97. The Bloodthirsty Tai Sui. At this moment, at the E family manor, Abdul was using all his strength to engage with the terrifying giant parrot. Behind him, disciples of the Yinri Hall at various levels, led by Grady, were scattered around, trying to encircle and suppress the creature. As the battle progressed, Abdul's prowess elicited amazement from everyone. A disciple who hadn't even officially entered the sect yet was already much stronger than these senior disciples. To possess such formidable power at this age was a clear demonstration of talent. If Abdul knew what was on everyone's minds, he would cry out in protest. He didn't want to tangle with this parrot. It had become impossible to shake off, and his actions had already thoroughly enraged it. Now, he could only muster all his strength and continue fighting. One wrong move, and everything would be lost. At that moment, an unexpected event occurred. Grady had been wielding a long blade, assisting from the side. He chose his moment and slashed out, but the sparks flew when the blade struck the parrot's wing. The feathers on this parrot had evolved to a certain degree, making the sharp blade incapable of causing any harm. Missing the strike, he was instead hit by the parrot's wing. Grady didn't have time to react. His body was slammed away and landed heavily on the ground. Meanwhile, the parrot pecked at him again, its beak growing larger in his field of vision. Grady felt despair. My fate is sealed. Grady sighed deeply, then closed his eyes, evidently resigning himself to his fate. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed as if piercing the eardrums. Screech. Then, Grady heard Abdul shouting in his ear. Run. In a split-second decision, Abdul hurled his longsword with all his might, striking the parrot's right eye precisely, thus buying some time for Grady. Thank you, Junior Riker. Grady scrambled away using all fours, hastily getting out of the monster's attack range. The severe injury further enraged the parrot. Seeing its prey about to escape, it screeched and pursued them. Who would have thought that the feathers on this parrot are so hard, making ordinary attacks completely ineffective, Abdul said gravely. Seeing that prolonged defense wasn't working, Abdul suddenly leaped into the air, positioning himself right before the opponent. Bending and twisting his body, he used all his strength to point a finger. Martial arts skill. Rampant venom bee spirit. Green light gathered at his right index finger, then howled forth, transforming into a massive venom bee that stung the parrot's face. The entire body of the venom bee drilled into the huge eye socket. Poisonous mist spread from the mutated parrot's eye socket. Next second, a piercing howl filled the air, full of immense pain. The massive body staggered backward as the poison mist eroded its internal organs. Everyone, retreat! Abdul shouted. Led by Grady, the Yinri Hall disciples scattered to the edges. They let the enormous parrot thrash wildly. After some time, the parrot finally exhausted its strength and fell to the ground with a loud thud. Abdul and others did not approach rashly. Such a colossal monster naturally possessed considerable vitality. Though severely injured, it might still have the capacity to counterattack. If it managed a last-ditch strike, it would be too costly. All stayed far away, silently observing its every move. Under their watchful eyes, the mutated parrot twitched several times and ceased moving. Simultaneously, a red glow seemed to emanate faintly from within its body. This strange light was familiar to Abdul, the same one he had seen in the mine in Green Mountain Village. Could it be this parrot was also cultivated for Tai Sui? Abdul pondered. However, his suspicions were soon confirmed. As the red light intensified, the bird-like creature's large body rapidly withered, as if being absorbed by something. Then, under the horrified gaze of the crowd, a mushroom-like object emerged. Radiating from it were blood-red tendrils spreading densely over the bird's body. It's really Tai Sui. Abdul's eyes narrowed. What appeared before them was the Tai Sui they had encountered earlier. Only, this Tai Sui was still alive. It moved as if breathing, each breath shrinking the bird's corpse further. In no time, only a skeleton remained on the empty ground. What is this thing? An inquisitive Yinri Hall disciple, attracted by the Tai Sui, stepped forward instinctively to get a closer look. As he took a step, Abdul noticed that the Tai Sui trembled slightly. Feeling a bad premonition, he shouted urgently, "Don't get close." But it was too late. As the disciple looked up in confusion, the Tai Sui sprang from the skeleton and rushed onto the disciple's head. Ugh! Help me! Save me! The disciple cried out instinctively. Unthinkingly, the Tai Sui crawled directly into his mouth and vanished quickly. The disciple screamed in agony, his body glowing red, tearing his clothes frantically. So hot, I'm burning up. How are you, Wu Forster? His companion, close friends, tried to help. Before they could act, Grady stopped them. Don't get close. His warning worked, for none of the disciples had ever seen anything so bizarre. Junior Riker, what is this thing? What should we do now? Grady asked anxiously, unable to bear watching his fellow disciple die before his eyes. Abdul shook his head helplessly. This thing is called Tai Sui. Senior Martin told me it feeds on flesh and blood. As for what to do now, I'm not sure either. Hearing this, the Yinri Hall disciples were all filled with fear. As for the disciple named Wu Forrester, he had lost his strength and collapsed on the ground. His flesh melted away like ice, until only a skeletal frame remained. This eerie scene stunned everyone present. No one dared approach. For a moment, the entire courtyard fell into a deathly silence. Abdul was rapidly thinking. The Tai Sui parasitized the parrot without immediately draining its blood and flesh. This suggests that cultivation requires specific bodily conditions. Just as he thought this, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, and his back hairs stood on end. The sound of whistling wind came from above, and instantly he sensed the presence of death. Without looking, Abdul lunged forward, narrowly avoiding a lethal blow. Twisting around, he saw that the attacker was merely a dried branch. Suddenly, Abdul remembered something and cried out, "Oh no!" By the time he turned back, it was already too late. A blood-red mass rapidly expanded in his vision. Chapter 98. Undercurrent Surge. As the Ta Sui invaded, Heath felt a scorching heat enter his body. It began circulating through his limbs and meridians. It was as if a flame had entered his body, and under the intense heat, his flesh began to gradually dissolve. At this moment, Heath felt as though he were in a fiery hell. Every inch of his skin, every bit of his flesh was burning. The excruciating pain spread throughout his body, as if even his soul was being destroyed. He couldn't help but howl in agony. Yee! The scream echoed across heaven and earth, reaching even Harry and his Tamara in the front yard, who heard it clearly. Is that Riker? Lydia had just woken up from her unconscious state, and heard that Heath had saved her once again. His image naturally emerged in her mind, and a strange emotion began to quietly grow within her. Hearing Heath's agonizing cries, she could not help but feel anxious and wanted to rush into the backyard to see what was happening. However, as she moved, Harry tightly held her back. What are you doing? Daughter, I need to go see Riker. The situation behind is unpredictable. Even Master Lu might be unable to handle it. What can you do there? Harry's words made Lydia hesitate, stopping in her tracks. But, seeing his Tamara's distress, Harry gently patted her shoulder and sighed deeply. Child, I'm not stopping you because I don't want you to help. But since you haven't practiced martial arts, you would only hinder Master Lu. It's best to wait here. Lydia didn't insist further but stood silently on the spot, her frustration growing uncontrollably. Father is right. I would only be a burden to Riker. Why didn't I practice martial arts diligently? If not, how can I ever be worthy of Riker? For the first time in her life, Lydia felt an overwhelming desire for martial arts. At that moment, a powerful aura approached rapidly from afar. By the time Harry and others noticed, the figure had already stormed into the courtyard. Who are you? Fearful voices filled the air, eyes brimming with alertness and fear, worried about another monster threatening their lives. A burly Enoch appeared before them, wielding a black gold war blade, radiating an imposing killing intent. His fierce gaze was unnerving. Under his arm was an unconscious young man, Harry's only son, Greg. Senior Haddon, you're finally back? The newcomer was none other than Haddon. Upon seeing him, Harry, who had been full of worry, finally managed to smile and stepped forward. Gently taking his son, he asked anxiously, Senior, what about Feng? The poison has been neutralized. He's just in a temporary coma. Hearing this, Harry exhaled in relief. So be it. With both his children safe, his heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally eased. Meanwhile, Heath's cries caught Haddon's attention. In a flash, he appeared in the backyard. Grady sensed the sudden gust of wind and instinctively brandished his blade. Who is it? Recognizing Haddon, he felt a wave of relief. Greetings, Master. The other disciples also seemed to have found their leader and gathered around. Master. Haddon's sharp gaze swept over the area and settled on Heath, who was struggling on the ground. Ta Sui has entered his body? Yes, Junior Riker was penetrated by a blood clot called Ta Sui. Master, please find a way to save him. Grady pleaded urgently. However, upon hearing this, Haddon did not step forward. He shook his head helplessly and said gravely, when Ta Sui enters the body, there are only two outcomes. 1, it becomes nourishment for its growth. 2, it can be refined, which not only eliminates harm but also provides immense benefits due to its rich essence of blood and chi, enhancing one's strength and physique. However, pausing for a few seconds, Haddon sighed deeply. To refine Ta Sui, one must either possess a special constitution or have advanced cultivation techniques. Otherwise, it's virtually impossible. Hearing this, all the disciples exchanged looks, unsure of what to say. They knew Heath's background. In a remote place like Yunqing City, how could they expect any remarkable cultivation methods? Thus, their only hope was for Heath to have a special constitution. Yet, that was extremely unlikely. People with special constitutions were rare and blessed with good fortune. Among 10,000, there might only be one such individual. How could they be so lucky to encounter one? At that moment, no one believed Heath could survive such a dire situation. Not even Haddon. Heath had been someone he favored, and he wouldn't have applied for the Zarili order on his behalf otherwise. However, this effort, which had yet to bear fruit, was brutally destroyed. Moreover, this loss wasn't limited to Heath alone. Damn bastard, Reggie! I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. His furious roar echoed in the sky. Behind him, Grady and the disciples remained silent. Although Haddon was known for his strictness, they had never seen him so enraged. Outside the Yi family residence, two figures clad in black robes stood on tree branches, observing everything. A gentle breeze blew, revealing the face of one of them, none other than Taoist Reggie, whom Haddon sought. The other figure chuckled. Reggie, he really hates you deeply. You tricked him pretty badly. Just a clown. Blame no one but himself for lacking wit. Taoist Reggie spoke lightly, as if it were a trivial matter. Why did you specifically target that boy? Taoist Reggie glanced at the barely breathing Heath in the courtyard and said coldly, that boy ruined my plans and should die. Besides, For someone so young to severely injure a corpse which shows exceptional talent. If we don't eliminate him now, he could become an obstacle next year when we return to Ninghai. Hearing this, the black-robed figure nodded. I see. By the way, how is everything set up? Taoist Reggie asked. Everything went smoothly. Moreover, outside Beijiang County, I encountered someone seeking your former sect and successfully planted Ta Sui in him. Add that to your arrangements. All 4 sects are set. Do you think Haddon will bring the boy back to the sect? Taoist Reggie adjusted his hood, smirking. The Chuanqiu Dao Palace is also in place. It's time to initiate the plan. As for that boy, I'm 80% sure. If not, there's always him. He pointed toward the base of the tree, then leaped away with light steps. The other black-robed figure laughed strangely, following closely. Under the tree, a young man carrying a long blade followed them like a puppet. Keith recognized the face well. It was Bear. ##### Chapter 99. Refining the Tai Sui. Regizi and his companions turned to leave. In their eyes, Abdul was as good as dead. If Haddon returned empty-handed this time, he would eventually bring Greg back to the sect. And Greg was precisely the contingency plan set by Regizi. Within Greg's body, a special Tai Sui had been planted using a secret method. Not only would it not harm the body, but it would also make martial cultivation more efficient. Of course, Regizi had a secret technique to control it, which was why he was confident in letting Greg return. However, something unexpected happened soon after he left. In the courtyard of the E family residence, Abdul, who had been on the brink of death, suddenly emitted a powerful aura from within his body. Next, Haddon and the others felt an astonishingly cold chill rise up. It was the heaven-rank martial art Xiuxian Shengong taking effect. Sensing Abdul's rapidly declining vitality, the Ta'in Sha began to gather actively, resisting the force of the Tai Sui. A hot and cold energy clashed fiercely inside Abdul's body. Dazed, Abdul heard prompts continuously sounding in his mind. Detected Tai Sui entering the body, Xiuxian Shengong cultivation speed increased by 50%. Host's flesh and blood are being consumed. Xiuxian Shengong feels insulted, cultivation speed increased by 100%. Ta'in Sha at a disadvantage, Xiuxian Shengong has gone berserk, cultivation speed increased by 1000%. Host's cultivation level has reached 5th tier of transcending mortality. After persistent effort, Ta'in Sha has taken control. Tai Sui power retreated to the host's spine, slowly being refined. At this moment, in Haddon's eyes, Abdul's body had emitted a bone-chilling coldness. Then, his entire body became distinctly divided into red and white halves starting from the center. Master, what is this? Grady asked hesitantly, while the other disciples looked on curiously. Haddon's expression changed drastically from shock to joy as he exclaimed, could this kid be refining the Tai Sui? Is he truly a special constitution? Upon hearing this, the disciples were momentarily stunned before their faces revealed envious expressions. A special constitution was incredibly rare, 1 in 10,000, and this little junior brother could achieve great things in the future. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the red on Abdul's body gradually faded away, and his breath became steadily calm. Haddon cautiously approached him, placing 2 fingers on Abdul's wrist. After sensing carefully, he couldn't help but marvel. The Tai Sui has been completely suppressed. Refinement is just a matter of time. This is a pleasant surprise. A special constitution. This is like finding a treasure. Haddon and company assumed that Abdul possessed extraordinary physical strength and lineage. As for a heaven-rank martial art, they didn't dare even imagine such a thing. To them, it was all legend. Haddon instructed Harry to find an empty room to settle Abdul. After resting for a day, he wandered around Ninghai County over the next few days, but found no news of Taoist Reggie. On this day, Haddon returned to the residence. Outside the door, he found Harry waiting with his children. Upon seeing him return, they eagerly greeted him. You've returned, senior? Haddon nodded, his eyes showing some confusion. The head of the family wishes to speak with me? Come inside. Saying so, he opened the door and invited the 3 inside. The guests sat down respectfully while Lydia and Greg stood behind Harry, each filled with hope and trepidation. Seeing their demeanor, Haddon seemed to understand something. Family head, please speak your mind. As you wish. I'll get straight to the point, Harry smiled and continued. Could my children join you and be brought back to the sect? Really? What do you mean? Don't you still worry about Ninghai's safety? Rest assured, when I return, the sect will surely send experts to protect Ninghai. Haddon explained, adding that as a subordinate city of the Yinhua Hall, Ninghai would definitely be thoroughly investigated after such an event. He believed Regizi wouldn't risk himself under these circumstances. Harry shook his head vigorously. No, senior, you misunderstand. After this incident, these children are set on pursuing martial arts. No matter how much I try to stop them, it's useless. These are my only children. Otherwise, how could I bear to let them go? Haddon was surprised. He looked at Greg and Lydia, his eyes questioning. Greg stepped forward first, kneeling down. Senior Haddon, I have always admired martial arts. Seeing your prowess today has fueled my admiration further. Moreover, Brother Gongsun died because of me. I must learn martial arts to avenge him. As he spoke, an intense hostility emanated from the slender boy. Clearly sensing his desire for vengeance, Haddon was taken aback. Bear had been one of his most valued disciples, and his death was a significant blow. However, witnessing the burning flame of revenge in this young boy's heart softened Haddon's stance somewhat. Before he could refuse, Lydia also approached and bowed respectfully. Senior, I also want to learn martial arts. Looking at the frail girl, Haddon felt helpless. Exchanging a glance with Harry, he asked softly, why do you wish to learn martial arts? Lydia blushed and hesitated before stammering. I want to protect myself, and I want to help Riker. The room fell silent after her words. Haddon gave a bitter smile. Considering Harry's contributions to the Yinhua Hall, this request wasn't too much. Moreover, Greg showed promise both in talent and character. But one youth sought vengeance through martial arts, while the other sought love. If he agreed, he would inadvertently lead them astray. For in their hearts, martial arts were merely tools to achieve their goals. If those goals were never met, they might stray onto wrong paths. Glancing at Harry, who watched his children with concern, Haddon felt conflicted. Seemingly noticing this, Harry looked up and saw the pleading in Haddon's eyes. Thus, amidst Lydia and Greg's hopeful gazes, Haddon uttered 2 words calmly. Not possible. Lydia's face filled with disappointment, having already anticipated this outcome. Greg, however, grew irate, abruptly standing up. Why not, Senior Haddon? Why won't you accept me? His tone was filled with anger, though he didn't quite understand his own emotions. He felt that without martial arts, he would lose something important, and joining the Yinhua Hall became crucial. Haddon's gaze turned cold, his voice icy. Are you teaching me how to act? Harry immediately intervened, scolding his son. Feng'er, how can you talk to Senior like that? Apologize immediately. No need. Haddon raised a hand to stop him. Your talent is insufficient, and your mindset is poor. You don't qualify for the Yinhua Hall. With that, he waved his hand forcefully, pushing Harry, Lydia, and Greg out of the room with a surge of energy. Bang! Staring at the closed door, Greg's expression turned vicious and vengeful. Haddon, there will come a day when you'll regret your actions today. His once bright eyes now gleamed with a faint bloody red hue. The next day, Haddon left Ninghai County with his disciples and the still unconscious Abdul, heading towards the Yinhua Hall. #### Chapter 100, The Shock of the Sun Concealing Hall. 3 days later, when the rising sun once again spread its warmth across the land, everything seemed as it always had, peaceful and tranquil. 800 miles west of Ninghai County lies a range of mountains known as the Xiuxian Mountains. Among them, nestled in the southeastern corner, is Maple Valley, home to an ancient and elegant complex of buildings. At the entrance of this valley stands a magnificent gate with a gold-plated sign that reads, Sun Concealing Hall. This is where one of the 4 major clans of Beijiang Prefecture resides, the Sun Concealing Hall. The complex is surrounded by walls, green willows hanging down around it, with 3 pavilion gates adorned by intricate carvings, and covered walkways running all around. In the courtyard, winding paths are interspersed among stones and streams, leading to the main hall facing south. It is opulent and grand, filled with flowers and intricate decorations. A stream flows through the entire garden, crossed by white stone brick bridges. At this moment, inside the main hall, several rosewood marble tables are lined up on either side. The air is filled with the aroma of tea, and seated at each table is a highly skilled expert, their energy concealed yet palpable. Each robe bears an embroidered emblem of a sun partially obscured by clouds. Among them sits Martin, who was responsible for guiding Abdul into the hall, positioned at the far end. Virtually all senior members of the Sun Concealing Hall have gathered here. Despite the large number of people present, the hall remains eerily silent, no one speaking a word. Everyone's expression is solemn, the atmosphere tense. Suddenly, a booming voice from outside breaks the silence. Why isn't anyone speaking? As the voice echoed, Enoch walked in. He was neatly dressed with a faint smile on his face. His tall stature and unusually long arms reaching almost to his knees added to his commanding presence. His square face exuded authority, and his eagle-like eyes were piercingly sharp. He was none other than the hall master of the Sun Concealing Hall, Ivor, whose martial cultivation had already reached the divine mansion realm. Ivor strode to the front of the hall, scanned the room, and sat down lightly. Let's hear your reports. How did the investigation into the events in Ninghai County go? Upon hearing these words, the elders and various officials of the Sun Concealing Hall remained silent. Ninghai County's situation was too bizarre, and despite sending many people to investigate, no useful leads were found. Seeing everyone remaining quiet, Ivor's expression turned increasingly stern. With a cold snort, he directed his gaze at Martin and said, Dao Executive, tell us about what you discovered in Ninghai. Hearing this, Martin stood up without hesitation, bowed respectfully, and began his report. In Ninghai County, Carmine, a 5th-rank alchemist, has been collaborating with our Sun Concealing Hall. He orchestrated the planting of cane, a mythical life form. Moreover, I discovered that he was implanting cane into monsters using alchemy, possibly performing some secret technique. The E family was attacked by such monsters. Ivor nodded thoughtfully and asked, what about the Gao family? Any discoveries? Martin replied, by the time I arrived, the Gao family compound was nothing but ruins, not a single soul left alive. Judging from the corpses, it appears to be the work of an expert swordsman, at least as skilled as myself. And, pausing momentarily, a puzzled look appeared on his face. And what? Ivor pressed. After analyzing the wounds, it seems the culprit used Jinfeng chop. What? Ivor slammed his hand on the table, a fierce aura erupting from him. Are you absolutely certain? My skills are rooted in the Jinfeng knife technique, so I am tenfold confident in my judgment. Martin's decisive words sent ripples through the gathering. Everyone in the room drew a sharp breath. This suggested there might be traitors within the Sun Concealing Hall, possibly even among those present. The hall fell deathly silent. Ivor's gaze sliced through the air, scanning the assembly of elders before speaking after a moment. I've received intelligence that cane has appeared in all cities under the control of the 4 major clans. What? That's impossible. Looking at the stunned elders, Ivor maintained his serious demeanor. Moreover, the Will, outer sect elders of the star-marking sect, were attacked on their way back, both critically injured. Only one person was involved. His words caused a collective gasp. How could that be possible? Dalton's formation mastery and martial prowess reached the transformation stage. You forget, the Will act as a pair, complementing each other's formations. To severely wound both simultaneously would require overwhelming force, otherwise it's wishful thinking. The room buzzed with speculation and disbelief. The star-marking sect relied on formation mastery, and the will, renowned experts in this field, were formidable opponents. Cough. Interrupting the heated discussion, Ivor cleared his throat, silencing everyone. Our priority now is for each elder to return and investigate any anomalies within their divisions. Report any suspicions immediately. Elder Xiao of the Enforcement Hall. An imposing elder stepped forward. Present. Strengthen management of disciples in each hall and increase patrols within and outside the sect. As you command. Dismissed. Everyone focus on your duties. Everyone began filing out. Martin stayed behind, stepping forward. Lord Sect Leader, what should we do with the young man I brought back? Intrigued, Ivor asked, I heard this new disciple can absorb cane? Yes, I witnessed it firsthand. Ivor's eyes sparkled with curiosity. How is he now? He is still unconscious. The energy from cane hasn't been fully consumed. In that case, wait until he wakes up and test his constitution before deciding further actions. Ivor turned and left the hall. On his way back, Martin's mind wandered. The recent events involving Carmine's plot and the annihilation of the Gao family weighed heavily on him. There was also something he hadn't mentioned, the familiar knife marks on the bodies, suggesting the attacker was left-handed, and his disciple, Bear, wielded the sword with his left hand. Chapter 101. The Formless Swordbone. At dawn, the sun rose slowly. Sunlight filtered through an ancient courtyard, shining through the windows onto a young man lying motionless on a bed. He was handsome and well-built, but at this moment, he seemed to be in deep slumber, almost lifeless. This was Abdul. After being unconscious for over 10 days, the Ta Sui, a mystical force, within him had been mostly refined. Now, Abdul's consciousness began to gradually awaken. The sunlight now touching his face brought some sensation back. At this moment, the sun seemed like a distant, enormous, spinning floral sphere. Sunlight radiated from it as if they were strips of colorful silk brocade, decorated with images of the nine-legged crow, three-headed birds, galloping dragons, herons, cranes, white deer, and large, vibrant flowers. This dazzling spectacle filled Abdul's field of vision. Where am I? Just as he pondered, the warm sunlight suddenly shattered. It turned into fine golden sand, floating around him, seeping into his hair, skin, and body. The sand spun faster and finally rushed into his chest. Penetrating his flesh and organs, it reached his spine. Abdul could feel the surging blood energy within him. A force was reshaping and strengthening his spine. Initially shocked, Abdul then showed a look of wild joy as his consciousness fully returned. Could it be that the Ta Sui has been completely refined? In the room, Abdul's eyelids fluttered slightly. Suddenly, a dense red glow emanated from his entire body. Though not yet fully awake, he felt something inside him breaking through a certain constraint, undergoing constant reformation. His body tingled and stung with pain, making him groan. The pain grew more intense until it pierced his very bones, deeply affecting his heart and soul. Finally, overwhelmed by pain, Abdul suddenly woke up with a long cry. The red light in his limbs quickly converged and merged into his spine. In the next second, a sword aura burst out of his body, shooting skyward, piercing the heavens. The sharp sword intent seemed to split the sky in two. Soon, the overwhelming momentum vanished. No further changes occurred. Abdul was drenched in sweat, as if he had just emerged from water. Supporting his head, he panted heavily. Where is this place? As he surveyed his surroundings, the door opened from outside, and a familiar figure entered. Senior Martin? You've finally woken up. How do you feel? Abdul's awakening brought a rare glint of joy to the usually stern Martin's eyes. Rubbing his aching head, Abdul slowly responded. How long have I been asleep? You've been unconscious for nearly half a month. This is the Yenri Hall. Martin's answer made Abdul pause, surprised that he had arrived at the Yenri Hall while unconscious. Gradually regaining full awareness, his body started feeling sensations again, but recalling the previous pain still left him uneasy. Thank you, Senior. I feel my body isn't seriously injured. Martin waved his hand, saying, it has nothing to do with me. If not for your special constitution, the Ta Sui would have killed you. Now that you've survived, you must have gained many benefits. His tone carried a hint of envy. Martin, with average talent, had achieved what he did through relentless daily practice. A special constitution was something he dreamed of, yet it was beyond his reach. Abdul nodded slightly. He had briefly checked the system records. He knew it was due to the xiuxian divine technique and not any special constitution. However, after refining the Ta Sui, he felt his body had undergone some transformation, especially around his spine. But with Martin present, there was no time to examine it closely. Seeing Abdul dazed, Martin thought he was still regaining consciousness. So he said, since you're awake, rest first. Tomorrow, I'll report to the sect leader to arrange a master for you. By then, you'll officially become an inner disciple of our Yenri Hall. The Yenri Hall, one of the 4 major sects in Beijiang County, had countless disciples divided into outer and inner disciples. Someone like Martin was an outer sect official responsible for admitting less talented disciples. But a genius like Abdul would naturally be placed directly in the inner circle under an elder's tutelage. With these words, Martin turned to leave. Abdul, despite feeling weak, respectfully thanked him. Thank you, Senior. Your kindness today will never be forgotten. His words satisfied Martin, who nodded. Recruiting disciples brought them contributions and rewards. Better qualified disciples meant more potential and greater rewards. Moreover, Abdul could refine the Ta Sui, a rare talent worth befriending before he became too powerful. After Martin left, Abdul lay back down and called softly. System. A virtual panel appeared. Host, Abdul. Realm. 5th stage Transcendence Realm. Constitution. Formless Swordbone. Enhances sword comprehension and amplifies sword techniques. Xiuxian Divine Technique. First Path. Supreme In Sha. Xian Sword Cannon, Primal Essence, Derived Martial Art Power, Xian Sword Armor, Venomous Bee Finger, Primal Essence, Derived Martial Art Power, Wild Venomous Bee Spirit, Thunder Domain Formation, accomplished. Wilted Wood Zin, accomplished. 3,000 Questions of Alchemy, perfect. As the system panel expanded, Abdul noticed the changes. Besides strength improvement and new derived martial powers, a new item, Constitution, had appeared. Formless Sword Bone. Abdul murmured to himself. Naturally, he recalled how the essence of the Ta Sui had fused into his spine. It must have created the sword bone. Despite the perilous ordeal, it could be considered a blessing in disguise. I wonder how much this sword bone can enhance me. However, the Xian Sword Cannon could not advance further for now. He could only wait until becoming an inner disciple to learn a new sword technique. The next evening, Martin returned with good news. Become an inner disciple under Elder 13? Yes, Senior Rashad is acknowledged as a master of swordsmanship, highly praised by the sect leader. You're lucky. Without your ability to refine the Ta Sui, it would have been impossible to study under Elder Sang. Puzzled, Abdul asked, why is that? Martin simply replied, you'll understand later. Adjust yourself. Tomorrow, I'll take you to meet Elder Sang. Abdul nodded, acknowledging. That night passed quietly. The next day, before dawn, Martin led Abdul towards a mountain peak at the edge of Maple Leaf Valley. Chapter 102, The Heavy Sword, Rashad. In the chilly morning forest, a bitter wind howled and the temperature was still low. Especially at this time when day meets night, the icy gusts that swept through the woods were bone-chilling. Amidst this cold, an elderly man with gray hair sat cross-legged in the woods. Despite the harsh wind striking his body, he remained as immovable as a mountain. If not for the slight rise and fall of his chest, one might have thought he had frozen to death amidst the autumn frost. Now, dawn was breaking. Accompanied by heavy panting, 2 wild wolves appeared beside a tree behind the old man. Their eyes, dark and bloodthirsty, stared intently at the motionless elder. In these frigid mountains, not only did humans suffer from hunger and cold, but the beasts faced life-threatening danger too. Staring at the tasty morsel within reach, the famished wolves dripped viscous saliva onto the ground. The old man kept his eyes closed, showing no reaction. Next to him lay a black heavy sword, radiating intense cold. After a long while, one of the wolves lost its patience. Leaping out from behind the tree, it pounced towards the old man in a few bounds. Its foul breath now reached the old man's face. The other wolf also sprang forward, flanking the old man for a coordinated attack. At this moment, the sun finally rose above the horizon. Frost had already covered the old man's body, face, and forehead. Yet, he showed no sign of movement, except that the sword beside him seemed even colder. Unable to resist the tempting food any longer, the leading wolf abandoned all caution, leaped into the air with powerful hind legs, and lunged at the old man's throat. Simultaneously, the rear wolf let out a howl and charged faster. Just as the wolf's sharp teeth were about to bite into the old man's throat, he suddenly opened his eyes, releasing a piercing light, as if twin beams shot from his eyes. With his left hand, he seized the heavy sword and surged upward with both hands. A streak of blood-red light flashed off the black heavy sword and disappeared in an instant. In front of the old man, the attacking wolf's body suddenly shattered mid-air. Time seemed to stop at that moment. More terrifyingly, there was not a sound during the entire process, leaving only a shower of blood. Turning his body smoothly, the old man slashed diagonally with the sword. The blade sliced through the second wolf's body in a flash. Before it could even cry out, it was cut in half. Wolf's blood sprayed everywhere, instantly staining the ground red before the old man. Suddenly, more changes occurred. From the surrounding barren forest came a rustling sound, followed by the emergence of 5 or 6 emaciated, starving wolves with cruel glares. Apparently, they were attracted by the earlier howls. Standing there, the old man gave the wolves a stern look. His muscles, bulging under his thin clothing, looked ready to burst, embodying explosive strength. The smell of blood soon spurred the pack to pounce without further delay. The old man, instead of retreating, advanced with the frosted heavy sword in hand. Soon, the forest was filled with the stench of blood, detectable even from afar. In a short while, all the wolves were slain by him alone. The old man's expression never changed. He tore off his torn shirt, revealing a bare torso, and began wiping his heavy sword. Who is it? Come out. As he spoke, Martin emerged from the woods, leading Abdul. Approaching the elder, Martin respectfully bowed and greeted. Greetings, 13th elder. Abdul also bowed deeply. He knew the elder before him was the 13th elder of the Yani Temple, Rashad, a renowned swordsman mentioned by Ivor. So it's you. What brings you here? Rashad's voice echoed loudly, akin to thunderclap. Hearing this, Martin hurriedly replied. A disciple I received some days ago on my journey down the mountain, as per the sect master's orders, should be trained by the 13th elder. Oh, to be my disciple? Is it the boy behind you? Martin moved aside, gesturing to Abdul. That's correct. This young man is named Abdul. His talent in swordsmanship is remarkable, and he might possess a special constitution. Upon hearing this, Rashad's gaze shifted to Abdul, and he burst into laughter. So you're Abdul? The one who can refine cane? He then abruptly leaped over 10 yards, spreading his arms wide and grabbing Abdul into a hug. His actions were swift and unusual. Initially, Abdul tensed upon meeting the elder's eyes, prepared to defend himself. But despite seeing the old man leap and extend his arms, he couldn't react in time. Pulled tightly into the embrace, Abdul felt bones creak under immense pressure, almost popping out of his sockets. Martin watched, astonished, yet dared not intervene. Taller as Abdul was, Rashad towered over him, lifting him off the ground in one strong hug. Instantly, the Xian sword armor activated, sending out waves of sword chi toward the elder. Quite powerful sword chi, Rashad remarked. His arms pushed apart momentarily. Using this opportunity, Abdul dodged away. Elder, what does this mean? Before Abdul finished speaking, Rashad stepped forward again, opening his arms for another hug. Recognizing the elder's incredible strength, Abdul quickly retreated. Rashad pursued effortlessly, trying to grab him once more. Not daring to resist directly, Abdul ducked his head and slipped past beneath the elder's left arm. But the elder's left hand pressed lightly on Abdul's head, intensifying his spin and causing him to turn several times like a spinning top. Caught off guard again, Abdul was enveloped in another hug. Rashad tightened his grip, leaving Abdul nearly incapacitated. Seeing this, Rashad laughed heartily. You're quite something, kid, but we'll see about your sword skills. Loosening his arms, he hurled Abdul away. Mid-air, Abdul steadied himself, landing gracefully on the ground. Drawing his dual swords from behind, he assumed a serious expression. Please instruct me, Elder. Chapter 103. The gentleman keeps away from the kitchen. Seeing him assume a stance, Rashad burst out laughing. Very good. Full of spirit and courage. That's how a man should be, bold and brave enough to face any challenge. As he spoke, his hand, broad as a fan, extended and beckoned with a finger. Boy, don't be shy. If you want me to take you as a disciple, show your skills. Hearing this, Heath's lips curled into a slight smile, and his fighting spirit blazed within him. Seeing this, Rashad nodded approvingly. In the next moment, Heath pushed off with both feet and lunged forward, stabbing with twin swords in rapid succession. Rashad did not dodge or avoid. Instead, he flexed his arms, true energy flowing through him. The scenery before him warped and twisted as a massive aura swirled around him. Heath's sword strikes were instantly blocked by the swirling aura, trembling violently. The old man's smile remained unfazed, and amidst Heath's shocked gaze, he suddenly expanded his chest. The aura scattered explosively, sending Heath flying backward. Exerting all his strength, Heath managed to steady himself just in time. Looking up, the old man was already striding forward, two fingers thrusting like a sword directly at him. Heath hurriedly withdrew his twin swords to counter. There was a ding, and the twin sword snapped instantly. Rashad lightly waved, sending the broken swords flying while closing the distance. Despite having experienced many battles, Heath found himself utterly incapable of retaliating against the old man. With his twin swords broken, Heath quickly sidestepped behind the opponent, moving swiftly like an eel. He then braced one leg behind Rashad, tripping his feet with the other, and thrust his arm under the armpit, pushing the old man's chin with his left palm, leveraging force from his waist. Down. This move was actually street fighting technique from his previous life. Pushing with the left hand while tripping with the foot would easily cause someone to fall. Though simple, it was quite effective. Moreover, he now used Tying Sha to transform his body into a flexible sword, attempting to push Rashad back using this jarring force. This unexpected move seemed to catch Rashad off guard. Good boy, transforming your body into a sword. Indeed, you have great talent. While saying this, his body merely leaned back slightly, remaining motionless otherwise. His feet rooted firmly on the ground. Reaching back with his left arm, he encircled Heath's neck and threw him forward with the same command. Down. In grappling techniques, the methods to trip opponents are reciprocal. When two people tangle, the postures of trying to trip each other are almost identical. The only difference lies in who seizes the initiative. Although Heath had taken the initiative, his strength was far too inferior to achieve a decisive strike. Thrown by Rashad, Heath soared into the air, rolled diagonally, and crashed heavily to the ground. Ha ha ha, how about that, boy? Want to fight again? Standing up, Heath felt somewhat helpless. You're far stronger than me. There's no way I can win. He had never met such a shameless elder who exerted full effort against every attack. Had he not refined Cain and bolstered his physique, combined with the protection of the profound sword armor, he might have been gravely injured by now. Stepping forward cautiously, Martin asked, tentatively, Elder saying, what do you think? Rashad nodded, speaking in a deep voice. This boy is good. His talent for the way of the sword is truly remarkable, and his foundation is solid. It's evident he's put in a lot of hard work. Hearing this, Heath's lips twitched, secretly amused. Old man, you'll see. Hard training and diligence mean nothing. This young master practices by napping. With the system at his disposal, Heath had never worried about cultivation. His powers naturally increased while he slept. Taking advantage of Rashad's praise, Martin hastily continued. If so, then... But before he could finish, Rashad waved a large hand. No rush. He has proven competent in martial arts, but I need to see if he suits my temperament. Stepping forward, he asked, Boy, I have a question. Senior, speak freely. Rashad turned and pointed to the wolf carcasses strewn behind him, calmly asking, Boy, if you encounter a wolf pack in the future, and they attack humans to protect their pups, what would you do? Without hesitation, Heath blurted out, Kill. Rashad nodded, continuing, If you've killed all the adult wolves, leaving only the elderly, sick, and weak, what will you do? This question made Heath fall into deep thought. The question itself wasn't difficult, but since his goal was to become a disciple, guessing Rashad's preferences was crucial. How should I respond? If I say I'll wipe them all out, will the old man think I'm bloodthirsty? Or should I give a different answer? Growing impatient, Rashad interjected, Just say what you think. Isn't it that easy? Why overthink? Lying low isn't easy. If I anger you, you might refuse to take me as a disciple. Deciding, Heath took a deep breath, steadied his nerves, and answered firmly. Wipe them out. Really? Rashad raised an eyebrow. Even the pups? Can you kill them? Why not? Close your eyes and strike. Heath's response made Rashad scoff. If you're killing them, why close your eyes? Sounds pretty hypocritical, boy. Staring straight into Rashad's eyes, Heath declared resolutely. When a gentleman sees animals alive, he cannot bear to see them die. When he hears their cries, he cannot bring himself to eat their flesh. Therefore, a gentleman keeps away from the kitchen. To root out the problem is to prevent future troubles, but I am not a bloodthirsty person. This goes against my nature and moral upbringing. All actions boil down to survival. Natural selection. Pausing, he looked at the expressionless Rashad and continued, be it hypocrisy or cruelty, this is my choice. For a moment, silence prevailed. Only the howling wind persisted around them. Rashad gazed intently at Heath, murmuring softly, gentleman keeps away from the kitchen. Interesting. Good. Haha. Good. Laughter echoed, cutting through the air. The laughter subsided quickly, and Rashad appeared before Heath, solemnly declaring, boy, let's start your apprenticeship. Without further ado, Heath knelt, bowing 3 times reverently. Disciple Heath, meeting master. Hashtag chapter 104, the tide-chasing step of Tian Wu. After Giroux paid respects to his new master, Martin politely bid farewell and returned to the outer courtyard. Giroux followed Rashade as he walked towards a distant location. Kid, now that you've recognized me as your master, I'll give you your first lesson today. Upon hearing this, Giroux felt excited and asked, where are we going? To my sparring ground, Rashade replied after a moment. Aren't we here yet? Giroux looked up to see an extremely spacious platform. On either side were rows of weapon racks filled with all sorts of weapons, everything one could imagine. Rashade smiled at Giroux's somewhat stunned expression. What do you think, kid? How does your master's sparring ground look? It took Giroux a while to snap out of his daze. Grand and impressive. Didn't expect you old man to be so particular about this. After their brief interactions, Giroux had already gauged his new master's character, making him more relaxed. He walked toward the weapon racks with envy written all over his face. Seeing this, Rashade said impatiently, rascal, you should address me as master. All right, master. But since you're an expert in swordsmanship, why do you have all types of weapons here? Giroux wandered around and found a wide variety of weapons on these racks. Although not actual divine weapons, they were finely crafted. Hearing his question, Rashade's smile faded. Mastering swordsmanship isn't just about seclusion. It's also about learning from all schools and improving our shortcomings. Nodding in understanding, Giroux raised his head. Master, what are you going to teach me today? Is it heavy swords? He had seen Rashade's heavy sword earlier, capable of both offense and defense with endless variations. Recalling that powerful sword technique, Giroux couldn't help but feel excited inside. However, Rashade shook his head with a smile. Your sword skills aren't weak, and your physique is strong enough to handle my heavy sword. But it's not heavy swords today. Not heavy swords? Ah, Giroux pouted, feeling slightly disappointed. So, what will you teach me? Today, Master will teach you footwork. Footwork? Looking at Rashade who was smiling at him, Giroux was somewhat surprised. But soon he realized he had never learned any true footwork techniques. He figured Rashade had probably noticed this during their previous battle. Alright, footwork then. Even for fleeing, it can be useful. What kind of footwork? Rashade's expression turned serious. All techniques depend on footwork, whether attacking or defending. Good footwork can activate every muscle in your body, aiding and strengthening your physique. As he spoke, his aura began to change, blending into the air around him. Shortly after, Rashade roared, watch closely. Then, he swiftly stepped forward with his left foot, turning his toes outward and slightly bending his knee. His right knee bent down, lifting his heel off the ground with crossed legs. Next, he stepped forward with his right foot in front of his left, and then moved his left foot forward similarly, ending in a half-horse stance with both knees bent. His upper body remained upright, while his pace grew increasingly faster. Giroux stood there, bewildered, as if witnessing something strange. Because he realized that Rashade's footwork, though large in stride and fast in frequency, wasn't particularly difficult. It seemed rather basic, like foundational steps. What's this old man up to? This footwork doesn't seem very advanced. Even though I don't have much practice, deceiving me wouldn't be right. No sooner had he spoken than Rashade's aura drastically changed. He seemed like a fierce beast unleashed from its cage, moving even faster and more powerfully. His upper body swayed unpredictably, like seaweed tossed by waves. Moving swiftly within a small area, it was hard to keep track of his movements. Giroux was completely stunned. At that moment, he felt like he was standing amidst the vast ocean. Not far from him, a monstrous creature surged through the roaring waves. Eventually, Giroux regained his senses, only to find Rashade had stopped, hands behind his back, watching into the distance calmly. Old man, was that? Rashade did not answer, still standing motionless with narrowed eyes, exuding an air of enlightenment. Seeing this, Giroux inwardly criticized him. This old man sure knows how to put on a show. Nonetheless, his actions were quick. Approaching respectfully, he bowed and said, please, master, impart your teachings generously. Rashade nodded this time. Seeing your sincerity, I will teach you this tide-chasing step of Tianwu. Giroux was initially stunned because he heard a familiar term, Tianwu. In his previous life, the classic of mountains and seas described Tianwu as an ancient water deity, human-faced with a tiger-like body, possessing 8 heads, 8 legs, and 8 tails, renowned for its formidable strength in ancient times, rivaling Yinglong. Could it be that this world truly has such mythical creatures? Noticing Giroux was distracted, Rashade slapped him. You dare daydream again? Go, practice it yourself and let me see your memory. Giroux ducked his head and quickly jumped aside, practicing according to his memory. Rashade continued correcting him from the side. Time flew by rapidly. You're not bad in talent, but your memory is terrible. Are you a pig? I've shown you several times, and you still haven't fully memorized it. Seeing Giroux's disorganized steps, Rashade cursed loudly. About an hour later, Rashade finally said, let's stop here. You're truly thick-headed. You've memorized the tide-chasing step of Tianwu, but practice gradually. Once you can perform it fluently, you'll be considered to have entered the door. Giroux stopped, sitting on the ground, breathing heavily. Meanwhile, a system notification rang in his mind. Ding, congratulations, host has learned the middle-grade profound footwork, tide chasing step of Tianwuda. Automatic cultivation begins? This middle-grade profound footwork is indeed rare. Thinking to himself, Giroux remembered Rashid's words. This set of footwork is part of our family tradition. It's said that our ancestor once saw a demon beast deep in the sea, human-faced with a tiger-like body, 8 heads, 8 legs, and 8 tails. Observing its movements, he created this footwork. This footwork isn't just about steps. It activates the entire body, enhancing combat abilities and serving as an exercise method in daily practice. You should feel better than before, right? Giroux felt it too. His injuries from Rashid's attack were healed, and his physique slightly improved. That's the unique aspect of this footwork. It rejuvenates your body during training. If you can master it, you can recover strength during battles, truly achieving self-improvement through combat. With that, Rashid turned and left. I have other matters to attend to. Practice well. I'll come for you in the evening. Watching the elder's departing figure, Giroux felt a surge of passion. Self-improvement through combat. This footwork is extraordinary, and I must practice diligently. His gaze became determined as he sought a shady spot to rest comfortably. Ding. Host slacks off. Tide chasing step of Tianwu is heartbroken. Cultivation speed increases by 150%. The long-lost sensation. Heavenly. Thus, the journey of Giroux learning the tide chasing step of Tianwu commenced, filled with challenges and newfound strength. Hashtag chapter 105. The sect's gambling den. Time flew by, and soon the sun was setting. Rashid had already returned, but to his surprise, the entire training ground was deserted. The image of Abdul diligently practicing did not materialize as he had imagined. This little brat? Could it be that he's slacking off? Looking around, he indeed found Abdul sound asleep in a corner. The elder burst into a rage, took 2 steps forward, grabbed him by the collar, and threw him out. Unambitious good-for-nothing. Abdul felt dizzy and then hit the ground with pain, which woke him from his sleep. He shook his head to regain consciousness. Raising his eyes, he saw an irate Rashid, realizing what had happened. Master, don't be upset. I have already grasped the Tianwu Zhui Lang movement technique. Upon hearing this, disappointment flashed across Rashid's face. For the first time, he doubted his judgment and coldly said, Mastery? Fine, show me. If there's any deceit. Before he could finish, Abdul had already begun moving rapidly, weaving through the confined space with the exact movements of Tianwu Zhui Lang. How is this possible? Rashid was taken aback. According to his estimates, Abdul would need at least 3 days to fully grasp it. Yet, this kid had done it in 1 day, and he had clearly been asleep just now. That meant less than a day for him to master an advanced level movement technique. Ridiculous. As Abdul completed the entire sequence, he explained, this movement technique combines bursts of power with sustained force. It's all about timing, using external forces to your advantage in battle, striking at the opportune moment to exploit weaknesses. Master, am I correct? Rashid came back to his senses after hearing this. Not bad, barely acceptable, still needs practice. He turned and walked downhill. In truth, Rashid's mind was already in turmoil. This kid has a terrible memory but an extraordinary talent, truly monstrous. Watching his master's back, Abdul shouted, Master, where are you going? To show you where you'll be staying? The two vanished into the sunset, one behind the other. Thus, Abdul settled down in the Yinri Palace. The next day, Rashid instructed Abdul to go to the inner courtyard to collect his monthly salary and cultivation resources. As an inner sect disciple, they were the pillars of the sect and thus entitled to certain benefits. However, Abdul, being new, quickly got lost on his way. Just then, 3 disciples dressed in Yinri Palace attire approached. You look new here, young brother. Abdul raised an eyebrow. These 3 didn't seem like upstanding individuals, but he needed someone to guide him, so he bowed and replied, I became an inner sect disciple yesterday. Who might you be? We've been here a few years longer than you. You should address us as senior brothers. Abdul smiled politely. Greetings, seniors. Seeing his respectful demeanor, the 3 disciples grinned. They saw Abdul as just another newcomer without much background. One of them, a lanky man, put an arm around Abdul's shoulder and asked, Little brother just came down from the mountain. Do you have money with you? Money? Yes, I do. Their faces lit up with delight upon hearing this. They looked at him as if he were a fat sheep. If so, let me take you somewhere fun. Oh, where? Just follow me. The 3 men half led, half escorted Abdul toward a secluded courtyard in the southeast corner. Abdul didn't resist. He was curious where they were taking him. Passing through several corridors, they arrived at a secluded courtyard in the southwest corner. The gates were closed, and a few guards were vigilantly watching. The 3 led Abdul over. The guard seemed familiar with them and greeted them warmly. You're here, fellows. My young brother just arrived. Let's play a few rounds. The lanky disciple patted Abdul's shoulder and laughed. The guard understood instantly, opened the gate, and said, Come in. Abdul overheard their conversation and suddenly realized. So, it's a gambling den. Never thought such things existed within the sect. The doors swung open, and the lanky man urged, Brother, come on. Abdul entered without hesitation. Inside, shouts and cries filled the air as countless gamblers moved around. Faces pale, bloodshot eyes. They looked like ghosts. All wore Yinri Palace disciple uniforms, yet none resembled martial artists. Abdul couldn't help but sigh. One door away, another world. It feels like hell. As he crossed the main hall, a lazy voice sounded in a spacious courtyard. You're right. This is hell, and I'm the judge who takes lives. Following the voice, Abdul looked up to see several dozen skilled warriors seated around a courtyard. In the middle sat a young man, a couple of years older than Abdul, with thick eyebrows, phoenix-like eyes, fair skin, and a height of 7 feet. He was handsome and dignified, a rare beauty. This man was Reed, the owner of the gambling den, a disciple under the fifth elder of the inner sect. His own talent was only average. However, his older brother Dennis was a personal disciple of the fifth elder, supposedly at the peak of the transcendent realm. Relying on his brother's influence, Reed bullied others. Abdul scanned the area unnoticed and noticed more guards in the shadows. Not far from a crooked tree, a youth with a bruised nose and face was tied up, looking pitiful. "Hey kid, never seen you before," Reed said bluntly. Abdul stepped forward, bowed, and replied, "I'm Abdul. I joined the inner sect yesterday." Hearing this, Reed stood up slowly, sizing Abdul up with interest. "Oh, a newbie, under which elder?" "Master Rashad." At this, the disciples around Reed changed expression. Elder 13, Rashad, was known for his fierce martial prowess and unreasonable temper. This kid must have some talent to be his disciple. A subordinate whispered to Reed, "Boss, maybe we should stop. Elder Sang has a terrible temper." This comment visibly annoyed Reed, who was used to being arrogant and never putting others in high regard. More importantly, Rashad had once reprimanded him, and Reed harbored resentment. Now, he wanted revenge through Abdul, Rashad's only disciple. Reed's face turned grim as he roared, "Kid, trying to scare me? If you're in my gambling den, you must follow the rules. What valuable items do you have?" Abdul looked helpless, thinking, "Is this guy a fool? When did I try to scare him?" Meanwhile, the lanky man beside him sneered and reached into Abdul's robe, saying, "Let me check for you." Just as his dirty hand was about to touch Abdul's clothes, a flash of cold light appeared, followed by a piercing scream. A bloody hole appeared in his palm. Clearly, Abdul had injured him with sword chi. "Ah! It hurts." The lanky man clutched his bleeding hand, screaming in agony. Abdul casually cleaned his ear and lightly said, "Be more careful next time." "No need to trouble you, senior brother." Based on the context provided, it seems Abdul is politely declining an offer from a senior disciple. The sentence maintains the respectful and somewhat formal tone used in interactions between junior and senior members within the sect. Chapter 106, The Dice Selection Game. Watching Heath actually injuring someone right in front of him, Reed smiled. His smile was dazzling. "Boy, you're really not afraid of dying to act so arrogantly in my place." Reed's face was full of spring, yet his words carried a chilling menace that made one's spine shiver. Heath remained unperturbed and chuckled. "I am also fond of gambling. Since I've come here, why don't I play a game with senior brother?" Originally intending to order his subordinates to act, Reed was stunned upon hearing his words. He didn't expect this new disciple to dare propose such a challenge in his casino. Then he burst into laughter, followed by the laughter of his subordinates. "Haha, did I hear wrong? He wants to gamble with senior brother Yi? Doesn't he know our boss grew up in a casino? Who can be his match? Haha, such recklessness." Faced with everyone's ridicule, Heath didn't speak, but his confidence remained undiminished. This composed demeanor irritated Reed deeply. Waving to stop his subordinates, Reed spoke viciously, "We can gamble. What do you have to bet?" Unperturbed, Heath stepped forward 2 paces. "My master just taught me a Xian stage movement technique called Tianmu chasing waves. How about that?" At these words, including Reed, everyone froze. Everyone knew Master Rashad's renowned movement technique. Heat surged within Reed's heart. However, he still said coldly, "Not enough. Then how about adding my life?" Heath's smile faded, staring unyieldingly at Reed as he enunciated each word. Dead silence filled the courtyard. No one expected this boy to be so ruthless. Gambles over life weren't unheard of here, but most were usually hopeless disciples or frenzied gamblers. Such serious intent was unprecedented. Staring intensely at the audacious youth, Reed gritted his teeth. "All right, I'll gamble with you. What do you want to play? Picking cards, roulette, archery, cards, or dice? Your choice." Heath replied calmly, "To be fair, let each of us pick a game. How does that sound?" Surprise flashed across Reed's face before he clapped his hands in laughter. "Haha, impressive kid. I'm starting to like you. Follow your lead. Let senior brother Yi start first." Heath gestured invitingly. Without hesitation, Reed turned to his men. "Go, bring the dice." Then he looked provocatively at Heath. "I won't bully you. Let's play the simplest game. Dice selection." Heath nodded, smiling confidently. Moments later, 6 dice and a large bowl were brought by Reed's subordinate. Receiving them, Reed casually stood forward and announced, "Let's begin." Without waiting for Heath's agreement, he flicked his wrist, sending the 6 dice spinning in the stone bowl. With complete confidence, he crossed his arms without looking. Finally, all 6 dice stopped, landing on 4, each side being red. Instantly, cheers erupted from all guards and henchmen. "Highest color. Great job, young master." Today was eye-opening. Throwing 6 dice at once and hitting the highest color is truly godlike. In ancient dice games, unlike the modern 666 rule, each side had numbers 1 to 6. Only 4 was red, the rest were black. Victory was determined by the color facing up after they stopped spinning, where all reds meant the highest color, or dice selection. With Reed's casual throw landing all reds, it was a sure win. Heath would need to replicate this to merely tie. Everyone thought Reed was certain to win. "Well, tell me what you're betting on," Reed asked confidently. Unexpectedly, Heath slowly approached, picked up the dice one by one, and smiled. "I haven't thrown yet. Why the rush, senior brother?" His calmness infuriated Reed. "Fine. Let's see how you win." Under everyone's gaze, Heath held 3 dice in each hand, hidden in his sleeves, then threw them sharply. The 6 dice spun rapidly in the stone bowl, centered around one corner, without colliding with each other. This spectacle stunned everyone. Other disciples gaped, their smiles frozen. Even Reed showed a hint of shock and seriousness. Heath smiled calmly. This move, throwing treasure, was a secret technique from Hong Kong's legendary gambler in his previous life. He learned it online back then, but couldn't use it. In this life, empowered by inner energy, it was easy. All 6 dice landed red again, another highest color. The courtyard fell silent as witnessing two highest colors consecutively felt surreal. Reed's subordinates exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Meanwhile, the bound youth shouted excitedly, highest color, again the highest color. Ignoring the youth, Reed stared coldly at Heath. Your turn. What are we betting on? Heath smirked, picked up a deck of cards from the table, and fanned them open. I'll bet on this. With paper cards? Let's keep it simple. I'll shuffle, then we both draw one card to compare values. Deal? Reed hesitated, suspecting Heath's extraordinary memory. You shuffle. How do I know if you're cheating? Heath anticipated this, smiling. I can blindfold myself. Reed signaled, and a subordinate handed Heath a black bandage, which he put on. Now that you agree, I'll start shuffling. Reed waved impatiently. Start already. Heath smiled calmly, took a deep breath, and began shuffling quickly, mesmerizing the crowd with his speed and dexterity. Note: maintaining paragraph structure, character names in pinyin, tone, style, natural fluency, and coherence. Chapter 107. Gambling Skill. 1,000 Knives Unruffled. Everyone was dumbstruck as they watched Abdul's hands dance about. Even if he hadn't covered his eyes, none of the disciples believed that anyone could remember such fast-paced operations. Reed and the others were skeptical and glanced at Abdul, who remained expressionless. Reed pondered. It seems this kid isn't trying to memorize the cards. He just wants to compare luck with me. Fine. This young master will compete in luck? If Abdul knew what was going on in Reed's mind, he would have laughed himself silly. The technique in his hands now was called 1,000 Knives Unruffled, a genuine technique from the Qian school. In his past life, he had been very interested in these obscure techniques and frequently collected information on them. This move, 1,000 Knives Unruffled, was one of the skills used by the Xiuxian, one of the 8 generals of the Qian school. Each time he shuffled, the two decks crossed over, and his hands met, blocking the view. Just before the cards overlapped completely, he made a small deformation so that the cards didn't fully overlap. To others, it seemed chaotic, but everything followed his internal plan. At this moment, Abdul controlled the force accurately, making his movements even faster. After a series of techniques, Abdul slapped the deck onto the table and gestured for Reed to proceed. Senior brother Yi, please go first. Reed had no suspicion and, after a brief thought, drew a card and threw it down on the table. Everyone looked down to see a white tiger. A white tiger. Cries of surprise echoed. Even the youth tied to the tree couldn't help but sigh. White tiger. Actually a white tiger. Boss, incredible. In this world's deck, the white tiger was equivalent to the jack of clubs in poker, while the green dragon was the ace. Reed gloated, laughing aloud. Kid, even in luck, you can't match me. Senior brother Yi, I haven't drawn yet. Faced with Abdul's calm demeanor, Reed wasn't as annoyed as before. Now, Abdul could only win by drawing the green dragon, but there were still dozens of cards left, and the probability was minuscule. He didn't believe Abdul could be that lucky. Unknown to him, Abdul had already concealed the green dragon in his sleeve. Abdul's right hand moved slowly over the deck, as if feeling the front of each card. Everyone held their breath, waiting to see which card he would pick. Putting on an act. Reed sneered, though his tightly clenched hands betrayed his nervousness. The crowd gathered closer, blocking the youth's view. He yelled anxiously, Hey, don't block me. Let me see. It was a thrilling gamble that could decide life or death. If he missed it, it would torment him deeply. However, no one paid him any attention. All eyes were on Abdul's hand. Suddenly, his right hand swiftly moved across the deck, and when everyone regained their senses, he already had a card in hand. Everyone urged him impatiently. Kid, put it down and show us. Don't try anything funny. You can't escape here. Under Reed's command, the disciples surrounded Abdul, fearing he might run. With a smile, Abdul calmly placed the card on the stone table and slowly withdrew his hand. SSS? Everyone gasped in unison. Reed let out an incredulous shout. How is this possible? I don't believe it. On the table lay a vivid green dragon card. As Reed flipped the other cards, he found no issues. The youth, hearing the cheers, broke free from his restraints with a burst of true chi and rushed over. One? How can that be? Such good luck? The youth's loss of composure surprised Abdul. Indeed, hidden dragons and crouching tigers? In an instant, Abdul sensed this bruised man had higher martial arts cultivation than himself. His explosive power when breaking free alarmed Abdul, wondering why he willingly submitted to Reed. Looking curiously at the youth, Abdul kept quiet. Turning back, he said calmly to Reed, Senior brother Yi, I won this round. Reed stared fiercely at Abdul, ready to devour him whole. Meanwhile, the disciples braced themselves, awaiting orders. Suddenly, the bruised youth stood up. Reed, a gambler accepts defeat. Surely, you're not too dishonorable to lose a bet. An icy aura emanated from him. None dared meet his sharp gaze. Reed coldly replied, Adam, this isn't your business. Don't interfere. Adam leaped up. Not my business? This brother won fair and square on the table, and you want to welsh on the bet. I despise poor losers most. I allowed you to beat me for an hour. Abdul was momentarily speechless, understanding Adam's willingness to be bound. Reed, seeing Adam's seriousness, felt frustrated. What do you mean? Should I give my life to this kid? Adam hesitated and asked Abdul, Brother, we can't harm fellow disciples. Taking lives in gambling, that's impossible. Abdul replied lightly, If I lost today, would this senior brother have said the same? Of course, as an enforcement hall disciple, harming fellow disciples is strictly forbidden, Adam replied fervently. Abdul was unsure what to say and finally suggested, Then, 1,000 gold taels? Adam thumped his chest. No problem, brother. I'll vouch for you. Turning to Reed, he added, Junior brother Yi. Heard that, 1,000 gold taels. Reed's face changed. 1,000 gold taels was significant. He sputtered, Adam, you? Just then, a disciple whispered something into his ear. Reed's complex expression eased as he said proudly, I, Reed, am not someone who breaks rules. Today, I lost. He turned to his confidants and waved. Give him 1,000 gold taels and let them go. ##### Chapter 108. 1,000 schools, 8 generals, undercurrents stirring. Abdul tucked the gold bill past him into his robe. He raised his head and looked at Reed, who was glaring at him ferociously, and greeted with a cupped hand salute while smiling. Senior brother Yi, you are magnanimous. I'll take my leave now. With that, he turned around and walked out. Just after 2 steps, Reed spoke again. Abdul, remember this, we will meet another day. Abdul waved his hand lightly but didn't even turn back, walking away nonchalantly. One of Reed's underlings grumbled in frustration. Boss, just let him go like that? I don't have time to play with him right now. When I get the chance, As he spoke, Reed's face revealed a cruel smile. On the other side, seeing Abdul leave, Adam hurriedly chased after him. Riker, wait for me. Abdul hadn't walked far when Adam caught up. He came directly before Abdul and bent over in a deep bow. Riker, please take me as your disciple and teach me gambling techniques. Seeing the devout expression on Adam's face, Abdul couldn't help but feel speechless. His obsession with gambling had reached an almost manic level. It was clear that helping him earlier came with ulterior motives. Reaching out to lift Adam up, Abdul said, Senior brother, there's no need for such formality. Let's talk as we walk. Adam's excitement showed on his face as he eagerly said, Brother, you might not know, but I've harbored a grand wish since childhood, to gamble all over the world. Walking side by side, Abdul finally understood why Adam loved gambling so much. His upbringing among street corners, casinos, and brothels made it his lifelong passion, one he never abandoned even after joining the Yenri Temple. Abdul shook his head slightly, wondering how someone like him could become a disciple of the Enforcement Hall. But before he could ask, Adam explained, Brother, you must be puzzled about how I got into the Enforcement Hall. Actually, it's nothing complicated. The elder of the Enforcement Hall is my master. Understanding dawned on Abdul, and he also realized why Reed dared not provoke Adam. The elder of the Enforcement Hall represented the peak of martial prowess within the Yenri Temple. With such a powerful figure backing him, who would dare offend Adam? Excitedly, Adam asked, Brother, what technique did you use just now? Since the other party had helped him, Abdul thought it wise to establish a favorable relationship. Senior brother, do you know of the Qinmen? Adam shook his head uncertainly. He'd never heard of the Qinmen, as this organization didn't exist in their world. Abdul began to explain. Since ancient times, society has been divided into 3 teachings and 9 streams, gradually spawning countless traits. But there are still some unorthodox schools outside these categories, and the Qinmen is one of them. Hearing this, Adam's eyes gleamed with unusual light as he asked anxiously, Is the Qinmen responsible for gambling? Abdul nodded subconsciously, but then shook his head. The Qin school encompasses gambling techniques, but is more than that. It specializes in manipulating human psychology through gambling setups. So, one game can accommodate countless changes, revealing the unpredictability of the human heart. Adam seemed half understanding yet more excited. Abdul didn't intend to elaborate further and continued. The Qinmen has 8 generals, Zhang, Ti, Forrester, Tuo, Feng, Hua, Chu, and Yao. Among them, the Zhang general specializes in setting up gambling scenarios. Stopping, Abdul turned to look at Adam and said clearly, In gambling scenarios, the Zhang general excels in various gambling techniques. The method I used is called 1,000 Knives without confusion. Adam only grasped the general idea, finding terms like unpredictable human hearts less important. However, the last sentence made him tremble with excitement. Brother, you must teach me. I'm willing to kneel and pay respect as a disciple. He moved to kneel, but Abdul quickly stopped him. Don't jest. You're much older than me. Besides, if the Enforcement Hall elder found out, he'd likely storm over. Senior brother, please don't worry. If you regard me as a brother, I won't withhold anything. When I have spare time from cultivation, I'll teach you whatever you want. Adam was elated. Good brother. From now on, you're my lifelong brother. That night, inside a spacious residence in the south of Maple Leaf Valley, bright lights filled the room. This was Reed's home. In the study, Reed and his father, Reed Lin, stood respectfully. One person becomes successful, and even the chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. Originally, Reed Lin had little talent, but his eldest son Dennis had exceptional martial aptitude. Reed himself also had good potential, allowing him occasional stays in the sect. Facing them now was a black-robed figure seated in the seat of honor, entirely obscured by the cloak. However, judging by Reed and Rydlin's respectful demeanor, the visitor carried significant weight. How are things? Is everything arranged? A voice rang out from beneath the cloak, sharp yet not distinctly feminine. Reed Lin stepped forward nervously and replied, My son has prepared everything, but is this really the best course of action, sir? His voice trembled, hinting at the perilous nature of their planned deed. HM? Are you questioning me? The black-robed figure sounded displeased, making Reed Lin kneel instantly. No, sir. My life belongs to you. I would never doubt you. Glad to hear it. If you don't want to disappear from this world, follow my instructions precisely. The Sword Tomb mission must succeed. The black-robed figure stood abruptly, menace evident in its voice. He strode out, ignoring Reed's grim expression. Passing by the father and son, a dismissive voice whispered, Relax. Serving me won't harm you. The sky won't fall. Then he vanished into the dark night. After he left, Reed sat heavily on a nearby chair, gulping down tea. Dad, you can stop kneeling now. Reed Lin shakily stood up, looking terrified and sighing continuously. Seeing his father's state, Reed couldn't help but sneer. Dad, really necessary? It's just acting. Why so scared? What do you understand? That man, Rydlin's aged face flushed red, his voice trailing off as he noticed something faint red glow emanating from his chest. Reed remained lazy and unconcerned. Don't worry. I've signed up already. Everything should be fine. Besides, there's still Big Brother. If it comes to the worst, we'll confess. Reed Lin looked at his son with frustration, realizing the boy's fearless nature added to his own fear. Yet, they had no choice now. Hoping everything went smoothly, he sighed, nodding reluctantly. Looking out the window at the night sky, he saw large clouds drift in, obscuring the moonlight. Chapter 109, Poetic and Literary Talent. As Heath was lost in his thoughts, a loud voice broke the silence, startling him so much that he jumped off his recliner. Brat, you're slacking off again. I can't figure out how you've managed to cultivate to this point. Heath patted his chest, glaring at Rashad who had just returned from outside, and grumbled. Old man, can't you speak a bit softer? You nearly scared me to death. Don't you know that frightening someone can literally scare them to death? Rashad laughed heartily. You little coward, you'll never amount to anything with such a small heart. A man should live boldly, eating large chunks of meat and drinking from big bowls of wine. How splendid is that? That doesn't justify yelling and scaring people, Heath mumbled. Hearing Heath's muttering, Rashad shot him an intense look and demanded, what did you say? Feeling too idle? Huh? Get up and practice. Noticing the approaching dusk, Heath was too lazy to move, so he quickly changed the subject. Master, how did it go with asking about the sword tomb? I've already inquired, Rashad replied, successfully distracted from his earlier outburst. Since coming to the obscuring Sun Hall, Heath had informed Rashad about the importance of the sword tomb. After all, Maverick swords greatly benefited the cultivation of the Delbert divine power. Determined to obtain them, he voiced his request on the second day after becoming a disciple. Rashad, who quite liked his disciple, already reported the matter upstairs. However, there were unexpectedly many participants registered for the sword tomb this year. Upon hearing this, Heath raised an eyebrow. Master, I made an agreement with Senior Martin. I must enter the sword tomb. It's my condition for joining. I know, Rashad massaged his temples. I've told the sect leader, but... Seeing his master's hesitation, Heath's smile faded, revealing a serious expression. Regardless of the circumstances, he had to enter the sword tomb. Master, the trip to the sword tomb is crucial to me. Please do your best for me. Scratching his head, Rashad felt conflicted. This was the first time his always cheerful disciple had spoken so seriously. Don't worry. No one will snatch what belongs to my disciple. But remember, even if your spot is secured, according to the obscuring Sun Hall's rules, challenges may still arise. If your cultivation isn't strong enough, you might be replaced. A determined look flashed across Heath's face. Don't worry, master. No one will take my spot. A wave of confidence radiated from Heath, reaching the heavens. Seeing his confident demeanor, Rashad felt similarly uplifted. Well done, brat. Your spot will be secure. They exchanged smiles, both feeling they got along perfectly. Suddenly, Rashad slapped his forehead and asked, Oh, right. How's your literary talent? Literary talent? Heath asked skeptically. What does that have to do with anything? Patiently, Rashad explained. Our sect leader used to be a scholar and loves poetry and prose. He often selects disciples with literary talent during combat selections, as it may earn more opportunities. Understanding now, Heath murmured. Bonus points, got it. Rashad nodded. That's correct. But you don't seem like someone with scholarly knowledge. Old man, don't underestimate me. In my hometown, everyone knows that I, Heath, feel uncomfortable if I don't read a book daily, Heath boasted. Though not believing him entirely, Rashad didn't dispute. After all, the former Heath had a reputation for being a bookworm in Yunsong City. But now, Heath was a transmigrator imbued with 5,000 years of brilliant civilization. Reciting poetry was effortless for him. After a brief pause, Heath recited. In heaven's jade capital, the 12 towers stand in 5 cities. Immortal stroke my head, initiating long life since youth. Speechless, Rashad repeated the lines, savoring their beauty. The simple 4 lines seemed to paint a vivid picture, immersing him among celestial beings. Heath smirked inwardly. How does that sound? It's by Herb, a poetic genius this world has yet to see. After a moment, Rashad looked up, astonished. You wrote this? Heath maintained a mysterious smile, neither confirming nor denying. Overwhelmed by his disciple's depth, Rashad realized Heath was far more enigmatic than he'd imagined. Heath was like a multifaceted gem, revealing new sides each time, all equally impressive. His martial talent, cultivation insight, and now his literary prowess were all remarkable. The courtyard fell silent again. Finally, Rashad muttered, Indeed, you have good literary talent. Haha, just the tip of the iceberg, thanks to my excellence, Heath chuckled. Amused, Rashad thought, this kid doesn't know humility at all. Seeing Heath growing more arrogant, he finally retorted, You lucked out this time. A bit of praise, and you lose yourself. What about modesty and avoiding arrogance? Haha, are you jealous of my talent? Heath teased, making Rashad bristle. Standing up, he flicked his sleeves and said, Himph, an elder of the obscuring Sun Hall envying you? Young men lack sense. How does my talent fare with the sect leader? Without hesitation, Rashad nodded. Your talent probably surpasses everyone here. I truly underestimated you. With pride, Rashad envisioned Heath impressing everyone with his poetry before selection, bringing glory to him too. No one would dare call him rough or violent ever again. His disciples' literary brilliance would be unparalleled in the sect. Laughing aloud, Rashad relished the admiration he could anticipate. Chapter 110, The Uncontrollable Greg. Seeing Rashad in such a state, Abdul was at a loss for words and hurriedly interrupted. Hey, old man, can you stop laughing? With the great battle imminent, shouldn't you teach me some more? Only then did Rashad stop laughing and turn to look at Abdul. You've done pretty well with your agility. Starting tomorrow, I will officially teach you swordsmanship. Oh, what kind of swordsmanship? Abdul felt quite excited. You'll know naturally tomorrow. Rashad kept them in suspense, turning to walk towards his residence. At the same time, 300 miles away from the yarning hall in Maple Leaf Valley, lay Young Village. A young boy was hiding inside a thatched cottage, trembling from fear. If Abdul were there, he would immediately recognize this youth as Greg from Ninghai County's family. After the mad swordsman left, he had been unable to settle down at home. Deep within him, a voice constantly reminded him, must learn martial arts, must go to the yarning hall. Finally, unable to resist, he packed up and sneaked out of his home, heading straight for the yarning hall. But unexpectedly, while passing by Yang village, he was stopped by a group of bandits. Is this the sound of horse hooves? Greg murmured to himself. He recognized it very well. As if to confirm his guess, a cry came from outside. Not good, those bandits are back. A villager rushed into the village chief's house, leading the elderly chief out while trembling. The ground trembled violently, the sounds drawing nearer, as if the whole village was shaking. Panic swept through Yang village. Struggling to his feet, Greg slowly stepped out of the door. An elderly man with a hunchback sat by the entrance. Seeing him, he urgently said, "Child, why are you coming out? Get back inside." Had it not been for this elderly man taking him in, Greg might have been captured by the bandits yesterday. "I'm fine, Grandpa. What's happening?" Greg asked. "Sigh still those bandits. They returned, and it can't be anything good." Following the hunchbacked elder's gaze toward the village entrance, a crowd suddenly rushed in. Leading them was a burly man, wearing a green short shirt, riding a horse and wielding a saber. There were over 100 men behind him, quickly reaching the village entrance. The Wayland nervously stepped forward. It's you again. Haven't we already given you money and grain? What more do you want?" "Heh, old fool. Today we lack shelter. Your village looks nice. Perhaps you could accommodate us?" The burly leader chuckled. The Wayland's face twitched as he hesitated and said, How can that be? This is where our ancestors lived. Please seek another place." Villagers around nodded in agreement, knowing too well what would happen if these bandits occupied their village. "Old bastard, sparing you is already giving you face, yet you still beg for shame. Brothers, raid the village." A lecherous man next to the large man bellowed loudly. Immediately, the whole bandit force rallied, and several thugs started shouting along. Seeing the elders still hesitating, the burly man lost patience, waving his hand for his minions to charge forward. In the chaos, the Emmanuel dragged Greg aside. Although Greg appeared panicked, he somehow sensed that the elderly man seemed to be putting on an act. Observing the village defenses, there were none to speak of. Just a bamboo fence at the entrance that the bandits easily tore apart. Chaos erupted as the bandits swarmed into the village. Within minutes, over 10 villagers lay dead under the blades. The chief rushed forward to plead with the burly man who laughed loudly. "Mister, we're leaving now if you let us gather a few belongings." This request became the last straw. The burly man dismounted, dragging his steel saber on the ground, creating sparks. "Old fool, you're bargaining with me? You deserve this." He kicked the village chief to the ground. The elder chief, frail from age, felt like his body was shattered, in immense pain. Seeing the septuagenarian village chief battered helplessly, Greg's anger surged. Harry's teachings flooded his mind. Just as he was about to rush out, the Emmanuel gripped him tightly. The wrinkled, aged hands held like iron clamps. Seeing their leader exert power, the thugs grew bolder, cheering louder. Young village's people, both young men and elderly women, all faced grim fates. Some women and the timid cried, despair engulfing everyone. The chief barely rose when the grinning Robert kicked him again, causing him to roll and collapse heavily, spitting blood. Smiling playfully, he strolled over nonchalantly. "This scum is mocking an old man. I will kill him." Greg's anger peaked, trembling from rage, growling low. Since being rejected by the mad swordsman, he felt uncontrollable energy coursing through him. His anger sometimes flared uncontrollably, like an enraged bull. "Brat, calm down. A teenager having such a temper?" The Emmanuel's words chilled Greg. Regaining sense, he realized his current strength was limited. Yet, the anger remained. The Robert approached, stomped on the struggling elder, and laughed. "Old fool, stop yelling. Let me send you to hell." Raising his saber, everyone froze in horror. Some shut their eyes. The thugs laughed maniacally. "He's killing, let's join in." One shouted, initiating the massacre. "Do it." Many seasoned killers drew their sabers, rushing forward. "Do it." Following their lead, the thugs charged, weapons raised. Satisfied, the Robert nodded, turning to the old man beneath his foot, slowly raising his saber. Suddenly, a roar erupted beside them. "Beast, you deserve death." Chapter 110. Uncontrollable Greg. Seeing Dempsey's behavior, Abdul was momentarily speechless and hurriedly interrupted. "Old man, can you stop laughing? A major battle is imminent. Don't you think you should teach me some more?" Dempsey finally stopped laughing and turned to look at Abdul. "You've done pretty well with your footwork. Starting tomorrow, I'll formally teach you swordsmanship." "Oh, what kind of swordsmanship?" Abdul was excited. "You'll know tomorrow." Dempsey left it as a cliffhanger and turned to walk back to his residence. At the same time, 300 miles away from Yanni Palace in Maple Leaf Valley, in Young Village, a young boy was hiding in a thatched hut, trembling with fear. If Abdul were there, he would have recognized him as Greg from the E family in Ninghai County. After Crazy Saber left, he couldn't sit still at home. Deep down, a voice kept reminding him, learn martial arts, go to Yanni Palace. Finally, unable to resist, he packed his bags and secretly ran away from home. He headed straight for Yanni Palace. But unexpectedly, while passing through Young Village, he was intercepted by a group of bandits. These are hoofbeats? Greg muttered under his breath, very familiar with them. As if confirming his guess, an outcry came from outside. Those bandits are back. A villager rushed into the village chief's house and trembled as they led out the old chief. The ground shook violently, and the sound drew closer. The small village seemed to be trembling as one. Young Village was thrown into chaos. Struggling to stand, Greg slowly walked out of the door. A hunched old man sat at the entrance. Seeing Greg, he quickly said, "Child, why did you come out? Go back inside." If not for this old man taking him in, Greg might have been captured by the bandits yesterday. I'm fine, grandfather. What's happening? Greg asked. Those bandits have returned. It can't be anything good. Following the old man's gaze to the village entrance, a group had already charged in. Leading them was a burly man in a blue shirt, riding a horse and wielding a saber. With about 100 men behind him, they quickly reached the village entrance. The Wayland approached nervously. Isn't the money and food enough? What else do you want? Hee hee, old fool. We're short on shelter. Your village looks nice. Can you accommodate us? The leader chuckled. The old chief hesitated. How can that be possible? This is our ancestral home. Please go elsewhere. Villagers nodded, knowing too well what would happen if the bandit stayed. Old scoundrel, letting you live is already gracious of us. You're still ungrateful. Attack the village. A wretched man beside the leader roared. The whole group stirred. Several henchmen started cheering. Seeing the old man still hesitating, the leader grew impatient. He waved his hand, and his minions charged forward. In the chaos, the hunched old man pulled Greg aside. Though he looked nervous, Greg sensed something different about this old man. Looking around, the village had no real defenses, just a bamboo fence at the entrance, easily destroyed by the bandits. Within minutes, over a dozen villagers lay dead. Seeing this, the chief pleaded again. Today I'm in a good mood. Take your people and leave immediately, or I'll kill you all, the leader laughed. The chief hesitated. Heroic grandpa, can we take some clothes? This request was the last straw. The burly man dismounted, dragging his steel saber on the ground, creating sparks. Negotiating with me? Who do you think you are? He kicked the chief to the ground. The elderly chief, in his advanced age, felt as if his body was shattered, suffering unbearable pain. Seeing the elderly chief humiliated, Greg felt a surge of anger. Thinking of Harry's teachings, he wanted to rush out but was held back by the hunched old man. That withered, elderly hand was like a vice. Seeing their boss in action, the henchmen cheered louder. On the other side, the villagers, men, women, and children, were visibly terrified. Some women and timid ones cried, enveloped in despair. Struggling to rise, the chief was met by the sneering Robert who kicked him again. He rolled several times before crashing to the ground, spitting out blood. Wearing a mocking smile, the leader strolled casually towards the chief. This bastard is toying with an old man. I will kill him. Greg's anger peaked, trembling with rage, growling lowly. Since being rejected by Crazy Saber, he felt an uncontrollable strength building up, like a raging bull. Boy, calm down. Why is a teenager so hot-headed? The old man's words cooled Greg down. He realized his body could do little against the situation. Yet, the anger remained. Meanwhile, the Robert stomped on the chief's struggling body, laughing. Stop squirming, old man. I'll send you to see the devil. Raising his steel saber, everyone braced for the chief's death. The henchmen laughed, eager to join the killing spree. Die. Let's kill them. Several bandits, experienced in bloodshed, drew their sabers and attacked. Kill. Others followed suit, charging with weapons drawn. Satisfied, the Robert raised his steel saber, aiming at the elderly chief. Suddenly, a roar echoed through the village. Beast, you deserve to die. Hashtag chapter 111. The elder who became a ghost. The Robert raised the steel blade in his hand, ready to end the life of the elderly man at his feet. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted, followed by a swift motion as a powerful force struck his right side. In the next second, his body flew into the air and landed with a loud crash, having been hurled several meters away. He scrambled to his feet, shaking his dizzy head, and focused his gaze. To his astonishment, he saw a young boy standing there, pale-skinned and rather thin. What shocked him most was that the boy appeared to be only about 15 or 16 years old. Breathing heavily and glaring red-eyed, the boy looked defiantly at him. The Robert felt his face flush with embarrassment. Rising up, he snarled angrily. Little brat, are you courting death? As he lunged forward, a frantic voice cried out, Sir, please spare him. Everyone turned to see an old man dashing toward them. It was none other than the hunched elder. He ran up to Andonis, wearing an ingratiating smile as he pleaded, Please have mercy, sir. My grandson doesn't know any better. He didn't mean to offend you. Please let him go. At the same time, he used his body to shield Andonis from behind. This small gesture filled Andonis' heart with warmth. However, his mind was still in a haze. He had clearly been immobilized by the hunched elder, so how did he suddenly manage to spring out? And how could he have knocked down a grown man? How could he possibly possess such strength? What on earth was going on? Andonis stared at his hands, but saw no difference. What he didn't know was that if someone had observed closely, they would have noticed a faint blood-red hue in his pupils. A bitter smile spread across Andonis' lips as a wave of dejection washed over him. Was it just my imagination? He thought. The explosive power he had unleashed when he slammed into the Robert had stirred his longing for martial prowess once again. But that brief moment was all it lasted. Afterwards, he felt nothing. Meanwhile, the Robert approached the hunched elder, steel blade glinting menacingly. Old man, is that your grandson? He growled. Facing the menacing figure before him, the hunched elder exhibited a strange demeanor. Unlike the villagers who were terrified and fearful, he wore a slight smile. Please spare us, sir. We are just poor people. We have no money, the elder said cheerfully. But the burly man wasn't interested in listening. Shut up, old fool. Your grandson dared to insult me, so I'll make an example of you first. With that, he lifted his blade and swung it towards the elder. No, please don't kill me, the elder screamed, but without any trace of genuine fear. Seeing this, Andonis became anxious. He couldn't just stand by and watch the elder die. He rushed forward but felt weak, as though he had expended all his energy. His limbs felt like jelly, and he collapsed to one knee, gasping for breath. Then, he watched in horror as the elder screamed dramatically, falling to the ground with a fountain of blood spurting from his chest. Grandpa! Andonis' anguished cry echoed through the air, drawing the attention of the Robert. Little brat, now it's your turn, the bandit sneered, advancing with his blade. However, after a few steps, the bandit sensed something amiss. Everyone around him was staring wide-eyed, as if they'd seen a terrifying monster. Initially, he thought they were horrified by the murder. But then he noticed his own men looking at him the same way. Even the boy who had faced him with defiance now mirrored their expressions. What's wrong with them? Why are they so scared of me? The bandit pondered, feeling uneasy. Suddenly, he realized their eyes weren't on him, but behind him. What could be behind him? His muscular frame stiffened in terror. People always fear what they don't understand. What are you all looking at? Frustrated and embarrassed, he yelled at his men, but none responded. Finally, one of them summoned the courage to point tremblingly behind him. Boss, there's theirs? The man stammered, unable to finish his sentence. Seeing their reactions, the bandit's back was drenched in sweat. Gritting his teeth, he whipped around to look behind him. I want to see what it is. His words died in his throat. His pupils dilated, and the muscles on his face quivered violently. Just a short distance away, the hunched elder, who he had just killed, was standing up again. A sinister smile hung on his face, and his widened eyes gleamed dangerously. Blood still gushed from the gaping wound in his chest. Upon seeing the Robert, the elder's blood spurted like a geyser, splattering the man with crimson fluid. Despite years of robbery and murder, the bandit had never witnessed anything so eerie. Though a martial artist himself, he stood no chance against supernatural forces. Otherwise, he wouldn't be prowling these desolate mountains. Doused in blood, he panicked, stumbling backward. This triggered a wave of chaos among the others. Run! He's risen from the dead? This hunched elder is possessed with unyielding resentment. He's become a ghost. He will kill us all, run? No, he'll devour us alive. Wah! I don't want to die. Within moments, both villagers and bandits alike were fleeing in all directions, panic-stricken and disoriented. Screams and cries reverberated through the air, inducing sheer terror. Hashtag Chapter 112, Heavy Swordwalt. The bizarre transformation of the Immortal sent everyone present scrambling backward in panic. Only Greg trembled as he stood rooted to the spot. To say he wasn't afraid would be a lie. Fear gripped his heart tightly. But the old man had died because of him, and now as a vengeful spirit, he couldn't stand idly by. So, despite his trembling legs, he stepped forward resolutely, speaking incessantly. Grandpa, it's all my fault. The youth spoke in a trembling voice, shivering uncontrollably from head to toe. Just after he finished speaking, the corner of the hunchbacked elder's mouth slowly curled upward into a smile. This scene, under the gush of blood like a fountain, appeared even more eerie. In that instant, it felt as if everyone's hearts skipped a beat. Fear like a dark cloud overshadowed everyone's minds, blocking out the sky. Under the intense fear, the Robert finally lost his mind. He let out a sky-splitting howl, picked up the steel saber in his hand, and charged at the hunchbacked elder with a crazed look. Trickster! I'll tear you apart. Die! In the blink of an eye, he was right before the old man. Seeing this, Greg rushed forward, trying to shield the old man's corpse with his own body. At this moment, the Immortal moved. He gently swept Greg into his arms with his left arm, and then thrust his right arm forward forcefully. The Robert only heard a sharp sound slicing through the air, followed by a chilling sensation in his throat. Blood spurted uncontrollably. The steel saber fell to the ground, and the Robert clutched his neck, making wheezing sounds like a bellows. In a brief moment, his body lost all strength. His massive figure collapsed with a loud thud, kicking up dust, twitching a few times. Dead. This? Everyone stopped in their tracks, staring blankly at the scene. At this point, fear had overshadowed everything. After a brief silence, the reaction was even more intense. Help! Run! Ignoring the fleeing crowd, the Immortal fixed his gaze on Greg. Boy, you seem to have good bones. How about becoming my disciple? Greg, still in his embrace, trembled violently, his fear growing exponentially. However, upon hearing the old man's words, the youth paused, then seemed to understand something. Greg asked hesitantly, Grandpa, are you not dead? The Immortal burst into laughter, letting go of Greg. Ha! Could a mere trash incapable of reaching the Yangshi realm kill me? As the old man laughed, the blood spewing from his chest stopped instantly. This extraordinary feat left Greg dumbfounded, his eyes soon reflecting hope. The old man's cultivation clearly surpassed anyone Greg had ever met, even Daokong. For someone who had always yearned for martial arts, this was undoubtedly a rare opportunity. The Immortal naturally noticed the light in Greg's eyes and smiled. What do you think, boy? Shall I teach you superior martial arts? Aye. Greg was about to agree, filled with excitement. But just as he thought of this, his heart pounded fiercely, leaving him breathless. Large beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't utter a word. It felt like someone was shouting in his mind, Join Yari Palace! Yari Palace! Noticing his unusual expression, the Immortal frowned and was about to step forward. Boy, what's wrong with you? The next second, Greg looked up sharply, speaking in a firm, unyielding tone. I cannot become your disciple. The old man was taken aback, his weathered face filled with disbelief. Just a moment ago, he could feel the youth about to agree. Why did his attitude suddenly change completely? Why? The old man asked, puzzled. Greg slowly stood up, speaking word by word. Because I want to join Yari Palace. It's my lifelong pursuit. Saying this, he placed his right hand on his chest, looking solemn. Upon hearing Greg's words, the Immortal was speechless. Then, a thunderous laugh erupted. Ha ha! It seems fate has brought us together. Ha ha ha! With that, the old man vanished from the spot, lifting Greg and dashing off into the distance. In the direction he left, was toward Yari Palace. The dawn did not rise as usual with the warm rays of sunlight. A sudden downpour arrived, turning the once clear sky into a blanket of black clouds. Within moments, torrents of rain poured down, creating a misty veil that obscured the boundaries between heaven and earth. Amidst the storm, a young man maneuvered nimbly through the forest, swishing past leaves and branches. Clad in a green robe, with a strikingly handsome face, he wielded a heavy sword named Walt, a 6-foot-long, 40-pound weapon with a deep golden hue and diamond-patterned gold inlays. This sword was specially crafted for Abdul by Rashad. By now, Abdul was drenched in the rain. Yet he paid no attention, continuing to swing the Walt with vigor. The wind from his sword sliced through large swathes of the rain. The layers of sword shadows grew faster and fiercer, whistling loudly. Excited by the rhythm, he caught sight of a willow tree nearby, about half a person's width in diameter. Without hesitation, he swung the heavy sword horizontally, striking the willow tree with a resounding bang. There was a crack, and the tree snapped in half. The trunk toppled over slowly, crushing several saplings and flowers, splashing water everywhere. Abdul sheathed his sword, standing tall, his heart brimming with joy, unable to contain his excitement. This heavy sword surpasses my expectations. Its style is fierce and direct, completely different from light swords. Good. You have quite the talent for swordsmanship. From the side of the woods, Adam's voice interrupted Abdul's thoughts, full of admiration. To advance so quickly, brother, you truly live up to the name of a genius. Watching Adam approach under an oiled paper umbrella, Abdul felt somewhat helpless. Ever since teaching him some gambling tricks, Adam would come find him whenever he had free time. Moreover, through days of interaction, he found that Adam's whimsical thinking often exceeded expectations, and his unparalleled confidence, never knowing humility, made self-promotion a natural behavior for him. The rain is getting heavier, let's head back. I bought some good wine, and Uncle Sang is waiting for us to eat. Adam shifted the topic away from Abdul's practice, speaking casually. However, Abdul knew well that the meal was merely an excuse. Abdul accepted the umbrella handed to him, and they walked side by side back towards their residence. Lou, brother, your heavy sword skills today were amazing, with the momentum of sweeping thousands of troops. Chapter 113. My things, no one can snatch away. Abdul and Adam walked side by side, quickly returning to Rashad's courtyard. At this moment, the stone table in the center of the yard was laden with all kinds of delicious dishes. Rashad was seated at the table, hugging a jar of strong liquor, drinking large gulps. Seeing Abdul and Adam walk in, he couldn't help but complain. Boys, what took you so long? You almost starved me to death. Speaking, he picked up a roasted pig trotter and started eating voraciously. Abdul and Adam came forward and sat down. Seeing the old man's manner, Adam couldn't help but feel envious. Master Uncle Sang is indeed wildly unbound. Rashad, tugging fiercely at the trotter in his hand, mumbled indistinctly, I'm not like that cold fish Josue who always has a poker face, rigid and heartless. Hearing this, Adam wore an embarrassed smile. The Josue Rashad mentioned was none other than the elder of the law enforcement hall, Adam's master. It was said that his martial arts were only second to the sect master Ivor, having reached the peak of core formation stage, possibly about to become a divine mansion realm expert. However, as the law enforcement elder, he was naturally impartial and stern. Matters of human relationships should be set aside, making him appear cold and aloof. He was even stricter with his own disciples, which was why Adam was so afraid of his master. Because of his gambling habits, he had received no shortage of whippings from Josue. Here in Sangzi's company, drinking freely and eating heartily, felt truly comfortable. After several rounds of wine and a variety of dishes, Rashad looked up at Abdul and asked, Boy, have you learned the basic forms of the heavy sword? Of course, do you doubt my abilities? Abdul replied nonchalantly, as if it was a trivial matter. However, neither Rashad nor Adam questioned it. Through their interactions, they had truly seen what it meant to be a genius, a prodigy. Abdul's learning ability was astounding. Whether it was martial techniques, movements, or forms, once he could demonstrate them fully, his cultivation speed soared astonishingly. Therefore, when he said this, neither of them objected. Rashad nodded and spoke in a grave tone. I've heard that the disciple of the fifth elder, Reed, might challenge you. Oh, Reed. Abdul and Adam exchanged glances, understanding each other. It seemed that the other party still harbored resentment over the previous incident. Rashad finished his drink, got up, and patted Abdul on the shoulder. Boy, if you successfully defend your spot, I'll teach you my unique skill. Upon hearing this, Abdul's eyes lit up. He had long coveted Rashad's heavy sword technique. Unique skill? Truly? Ha ha ha, my word is ironclad. Boy, good luck. With that, Rashad turned around and returned to rest in his room. Abdul was excited and filled with fighting spirit. Just then, Adam's voice suddenly sounded beside him. Lou, brother, what are we betting on today? Abdul. Soon, it was the day to announce the spots for entering the sword tomb. In a low, dilapidated courtyard, a lazy-looking man stretched and sat up from his bed. This man was about 27 or 28 years old, bald-headed and muscular. He rubbed his face with his large palm and then opened his bloodshot eyes. Instinctively, he looked around the table for a long time until his eyes brightened upon seeing the wine pot on the worn-out table. Reaching out to grab it, he tried to drink directly from it, but nothing came out. It was already empty. Shaking the light and empty pot, the man was stunned for a moment. Suddenly cursing, he threw the pot into the corner of the room. Crack! A sharp sound rang out, and the pot shattered, revealing a thick layer of shards already covering the floor. No, no. The man shook his head. I have important business today. Can't drink anymore. Muttering to himself, he slowly stood up, pushed open the decrepit door, and went outside. From the well, he lifted a bucket of cold water and poured it over his head. Then, he took a piece of black cloth from near the well and began washing his body. Black water flowed down his body, unclear whether it was dirt or from the black cloth. After 7 or 8 buckets of water, the black cloth had turned somewhat gray, and the man felt refreshed. Returning inside, he found a razor and a copper mirror somewhere and began shaving. Just then, bang! The broken wooden door finally gave way, shattering completely. Reed, dressed in white and holding his nose, walked in. Said Lujuran, "This place isn't any different from a doghouse." Second young Master Yi, "For someone like me, living in a doghouse would be a luxury." Lujuran kicked the bed frame, causing it to splinter, revealing a cloth bundle. He went over, opened the bundle, took out fresh clothes, and changed into them. After dressing properly, he loosened up his muscles. The bald man spoke gruffly. "Let's go, young Master Yi. Today, I'll definitely help you snatch back the spot." Reed looked at the bald man with disdain and said, "The sooner, the better. Otherwise." He then turned and led the group towards the main hall. At the main hall, all the senior members of Yinri sect were gathered. Below, 10 disciples stood, including Abdul and Adam. Ivor, hands behind his back, spoke calmly. "In 10 days, the Pingwang River will witness the opening of the sword tomb, and the spots have been determined. By custom, any elder's disciple may issue a challenge." As he finished speaking, a white-haired Enoch stepped forward from the right. Standing tall at nearly 6 feet 2 inches, his arms extended below his knees, his eyes gleamed with a dark light. His hair tied high in a knot, he wore a silver-threaded black cloak. "Sect Master, I have 2 disciples, Reed and Lujuran, who wish to participate in the sword tomb trial. So, it's Elder Emmanuel. In that case, let's follow the rules." To the sparring platform. Ivor waved his hand lightly. Abdul glanced at the elderly man who had stepped forward and thought, "This long-armed ape must be Reed's master, the 5th Elder Emmanuel. It seems he's targeting me." Sure enough, just as this thought crossed his mind, Emmanuel's voice rang out. "Sect Master, among the 10 disciples, one is newly initiated under the 13th Elder and is tasked with this responsibility, which seems inappropriate. My disciple, Reed, can replace him." Before he finished, Rashad stood up. "Sect Master, although my disciple is new, he agreed before joining that he must have a spot in the sword tomb." Ivor nodded. "I know about this. The outer sect knife supervisor has already informed me." Before the sentence ended, Emmanuel insisted firmly. "If so, according to the rules, my disciple will challenge for the sword tomb spot. Winner takes all?" Ivor nodded slightly, looking at Rashad. Elder saying, "How about it?" Rashad did not answer, but turned to look at Abdul and asked, "Hazel, what do you think?" Abdul's lips curled into a slight smile. He stepped forward, saluted, and said, "Master, my things, no one can take away. I accept the challenge." "Good. This is what my disciple looks like." Applause followed as Rashad turned to look upward. Ivor nodded and his voice resounded loudly. "Sparring platform, open." Chapter 114, First Show of Might. At the Eclipse Hall's arena within the sect, 2 figures stood face to face, one of whom was Abdul. Across from him stood a bald, muscular man with his upper body bare and an arrogant expression on his face. The surrounding area was packed with Eclipse sect disciples, encircling a Enoch seated above them. Beside him lay a colorful tiger. This was the patriarch of the Eclipse Hall, Ivor. Below him, elders like Josue, Rashad, and Emmanuel sat in their designated seats. Ivor glanced at Josue, who immediately understood his intent. Josue strode forward and announced loudly, "Today's duel is for the position in the sword tomb. The competition begins now. Contestants, take your places." The gathered Eclipse Hall disciples cheered, drums beating and voices roaring, creating a thunderous atmosphere. Lujuran shot Abdul a dark look, though he didn't say a word. The ferocity in his eyes was unmistakable. Everyone noticed it, especially Adam, who looked worried about Abdul. The tension was palpable. Everyone's fighting spirit stirred, blood pumping. Across from Abdul, Lujuran began yelling wildly, "You reckless brat! Thinking you can challenge someone like me? Have you thought about how you'll die?" Their gazes locked in a fierce exchange, neither willing to back down. Abdul's lips curled into a smile as he glanced at Reed in the crowd, saying coldly, "Why don't you come up and fight yourself, brother Yi?" Reed returned a cold laugh. "No rush if you win. I'll give you that chance." Abdul retracted his gaze, no longer talking unnecessarily. His lips curved slightly into a light smile. Then, he raised his right hand, fingers together, and said, "Enough talk, bring it on." This provocation poured fuel on Lujuran's inner rage, igniting it fiercely. With an angry roar, Lujuran charged at Abdul, swinging his fist, the size of a sandbag, at Abdul's body. Abdul's eyes narrowed, thinking to himself, this bald guy's punches are indeed powerful. Without hesitation, he executed a whipping kick aimed at Lujuran's abdomen. Boom! Facing this kick, Lujuran showed no reaction. It seemed Abdul's leg was as soft as noodles, and his fist rose again, crashing down. Abdul quickly leaped back, evading the attack and said, "Hold it!" Lujuran paused, puzzled. "What? Are you going to surrender after seeing my strength?" Abdul laughed heartily. "Baldy, I want to make a bet with you. Dare you accept?" "What? A bet? Why not?" Though unaware of Abdul's intentions, Lujuran, confident in his strength, had no fear of a new disciple. "Fine, let's bet if I can defeat you in 10 moves. If you're still standing after 10 moves, I lose. If I lose, I'll be your servant. If you lose, you'll serve me. Do you dare?" Abdul sneered, glancing towards the crowd where everyone, including the elders, heard every word. They all turned their attention to Reed, understanding that this was a direct provocation. Rashad's face showed approval, while Elder Emmanuel frowned but remained silent. In the arena, Lujuran was enraged by Abdul's arrogance. "Ha, defeat me in 10 moves? If you manage that, I'll let you kick my head around like a ball." His muscles bulged as he lunged at Abdul with all his might. Abdul sidestepped easily, avoiding the punch, and thrust 2 fingers like a sword at Lujuran's shoulders. The close distance and swift attack left Lujuran unable to dodge, resulting in a painful jolt. "A mere trick," Lujuran grunted, suppressing the numbness, and attacked again, but slower this time. Abdul observed everything calmly, a smirk forming. The short skirmish had revealed Lu Juaran's fighting style, a brute force approach without much skill. Abdul's systematic training gave him a solid foundation. In terms of physique, defense, and speed, he far surpassed his opponent. Once again, Abdul nimbly dodged, kicking Lu Juaran's knee, shouting, "Kneel!" The immense force caused the bald man's knee to buckle, forcing him to kneel. Simultaneously, Abdul's elbow struck Lu Juaran's temple with thunderous force. Lu Juaran's face twisted in shock, his left leg refusing to obey. Paralyzed, he could only shield his head with his arms, taking the full impact of Abdul's blow. Bang! He crashed to the ground with a loud thud. Aya! Lu Juaran sat up, looking like a madman, teeth gnashing in fury. He wanted nothing more than to tear Abdul apart. Suddenly, he did something unexpected, fiercely punching his own left leg repeatedly, hoping to regain feeling through the pain. The crowd held their breath, falling silent. Respect for Lu Juaran's resilience was evident even among the spectators. Even Abdul stopped, not wanting to exploit this moment. He watched calmly, earning respect for the other man's determination. Pain makes it better, Lu Juaran growled, managing to stand. I won't lose, you die. He sprang forward, fists like charging tigers, hammering toward Abdul. Facing such an aggressive attack, Abdul didn't move. Surprised by his lack of action, the watching disciples saw him meet Lu Juaran's fists with his chest. Boom! Lu Juaran's fists smashed into him. Suddenly, the Mystic Een sword armor activated, releasing countless sword chi that sent Lu Juaran flying backward, spewing blood. Without another glance at Lu Juaran, Abdul turned to read. Brother Yi, it's your turn. Chapter 115. I will break it with one sword. The battle between Philippe and Abdul concluded with Abdul effortlessly overwhelming his opponent. Philippe, unable to believe the outcome, fainted from sheer frustration. The crowd of disciples watched in awe as the young man stood proudly in the center of the arena. Who is this guy? He actually defeated Philippe? It's not just a defeat. He used his chest to withstand a full power punch from Philippe. Where did this monster come from? His body is that tough? You have no idea how tough. The disciples buzzed with discussion, the outer sect members amazed by Abdul's martial prowess, while the inner sect members were even more astonished. They all knew Philippe well, an old-time inner sect disciple who had long been at the peak of the transcendent realm but had been hindered by his limited talent. Nevertheless, his natural strength was formidable, making him a formidable fighter. For Abdul to so easily handle him left many jaws dropped. Even the elders and Ivor above were somewhat surprised. Ivor's eyes gleamed with joy as he looked at Rashad. Elder saying, if I'm not mistaken, what we just witnessed was martial Dao sorcery, right? Rashad pretended to be composed. Indeed, Your Excellency. That boy has some talent for swordsmanship. As he spoke, his smile grew wider, almost reaching his ears. Seeing his expression, the other elders cast disdainful glances at him. Ivor smiled and nodded lightly. A talent like this should not be wasted outside the sword tomb. Hearing this, Emmanuel, standing nearby with an iron-gray face, clasped his hands respectfully and responded. Your Excellency, the path of martial Dao should not be judged solely by talent. Otherwise, what about those diligent disciples who lack natural gifts? Elder Luo, there's no need to rush. Since the rules are set, I will not change them arbitrarily. Let the contest continue. Ivor saw through Emmanuel's intentions immediately. Meanwhile, Rashad wasn't holding back. I say, old Luo, if you're dissatisfied, why don't you have your disciple win it back instead of talking so nobly? Emmanuel glanced at Rashad with disdain on his face. Sang's senior brother, after all these years, you're still so aggressive and know no bounds. Hearing this, Rashad laughed heartily. Ha ha, we, who wield swords, only advance, never retreat. With that, he turned his gaze to Abdul and shouted loudly. Kid, well done. Abdul smiled faintly but remained silent, feeling his fighting spirit intensify until it seemed tangible. Ding, sensing the host's combat spirit, the Yaoquan divine art, cultivation speed has increased. Ding, the shock and amazement of the crowd boosted the cultivation speed of Tianwu chasing waves by 30%. System notifications rang in his mind. Over time, Abdul had learned which actions could enhance his cultivation speed. Combat proved to be the most effective method. Looking at Reed, Abdul smiled leisurely. Senior brother Yi, aren't you going to step up? Reed's expression was grim. He never imagined Abdul's strength could surpass Philippe. Although his own power was greater, he hadn't achieved an overwhelming advantage. Despite his fury, he hesitated before stepping onto the stage. He was waiting for someone who could ensure his victory. If you're scared, senior brother Yi, you can always admit defeat, Abdul said before he was interrupted by a sudden surge of powerful energy behind the crowd. An icy voice followed. For a newly initiated disciple, you sure have a big mouth. Abdul frowned, feeling the fierce wind rushing toward him. The person's aura felt like a dragon roaring towards him. This force, it belongs to a Ganga expert. Startled, Abdul quickly gathered all his internal energy to defend himself. But it was too late. The momentum struck him head-on, forcing him to take several steps back. Feeling a heavy pressure in his chest and blood trickling from his lips. Seeing this, Reed's lips curled into a sinister smile. He knew his awaited person had arrived. The crowd parted to reveal a man dressed in purple and cyan robes with a light silver cloak, with sword-like eyebrows, piercing eyes, and a scar on his firm face. The man exuded a brave and valiant presence. His appearance caused waves of exclamations among the onlookers, especially admiration from the female disciples. Is it Senior Brother Dennis? Senior Brother Dennis has come to cheer for his brother. So handsome, Senior Brother Dennis. Abdul slowly rose, looking at the approaching man. He understood clearly. This is Dennis, Reed's brother, a peak Ganga expert. His reputation is indeed unmatched. Just that brief moment of contact with the energy had already disrupted his internal chi. Looking at Reed's smug expression, Abdul realized his plan. Playing dirty tricks? Truly shameless. Seeing his disciple injured, Rashad burst into rage. Emmanuel, your disciple has no shame, attacking secretly. Emmanuel snorted coldly, saying, Senior brother, do not speak recklessly. How could my disciple attack from such a distance? Moreover, this braggart needs a lesson to prevent future misdeeds. You, Rashad, known for his fiery temper, couldn't stand this indignity. Watching his disciple suffer openly, he summoned powerful sword chi, shaking the ground. Luo Jr. brother, it's been a long time since we've sparred. Today, let me see if your spear skills have improved. Emmanuel didn't hesitate, responding with matching energy. All right, please enlighten me, Senior brother sang. As the two condensation stage experts prepared to duel, everyone, from the elders to the inner and outer sect disciples, watched intensely. Suddenly, a stern voice echoed. How dare you? Ivor's presence was intimidating, radiating coldness. The two of you are pillars of our sect. What sort of example are you setting before so many disciples? Your Excellency, this is my only disciple. If I can't protect him, I'd rather die. Rashad wouldn't back down, raising his sword chi higher. At this moment, Abdul suddenly spoke. Master, there's no need. I can still fight. Good child, don't worry. Master will see justice is served. Abdul straightened his posture, unsheathing his heavy sword Jinhan, his own energy rising. Ding, sensing disrupted meridians and breathing difficulties, the Yaoquan divine art accelerates its circulation to heal injuries. Injury recovery, 10%, 20%, 85%. Rest assured, Master. No matter what schemes they use, I will break them with one sword. Reed, come up here and die. His voice thundered, filled with unyielding fighting spirit. Hashtag chapter 116, Clash of Titans. Watching the overbearing Abdul, Dennis sneered coldly and turned his gaze to Reed. Don't hold back. You mustn't lose this fight. Don't worry, big brother. Reed's face erupted with fierce energy. He held his long spear aloft and leaped onto the combat platform. The spear was pointed straight at Abdul. Come, let me give you a good lesson today. Abdul didn't waste words. Gripping the heavy Jinhan sword tightly in both hands, he charged forward swiftly. Roar! With a loud shout, the heavy sword swung down toward Reed's head. Reacting quickly, Reed dodged to the side. The massive sword struck the ground like a door panel, sending soil and rocks flying. Abdul swung the sword again, striking a pile of broken stones. These fragments shot out like sharp arrows towards Reed. Seeing this, Reed moved calmly, creating residual images in the air while his cloak behind him blocked the scattered stone fragments. At the same time, several shards broke through the air, heading straight for Dennis, who was watching from the sidelines. Everyone was taken aback by Abdul's move. He actually provoked senior brother Dennis? Does he not care about his life? What an arrogant fellow. He really doesn't know how to write the word death. Faced with the flying shards, Dennis remained unperturbed, as if completely oblivious to the killing intent. With a casual wave of his hand, the stones crumbled into dust instantly. He cast a disdainful glance at Abdul, eyes shooting two icy beams. You're courting death. If it weren't for the sect's rules forbidding fratricide, you wouldn't survive even 100 times over. Then, he said loudly, spare his life, but though death can be spared, punishment cannot be avoided. Sever his two arms as a warning. His tone was calm but filled with arrogance, as if he controlled the life and death of the other party with a mere thought. It seemed that severing two arms was already a great mercy to Abdul. I understand, big brother, Reed replied. His suppressed anger had already boiled over. Spreading his arms wide like a soaring eagle, he leaped backward out of Abdul's attack range. As he landed, he twirled his spear gracefully in the air. Abdul, I will utterly cripple you today. Charge. With a roar, his spear thrust forward like a dragon emerging from a cave, lunging at Abdul. Abdul did not hesitate, meeting the spear with his heavy sword, engaging Reed in combat. Both were powerful fighters, fighting with speed and ferocity. Reed's spear movements were swift and nimble like a snake, while Abdul's heavy sword slashed with a radiant golden light, fast and furious like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. In the heat of battle, Abdul seized the advantage. Sweeping aside the spear, he changed his stance abruptly. Discarding all techniques, he wielded the sword with both hands, infusing it with true chi, cleaving down powerfully at Reed's head with continuous strikes, roaring loudly with each strike. Reed had no choice but to block with his spear, defending fiercely. For a moment, the clash of metal resounded continuously. After blocking over 10 strikes, Reed was forced back by the sheer force, suppressing a buildup of pent-up anger. Back off. With an enraged cry, he unleashed immense strength, shaking off Abdul's assault as if breaking free from some invisible shackles. Then, pushing off the ground, he leaped into the air, holding the spear high above his head, smashing it down wildly at Abdul. At this point, everyone's attention was drawn to the arena. People were whispering among themselves. Can Abdul really hold up against senior brother Reed? How long has he been in the sect? This is a joke. Wait, Reed is beginning his counterattack. On the battlefield, the situation shifted rapidly. The intense clashes of weapons resonated far and wide. Reed swung his spear with both arms like spinning wheels, forcing Abdul to block repeatedly with his heavy sword against the onslaught of spear shadows. Enjoying yourself earlier, right? Now it's my turn. Retaliating in kind, Reed attacked with full force, abandoning all technique, swinging the spear downward with sheer brute power, seemingly aiming to flatten Abdul into minced meat. Abdul felt as if he were being pounded by a demonic beast, his bones creaking ominously under the impact. Despite the overwhelming pressure, he maintained a stoic expression, a flicker of doubt creeping into his mind. His attacks grew more vigorous, and the spear created afterimages in the air, producing explosive sounds wherever it moved. Metal clashed violently, showering sparks everywhere. Reed felt increasingly exhilarated by each strike and began shouting excitedly. Why are you quiet now? You're so proud. Why don't you talk back? Abdul remained unmoved, only focusing on defense. Harris watched anxiously, muttering under his breath. What is this kid doing? At that moment, a cold voice sounded beside him. Why are you in such a panic? It doesn't look good. Harris shivered, recognizing the voice. It belonged to his master, Elder Josue of the Enforcement Hall. Master, I am close friends with Junior Riker, so I am concerned. Harris explained hastily. Seeing his anxious demeanor, Josue sighed inwardly, then whispered softly. Don't worry, your friend is fine. He hasn't used his full strength yet. He's probably waiting for an opportunity. Watch carefully. Harris lifted his head and indeed saw the situation change on the field. Ding, xiuxian sword armor absorbs power, increasing rebound strength by 1%, current charge level 15%. While Abdul defended relentlessly, he also sought to store power in the xiuxian sword armor and identify weaknesses in Reed's spear techniques. Although Emmanuel, the fifth elder of the Concealed Sun Pavilion, had taught his spear techniques, Reed hadn't fully mastered them, but they were still formidable. As the battle wore on, Abdul became increasingly adept at understanding Reed's moves, not only adapting to the attacks but spotting opportunities for counterattacks. Meanwhile, Reed's stamina was rapidly waning. Suddenly, Abdul's eyes narrowed. A slight smile crept onto his lips. I've got you. Stepping back half a step, he held the sword single-handedly, extending his right hand out alone. In the midst of the rapid spear strikes, he caught Reed's spear tip accurately. Instantly, the barrage of spears disappeared. Blood dripped from Abdul's hand, but he paid no heed, a faint smile lingering on his face. Reed was shocked. What? This guy found a weakness in my spear technique? Before he could react, Abdul made his move. With a powerful yank, he flung the spear aside. The immense force sent Reed stumbling backward before regaining his balance. Looking up, he saw Abdul standing tall and erect. A formidable aura burst forth from him, like an unparalleled sword, ready to pierce the heavens. Reed, take this. Chapter 117. Victory over Reed. Abdul leaped into the air. The heavy sword, imbued with an invincible force, pressed down heavily towards Reed. This strike resembled a frenzied tiger, immensely powerful and devastating. The roaring wind from the strike caused Reed's complexion to change drastically, his courage wavering even before the battle began. He didn't dare to confront it head-on and had no choice but to retreat, evading this ferocious blow. Boom! The sword struck the ground directly, the intense impact still sending Reed flying. On the high platform, Connor couldn't help but praise Abdul's move. Elder saying, your disciple truly has exceptional sword comprehension. To master the essence of the heavy sword in such a short time is indeed rare. Hearing this, Rashad stroked his beard, a smile appearing on his face. This kid has decent talent. Otherwise, why would I teach him? His expression was filled with satisfaction. Beside him, Emmanuel's face turned ashen. Seeing the shift in attack and defense, he had a premonition that things weren't going well. If Reed, despite using so many means, still lost to Abdul, the prestige of his lineage would be completely tarnished. With this thought, Emmanuel took a deep breath and shouted loudly, Chinger, your strength surpasses the opponent. Attack freely without holding back. Upon hearing this, Rashad sneered softly. Not holding back? I think that kid is already at his limit. In the arena, Emmanuel's roar steadied Reed's nerves. Looking at Abdul nearby, his face twisted in an ugly manner. How could he have been afraid just now? Everyone around observed this transformation. He could feel the admiration and fear in people's eyes turning into confusion, ridicule, disdain, pity, and even schadenfreude. To him, this was utterly intolerable, an immense disgrace. I'll kill you. Reed roared with murderous intent, charging at Abdul with his spear raised. However, just as he reached Abdul, he saw a pair of mocking eyes looking up at him. Those eyes, like a tiger toying with its prey, were cold and cruel. Instantly, his boiling fighting spirit felt chilled by a bucket of cold water. Distracted for a moment, Abdul suddenly attacked, swinging the heavy sword Jinhan forward. Facing the fierce wind, Reed barely dodged it, then let out another roar. Kill! Shouting desperately, using all his might, Reed tried to dispel his doubts through sheer aggression. Again, he raised both hands to smash down with his spear. But, in the next second, a cold light flashed past, and he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Before he could finish his move, the protective aura in front of him shattered instantly. In that split second, Reed felt as if he wasn't pierced by a sword but smashed by a huge hammer. Otherwise, how could he suddenly feel lighter? Why did the sky and earth keep spinning before his eyes? Reed didn't understand, but the spectators clearly saw everything. In the blink of an eye, Abdul narrowly avoided the spear, sweeping with lightning speed. His movements were simple and swift, crystal clear. The entire process incredibly fluid, all happening in a fleeting instant. This was not a sword technique or skill but sheer brute force. Thud. Reed was swept off his feet and landed heavily on the ground. Struggling to rise on one knee, blood spurted from his mouth. Abdul showed no mercy, closing in on him and striking again, knocking Reed unconscious. What once was an attempt by Reed to avenge himself, ended up nailing him to the pillar of shame in broad daylight. Abdul didn't intend to kill him because, even on the arena, lethal combat was forbidden within the sect. So, his initial aim was to establish authority. Though some dust clung to his robe, the heavy sword in his hand gleamed brightly. He actually won. Truly, a new disciple defeated senior brother Reed? And he did so while being at a lower level. This newcomer is too strong. Most disciples were buzzing with discussions. Of course, there were those who had long disliked Reed. Feeling satisfied, they couldn't resist mocking him. Reed is just a pampered rich boy, relying on his elder brother's reputation. Yeah, in terms of talent and strength, he's far from being a true genius. I've always disliked him, bullying everyone. Just as everyone was chattering, a formidable aura soared into the sky. Then, a thunderous roar echoed across the heavens. How dare you injure my second brother? Dennis appeared like a whirlwind, instantly rushing onto the stage. Without hesitation, he unleashed a punch. The piercing momentum, enveloped in tremendous power, surged toward Abdul. However, Abdul was prepared. He knew the other side wouldn't let him off easily, so he remained vigilant right after defeating Reed. Sure enough, Dennis disregarded the rules and attacked fiercely. Seeing the incoming punch, Abdul stepped back while his right index finger emitted green light. 2 consecutive points released 2 beams of green light. Amidst the crowd's surprise, these transformed into 2 giant green venomous bees, flanking Dennis. Is this another martial arts prowess? Such comprehension, terrifying. The elders were all astounded. Even Dennis was stunned for a few seconds. Abdul seized this opportunity, a sinister smile spreading across his lips. Explode. As he spoke, the 2 bees near Dennis exploded. A cloud of green venom enveloped his body. This move astonished countless observers. After all, this was Dennis, ranked 3rd among the inner sect disciples of the Yenri Hall. Even with Abdul's preparation, making Dennis fall for the trap seemed unbelievable. Moreover, there was a significant gap between their realms. Yet, the green venom cloud dissipated, revealing Dennis. His formerly proud expression now twisted in rage. You want death. His aura skyrocketed to the peak of the body-tempering realm, pressing down heavily on Abdul. But Abdul's eyes showed no panic, calmly watching him. This only fueled Dennis's anger. Just as he was about to strike, Rashad descended from the sky, landing before him, bullying the weak, intimidating the feeble. Brother Luo, is this how you teach your disciples? Hashtag chapter 118, challenge to the proud genius. Rashad lightly landed in front of Abdul, the pressure brought by Dennis melting away like snow and ice. At the same time, Emmanuel leaped down from the high platform and stood in front of Dennis. After all, Rashad was famously unpredictable, and Emmanuel feared that he might provoke him into directly attacking Dennis. Rashad's tone was casual as he looked at Emmanuel. Junior brother Luo, how do you teach your disciple? Can't handle losing, huh? Emmanuel ignored him and turned his head towards Ivor, respectfully saying, Patriarch, Dennis and Reed are blood siblings. Their deep bond caused him to lose control. I hope the Patriarch will not hold this against him. Then, he glanced at Dennis, scolding, have you not yet apologized to the Patriarch? Dennis had now calmed down, suppressing his aura and kneeling down on one knee. My younger brother was injured, causing me to act rashly. Please forgive my impudence. As a rising star of Yenri Pavilion, Dennis naturally would not face real punishment. Ivor waved his hand and said, since no serious consequences occurred, let it go. This time, Abdul is declared the victor and gains the qualification to enter the Sword Tomb. His voice rolled across the square. This outcome had been anticipated by Abdul. So, as soon as the words were spoken, Abdul took a step forward. Patriarch, I have something to say. Everyone's attention shifted back to him, and Ivor asked curiously, what is it? Abdul remained calm and composed, speaking steadily. Senior brother Dennis disregarded the rules of the arena today and attacked me recklessly. I feel wronged and wish to challenge senior brother Dennis for a rematch. I hope the Patriarch will allow it. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Everyone present was shocked, even Emmanuel, Rashad, and Dennis himself hadn't expected it. This kid has lost his mind, challenging Dennis. He overestimates himself with his so-called talent. He'll never achieve greatness in martial arts. The murmurs continued. At this moment, Abdul had become a self-important fool in everyone's eyes. Ivor furrowed his brow and asked sternly, are you sure? Abdul nodded gently and replied with a smile. I am completely sincere, willing to challenge senior brother Dennis again on the arena after the Sword Tomb trip. Very well, Dennis, will you accept the challenge? Ivor wasted no words. It was their choice, and if anyone died in the end, it was their responsibility. Dennis's lips curled slightly in a cold smirk as he nodded. I accept. I will make sure to instruct Junior Riker well when the time comes. Excellent. Once the Sword Tomb journey is complete, I will personally oversee the final battle between the two of you. Ivor's voice resonated, spreading out in all directions. Just as everyone was about to disperse, a disciple rushed over, shouting loudly, Patriarch, Elder Senior Brother Bowen has returned. He asks for you. Ivor was taken aback for a moment, then he suddenly shot into the air and vanished without a trace. Only his fading words lingered in the wind. Everyone, disperse. People gradually left. Abdul followed Rashad toward their residence. Master, who is the great elder, and why have I never met him? Rashad's expression showed contemplation upon hearing this question. The great elder Bowen is my senior brother, and also the current Patriarch's master. His strength is the highest within Yenri Pavilion, but, he paused for a moment, noticing Abdul's curious gaze. Senior brother Ning created an extremely terrifying and mysterious blade technique. To find a successor for this technique, he has been traveling outside these past years. I wonder if this time, he has found someone. Hearing this, Abdul became more curious. He had never seen Rashad so serious. What kind of blade technique is it? Rashad did not answer immediately, sighing softly. I hope you never have to see it. Changing the subject, he continued. You're quite bold to challenge Dennis. Do you have confidence? Master, rest assured, after returning from the Sword Tomb, I believe I won't be inferior to him. Rashad nodded approvingly. It's good to have confidence. In the coming days, I'll teach you my exclusive sword techniques. The master and apprentice walked side by side, disappearing at the end of the path. Meanwhile, at a stone cave in the rear mountains of Yenri Pavilion, two figures faced each other, one being the hunchbacked elder who rescued Greg. Opposite him stood the patriarch of Yenri Pavilion, Ivor. Disciple greets master. No need for formalities, rise. The elder received Ivor's salute openly, his identity undeniable. He was none other than the great elder mentioned by Rashad, Bowen. Master, did you gain anything from your journey? Ivor asked. Bowen smiled, nodding, and pulled out a slip of paper from his robe, handing it over. I finally found a suitable candidate. Prepare the medicinal ingredients for me quickly. I need them. Ivor nodded immediately, taking the slip and leaving. The elder turned and headed into the cave. Inside, it was pitch black and eerily silent, with darkness engulfing like a tidal wave. Greg huddled in a corner, his heart pounding violently as if ready to leap out of his mouth. After what seemed like forever, Bowen's voice echoed through the darkness. You're quite talented, boy, but being my disciple requires more than just talent. The old man's voice was hoarse and echoing from all directions, making the listener feel uneasy. Thank you, Grandpa, but... Understanding the unspoken question, Bowen explained, I am the great elder of Yenri Pavilion. I want to give you a chance. If you pass my test, I will take you as my disciple and teach you martial arts. The mention of Yenri Pavilion and martial arts sent a wave of excitement through Greg's chest. I accept. Without hesitation, the 3 words tumbled from his lips. Nodding in the dark, Bowen seemed unsurprised. Good. Come with me. Feeling himself lifted by a large hand, Greg was carried out of the cave. Flying swiftly over treetops toward a distant mountain peak, Greg closed his eyes, adjusting his mindset. What awaited was bound to be no easy task. Rushing winds whistled past as they traveled. After about 20 minutes, Greg felt Bowen stop, followed by the elder's voice. We've arrived. Opening his eyes, Greg saw they were atop the trees at the waist of a mountain. Grandpa, where are we? Looking at the black mountain before him, Bowen answered softly. This is the next test I've set for you. Following his gaze, Greg saw a dark cave not far away, resembling a beast ready to devour its prey. Chapter 119. The Demon Heart Crossing. Seeing Andoni's remain silent, Kit's face twisted into a terrifying smile. What? Scared? Andoni's did not respond. People are always filled with fear when faced with the unknown, and more so for Andoni's, who was merely an undetermined young man at heart. Yet, just as fear began to arise in his heart, a mysterious sensation of fiery heat emerged from within, surging towards his brain. Then, it was as if everything fell into place naturally, and Andoni spoke decisively. I'm not afraid. Each word he spoke was filled with exceptional resolve. Kit's smile remained unfaltering as he praised him. Good. You don't need to worry. Inside here are only some formations meant to test your character. There will be no danger to your life, he said casually, as if it were a simple task. But Andoni's could still imagine the imminent dangers he would face. I say, Grandpa. He had barely started speaking when Kit stuffed something into his mouth. It felt like a medicinal pill, but it was wet and slippery with an intense bitterness. Upon entering his mouth, it quickly melted and spread through his body. Before Andoni's could ask, Kit answered. Boy, this is a pill to aid in your cultivation. Don't waste it. If you understand, then don't delay. Go ahead. With that, Kit grabbed Andoni's and, with a light tap on the tree branch, dashed downwards like the wind. Then, with a single forceful swing of his arm, Andoni's felt himself spinning wildly and being thrown towards the cave. Kit's voice came from afar. Boy, be careful of the formations. What you see may not be real. As the scenery around him rapidly receded and lights flickered, Andoni's hadn't had time to fully observe his surroundings before feeling his body hit the ground hard. Drained both physically and mentally, he fainted. Outside the cave, Kit's elderly face grew increasingly cheerful. The demon heart crossing combined with Tasway flesh should be enough. Ha ha ha, I'm about to succeed. Ha ha ha. His laughter echoed through the forest, startling countless birds. At that moment, the old man didn't seem like a righteous leader at all, but more like a fanatical cultist, hard to predict. In a lavish mansion, Emmanuel sat in the hall wearing casual clothes. He glanced down at Reed standing below and asked coolly, Worthless one, you couldn't even win against a newly admitted disciple? What face do you have left to come seek me? Master, Reed hastily raised his head, intending to protest, but was cut off by Emmanuel. What, do you want to defy me? Disciple dare not. Reed bowed deeply, completely unbold to look up, not daring to express any dissatisfaction, demonstrating the respect he had for Emmanuel's authority. Forget it. For Forrester's sake, I won't hold it against you. The sword tomb is useless to you anyway, go. Emmanuel spoke while lifting his teacup, taking a sip leisurely. Don't act rashly, train diligently instead. Reed did not reply but kept kneeling, head low, clearly harboring resentment. Emmanuel showed no interest in comforting him further. Placing the teacup down, his tone turned cold. Whether you agree or not, it's not wise to provoke Aiden over such a trivial matter. Reed clenched his fists tightly until they turned white, his eyes shut tight, seemingly struggling internally. A sound escaped Emmanuel's nose, causing Reed to kneel on one knee in fright. He gritted his teeth. Disciple understands. Please rest assured, master. That's best. Also, you're not a match for Heath. Look at your chest. Saying this, Emmanuel swished his sleeves and walked away, leaving Reed stunned. What? Looking down at his left chest, Reed saw dense scratch marks on his clothing, evidently caused by sword chi. Realizing that during the duel, he had been struck by Heath's feint, Reed's eyes turned wild with anger. How could I not notice? Fuchin, for today's humiliation, I will exact revenge and pay it back 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Fury flaring, Reed pounded a nearby wooden chair into pieces and stormed out. Returning to the residence, Dennis and Reed Lynn sat on either side, sipping tea silently. Seeing him return, Reed Lynn stood up hurriedly and whispered, How did it go? Reed shook his head helplessly. Rydlin's expression turned sorrowful as he paced back and forth. Now what shall we do? How can this be? Putting down his teacup, Dennis looked at his father, who was at a loss, and asked solemnly, "Father, did you cooperate with him?" Reedlin managed a forced smile, visibly uneasy. "Forrester, He stopped mid-sentence, unsure how to proceed. Seeing his father's demeanor, Dennis understood everything. A year ago, a mysterious person approached him offering rapid cultivation improvement. Back then, proud and talented, he firmly refused. However, this person targeted Reedlin and Reed instead. Standing up, Dennis ignored his father and walked directly to Reed. "Big brother." Smack. A loud slap landed on Reed's face. "Do you know that colluding with outsiders can lead to cultivation removal and expulsion from the sect?" Feeling the burning pain on his cheek, Reed glared angrily. "My dear elder brother, do you know what it feels like to be looked down upon? Just because of my mediocre talent, did they ever treat me as an equal?" The more Reed spoke, the more agitated he became, venting all his frustrations. "So, you colluded with outsiders. Have you considered if their methods pose hidden risks?" "I don't care." At this point, Reed was unbridled. Stepping forward, he stood before Dennis, saying menacingly, "Brother, you two are facing a bottleneck now. Forming the Wu Dao Golden Core isn't easy. Perhaps one day, when you can't break through despite a lifetime of effort, you'll understand my situation." Turning, Reed stormed off. Watching his retreating figure, Dennis clenched his fists, his eyes icy cold. Struck in his sore spot by his own blood brother infuriated him. Seeing this, Reedlin cautiously approached and whispered, "Forrester, don't mind him. You know his talent is mediocre. You're talented, and father believes you can break through." Hearing this, Dennis loosened his fists and said without turning back, "Tell the person behind you to find me. I'll help solve this." And with that, he left without another word. Chapter 120. The Beast Heart Extinguishing Sword. That night, in the courtyard, Dennis was practicing spear techniques when an eerie voice suddenly spoke from behind him. "Hee, do you wish to become stronger?" Dennis whirled around and saw a shadowy figure cloaked in black robes. "You have a lot of guts coming here. Who are you?" "Bard? I don't even consider him worthy of my attention." The hooded figure said this with a dismissive tone. "As for who I am, it's not important. What matters is that I can help you become stronger." Upon hearing this, Dennis laughed. "Stronger? You think you can help me? I'm just one step away from achieving a martial golden core. You can help me? Ha ha ha." Seeing his reaction, the hooded figure laughed even more wildly and arrogantly. "Don't think I don't know you're already stuck at your current bottleneck. Do you want to stay here forever, never improving again? Is that what you want?" With each word, Dennis's aura grew increasingly dark and vengeful. It was as if the figure's voice had a magical quality. Dennis began to hallucinate, envisioning scenes of his future misery. "No, I won't. Ha ha ha." Breathing heavily, Dennis's eyes turned bloodshot. He abruptly looked up at the hooded figure and asked coldly, "What did you do to my father and younger brother?" The hooded figure nodded lightly and replied with a smile, "Yes, their talents were not enough, but I found ways to improve them." Dennis fell silent. Achieving the martial golden core had always been his painful goal. He had attempted 3 times and failed each time. For someone who had always advanced smoothly in martial arts, this was a huge blow. Worse, each subsequent attempt was less successful than the last. This made him feel as though his path in martial arts had reached its end. Seeing Dennis's silence, the hooded figure remained quiet, waiting patiently. After a while, Dennis lifted his head, his eyes burning fiercely. "You can help me?" "Of course, but you will have to pay the price." "Fine, whatever the cost, I will bear it. I want power, I want authority." Hee, it's a deal. Under the moonlit night, everything returned to darkness. Meanwhile, back at the other side, Abdul and Rashad returned. Rashad immediately imparted all of his self-created sword techniques to Abdul. "Boy, how does it look? This is the profound level sword technique I spent decades refining. The Beast Heart Extinguishing Sword." Abdul watched in awe as the old man calmly concluded his demonstration. Possessing the formless sword bone and already having impressive swordsmanship skills, Abdul could clearly see the immense strength of the Beast Heart Extinguishing Sword. Rashad chuckled loudly upon seeing Abdul's expression. "So, boy, how about it? Pretty good, right?" Coming back to his senses, Abdul nodded respectfully. Heavy sword without sharpness, simplicity over intricacy. Light sword like a dragon soaring, gracefully traversing 1,000 miles. Master sword technique embodies the essence of swordsmanship, seamlessly switching between heavy and light swords, ingeniously blending clumsiness and finesse. Powerful. Hearing this, Rashad couldn't help but beam proudly, laughing heartily. "Ha ha, not bad, boy. You really have a sharp understanding. You grasp the core of this sword technique quickly." Rashad demonstrated further, holding a light sword in his left hand and a heavy sword in his right. "I created this technique by observing the beasts in the forest, hence it's called the Beast Heart Extinguishing Sword. It consists of 7 moves. 3 light sword forms. White crane spreads wings, serpent coils the array, ape offers treasure. 3 heavy sword forms. Lion's roaring heart, bear's ferocious roar, tiger leaps over the gorge. And the final move, combining both swords, extinction of all life. Now, boy, practice well. This will certainly benefit you on your journey to the sword tomb." As he finished speaking, Rashad slowly sheathed his swords. At that moment, a system notification rang in Abdul's mind. "Ding! Congratulations on learning the high-level profound sword technique. Beast Heart Extinguishing Sword. Automated cultivation initiated." Just then, Adam hurriedly approached with a medicine box in hand. Rashad instructed Abdul directly. "Boy, this is the blood chi pill. It will aid you in mastering this sword technique. Take it." Without hesitation, Abdul took the pill and swallowed it. Instantly, warmth spread through his body, his bones crackling audibly, and he felt an endless surge of strength. A short while later, drenched in sweat, Abdul let out a triumphant roar, savoring the newfound power coursing through his veins. Rashad smiled approvingly. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. Roar! A fierce tiger's roar echoed from the nearby woods. Adam recovered quickly, looking anxiously at Abdul. Brother, they're here? Adam wielded a long saber, standing protectively in front of Abdul, his gaze fixed on the nearby forest. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The rustling sound grew louder as something rapidly moved through the woods, closing in on them. Moments later, a colossal tiger, standing 5 meters tall and stretching 10 meters long, emerged before them. What a massive demonic tiger! Its strength is equivalent to a 4th-rank entity. Adam was startled by the size of the beast. Before he could react, Rashad extended an arm to stop him. Why the rush? This is for the boy to practice. What? Adam paused in confusion. However, Abdul seemed to have anticipated this, gripping his heavy sword Jinhuan firmly and saying softly, "This beast is mine." With these words, he charged forward boldly. Noticing the anomaly, Adam realized the tiger bore wounds, likely inflicted by the elder before them. By the time he pondered this, the tiger had leaped from the forest. Letting out a deafening roar, it bounded over the stream, pouncing towards Abdul. Brother, be careful. Adam yelled another warning, but Abdul merely smiled, charging forward with the heavy sword held high. Roar! The tiger became enraged by his boldness, springing up and swiping its razor-sharp claws towards Abdul. Come on! Abdul roared back, his heavy sword meeting the attack head-on. Bam! Man and beast collided forcefully, both flying backward. This action made Adam hold his breath, knowing a 4th-rank demonic tiger was nearly equal to the transcendent realm, requiring immense physical prowess and skill to combat head-on, a feat even he doubted he could achieve. In the arena, man and tiger separated instantly after the clash. The tiger landed, preparing to pounce again. Abdul darted forward, moving like a floating crane. His right hand gripped the heavy sword, while his left withdrew a light sword, slashing down swiftly. Like a celestial crane spreading its wings, the light sword cut deeply into the tiger's side, causing it to wail in pain. This move earned a loud cheer from Rashad. Well executed. White crane spreads wings. Not done yet. Abdul leaped into the air, bringing the heavy sword down onto the tiger's head, sending blood and flesh flying. Amidst Adam's shock, Abdul landed and rushed forward once more. His light sword sliced through the tiger's left legs, severing both front and hind limbs. The tiger collapsed, convulsing before finally stilling. Adam sincerely praised, "Amazing sword work. Riker's comprehension is truly unparalleled." Looking at Abdul, who stood proudly with his sword sheathed, Rashad beamed with pride. World-defining brilliance. Abdul smiled humbly. It's all thanks to Master's teaching. The Master and disciple shared a warm smile, their laughter echoing through the sky. Chapter 121. The Sword Case. Outside Maple Leaf Valley, Abdul and Adam stood side by side. In front of them, Rashad held a wine flask in his hand, drinking and speaking intermittently. Boy, did you remember everything I told you? Abdul nodded. Yes, but Master, are you sure your friend is still there? Don't worry, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he will be there for the rest of his life. Rashad's tone was leisurely, as if he was reminiscing about some old memories. Seeing his expression, Abdul wisely refrained from asking further. Instead, he respectfully bowed and said, Master, then I'll set off now. Go, may your journey be smooth. I'll be waiting for your good news. Rashad waved his hand, and with a swift movement, he vanished from sight. Abdul turned to look at Adam beside him and smiled. Senior brother, let's go too. Uncle Chun didn't come to see you off, right? Adam's face changed slightly as he cautiously looked around. I didn't tell him, I just left a note. Otherwise, he would have forced me to practice again. He climbed onto his horse urgently. Lou Jr. brother, the longer we wait, the more chances there are for something to go wrong. Let's hurry. Yeah. Watching Adam gallop away into the distance, Abdul shook his head helplessly. Such a relationship between master and disciple was unheard of. Turning around, he led a blood-red, fanged wolf horse over and climbed on. On his back was a heavy sword called Jinhan, which no ordinary horse could carry, so he had bought this demonic beast. Gently pulling on the reins, the wolf horse darted forward and quickly caught up with Adam. The two sped toward Pingwang River. In fact, the opening of the sword tomb was still some time away. Abdul and Adam set out early to seek someone at the riverbank. This was because the beast heart extinguishing sword technique required both a light and a heavy sword for its execution. The light sword style excelled in agile movements, handling various complex environments, providing both offensive and defensive capabilities, and allowing flexibility to advance or retreat while preparing for an attack. The heavy sword style, although slower in attack speed, greatly increased damage and explosive power, as well as possessing area of effect capabilities. Thus, Abdul needed at least two swords. He already had the heavy sword, Jinhan, passed down by Rashad, a golden black sword. For the light sword, he hoped the sword tomb trip would offer many options. However, to wear both swords conveniently during combat, a good sword case was necessary. Therefore, Rashad instructed them to depart early to visit an old friend who was a renowned blacksmith, intending to craft a custom-made sword case for Abdul. Without hesitation, Abdul prepared to set off. To him, martial arts cultivation could be managed by himself. Knowing this, Adam seized the opportunity to join, not just for brotherhood, but also to take advantage of Abdul's gambling skills. Though somewhat unwilling, Abdul couldn't refuse, leading to their joint departure. 100 miles away, atop a hill, Dennis and the cloaked figure watched Abdul galloping into the distance. This time, that boy might become an obstacle, Dennis said casually. Beside him, the cloaked figure showed disdain. You're probably harboring resentment because that boy embarrassed you, aren't you? Dennis indeed felt humiliated when Abdul defeated his younger brother in the arena and challenged him publicly. To Dennis, this was unforgivable. As for effecting the Sword Tomb expedition, the cloaked figure didn't believe it one bit. They had meticulously planned for this and prepared numerous contingencies. How could they be thwarted by an extraordinary realm practitioner? Dennis didn't respond to the mockery, unsure within himself. Abdul's demeanor and confidence on the arena platform startled him immensely, creating a sense of urgency and danger greater than expected. Hence, he agreed to take risks and aid the Cloaked Figures group, seeking a quicker breakthrough in his martial path to gain confidence. Subconsciously, Dennis had begun viewing Abdul as a rival. Seeing Dennis silent, the Cloaked Figure sneered. Hee, don't worry, I've arranged for someone to take care of that kid. He won't come back alive. Oh. Dennis raised an eyebrow, surprised. The Cloaked Figure clapped softly, and a young man dressed in black attire with a silver sword stepped forward arrogantly. Recognizing him, Dennis was taken aback. Vlad? It's you? Turning to the Cloaked Figure, he asked. Did you recruit him too? Though Vlad was in the inner sect without a master, his family's sword techniques made him formidable, having crossed the ordinary realm into the transformation gutter realm. Despite inferior talent compared to Dennis, his combat experience and abilities were rich, reputedly single-handedly exterminating 10 bandit camps and returning with their leader's head at 16. Unbeknownst to Dennis, Vlad seemed different, appearing listless and lifeless. Soul departure syndrome? Quite a skill. For us, this is nothing. The organization has far more potent elixirs. The Cloaked Figure remarked nonchalantly. What organization is this? Dennis had heard mentions of it before. Not only did this cloaked individual know forbidden practices like the Taizu planting method, but they also possessed elixirs capable of suppressing blood-swallowing qi, making it usable. Such people must belong to a highly organized and powerful group. Chilling thoughts. You'll know soon enough. For now, just know we regard the 4 major clans of Beijiang County as nothing. With a snap of his fingers, Vlad silently retreated into the shadows. Rest assured, the kid won't come back alive. Hee. Despite the unsettling laughter, Dennis felt certain Abdul would return. Growing increasingly irritable, he turned coldly. When will my Taizu be ready? Very soon. The Cloaked Figure laughed even more freely. Chapter 122. Tales from the Sorghum Fields. At the estuary of the Pingwang River lies a fishing village called Gonglang Village, which was once a bustling port. Since the Heavenly Wind Dynasty issued the Maritime Prohibition Decree, over the decades it has gradually declined. And the person that Aiden asked Abdul to find lived near Gonglang Village. On this day, Abdul, bearing a heavy sword, and Adam finally arrived here after much travel. The Pingwang River ultimately flows into the Eastern Sea, so as they traveled, they took in the sights of the seashore. Masts lined up like a forest, stretching for miles, with people mostly fishermen and merchants bustling along the shore, coming and going without end. Fishing nets spread out to dry everywhere, scales shimmering on the ground, fish and shrimp exuding an overpowering stench that made one feel nauseous. Adam couldn't help but cover his nose in disgust. Such a stink. I can't imagine how they managed to endure it. Abdul laughed. Rely on the mountains to eat from the mountains, rely on the water to eat from the water. See how those who live off the water are still doing just fine. They spurred their horses, passing through vast fishing grounds, heading westward. Houses gradually became fewer and buildings increasingly dilapidated. After what seemed an eternity, suddenly the scenery changed, and before them stretched a boundless field of sorghum. The air grew fresh, and Adam breathed deeply. This is more like it. I say, villages shouldn't be built where the smell is so foul. What met their eyes made Abdul feel equally refreshed and at ease. The sorghum in the fields was now taller than a man, thickly planted, the leaves dark green and robust. The sight filled one's heart with unspeakable joy. Just as the two were lost in the beauty of the scene, they heard rustling sounds, as if someone was pushing through the leaves. Adam's face changed instantly, his right hand resting on the long sword at his waist. Abdul hurriedly gestured him to stop, speechless. Brother sure, is this your first time off the mountain? You don't have to react like this, see? Adam gave a wry smile and followed Abdul's finger to where he pointed, then froze. 2 figures appeared in the sorghum field, one large and one small, harvesting crops. It turned out to be a young woman accompanied by a little girl. The woman wore a black headscarf, her face pale gray, looking rather eerie. At the same moment, she noticed Abdul and Adam. However, she only paused for a second. Then her gaze shifted away blankly as she continued working, her expression as serene as still water, her eyes hollow and devoid of emotion. Abdul shook his head lightly. Poor souls, with acres of sorghum fields, how can they possibly finish all this work alone? Beside him, Adam fell into a rare silence. Though her blank gaze had only swept past him briefly, it stirred his memories and emotions. Senior brother, let's go. Senior brother? Abdul turned and found Adam stayed off, quickly calling out. Adam finally came to, a bitter smile on his face. Just now, I thought of my mother. Before she died, she too was like this, working tirelessly every day, her face expressionless, as if she were a walking corpse. Hearing this, Abdul also sighed softly. Heaven shows no mercy, treating all things as mere fodder. How many poor souls are there in this world? They usually spend their lives in a daze, working themselves to death, eventually fading away sadly. For a while, the two stood in silence, the atmosphere becoming somber. Eventually, Abdul recovered first. After living 2 lives, he had a clearer understanding of many things. He dismounted, taking off his boots and rolling up his trousers before walking down. Seeing this, Adam also got off the horse but looked surprised. Brother, what are you doing? Abdul stopped, turning around with a radiant smile. What else? Helping with the work, of course. Saying this, he led the way into the field. Adam hesitated for a moment before shouting loudly. Helping, really? A disciple of the enforcement elder of Yinhua Hall, working in the fields? Yet, despite his words, he also stepped into the mud. The worried look on his face slowly gave way to a faint smile. Just as they entered the field, the young woman noticed them and cried out in alarm. What do you want? Adam quickly walked forward, waving his hands repeatedly. Please calm down, sister. My brother and I are just passing by and saw you struggling with farm work. We're here to help. The woman immediately stepped back 2 paces, sternly. No need, thank you. Please leave. Abdul also approached. Sister, please don't be afraid. We mean no harm. Before he could finish, the woman's face showed terror as she held the sickle, retreating. Don't come any closer. She looked as if she had seen a terrifying monster or demon. Abdul. He instinctively touched his chin, muttering, what's going on? Am I that frightening? Seeing this, Adam couldn't hold back a laugh, teasing him. Brother, you look nice, but anyone can tell you're a rich kid, a frivolous gentleman. Certainly not a good person. Is that so? Certainly. Want proof? Your senior brother here is famously honest and sincere. Saying this, Adam tried to put on a gentle smile and walked toward the little girl. It seemed he intended to start with the more innocent child. Approaching, he reached out to pat the rosy-cheeked little girl affectionately. Little sister, how old are you? However, before he finished speaking, the little girl kicked out fiercely, splattering mud all over Adam's shin. Surprised by the sudden attack, even though Adam was a martial expert and didn't get hurt, the mud splattered all over his face. Phew, phew, phew. What kind of child is this? Frantically wiping his face, it only got muddier. Seeing this, Abdul burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, honest and sincere? Embarrassed, Adam's stubborn side emerged. I'll help you work today no matter what. He snatched the sickle from the little girl, glaring. This action caused the little girl to pout and start crying even louder. Her cry was piercing and echoed far and wide. The woman's face turned deathly pale, trembling as the girl's cries intensified. Just then, a sigh echoed from beside the sorghum field. Where did these 2 kids come from? Just left the sect? Huh? Truly ignorant. Can't you get out of this stepmother's field? Turning around, they saw an elderly man standing by the ridges, watching them both. Please let me know if you need further revisions or adjustments. Hashtag chapter 123. The money-adding scholar? Beside the fields, an elderly man was dressed in coarse cloth. His arms were wrapped in long iron chains, and he held a pickaxe in his right hand while carrying a bamboo basket on his back, which contained what appeared to be some minerals. Noticing the 2 men looking at him, the old man said indifferently, You 2 haven't come up yet? That woman is a chaste widow. How could she allow you to help her? Harris immediately broke into a cold sweat, hurriedly dropping the scythe in his hand and hastily retreating a few steps. Abdul was also taken aback, glancing back and seeing the woman wearing a black headscarf with a white blouse and dark-soled skirt, an outfit that was typically worn by widows. In ancient times, unlike in the past, there were clear etiquette rules established by sages, and Confucius taught proper conduct. Men and women were to be strictly separated as part of the decorum. No wonder they had appeared so alarmed by the sudden appearance of 2 men offering to assist the widow. Embarrassed, the 2 hastily left the field, their faces flushed with shame. The old man sized them up, then suddenly paused and thought, Are you disciples of the Yenri Palace? Yes. Do you know who we are? Abdul asked cautiously. Hearing this, the elder revealed an expression as if confirming something and sighed deeply. Ah, it's that old fool Rashad who sent you here, right? Abdul and Harris exchanged puzzled looks, surprised to have encountered their intended person so unexpectedly. Could you be Nathaniel, the senior? Abdul ventured. The old man nodded solemnly. It's me. What does Rashad mean to you? Respectfully, Abdul replied, He is my master. Nathaniel understood and scrutinized Abdul once more. I see. That old guy has high standards. To be his disciple, you must be quite exceptional. Senior, you flatter me, Abdul said humbly. Just as they were exchanging pleasantries, they saw the widow and the girl walking briskly towards the village, carrying baskets and tools. As they passed by, the widow stopped and gave Nathaniel a deep bow before continuing without a word. Abdul sighed lightly. Old Surly, is she all right? Nathaniel shook his head, his face revealing a trace of sorrow. She's fine. Widows always have to be wary of the underworld. With men around, she must avoid them. Abdul nodded. Careful words and actions to honor the deceased, truly, the depth of their love for each other. Meanwhile, Harris remained somewhat dazed, almost in a trance. Nathaniel didn't say much more, shouldering the minerals and heading off into the distance. Follow me. Seeing this, Abdul pulled Harris, and together they followed the old man on horseback. After a short while, the 3 arrived outside Gonglang village, about 10 miles away. A large funnel-shaped basin lay before them, surrounded by winding mountain ridges near Pingwang River in the northeast. Countless tiny streams flowed into the center of the basin, creating a naturally beautiful scene devoid of artificiality. Several creeks meandered over paths, with stepping stones allowing visitors to cross or walk gracefully across, each adding its charm. In the center stood a sword pavilion, Nathaniel's dwelling. Both Abdul and Harris were greatly impressed by the grandeur before them. Under Nathaniel's lead, they stepped inside and settled in a grass hut. Abdul quickly retrieved a letter from his chest and handed it to the elder. He took it, opened it, and read carefully. After a moment, Nathaniel set the letter down and looked at Abdul. Is that all? That's it? That's all. Abdul was puzzled. Where's the money? Money? What money? The venerable master I am, receiving countless requests for weapons. Do you think I'd do this for free? Nathaniel stated matter-of-factly, leaving Abdul completely bewildered. Weren't they supposed to be close friends? Why did he need payment? Nathaniel frowned, his demeanor turning unfriendly. You didn't bring money? Well, how much would it cost? Abdul asked cautiously. The old man held up 3 fingers. 300 taels of silver? Abdul's reply nearly made the old man explode. What? 3,000 taels, in gold. Abdul almost leaped out of his seat, even hearing the system in his mind chiming in. Ding, considering the exorbitant price, the xiuxian Shengong is going crazy, increasing practice speed by 66%. Though internally criticizing, respecting elders, and needing his assistance, Abdul couldn't argue. Senior, this visit was hasty. We didn't bring much. My master said you were like brothers, very close. But before he finished, the old man interrupted him mercilessly, repeating the familiar phrase, "Needs more money?" Abdul was stunned. W. At this point, he truly wanted to fly back to Yinri Palace, grab Rashad by the beard, and ask if this was the sworn brother he talked about. "Senior, could your nickname be the money-adding scholar?" Abdul's random remark left Nathaniel momentarily dumbfounded. "What money-adding scholar? I just remembered, old man saying required the sword case to be made of deep-sea sunken silver, which is quite expensive, thus more money." As he spoke, more materials were listed, eventually totaling 7 or 8 valuable items, each worth a fortune according to him. According to him, 3,000 taels of gold was actually a bargain. Abdul massaged his temples, feeling helpless. "Really, senior, I don't have that much money." "Have a nice day then." Nathaniel stood up, ready to dismiss them. Abdul quickly blocked his path. "Senior, please, is there any other way to cover the forging costs?" "Well," Nathaniel paused, rubbing his chin in thought. Suddenly, he seemed to have an idea. "All right, work here and do me one favor, and I'll forge the sword case for you." Looking at the serious expression on the elder's face, Abdul suspected this was the true intention all along. But one had to submit under pressure. Reluctantly, Abdul agreed. "Fine, I'll do it. What favor do you want?" Nathaniel waved a hand. "That's not urgent. You start working here first, but..." He eyed Abdul critically. "Your physique is average. Since today's our first encounter, I'll give you a gift." He took out a thin booklet from his robe and tossed it to Abdul. "This is my personal training regimen. Go through it and practice. Otherwise, you won't withstand the heat from the furnace." With that, he turned and walked away. Abdul opened the booklet, seeing 2 seal script characters on the cover. Xiuxian, forge body. Translation completed as requested. The text remains true to the original tone and structure, ensuring smoothness and natural English flow while preserving Chinese nuances and cultural references where appropriate. ####Chapter 124. River Wind Body Forging, entering Stone Skin Stage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for learning a low-grade mystic body forging technique. Body casting art, automatic cultivation begins. Bringing down the book in his hands, Abdul was now more certain. Whether it was Rashad or Nathaniel, their purpose was likely to help him learn this body forging technique. Switching between light and heavy swords required great endurance and explosive power, both of which were significantly enhanced by this art. According to the records, the founding ancestor who created this technique roamed the world with unbreakable defenses. Even Divine Mansion realm experts could not breach his protective aura. Unfortunately, the cultivation of this method demanded unwavering willpower, and very few could endure the training, leaving only a handful of successful practitioners in history. However, the cultivation method was passed down through generations. Abdul naturally did not intend to give up. Strong defensive capabilities would always be a safeguard for life. After a long time, Abdul closed the book, having completely comprehended it. With a thought, he opened the system panel. Host, Abdul. Realm, Extraordinary 5th tier. Constitution, Wu Xiang Swordbone, enhances sword enlightenment and increases sword technique power. Yin Spring Profound Technique, Initial Dao, Great Yin Sha. Mystic Yin Sword Scripture, revert to original nature, derived martial Dao power. Mystic Yin Sword Armor, Viper Finger, revert to original nature, derived martial Dao power. Venomous Viper Spirit, Beast Heart Extermination Sword. Minor Accomplishment, Body Casting Art, Entry Level. Thunder Domain Array Dao, Major Accomplishment. Withered Wood Zen, Major Accomplishment. 3,000 Questions of Alchemy, Perfect. Now that his martial arts were nearly complete, covering internal energy, body techniques, swordsmanship, and array formations, it was clear that without the system's assistance, only an exceptional talent could achieve such feats. As he was deep in thought, Adam beside him suddenly spoke up. "Brother, I want to go back to the village." Abdul turned to look at the worried expression on his friend's face. "Senior brother, there are many pitiable people in this world, more than you can handle alone." "I know," Adam nodded, his eyebrows furrowed with internal struggle. "But all I can think about is my mother's appearance from years ago. I want to help them." Hearing this, Abdul sighed gently. "All right, I'll go with you." "Thank you, brother," Adam expressed gratitude. Abdul tucked the book into his robes and walked alongside Adam towards Gonglang village. In no time, they arrived at the village entrance as the moon hung high in the sky, casting a serene glow over the quiet village, which seemed to have fallen asleep. "Why don't we come back tomorrow?" Abdul softly suggested. Adam remained silent. Suddenly, footsteps approached from a distance. 2 figures appeared, walking under the moonlight, one adult and one child. As they drew near, they hesitated upon seeing someone at the village entrance. It was the stepmother and her Tamara, apparently returning from the fields. Upon seeing Abdul and Adam, the 2 women looked flustered. The stepmother lowered her head, dragging her Tamara forward hurriedly. After much hesitation, Adam stepped forward. "Corina, earlier today, we were too rash and disrespectful. Please do not hold it against us." His words only worsened the situation. The little girl clenched her teeth. Her childish voice rang out in the night. "You talk well. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have." However, she was cut off by her mother, who anxiously covered her mouth and fled into the village. The little girl held a shiny sickle, her small face red with anger, looking back every few steps at Adam as if ready to bite him to satisfy her anger. Watching their backs disappear into the darkness, Adam felt guilty and helpless, sighing softly. They came back so late. They must be exhausted. Ah, what a hard life. Under the cold moonlight, Adam's heart grew heavier with each step. The woman's figure merged with that of his own mother in his mind. "I will help them," Adam silently vowed. The 2 walked back in silence without exchanging a word. The next morning, dawn broke with a faint light. Along the banks of the Pingwang River, Abdul sprinted swiftly, having stripped down to just a pair of shorts, barefoot amidst jagged rocks. This was the rapid advancement technique Nathaniel had told him to use for quicker body forging. The river water emitted bone-chilling cold, especially before sunrise. The frost along the riverbanks enveloped the rugged rocks in ice, and stepping on them felt like needles pricking his skin. The biting wind, sharp as knives, added to the pain, tingling and numbing his senses. The feeling was unimaginable without personal experience. To avoid the jagged rocks, one had to slow down but risk the bitter cold. Running faster for warmth meant enduring unbearable pain. Moreover, Abdul needed to circulate the body casting art while training, intensifying his suffering exponentially. Soon, his exposed skin showed no intact patches, especially his feet, covered in blood scabs from the sharp rocks. Yet, the results were significant. Ding, river wind chills bones. Body casting art, unbearable, cultivating fiercely. Ding, host physique too weak. Body casting art, disapproving. Cultivation speed increased by 100%. Ding, pain makes. Body casting art, go berserk. Cultivation speed increased by 200%. With the system's boost, his progress was astonishing. His physical strength and reflexes improved rapidly. Each part of his body seemed to develop eyes, allowing precise foot placement during high-speed runs to minimize injury. As the sun rose, Abdul moved gracefully along the riverside, his body robust and agile. Despite the injuries, they healed at an accelerated pace thanks to the body casting art. This technique divided into 3 stages: stone skin, iron skin, copper skin. He had already reached the stone skin stage, far surpassing yesterday's physical condition. With continuous healing and damage, his body gradually developed a thin protective membrane beneath the mystic Een sword armor, rivaling some newly entered transcendent Chi realm cultivators in terms of defense. Seeing the time approaching, Abdul ended his practice and headed back to the sword hut. Just as he entered, Adam stormed in, visibly angry. "Brother, follow me." Without further ado, Adam dragged Abdul towards Gonglang village. Chapter 125. The mysterious Gonglang village. "Senior brother, where are you dragging me?" Abdul asked curiously. However, Adam in front of him remained silent, his face grim as if it could drip water. Realizing something was amiss, Abdul stopped asking and hurriedly followed along. The two eventually reached an open area, and Adam stopped walking. Abdul looked around and quickly noticed something wasn't right. By his memory and the time they had walked, they should have arrived at Sally's sorghum field. He clearly remembered a large tree by the roadside with a big blue stone underneath. But now, the stone was still there, yet the surroundings were a chaotic wasteland. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and looked incredulously at Adam beside him. Adam's face was ashen, looking almost like he was about to vomit blood. "Senior brother, could it be?" Adam gritted his teeth and nodded fiercely. Abdul was taken aback and turned to look at the scene before him. This was indeed Sally's sorghum field, but the field was in utter disarray, with black smoke still rising between the ridges. In the morning sun, not a single sorghum stalk stood upright. The green, unsold remnants lay strewn about like corpses on a battlefield. The wilted leaves resembled tattered flags, while the half-foot stubs exposed in the air looked like the hands of soldiers unwilling to die. The sight left both of them speechless, finding it hard to believe what they were seeing. The air should have been filled with the sweet scent of sorghum. Instead, it was now overwhelmed by the smell of burnt and faintly bloody odor. Abdul stepped into the field and crouched down. On the remaining roots of the sorghum, there were sharp, slanted cuts, clearly made by a very sharp blade. But the method didn't resemble harvesting. It was more like reckless slashing. It seemed someone did this intentionally. In his mind, the angry words of the little girl reappeared. "It's all your fault, your fault." The broken ends of the sorghum still oozed sap, like tears streaming down one by one. Why? Who could have done this? With the destruction of this field, how would they survive? Many thoughts raced through Abdul's mind, but then Nathaniel's words from that day gave him a clue. Sally is a widow. That was it. In this era, chastity was paramount. Perhaps they did this themselves. They couldn't keep the sorghum because 2 strangers had touched them. On the other side, Adam had already figured it out. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so enraged. He clenched his fists tightly, crushing a piece of sorghum stalk in his palm until it squeezed out thick sap. After a while, he threw the mashed stalk angrily to the ground. His anger boiled like hot oil poured on flames. The image of Sally lingered in his mind, representing a whole class of people like his own mother. So, he refused to accept it. He wanted justice for these sorghum fields. Adam's aura surged as he let out a long roar toward the sky. "Sally, come out here." At that moment, the sun had just risen, and Gonglang village was still quiet. Adam's shout echoed through the village. The chickens, ducks, geese, and dogs were startled and started making a racket. Abdul jumped back, covering Adam's mouth. "MMPH, let go of me." "Senior brother, are you crazy? What are you doing?" Adam pushed Abdul away and pointed at the field, furious. "Am I crazy? They're the ones who are insane. 2 acres of sorghum, just thrown away? Disgusted by us? Just because of so-called chastity, they'd rather starve?" The more he spoke, the angrier he became, roaring to the sky uncontrollably. No matter how much Abdul tried to stop him, it was in vain. At that moment, people in the village began to wake up. A small figure ran toward them. It was Sally's Tamara. She saw Abdul and Adam from afar and gritted her teeth. Running up close, she waved her small fists menacingly. "My mother told you to leave and not bother her." Adam replied, "I've only tried to help you. Why treat us like demons? Let her come out and explain herself." The little girl's face turned red, and she pouted. "What's there to explain? It's our sorghum, and we can do whatever we want with it." Hearing this, Adam grew even more infuriated. "Why? Would you rather starve? Are you planning to live like this forever?" Seeing his expression, the girl, being young, showed signs of fear. What are you going to do?" As Adam approached her with red eyes, Abdul knew he couldn't let this continue. He rushed forward. Channeling true chi, he formed a finger sword and jabbed Adam's neck. Overcome by anger, Adam didn't react in time and collapsed. Abdul quickly caught him and carried him over his shoulder. Turning to the girl, he said softly. Go back and tell your mother that everyone deserves equality. Why endure such misery for a mere reputation? Think about yourself too. Then he sped off towards the sword hut. The girl stared at his back, deep in thought. After a while, she slowly walked back to the village. When Abdul returned to the sword hut, he found Nathaniel sitting in the courtyard, sipping tea. Seeing Abdul carrying Adam on his shoulder, Nathaniel was taken aback. What happened? Abdul didn't answer immediately. He first helped Adam into the house and then came back to the elder. Greetings, senior. Is it still about Sally? Yes, today. Abdul recounted everything that happened. Nathaniel sighed lightly and stood up. Gonglang village isn't as simple as it appears. People here aren't allowed to leave freely. Really? Nathaniel waved his hand. You'll find out in time. The task I asked for your help with is related to the village. Abdul wisely did not press further. Come, I'll take you to the sword hut. These few days, besides training, you'll also need to help me forge iron. Forge iron? Abdul originally thought he'd be helping with mining or collecting ores, but now it seemed the elder intended to teach him smithing skills. This was a pleasant surprise. More skills never hurt, especially since he had the system to handle it. Excited, he eagerly followed the old man into the sword hut. Chapter 126. Senior, please be decent. Following Nathaniel, as soon as they entered the sword hut, a wave of heat surged toward them. The entire body felt seared, and the skin burned painfully. Ding! Feeling the surrounding heat waves invading, the body casting technique is extremely uncomfortable, but the cultivation speed increases by 99%. In the morning, just after practicing in the river wind, the body casting technique had unconsciously started running. A thin layer of skin appeared on his body, not very smooth to the touch, but incredibly tough. This phenomenon immediately caught Nathaniel's attention. The old man stared blankly at Abdul not far away, eyes full of disbelief. This morning, I was practicing by the Pingwang riverbank, and then, before Abdul could finish explaining, suddenly, Nathaniel appeared right before him in an instant, his movements too fast to be seen clearly. This old man is really quick. It seems his strength shouldn't be underestimated. Abdul thought inwardly. In the next second, something shocking happened. Nathaniel suddenly reached out with his right hand, grabbing Abdul's collar and giving it a hard tug. Rip. Abdul's clothes were instantly torn to shreds, revealing his well-proportioned body. Damn, senior. What are you doing? Startled, Abdul instinctively jumped backward. However, Nathaniel followed closely, placing his large hands directly on Abdul's chest. Then, he slowly moved his hands around, muttering in amazement. Just one morning, and you've already reached the stone skin realm? How is this possible? Really strange. Abdul endured the discomfort, waving his hands to push the old man's large hands away. Senior, I am indeed at the stone skin level. Please don't do this. But every time he slapped the old man's hands away, they would reappear even faster. Soon, his upper body had been thoroughly examined. Seeing that Nathaniel seemed intent on pulling at his pants, Abdul couldn't hold back any longer, his aura surging. The dark sword chi emerged at his fingertips. Senior, please be decent. Seeing Abdul's guarded and slightly angry expression, Nathaniel finally snapped out of it. Straightening up, stroking his beard, he regained his composed demeanor. You have quite the talent to reach the stone skin realm so quickly. Not bad. Seeing that Abdul still hadn't relaxed, the old man coughed lightly and turned to walk towards the sword forge. Today, I will teach you the art of casting swords. Understanding the process of crafting your own weapon allows you to better utilize its properties. So, pay attention. Seeing the old man's serious face, Abdul reined in his aura, cautiously approaching. He stood opposite Nathaniel, maintaining a safe distance. Nathaniel didn't mind, understanding that his earlier actions could easily be misunderstood. Watch carefully, let me demonstrate once. The old man picked up a forging hammer from beside him, then took a sword ingot and began hammering. Ding ding dang. Clear sounds rang out as the hammer in Nathaniel's hand magically landed precisely on every part of the sword ingot. Under constant hammering, the sword ingot gradually took shape, sizzling. After the quenching process was complete and the handle was attached, a dazzling, sharp sword appeared in Nathaniel's hand. He threw the sword over, and Abdul caught it deftly. Wrist flicking, flashes of cold light emanated. Good sword. The great master has crafted no ordinary item. Alright, familiarize yourself with it today, and I'll guide you again tomorrow. Saying this, Nathaniel turned to leave the room. As planned, Abdul was to get acquainted with the tools and operations for today. He never imagined there was such a thing as a system in this world. Host successfully learns casting skills. Automatic cultivation begins. Abdul approached the casting table and operated skillfully. The night passed this way. The next morning, at the sword hut, Abdul stood bare-chested, revealing a muscular build. He stood beside the furnace, eyes closed, deep in thought. This past night, I practiced continuously. Thanks to the system, my foundation has become solid. Abdul opened his eyes abruptly, looking at the various iron tools hanging around the forge, farm implements and some failed swords and knives, all creations of his. Seeing the casting skill status on his panel, now small enough to show progress, Abdul took a deep breath, gaze resolute, muttering to himself. Good condition, strike while the iron is hot. This time, I must succeed. He first adjusted his posture, then picked up a pre-forged sword ingot. Familiar with the placement and use of the tools, he got to work. Not long after, the clangs and bangs echoed from the sword hut. Abdul, bare-chested and strong-built, hammered down accurately on the red-hot sword ingot, sweating profusely within minutes. Upon starting, he realized this forging session was different from previous ones. His head was crystal clear, and striking the hammer felt much easier. The roughly 100-pound hammer in his hand felt as light as a twig. This revelation boosted his spirits. Feeling good, keep it up. Abdul became more engrossed, completely losing track of time and surroundings, focused on hammering, filing, and quenching. When he finally came to, the sky outside had darkened, signaling dusk. Breathing out, he looked at the casting table where 3 swords lay side by side. The first sword was about 2 fingers wide and 70 centimeters long. The second was a short, dagger-like sword, 2 fingers wide, only 10 centimeters long, with a groove on each side. The last was a heavy sword, over a meter long and as thick as an adult's palm, weighing nearly 15 pounds. The first time he attempted such a heavy weapon, surprisingly successful. The 3 swords silently displayed their shimmering edges. Abdul picked up the long sword, performing several swift sword forms, then slashed towards an iron bar on the table. With a ding, the iron bar split into 2 clean pieces. Did I really make these? Abdul was dumbfounded, almost disbelieving. While these swords weren't as exquisite, ingeniously crafted, or aesthetically pleasing as legendary weapons, nor did they compare to the standard equipment of the Tianfeng dynasty and various sects, they were genuinely crafted by his hands. In one night, he showcased everything Nathaniel had taught him flawlessly. Overwhelmed with joy and surprise, it was pure luck to craft 3 iron swords in less than a day. Unable to contain his happiness, he laughed heartily to the sky. Ha ha ha. Chapter 127, Conflict. As Heath burst into laughter, the door to the sword hut was suddenly pushed open. Nathaniel's voice then sounded. I say, young man, can't you just take it easy for a moment? Before he could finish speaking, Nathaniel saw the long sword in Heath's hand and froze. In fact, after getting up that day, he had searched everywhere for Heath to no avail, eventually coming to the sword hut to check on him. He found Heath fully engrossed in forging with remarkably skilled hands. The old man nodded in approval without interrupting. Instead, he went to the courtyard, leisurely sipping tea and resting. It wasn't until dusk fell and Heath's laughter woke him from his nap that he came to the sword hut, only to witness a scene that stunned him. In an instant, the elder rushed over, snatching the sword. Did you forge this? Indeed. Receiving the confirmation, Nathaniel couldn't help but shake his head, at a loss for words. Truly, to successfully forge a sword in just one day displayed a terrifying talent. Heath didn't boast too much. He knew it was all thanks to his golden finger. Stretching lazily, Heath looked outside. Senior, where's my senior brother? Nathaniel replied instinctively. He rushed out a moment ago? Heath paused, a bad feeling creeping into his heart. To where? Towards the village. Oh no. With a swift movement, Heath dashed out like the wind. Deploying his full speed, he soon arrived at Gonglang village. As expected, Adam was confronting villagers outside a small courtyard. Heath hurried over. You, a grown man, come to harass a widow in Gonglang village. Do you have no sense of decency? A leading woman sternly shouted. Adam's face darkened as he angrily responded. Decency? You've all used it up. Where could there be any left? At that moment, the crowd parted to reveal that the stern-faced woman wasn't alone with other women. Several men from the village were also present. Seeing Adam's rudeness, they immediately rushed forward, wanting to teach him a lesson. But such a small village would not have warriors. Most were ordinary people. No matter how strong and robust they weren't a match for Adam, falling one by one. Fortunately, Adam hadn't lost all reason in his anger, leaving the villagers with only minor injuries. Witnessing this, the women berated their men for being useless. Amidst the chaos, an elderly voice suddenly called out. What is going on here? Upon hearing these words, the entire Gonglang village fell silent. The crowd parted, revealing 2 white-haired elders, one male, one female. The man wore a black robe with a faint smile, looking ethereal and sage-like. The Lexi donned a snow-white robe with a red rope around her waist, leaning on a pure silver dragon-headed cane. Her wrinkled face bore a hawkish nose and wide mouth, giving off a pained appearance. However, her eyes sparkled sharply. Moreover, the elderly woman seemed to be leading the way, dominating the situation. Heath was secretly astonished. These 2 walked with heavy steps and steady breaths, as solid as mountains. They were clearly warriors, and possibly more powerful than himself. Behind the 2 elders followed 2 men and 1 woman, all warriors as well. Such a small village having so many warriors truly surprised him. The stern-faced woman respectfully lowered her head. Ulysses, Ambier, these outsiders entered Gonglang village and harassed Nellie's family. She then recounted the events in detail. Upon hearing this, Ulysses and Ambier, with neutral expressions, looked towards Heath and Adam. Amber calmly spoke. Young men, what do you intend? We came to break your shackles and remind you how humans should act. Adam answered bluntly. One deliberately playing dumb, the other impolite. Within just 2 sentences, tensions rose as they glared at each other. Ambier pointed at the sorghum in the courtyard and asked, Whose sorghum is this? A little girl timidly answered. Ours. Was it sold? The girl hesitated. No, it's always been ours. Ambier looked at Adam and said, If I heard correctly, this sorghum belongs to Nellie. They are free to decide its fate. Why are you harassing them? This? Adam faltered. Heath stepped forward, clasped his hands, and said, Auntie, we originally just wanted to help Nellie, her child who live a hard life, but, before he could finish, Ambier interrupted with a cold laugh. Nellie cut down her sorghum to maintain chastity, yet you persist. What are your true intentions? Or do you feel that her actions embarrass you noble youths, driving you to cause trouble out of vanity? How selfish and shameless. Her words were well-reasoned, making Heath inwardly marvel. This old lady has a sharp tongue, indeed formidable. Adam was speechless, both angry and frustrated, shouting, I won't talk to you. Bring Nellie out to clear things up publicly. At that moment, the elderly man, who hadn't spoken before, gently interjected. As a widow, Nellie cannot show her face before strangers. Let it go. You're young and inexperienced, so we'll overlook this. These 2 elders played good cop and bad cop adeptly. Furious, Adam refused to back down. No, I won't leave unless I get an answer. Suddenly, the young woman behind the elderly lady jumped out, pointing at Adam and shouting, "Rogue, to provoke trouble in our village, you must want to die." She abruptly drew her dagger, threatening harshly. "Leave now, or else." Two other men also stepped forward, ready to fight. "Burton, Adolfo, let me handle them." The young woman insisted. The two men showed no intention of retreating. "Augusta, I promise to protect you." "Yeah, Stefani, this isn't the time for heroics." As they spoke, their energy surged, revealing a level 8 body tempering cultivation. But to Heath and Adam, this meant little. Considering their initial goodwill, creating enmity wasn't worth it. Heath quickly stepped forward, grabbing Adam, and repeatedly urged, "Our intentions were good. Let's go, don't misunderstand us." Without waiting for an answer, he dragged Adam away. Seeing them leave, the villagers gradually dispersed. Struggling free, Adam looked confused at Heath. "Why did you pull me away? Why not let me speak with Nellie?" Heath, equally annoyed, responded coldly, "Do you want to escalate this? Or force their mother and Tamara into a corner? Don't let your kindness become a burden on others." Saying this, Heath turned and walked away without looking back, leaving Adam standing alone in the wind. Chapter 128, Falsely Accused. That night, Abdul was lying in bed, ostensibly cultivating. Half asleep and half awake, he suddenly perked up his ears, immediately becoming fully alert. At this moment, rapid footsteps could be heard from outside, and it sounded like many people were approaching. In the next second, with a crack, a foot directly smashed through the door. A roar of fury then echoed through the night sky. "Get out here!" Crack, crack, crack. 3 more kicks followed, each one creating a hole in the door. Embarrassingly, the gate never opened. Abdul's face turned ashen. Such blatant aggression was indeed excessive. "Huzi, you're being too rash. A scoundrel like him, brother, just leave it to me." Outside the courtyard gate, 2 people were arguing. Abdul recognized their voices. They were Burton and Adolfo, whom he had met that morning. Walking forward slowly, he unlocked the door and opened it with both hands. In front of him stood not only Burton and Adolfo but also several villagers from Gonglang village. Abdul's expression remained blank as he stepped forward to Adolfo, his voice icy cold. "If I were cultivating just now, would Captain Su not fear causing my death and the loss of my Dao?" Burton and Adolfo were stunned. The young man before them seemed different from what they had seen earlier, radiating an aura of authority. They lived in Gonglang village and had seen many merchants come and go, but the imposing presence of this individual was entirely new to them. For a moment, no one spoke. After a while, the two finally reacted. Burton's face darkened, clearly vexed and angry. "You despicable rogue, daring to act so arrogantly at midnight, kneel." As he said this, Burton lunged forward with his right hand, striking at Abdul without restraint. His movement was swift and ruthless, showing no mercy. Abdul frowned slightly. Since they treated him like a soft target, he wouldn't hold back either. However, at this critical moment, someone unexpected stepped in front of him. Pang! The fists collided, neither side gaining the upper hand. Looking up, Burton saw a look of surprise on his face. He hadn't expected Adolfo, his good friend, to block him. "Yunyang, what are you doing?" "Huzi, listen to me. There is no evidence pointing to them yet. Your hasty actions are unfair. These morally corrupt people deserve your leniency?" Burton and Adolfo argued heatedly. But Abdul couldn't bear it any longer and took a step forward. "One can eat food casually, but not speak recklessly. You'd better clarify." Seeing him step forward, Burton snorted coldly and demanded, "Can you deny that you were responsible for the foul deed last night?" "Foul deed? What exactly are you talking about?" Seeing Abdul's confused expression, Adolfo calmly asked, "Mr. Liu, what were you doing just now?" "I was cultivating in my room." Upon hearing this, Adolfo sighed in relief and explained, "Just now, stepmother heard noises in the room and woke up to see a shadow dart by. After searching the house, she found that her undergarments, including her breast binding, had been stolen." Abdul was speechless. What the hell? They kicked the door down and assaulted him over a widow's stolen underwear? Unbelievable. Abdul rolled his eyes and turned around, impatiently saying, "I've been cultivating all along and haven't left my room." But at that moment, a bone-chilling chill rushed toward him, followed by a gust of wind from behind. Simultaneously, Adolfo shouted, "Augusta, don't be impulsive. Danger imminent." Abdul didn't turn around but dodged swiftly forward, narrowly avoiding the attack. Clang. Turning around, he saw a gleaming sword planted where he had been standing. Then, a woman's voice called out from afar. "Lying, you say you were cultivating, but do you have witnesses?" The newcomer was Stefani, another martial artist from Gonglang village. Faced with the enraged woman, Abdul's face turned as cold as ice. "I cultivate in my own quarters. Why would I need witnesses? If you don't believe me, come see for yourself tonight." His words made Burton, Adolfo, and Stefani change color. Stefani blushed furiously and, lifting her sword with her toe, rushed forward. "Lecherous rogue, today I will cut out your tongue." "Don't, Augusta, control yourself." Adolfo tried to intervene but his wrist was suddenly grabbed. It was Burton. "Yunyang, leave them alone. It's best to drive these outsiders away early," Burton whispered. Adolfo paused, realizing something, his eyes widening. "You mean, they have ulterior motives?" Burton nodded, saying nothing. Meanwhile, Stefani wielded her sword, generating sword blossoms that swirled toward Abdul. At this moment, Abdul's eyes flashed with a cold light. Had he ever been pushed this far? He charged forward, advancing amidst the furious gazes of the villagers. Stefani's eyes widened in surprise, but quickly turned into a smirk. "Thinking I'm easy to bully because I'm a woman? You dare charge at me, find death." Her sword slashed mercilessly, the ground beneath torn apart. Yet, Abdul did not retreat, his eyes filled with madness. Seeing this, Stefani felt a chill run down her spine, feeling as if a beast was watching her. This rogue, such intense eyes. Now inside the web of swords, Abdul bent his knees and crossed his arms to protect his head, advancing like a shield against the onslaught. Stefani's sword slashes hit him, producing the sound of metal clashing, ding ding ding. With the stone skin boundary and the mystical sword armor, even other extraordinary realms might find it hard to breach his defenses. This sight shocked everyone. He isn't human? Monster. Run. He uses demon magic. Initially, the furious Gonglang villagers scattered in panic. Burton and Adolfo exchanged glances, seeing shock in each other's eyes. Abdul's formidable strength confirmed their suspicions. Hard. Abdul roared, green light bursting from his body as sword energy soared toward the sky. Like a ship cleaving waves, he advanced madly toward Stefani. At the same time, Nathaniel emerged from his room, frowning as he watched. Please note, the structure, paragraph breaks, and style of the original text have been preserved. Chapter 129a, Father's Embrace. Abdul did not dodge or evade as he charged into the sword net woven by Stefani. The whistling sword energy slashed relentlessly at his body, but failed to budge him an inch. His performance caught everyone off guard. Stefani stood there, dumbfounded. Roar. With a roar, Abdul pushed powerfully with both legs. By the time Stefani regained her senses, Abdul had already closed within 10 steps of her. By the time she realized something was wrong and attempted to slash again, it was too late. Abdul's right hand shot out like lightning, accurately finding its target in the midst of the storm of sword shadows and grabbing hold. Instantly, the myriad sword shadows vanished. There was no blood as expected from their clashing. Instead, a muffled sound emerged. You, let go. Stefani struggled mightily but couldn't break free. Abdul's grip was like a vice, effortlessly pinning down the sword. Not far away, Nathaniel was amazed despite not fully understanding what was happening. This kid has become much stronger. On the other side, the Gonglang villagers stared with mouths agape. None of them had ever seen such a scene. Pervert, let go. Stefani's words caused a cold smile to appear on Abdul's lips. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura burst forth from his body, like a peerless sword threatening to pierce through the heavens. It's my turn now. With forceful exertion from his right hand, Stefani staggered forward, unable to maintain her balance. Come here. Let Dad give you a hug. As the words fell, Abdul lunged forward, his hands immediately encircling her slender waist and lifting her up. Then, he used his full strength to throw her forcefully to the ground. Bang! Dust flew everywhere. But that wasn't the end. Abdul grabbed Stefani's ankle with his left hand, mustered all his strength, and flung her up before slamming her down once more. Smack! Smack! Gentleness toward women? Not a chance. Facing Stefani's attack, Abdul retaliated decisively, shocking everyone. More unexpectedly, it was his ruthlessness and brutality. Holding onto the pale ankles, Stefani was treated like a bag of cloth, being repeatedly slammed around by Abdul. Smack, smack, smack. Stefani suffered severe injuries from the sudden attacks, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. This finally snapped Adolfo and Burton back into action, their faces flushed with anger. Stop! You brat, you're courting death. They had grown up together and formed deep friendships. Moreover, they harbored feelings for Stefani after living together day and night. Seeing their beloved injured, how could they not be enraged? Burton unsheathed his long saber, while Adolfo's aura surged as he rushed over. Abdul smiled faintly and threw Stefani toward them. Catch! Neither of them hesitated. Burton caught Stefani with one hand and began to heal her using true chi. Adolfo also hurried over to check her injuries. Seeing Stefani's weak breath and blood-streaked mouth, Adolfo erupted in fury, charging towards Abdul with an angry roar. I'll kill you. Adolfo's eyes were bloodshot, his face twisted in rage like a demon. Seeing Adolfo lose control from his previous calm state, Abdul said nothing and kicked him hard. A powerful kick sent Adolfo crashing to the ground. Adolfo struggled to get up, but before he could finish speaking, Abdul pounced again, delivering a heavy kick to his abdomen. Caught by surprise, Adolfo was sent flying back over 10 meters. With a puff, he spewed out a gush of blood, his breath weakening instantly. Abdul surveyed the surroundings, a smiling face hiding behind his eyes. But neither the common villagers, nor even the short-tempered Burton dared meet his gaze. What are you doing? At this moment, Ulysses arrived gracefully from afar. Silence filled the air, only broken by Adolfo's labored breathing. Ulysses glanced at Adolfo, who was struggling to stand, without expression, but his eyes narrowed slightly as they turned to Abdul. Young man, why do you injure others? Abdul responded to the elder. Senior, why don't you ask what these people were doing gathering outside my residence? His voice was icy, all traces of gentleness gone. At that moment, Burton helped Stefani walk over. Ulysses, this pervert sneaked into Wancher's home to steal undergarments. He is truly perverted to the extreme. We request a thorough investigation. Oh. Upon hearing Burton's words, Ulysses raised an eyebrow and looked at Abdul with questioning eyes. I've been meditating and sleeping and haven't left the house. Bullshit. If you don't believe me, feel free to search. The conversation had reached a point where there was no going back. Ulysses waved his hand, and nearby villagers swarmed over, turning Abdul's courtyard upside down. After some time, the leader of the group slowly walked out and shook his head lightly. Seeing this, Burton felt somewhat disappointed, his mind racing to find a solution. As for Adolfo, he remained silent, clearly feeling guilty about his unfair treatment of Abdul earlier. However, Stefani remained unyielding. Supporting herself, she shoved Burton aside and approached Ulysses. Ulysses, this outsider is suspicious and behaves frivolously. Although no evidence was found, it doesn't prove his innocence. Her words were met with nods from the surrounding villagers. Yes, Ulysses, this incident happened right after his arrival. Who else could it be? We heard they kept pestering Wanshur. That's right, Lord Xiao, we can't sleep peacefully every day. Abdul laughed bitterly. You searched and found nothing, yet you still want to throw mud at me? Do you really think I won't dare kill? In an instant, a dense energy rose from Abdul, as if becoming corporeal. Everyone present, whether Ulysses, Burton, or the common villagers, felt a wave of dizziness followed by the appearance of a terrifying fiend looming over them with menacing teeth. This kid, so strong a killing aura. Even Ulysses felt a chill run down his spine. Although Abdul's displayed strength didn't surpass his, the sheer presence of genuine killing intent was not easily attainable. The elder, experienced in many ways, quickly stepped forward. Brother, don't be hasty. We just came to inquire. If they offended you, please forgive them. I apologize on their behalf. The saying goes, don't strike a smiling face. Hearing the elder's words, Abdul gradually relaxed. Be on your way. Abdul issued his guest expulsion order. Yet, Ulysses grinned. Young man, you have a companion. Can we inquire about him too? Hearing this, Abdul's heart sank. Given the commotion, Adam should have appeared by now. This can't be. Hashtag chapter 130, eerie. Looks like you seniors must think we have ill intentions? Heath looked at the elder before him, his eyes flashing with a sharp glint. Seeing this, Ulysses's brows furrowed. Through brief interaction, he could feel that the young man in front of him was not an easy person to deal with. The overwhelming killing intent radiating from him could only be emitted by someone who had experienced countless life and death battles. Yet, this youth appeared to be barely over 20. How could such a person be simple? However, if he retreated now, it might make it hard to satisfy everyone. Moreover, this incident was indeed very peculiar, and another concern weighed heavily on Ulysses's mind. Little brother, this is no small matter for our village. I hope you can call your friend out. Heath didn't move, still standing where he was. It wasn't that he wouldn't call. He knew clearly that Adam probably wasn't around at this moment. With such a big commotion, given his fiery temper lately, Adam would have rushed out already. Now that there was no sign of him, he must have run off somewhere else. Just as Heath was pondering an excuse, Nathaniel, who had been watching the spectacle for a while, finally approached. Ulysses, that kid was sent by me to the mine, so he's not here. Hearing this, Ulysses scrutinized Nathaniel for a few seconds before nodding lightly. Without saying more, he turned and said, all right, let's go back. But Burton wanted to argue but was silenced by Ulysses's cold stare. Led by the old man, they soon disappeared into the night. Heath turned to Nathaniel and asked curiously, seniorly, it seems you have an unusual relationship with this village? Indeed, from what just transpired, the two elders obviously knew each other and were quite close. Otherwise, one word wouldn't have made them retreat immediately. Moreover, being a casting master, Nathaniel's seclusion here was rather abnormal. However, Nathaniel didn't seem inclined to answer his question. Why don't you find out where that kid has gone instead of idling around? Hearing this, Heath paused, then realized. Senior, do you mean? I helped smooth things over for you. Why would I let that kid dig mines for me? Nathaniel said as much. If so, where did Brother Sure go? Heath muttered to himself. At that moment, a cloud covered the moon. Darkness enveloped the earth. Time passed. Night turned to day. In Gonglang village, within the residential area, residents gathered under the leadership of Ulysses and Ambyr, searching door to door for something. The villagers huddled together, whispering among themselves. At the front stood Ulysses and Ambyr. Beside them were Adolfo, Burton, and Stefani. As time went on, the search by the guards neared its end but found nothing. As time ticked by, Stefani's expression grew darker, and she whispered, could those two scoundrels have returned? Last night, not only were late-night clothes stolen, but also a young girl had gone missing. Early in the morning, Ambyr had gathered everyone for a thorough search. By noon, however, they had found no leads. Stefani stubbornly blamed Heath, angering Ulysses, who coldly snorted. It's high time you changed your capricious nature. Instantly, a powerful pressure enveloped them like a storm, making it hard to breathe, especially for Stefani, who collapsed and couldn't move. Burton, though uncomfortable, had blazing eyes. Adolfo glanced at Stefani, struggled forward and said, Ulysses, Augusta is just anxious. Please don't blame her. As soon as he spoke, the pressure vanished, and they gasped for breath. In an instant, they were exhausted and drenched in sweat. After some time, the search party returned. Their leader bowed respectfully, reporting, Ulysses Ambyr, we found no suspicious activity. Neither the lost clothes nor the girl have any trace. Everyone frowned deeply. Losing clothes was understandable, but losing a living person caused fear and unease. Ulysses's face darkened as he murmured, so, if it's not human, it can only be? His voice was soft, but Adolfo, Burton, and Stefani heard him clearly. Not human? That meant it had to be spirits or monsters. A heavy silence fell over the trio as they exchanged grave looks. That night, Ulysses stood in the central square with closed eyes. Since afternoon, the village guards, led by Adolfo, Burton, and Stefani, had been scattered throughout the village to prevent further attacks. Suddenly, Ulysses opened his eyes sharply, looking towards the mine, his expression serious. He sensed a powerful aura rising from that direction, seemingly even stronger than himself. Ambyr also sensed it. They exchanged nods and prepared to investigate when the intense aura vanished abruptly as if it never existed. What a formidable aura. Could it be a high-ranking expert passing by? Ulysses mused, frowning deeply. For some reason, he felt an uneasy sense growing inside him. First, an unknown entity entered the village, followed by an unidentified strong presence nearby. Everything confused him, causing deep unease. Suddenly, a loud shout interrupted his thoughts. Whatever it is, don't run. Ulysses swiftly moved towards the sound. Meanwhile, all guards converged on the location from all directions, plunging the entire Gonglang village into chaos. Reaching the spot, Ulysses saw a red shadow dart past, moving incredibly fast and escaping the village within moments. Behind it, Stefani pursued relentlessly, shouting, "Bastard, release Xiaolon." Seeing Ulysses, Stefani seemed to find salvation and cried urgently, "Ulysses, save Xiaolon." She was taken by that ghost thing. Upon hearing this, Ulysses quickly pursued the red shadow. Thus began a chase through the night, vanishing into the darkness. Chapter 131. The Terrifying Jan. Amidst the chaos in Gonglang Village. At this moment, about 30 miles southeast of Gonglang Village, Abdul was moving at high speed. In front of him, a boy wearing a small cap with a green background and golden patterns and dressed in a red vest was floating in the air, seemingly guiding him. This Clifton was none other than Rick, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Due to being the weakest ghost spirit, Rick was only useful for reconnaissance. Therefore, Abdul had always kept him inside his jade pendant while in the Yinri Palace. Now, to find Adam, it was the perfect time for him to be useful. Following behind Rick, Abdul continued on his way. As they progressed, his expression became increasingly peculiar. He realized that according to Rick's scent trail, they were heading in the direction of the mines mentioned by Nathaniel earlier. Didn't the old man say that Brother Sure wasn't sent to the mines? But this direction? Abdul asked Rick, "Xiaolu, are you sure this is the right direction?" The boy in the green hat stopped and turned around, replying, "Master, this is the correct direction." "All right." Abdul nodded without saying anything more. Soon, a dark mine appeared before them. Unexpectedly, however, Rick stopped and began trembling. "What's wrong?" "Master, the aura is coming from that cave, but there's a powerful presence there," Rick said. Upon hearing this, Abdul raised an eyebrow and gently nodded. "All right, come back here." Rick hurried back into the jade pendant. Abdul cautiously moved toward the direction indicated. Although Rick was the weakest ghost spirit, its perception of a strong aura might not be accurate. However, this time, he was far off the mark. Standing before a dark cave entrance, Abdul was just about to peer inside when suddenly a withered hand lightly rested on his right shoulder. In an instant, he felt as if his body was frozen, unable to move. Then, an elderly voice echoed in his ear. "Young man, why have you come here?" Abdul slowly turned his head to see the face of Alexi. Her emaciated cheeks seemed to have lost all moisture, like a 1,000-year-old mummy. The moment he saw her, a chill ran down his spine, drenching his clothes with cold sweat. An overwhelming sense of danger surged within him, making him feel an unprecedented pressure from the Lexi. What kind of power did she possess? Even more terrifying things happened next. His body lost control completely and was dragged into the dark cave under the Lexi's influence, as if he were a corpse being led by a corpse driver. The Lexi slowly walked ahead and looked back, her mummy-like face twisting into a horrifying smile. Hee hee hee. A wave of shock surged through Abdul's heart. The Lexi looked exactly like Ambir from Gonglang Village. His unease multiplied, realizing that this Lexi was neither human nor ghost, but certainly no pushover. However, why did she insist on bringing him into the cave? As Abdul pondered, his body followed the Lexi into the cave. Scattered around were numerous corpses, dressed as miners. As they went deeper, the number of bodies decreased. Finally, when Abdul could no longer hear any sound, he regained control of his body. Gingerly stretching his limbs and looking around, he found himself in a cold and pitch-black cave, illuminated only by the faint light of an oil lamp held by the Lexi. Daring not to make a move, Abdul clung tightly to the Lemu array disc, drawing some comfort from it. "Senior, I don't know." Interrupting himself, Abdul couldn't think of what else to say. She had forcibly brought him here, and all he could do was wait until she revealed her identity and intentions. The Lexi slowly turned, her wrinkled face appearing even more terrifying under the lamplight. "Boy, I want you to help me with something." Hee hee hee. The grating laughter made Abdul's heart race wildly. It felt like the sound alone could kill him. "Senior, please speak freely." "I will do my best," Abdul replied. Don't rush. Cough cough." The Lexi took a step forward and, in the next moment, appeared right in front of Abdul. Instinctively trying to retreat, Abdul felt a bony hand grip his shoulder tightly. The nails dug into his flesh, causing waves of pain. The Lexi's previously dull eyes suddenly sparkled with intensity. Indeed, such a robust physique? Her eyes widened hungrily, and she instinctively licked her dry lips. A shiver ran down Abdul's spine as panic flooded his mind. What does this old hag want? Eat me or defile my honor? His voice became hoarse. Auntie, let's talk this out. No need to be hasty." Abdul's anxious plea met with the Lexi's lecherous chuckle. No hurry." She tightened her grip, spinning Abdul around so that he faced away from her. Abdul, day. This was it. He was doomed. Senior, let's talk this out. I'm not well enough to handle this." But his pleas only invited more brutal treatment. The Lexi kicked him hard in the knees, sending him crashing to the ground face down. "Not so rough. What are you doing, boy? I told you to kneel. Why are you sticking your butt up?" Confusion laced her tone as she didn't understand the young man's thoughts. Without further ado, she yanked him up by the collar and hurled him upward. Tears filled Abdul's eyes as he awaited his tragic fate. Suddenly, he felt a tight pull at the back of his neck, and then everything spun as his body flew into the air. After about half a minute, Abdul saw a passage at the top of the cave, large enough for a person to pass through. Thud. He landed precisely in the passage. At the very moment he disappeared, the Lexi's voice echoed in his ear. "Boy, may you live to come out of there." Watching Abdul vanish into the passage, the Lexi's eyes glowed ominously, her face twisted into a strange smile. "I hope you don't disappoint me, Sai. Please note that names are kept in pinyin for accuracy. The translation aims to preserve the original tone and style while ensuring natural and fluent English. Chapter 132. Battling the Venomous Insect. Keith plunged into the passage, his body rolling uncontrollably downward. The walls around him were slick with moisture, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop. Fortunately, after these days of body tempering, his skin had become tough, preventing any injury. After rolling for about 3 minutes, he finally landed in an open space. Rubbing his shoulder, he slowly stood up and looked around. Darkness surrounded him, pitch black as night, impenetrable even by the reach of his hand. Darkness brings fear, and Heath stood still, rooted to the ground. Fear of the unknown is a human instinct, a resistance born from fear. This is true for travel, danger, and death alike. Suddenly, as he hesitated, torches sprang to life without warning, illuminating the area. By the dim light, Heath finally got a clear view of his surroundings. But the next moment, his pupils contracted sharply, and beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Just a short distance away, a massive centipede was sprawled on the wall, its head facing him. It was clearly aware of his presence. What the hell? A centipede bigger than a fierce tiger? Where am I? In silence, the giant centipede could no longer hold back and roared as it charged at him. With no other choice, Heath took a deep breath, focused his mind, and his palm glowed with a metallic sheen as he pointed his fingers like a sword. White crane spreads its wings. Bang. Huh. To his surprise, the bull-sized centipede was sent flying by a single strike from his finger. Heath was momentarily stunned, but then quickly reacted, looking up at the centipede with a smile. Is that all? Quite intimidating when it appeared, but it turned out to be just another weak monster. Heath approached slowly, a smirk on his face, with sword chi spurting from his fingertips. Stepping firmly, he charged forward. The colossal centipede, just as it struggled to rise, was taken aback to see the human charging towards it. Unforgivable. Squawk. A piercing screech echoed, and it attempted to resist. However, soon a powerful fist slammed heavily onto its head. The immense force knocked it back to the ground. Severely injured, the centipede's ferocity increased as it madly bit down with its massive mandibles. Seeing this, Heath swiftly sidestepped, grabbing 2 of the centipede's legs tightly. Using his strength, he began shaking the entire body, while poisonous venom sprayed from its mouth, hitting the surrounding walls. Sizzling. The strong corrosiveness caused white smoke to rise from the stone walls, indicating the severity of the poison. During the frantic thrashing, accompanied by a snap, several centipede legs were broken off by Heath. One after another, 6 or 7 legs snapped in total. Instantly losing balance, the massive creature fell to one side. Not moving anymore? Time to end it. The remaining legs scratched frantically as the centipede tried to escape. Unfortunately, the missing legs made half of its body rub against the ground repeatedly. Heath casually picked up 2 of the broken legs, revealing a cruel smile. Trying to run again? With one leg in each hand, he swung them, releasing twin streams of Tyene sword chi that chopped forcefully toward the centipede's head. Pierce. The razor-sharp sword chi slid smoothly into the centipede's brain, delivering the final blow. Green blood splattered, and the huge centipede convulsed before becoming still. Heath exhaled deeply. Suddenly, a clanking sound caught his attention. Inside the split torso, a dark green longsword fell out. Damn, is this dropping equipment? Heath rushed over, snatched up the sword, and examined it closely. The sword was about 70 centimeters long, about 2 fingers wide, and weighed around 10 kilograms. It looked incredibly sturdy, with a rough surface covered in uniformly sized granules. However, due to prolonged exposure inside the centipede, its edges seemed corroded by venom, making it extremely dull. Still, Heath sensed something special about this sword. Wrist flicking, he performed a few sword maneuvers, which exuded a formidable aura. Swinging it at the stone wall, a loud boom resounded as rocks shattered, and a large hole appeared. Seeing this, Heath felt both elated and regretful. This sword is decent, but it's dulled. I wonder if it can be repaired. Since learning swordsmithing from Nathan, he had gained a deeper understanding of swords. If this sword were in perfect condition, it would undoubtedly be a masterpiece. Sadly, its dulled edges greatly reduced its effectiveness. But this is quite a surprise. If this place is full of venomous insects, using sword chi would be too energy-consuming. Muttering to himself, he shook his head slightly and continued forward. Another ear-piercing screech alerted him to a massive spider ahead. Without hesitation, he swung the rusty sword, slicing it in 2. He proceeded deeper into the tunnel, slaying venomous insects along the way. Clang. Host is on a killing spree. Beast Heart Extermination Sword Technique is highly excited. Practice speed has increased by 100%. Beast Heart Extermination Sword Technique proficiency increased, now at mastery level. After some time, Heath felt mentally and physically exhausted from non-stop combat. But suddenly, he noticed the passage widening, indicating he was nearing the end. However, as he approached, he remained cautious. One who has traveled 90 miles should not let their guard down in the last 10. Thinking this, Heath found a corner, sat down, and began resting to recover his strength. Only in peak condition could he face any impending dangers. As he rested, deep within the mine shaft, a spacious hall held a figure suspended in midair. Hands and feet bound by iron chains, forming a massive web-like structure overhead. The figure struggled fiercely, causing the chains to rattle violently. Suddenly, a deafening voice boomed through the hall. Finally, someone has come. Hurry faster. At once, a powerful and malevolent aura soared into the heavens, piercing through the mountain layers. Simultaneously, whether Nathan at the Sword Hut or Ulysses and Ambir at Gonglang Village, they all shuddered, their faces filled with fear and shock. Hashtag Chapter 133, seeking aid from the Demon Suppression Team. The sun was setting over Gonglang Village. Everyone in the village, including Adolfo and his team, felt uneasy. The entire guard had mobilized, yet 3 young girls were still abducted right under their noses. This was an enormous humiliation for them. Now, everyone could only hope that Ulysses would return with good news. However, he had not come back after a whole day. A heavy and oppressive atmosphere spread throughout the village. I can't wait any longer. I have to save Wilma. A young man stood up, about to dash out of the village. At that moment, a girl's voice called out sharply, Aquila, stop right there. The young man named Aquila stopped and turned to look at his angry sister, Stefani, pleadingly. Sis, don't stop me. Wilma was taken. I have to go and save her. Aquila was Stefani's younger brother. One of the girls kidnapped last night was Wilma, who grew up with him since childhood. They shared a deep bond from childhood. After the incident, Aquila went to check on her, discovering and alerting everyone first. Stefani quickly walked over and grabbed her brother's wrist. How will you save her? Do you know where the evil thing is gone? If you go alone, you'll be walking into certain death. What should we do then, sis? Stefani, revealing a rare gentle expression towards her brother, replied, Don't worry, just wait for Ulysses to return. Perhaps he has already saved Wilma. Just as she spoke, a shout came from the village entrance. Ulysses is back! Ulysses is back! Upon hearing this, a flicker of hope appeared on Aquila's face as he ran wildly towards the entrance. Stefani, Burton, and Adolfo followed closely behind. Reaching the village entrance, Aquila saw the elderly Ulysses, whose hair and beard were both white, handing a rescued girl to the other villagers. Wilma! His hopeful call turned into disappointment when he realized it wasn't Wilma who had been saved. Adolfo, Burton, and Stefani approached Ulysses, observing the serious expression on his aged face. The attacker was indeed a ghost spirit. I managed to eliminate it, but... Ulysses paused momentarily. Adolfo and the others had never seen such gravity in the old man's demeanor before. Amber also approached thoughtfully. Just as Ulysses was about to speak again, someone suddenly rushed in front of him. Ulysses, where's Wilma? Why didn't you bring her back? It was Aquila, surprised by Ulysses's stoic expression. Stefani, aware of the man's prowess, quickly stepped forward to pull Aquila behind her, reprimanding him. How dare you challenge Ulysses like this? She then turned to Ulysses with an apologetic smile. Ulysses, my brother has known Wilma since childhood. He's very upset. Please don't take it personally. Ulysses waved his hand indifferently. No harm done. Actually, I found where they're hiding. What? Where are they? They? Various reactions surfaced, while Amber caught onto the key point immediately. You mean there's more than one ghost spirit? That's right. Based on my observation, there are at least dozens of ghost spirits, and it seems there might be something even greater controlling them. What? Everyone was stunned by Ulysses's confirmation. What shocked them most was the presence of dozens of ghost spirits working together, suggesting a powerful entity was behind them. And I lost track of them near the mines. Ulysses's words struck terror into the hearts of the four, especially upon mentioning the mine. Everyone knew this place well, a spot forbidden to all except the miners from the guard team. It was rumored to be a haunted place swarming with malevolent spirits. In an instant, no one spoke a word, and even Aquila fell into silence. Finally, Adolfo broke the silence. Ulysses, Amber, what do we do now? Ulysses thought for a moment before replying. Our best bet is to seek help from the demon suppression team stationed at the estuary. We need their aid if there's any hope. Adolfo and the others nodded in agreement. There's no other choice. Meanwhile, Amber gestured subtly to the elder, who understood and moved aside with her. Amber whispered, You felt that ominous aura, didn't you? Ulysses simply nodded without a word. Is there a problem with the seal? We don't know yet. Our clan has guarded this place for decades without issues, so it shouldn't be a concern. Hearing this, Amber nodded, but the deep wrinkles on her forehead remained unchanged, a sign of profound unease. Well, I'd better go seek aid. Ulysses patted her shoulder and headed towards Adolfo and the others. Watching his back, Amber looked worried, muttering to herself, Little sister, please don't get into trouble. I shouldn't have agreed in the first place. Now, I'm leaving immediately. While I'm gone, you three must lead the guard and protect the village. No one is to leave. Ulysses instructed them. Knowing the severity of the situation, Adolfo and the others promised solemnly. Unnoticed by all, Aquila, standing behind Stefani, revealed a determined and manic expression. After giving further instructions, Ulysses left for the port without delay. After he departed, Adolfo, Burton, and Stefani divided the guards into 3 teams for patrol shifts, ensuring continuous vigilance against ghost spirit intrusions. Aquila wandered away, seemingly distraught. Stefani thought he was too upset and left him alone. However, that afternoon, a figure quietly bypassed all sentries and left Gonglang village, heading swiftly towards the mines. Chapter 134. The Demon Suppression Cave reappears. At this moment, inside the mine, after a brief period of rest and recuperation, Heath traversed layer after layer of tunnels, finally arriving at an open cave entrance. Cautiously entering the cavern, he carefully surveyed his surroundings. Unlike the outside, the brightness within the cave emanated from its ceiling. As Heath looked up, his pupils abruptly contracted. Countless iron chains covered the ceiling like a celestial web. Through the gaps between the chains, he saw 9 square stones embedded in the stone walls, radiating brilliant light. These stones were the sole source of illumination in the cave. Continuing forward, Heath suddenly noticed a person lying on the ground nearby. Moving stealthily closer, the figure gradually became clearer. It was Adam. Heath hurriedly approached, supporting him and gently shaking him. Brother Sure, wake up. But no matter how much he shook, there was no response. Suddenly, a deranged laughter echoed through the cave. Ha, you've come. You've finally come. Who's there? Heath held his sword at the ready and called out coldly. He scanned the area meticulously but found no one. The voice seemed to come from nowhere. Boy, what are you looking for? I'm right above you. Haha. Heath lifted his gaze sharply, only to see the entire network of iron chains remaining eerily quiet. Suspended overhead, however, was a large wooden plank swaying gently. He hadn't noticed it earlier due to the angle. Strangely, the wooden plank appeared somewhat like a sword hilt. Wait, a sword hilt? A sudden realization struck Heath. Gathering his chi, he sprang off the ground and landed on one of the highest iron chains. Focusing his vision, he saw, indeed, a disheveled figure bound to the plank-like structure. It was impossible to tell if the figure was male or female, young or old. The thick iron chains were clearly meant to restrain this person. For some reason, the scene felt disturbingly familiar. Before he could think it through, the figure began shouting again, interrupting his thoughts. Hey, boy, since you've seen me, hurry up and free me. I've been here for years, and I'm utterly bored. What? The words left Heath momentarily speechless, as he seemed to recall where this reminded him of. After a moment's hesitation, Heath asked tentatively, is this the demon suppression cave? His voice was hoarse. If so, then what level of being was suppressed here? The main cultivation technique he practiced, the Mysterious Spring Divine Skill, was written by the Elder Mysterious Spring, who was imprisoned in this very cave. Its power had benefited him immensely. The person before him, alive and potentially extremely dangerous, could easily be termed an old demon. Evidently surprised, the figure paused. You actually know about the demon suppression cave? With those words, Heath's heart sank. So this really is a demon suppression cave. What era does this powerful individual belong to? Heath fell into deep thought, contemplating retreat. Seeing his hesitation, the figure roared impatiently. After so many years, I finally see a live human. Boy, stop wasting time and release me. Heath remained silent, still wary. Clearly, the entity wasn't benign, and he feared releasing it would lead to his own death. After pondering for a while, Heath asked cautiously, Senior, how can I rescue you? There's a talisman under my feet. Just remove it, and I will be free. Haha, I'm coming out. Following the instructions, Heath circled around and looked up from another angle. Sure enough, at the lowest point of the wooden plank was a talisman, inscribed with intricate runes seemingly drawn in blood. Despite the passage of time, Heath still sensed a powerful restraining force emanating from it. Do you see it? That's the one. Help me take it down. Haha, hurry. Heath did not move. Right, Senior, my friend is lying below. What happened to him? You wait. His hesitation obviously annoyed the figure. After muttering these words through clenched teeth, an oppressive silence fell. The iron chains trembled slightly as a wisp of black mist emerged from the figure and floated upward. Heath tensed, preparing for whatever might come next. Several minutes later, a loud splash resounded, and a colossal spider dropped down. Its 8 legs were like sharp blades, its mouthparts menacing, and its bristling body hair was truly terrifying. This is a bloodthirsty venom spider. Your friend has been poisoned by it. As Heath focused on the spider's eyes, he froze. They were devoid of color, the entire body lifeless and dim, resembling a corpse. A black mist connected its massive body back to the figure. The poison from this thing isn't easy to cure. Save me, and I'll help you. Otherwise, oomph. The threat was clear in the final syllable. Furthermore, the black mist's trembling made the dead bloodthirsty venom spider move as if it were alive, swinging its long legs with considerable momentum. Heath didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He'd rather face this enormous spider than confront the more terrifying entity. Thinking of retreating, the Lexi's sinister face flashed in his mind. Stuck between a rock and a hard place, he felt utterly helpless, between a tiger and a wolf, trapped without any way out. In the end, it all comes down to insufficient strength. Above him, the figure on the hilt wasn't giving him any time to think. You're stalling, aren't you? Do you think I won't dare to kill you? As soon as these words were spoken, the deceased bloodthirsty venom spider stirred violently. 2 front legs lunged towards Heath with bone-crushing force, cutting through the air with a whistling sound. Caught off guard, Heath leaped aside, his rusty sword flashing as he retaliated fiercely. However, even as a corpse, this spider had been a 6th-rank demon in life. Under the old demon's control, its strength remained formidable. Heath dodged relentlessly, his counterattacks few and far between. Meanwhile, the figure on the hilt continued to entice. Boy, if you let me out, I'll give you a grand opportunity. Chapter 135, Mirror Stone. When Abdul heard the mysterious figure's words, he was momentarily stunned and asked subconsciously, Opportunity? What opportunity? The mysterious figure didn't waste any time and replied directly. The 9 mirror stones at the top of the cave are excellent materials for setting up arrays, and they're quite valuable. I advise you to be sensible. If you don't appreciate the offer, I have a myriad of ways to make your life a living hell. The shadowy figure clearly understood human nature well. In response to Abdul's hesitation, it both intimidated and tempted him. Mirror stones? Abdul raised an eyebrow, his face showing curiosity. The square stones lighting up the cave ceiling were called mirror stones and could be used for setting up arrays. Considering the identity of the speaker, they were likely extraordinary. With a swift slash of his sword, he dodged the bloodthirsty venomous spider demon's attack. A few leaps later, he reached the iron chain and looked up. The mysterious figure wisely chose not to pursue further. Indeed, embedded in the center of the cave ceiling were 9 square stones emitting a faint white light. As Abdul approached, his system notifications started ringing nonstop. Detected rare array material, mirror stone. Thunder Domain Array DAO has become interested. Deduction speed increased by 50%. Thousand Illusion Array detects compatibility. Intense deductions begin. Ding. Congratulations on successful deduction. You have comprehended the 5th class array, Thousand Illusion Golden Light Array. Abdul felt elated inside. It seemed that the mysterious figure wasn't lying. The square stones at the top of the cave truly were good materials for arrays. If he could obtain those 9 mirror stones, it would indeed be a tremendous gain. But he feared that he might risk his life for nothing. Wielding his rusted sword, Abdul blocked the bloodthirsty venomous spider demon's corpse with both feet, pushing off the ground as he leaped towards the entrance. Facing such immense temptation, he did not lose himself. Survival was paramount. However, his actions thoroughly enraged the terrifying presence. An angry roar echoed through the air. Ungrateful fool, die. The word, die, barely left the mysterious figure's lips when the entire cave resonated with sound waves. Abdul's body, mid-stride, froze. His head felt like it had been struck by a heavy hammer. His whole body shook violently as he clutched his head, howling in pain. Ah! A massive shadow loomed over him. Enduring the agony, Abdul rolled to the side to dodge. Dong! Just as he moved away, the enormous body of the bloodthirsty venomous spider demon landed at the entrance, blocking all escape routes. Boy, I'll give you one last chance. Cooperate or die. Leaning against the wall, Abdul straightened up, feeling dizzy from the sonic attack. He was confused and angered by the repeated coercion. Bastard! Abdul cursed inwardly, filled with rage. Repeated coercion only ignited his inner ferocity. Tongue split like spring thunder, he let out a deafening roar. Roar! It sounded like a mighty lion roaring, shaking the entire cave violently. The ground trembled fiercely, knocking the bloodthirsty venomous spider demon off balance. Seizing this moment, Abdul leaped high and brought his rusted sword crashing down. Bang! The spider demon's head burst like a watermelon, blood spurting out. Despite its long sword-like appearance, the sword was not light. Thus, Abdul wielded it with heavy sword techniques, showcasing about 80% of its potential. The large body of the bloodthirsty venomous spider demon was slammed flat onto the ground. Just then, Abdul, who had intended to continue pursuing, felt a chill run down his spine. He sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching from the nearby passage. That's... The horrifying visage of the Lexi flashed in his mind. It's her. She followed me here. Even as these thoughts raced through his mind, the Lexi's raspy voice rang out. How convenient. These low-level ghost spirits actually led me right here. Soon, the Lexi appeared before him. But before she could fully assess the situation, darkness enveloped her face. Suddenly, a powerful gust rushed toward her. Bang! With a dull thud, the Lexi flew back twice as fast as she came, crashing into the stone walls, causing them to shatter. The booming noise reverberated endlessly. Even the mysterious figure above was taken aback. What the hell was that just now? As soon as he finished speaking, an angry roar came from afar. The corpse of the bloodthirsty venomous spider demon was hurled out. Next, a crimson figure appeared, covered in fleshy tentacles. Blood dripped from the Lexi's face, a wound running from her mouth to her earlobe, drawing attention. Abdul had hidden in the shadows earlier, but even so, the sight of the Lexi startled him. He had seen her condition before. Is that Cain? Yes, the Lexi was now covered in flesh armor, a clear sign of being implanted with Cain. Could this also be the doing of Regizi and his group? Who exactly are they? One question after another flooded Abdul's mind. But he had no time to ponder further. As the entrance shattered, a chilling wind swept through the cave. Dozens of ghosts and beasts roared out, turning the place into a monstrous playground. They eyed the dead bloodthirsty venomous spider demon hungrily. Unexpectedly, the black aura controlling the spider demon abandoned the puppet without further prompting. Gnaw, gnaw. The eerie chewing sounds echoed through the cave, sending shivers down one's spine. Watching the spider demon being devoured rapidly, Abdul frowned. At that moment, the airborne fiend's mocking laughter rang out. You thought you could use them against me? Haha. Too bad you chose the wrong opponent. The mad laughter reverberated throughout the cave, yet the ghosts and beasts seemed oblivious. The situation made beads of sweat trickle down Abdul's forehead. Nearby, circumstances changed again. The enormous corpse of the bloodthirsty venomous spider demon was devoured within moments, an astonishing speed. The sealed ghosts and beasts, driven by ferocity, started to kill each other. Meanwhile, the Lexi possessed by Cain joined in. Cain excelled at devouring flesh and negative energy. Combined with her formidable strength, everything in her path was consumed. The scene grew chaotic. Translation note: character names are transliterated according to Pinyin rules. Attempted to preserve the original tone and style while ensuring readability and fluency in English. Maintained paragraph structure and line breaks as closely as possible to the original text. Chapter 136, Life and Death Battle. Heath stood still, hesitant to act rashly because the entire cave had become a battleground for demons and monsters. One wrong move could mean eternal doom. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished, and he could not avoid it. In front of him, 3 beast-like creatures slowly appeared, their eyes glowing green like leopards. They were all at the 6th rank, matching his own strength. However, each carried a girl on its back. Heath's heart sank, but his right hand did not remain idle. He summoned the Tain Shaki, and frost enveloped the rusty sword. In just this short moment, the low-ranked ghosts were completely devoured by their own kind. The survivors were all elites. Whoosh! Just as Heath was about to make his move, another anomaly occurred. A streak of blood rushed toward him. Then, a withered arm emerged from behind one of the beast leopards, gripping its throat tightly. It was the Lexi who had lost her mind and been possessed by the Cain. The beast leopard let out a terrified howl but was dragged away, followed by the sound of crunching. Watching this scene, a chill ran down Heath's spine, giving him an ominous feeling. Seeing the deformed Lexi tear apart the beast monster in her hands, the remaining 2 beast leopards immediately fled in the opposite direction, moving at lightning speed as if they had encountered their natural predator. However, the Lexi ignored the fleeing beasts and instead stared intently at Heath nearby, as if she had found a delicious meal. Her red eyes seemed to mock him with a terrifying smile. Damn, why is this old hag targeting me? Heath cursed. If his divine essence was sufficient, he might have been able to fight her. But now surrounded by enemies and watched by a powerful demon above, he couldn't concentrate, making it difficult for him to engage in battle. The deranged Lexi, however, didn't give him time to think. She devoured the remaining beast monster in a few bites, then let out an excited roar and pounced on Heath. Faced with an inescapable onslaught, Heath gathered all his focus. Shining Sword Chi. With a loud shout, he swung the rusty sword forward to meet the crazed Lexi. The sword Chi, charged with icy energy, shot out swiftly. A string of blood spurted from the Lexi's body, which momentarily halted her charge. Boom! Heath used almost all his strength. In the thunderous explosion, the Lexi had no time to dodge and was hit directly in the abdomen. Her body flew backward after a sickening crack. Next came a piercing scream. As she flew through the air, blood mist continually burst from her body due to the impact of the sword chi. With a mighty crash, she slammed into the wall like a cannonball, causing debris to fly everywhere, affecting many spirits. Heath dashed forward, intending to attack again while she was down. Shoo! Dirt scattered as the Lexi emerged from the rubble. Her body began to swell violently, growing rapidly to 3 meters tall. Large chunks of flesh appeared, resembling a grotesque muscle monster. Under the influence of the cane force, her flesh hardened like steel, veins bulging like twisted roots. Instantly, she became a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. Clang! Her eyes filled with venomous hatred, her face a mask of pure malice. Damn, she even transformed? Heath swallowed hard, glancing around nervously. Initially, his goal was to escape, using the spirits and the Lexi to distract the one above. But now, he was targeted and badly beaten. How could he expect mercy? Before he could devise a plan, she attacked again. Her monstrous form crushed the air, covering nearly 10 meters in a single step, leaving footprints a meter wide. She swept towards Heath like a raging storm. Her massive form stirred up sand and stones, as if death itself was laughing in the wind. At this moment, Heath could feel his heart pounding wildly. It was a matter of life or death. His sword moved constantly, sending sword chi at her. However, her transformed body showed incredible defense, charging through his attacks. Bang! A powerful punch forced him to dodge sideways. Even so, the wind of her punch threw him off balance until he crashed into the stone wall. Struggling to stand, the stench and wind assaulted him again. A bloody blur raced toward his throat with blinding speed. The Lexi, her body turned into a spear-like weapon, lunging straight at him. Roar! The incoming wind felt like sharp blades. At the last moment, Heath raised his sword to block it, resulting in a metallic clang. Sparks flew as the blow narrowly missed his vital points, but his right palm bled. The sword slipped from his hand. Cold sweat dripped down Heath's face. Had he not reacted, even with his stone skin realm physique and xiuxian sword armor, his throat would likely be shattered like tofu. Such a fatal strike would end his life instantly. He took a deep breath, glaring at the Lexi with anger. Damn you, you've got some skills. Even before he finished speaking, she lunged again. 2 rock-hard fists generated a heavy air pressure, smashing down on Heath. Roar! Cornered and unable to evade, he braced himself, despite the pain racking his body. Bang! Bang! 2 heavy collisions sounded like wild beasts colliding. The shockwave split the ground, debris flying everywhere. A muffled grunt escaped Heath's lips as he felt a violent jolt throughout his body. Blood spewed uncontrollably from his mouth and nose. Under such direct brute force, Heath inevitably fell at a disadvantage, suffering severe injuries, his energy waning. Note: I've kept the original tone and structure intact, translating it fluently and accurately. Chapter 137. The Ugly Demon Escapes. Ding! Detecting significant damage to the host's body, the cultivation speed of the body casting technique has increased by 100%. Injury repair is slow, and the body casting technique, in a fit of frustration, intensifies its progress, vowing to break through. Under the system's influence, his injuries healed at an alarming rate. However, the terrifying enemy before him had yet to be dealt with, and the opponent was attacking again. Sigh. Abdul let out a soft sigh inwardly, knowing he needed to make a decision. Whoosh! He formed his fingers into a sword, releasing a fierce burst of sword chi toward the opponent. But the Lexi reacted swiftly, barely dodging the lethal strike, leaving only a shallow red mark on her face. However, she didn't realize that this sword chi wasn't aimed at her but flew toward the cave ceiling. That attack was like the last straw. Abdul had used up most of his true chi. If he continued fighting, defeat was inevitable. Now, he knelt half-bent on the ground, waves of intense pain surging through him. Since that's the case, might as well take a gamble. The Lexi wore a cruel smile, slowly lifting her clenched fist, about to strike. Suddenly, her body trembled uncontrollably, her head jerking up in shock. Ah! Around them echoed cries of anguish, filled with unwillingness and terror. Abdul noticed the Lexi staring intently at the cave ceiling, her bloodshot eyes brimming with fear. This sight made Abdul's heart race, a sense of helplessness rising within him. Ha ha ha! After all these years, I'm finally free. His voice boomed like thunder, flames of demonic aura surging everywhere. Abdul looked up to see the mysterious man standing proudly on the iron chain hanging from the cave ceiling. A strong aura radiated from him, stirring up fierce winds. His disheveled hair danced wildly in the air like a monstrous creature. Through this, Abdul also got a clear view of his appearance. He hadn't expected that beneath the grime was an incredibly handsome man. Despite being covered in mud, it was evident that he had a bewitchingly beautiful face that could rival any woman's. If not for his male voice, he might have been mistaken for a woman. Boy, I told you long ago that you can't escape me. Humph. The mysterious man's tattered clothes fluttered in the wind. His thin lips parted, creating a stark contrast to his rough voice. At that moment, he was looking at Abdul with amusement, while merely glancing at the Lexi beside him. Yet that glance made her shudder with immense pressure. Then, he lightly tapped the ground with his bare feet and floated downward. Surrounding ghostly spirits and monsters exploded one after another, dying violently. Aya! Seeing this, the Lexi let out a roar, her bloodlust surging uncontrollably, making her shriveled body swell rapidly, her muscles trembling under the strain. What the hell? This old hag is going all out? Abdul muttered, trying to move away stealthily to find an opportunity to escape during the battle. However, the next second stunned him. Instead of attacking, the Lexi turned and fled desperately. This turn of events left him speechless, a chill creeping over him as if falling into an icy dungeon. Just what realm is this person? Even someone who's lost their mind can be terrified to the point of inaction. Lost in thought, he kept his eyes fixed on the battlefield. The mysterious man smiled, waved his hand, and pulled out a chain from the wall. With another wave, it shot out like a dragon emerging from water, speeding towards the Lexi. With just this simple movement, his powerful aura surged, making the chain grow longer and faster. As it moved, rocks scattered and cold winds howled. The Lexi felt a gust of wind rushing towards her back, enveloped in a deathly aura. She quickly tried to dodge to the side, but it was too late. In that brief moment, the chain reached her. Rip! One end of the chain, sharp like a spear, pierced through her body, her screams piercing the sky. Hee hee, little guy, don't run. Your internal cane will be perfect nourishment for me. The mysterious man laughed menacingly. Abdul's face drained of color. The other party's strength exceeded imagination. Thankfully, his injuries were now fully healed thanks to the system and even showed signs of further improvement. So, he quietly moved towards the entrance. On the other side, the Lexi struggled fiercely against the approaching mysterious man. Due to severe bodily damage, the cane inside her began retaliating. Her aged face gradually regained clarity, revealing despair, unwillingness, and anger. Ugly demon. Tiani? The Lexi's words made the mysterious man pause, then burst into laughter. Haha, didn't think anyone still knew my name. Far away, Abdul nodded inwardly. Such a handsome person, and he's called the ugly demon? The mysterious man bent down slowly, extending his pale left hand towards the Lexi's broken body. Since you know me, I'll give you a quick death. As he spoke, a look of resolve flashed across the Lexi's face. Roar! A fierce cry erupted from her, blood surging, raising a cloud of dust. Floyd clearly didn't expect this, and as he flicked his sleeve, the wind dispersed the dust. When he looked up again, his beautiful face was filled with savagery and cruelty. Little bastard, you're asking for death. Just as he spoke, a roar reverberated across the sky, like a specter descending, sending chills down everyone's spines. The Lexi's eyes turned blood red, screaming madly, her body swelling once more, blood rushing chaotically through her. Floyd's expression changed, but he soon laughed mockingly. Ha, Clifton, are you planning to explode? Quite determined, aren't you? But do you think you can hurt me? Despite her horrifying appearance, Abdul felt a flash of admiration for her courage. But this also gave him a chance. A massive explosion shook the area, a powerful shockwave spreading everywhere. Dust and debris flew wildly, lasting for over 10 minutes before subsiding. As the dust cleared, Floyd stood there unscathed. Not even a single thread of his clothes damaged. Worthless thing, dreaming of defying me? After his mad laughter, the man seemed to recall something and slowly turned around. Boy, now it's your turn. But when he turned around, where was Abdul? Feeling his presence, Floyd discovered Abdul had escaped amidst the chaos, already reaching the first level of the devil suppression pit. Arg! Floyd let out a long howl, full of rage, unable to settle. Little bastard, I will crush your bones and extinguish your soul. Hashtag chapter 138. The Wuxiang swordbone is damaged. Inside the demon-suppressing cave, Abdul was desperately fleeing for his life. The Lexi's self-destruction had given him a brief opportunity. Taking advantage of Xavian's distraction, he swiftly rushed towards the entrance. He moved as fast as possible, hands and feet working together to hasten his escape. However, it wasn't long before Xavian's furious roar echoed once more. The demonic sound reverberated in his ears, causing intense pain. Despite the agony, Abdul forced himself to keep running. At this moment, he wished he had several extra legs. But all his efforts were futile. The roar grew louder, closing in on him as if it were right behind him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh underscore. The sound of objects breaking through the air rang out from behind him. Countless rocks soared up like bullets, shooting towards Abdul. With no choice, he halted his sprint, tapping his feet lightly and dodging repeatedly. However, there were too many flying rocks. Unable to avoid them all, he swung his rusty sword to deflect them. This brief delay of just a few seconds would prove fatal for him. Abdul had just knocked away the flying stones and was about to flee again when, with a thunderous crash, a figure exuding a deathly aura descended from the sky, blocking his path. It was the hideous demon, Xavian. His overwhelming power had collapsed the passage of the demon-suppressing cave as he arrived. Trying to run from me? His voice sounded as though it came from the depths of hell, making Abdul's entire body shiver with fear. Seeing that face, beautiful yet terrifying, Abdul plastered a smile on his face and spoke softly. Senior, you're out? It's all thanks to me that I freed you. How does it feel to see the light of day again? Were you here to thank me? There's no need. I never seek recognition for doing good deeds. Looking at Abdul's shameless flattery, Xavian's pretty face cracked into a smile, like spring rain rejuvenating the earth. As far as I remember, didn't you stubbornly refuse to let me out? Seeing Xavian bring up the past, Abdul hurriedly explained. Senior, But it was clear Xavian didn't want to waste time. He flung the chain wrapped around his arm, cutting off Abdul's words. For helping me escape, you should be rewarded. But for disobeying my orders, you should be punished. Since that's the case, you, little brat, will let me stab you once. Whether you live or die depends on your luck. Upon hearing this, Abdul's face turned pale, and he shivered. Stab once? Thinking of being stabbed by this genderless fiend. No. Yidush, Ohandakutin. Realizing flight was futile, Abdul reached into his robe to pull out the Thunderwood formation disc. However, Xavian was faster. With an excited look, Xavian waved his hand, enveloping Abdul in ropes made of demonic energy and suspending him mid-air. He then threw the chain towards Abdul's lower body. Senior, What are you going to do? Ha ha ha. In Xavian's maniacal laughter, the chain extended rapidly, piercing through Abdul's back like a steel rod. A series of bone-cracking sounds filled the air. Abdul's back spasmed violently, his eyes widening in shock. Crack? His entire spine snapped, blood gushing from his mouth. The chain retracted, pulling Abdul back into the cave. From afar, Xavian's voice called out, "Kid, since you saved my life, here's a secret manual for you. I hope you can survive. The outside world welcomes me back. Ha ha ha." Xavian's demonic aura dissipated as he strode out of the cave. Abdul, now a ragged mess, tumbled back into the demon-suppressing cave. Feeling the host's vitality plummeting dangerously, the cultivation speed of the Yuan Quan divine skill has increased by 500%. Due to severe injuries to the host's physique, the flesh-strengthening technique is anxious, increasing cultivation speed by 600%. The Wuxiang sword bone is damaged. The Beast Heart Extermination Sword and the Xiuxian sword cannon are continuously infusing sword chi to maintain its shape, preventing complete collapse. Facing such an overwhelming powerhouse, Abdul hadn't even had the chance to retrieve the formation disc. Fortunately, Xavian hadn't delivered a killing blow. Under the system's rapid enhancement, Abdul's body was slowly recovering. It seemed he would survive. Meanwhile, outside the demon-suppressing cave, with the hideous demon free, the suppressed ghostly and demonic energies rapidly spread. In no time, they enveloped the entire mine. Nearby miners and guards were now overwhelmed by the demonic energy, clutching their heads in agony. Their eyes turned black, as dark as ink. Roar roar. More and more cries of anguish filled the air. The infected people started transforming into mindless monsters, attacking any living creature within sight. At the same time, an armed squad was approaching from outside the mine. Leading the group were Ulysses and Ambir, accompanied by a warrior clad in armor. He had a hooked nose, thin lips, and piercing eyes, carrying a massive axe on his shoulder. This was Aspen, the leader of the monster hunting team from Pingwangjiang Estuary. Ulysses's plea for help had drawn their attention. Gonglang village was too close to the port to be ignored. Thus, Aspen led 1,000 armored soldiers with the elders to the mine. What greeted them, however, were not ghosts but powerless miners turned into bloodthirsty monsters under the influence of ghostly energy. The scene was chaotic. What are you doing? Help. Old Four, what are you doing? It's me, I'm Lu. For a moment, it was a sea of corpses and screams, a living hell. Aspen remained unmoved, his eagle-like gaze fixed on the mine entrance. Surrounding himself with true chi, he leaped onto a tree branch, muttering to himself. Why did such strong ghostly energy suddenly appear here? And it's not just this. Though his voice was low, both Ulysses and Ambir, both experts at the initial stage of body tempering, heard him clearly. They exchanged glances, heavy with concern. Could it be? Ulysses whispered. Ambir understood immediately, but she shook her head, though her eyes betrayed deep worry. Xiuxian, you must be safe. She harbored a secret known only to herself. Even Ulysses didn't know that she had a twin sister living in the mine. Gazing at the ominous mountain, Ambir felt a foreboding sense that something might have happened to her sister. Chapter 139. The Pain of Separation. Under the influence of demonic aura, the once ordinary miners became incredibly powerful. Even the well-trained armored soldiers would have suffered heavy casualties without their armor for protection. Seeing the stalemate in battle, Aspen finally took action. He swung his battle axe, tracing 2 circles in the air before bringing it down forcefully. His entire body was enveloped in a surge of true chi, which materialized with this strike. It erupted from within him, flowing down his arm to the battle axe. Then, with the swing of the axe, it carved out a crescent-shaped slash that moved forward. Witnessing this scene, Amber's expression turned serious. Aspen's strength far exceeded her own. Even if she teamed up with Ulysses, they likely wouldn't win. If only their younger sister were still here. Her appearance could have changed the situation. They would be facing their current allies, and now it seemed their chances of victory were slim. Hope our younger sister can succeed. Only then do we stand a chance. On the battlefield, this slash was about 3 meters high and 1 meter wide. As it passed, it cut through rocks and earth, carving a half-meter deep gash. The air filled with piercing whistles. In an instant, those miners imbued with demonic aura were shredded like dead leaves. Like a giant blade slicing through the air, it cleaved the frenzied individuals along with the ground beneath them into 2. Amidst the explosions, severed limbs flew everywhere, blood spurting out. Aspen was not satisfied yet. With 3 more roars, his killing intent surged. With a sharp sound, he unleashed 3 more slashes. These followed through the gaps left by the first slash, sweeping past the demonized individuals. Violent air currents lifted them up, sending them flying like sandbags. Those who landed on their feet might survive. Those who hit the ground headfirst had little chance. However, regardless of whether they lived or died, they were swept away by the subsequent slashes. Some were split in 2. Others were blasted into bloody mist. In a mere moment, a large area was cleared of the demonized miners. Just as Aspen prepared to continue his attack, a vast wave of demonic aura suddenly burst from the mine, causing everyone to pale in fear. Then, a maniacal laughter echoed across the sky. Haha, finally, I'm free. At this moment, inside the demon suppression cave, Abdul sat cross-legged. Thanks to the system's automatic repair, his injuries were completely healed. The Wuxiang sword bone in his spine, driven by 2 Xian stage sword techniques, had been reborn. Not only was it fully restored but also stronger and tougher than ever. Meanwhile, casting body technique had advanced to the 2nd stage, copper skin. His skin had become thicker, emitting a faint coppery glow. At that moment, commotion from the corridor caught his attention. Abdul opened his eyes to see a youth slightly younger than himself being chased by several demons. The youth struggled to hold them off, already covered in numerous wounds, clearly unable to withstand much longer. Upon seeing this, Abdul formed a finger sword, releasing a stream of sword chi. With a single stroke, the two leading demon tigers were sliced into halves. The other demons were instantly terrified, retreating in fear. Seizing the opportunity, the youth escaped over and, upon recognizing Abdul, appeared shocked. How is it you? This was Stefani's younger brother, Akila. He had been present in the village when Abdul and Adam demanded an explanation that day. So you're from Gonglang village? Abdul raised an eyebrow. The youth looked familiar, undoubtedly from the village. He asked, who are you? How did you end up here? Akila's face was filled with dejection, having searched tirelessly but found no trace of the woman he sought. When Abdul questioned him, he replied absent-mindedly. My name is Akila. Stefani is my older sister. What? That harridan? No, Stefani is your sister. Your real sister? Abdul couldn't hide his disbelief, inspecting him closely before nodding mutely. I should have recognized you. You resemble Stefani, that crazy woman? Hearing his sister called a crazy woman, Akila grew furious, raising his sword. You? Don't insult my sister. Otherwise what? Abdul interrupted rudely. Your sister tried to kill me before. Do you want to try as well? You. Akila's face flushed red. He had seen Abdul's prowess just moments ago. Could he possibly stand a chance? Suddenly, a weak voice called out behind Abdul. Zimmo. Turning, Akila's pupils dilated, revealing a look of wild joy. Not far behind Abdul, a young woman leaned against a stone wall, barely looking at him. Could it be anyone other than Wilma, whom he thought of day and night? Wilma. Akila rushed over, flying to her side. Letting go of his weapons, they clattered to the ground. Wilma, I finally found you. But just as he wanted to embrace her, he noticed her body riddled with injuries, flesh torn and blood-soaked. Blood poured from a gaping wound in her abdomen. Wilma, what happened to you? I'm so sorry, I came too late. Gently holding his lover, Abdul recognized her as one of the girls captured by the beast during the earlier attack. Her injuries matched those inflicted then. Clearly, she was taken from Gonglang village as well. However, there was something he hadn't quite understood yet. Were the kidnappings orchestrated by Xavian or the Lexi? It all seemed mysterious. In a corner of the cave, Akila sat on the ground, holding Wilma, whispering softly. Both were gravely injured. While Akila's wounds weren't fatal, timely aid was necessary. However, Wilma's vital signs were fading fast. Possessed by a ghost spirit and then savagely attacked, her organs were failing. Any medicine would be futile. What kept her alive until now was perhaps love. How do you feel? I'll take you home. They will find a way, Wilma. Don't worry. Watching him reassure her, Wilma smiled, truly happy. No need. I've already. Don't say foolish things. We're together now. How can we give up so easily? Akila shouted, his voice breaking as tears flowed down his cheeks. Chapter 140. Refining the body into an array, transforming into a ghost for love. Looking at the sobbing Akila before her, the girl's face was full of tenderness. Why are you still crying, silly? How can I leave you like this? She gently reached out with her right hand, stroking her lover's face, eyes filled with lingering love and reluctance. I deeply regret it. If only I had protected you earlier, perhaps I wouldn't have been taken away. It's all my fault. This isn't your fault. At least, you came to me in my final moments, that's enough. Tears streamed down Akila's cheeks, yet he felt powerless. After this, you must eat on time, take care of yourself, and be happy. And sigh, how can I ever let go? The girl passed away, leaving the world with deep affection for her lover. Aya! The heart-wrenching scream echoed through the demon suppression cave, mingling with howling winds. Akila slowly rose, his weapon stained with blood, his sword gleaming coldly as he turned to face the remaining beasts. We agreed. We would stay together forever. No matter the era, such stories always unfold. Some feast on high floors, while others wander in deep ravines. Deep in everyone's hearts, in the softest corners, there lies someone dear. Love separates, desires unfulfilled. Seeing Akila, who now seemed like a walking corpse, Abdul spoke up. Do you wish to die? His words did not stop Akila, who walked on without turning back, mumbling to himself. We agreed to stay together forever. Abdul laughed, laughing wildly and madly. Ha ha ha. Very good, very good, very good indeed. His wild laughter finally caught Akila's attention, and he looked back, anger in his brow. But when he saw Abdul clearly, he froze. That man laughed uncontrollably, finding immense joy, yet Akila saw profound sorrow on his face. Could he understand the emotions he felt right now? What do you mean? Akila reined in his anger, puzzled and calm, asking him directly. Abdul lowered his head again, looked at him, rubbing his stomach and laughing. Haha, you really cracked me up. So, you plan to rush to your death, just to meet her again? Akila froze, feeling defeated. Indeed, he had no power to kill these beasts. Going forward would only mean certain death. Without avenging his beloved, how could he face her? Even if he killed them, Wilma would never return. Thinking about it made him angrier. Feeling a surge of rage with no outlet, he roared at Abdul. What exactly are you trying to say? Abdul's smile faded as he walked closer, speaking each word deliberately. Do you truly wish to die? Are you willing to join your lover in death? Looking at Abdul's serious expression, Akila did not immediately answer but slowly said, My parents were gone when I was young. My sister focused solely on martial arts to seek revenge. In my childhood memories, only Wilma remained. She grew up with me. We promised then to stay together for life. Later, my sister taught us swordsmanship, but we didn't take it seriously back then. We naively thought that living quietly with Wilma in the village would be enough. As he spoke, Akila's eyes reddened with remorse. If only I had practiced diligently, perhaps I could have saved Wilma. All this is my fault. It was my mistake. I should be the one to die. Watching Akila disregard his own injuries, tears streaming down his face, Abdul's eyes misted over. This scene. Sigh. A soft sigh from within. Abdul looked at Akila and said, This girl was possessed by a ghost spirit, damaging her soul. Even if you die now, you might never see her. Abdul spoke calmly, telling the truth. Even some martial experts, when possessed by a ghost spirit, suffer severe physical and mental damage. With every word, Akila trembled more, eventually lunging forward and clutching Abdul's shoulders tightly. Is what you say true? Absolutely. Those 4 words drained Akila of all strength, collapsing to the ground. Despair filled his face as he murmured. How can this be? Why did it end this way? Wilma. What should I do? Looking at the despondent Akila, Abdul pondered carefully. Finally, he spoke softly. I can help you? Upon hearing this, Akila looked up abruptly. His eyes, filled with tears of blood, looked terrifying. What did you say? You have a way to resurrect Wilma? Faced with hopeful eyes, Abdul shook his head reluctantly. People cannot be brought back to life. Not entering the cycle of reincarnation, she can only exist as a ghost. Abdul paused, looking deeply into Akila's eyes, filled with complexity. Akila hesitated for a moment, then asked, Do you mean that if I become a ghost spirit, I can see Wilma again? Abdul sighed, pointing at the glowing mirror stone at the cave's apex. That is a mirror stone. It can nurture and sustain spirits. You and Wilma, transforming into ghost spirits, can enter it and become part of my array spirit, allowing you to be together forever. With the nourishment of spirit energy, should you both advance in cultivation, you'll remember each other. This is my... Before he finished, 2 soft thuds sounded. Looking up, Abdul saw Akila had already made his choice. Left hand wielding a knife, right hand holding a sword, he thrust them into his sides without hesitation, blood splattering out. Begin now. In that moment, Abdul felt profound respect for this young man. Witnessing his resolve, Abdul nodded firmly without delay. Agreed. He soared upwards, removing the 9 mirror stones. With hands forming seals and chanting incantations, the 9 mirror stones formed a spirit-locking array, enveloping Akila and Wilma. First, a shadow floated from Wilma's body, her remaining soul. Next, it was Akila's blood. Finally, his soul also drifted, fusing seamlessly with Wilma's. The 9 mirror stones glowed brightly, as Akila and Wilma's souls embraced each other, slowly sinking within. 2 words resonated in the cavern. Thank you. Holding Wilma, both faces radiating happiness. Feeling intense love, Thunder Realm Array Dao was deeply moved, accelerating its refinement speed. In 3 days, the host will gain new array spirits. They fused. Abdul stood in shock. Now, they would truly be together forever. Chapter 141. Total Annihilation. Just as Heath was transmuting Akila and the other into array spirits, outside the demon-quelling cave, it was a scene of carnage and bloodshed. The stench of blood rose up to the sky, detectable even 10 miles away. Before the mineshaft, both the demonized individuals and the members of the demon-slaying team lay in pools of blood. The only ones standing were Aspen, Ulysses, and Amber. In front of them, a ragged man, covered in blood, gazed up at the sky. Fresh air. Finally I'm free. Ha ha. As his laughter echoed, an overwhelming aura soared into the sky. The earth trembled violently, like a mountain collapsing or an earthquake striking. For 100 miles around, it was clear and unmistakable. Ghosts wailed and demons fled. Among them, villages including Gonglang Village experienced building collapses and livestock dying from shock. The terrifying demonic energy rushed over Aspen and the others like a storm. It's him? Amber's heart pounded intensely, almost on the verge of bursting. Silence fell. No one answered her. Because whether it was Aspen with the highest martial arts proficiency, or Ulysses and herself, they all felt the same way. After a while, Aspen spoke solemnly. Do you know something about this? His words made Ulysses and Amber's pupils contract sharply. After a long pause, they slowly whispered 3 words, Demon-quelling cave. Upon hearing this from Ulysses, Aspen's eyes narrowed, a chill creeping through him. As a 5th-rank general of the Tianfeng dynasty commanding 3,000 demon slayers, he naturally knew about Xintian Temple and the demon-quelling cave. He just didn't expect such a place to be under his jurisdiction. Looking at the 2 elders, Aspen asked seriously. So, Gonglang Village exists solely to guard the demon-quelling cave? Ulysses nodded. Yes, their village had been tasked for generations to protect the demon-quelling cave. But over time, this mission gradually faded into obscurity. Without cultivation resources, each generation's strength diminished until now. Soon, Xavier noticed the 3 of them. Well, didn't expect there to be 3 more pests. Let your blood celebrate my return to the light. Speaking, he flicked the iron chain wrapped around his right hand, which coiled like a serpent toward Aspen. Aspen jumped aside in alarm. You help me buy some time? Hearing this, Ulysses gritted his teeth, wielding twin sabers, charging forward. Since they were targeted, they had no choice but to fight desperately. Amber pulled out a whip from her waist, swinging wildly, joining the fray alongside Ulysses. Xavier laughed maliciously. Come on then, let's play. The iron chain whistled, meeting the 2, yet his feet never moved. In no time, the 2 elders were suppressed. Ulysses could only evade constantly, unable to launch any attacks. On the other side, Amber was covered in wounds, collapsed nearby. Her face, usually stern, was now lined with anxiety. She turned and shouted urgently. General Wu, are you not done yet? On a massive rock wall, Aspen stood still. His armor was fragmented, losing all its former grandeur. His eyes closed, he gripped his battle axe tightly, chi surging around him. Countless grains of sand swirled, converging above his head to form a giant figure. In the battlefield, Ulysses roared angrily, dodging left and right like a flea. Each strike from Xavier's iron chain struck powerfully near Ulysses's feet. It seemed like he was taunting a mere insect. Ha ha ha, don't hide. Xavier laughed madly, his iron chain attacking relentlessly. With a roar, the earth shook. Ulysses, having landed awkwardly, stumbled. At that moment, a whooshing sound came from above, and the iron chain slammed down. Ulysses rolled hastily, narrowly avoiding the blow. Bang! Even so, the tremendous force sent him flying. If hit, he would have been turned into a bloody mist. Seeing his attack fail, Xiuxian raised his chain again. But this time, before it could strike, a shocking killing intent arose from behind him. Finally, you're going to make a move? Xiuxian turned. Aspen opened his eyes, his killing intent tangible, chilling to the core. Damn, finally finished. Spitting blood, Ulysses crawled away. Already severely wounded, he couldn't endure much more. Yet, his pitiful state did not faze Xiuxian in the slightest. Instead, Xiuxian mocked with a sneer. That move is too slow. Come on, let me see what you've got. Aspen, filled with murderous intent, leaped into the air, battle axe high above his head. The giant formed by his gathered chi pressed down with immense force. Die. The word barely left his lips when a thunderous strike descended. As his technique unfolded, everything around him stirred. Sand flew, debris swirled, and darkness enveloped the world. Aspen's attack was aimed to obliterate his opponent with a cataclysmic force, but Xiuxian, having spent decades in the pitch-black cave, was unafraid of darkness. Good. Facing Aspen's powerful assault, Xiuxian swung his iron chain without hesitation, aiming to clash directly. Boom! Amidst the horror-struck gazes of Ulysses and Ambyr, a deafening explosion shook the surroundings, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The after-effects lasted over 10 minutes before settling into silence. Now, before the mine entrance lay ruins. Corpses were strewn about, body parts scattered everywhere. Soon, this place would become a paradise for ghosts. Both elders, covered in blood and injuries, struggled out from under rubble. They stared intently at the distant scene. They knew if Aspen failed, there would be little hope of escape. As the dust settled, a figure slowly crumpled. But it wasn't as they had hoped. An iron chain pierced through Aspen's chest, blood spurting. His body lay lifeless. Panic spread across the elders' faces as they tried to rise and flee. However, a tight grip, like a venomous snake, snaked around their necks. Xiuxian's voice sounded. At your age, why run? Looking at the eerily beautiful face, the two elders paled. Ambyr, recalling something, spoke with difficulty. What did you do to my younger sister? Oh. Xiuxian sized up Ambyr, then laughed. Ha ha ha, that half-demon, half-ghost was your sister? Out of kindness, I reunited you. Snap. The sound of breaking neck bones echoed, followed by two heads flying into the air. The dead bodies crashed to the ground. Chapter 142. My fate is in my own hands. Under the glow of the setting sun, three figures slowly approached. They were Burton, Stefani, and Adolfo from Gonglang village. Upon learning that Aquila had gone missing, Stefani was extremely anxious and refused to be persuaded, insisting on coming here herself. As her longtime companions, Burton and Adolfo naturally would not let her come alone. Moreover, both harbored feelings for Stefani. The three of them heard roars and intense fighting sounds as they approached the mine. By the time they got closer, the battle had already ended, leaving countless bodies and blood-soaked earth behind. Such a tragic scene left them shaken for a long time. Keenan, Nicole? Adolfo's voice trembled as he pointed at two decapitated bodies nearby, his face full of fear. The other two looked over and became equally panic-stricken. The elderly couple were among the village's strongest. If even they met such a fate, what about the others? Thinking this, Stefani grew more frantic and began running around. Zimo, where are you? Brother, don't scare your sister. The three searched everywhere but did not find Aquila's body. Augusta, don't worry. Maybe nothing happened to Zimo, Adolfo consoled her. At this moment, the dark mine entrance appeared before them. From inside came faint howls that sounded anything but human. Stefani, worried about her brother, prepared to rush forward. But Burton, quick to react, grabbed her arm and said, Augusta, calm down first. We don't know what's inside, and Zimo may not even be there. Why wouldn't he? For Wilma, Zimo would do anything. This foolish brother of mine, I have to save him. Stefani struggled, having raised Aquila herself. She understood the bond between him and Wilma and knew he would risk his life to save her. Burton held her tightly with one arm, restraining her struggles with his body. Augusta, it's too dangerous inside. If we go in, we must stay calm. Adolfo, looking at Burton with some envy, spoke up. That's right, little Ling. And listen to the noise. It doesn't seem like anything bad has happened to Zimo inside. Hearing this, a glimmer of hope appeared in Stefani's eyes, and she eagerly asked, Yes, exactly, Zimo is still alive. Let's save him quickly. Adolfo nodded firmly and said, Don't worry, we will help you. Relax, Augusta. Zimo is like my own little brother. I promise to bring him back safely. Burton looked determined and reassured her confidently. Just then, a voice came from behind them. He's dead. Burton. Adolfo. O_O. A shadowy figure emerged from the dark cave. It was Abdul, carrying Adam on his shoulder. The three froze upon seeing him, and then Stefani rushed forward angrily. You lecher. What nonsense are you spouting? Abdul glanced at her coolly and said coldly, I said, your brother Aquila is dead. He died with Wilma. It's impossible, impossible. Stefani's heart skipped a beat, her face turning pale as she stumbled backward. Seeing her state, Burton stepped forward and pulled her into his arms. Augusta, don't listen to this guy. How could Zimo? Before he finished, there was a clang sound in front of them. They looked down to see a pair of sword and knife lying at their feet, with the blade adorned with purple patterns and smaller than usual battle knives. Recognizing the weapons, the three fell silent. These were the very same weapons they had given to Aquila. Stefani trembled and slowly knelt down, gently touching the weapons. Zimo, my little brother. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Seeing her grief-stricken expression, Abdul said no more. He turned to leave. After just a few steps, he was blocked by Burton, who stared at him with hostility. Do you need something? Who killed Zimo? Why are you unharmed? Abdul furrowed his brow, thinking for a moment before simply replying, ghosts, beasts. I'm stronger than he is. Uninterested in further conversation, he tried to walk away. Unfortunately, events didn't proceed smoothly. Stefani abruptly stood up, her face full of anger, and charged at Abdul. Why didn't you save him? No interest. In response to her question, Abdul replied indifferently with a lazy three-word answer. His attitude enraged Stefani. She lunged at him, roaring in fury as if venting all her pent-up emotions. To watch someone die without helping makes you a heartless beast. What kind of upbringing did your parents give you? Slap. However, she was cut off mid-sentence by a loud slap across the face. The force sent her spinning and falling to the ground. Abdul showed no emotion as he bent down, pulling Stefani up by the collar. The strong live, the weak die. If you can't save yourself, no one can save you. And I don't care what you think of me, but please don't mention my family. Otherwise, killing is also something I excel at. His voice was as if it came from the depths of hell, making Stefani feel like she was in an ice cellar, her body trembling involuntarily. Letting go of her collar, Abdul casually flicked his hand, sending a sword aura that blasted Burton and Adolfo away. Trusting your fate to others brings more torment than death itself. My life, my master. I have my own path. With that, Abdul walked away without looking back. Behind him, muttered curses followed. May you never rest in peace? Bastard. I'll haunt you forever. Murderer. But soon, these were drowned out by mournful screams. Abdul ignored it all, his face showing a smile as he continued walking. After all, Aquila was now his guardian spirit, so he might as well give him some respect. After Abdul left, Burton and Adolfo carried the unconscious Stefani away from the mine. Soon after they left, everything returned to silence. Suddenly, the blackened rock wall rippled with slow-moving water-like patterns. Suddenly, a figure cloaked in black appeared on the wall. So it's that kid? An eerie voice accompanied the emergence, and behind the figure, four red fleshy tentacles abruptly extended. Thud, thud. The thick tentacles embedded firmly into the cliff, halting the descent. The cloaked figure hovered above the cliff, gazing into the distance, muttering softly, humph humph humph. Just a transcendent realm practitioner can't stop us. But, despite being suppressed for years, Ugly Demon is truly a powerful figure from the last era. Even now, his martial prowess remains top tier. Pity. If only we could use him to cultivate Tasway. The hollow voice echoed ominously, like it was coming from the underworld, sending shivers down one's spine. The tentacles behind the cloaked figure retracted and pulled him back into the mountain, disappearing. Far away, Abdul seemed to sense something and turned his head. This feeling of being watched. What's happening? Chapter 143. The Origin of the Devil-Suppressing Cave. Outside the sword hut, Abdul led Adam and walked slowly. Nathaniel seemed to have known in advance and was already waiting at the door. You've returned? Abdul looked at the elder before him, as if trying to find something on him. As a blacksmith, apart from the casting room, he frequented the mines. He couldn't believe Nathaniel hadn't noticed anything. Moreover, after Xavian escaped, that fierce and powerful aura couldn't have gone unnoticed. Since the old man had chosen to live in seclusion here, there must be a reason. Seeing Abdul scrutinize him, Nathaniel understood and said gently, "Come in first." Saying this, he turned and headed for the sword hut. Abdul followed closely behind. Unexpectedly, when they arrived at the pavilion, a clear-eyed girl sat quietly there, looking somewhat vacant. Abdul hesitated for a moment, but didn't say anything. Casually placing Adam on a reclining chair, he asked, "Elder, please check what's wrong with my senior brother." Nathaniel did not approach. Instead, he poured a cup of tea for Abdul. He was injured by Xavian's demonic sounds. Given his agitated state beforehand, it damaged his consciousness, causing severe unconsciousness. Hearing this, Abdul nodded. In short, Adam was exhausted both mentally and physically and needed rest. Thinking this, Abdul carried him back to his residence. After a while, he returned and sat down in front of Nathaniel. He faced the old man and asked, "Elder, you must have known about the devil-suppressing cave for a long time, right?" Nathaniel did not answer immediately, but turned to look at the dull young woman beside him. His eyes were full of affection. She is Rena, my Tamara. Her mother came from Gonglang village, where their family has guarded the devil-suppressing cave for generations, forbidden from marrying outsiders. So? Nathaniel stopped, but Abdul could imagine the difficulties they endured. Despite opposition from their clans, they persevered through hardships and eventually came together, having a child of love. But, looking at the girl now, the outcome seemed less than ideal. Thinking this, he softly asked, "What happened to her?" Listening to him, Nathaniel sighed deeply. "Well, do you know the origin of the devil-suppressing cave?" Abdul shook his head slightly and softly replied, "I only know it's related to Xiuxian Monastery." "To think you even knew about Xiuxian Monastery?" Nathaniel pulled out 2 sheepskin scrolls from his chest and slowly unfolded them. Abdul leaned over to see. On them were 2 paintings. The left painting depicted a long-bearded Taoist stood atop a mountain, wearing an elaborate Taoist robe with Taiji symbols on each sleeve. His hands held up a massive gourd floating midair, more than twice his body size. It showed no decorations, only visible suction near its mouth. Below him, countless demons and monsters tried climbing the mountain, some being absorbed into the gourd. The other painting was simpler. In an open cave, many Taoists were sitting cross-legged as if reciting incantations. Outside the cave was the same old Taoist, raising his hands as if sealing the cave. These 2 paintings clearly explained the origin of the devil-suppressing cave. The first one depicted a powerful figure subduing demons, possibly from Xiuxian Monastery, as mentioned by Maverick. The second showed this person leading a sect to imprison those demons within the cave, preventing their escape. It appeared to be a story of a sect saving the world, but Abdul was skeptical. Maverick, despite his eccentric behavior, was far from evil. Even the vicious Xiuxian, though brutal and bloodthirsty, had spared Abdul, distinguishing right from wrong. Furthermore, were the so-called righteous truly blameless? In this world of fame and profit, even the self-proclaimed noble sects weren't exempt. While Abdul contemplated, Nathaniel began speaking. The devil-suppressing cave was built by Xiuxian Monastery, using countless treasures to create powerful formations to suppress evil forces. Each generation of Taoists sealed countless demons here. It's said there are 36 such caves, aligning with the number of stars. Gonglang village is a relatively ordinary site. Major sites are kept secret with powerful arrays. Hearing this, Abdul felt a chill. To him, Xavian's power was already unimaginable. Yet this was just the weakest batch? How absurd. Noticing his silence, Nathaniel managed a grim smile. Afraid? The old man's words snapped Abdul back. I'm just a mere extraordinary realm practitioner. Of course, I'm afraid. Nathaniel surprisingly nodded in agreement. Yes, when I first met Xiuxian, my fear wasn't any less than yours. Abdul was surprised. You've also met Xiuxian? Indeed, Nathaniel mused. In the past, Rena's mother was a martial prodigy from Gonglang village. Naturally, our relationship was forbidden, but we were already deeply in love, meeting secretly. Having a child was inevitable. We planned to escape Gonglang village, but destiny was against us. Nathaniel sighed, tears rolling down his aged face. We were discovered by village guards who chased us. We ended up in the devil-suppressing cave, where Xiuxian severely wounded us. My wife struggled to give birth to Rena and then passed away. Rena's brain was damaged by demonic sounds, leaving her unable to speak. Seeing the lifeless girl, Nathaniel's expression was a mix of heartache, regret, grief, and resentment. These painful memories haunted him like nightmares throughout his life. Chapter 144. Gathering Een to nourish young Abdul. Seeing the elderly man in agony, Abdul asked, Then why haven't I seen her before? Is the matter you entrusted me with related to her? Upon hearing this, Nathaniel regained his senses and nodded in agreement. Yes, at that time, I was severely injured, and Rena was taken away by people from the village. 2 years later, after I had recovered from my injuries, I discovered that although Rena couldn't speak, her martial arts talent was exceptionally outstanding. She has already been cultivated as the next generation of experts in the village. They strictly monitored her daily activities, so I had to go into hiding, taking care of her secretly outside the village. Abdul paused for a moment, then turned his gaze toward the woman with empty eyes. Martial genius? He reached out to touch her forearm. Just as Abdul was about to act, Rena instinctively released a surge of true qi, pushing his hand away. The depth of her true qi had already reached the peak of the qi cultivation stage. But what surprised Abdul most was the system's response. Ding. Detecting pure yang body. Een's spring divine skill is highly repelled. Cultivation speed increases by 1000%. Damn, a pure yang body? A girl? Moreover, the cultivation speed of the Een's spring divine skill skyrocketed at that moment. Abdul's surrounding true qi surged explosively, growing stronger under Nathaniel's shocked gaze. Finally, it accumulated to a critical point and broke through. Congratulations, host. Breakthrough to the 6th level of the transcendent realm. All techniques are elated. Cultivation speed increased. However, it didn't stop there. Abdul's aura continued to rise. Then everything seemed to flow naturally. Congratulations, host. Breakthrough to the 7th level of the transcendent realm. All techniques are elated. Cultivation speed increased. Abdul felt helpless, looking at Nathaniel, unsure what to say. Nathaniel stared blankly. The other party had broken through 2 levels right before his eyes in such a short time. It was almost unimaginable. Did you practice some sort of evil technique? As he spoke, the old man tightly shielded Rena behind him, as if Abdul were some kind of monster. Evil technique? Abdul was confused, but seeing the old man's actions, he suddenly understood. It appeared that touching the girl's arm had caused his breakthroughs, leading the old man to mistake him for practicing some gathering young nourishing evil technique. Rolling his eyes in exasperation, Abdul said, I said, what are you thinking? Senior, this is the result of accumulated effort. I was bound to break through sooner or later. However, Nathaniel remained on high alert and didn't relax at all. Cumulative effort? Breaking through consecutively. Don't take me for a senile fool? Abdul. Do you understand genius? I am a genius. No matter how hard he tried to explain, Nathaniel refused to believe him and pulled Rena further away. Boy, originally I wanted you to help me rescue my Tamara. Now, since you've succeeded, don't worry. I'll make the sword case you promised within 3 days, not 5. Watching the old man walk further away, Abdul stood up, wanting to explain. I said, Senior, actually, stand still. Don't come any closer. The old man's roar left him in an awkward situation, leaving no choice but to watch the man disappear into the sword hut with his Tamara. Furthermore, Nathaniel set up many bells around the area, which would ring if anyone approached. Seeing this, Abdul felt thoroughly perplexed and muttered sarcastically in his heart. Gathering Een to nourish young? Your Tamara's pure young body is more masculine than mine. Who's gathering who? But this cultivation speed is truly extraordinary. If only I could touch again. Abdul indulged in these thoughts. Inside the sword hut, Nathaniel observed through the window, his aged face stern. He had not revealed everything. That day, when they were attacked, it was by an unknown mysterious force. They were the true culprits. He secluded himself here, not only to care for his Tamara but also for revenge. Meanwhile, in Gonglang village, Burton, Stefani, and Adolfo brought back the bodies of the 2 elders, causing a stir in the village. Not only were the elders respected, but they were also the most powerful warriors. Their deaths placed Gonglang village in great danger. Fortunately, Burton and Adolfo maintained order, doubling the patrol guards. That night, the village was brightly lit, with patrols passing incessantly. After a long while, 2 shadowy figures crept out from the bushes by the roadside, eyeing each other warily. Are these guys on drugs? One shadow whispered. Long faces, looking like they'd kill anything, probably heard those two old men died. Shut up. Focus on the task. Another shadow, seemingly the leader, reprimanded. Fear not. Ordinary people won't notice us. The scolded shadow dismissed it carelessly, but kept his voice low out of caution. The two cloaked figures hid in the darkness. Light refracted off their heads, but was fully absorbed. Their black cloaks seemed enchanted, even blocking sound. We must be cautious. Veteran guards in the patrols have sharp instincts, the leader warned. Just a bunch of ignorant fools, the other shadow scoffed disdainfully. Don't be careless. Intelligence reports suggest Nathaniel is here too. The leader's tone became more serious. That old man has always opposed us, causing considerable damage over the years. Heard his wife died at Lord Regizi's hands? The other shadow sneered. No wonder he's so persistent. Supposedly, she became fertilizer for Tai Sui. Don't let him catch us, or we'll be in big trouble. The two shadows moved cautiously along the roadside as night fell. The entire village's atmosphere grew increasingly tense. More visible and hidden guards patrolled everywhere, tightening their nerves as they slowly crept to their destination. Great. Let's give these fools a wonderful gift. The lead shadow grinned madly, pulling out a bulging sack. Before them was one of the few wells in the village. Are you sure about this? Of course, this way, the Tai Sui seed will enter human bodies faster. The leader poured the sack into the well, large clumps of blood-red granules pouring down. A moment later, the gray mist cleared. Let's go. Mission accomplished. Be careful, one shadow urged. Being scolded, the other felt irked. TCH that Burton guy is still considered the cornerstone by those foolish villagers. How ironic. Shut up. Chapter 145. The sword case hides the blade, light sword vanguard. 3 days later, outside the sword hut, Abdul and Adam sat opposite each other. How are you feeling, senior brother? Adam shook his head, a look of shame on his face. I'm fine now. Once Elderly finishes making the sword case for you, we will set off immediately. If it weren't for me, we wouldn't have wasted so much time. Hearing this, Abdul smiled and comforted him. Senior brother, don't say that. I've already found out that traveling by water is the fastest way. We can sail downstream and quickly reach Vortex Bay. By the way, do you know who's leading the mission this time? Seeing Abdul's teasing eyes, Adam was startled. It can't be. That's right, it's Uncle Josue. Upon hearing this news, Adam's face felt like he had just lost his father, losing all his energy instantly. Finished. If the old man sees me in this state, he'll skin me alive. All because I lacked determination. The heart of martial arts cannot afford even the slightest negligence. Abdul couldn't help but laugh. Adam's fear of Josue was deeply ingrained. At that moment, from the direction of the sword hut, they heard the sound of a door opening. Turning their heads, they saw Nathaniel slowly approaching, holding a silver-white sword case in his hands. The entire case was made of deep-sea silver, exuding a faint chill. On its side were carved auspicious cloud patterns, adding an air of mystery. Inside the sword case were two swords, one light, one heavy. The heavy sword was the walt brought by Abdul. To fit the design better, it had been left with Nathaniel. As the old man approached, he handed over the sword case with a proud look on his face. The sword case is called Songfeng, Hidden Blade, my masterpiece. It can hold 6 swords, 3 light and 3 heavy. Take good care of it, boy. Abdul accepted it, running his right hand over the sword case, feeling a wave of coldness surge through his mind. He casually drew the light sword, revealing its full sharpness. With a casual swing, sword chi spilled forth. This is the sword you forged yourself. I've reforged it. While it's not a divine weapon, it will give you some assistance on your journey to the sword tomb. Nathaniel explained. Boy, since you made this sword yourself, why not give it a name? Beside him, Adam urged. Right, brother. Since this is your first time forging a sword for yourself, you should name it as a memento. Abdul didn't refuse and directly said, if so, let's call it Pioneer. Good. This name has a great meaning. I hope you achieve victory when you enter the sword tomb. Nathaniel hurriedly praised. Before Abdul could speak, the old man anxiously added, now that the sword case is ready, boys, you must leave immediately. The day the sword tomb opens is near. Don't delay. His anxious expression looked more urgent than theirs. Abdul felt quite helpless. It seemed he couldn't shake off the reputation of being a lecherous womanizer. Sir, I really am not. He tried to explain further, but Nathaniel stepped forward, half pushing them out of the sword hut. Lou boy, there are plenty of boats at the dock. You should hurry up and get going. Without waiting for their response, he closed the gate tightly. It was as if Abdul were a plague. The two men looked at each other, sighing helplessly. What do we do now? Adam asked. What else can we do? Let's start our journey. Abdul turned back to the sword hut and shouted loudly. Thank you very much, sir. We bid you farewell. With that, without any pretense, Abdul and Adam mounted their horses and headed towards the docks. After they left, Nathaniel reappeared inside the sword hut. Looking at their backs, he muttered to himself, what a rare talent, he shouldn't die here. The old man gently shook his head, looking towards Gonglang village. In the distance, a faint red mist seemed to float above the village, faintly visible. Like a celestial net, it enveloped the entire village. That noon, Pingwang River was shrouded in darkness, with strong winds and heavy rain pelting down. A massive black dragon seemed to be rolling in the river, spitting white foam, wave after wave crashing against each other. Suddenly, a firework exploded far out at sea. Another purple firework shot out from Vortex Bay. Immediately after, a large ship sliced through the violent waves, slowly approaching Vortex Bay between the leaden sky and sea. While large, the ship seemed tiny compared to the raging river dragon, bobbing like an insect on a dragon scale. Vortex Bay lay 30 miles northeast of the sword tomb, surrounded by mountains and shaped like a golden carp's tail. Various sects gathered there, waiting for the forbidden area of the sword tomb to open. The ship anchored near the shallow banks within the bay. A man on the bow threw a rope overboard and leaped into the river, landing several times before reaching the shore. With a swift motion, he wrapped the rope around a tree. This man turned out to be Adam, who shouted, "Junior Riker, it's done." On the bow, Abdul pulled out the long sword named Pioneer from his sword case and slashed backward. The sword chi raged, stirring up water waves. The force pushed the ship toward the shore. As the ship reached the bank, Abdul gracefully landed. The riverbank was strewn with jagged, dark rocks. The sound of rustling waves echoed, making the surroundings seem vast and noisy. What's happening? There were fireworks guiding us, but now no one's in sight. Adam scanned the surroundings, puzzled. Just then, a metallic clanking sound came from the wind. Initially, it only came from one place, but soon another joined in. Then another. It sounded like metal striking rock, growing louder and faster, surrounding them. But Abdul and Adam, confident in their skills, exchanged glances and grew more intrigued instead of scared. Adam took a step forward and sneered. "Who is it? Trying to scare us?" The clanking stopped suddenly. Then, figures emerged from behind boulders. The leader was a young man in strange wooden armor covered in intricate patterns. "Who are you?" he asked. Stepping forward, Abdul replied, "I am Abdul from Yenri Hall, and this is my senior brother, Adam." "Who are you gentlemen?" To his surprise, the man in the wooden armor changed his expression and snarled, "You're Abdul?" "Yes, do you know me?" Without hesitation, the man grabbed 2 hatchets and channeled inner energy. "I am Cole of the Point Star sect. I've heard you bullied my junior sister Adrian. Today, I will avenge her." Without waiting for a reply, he charged forward. Hashtag Chapter 146, Frenzied Battle Array Armor. Abdul had long anticipated that he would meet people like Adrian, Frederick, and others when he came to the Sword Tomb. However, he did not expect to encounter an enthusiastic fan before even meeting his intended targets. "Boy, go to hell." Cole roared furiously, his vine armor suddenly expanding by 2 sizes with runes flashing on its surface. Is it an array pattern? Abdul pondered. Just then, the system chimed in. Ding, sensing a frenzied battle array, Thunder Domain Array Path, seems to have gained some insight. Deduction speed increased by 8%. Since this is the first time the host has seen array armor, Thunder Domain Array Path will attempt to deduce the method of creation. Array armor? Abdul suddenly realized, inwardly praising the ingenuity. To be able to combine array formations with equipment, truly deserving of Dianxing sect's reputation as the best in array Dao among the 4 sects of Northern River County. Stretching out his hand to stop Adam from rushing forward, Abdul stepped forward himself. Cole was holding 2 short-handled battle axes, which he swung down toward Abdul's head from above. The forceful wind howled, and the cold edge was chilling. Without hesitation, Abdul dodged sideways. The axe hit the ground and bounced up. Without pausing, Cole leaped, his battle axes cutting through the air in a small arc, continuing toward Abdul's shoulder while another short axe slashed toward his abdomen. Unexpectedly, Abdul seemed to anticipate this move. Reaching out with his right hand, he grabbed Cole's wrist tightly. Despite not appearing very strong, Abdul's grip made it impossible for Cole to advance any further. "Not bad, you managed to block my 3 consecutive attacks. I underestimated you," Cole said, slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected such powerful strength from the opponent. Under the influence of the frenzied array, how could he lose? Cole put aside his underestimation and let out a roar, unleashing his full extraordinary realm level 7 power. Storm Slash. Intense anger radiated from Cole's body as he swung his twin axes with incredible speed, leaving trails in the air. The afterimage? Such incredible speed. This move startled Adam. The other Dianxing sect disciples were even more excited, as if the flames were being fanned into a blazing fire. "Big brother, you will definitely win." Duh. With the frenzied force armor enhancing both attack speed and power, how can he lose? Exactly, Big Brother Yu is already formidable in attacks. Combined with explosive power, he's practically invincible at his level. Big Brother is invincible. The cheers continued non-stop, but Abdul remained unperturbed, continuously dodging. However, as the patterns on Cole's vine armor lit up, his speed and burst power increased once again. Leaping forward, he swung his dual axes with trails left behind, instantly appearing before Abdul. Abdul felt a chill run through him, narrowing his eyes as he hurriedly jumped back. He barely evaded the attack, though the sharp edge still tore through his clothes. Seeing the injured Abdul, Cole raised his axes and laughed maniacally. "Haha, boy, do you regret now?" But it's too late. Before his laughter could cease, a shadow appeared over his head, descending rapidly. The surging aura abruptly stopped Cole's laughter. Bang! A dark golden heavy sword crashed down beside Cole, sending rocks flying and making him look disheveled. While dodging, Abdul had thrown the Walt heavy sword. Seizing the opportunity, Abdul rushed forward, pulling the heavy sword with both hands and swinging it fiercely, launching an intense assault. This scene left all the onlookers stunned. "Wow, that heavy sword is so formidable. You've got to be kidding me. Is he made of wood or something? And his speed is keeping pace with you, Big Brother, who's actually being suppressed?" In the battlefield, Cole, having lost the initiative, found himself completely on the defensive. Forced to receive Abdul's powerful strikes, he felt internal organs vibrating painfully. More than the pain, it fueled his rage. True chi surged out of Cole, pressing against Abdul. Abdul backflipped to dodge, kicking his leg out and stomping heavily on Cole's abdomen. Cole flew backward, losing his battle axes, which vanished into the reeds. Abdul landed gracefully. The Dianxing sect disciples were speechless, their minds struggling to process the thrilling fight. He actually defeated Big Brother Yu? As everyone thought this, a roar erupted from nearby fallen reeds. Roar. The voice was beast-like, tearing through the momentary silence, capturing everyone's attention again. The reeds fell like storm-struck waves, rustling wildly. Boom. With the explosion of several trees, a massive figure emerged. Unbelievable. Big brother actually? The Dianqing sect disciples exclaimed. Thud, thud. Cole reappeared with footsteps heavy and rage burning fiercely. The vine armor encased him like a giant cage, with eyes nearly popping out, revealing a fierce expression. Adam muttered, idiot. Brother, he has maxed out the amplification of his array armor. Abdul nodded, understanding the situation. Though it was his first time seeing array armor, he had researched it beforehand. At full power, it significantly boosted one's overall strength, but also placed a severe burden on the body, causing considerable aftermath. That's why it was used only as a last resort in life or death situations. For Cole to expose this final card over mere pride made him a fool indeed. Despite his disdain, Adam stood ready. Now he was sure that Abdul could defeat Cole alone in such a state. Just as he prepared to step in, Abdul spoke calmly. No need. Adam turned to Abdul, who showed no sign of panic, instead a hint of excitement. I can handle it myself. The high-intensity battle stirred Abdul's fighting spirit. Adam paused, then seeing Abdul's determined expression, nodded slowly and retreated. Be careful. As for the Dianqing sect disciples, they looked at Abdul as if he were insane. He actually wants to face Big Brother you, fully powered? Showing off. Utter nonsense. Hashtag end of chapter 146. Hashtag chapter 147. A solo sword formation. At that moment, Cole's massive body moved amidst the astonished cries of the crowd. His feet pounded heavily on the ground, producing a deep, resonant sound. Seeing this, Heath let out a light whistle. Stay where you are. He forcefully thrust his arms forward, launching the heavy sword Jinhan into the air, which then thundered back down. It happened to land right in Cole's path. This sudden move caught Cole off guard, and his body collided directly with it. Boom. The entire body encased in wicker armor was sent flying backward. Even so, under the immense force, the heavy sword embedded in the ground did not budge an inch. Heath released a wave of sword chi, injecting it directly into the heavy sword before calmly uttering a single word. Explode. In the next second, icy cold energy erupted from the sword stuck in the ground, spreading wildly in all directions. The Tian Shaki coalesced like blossoms blooming. The bone-chilling sword chi forced Cole to retreat step by step, eliciting shocked exclamations from the crowd. Wow, what kind of move is this? It has such powerful offensive strength. It's not just the offensive power. The sword chi is freezing. Brother Yu's movements have slowed down. No wonder this kid has such confidence. Though he is powerful, Brother Yu might not necessarily lose. Indeed, under the protection of the array armor, Cole's defensive capabilities had also been enhanced. Thus, the actual damage inflicted by Heath's sword chi was insufficient to knock him down. Heath realized this problem and decided to take the initiative, moving forward. What is he doing? Everyone watching was confused by his actions. However, in the next second, their pupils dilated as if they had seen something unbelievable. Heath's every step made him seem like an unsheathed world-class sword, revealing a razor-sharp edge. What an astounding aura. The Star Mark sect disciples' faces changed slightly, becoming more serious. Wow, could it be that he hasn't used his full strength yet? Impossible? Just as they were guessing, Heath provided the answer. He suddenly drew the spearhead sword, and his speed instantly reached its peak as he charged toward the opponent. Each step left a lingering shadow behind him. 1, 2, 3, 4. At this time, a man dressed in dark blue clothing approached from afar. He held a folding fan and was dressed like a scholar. Upon clearly seeing Heath's movements, his bright eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Could this be a sword formation?" His voice wasn't loud, but it was still clearly heard by others. The Star Mark sect disciples turned to look and quickly paid respectful greetings. "Greetings, Uncle Anderson." This person was Anderson, the leader elder of the Star Mark sect, possessing peak Gongon power and achieving level 5 in Array Dao. His strength was not to be underestimated. Upon hearing his words, one disciple curiously asked, "Uncle, you mean that's a sword formation?" Anderson nodded, somewhat excited. "Yes, this guy uses speed to leave afterimages and sword moves, which ultimately form a sword formation." Anderson's words left the Star Mark sect disciples visibly stunned. He can create a complete sword formation all by himself using only speed? Exactly. This requires not only martial prowess but also profound understanding of both sword Dao and Array Dao, along with a robust physique. There was no hiding the admiration in Anderson's voice. Turning to the other disciples, he asked, "Who is this person? Does he have a teacher?" "He is a disciple of the Covering Sun Pavilion." Upon hearing this response, Anderson's handsome face showed a hint of regret. The Covering Sun Pavilion? How could it be? A disciple of those roughnecks? Such a pity for this level of Array Dao cultivation. Seeing their uncle shake his head repeatedly, the Star Mark sect disciples looked at Heath with a mix of awe and complexity. They were awestruck by his strength and talent, but also conflicted knowing they were now enemies, at least not friends. In the arena, Heath had already rushed up to Cole. Multiple afterimages followed suit. Sword moves came from all directions, striking Cole from various angles. The sharp sword momentum attacked his left shoulder, right shoulder, waist, legs. From the front, Heath roared, leaping high. With the Jinhan heavy sword held aloft like a heavy iron hammer, he brought it down from above. Beast Heart Extermination Sword Technique. Leaping tiger across the ravine. Surrounded by the onslaught, Cole had no time to dodge and could only brace for impact. Boom. A loud explosion resounded as Heath's final blow, arriving last but hitting first, blasted through the array armor's cage, creating a gap. Then, Heath somersaulted backward mid-air. Simultaneously, the other sword moves hit Cole. Boom boom. A series of explosions erupted around Cole, sending his entire body flying away. The sharp sword chi shattered the wicker armor into pieces. Roar. Mid-air, Heath let out a mighty shout. His body performed an incredible backflip, landing momentarily before dashing forward again. Cole, suffering multiple injuries, could only muster the strength to swing his twin axes. The two resumed their fierce battle. Cole's twin axes created countless illusions, chopping down fiercely. However, he was now running out of stamina, and his attacks faltered. Under Heath's heavy sword, he could no longer hold up. Pang pang pang. Once, twice, thrice, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, 7 times, 8 times. Sword shadows flashed in different positions and angles. Cole could no longer perform any other actions except use his twin axes and arms to parry continuously, needing to retreat each time to gain space for the next defense. As time passed, the battle neared its end. Cole's body was covered in blood and wounds. Seizing the opportunity, Heath altered his angle abruptly, tracing an odd semicircle, and reappeared before Cole's abdomen. Boom! A powerful strike hit the previous wound again. Ah! Cole screamed in agony, spewing out a mouthful of blood as his body was thrown backward. His twin axes slipped from his hands, falling to the ground. The array armor couldn't withstand the attack anymore and shattered completely. Cole's breathing grew faint. Without timely treatment, he would surely die. The surroundings were eerily silent as everyone stared dumbfounded, utterly stunned by Heath's strength. Heath sheathed his sword and turned around. His sharp gaze fell upon the star-marked sect disciples as he spoke coolly. Is there anyone else who doubts me? Facing such provocation, not a single star-marked sect disciple spoke up, thoroughly convinced by his power. Chapter 148. The Midnight Meal Delivering Jan. Seeing his disciples' confidence completely shattered, fear began to creep into his heart. Anderson sighed softly and stepped forward. No matter how much he admired Heath's talent for array arts, he couldn't stand by and watch his disciples' Dao heart collapse. As he took a step forward, the entire ground trembled. Heath frowned, sensing that the scenery around him was changing. An expert who can form an array with a single step, Heath muttered. Without hesitation, he transformed into a shadow and rapidly fled towards the distance, each step landing precisely on the weak points of Anderson's array. Like an arrow released from a bow, he surged outward. Seeing this, Anderson couldn't help but inwardly cheer. To be able to see through my array in such a short time, this kid is a freak. However, the more impressive Heath's performance, the more Anderson felt the need to dampen his morale. With a sudden step forward, spikes of earth shot up from the ground, not only forming an array but also obstructing Heath's path. The spikes grew faster and more powerful, gradually surrounding him. Seeing Heath in danger, Adam's chi surged, preparing to act. Suddenly, a sound broke the air, and a figure appeared beside him. The newcomer waved a sleeve, unleashing a powerful gust of energy that blasted the stone spikes, confining Heath into dust. Adam turned his head, fear flashing across his face as he bowed respectfully. Master! The newcomer was none other than Josue, the law elder of the Yenri Hall. Josue cast a cold glance at Adam, making him break out in cold sweat. In the distance, Anderson saw Josue arrive, and knew he had to stop. He smiled faintly. Elder Chun, this boy is indeed arrogant. I was just disciplining him for you. Josue replied coldly. I will handle the disciples of Yenri Hall myself. There's no need for others' interference. He then turned to look at Adam and Heath. Follow me. Without waiting for Anderson's response, he walked away. Adam and Heath quickly followed. Throughout this exchange, Anderson didn't utter another word, highlighting Josue's extraordinary strength. However, watching Heath's back, Anderson's eyes sparkled with excitement. That kid, let me test you again tonight. Heath was led by Josue to a village where disciples from 4 sects had gathered. After arranging Heath in an empty room, Josue left with Adam, leaving Heath alone. That night, as Heath rested, a frantic knocking on the door startled him. Knock knock knock. Is anyone in there? The unexpected knock made Heath shudder. Checking the time, it was nearly midnight. Who would visit him now? Knock 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 knock. The persistent knocking pulled him back to reality. Is anyone inside? Cough. I've brought some food for the young hero. The voice outside slowly echoed, but the intense coughing and elderly tone made it seem like an Lexi near her 90s. Heath frowned. Not only had he not asked for food, but an old lady delivering food at midnight? Was this reasonable? At this moment, a sense of danger overcame him. Whoever was outside wasn't human. As to why a ghostly presence appeared at a gathering place of the sects, it raised serious questions. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Ghost chi detected. Delbert divine power is excited. Cultivation speed increased. Knock knock knock. The knocking became more urgent. The Lexi's voice turned dark. Open up quickly. Grandma has brought you some food. Are you hungry, dear child? Come and eat. A fragrant aroma wafted through the keyhole, filling the room with enticing smells. Knock knock knock. The knocking became even more insistent, while the voice grew eerily cold. Young man, open up quickly. It'll get cold if you wait too long. Don't hide inside. I know you're home. Heath's lips curled into a smile. Pretty persistent. Muttering to himself, he approached the door. With a creak, he opened it. Instantly, he saw a hunched figure emanating a chilling aura. She wore white clothing, and when she looked up, a terrifying, aged face was revealed. Her skin resembled dried bark, her mouth gaping wide, revealing hints of redness. Smelling the pungent odor in the air, Heath wrinkled his nose. What did you bring? The ghostly Lexi froze momentarily upon seeing Heath before handing him a foul-smelling food box. Are you hungry, child? Eat? Hee hee hee. Her raspy voice drew his attention back. Watching the Lexi, Heath involuntarily gagged. F***CK. So damn ugly. The ghostly Lexi's expression changed abruptly. Her eyes blazed blood red, filled with madness and fury. Boy, don't waste food. Do you want to starve? Her nails suddenly grew into sharp claws. Before Heath could respond, she shrieked, wasting food is shameful. I'll eat you. Her free hand stabbed towards Heath's chest, her black, terrifying nails glowing ominously, aiming to tear him open. But she chose the wrong target. Heath, protected by Copper Skin Realm and the Xiuxian sword armor, remained unharmed. As her claws neared, a powerful barrier deflected them. Countless sword auras appeared, forming a protective shield around Heath, shielding his prey beneath him. With a smile, he gestured for her to continue. The ghostly Lexi's face twisted with rage. Roar! She discarded the food box, her claws slashing wildly, enveloping Heath in a storm of claw shadows. However, she couldn't advance further. Instead, the sword aura's glow intensified, repelling each attack, causing the Lexi to screech in pain, growing increasingly frenzied. Seeing this, Heath smiled. Knowing the time was right, he exhaled loudly. In that instant, the sword auras around him radiated brightly, spreading outwards. The ghostly Lexi's eyes filled with terror. No! Boom! In the next second, her body disintegrated under the impact of the sword auras, dissipating into black smoke. Just that? Completely useless. Chapter 149. The conspiracy emerges. As the ghostly Lexi dispersed, Abdul cautiously stepped out of the room. Sensing an 8th rank spirit summoning array, the lightning domain array Dao felt highly disdainful and began to decipher it. Note, the term poejia can be better translated as decipher or decode, in this context to maintain fluency and accuracy. 10%, 20%, 50%, 70%, 80%, 100%, deduction complete. Abdul's brow furrowed slightly. The system notification caught him off guard. I didn't expect that old lady to be a formation manifestation, but it doesn't feel right? Abdul mused internally. Suddenly, the wind picked up around him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A chilling gust of wind swept by, causing Abdul's body to shiver. Then faint, intermittent cries echoed through the air, elusive and untraceable. The weeping seemed both near and far, impossible to pinpoint its direction. The crying continued intermittently, starting with one voice, then two, gradually increasing until it became impossible to discern how many voices there were. Abdul stood still, scanning his surroundings but found no abnormalities. Everything remained unchanged, yet the crying persisted, deeply unsettling. This crying was not loud wailing but low sobs and murmurs, barely audible. Abdul's frown deepened. This cry must be part of the array. However, he had already deciphered the spirit summoning array. So why did phantom spirits still appear? Could it be similar to Carly, a formation spirit? With his right hand on the Thunderwood array disc, Abdul thought for a moment. Carly, can you sense if there are any formation spirits nearby? Carly slowly appeared within the array disc, quietly sensing her surroundings. Her face soon showed confusion, as if encountering something strange. What's wrong? There's no sign of any formation spirits, but I sense demonic aura nearby. Abdul raised an eyebrow, muttering to himself. No formation spirits, demons? Could it be? As this thought flashed in his mind, the wind intensified once more. Suddenly, before his eyes, an elderly woman dressed in a blue robe, wearing a red flower and holding a red handkerchief appeared, smiling at him. Seeing Abdul look over, she said pleasantly, "Young man, do you want to watch the play? My Tamara sings very well." Her voice was raspy, her expression filled with madness. Instinctively, Abdul shook his head, firmly declining. "Maybe another day, my mother is calling me home for dinner." Caught off guard, the Lexi quickly adjusted, winking at Abdul. "Young man, my Tamara not only sings well, but also has a graceful figure and many talents." Before she could finish, Abdul cut her off mercilessly. "Elderly lady, please. I am a scholar. Confucius taught us. I will not stay here, farewell." With a resolute expression, he turned to leave. This elder exuded demonic energy, clearly not a spirit entity. His appearance confirmed Abdul's suspicion. The spirit summoning array was just auxiliary. The true array used this demon as the main subject. Only the Dianxing sect could orchestrate such a setup here. The young scholar from the afternoon came to mind. Given their strength, he should find Zhou Wei. But according to Carly, there were indeed other demons. He feared being overwhelmed if more alluring female demons appeared. However, she wasn't ready to let him go. Her tone turned cold. "Young man, since you've agreed, I'll have my Tamara come out now." Abdul's eyes widened. "I suspect you're making this up, creating false impressions, hiding your real intentions." As the Lexi spoke, a white mist rose, and before Abdul stood a magnificent building. Using demons as part of an array, truly an ingenious idea, Abdul muttered under his breath. In front of him was a grand two-story building with a gilded plaque hanging above the entrance. At the door stood a large stage, where a woman in red stood facing away. Through the gossamer veil, her silhouette was tantalizingly revealed. Abdul gulped. "It's too late to get a refund. The performance has begun." Dang dang dang. Soon, the sound of wooden clappers and drums rang out, piercing his ears. Then, a hauntingly melodious female voice carried through the air, lamenting bitterly. "My dear husband, listen to what I say." Abdul was stunned, watching the figure on stage. The female demon in red had a deathly pale face and bright red lips, appearing utterly pitiful. Her voice, ethereal and distant, carried sorrow and age-old despair, drawing Abdul into her spell. After the song ended, everything dissolved into a sigh. Once again, crying sounds filled the air, this time louder and heart-wrenchingly mournful. The cries intensified, carrying immense resentment and hatred, each word stabbing his heart. Another sigh followed. Resentment washed over Abdul, stirring memories of his carefree youth, free from worldly worries and struggles. Life was beautiful back then. How he wished it could remain so forever. Unconsciously, a tear rolled down his cheek, mingling laughter and tears. He stood motionless, lost in these thoughts. Behind him, the Lexi approached. Tap tap. The footsteps echoed clearly in the silent night, but Abdul remained unfazed, standing there in a daze, tears streaming down his face. Closer, closer. Finally, the demon stood before Abdul, her eyes gleaming cruelly, a terrifying smile curling her lips. Hee hee, what a delicious body. Just as she moved to strike, her entire body froze, her face twisted in struggle. After a tense moment, the Lexi and her Tamara slowly faded away, leaving Abdul alone. Meanwhile, Anderson appeared nearby, accompanied by a Taoist priest. If Abdul saw them, he would recognize the Ninghai County demon Taoist, Regizi. Why not kill this boy? At this moment, the four sects are gathered. If I act rashly, it might cause trouble. With the sword tomb opening soon, better not stir things up unnecessarily, Anderson said coolly. Regizi nodded. You're right, the sword tomb is our top priority. But this boy has thwarted my plans repeatedly. We cannot let him go, he added, looking at the dazed Abdul with growing hostility. Hashtag chapter 150. The Songlong Army, the Flying Fish Battalion. About 15 minutes later, Abdul, standing in the courtyard, slowly stretched his limbs. He suddenly opened his eyes, emitting a sharp gaze. It seems they've left. I didn't expect it to be Regizi. Earlier, he had pretended to be bewitched by their influence. The moment he entered the array, he had dispatched the ear-reporting boy without drawing any attention due to the impact of the opponent's formation. However, the images transmitted back by the ear-reporting boy shocked him deeply. Apart from the Jinxing sect elder who attacked him that afternoon, another familiar figure stood beside them. It was none other than Regizi from Ninghai County, and the shadow following behind was even more chilling. It was Bear, the prized disciple of the Archibald. He clearly remembered the Archibald telling him that Bear had been killed by Taoist Reggie. Yet here he was, appearing perfectly fine. The Archibald's pain that day did not seem fake. Therefore, there were only two possibilities. Either Bear was a spy for the Yenri Hall, or he was controlled by Taoist Reggie. Abdul still vividly recalled the torment he felt when the cane entered his body. The thought made him feel as if an invisible hand loomed over his head. He couldn't help but shudder at the bone-chilling sensation. After much contemplation, he decided to head towards Josue's room. Approaching the door, he noticed the flickering light inside, indicating Josue was awake. Abdul gently knocked on the door. Who is it? Uncle Master, it's me, Abdul. Josue's cold voice sounded from inside. So late and you're not resting. What's wrong? Disciple has something important to report to Uncle Master. Hearing this, footsteps approached. Creak. The door opened, revealing Josue's stern face. Abdul remained silent, his eyes filled with seriousness. Seeing his expression, Josue paused but quickly understood and turned to walk inside. Abdul followed, closing the door carefully. At the same time, he secretly left the Lei Mu array disc on the window frame and instructed the array spirit, Janae, to stay vigilant and observe the surroundings. He was unsure if Josue might also be compromised. After all, the Dianxing sect elder seemed far from benign. In case of any unforeseen changes, the Wild Domain Absolute Lightning Formation would be fully activated, ensuring his survival. Upon entering the room, the first thing Abdul saw was a wooden bucket. Adam was kneeling naked inside, looking thoroughly dejected. Seeing Abdul enter, Adam managed a strained smile. Now, what is it? Josue asked, seated cross-legged and looking earnestly at Abdul. Uncle Master, someone just attacked me using an array. What? Both Josue and Adam's expressions changed dramatically. To attack a disciple of the Yenri Hall at the gathering place of the four sects was audacious indeed. Tell us what happened. Abdul didn't hold back, recounting everything he had seen. Night was cool as water. In a remote corner outside the gathering area, a low building sat dimly lit. Two figures draped in black robes sat within, one being Taoist Reggie. How's the preparation going? Don't worry, the message has been sent out. Speaking of which, haven't we heard anything from our mole in the Yenri Hall yet? No, it's quite strange. It shouldn't be like this. Forget it. Our immediate priority is retrieving the Sword of Defeat from the Sword Tomb. Don't worry, all arrangements are in place. Taoist Reggie nodded as the other figure stood up and left, still completely covered in a black robe. Soon after it departed, the wooden hut grew unbearably hot as if engulfed in flames. Thick smoke started rising rapidly. Black smoke billowed, as if something inside was burning. Then the entire structure began melting away like ice cream, vanishing into nothingness. Strangely, no one noticed these occurrences. The next morning, in an open space in front of the gathering area, disciples of the four sects from Beijiang gathered. Surrounding them were 3,000 heavily armored soldiers, exuding an aura of lethal intent. The Songlong army was a personal guard of the Tianfeng dynasty, comprising 30,000 troops stationed along two battlefronts of the Pingwang River. Their task was to constantly monitor the port activities and be prepared for the emergence of beast demons. Among these was the Flying Fish Battalion, also consisting of 3,000 armored soldiers. Commanding them was the renowned core formation realm expert, Alton. Previously obscure, Alton emerged during an unprecedented aquatic movement 10 years ago. He wielded a long spear, sweeping through invaders and securing his fame. That battle, where he traversed 100 miles with the force of flowing light and mighty waves, earned him widespread acclaim. Since then, Alton became a renowned figure in Beijiang. Later, he joined the Songlong army, leading the Flying Fish Battalion. With the Sword Tomb opening today, military personnel naturally accompanied those from the four sects. Alton, standing on his chariot, surveyed the scene. Below, many looked at him with admiration. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Alton. The Sword Tomb is about to open, and I will be responsible for its outer security. Before he finished, cheers erupted from the crowd. Meeting such a strong warrior and hero up close was an immense honor for them. Smiling, Alton raised his hands, and the noise gradually subsided. I know many of you have some understanding of the Sword Tomb, but let me briefly introduce it again. The Sword Tomb was an ancient battlefield sealed by powerful formations. Inside, perpetual darkness reigned with thick gray mists everywhere. The tomb was filled with dangers. Demonic beings, ghosts, and zombies roamed freely, making it incredibly perilous. However, based on the investigation, no entity inside exceeded the peak of the essence transformation stage. Thus, the four sects and the Tianfeng dynasty agreed to send young members as a form of training. More importantly, the formation was a grade 1 killing formation, unbreakable until it opened annually by itself. And tomorrow was the annual opening of the Sword Tomb. Hashtag Chapter 151. Within the Sword Tomb, life and death depend on fate. Abdul and Adam stood behind Josue at the Yeni Hall, listening to Alton's words. At the same time, Adam was introducing the disciples from the other four sects. Abdul followed his gaze and looked one by one. From the Imperial Sword City stood a Enoch, wearing a black gold robe with gray temples. He stood at the forefront. This man is Elder Hyatt, known as Jinjue. Behind him were 6 disciples. The leading young man with striking eyebrows and star-like eyes is the strongest, Esteban. He is at the peak of the transcendent realm, possessing exceptional talent in swordsmanship. In the pointing star sect's direction, Anderson stood at the front with a faint smile. But Abdul knew that behind that smile, there likely lay hidden dangers. Behind him, Cole was clearly still recovering from his injuries, his face pale. Next to him was a youth who bore an 80% resemblance. His name is Bond, Cole's younger brother, whose strength surpasses his. Just then, Abdul felt a chill down his spine. The feeling was like being stared at by a venomous snake. He turned to see a familiar figure. It was a lean man with a powerful bow slung over his back. That's the leader elder from Spring Autumn Dao Palace named Austin. It's said he excels in archery and is not weaker than my master. Adam explained. It's him? Abdul certainly had an impression of him. During the Dragon Snake contest, it was this person who rescued Norris. Thinking of this, Abdul shifted his gaze to behind the man. Coincidentally, a figure slowly removed its hood. None other than Norris. Really, it's him? Norris glanced over too, fixing his eyes on Abdul. A sinister smile crept onto his lips. Then, he made a gesture mimicking a throat-slitting motion. Junior brother, do you know that guy? Adam asked curiously. Abdul nodded slightly. A former underling who lost to me. Nothing to mention. Oh, however, among all the disciples dispatched by Spring Autumn Dao Palace, he has the highest cultivation. Saying this, Adam pointed towards them. They saw a young Taoist riding a plum blossom deer, wearing a wide blue Taoist robe with a lazy smile on his face. That young Taoist is called Terrence. It said he's already at the 4th level of body tempering and could break through to the mid-stage at any time. Abdul looked at him. The rider seemed to sense his gaze and turned, nodding slightly. What about the Songlong army side? Adam shook his head. I don't usually understand much about the Imperial Army, but he suddenly remembered something. Leaning close to Abdul and whispering, you should be careful about Vlad. It said Dennis personally saw him off before he left. Hearing this, Abdul turned to look at the young man holding a sword nearby, deep in thought. At this moment, Alton loudly said, the journey to the Sword Tomb is perilous, but since all of you have specialized in swordsmanship, you should press forward fearlessly, advancing without retreating. I hope all of you can obtain your desired swords within the Sword Tomb tomorrow. Alton finished speaking, lightly waving his hand. His war chariot rolled away, leaving the square almost instantly. Meanwhile, the 3,000 Flying Fish Camp began setting up defensive formations according to prearranged plans. The 4 sects of Beijiang County each led their disciples back to their respective residences. By coincidence, the Spring Autumn Dao Palace was adjacent to the Yeni Hall. Austin smiled at Josue and said, I didn't expect the enforcement elder to come personally. It seems the Yeni Hall sent quite a few geniuses for this Sword Tomb expedition. His gaze swept past Abdul, lingering briefly, clearly recognizing him. Josue replied indifferently, your presence with so many people was unexpected. As far as I know, you've recruited many disciples from various cities this year, haven't you? Hearing this, Austin sighed softly. Alas, plenty of geniuses, but they are divided among the internal powerful families. How many can truly become pillars of the sect? Listening to him, Josue nodded in understanding, murmuring to himself, that's indeed. He stopped short, seemingly wary of the topic. Abdul had heard about this before. Spring Autumn Dao Palace differed from other sections. Besides the palace master, true power rested with the major elders. Each elder had a vast family backing them. No matter the era, there were always various factions. Even within the same sect, this was no exception. For a moment, the scene became very quiet. Austin cupped his hands together in farewell. Elder Chun, I take my leave. Josue returned the courtesy. With this, the disciples of the 2 sects parted ways. Norris's hatred burned like flames behind Abdul's back, desiring to consume him. But Abdul paid no mind. To him, Norris was merely a former opponent who no longer belonged in the same league after the Dragon Snake contest. Instead, the young Taoist riding the plum blossom deer caught his attention. That serene demeanor did not seem typical of a sword expert eager to display his prowess. After the 2 sects parted ways, Abdul asked curiously, Uncle, which family does Austin belong to? Without turning his head, Josue replied lightly, he belongs to the palace master's lineage, not any specific family. No wonder. Abdul murmured. Thus, the somewhat disheartened attitude of Austin earlier became understandable. Lost in thought, Anderson's voice sounded from not far away. Elder Chin, we meet again. Looking up, the group from Pointing Star Sect was already approaching. The youth beside Cole strode forward to Abdul. Was it you who injured my elder brother? That guy? His lack of skill can't blame me. Abdul spread his hands and shrugged. His indifferent attitude instantly enraged Cole. Bastard. About to pounce, his younger brother Bond held him back. After entering the Sword Tomb tomorrow, I hope your mouth can stay as tough. Said that, he turned and left. Anderson maintained a smiling face, looking at Josue. Elder Chin, please forgive him. This child is spoilt by me. Before finishing, he was interrupted by Josue raising his hand. Inside the Sword Tomb, life and death depend on fate. If so, then I shall take my leave. Anderson bowed slightly and walked away. However, the coldness at the corner of his mouth did not escape Abdul's notice. Back at their residence, Josue took out 2 maps and handed them to Vlad and Abdul. These are maps drawn based on previous generations' expeditions into the Sword Tomb, somewhat useful. Then his expression turned serious as he scanned the surroundings. Tomorrow, when the Sword Tomb opens, you will spend 7 whole days inside. During this period, whether it's good or bad, life or death, depends entirely on yourselves. Alright, go prepare. With that, he returned to his room. The disciples of Yeni Hall, led by Abdul and the others, answered in unison.
Yes.
They dispersed to make their pre-battle preparations. Chapter 152. The Sword Tomb opens. The next morning, sunlight bathed the earth, making everyone feel warm and comfortable. At Vortex Bay, along the Pingwang River, disciples from the 4 major sects of Northern River County, along with 3,000 armored soldiers from the Flying Fish Camp, gathered here. When the sun was high in the sky, a terrifying aura suddenly rose from the Pingwang River. Countless fish, shrimp, and river crabs fled desperately as if something were about to emerge. Then, under everyone's astonished gaze, the river parted slowly, as if some invisible force had torn it apart. Ding! Detecting the aura of a first-rank array formation. The Thunder Domain Array Path has ignited its spirit, beginning automatic deduction, ***. A notification sounded in Abdul's mind. How formidable this first-rank array formation truly is. I wonder what the ultimate thunderstorm array looks like. He also felt a surge of curiosity. Unfortunately, with his current array formation skills, attempting to wield the full power of a first-rank array formation was merely wishful thinking. At this moment, as the Pingwang River split open, an entirely different world was revealed inside. What came into view was a landscape filled with dilapidated ruins, surrounded by dark, misty areas. Under the sunlight, the mist gradually dissipated, revealing a huge stone tablet. Upon closer inspection, 2 large characters were inscribed on the tablet in bold strokes. ***, Sword Tomb. ***. A powerful sword intent emanated from it. Even from a distance, Abdul could clearly sense it. Alright, it's time. Young heroes, enter the Sword Tomb. A voice rang out, belonging to the commander of the Flying Fish Camp, Alton. As he spoke, a young general dressed in armor, striding like a dragon or tiger, took the lead and rushed into the Sword Tomb. Seeing this, the disciples from the 4 major sects of Northern River County all stepped forward and walked toward the Sword Tomb. Thus, the competition for the swords officially began. Inside the Sword Tomb, a small team was advancing at full speed. Leading them were Abdul, Adam and Vlad. Vlad's eyes were filled with hidden murderous intent as he watched Abdul's back. One of Vlad's fellow disciples quietly approached him, whispering, "Senior Brother Tang, should we?" He then mimicked a gesture of cutting someone's throat. Clearly, this disciple was also sent by Dennis to assist Vlad. Vlad glanced at him expressionlessly, then slapped him on the head. "Adam is here. His master is an enforcement elder. We shouldn't make a move in front of him." The disciple grudgingly retreated a few steps and remained silent. Actually, Vlad had considered this plan. Apart from Abdul and Adam, most others followed his lead. However, after careful consideration, he realized that attacking Abdul alone might have a better chance of success than leading these disciples to ambush the 2 of them. Since it wouldn't benefit him to alienate the others immediately, why stir up trouble? Recalling how he had been controlled, Vlad shuddered involuntarily. Looking at Abdul, his killing intent grew stronger. "You must die, boy." As time passed, the group had already spent half a day in the Sword Tomb without any gains. Vlad called Abdul and Adam over and said, "Junior brother, sure. I suggest we take a short rest. After all, we will be staying here for 7 days. Adam seemed indifferent and turned his gaze to Abdul for agreement. Seeing this, Vlad asked through gritted teeth, "What do you think?" "Fine." Abdul nodded slightly with a slight smile, indicating his agreement. Hearing this, Vlad immediately turned around. He feared losing control of his murderous thoughts. "All of you, rest here. Keep alert for dangers around us." Soon, the sun tilted westward, and they set off again. Yet, along the way, they found not even a single sword. Not even any demons or corpses. This left the members of the Yenri Hall quite frustrated. They had started the day full of confidence, but hadn't even had a chance to act. For a while, sighs of disappointment echoed through the group. As the sun set, dusk fell. Vlad examined the map carefully. Suddenly, a smile crossed his face. Up ahead, it said there's a settlement, once a bustling trade hub. There should be some gains there. At this moment, Abdul was also checking the map. According to the markings, a ruined town indeed lay nearby. During previous explorations by the 4 major sects, a raging fire burned through the entire array, injuring many. It was rumored that someone saw a pitch-black treasure sword amid the flames. "That's great. Let's go there." The disciples rejoiced, and Abdul didn't stop them. Despite the dangers, he had no reason to care about these strangers. Passing through a desolate forest, a scene of decay unfolded before them. Weeds grew wildly among collapsed buildings, and numerous white bones littered the ground, human and beast alike. Clearly, a fierce battle had taken place here. At the entrance to the abandoned town stood a long canyon flanked by steep, smooth cliffs. It was truly defensible by 1 man against 10,000. Even with such a fortress-like terrain, it still fell, a fact that caused sighs of regret. Reaching the entrance, just as they were about to enter, Abdul suddenly furrowed his brow and exclaimed urgently, "Wait? What's wrong?" Vlad looked at him, filled with impatience. "I feel something amiss, as if something is watching us." Abdul surveyed the surroundings. As he approached the canyon entrance, a vague sense of unease lingered within him. However, he couldn't pinpoint the exact reason. Vlad glanced at Adam, who showed no sign of sensing anything unusual. "Alright, we've come this far. Are we going back now?" A disciple mocked, assuming Abdul was afraid, and walked inside, followed by the rest. "Junior Riker, what do you say?" Looking at Adam, Abdul felt helpless. Though he sensed danger, he couldn't explain it clearly. Reluctantly, he nodded and entered cautiously. About a third of the way through, a cold wind blew, forcing them to squint. At that moment, a ghastly pale figure appeared in Abdul's peripheral vision. Beware! As soon as he warned, a dull thud sounded. Thump thump thump. Pale skeletal claws emerged from the ground, reaching out towards the Yinri Hall members. Chapter 153, Battling the Zombies. Abdul suddenly grabbed Adam's shirt collar, and the two quickly darted backward together. At that very moment they had just left. A pair of pale bone claws emerged right on cue. Meanwhile, those disciples walking ahead started to exclaim in shock one after another. What kind of ghost thing? Oh, it's dangerous. Fall back. Amidst the startled cries, huge chunks of soil were being upheaved. A series of crack-crack sounds echoed softly in the silent night sky. Then, one by one, zombie skeletons crawled out from underground. This horrifying scene caused everyone to draw cold breaths in unison. Rusty blades and swords, flickering will-o'-the-wisps. From afar, it was all filled with a sinister and terrifying atmosphere. F***K. The face of the disciple who was at the very front turned stark white in an instant. Right before his eyes, a zombie faced him nose to nose. That almost shriveled face made him feel icy cold chills down his spine, as if a gust of cold wind had just swept past. Furthermore, there were over 10 zombies around him. Seeing him stand there in a daze, Abdul cursed under his breath. Idiot, you're still dazed in such a situation. The nearby disciples glanced back at him, but unusually did not argue back. Instead, they obediently stayed alert. The current situation was clear to everyone. We are outnumbered by the enemy. If we start bickering now, it would not be wise. At this moment, those zombies finally launched their assault. Roar! Their roaring coalesced into a deafening wave, resonating through the night sky like a tsunami sweeping toward everyone. If you don't want to die, then give it your all. Abdul shouted. Judging from the current situation, within this sword tomb, every step is perilous. No one knows what lurks in the dark. Therefore, the longer the battle drags on, the more dangerous their situation becomes. Boom! With a muffled roar echoing far away, Abdul was the first to strike. Swinging his vanguard longsword, countless Inchi sword energies surged forth, instantly engulfing a large number of zombies. And almost simultaneously, Adam did not hold back either. He held two short swords, his figure moving like a wraith as he dashed into the crowd of zombies. Wherever his figure flashed, a zombie would fall. Unlike his fiery temper, Adam chose the assassination route. His attack methods were extremely ingenious, each strike accurately targeting the zombies' weak spots, such as knees, joints, necks. One attacking from afar and the other close range, their fierce attacks unfolded almost at the same time. In an instant, sword chi slashed across, and nearly a dozen zombies didn't even have time to counterattack before being shattered into pieces. On the other side, Vlad didn't rush into action but instead turned to look at the other disciples. Don't panic, group up in threes according to your proximity, support each other, and charge forward together. Although these zombies were numerous, they lacked independent thinking. So, apart from relying on instinct, wildly slashing their weapons, there wasn't a hint of strategy or coordination. Otherwise, the Yinya Palace disciples wouldn't have gotten off with just minor injuries. Each disciple, even the weakest among them at peak innate level, stabilized and began to retaliate. On the other side, Vlad also displayed his formidable power at the transformation realm, dashing into the enemy formation, slashing left and right. Wherever his longsword went, zombies fell in swaths. Abdul, Adam, and Vlad all possessed formidable strength. These zombies before them could hardly pose any threat. Coupled with the cohesion of the Yinya Palace disciples, the word moachi is correctly translated as cohesion in this context, ensuring the sentence flows naturally in English while maintaining the original meaning. If you intended to convey a different nuance, please provide more context or specify the exact meaning you wish to highlight. After a brief chaos, they started to counterattack. Within this narrow entrance, originally densely packed with zombies, under the intense assault, became sparsely scattered. By now, the battle could be said to have ended. However, no one dared to relax given the sheer number of zombies. The sword tomb indeed lived up to its reputation. Abdul tightened his nerves even more, cautiously observing the surroundings. Because of this, he noticed that as the zombies shattered, a faint thread of black mist was released each time. As if attracted by some mysterious force, the mist floated towards the depths of the ruins. Boom! Before their eyes, the last zombie fell. Adam spoke softly. Let's leave here first. His voice carried a touch of seriousness. Actually, Abdul was also puzzled. If these zombies had been buried underground for countless years, why did they choose to emerge precisely when they passed by? But if these things were set up by someone later, it would undoubtedly be even more dangerous. Regarding Vlad, while he wanted to kill Abdul, this was not the best time. Under such circumstances, working together was the best option. Therefore, after Adam finished speaking, he didn't ask any questions but immediately followed without hesitation. The group traversed a long passageway and entered the ruins. The terrain within this small town wasn't complex, but it was filled with necrotic toxins. Walking along the passage required constant vigilance to avoid toxic fogs. Along the way, everywhere were incomplete dried bones, some scattered on the roadside, others deeply buried underground, emitting a strong putrid odor. The surrounding light gradually dimmed, creating a chilling atmosphere. Apart from their fragmented footsteps, no other sounds could be heard. In the deathly silence, even the air seemed frozen. Abdul remained vigilant, constantly observing his surroundings. Everyone moved slowly forward, hoping to find a safe place to rest. Calculating the time, it should have already been a day. Moreover, their stamina had also been significantly depleted from the previous battle. However, finding a safe place on short notice was no easy task. It took roughly 15 minutes to travel along this path. Finally, they spotted a dilapidated estate. Speed up, let's enter and rest there. Adam waved his hand and whispered. Seeing this, the other disciples perked up, quickly rushing over. Just as they entered the ruins, not far behind, three figures suddenly appeared. Leading them was none other than Bradford, Abdul's archenemy. Watching their backs, a blood-red hue spread across Bradford's face. Haha, I didn't expect they would choose this place. Abdul, this time, I will make sure you die a miserable death. His chilling words reverberated in the air, sending shivers down one's spine. Bradford waved his hand and instructed the two beside him. You two follow them. I'll go set up the preparations. They nodded and followed. Bradford stood still, then suddenly his belly churned. Following that, red flesh grew wildly from it, eventually enveloping his entire body. Hehehe. Chapter 154. The Horrifying Blaze. The mansion was backed by a high mountain, its location quite hidden. From a distance, all the surrounding buildings appeared dilapidated, except for it, which remained intact. The group slowly approached, and Adam pushed open the heavy doors, causing dust to fly up. The moment they stepped inside, it felt as if they had entered another world. There was none of the expected cold, damp atmosphere. Even in the cracks of the courtyard's ground, some weeds were growing. The group immediately recognized this place's potential, especially with only one main entrance, making it an ideal stronghold. Adam led them inside and thoroughly searched every nook and cranny. Brothers and sisters, let's take a break here for now, Adam said, his face showing satisfaction after the inspection. This mansion was indeed perfect. Within 100 meters, there was no sign of any zombies. Hearing him, Abdul and Vlad naturally had no objections. However, Abdul still felt uneasy. Such a place seemed unreasonable amid the dangers of the Sword Tomb. Haskell, as he whispered, a Clifton wearing a green cap appeared beside him. Abdul discreetly handed over 3 mirror stones. Go search for any dangers and place these stones at these 3 locations. He planned to set up a simple illusion array that would serve to defend against enemies, mask their presence, and act as an early warning system. Zombies and ghosts are incredibly sensitive to the living. Even the faintest trace of life is endlessly alluring to them. Meanwhile, the others lit up a bonfire. Ignoring the rest, Abdul moved to a window and looked out. Adam assigned the disciples to take turns on guard duty. Leaning against the walls warmed by the fire, everyone felt drowsiness creeping over them. No one spoke. All closed their eyes to regain strength for the coming day's battles. The room fell silent. Abdul, meditating with his eyes closed, heard a strange rustling sound, like silkworms chewing mulberry leaves, sasa, without stopping. Annoyed but hearing it faintly, he frowned. Help! A sharp cry woke everyone from their daze. Abdul instinctively stood up, staring outside while trying to pinpoint the source. Ah! The scream sounded again, this time clearly from a nearby annex. Who's not here? Abdul turned and demanded of the disciples. Vlad also called for a head count, asking if anyone was missing. Soon, whether awake or asleep, all the disciples gathered. There were 8, 2 fewer than before. Senior brother, Gaynor and Nevin are missing. What? Damn it. Those idiots. Adam grew enraged. He knew these disciples well. Gaynor and Nevin were selfish and likely went searching for swords on their own. Let's go check. Abdul said calmly. Cursed be. Follow me to save them. Still fuming, Adam agreed. However, Abdul thought differently. Acts of heroism weren't of interest to him. While they were fellow disciples, more often they sought to harm him. But since they had volunteers as sacrifices, they should fulfill their role. Otherwise, wouldn't it be wasteful? If the others knew his thoughts, they'd probably curse him. He didn't value their lives much. Yet Vlad felt the same. He wasn't interested in rescues. Understanding the problem was paramount. Adam instructed everyone carefully. Be cautious. We're going to rescue Gaynor. Yes. They cautiously headed towards the annex. It was right next to the hall. Upon reaching the door, faint noises could be heard inside. Adam gripped his short sword tightly, then rushed in, followed by the others. Seeing the scene, their pupils constricted and they froze in the doorway. The annex was in disarray, and near the entrance lay a youth. Most horrifying was how he clutched his throat tightly, blood gushing through his fingers. His wound suggested penetration by a sharp object. Hearing the crash, he slowly turned his head, eyes burning with a final plea for help. But his throat only produced labored breaths as blood flowed faster. Gaynor! Adam called softly but did not rush over. Instead, he warily surveyed the area. Others did the same. No one dared risk their lives to reach their companion. Meanwhile, Abdul's heart pounded as the system alerted him. Ding! Ghost aura detected. Xiuxian divine skill feels intrigued and starts actively seeking its source, increasing cultivation speed by 10%. Abdul focused intensely. The system sensed ghostly energy but found no tangible form, implying the spirit was cunning. After observing for some time, the group cautiously entered. Adam knelt beside Gaynor and found he had already died. Eyes wide, breath gone. It seems whatever attacked them has left. Adam mused aloud. Where's Nevin? All felt unease. This mansion lacked zombies for a reason. It harbored something even more terrifying. We need to leave. It's not safe here. Adam said firmly. But just as he spoke, a collapsed house erupted into dazzling light. Then, scorching heat waves engulfed them. Before them, fierce flames roared to life. Flames soared, illuminating the surroundings like daylight. Abdul watched closely, surprised. Amid the blazing inferno floated a long sword. The blade emitted a thunderous hum, dancing gracefully amidst the sea of fire. Chapter 155. Sword Spirit Controlling the Mind. What is that? A treasure sword releasing flames? This sword has a spirit, if we can obtain it. Several disciples were whispering amongst themselves, their mouths dry. However, before they could finish, Heath's cold voice interrupted them. Those who wish to die can step forward and try. A sword with such an awakened spirit would only lead to one outcome for those unapproved, death. Even Heath felt a chill down his spine from the overwhelming flames. Without hesitation, he took a step back. Adam remained silent, his actions speaking louder than words as he turned and followed Heath away. Vlad watched their retreating figures, his face cold. Inwardly, he wished Heath had acted rashly. It would have saved him a lot of trouble. The other disciples, seeing the three of them retreat, felt reluctant but dared not risk their lives. Reluctantly, they withdrew from the courtyard. However, just as they left, the sword, which had been soaring amidst the inferno, began to tremble violently. Then it shot into the sky, flying beyond the estate. Simultaneously, the flames slowly died down. Outside the estate, rumbling and furious roars echoed. That's Nevin's voice, Adam identified carefully after listening intently. Other disciples also perked up their ears and confirmed that the roaring was indeed similar to Nevin's voice. Let's go see what's happening. It sounds like he's in trouble, Adam suggested. Following the glow of the flaming sword, they cautiously approached. Everyone treaded carefully, aware of the unfamiliar environment where any misstep could provoke unknown dangers. Silently passing through the front yard, they reached the main gate within a few dozen meters. Just as they quietly opened the gate to peek outside, boom! A violent explosion erupted. What they saw made everyone freeze in place. On the open ground before the estate stood two opposing sides. One side was a large group of zombies wielding swords and knives, growling fiercely. On the opposite side stood a single figure they recognized. Is that Nevin? A disciple from the Shadow Sun Hall exclaimed. Indeed, it was Nevin, missing until now. Yet, something was off about him. His head hung low, body trembling uncontrollably, and a faint smile lingered on his lips, an eerie sight. The next moment brought even more astonishment. The flaming sword, having circled in the air, suddenly plummeted downwards. Nevin's right hand rose, gripping the sword perfectly, a long, crimson blade adorned with mysterious engravings. No way. Did the sword recognize Nevin as its master? He's so lucky. The tone was tinged with jealousy, revealing how much they envied him. Yet, Heath sensed something amiss. Nevin seemed like a soulless puppet, moving as though guided by the sword itself. Is he being controlled by the sword? Wondered Heath. Just then, the battle commenced. Nevin lifted his head and swung his sword. Several fiery sword chi blasted out, hitting the zombie horde with explosive force. The ferocity of the attack forced the relentless zombies to slowly retreat. At this moment, the ground started trembling slightly. Behind the zombies emerged a towering figure. Damn! Even Heath couldn't hold back a curse when he saw the creature. Ding! Purple zombie appears, mysterious spring power, generates intense devouring will, cultivation speed increases by 100%. Standing behind the crowd of zombies was a massive figure covered in purple fur, eyes glowing eerily green, exuding a powerful and mysterious aura filled with deathly presence. Most alarming of all, it held not a rusty sword but a heavy sword radiating dark light. Holy crap! It's actually a purple zombie. Adam was startled. Though the others were merely low-level zombies, the purple zombie was far superior, comparable to a beyond mortal realm expert. Its thick purple fur signified it was at peak strength, and the remarkable heavy sword in its hands likely meant Vlad was the only one capable of confronting it here. Inside this sword tomb, the purple zombie's power could reach its pinnacle, compounded by its sizable army of zombies. We should rescue Nevin. How do we save him? We might not win against them. Disciples from the Shadow Sun Hall were divided. If discovered, they would be surrounded by hundreds of zombies, leading to a terrible fate. Naturally, some hoped to gain from the chaos. The flaming sword or the dark heavy sword tempted many. What do we do now? A disciple asked in a hushed voice, wary of alerting the enemy. Adam turned to Heath, already used to following his advice. Heath rubbed his chin thoughtfully and whispered, let's observe for now. Something's wrong with Nevin, and the fire's power isn't simple. Vlad dismissed this with a scoff, turning to his subordinates and ordering, everyone, I suggest we retreat for now. But as he spoke, he noticed the wide-eyed stares of the disciples, seemingly shocked by something unimaginable. Following their gaze, Vlad's eyes widened in disbelief. Nevin had taken the initiative to attack the purple zombie. In an instant, Nevin's sword flamed up, and he let out a roar while swinging his blade, transforming the once pitch-black night into daylight. Flame-infused sword chi tore towards the purple zombie in rapid succession. The purple zombie roared in response, gripping its heavy sword tightly and charging ahead. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion sent shockwaves of air swirling wildly around, along with debris from the ground. An intense battle immediately ensued. Chapter 156, I live, you die. In the battlefield, Angus and Nevin's figures collided fiercely. Both monsters attacked with relentless fury as if they knew no fatigue. However, no one noticed a blood-red shadow falling from the stone wall behind the estate, moving toward where everyone was hiding. Boom. After the deafening sound, Nevin and Angus were both hurled backward. Angus managed to stabilize himself, showing only minor injuries. Nevin, on the other hand, was different. Despite his expressionless face, he was covered in blood. Though controlled by the flame sword, his strength had greatly increased. But being a living person, his breathing was now disordered. On the other side, after prolonged attacks without success, Angus's viciousness grew. A towering murderous aura rose from his body as he swung his heavy sword forward. This action sliced through the low-level zombies in front of him. This move left those observing and hiding secretly astonished. That guy is too fierce. He even attacks his own. Adam whispered. Just as he finished speaking, what happened next made his jaw drop. Angus's body emitted a surge of black chi that enveloped the severed limbs of the zombies. Then, those fragments of flesh and bones, as if pulled by some unknown force, gathered toward it. Finally, under everyone's frightened gazes, they reassembled into a quadrupedal beast. The Angus holding the heavy sword resembled a knight. The towering murderous aura was almost tangible, making it hard to breathe. That's a corpse puppet? Vlad said seriously. A corpse puppet, also known as a necropuppet, is activated by death chi. Its flesh and tissues regain life but feel no pain, like zombies, making it a terrifying killing machine. As everyone concentrated, a sudden change occurred. Abdul suddenly heard an ear-reporting child scream in his heart. Be careful, master. At the same moment, the system prompt sounded. Ding, feeling Ta Sui's aura, the Een Spring godly skill. Appetite has greatly increased, enhancing cultivation speed by 50%. Ta Sui? Abdul felt a chill and looked up to see a lump of flesh fall directly down. Xianin's sword armor flared up, blocking it outside. Then, a wild laugh erupted. Ha 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 ha, Abdul, today is your end. Looking up, he saw a completely red creature lurking on the roof. Human-shaped Ta Sui? Abdul was puzzled. However, in the next second, the facial flesh of the creature twitched, finally revealing Bradford's face. So it's you, this defeated opponent. Are you looking for death? His words made Bradford's face twist in rage. Abdul, I will repay the humiliation 100-fold. With just you? Abdul scoffed. Bradford, however, acted unusually, swiftly retreating. Ha ha ha, your opponent isn't me. As he spoke, the Ta Sui blocked by the Xianin sword armor suddenly exploded. It fragmented and attached to Abdul's body. That's someone from the Chuanqiu Dao Palace. What is he doing? Adam was confused. Abdul felt a sense of unease. Not good. Turning around, he saw, as expected, the Angus engaged with Nevin slowly turning its corpse puppet towards them. Bradford, daring to scheme against me? If I live, you must die. Abdul now understood everything. Bradford had dug a trap for him, using Ta Sui to lure the Angus. Ta Sui's essence of flesh was a fatal temptation for it. It's noticing us. A disciple realized this and exclaimed in shock. In the next second, the Angus knocked on its corpse puppet and charged forward. Boom. The gate of the estate was instantly shattered. The corpse puppet under Angus was in sync with its mind, curving around and slowly approaching Abdul. Its large mouth spewed hot air toward the ground, while its sharp claws scraped against the floor with a cracking sound. Run quickly. The Yani Temple disciples scattered and fled rapidly. Everyone worked together to deal with it. Adam shouted firmly. However, upon turning back, he found those disciples already far away. As for Vlad, he wished Abdul dead. You guys. Abdul stopped them, whispering. Senior brother, I'll handle this guy. What are you talking about? How can I let you fight alone? We too. Adam refused sternly. However, Abdul interrupted him. Senior brother, leave this to me. Watch my surroundings. I fear he has other tricks. Hearing this, Adam nodded and moved aside, glaring at the other disciples. Abdul remained expressionless, turning to stare at the Angus in front of him. Those green eyes were fixed on him, and Abdul could sense the longing within them. Originally, Angus was already difficult to handle. Now with a corpse puppet, it was even stronger. Like a cavalryman, the mount significantly boosted its power, making it greater than 1+1. Moreover, this Angus possessed extraordinary realm strength, placing Abdul at a significant disadvantage. He couldn't run now, so defeating it was the only option. Holding the heavy sword, Angus's body moved rhythmically with its corpse puppet. Its green eyes locked onto Abdul tightly. Ding! His heels tapped on the corpse puppet. With a roar, the corpse puppet leaped into the air. The leap spanned dozens of meters, appearing overhead. Simultaneously, Angus's heavy sword descended from the sky with immense force. Abdul dodged sideways, drawing Jinhan heavy sword, and instantly unleashed 4 strikes. Ding 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 ding. For consecutive sounds, Angus also countered with 4 slashes. They separated immediately after contact, neither gaining any advantage. Kill. Angus smirked cruelly and urged the corpse puppet to charge again. Abdul was calm, sheathing the heavy sword and transforming the light sword into cold flashes, attacking simultaneously from both sides. 2 strikes aimed at Angus's face, while the other 2 blocked the descending corpse puppet. While Angus blocked with his heavy sword, the corpse puppet roared. Its massive body twisted gracefully, landing steadily on its hind legs. Its front claws then smashed ferociously at Abdul's head. However, this powerful strike failed. Abdul bent slightly, and the hidden Fengjian sword sheath on his back perfectly blocked it. His bronze skin realm physique allowed him to withstand the formidable strength of the corpse puppet. Even Angus was momentarily stunned by this robust physique. Chapter 157. I want to fight 10. Taking advantage of the purple stiff's momentary daze, Abdul's figure flickered as he swiftly moved out of the range of the impending attack. Then, with alternating strikes of the heavy sword, he swept upward from below in a sudden, powerful motion. He unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the sky. Roar. This was the lion's roaring heart strike from the beast heart extinguishing sword technique. An overwhelming force erupted, forcefully flipping the zombie puppet's forelimb over. Seeing this, the purple stiff's heavy sword scraped along the ground, preventing him from losing balance. With a low growl, he ordered the zombie puppet under him to retreat. However, since Abdul had already seized the initiative, he did not miss his chance and pressed the attack. A tiger leaping through the ravine move carried 1,000 jin of immense force, crashing down from above. Realizing he could not dodge in time, the purple stiff only managed to block it with his heavy sword. Boom! Dust and rocks flew everywhere as the ground beneath the zombie puppet cracked and sank by a meter. Meanwhile, Abdul flipped gracefully in midair, striking sideways with his heavy sword, hitting the purple stiff squarely in the chest. Rip! Under the powerful blow, the purple stiff's body seemed to tear apart as it detached from the zombie puppet's back, flying away. Green blood spewed from the connection point between the purple stiff and the puppet's buttocks. It seems this zombie puppet is likely built by the zombie using a secret method, establishing a symbiotic relationship, Abdul thought to himself upon seeing this. But his hands did not hesitate for a moment. Clutching the Jinhan heavy sword tightly and placing it at his waist, he pushed off the ground with great force and charged toward the side of the purple stiff. Pong! The heavy sword lacked an edge, but its massive weight combined with Abdul's forward momentum struck like a battering ram, smashing into the purple stiff's body. His body arched backward, resembling a cooked shrimp as he was sent flying. Rotten flesh sprayed everywhere. It was clear the purple stiff had taken significant damage from such a powerful blow. Abdul did not stop there but continued with another charge. He switched to a light sword, increasing his speed significantly. Catching up with the purple stiff, he attacked relentlessly, leaving countless wounds across the latter's body, green zombie blood splattering in large quantities. Everyone was astonished by Abdul's fierce display. Is this guy really that strong? No way, didn't he just join this year? No wonder they let him enter the sword tomb. Does he hold a grudge against me? Compared to others who were envious and jealous, Vlad looked much more serious. He realized that even with his initial stage of chi transformation power, he could not guarantee absolute victory. This meant his plans would have to be postponed. On the other side, the purple stiff had stood up again, holding the heavy sword with rage in his eyes. Roar! Just as he was about to charge and slaughter this despicable crawler before him, Abdul curled his lips slightly, signaling subtly. Hey, be careful. His movement caused the purple stiff to hesitate, looking up in surprise. He saw a 10-meter-long flaming sword aura rolling in the sky. The scorching sword aura was baking everyone present. That's what? Adam swallowed nervously, speaking in astonishment. Everyone could feel the terrifying power contained within it. It turned out that all of Abdul's moves earlier were meticulously planned, culminating in precisely slamming the purple stiff in front of Nevin. The mindless Nevin, spurred by the flaming sword, gathered a powerful sword aura without hesitation. This single move not only drained Nevin's true chi, but also completely sapped his life essence. Nevin visibly shriveled rapidly. Clearly, this one strike was terrifying. Moreover, with the purple stiff already severely wounded and separated from the zombie puppet, he sensed a life-threatening presence. However, it was too late. The flaming sword aura had already formed and was swiftly descending. Seeing this, the purple stiff roared mightily, with green light flashing on his heavy sword. From below, he swung his sword fiercely upward. This swing appeared to be his limit, releasing 7 sword beams simultaneously. 7 overlapping sword beams soared towards the falling flaming sword aura. Boom! The two forces collided, resulting in a deafening explosion. Sword auras scattered everywhere, shooting outward like arrows, riddling the nearby low-level zombies with holes. The shockwave overturned the landscape for miles around, devastating the already ruined town. Such a powerful strike left everyone shaken. Except for Adam, every sun-concealing pavilion disciple watched Abdul with awe-filled eyes, a reverence for strength. Abdul intimidated everyone with his prowess, tactics, and calculations. Vlad pondered deeply. This kid's strength exceeds expectations. I better not act rashly. I don't want to return to those dark, sunless days. In his mind, he vividly remembered the horrifying experience of watching his own body being controlled by others. It was almost as bad as dying. So, he must kill Abdul, ensuring complete success. After deep consideration, his gaze turned towards the now dimmed flaming sword. Amidst the wave of sword energy, the zombies and the zombie puppet were torn to pieces. The center of the explosion became a deep crater. The purple stiff barely stood, swaying unsteadily, covered in injuries. Even his head was half cracked, making his already fearsome face even more hideous. Not dead yet? While everyone marveled, Abdul acted. Like a ghost, he appeared before the enemy. A cold gleam flashed from the leading long sword, slashing at the mangled body. First sword, severed arm. The entire right arm was cleanly cut off. The black heavy sword fell, and Abdul swiftly snatched it, inserting it into the hidden sharpness sheath on his back. Simultaneously, passing by the purple stiff, the long sword sliced across his neck. In his severely weakened state, the purple stiff's movement speed was a fraction of its original pace. He couldn't evade. He could only watch helplessly as the sword light sliced through his body, emitting a terrible roar. Next, a horrific head floated upwards, black smoke spreading, before the corpse collapsed to the ground. Dead. Chime. Host has slain the purple stiff. The beast heart extinguishing sword is satisfied, increasing cultivation speed by 100%. Chime. Feeling a large amount of pure corpse energy, the nether spring divine art absorbs madly, increasing cultivation speed by 100%. Chime. Host gains another heavy sword. The body forging technique feels challenged and begins to boost intensely, increasing cultivation speed by 300%. Feeling the rapid recovery of stamina and true chi within his body, Abdul felt a surge of valor, battle intent soaring. I want to fight 10. Chapter 158. You and I are equally arrogant. The moment the violet stiffened figure collapsed, a silhouette darted out with astonishing speed. It was Vlad, rushing straight towards Nevin, whose body was nothing but skin and bones. After careful deliberation, he made his move. A glacial light whistled through the air. With just one stroke of the sword, Nevin's head soared into the distance. Simultaneously, Vlad extended his left hand and firmly grasped the flaming sword. As soon as the sword was in hand, the intelligent blade trembled fiercely, as if trying to break free. However, Vlad, at the peak of his Gongang realm, forcefully suppressed its unrest. Perhaps because of the massive energy expended in that single strike, the flaming sword gradually weakened and finally regained its calm. Vlad sighed in relief, gently caressing the blade. The vermilion-colored blade emitted an overwhelming heat, with 2 large characters inscribed on it. Chi Hua, Crimson Fire. Vlad could no longer hide his excitement and laughed maniacally to the sky. Ha ha ha, Crimson Fire Sword. Excellent, excellent, very excellent. His actions took everyone present by surprise. Even Abdul didn't expect such decisiveness from him. Tang's senior brother killed Nevin. That sword is called Crimson Fire? Didn't expect it to be claimed by Tang's senior brother in the end. But he killed. Hush. Nevin was already under control and turned into a demon. Suddenly, all the disciples of the obscuring Sun Hall were in heated discussion. Their gazes on Vlad also carried fear. Adam, furious, immediately rebuked. Vlad, why did you kill Nevin after seizing the sword? We are fellow disciples. Vlad stopped laughing and looked over, eyes filled with ferocity. Fellow disciples? Even if he had plenty of divine yuan energy, robbing me of this opportunity, even if we were fellow disciples, I wouldn't have hesitated. As he spoke, a killing aura enveloped him, chilling everyone to the bone. Seeing this, Abdul sneered. So? Finally ready to make your move? Vlad glanced over, silent for a long time before slowly replying. Not yet, but rest assured, I won't let you leave the sword tomb alive. Without another word, he swiftly departed, vanishing into the distance like the wind. Abdul didn't stop him. He knew they would meet again. Vlad wanted to familiarize himself with the Crimson Fire Sword before confronting him. But who would win or lose, live or die, was still uncertain. Just as he pondered, a roar came from behind. He doesn't kill you, I will. A blood-red figure rushed forward, accompanied by a whirlwind of knife shadows. Be careful, Adam shouted. Abdul felt a gust of wind coming at him, realizing instantly it was Bradford slicing down at his neck with a palm knife technique. Given Bradford's extensive combat experience and pre-existing wariness, he dodged sideways and blocked the attack, resulting in a fierce clash of energies. Bradford was sent flying back, clearly at a disadvantage. Bronze knife chi? Surprise flickered across Abdul's face. You know good when you see it. Bradford didn't chase. Instead, he laughed heartily. When a knife man reaches the peak of his art, he can achieve higher levels, producing visible and tangible knife chi. There are 4 colors and levels. Level 1, red iron. Level 2, bronze. Level 3, silver blue. Level 4, gold. Gold knife chi is the highest level. Since joining the Spring and Autumn Dao Palace, Bradford devoted himself entirely to his knife skills to avenge his past defeat. Through immense hardships, he finally reached the bronze level. Even without drawing his weapon, he could heartily confront Abdul with a palm knife technique, demonstrating his undeniable strength. Abdul looked around and saw a hulking man standing beside him. Muscular and powerful, he clapped his fists together, creating a metallic clang. He appeared almost not human. Why say so? Because despite appearing normal, this muscular man's head radiated a silvery metal sheen starting from his forehead. Abdul was certain it wasn't a hat. It was a genuine iron skull, seemingly implanted later in life. But how could someone survive with such an alteration? Or perhaps this entity wasn't human at all. Upon seeing them, Adam and the others shivered with unease, sensing an underlying plot. They faced each other warily. Bradford laughed boisterously. Abdul, you are indeed formidable. Despite my all-out training and the influence of Tai Sui, I still cannot match you. Abdul smirked disdainfully. A defeated general, what courage do you have? Since you lost to me once, you'll never be my match for the rest of your life. Before Bradford could respond, the Ellis covered his face with one hand and laughed eerily. Hee hee, just like me, you are overwhelmingly arrogant. Prepare to receive my blow. Dense fist shadows surged towards Abdul. He remained calm, making no abrupt moves. Suddenly, a cold light shot out from the scabbard on his back. Xiuxian sword chi attached to the leading edge of his sword, continuously flickering with terrifying force. In an instant, the opposing fist net split like tofu, freezing all motion. SSS. A huge wound appeared on the Ellis's chest, blood gushing out like a fountain. Horribly, the entire process occurred silently. Abdul turned smoothly, sheathing his sword, his movements fluid and adept. Despite suffering severe injuries, the Ellis showed no sign of pain, only excitement and laughter. Excellent, indeed impressive. However, I'm done playing with you. If you dare, come after me. With that, he flashed away, running off into the distance. Bradford grinned wickedly, his body morphing back into a flesh-covered beast under the influence of Tai Sui. If you're not afraid of death, follow us. If not, wait for me to come find you. Ha ha ha. He chased after the Ellis. Abdul watched their departure, mind racing. Adam approached urgently. Brother, don't go. They have prepared well. If you act rashly, you may fall into their trap. Abdul remained silent, his gaze firm. Chapter 159. We, swordsmen, only advance. After much deliberation, Heath turned his head to look at Adam. Senior brother, they have come for me, so I cannot back down. Hearing this, Adam was at a loss, worry spreading across his face. But if what you said earlier is true, then they have a vast organization and a tight structure. Perhaps we should hide first until we leave the sword tomb. Before he could finish, Heath interrupted him. Senior brother, I came to the sword tomb with great effort and have my own goals. If I retreat at the first sign of trouble, it goes against my principles. We, swordsmen, only advance, never retreat. The words were forceful, striking deep into one's heart. Adam's face showed admiration as he patted Heath on the shoulder heavily. All right, I'll go with you, through any danger. Heath felt a wave of gratitude. He knew Adam genuinely considered him a brother. But the more he felt this way, the more he didn't want to drag him into this. Senior brother, I can move more freely alone. You and the other disciples should stay together. Adam followed his gaze and saw the Yinri Hall disciples looking at them. Though he resented them, leaving them behind felt cruel. Heath understood. Adam had a softer heart than he did. The incident in Gonglang village proved that. Senior brother, it's better if you all stick together for safety. I'll meet you in 7 days. Adam nodded gravely. Brother, be careful. Don't worry. With that, Heath turned and followed the path Norris and his companion had taken. Watching his departing figure, everyone was filled with mixed emotions. This was truly a prodigy they would never match. All right, let's find another place to rest, Adam said, turning away. The disciples agreed loudly. Meanwhile, Heath followed the trail left by Norris. It seemed as though Norris had anticipated that Heath would pursue him. After about 20 minutes, they arrived at a dark and eerie graveyard. The largest tomb had already been excavated, revealing a black hole leading underground. Without hesitation, Heath bent down and entered the tomb. As soon as he stepped into the tunnel, hot air hit him, and the stone stairs spiraled downwards. Feeling the walls, Heath pondered silently. The walls seemed to have been repaired. What kind of place is this? Why is there such a strong, foul smell? Where is it coming from? The deeper he went, the stronger the stench became. Now, he knew it was the smell of blood. But such a thick concentration suggested an unimaginable amount of blood. If it were human blood. At the thought, even Heath, who had seen much on the battlefield, was shaken by the implications. He quickened his pace. After some time, light appeared ahead, and faint voices grew clearer. I never expected you to use this method on yourself, transforming into this crazy. Haha, Norris, you were born on the grasslands, raised in a noble family, with natural talent. You wouldn't understand us common folk. We must become stronger by any means to survive. Peering cautiously, Heath saw a vast underground chamber. In the center was a pool made of intact obsidian, filled with dark red blood. Countless bloated bodies floated in the blood, pale and soaked but still bloody. By the pool sat a man, about 27 or 28, with shifty eyes. His body, however, was covered in bulging muscles, twisted like tree roots, making him look fearsome. Most shocking were his golden arms, shimmering like solid gold. Behind him stood the Ellis, bowing respectfully. Facing him was Norris. That person is... Heath recognized him as one of Alton's men, part of the military team. Unlike the righteous young general, this man walked last, exuding hostility. Thus, Heath remembered him clearly. Caleb, did you really resort to using countless humans for experiments, ending up like this? Norris couldn't comprehend his logic. Using himself as nourishment for Cain already seemed insane. But completely abandoning human flesh to become something neither human nor ghost? As for Heath, he found their methods disdainful. In his view, strength required genuine effort. Only through steady cultivation and battles with strong opponents could one truly improve. He forgot that without the system, his martial path might not have been as smooth. Facing Norris's confusion, Caleb remained silent. He stood up slowly, admiring his golden arms, his eyes filled with infatuation. You don't understand. Since birth, I've faced nothing but contempt and discrimination, like a rat in the street. I don't want to live like a pig or dog anymore. I want wealth, power, strength. I want those who looked down on me to beg at my feet, to suffer. His voice became hysterical, echoing in the cavernous underground space, sending chills down anyone's spine. Everyone wants to grow stronger, but why choose such a wrong path? Norris questioned again. He understood becoming stronger by any means, but sacrificing oneself to the point of self-destruction seemed meaningless. Caleb finally looked up from his arms, gazing at Norris with interest. Wrong? Haha. Did you know that the most incorrect paths are often the fastest to success? You planted Cain within yourself, right? That seems too slow to me. By remolding beast flesh into these arms, my strength has far surpassed before. This rapid improvement is exactly what I wanted. Norris fell silent, realizing their personalities were fundamentally different. There was nothing more to say. Fine, since you insist, let me see your results. Looks like we have company, Norris said, causing Heath's expression to change. He knew he had been discovered. Chapter 160. It feels great to smash people with money. Inside the sword tomb, within the underground crypt, Kermit laughed eerily, his gaze sweeping towards the distance as he suddenly swung his golden arm and shouted loudly. Ha ha ha, since you're here, why don't you come out and show yourself instead of hiding? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The whistling sounds continuously echoed through the air, heading straight for Heath's hidden location. Heath felt the gusts of wind rushing at him, quickly dodging side to side. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, rocks flew everywhere in a chaotic mess, demonstrating an unexpectedly powerful force. The opponent's attack caught him off guard, never imagining such a strong assault could be launched. Seeing this scene, Kermit burst into wild laughter, completely unrestrained. Ha ha, saw that, Norris? I succeeded. I only needed slight modifications, and within a short time, I possessed such incredible power. Norris's face showed exasperation. It was clear that Kermit had not yet realized that his mental state was deteriorating. Or perhaps, even if he did know, he simply didn't care. But why are you so obsessed with gold to craft your weapons, even using gold ingots as projectiles? Norris covered his face, his lips twitching involuntarily. Upon hearing this, Heath scrutinized closely. Indeed, each projectile that attacked him was a solid gold ingot. Kermit fondled the gold ingots in his hand, speaking softly. Because I love money. It has many uses, especially when smashing people with it. It feels great. As he spoke, several more ingots soared through the air towards Heath. Facing Kermit's projectiles, Heath moved fluidly like flowing water, leaping away gracefully. In an instant, he entered the cave, leaping high up. Prepare to die. Drawing the heavy Jinhan's sword from his back, a powerful sword aura surged forth from the blade. He aimed to cleave Kermit in two, delivering an incredibly powerful strike. Kermit laughed heartily. Ha ha, just right. Let's see how much power I have. The two golden arms blocked overhead with a thunderous boom, sending shockwaves rippling throughout the cavern, scattering stones everywhere. Both were pushed back by the force, leaving Heath startled. What immense power! His move, Tiger Leaps Over the Stream, had been executed with all his strength, enhanced further by the weight of the heavy sword. To his surprise, Kermit managed to hold his ground despite being at the transcendent realm just like himself. It was his first time not gaining any advantage against someone of equal level. After performing a backward flip and landing on the ground, Heath stabilized himself. His eyes narrowed sharply, revealing anger upon seeing a massive pit filled with severed limbs and bloodstains, a mix of zombies, beasts, and a few humans, a sight akin to a hellish landscape. What is your true objective? Kermit, however, remained unconcerned, displaying a madman's grin. Ha ha ha, without them, How else could I have gained this power? Suddenly, an idea struck Heath as he blurted out subconsciously. So, you're conducting genetic experiments? Genetic experiments? What's that? Kermit and the others frowned, looking at Heath in confusion. Furrowing his brows, Heath's voice turned low, sounding like a question or self-muttering. So this is your true aim? Upon hearing these words, Kermit snapped angrily. Don't compare me to those fools. They focused on the human body itself, relying on xiuxian to forcibly enhance their potential. They're all idiots. How can such a time-consuming and strenuous method compare to me? All you need to do is replace human organs with heavenly treasures, allowing them to successfully receive the power of xiuxian. Idiots. Saying this, Kermit grinned widely, holding up his hands maniacally. Haha, let me show you my masterpiece. Come out. Four figures emerged swiftly from the shadowy corners of the cave, standing beside Kermit and the Ellis. Heath observed that the iron-headed brute who previously attacked him was among them. The other four looked similarly strange. One with iron legs, one with iron hands, another with a circular saber embedded in his arm, and yet another with a ghostly mask on his face. Together, they formed an eerie group standing before Kermit, neither human nor ghost. It seems these are the results of Kermit's modifications. Each of their auras is slightly weaker than mine, but Kermit's strength had already surpassed his expectations. Thinking about this, Heath glanced at Norris. I wonder if he also transformed into one of these monstrosities. Noticing Heath's gaze, Norris spread his hands open. Don't look at me. My body is a gift from my parents, and I won't harm myself. Surprised by Norris's words, Heath remarked. Didn't expect you to have some principles after all? Meanwhile, Kermit had grown impatient. Why so much talk? Let's see what you've got. Heath of Dragonsnake struggle. At this point, Heath knew retreat wasn't an option. If a fight was inevitable, he'd fight to his heart's content. He believed in his sword, knowing it would not betray him. Fight. Ha ha ha, that's the spirit. Bold and confident. Seeing Heath draw his sword, Kermit laughed maniacally. Attack him together. Welcome Lou brother properly. Waving his hand, his 5 underlings immediately sprang into action, charging forward in unison. Undeterred, Heath wielded his longsword skillfully, deflecting every strike. Clang, clang, clang. Steel clashed noisily, echoing through the spacious cave. These 5 fighters were already formidable, trained by the Flying Fish Camp, skilled in military formations. Now equipped with bizarre, weapon-like limbs, their attacks became increasingly vicious and deadly. The Ellis led the charge, resembling a monstrous humanoid. Lowering his head and shoulders, he roared. Charging bull. Rushing forward like a raging bull, he collided with Heath. Sheathing his light sword and switching to the heavy sword, Heath plunged it into the ground, causing rocks to fly. Boom. The Ellis rammed into it, creating a deafening explosion. Feeling a jolt in his palms, Heath barely maintained his grip. With heightened alertness, he abruptly changed his stance. Leaping lightly into the air, he nimbly dodged the charge, flipping over like a bird in flight. Chapter 161. Silver Armor Dragon Soars. The Ellis exerted immense strength, causing Abdul to leap backward. However, while still mid-air, a fierce gust of wind swept over from above. Looking up, Abdul saw a pair of iron legs hurtling down at him from the sky. The immense force created a powerful wind, making it difficult to breathe. Realizing he couldn't dodge, Abdul held his sword with both hands and spun, slashing through the air in a perfect arc. Bang! The cold sword chi surged forth, instantly sending his opponent flying. But due to the counterforce, Abdul crashed heavily onto the ground, his feet leaving 2 deep imprints. Ha, impressive. Now, take this, Iron Whirl Slash. Before he could regain his footing, a buzzing sound came from behind as the man with a curved blade on his left arm charged forward. The blade sliced through the air, producing a series of sonic booms. Trapped with sinking feet, Abdul had no choice but to sidestep. The blade whistled past his chest, sparking a shower of sparks. At the critical moment, the cold sword armor once again protected him. But the 5 men were trained military personnel, and their coordination was impeccable. At that moment, the wiry man with an iron mask moved with eerie agility, already standing before Abdul. His mouth opened and closed, spitting out several spiked iron balls covered in purple smoke, clearly laced with deadly poison. Swinging his heavy sword, Abdul deflected them all. Even so, one man can hardly fend off many hands. Abdul found himself surrounded by overwhelming force. Just then, a loud boom echoed from the entrance deep within the tomb. The previously blocked entrance, obstructed by scattered boulders, shattered into pieces, turning all rocks to dust in an instant. What's happening? The man with the curved blade near the entrance suddenly shouted. In the next second, a hand emerged from the cloud of debris and dust, grabbing someone's throat. A sickening snap rang out as the Ellis's neck broke, his body falling silently to the ground. An icy voice spoke word by word through the dust. Amrit, Kermit, you have conspired with evil factions and murdered innocents. Today, I will cleanse our ranks. From the dust and rubble, a figure slowly emerged. It was the young general from the Flying Fish Corps whom Abdul had met earlier. Striding with a tiger-like pace, Amrit fixed his gaze directly on Kermit, who stood nearby with crossed arms. Seeing each other, Kermit trembled with excitement, his face brimming with battle spirit. Silver Armor Dragon Soars, it's you. Ha ha ha, Amrit, you've finally come. I never thought we'd meet so soon. Don't waste time. Do you think General wouldn't know about your actions? Today, I will cleanse our ranks. Amrit glared at Kermit, his voice cold as ice, radiating a chilling aura that made others sweat. But Kermit seemed unfazed, as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The 2 men appeared like polar opposites. One was born into a wealthy family, gifted with extraordinary talents, esteemed in the military, and achieved remarkable feats. The other struggled his entire life, but could not match even the starting point of the former. Why should he be more fortunate than me? And why should I accept this? Thus, he swore to kill him, using any means necessary. Haha, Amrit, today we will have a real fight. I'll carry your head to see the general. With a swift kick, a spray of soil and stones shot towards Amrit like arrows. Unfazed, Amrit extended his right hand, wrist twisting as the stones were drawn by an invisible force, spinning in the air. Then, with a wave of his arm, the stones flew upwards like a soft sword attacking Kermit. Witnessing this, Abdul's eyes widened in admiration. He can manipulate the stones effortlessly, truly impressive. His heart ignited with enthusiasm as a wave of battle spirit rose within him. In the center of the battlefield, Kermit too was exhilarated, laughing wildly, almost in a trance. Amazing! Using palm force to control the stones like clouds flowing, forming a sword with a swing. Excellent! Amrit, you are indeed formidable. Before the words finished, the attack arrived. Boom! The stone-soft sword descended powerfully. Kermit didn't engage head-on, instead dodging swiftly. Impressed by the sheer power, Kermit praised aloud. Incredible! Such a spectacular palm technique. Amrit, it was worth all my efforts to consider you as my rival. Now it's my turn, catch this. Kermit leaped from mid-air, plunging down with a golden punch aimed at Amrit. Without looking, Amrit calmly met the punch with a straightforward block, unadorned and direct. Bang! Another resounding crash, yet Amrit remained unmoved. Kermit was thrown back, tumbling several times to dissipate the force. Damn! He brushed off my move with ease, truly terrifying. As he landed and looked up, Kermit was horrified to find Amrit gone. Not good. Where did he go? Just then, the sky above darkened, as if shrouded by dark clouds. Looking up, Kermit saw Amrit descending from the air, his palm pressing down with tangible energy, resembling a colossal hand blotting out the sky. Everyone present was awestruck by the overwhelming power contained within that single palm strike. Kermit roared madly, trying to escape the attack's range at the last second. This move was intended to seize the initiative. With Amrit's astonishing strength, it reached a level of unparalleled prowess, stirring hearts with its intensity. There was no way to evade it. The palm strike slammed down, and despite Kermit's fierce resistance, he was still sent crashing to the ground, spitting blood and lying prone. After the dust settled, Kermit knelt half-conscious, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. But the injuries weren't as severe as expected. It turned out Amrit's move had targeted the other 5 enhanced soldiers along with Kermit. They now lay injured. What a deeply calculated move. You few cannot distinguish right from wrong and aided evil. You deserve to die. Amrit's strength and authority struck fear into the hearts of the remaining 5, leaving them unable to resist. Fear welled up inside them, leaving them feeling powerless. Yet, Kermit wasn't panicked. He laughed. Ha 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 ha. Amrit, you're strong, but today you will die. His golden arms began glowing blood red, intensifying rapidly. Abdul scrutinized closely, recognizing the glow. This is Tai Sui. Chapter 162. Offering you a chance would be futile. The rich blood chi force emanating from Kermit's golden arms immediately reminded Heath of Tai Sui. The doubts in his heart grew even deeper. This guy doesn't seem to be lying. His methods for cultivating Tai Sui are indeed different from those used by Bradford and others, but just what kind of organization is this, and what plots do they truly harbor? But he quickly shook off these thoughts, knowing it wasn't the time for contemplation. Assuming that with the Ellis leading, the remaining 4 subordinates also had Tai Sui inside them, he took no further hesitation. His figure transformed into a streak of light, pioneer longsword in hand, creating numerous afterimages like a venomous snake striking out towards the group. Spirit snake coiling array of beast heart extinguishing sword. The 4 men, momentarily dazed by Amrit's earlier intimidation, were now faced with an attacking Heath. Panicked, they attempted to dodge. However, this strike was calculated while they were unprepared, and Heath attacked with all his might. Within seconds, he closed in on them, slicing 3 heads clean off as the sword slashed through. Only the Ellis managed to escape due to his position at the back and slightly higher strength. Heath's attack was swift, ruthless, and unexpected, even earning a nod of approval from Amrit. Seeing his subordinates' brutal deaths, Kermit's ferocity was fully unleashed. Kill. At this moment, Amrit's offensive had already reached him. With one leap, he struck out a palm with immense force, aiming straight for Kermit. Unexpectedly, Kermit was now incomparably fast. He easily escaped the crushing palm wind and sneered. Ha ha ha, Amrit, today I'll kill you. Golden Mad Hand Seal. Mid-air, Kermit rapidly thrust both palms downwards towards Amrit below. His move was overwhelming, like 9 skies of thunder, engulfing Amrit completely. Amrit remained unperturbed, returning a hard-fought dual palm strike. Yet, the result defied expectations. Kermit flew back and landed stably on the ground, whereas Amrit's feet sank half a meter into the earth, a trickle of blood oozing from his mouth. Seeing his injury, Kermit grew even more excited. Ha ha ha. See? Now you're no match for me. No matter how formidable your ironclad dragon flight is, you'll die under my fists today. His rampant laughter echoed deep within the earth. Seeing this, Amrit wasted no words, pulling his legs from the ground and swiftly retreating backward towards the passage, his voice echoing in the air. It's too cramped here. There's no room to maneuver. If you want to kill me, follow me. As he spoke, his figure disappeared into the passage. He knew that Kermit, driven by deep-seated hatred, would surely give chase. Sure enough, seeing Amrit flee, Kermit moved like a demonic whirlwind. Ha ha, fleeing. The renowned Amrit will also run? Let's see where you can go. With that, he stomped the ground, launching himself like an arrow after Amrit. After the two left, an eerie silence descended upon the tomb. Heath's eyes narrowed, fixing on Bradford and the Ellis. Hearing you've been looking for me? Kunzi, haven't finished yet? Heath's arrogant voice rang out. However, Bradford was not as overbearing as before. It seemed several bitter defeats had matured him considerably. Unfortunately, it was too late to turn back. After accepting Ta Sui into his body, his only path was to continue down this road. Seeing Bradford silent, Heath took a couple of steps forward, taunting him. Oh, Kunzi has learned to bide his time? Didn't you want to kill me? If I offer you a chance. Before he could finish, Bradford's aura soared skyward, transforming him into a red streak flying toward the exit without a word. He fled. Heath stood dumbfounded. Offering you a chance would be futile. Bradford's sudden retreat caught him off guard. Just moments ago, Bradford swore to kill him, yet now he fled so abruptly. Just as Heath was taken aback, another rush of wind surged from his side. The Ellis, mimicking Bradford, tried to make a run for it as well, but Heath wouldn't make the same mistake again. Sweeping his pioneer longsword horizontally, it aimed directly at the man's throat. The sudden cold gleam made the Ellis freeze mid-step, forced to retreat. Heath flicked his wrist, generating a flurry of sword blossoms, and said calmly, just don't run, stay put. In a dire situation, the Ellis's fear turned to extreme anger. It's you who's forcing me. I'll butcher you. Blood chi force surged upward from his body, turning his iron skull bright red, almost dripping blood. You're so angry, flushed and neck swollen. Your only way out now is to beat me. Give me death. The Ellis crouched and charged forward with great force, akin to a raging bull sprinting toward Heath. Heath neither dodged nor evaded, instead drawing his heavy sword, intending to gauge the extent of the opponent's increased strength. Transforming into a prehistoric bear, he roared and lunged forward. A deafening boom erupted between them. The tremendous power rippled outward, shaking the entire tomb violently. Through his heavy sword, Heath felt waves of force pouring in from the other side. Furthermore, the blood chi force from within the Ellis seemed to be growing stronger. Heath was inwardly shocked. I didn't expect this metalhead could amplify Ta Sui's power so much. Where did Kermit find these things? Realizing his strength couldn't gain the upper hand, Heath suddenly redirected all his energy and sidestepped. However, the Ellis lacked such control. His strength entirely relied on external forces provided by Ta Sui. As Heath diverted his force, he lost control over his body. Flailing his arms and legs, he stumbled forward. Bang! His entire iron head plunged into the stone wall. Struggling to pull himself out, a sudden chill swept across his back, followed by excruciating pain spreading throughout his body. Strength drained from him like receding tide, and he slowly collapsed, twitching a few times before going still. Sheathing his long sword, Heath looked at the corpse, shaking his head helplessly. External strength cannot be sustained and its drawbacks are too obvious, unable to withstand heavy use. He was right. Using metal to replace organs could indeed boost strength, but without any change in other parts of the body, this imbalance placed enormous strain on the body. Sooner or later, it would collapse under the burden. Only someone like Kermit, completely mad, would disregard everything for power. Chapter 163, Kermit's Death. As Heath emerged from the tomb, an intense battle was raging outside. Kermit and Omrit had clashed countless times before finally separating. Omrit, this probing ends here. Let's decide this battle with one final fight. Hearing this, Omrit did not hesitate, calmly uttering a single word. Agreed. As soon as he spoke, Kermit could not wait any longer. His entire being transformed into a massive bird in flight. In an instant, he covered the distance between them and charged forward. Thunderbolt strike. Kermit's powerful attack was right in front of him. However, Omrit remained calm, lowering his center of gravity and standing steady as a rock. He retracted his arms to his waist, shoulders slightly drooping, knees bent, and maintained a solid stance. An overwhelming aura erupted from him as he exhaled forcefully. Heavenly Web Earth Net. The move shook the earth and stirred the wind, creating a fierce storm. This palm strike, like a tempest, pinned Kermit down under its pressure, rendering him immobile. With no choice but to struggle, Kermit suffered multiple hits despite his efforts. However, Omrit did not waste time, leaping into action and seizing every opportunity. Like an eagle diving for its prey, an invisible giant palm descended from above. This astonishing strike was as terrifying as a thunderclap. Daring not to meet it head-on, Kermit dodged at the last moment, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. He twisted midair to evade the heavy strike, which struck the ground with a thunderous boom, causing the earth to split and debris to fly everywhere. Having successfully deflected 2 of Omrit's strikes, Kermit's confidence grew. This palm technique, though unpredictable, seems rather showy without substance. It is somewhat overrated. Though previously confident in his golden arms, Kermit harbored lingering doubts. These 2 moves by Omrit were intricate but lacked power. Kermit felt a significant decrease in pressure. Emboldened by this newfound confidence, he decided to take the offensive. Haha, Ironclad Dragonfly, my moves are no less impressive than yours. Take this. On the other side, despite missing twice, Omrit showed no signs of frustration. His expression remained calm and composed, revealing a towering presence that exuded a world-class demeanor. Despite Kermit's aggressive advance, Omrit stood immovable. With a single palm strike, he effortlessly deflected all of Kermit's attacks. Seeing Omrit's unrivaled poise, Kermit became increasingly irritated. Haha, Omrit, they call you the war god of the younger generation, but you're just average. Today, this sword tomb will be your grave. Kermit's arrogance only spurred Omrit on. You talk too much. With a heavy step, Omrit unleashed a formidable force that sent Kermit flying back. Watch me end you in one move. Positioning his palms in front of his chest, he prepared to unleash an earth-shattering blow. Instantly, the air roared and parted to either side, as if a path had been carved through it, leaving everyone awestruck. Steadying himself, Kermit raised his eyes. The fierce wind stung his face, making it hard to see, while his clothes flapped violently in the gust. What? One move to kill me? Kermit's anger, provoked by Omrit's words, boiled over. Repeated encounters had diminished his fear of Omrit. Though this move was fearsome, it further ignited his fighting spirit. Resolving to confront it head-on, Kermit hardened his resolve. Ha ha ha, today I'll crush you head-on and make you admit defeat. Elsewhere, Heath watched from the shadows, his blood pounding with excitement and anticipation. Truly worthy of his reputation as a military elite, Amrit's strength is indeed formidable. Before Heath could reflect further, Amrit completed his preparation and let out a deafening roar. Kermit, prepare to die. With that, Amrit separated the gathered energy with both palms. The sudden division created two immense forces that tore at the very fabric of space. Everything within a dozen meters was instantly shredded. The energy surged towards Kermit in a devastating onslaught, but Kermit smiled, facing the attack with boundless fighting spirit. Hey! With a shout, he braced himself and countered with a powerful strike, causing the ground to shudder violently. Then, channeling more energy, he used the surrounding dirt and rocks to form protective walls. In a flash, their attacks collided, producing a tremendous shockwave. However, the outcome was clear from the moment they clashed. While the walls of mud and stones absorbed most of the impact, the tremendous tearing force still caused Kermit to bleed profusely. Surviving this attack without being torn apart, he saw it as a victory. Ignoring his injuries, Kermit laughed loudly, releasing all the pressure Amrit had inflicted. Haha, ironclad dragonfly, is this your best shot? You're just average. Was it really going to be this easy? Suddenly, Kermit sensed something wrong. Looking up, he was horrified to see Amrit still maintaining a menacing presence nearby. The power in his palms remained immense, and Amrit watched him calmly. Is this not over yet? To Kermit's horror, Amrit confirmed his worst fears. With a sudden movement, Amrit brought his palms together, merging the two separated energies with even greater speed and ferocity. Boom! This impact squeezed Kermit's body, causing his capillaries to burst, sending clouds of blood into the air. Ah! The glow of Kermit's golden arms intensified as he used all his cane power. Fighting desperately, his arms held up but his body couldn't endure the bleeding. After a brief standoff, Kermit's body finally gave way. A sickening snap echoed as his legs broke, unable to support him any longer, leaving him completely vulnerable to the final blow. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream filled the air as Kermit fell limp, losing his ability to fight. Approaching the fallen Kermit, Amrit walked slowly and said, "In truth, I held back earlier to boost your confidence. Confidence can make one strong, but it can also lead to overconfidence." Lying on the ground, Kermit looked defeated and dispirited. His arrogance had led him to be careless, and now he tasted bitter defeat. And the cost of this failure was death. I lost, in terms of strength, technique, and strategy, but I'm not willing to accept it. If we started on equal footing, I wouldn't have lost, Kermit muttered weakly. Looking down at the defeated man, Amrit replied, "May you fulfill that wish in the next life. Since you've lost, then die." Amrit's palm slammed down swiftly towards Kermit's skull. Chapter 164. News of the Feng-Man invasion. Kermit slowly collapsed in a pool of blood, while Amrit stood with his hands behind his back, staring at the corpse without any emotion. Abdul emerged from the side, his face wearing an appreciative expression. "Iron Armor Dragonfly, your reputation is indeed well-deserved. The legendary Flying Fish Battalion truly possesses unparalleled strength." Amrit turned to look at him, his eyes not as cold as before. "Abdul, I know you." "Really? I didn't expect that General Fei would know of me?" Abdul was slightly surprised and asked curiously. "The Dragon Snake War, you played a decisive role. No one in the Tianfeng dynasty's army doesn't know about it." Amrit spoke, admiration showing on his face. Only now did Abdul understand. That was the result of unity throughout Yunsong City. "I dare not take credit for it." Amrit nodded, gazing into the distance, lost in reverie. To be honest, from the very beginning, the court had already given up on that battle. Yet, Yunsong City, suffering from both an internal plague and external enemies, managed to turn defeat into victory, astonishing the world. The Feng-Man war god Amato, though his martial arts are ordinary, is an unparalleled genius in military affairs, undefeated in his lifetime. Who would have thought he would meet his end in Yunsong? By your hand. Amrit's expression was a mix of regret and excitement, as if he longed to have fought on the battlefield against him. Abdul understood that such people were incredibly strong, born for war, preferring to die on the battlefield rather than live in peace. In that battle, Amato had already lost his heart. Defeat was inevitable. Abdul sighed softly. Indeed, during the Dragon Snake War, the Feng-Man tribes aimed only to showcase the prowess of three young geniuses. It was as if they used the lives of their soldiers to put on a show for the world. Thus, they were constrained at every turn, leading to the near depletion of their elite Black Eagle cavalry. You're right. Using the lives of soldiers to secure a future for the next generation, regardless of its worth, truly demoralizes the troops. Amrit's lips curled with disdain. He disapproved of the Feng-Man tribe's methods, believing that a nation could not rely solely on a few high-level martial artists, but also required valiant soldiers who fight to the death. They remained silent for a moment, neither speaking further. Suddenly, Amrit remembered something and turned to Abdul. "By the way, according to our spies, the Feng-Man tribes are planning their next invasion." "What?" Abdul was taken aback. Although he was away, the Liu family still resided in Yunsong, not yet moved out. The Feng-Man tribes had barely started this campaign and wouldn't let it go easily. Amrit continued. "They are extremely dissatisfied with this recent engagement. Originally, they agreed to use Yunsong City to elevate those three geniuses. Who would have thought that the illustrious Protector General would fall in battle, allowing Tianfeng to gain fame from this fight? Now, the Feng-Man tribes are furious, vowing to reduce Yunsong to dust." Hearing this, Abdul anxiously asked, "Do you know when?" "Not yet, but apparently, the Feng-Man tribes might collaborate with the demon race." Amrit's words made Abdul frown. Humans and demons have always been at odds, but if there's enough benefit, it's not impossible. However, once the demons join the fight, the scale of the war will escalate. At that point, the Tianfeng dynasty will undoubtedly deploy all its elite forces. Under these circumstances, it's uncertain whether Yunzhong City can be defended. But if the Liu family gets involved, there might be a danger of extermination. This news hit him hard. With this in mind, Abdul bowed respectfully. This is crucial information. Thank you, General. Amrit waved it off nonchalantly. No problem. Protecting the country is my lifelong wish. If the Fengman attack, I hope to have the chance to fight on the front lines. Speaking with great fervor, Amrit's voice resonated powerfully. Abdul couldn't help but be inspired, feeling a surge of valor within. I hope to have the chance to fight alongside you, General. Ha ha ha, excellent. The two smiled at each other, sharing a mutual respect for heroes. Liu brother, I came to the sword tomb to find a suitable weapon. Let us part here. Abdul bowed and said, till we meet again. As they parted, watching Amrit's retreating figure, Abdul couldn't help but admire him. What a man of great integrity and straightforwardness. Integrity is easy to speak of but hard to practice. Even he, having lived 2 lifetimes, could not fully achieve it. Everyone has selfishness, it's human nature. For instance, even now, his conversation with Amrit had another purpose. Seeing Amrit disappear, Abdul approached Kermit's corpse. With a slight shift in his shoulders, he unsheathed Jinhan heavy sword, striking Kermit's golden arms with immense force. Bang, bang, bang. Heavy sounds echoed as the golden arms finally cracked under Abdul's repeated strikes. The cracks widened until they shattered completely, sending gold fragments flying. From amidst the gold shards, 2 red masses shot out, the cane. Prepared for this, Abdul swiftly caught them. Upon contact, the cane glowed blood red, undulating excitedly. The 2 cane entered Abdul's body through his hands. Simultaneously, Abdul felt his flesh being rapidly consumed by them. Faced with this situation, he remained calm, sitting cross-legged. Placing his hands on his knees, he embraced his energy and began practicing the Delbert Divine skill. A system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected cane energy. The Delbert Divine skill drools uncontrollably. Training speed increases by 300%. Ding! Casting body technique, feels left out and joins the competition. Training speed increases by 500%. Both techniques fiercely compete. Training speed significantly boosts. As the cane entered Abdul's body, they encountered 2 even stronger forces, devouring them relentlessly. Desperate to escape, it was too late. Red light enveloped Abdul, forming a bloody cocoon around him. Nearby, the small childlike figure of Basil appeared, placing mirror stones around Abdul. In the next second, Abdul seemed to vanish completely. Not just his body, but even his aura disappeared. The little child finished setting up the concealed spirit array and joined it. Approaching Abdul, he threw the final mirror stone. Aquila, transformed into a ray spirit, appeared. Slowly, he guided the 5 struggling cane towards Abdul's body. Hashtag chapter 165, conspiracy. As the 5 Ta Sui entered Heath's body, his surroundings were enveloped in a radiant blood light. A massive blood cocoon rapidly formed and finally encased him. Both Heath's physique and martial arts cultivation were increasing at a terrifying rate. Meanwhile, the Jingxia around him had created a small illusory array, obscuring his figure and aura. In fact, even within the tomb, Heath had already discovered the presence of the Ta Sui through system notifications in the bodies of Kermit's 5 subordinates. Since their hosts were dead, the Ta Sui were relatively weak. With a heaven-grade cultivation technique as support, Heath had the idea to absorb the Ta Sui to further enhance himself. Thus, he used the Jingxia in an array formation to store the 5 Ta Sui. He then hurried to the surface to observe the battle between Kermit and Amrit. If Amrit had lost, Heath would have also intervened to kill Kermit. But Amrit was stronger than expected. His transcendent realm strength could easily slay ordinary essence condensation realm cultivators, so Heath enjoyed watching from the sidelines. 7 Ta Sui entering his body, vast and pure blood essence being refined. In an instant, his martial arts realm soared to the 9th stage transcendent realm, and his physique was about to break through to the bronze skin realm. While Heath diligently refined the Ta Sui, 300 miles north of him, a team of several dozen people was heading northwest. This group was composed of 2 factions, the Dianqing sect and the Spring-Autumn Dao Palace. Cole and Bond led the way. On the side of the Spring-Autumn Dao Palace, a young Taoist riding a plum deer dozed leisurely, as if on vacation. His demeanor displeased the members of the Dianqing sect. Senior brother, why are we collaborating with these cow-nosed Taoists? Look at how lax they are. A disciple of the Dianqing sect grumbled. Cole raised an eyebrow and hushed them in a low voice. Quiet. We're heading to the Sword Tomb's core area, which is full of dangers. Only by joining forces with the friends from the Dao Palace and helping each other can we gain better opportunities. Don't talk nonsense. Understand? They nodded under his stern rebuke. People act this way. Even if they despise someone, they can become friends if there's enough benefit involved. Having calmed the group, Cole walked faster to catch up with Bond, speaking softly. Second brother, do you think those Taoists really have the map to the Sword Tomb's core? Bond nodded. Bronson showed it to me. Combined with our maps, it's likely genuine. I'm relieved. Cole breathed easier but added, we must still be wary of these Taoists. They're devious. Naturally, big brother. Don't worry. The strongest here is that Evan. If we brothers join forces, taking him down shouldn't be difficult. That's good. I hope we encounter that scoundrel from Yarnidian, so I can kill him. Mentioning Heath infuriated Cole. Had it not been for him, Cole wouldn't be severely injured, weakening his strength. Whenever he thought of this, he wished he could devour Heath's flesh and drink his blood. Seeing his elder brother like this, Bond remained silent, revealing a hint of disdain on his face. Serves him right. Inadequate strength yet trying to court Adrian. Overambitious, he thought. Meanwhile, the Evan leading the group suddenly opened his eyes and waved his hand. The disciples from the Spring-Autumn Dao Palace stopped. What's wrong, senior brother? Evan didn't speak, only glancing ahead. Shadows moved in the mist, as if someone was emerging. Who's there? A disciple demanded. Soon, a familiar voice answered, it's me, followed by a weak appearance of Bronson. The disciples relaxed. Junior brother Bronson, what happened? Several rushed to support the visibly injured Bronson. There's a long story. Bring me to see senior brother Terrence. They hurried Bronson to Evan. Greetings, senior brother Terrence. The young Taoist rider looked at Bronson calmly. Junior brother, what happened? Senior brother, Yarnidian ambushed me. They surrounded and attacked me and my comrades from the Flying Fish Camp. Oh. Evan smiled faintly, making Bronson feel exposed. At this moment, the Dianxing sect members approached. Cole stepped forward angrily. You say Yarnidian ambushed you. Was Heath involved? Yes, he led the attack. The brothers from the Flying Fish Camp. Bronson feigned grief. If Heath were present, he'd compliment Bronson's acting. But Cole, who already hated him, took the opportunity to criticize. Heath is treacherous. He dared to ambush the Flying Fish Camp, clearly intending to eliminate us all and claim the treasures of the Sword Tomb alone. We should join forces and eradicate this villain. He spoke with great indignation. Bronson secretly laughed. Heath, I don't believe even combined efforts won't defeat you. Both the Spring-Autumn Dao Palace and Dianxing sect disciples were enraged. Yarnidian hurt our junior brother. We cannot forgive them. They're too audacious. Adrian warned us that Heath of Yarnidian is evil incarnate. Kill him, enforce justice. Disciples discussed heatedly, yearning to find Heath and tear him apart. Finally, all gazes turned to Bond and Evan. Second brother, what do you think? Cole's eyes burned with anger. Bond didn't respond, stepping forward, clasping hands, and asking, Senior Terrence, what do you think? Evan smiled mildly, saying, let's first seek swords in the core area. We came here not for revenge, but for opportunities. Let's not lose focus. Without waiting for a response, he rode his plum deer forward leisurely. Chapter 166. The moon resembles a hook. The hook is like a sword. Watching Gerhard's retreating back, everyone exchanged uncertain glances, not knowing how to proceed. The group from Xiuxian Daoist Palace hesitated for a moment before hastily following him. On the other side, Cole was reluctant and wanted to say more. He was stopped by Bond beside him. Daoist brother Terrence is right. We should first find the treasure sword and focus on improving our strength, he said. This struck a chord with all the disciples of Dianxing sect. After all, only Cole had a grudge. They shouldn't risk their lives over this. Let's follow what senior brother Chenghu says. Looking at them, Bond felt satisfied. Glancing at the still furious Cole, he showed complete disdain. The group continued towards the core area. Unbeknownst to Cole, he had already been outwitted by his younger brother. The next day, amidst where Abdul was, the blood cocoon burst open as he leaped out. His entire body exuded an even more condensed aura. With a thought, the system panel appeared. Host, Abdul. Realm. Transformation Gong Tier 1. Constitution. Phaseless Sword Bone. Improves Sword Enlightenment. Increases Sword Power. Xiuxian Divine Technique. Beginner Level. Extreme Yin Sha. Xuanin Sword Cannon. Returning to Simplicity. Derivative Wuling Skill. Xuanin Sword Armor. Poison Bee Finger. Returning to Simplicity. Derivative Wuling Skill. Frenzied Poison Bee Spirit. Beast Heart Extinguishing Sword. Mastery. Casting Body Art. Mastery. Bronze Skin Realm. Thunder Domain Formation Dao. Mastery. Wilted Wood Meditation. Perfect. 3,000 Questions of Alchemy. Perfect. Feeling his newfound strength within him, Abdul was immensely delighted. Not only did his physique reach the peak of Bronze Skin Realm, but his martial cultivation also broke through to the Transformation Gong Realm. Furthermore, the Neishui power in his body wasn't entirely consumed. A significant amount remained, gradually refining as he continued cultivating. After familiarizing himself with his new power, Abdul deactivated the array and stowed away the 9 mirror stones. Then, the young ear-reporting child wearing a green cap revealed himself. Little Green, lead me to the Elder's hidden sword place. Abdul softly instructed. On that day, Arav hid the 10,000-year-old black ice sword in the sword tomb and told the location to the ear-reporting child. Therefore, to find this ice sword, only the ear-reporting child could lead the way. Sure, master. The green-capped child nodded, carefully discerned the direction, and led Abdul toward the northwest. After about 15 minutes, turning around a mountain hollow, they suddenly heard noise, interspersed with cries and battle shouts ahead. Abdul walked straight forward, unfazed. In an old village, hundreds of zombies were attacking about 20 people. Half of them were disciples of minor sects, while the other half were from one of the 4 major sects, the Imperial Sword City. Moreover, these zombies were clearly stronger than those he had previously encountered. Therefore, those being attacked weren't any match for them and cried out incessantly as they were surrounded by zombies. Everyone fought desperately just to stay alive. At this moment, fear, hesitation, anxiety, even instinct were shattered into pieces. It was kill or be killed. Facing life, swordsmanship and dignity counted for little. What surprised Abdul was Esteban, the leader of the Imperial Sword City this time. The young man from Imperial Sword City kept dodging without making any other moves. He ignored the plight of his fellow disciples, looking more like a frightened bird fleeing everywhere. Abdul's appearance brightened his eyes, and he quickly approached, calling out, "Brother, come help me." Seeing the rapidly approaching figure, Abdul's lips slightly curled. With a swift motion, a wave of sword chi shot out from his long sword. Before the startled Esteban could react, the blade slashed before him. "Though you look handsome, I prefer women, and I never need teammates, especially useless ones." The icy voice echoed in Esteban's ears. Looking at the smiling youth not far away, Esteban's bright eyes flickered with surprise. He originally assumed that since the other person was alone in the sword tomb and now surrounded by zombies, he would team up without hesitation. But instead, he was rejected. After a brief daze, Esteban smiled lightly. This brother sure has a cold heart. At that moment, a zombie was already near him, just tens of steps away. Abdul kicked out, sending a rusty sword flying toward Esteban. If you don't want to die, show some real skills. Esteban deftly caught it, performed a few quick flourishes, and calmly said, Riker might not know, but my background is humble, so I can't handle swords, the Emperor's among weapons. As he spoke, the zombie lunged at Esteban's face. Suddenly, a silver light flashed, and the zombie's hands fell to the ground, black-purple blood dripping down. Esteban now held a pair of weapons, standing still in the darkness, his demeanor changing drastically. You don't need to act, Riker. Abdul. I didn't plan to act. In this world, martial artists dominated. Swords were the kings of all weapons. Throughout the Jianghu, almost every martial practitioner used swords. Yet, Abdul faced an exception. Esteban did not use swords. He wielded hooks. Esteban stood there with a pair of silver hooks in his hands, resembling crescent moons, exuding a chilling light. However, his opponents paid no attention to the crescent moon-like hooks. Perhaps all they could think about was devouring the fresh flesh before them. The zombie, whose arms were severed by Esteban's hook, felt no pain and pounced again. Esteban gracefully sidestepped, but the zombie stubbornly got back up, swinging its pus-oozing broken arms. Esteban took a deep breath, crossed his silver hooks in an X, and struck swiftly. This blow was incredibly fast, like wildfire racing unabated or thunder crashing through a rainy night. The silver hooks sliced silently but forcefully, severing the heads of 7 or 8 zombies that flew into the air. Smiling, Esteban turned to look at Abdul and asked, Riker, what do you think? Am I qualified? Abdul smiled faintly, and his longsword slashed across the nearest zombie. The ghastly face was torn off from the neck, landing on the ground and rolling a few times before stopping. The moon resembles a hook. The hook is like a sword. Using hooks as swords? Indeed, the Imperial Sword City's sword techniques are legendary. Haha, I merely understand a bit. Sword Dao is vast and profound. A proud smile spread across Esteban's handsome face. Hashtag chapter 167. Even waste has value. Esteban chuckled as he looked at Abdul and asked, Now, do I have the qualifications to be teammates with Riker? Abdul remained non-committal, slashing his long sword to cut down all the zombies around him. Your strength isn't bad, but I've also said that I don't have the habit of teaming up with others. With that, he turned resolutely and walked away without hesitation. However, though he was so decisive, Esteban wouldn't let go easily. He darted in front of Abdul, blocking his path. Riker, why keep people at arm's length? Move aside. Abdul's voice was icy, like millennia-old snow that refused to melt. Seeing his serious expression and sensing a potential confrontation, Esteban hurriedly pulled something from his pocket and spoke. Hold on, Riker. I have a map of the Sword Tomb's core area. At this, Abdul stopped in his tracks, his attention drawn by the parchment. Seizing the moment, Esteban quickly added, The Sword Tomb's core area houses those legendary swords. Shall we join forces and explore it together? Abdul didn't reply, just standing there and looking at Esteban with an amused gaze. This only made Esteban feel even more helpless. After much hesitation, he gritted his teeth and tossed the parchment over. Abdul caught it and examined it closely. The map clearly marked the location of the core area and some of the dangerous spots along the way. Although not perfect, it appeared genuine. More importantly, Abdul realized that the location where the young messenger had mentioned the hidden sword might very well be in this core area. After a while, Abdul tossed the parchment back and asked, If you have this map, why not go alone? Why seek allies? Hearing this, Esteban wore an expected look and smiled. Actually, this map isn't much of a secret. Oh, what do you mean? It's likely that the 4 major sects of Beijiang County and the Flying Fish Camp all have one. After all, the Sword Tomb has been here for 100 years. Most of it has already been explored. Though Esteban's words weren't finished, Abdul already understood. He guessed that Yenri Hall would also have such a map, probably in Vlad's possession. Given that he and Adam set out early, and Vlad was among the best of the expedition, it made sense that the map was entrusted to him. This clarified why Esteban sought allies. Considering the likelihood that other sects have also joined forces, I might find it challenging going solo. A thought crossed Abdul's mind. Just challenging? This Esteban seems to have his own cards up his sleeve. Indeed, what genius disciple doesn't have a trump card? Reflecting on this, Abdul posed another question. Why do you want to team up with me? He gestured toward the Huangjian city disciples still battling the zombies behind him. Aren't your fellow disciples more trustworthy? Upon hearing this, Esteban curled his lip in disdain. Them? Using Riker's words, they're unworthy? Abdul remained expressionless, quietly observing. Sensing the depth of his feelings, Esteban seemed to recall past events, his tone becoming agitated. Just because I'm a collateral branch disciple, I'm forbidden to wield a sword. But look at these supposedly pure-blooded disciples, mere waste. They have neither my talent nor my insight. If I'm unworthy of wielding a sword, then what about them? Esteban's handsome face twisted grotesquely from anger, culminating in a roar as if trying to vent his pent-up frustrations. Only then did Abdul understand why this man used twin hooks instead of a sword. He couldn't help but sigh. Huangjian City is dominated by the Ding family lineage, naturally leading to such flaws. Unfortunately, although Esteban appears gentlemanly on the surface, his heart may have long since gone mad. After several deep breaths, Esteban resumed his aristocratic composure and asked with a smile, Does Riker think I need to save these worthless ones? My mission here is to find a suitable divine sword. I can't allow any delays. As soon as he finished speaking, laughter erupted behind him. Ha ha ha. Turning, Esteban saw that the laughter came from Abdul. His expression darkened. What are you laughing about, Riker? Hearing this, Abdul composed himself but retained a slight smile. I laugh because Brother Ding is too kind-hearted. Oh, could you explain? Abdul turned to face him, saying, We don't know what dangers lie between here and the core area. Since that's the case, why not utilize these wastes? Esteban paused, then seemed to grasp Abdul's intent. You mean? Waste has its value. Maximizing every bit of value will benefit Brother Ding. Abdul's words struck Esteban like thunder. Right, I could save them, use them as pawns, and make them pave the way for my advancement. Perhaps I've been too narrow-minded all along. Realizing this, Esteban's view of Abdul changed. He felt a chill run down his spine, knowing that this man was even more ruthless than him. He felt fortunate for his patience in befriending such a person, for it was better to have him as a friend than an enemy. Taking a step forward, Esteban clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. Riker, you speak truly. I am enlightened. Since that's the case, Brother Ding, let's get moving. We must hurry. Abdul's words startled Esteban momentarily, but he quickly understood that Abdul agreed to team up with him. Wait a moment, Riker. It won't take long. Saying this, he sped toward the battlefield like a flash. His twin hooks shone like silver moons, slicing through enemies effortlessly. The low-level zombies were no match, falling in droves. In no time, the zombies surrounding the Huangjian City disciples were obliterated by Esteban alone. Surviving disciples from smaller sects, and even Huangjian City's disciples who once disdained him now looked at Esteban with awe and respect. Thank you, Senior Brother Ding. We are willing to follow your lead. One of them started the chant, which soon echoed in unison from all survivors. Their voices swelled into a wave, resonating through the sky. Watching this scene, Esteban felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Never thought being revered by the weak would feel so satisfying. Hashtag chapter 168. The Tiger Spirit Tree Demon. Heath and Esteban led the rest of the Huangjian City disciples on a frenzied sprint towards the northwest. By midday, they found their path blocked by a dense forest. What should we do, Senior Brother? One of the Huangjian City disciples, eyeing the dark expanse ahead, asked cautiously, clearly feeling a chill of fear. Esteban remained expressionless, replying calmly, taking a detour would waste too much time. Why should we be afraid with so many people? Turning to Heath, he asked, what do you think, Riker? Heath nodded in agreement. Indeed, time is everything now. If we fall behind the other sects, they will take all the rewards. With that, he took the lead into the forest, stepping forward resolutely. Esteban nodded approvingly and followed. The remaining disciples, despite their growing trepidation, gritted their teeth and chased after them, lured by the immense prize, a legendary divine sword. Within the Tomb of Swords, there was no distinction between day and night, only pervasive fog. Here, it was even darker. As they entered, almost all visibility was lost. It felt like they were enveloped in pitch-black darkness. The dense canopy above blocked any remaining light. Heath slowed his pace, waving lightly. Beside him, a small child in a green cap appeared and ventured ahead. Meanwhile, Esteban stayed close, directing the other Huangjian City disciples to spread out cautiously, prepared to alert each other if danger approached. As they ventured deeper, they became completely blind, indistinguishable from the sightless. However, Heath could still perceive the surroundings through the ear messenger boy. Being a ghost spirit, the boy sensed things mainly through smell and sound, unaffected by the environment. His night vision was also excellent, and could be shared with Heath in critical moments. This was why Heath dared to enter the forest. About 10 minutes later, rustling sounds came from the vicinity, too faint for anyone but the ear messenger boy to notice. He sent a clear signal. Something was approaching. Suddenly, a roar echoed. Roar? A tiger's roar? How could there be a tiger's roar here? Heath's mind raced, quickly finding an answer. The Tomb of Swords housed not just zombies, but also beast spirits and ghost spirits. This must be one of the latter two. Living in such an environment, they likely possessed night vision. Therefore, combating them in this darkness would be extremely challenging, especially if more than one or two were present. As he pondered, more roars erupted in the distance, one after another. Roar! Another tiger's cry, followed by the whistling of claws cutting through the air. To Heath's left, a disciple cried out, clearly under attack. Soon, shouts of alarm rang out from various directions. Ring. Ghost spirit presence detected. Mystic spring art, undisturbed. Cultivation speed increased by 10%. Heath mused internally, I thought it was a beast spirit, but it's actually a ghost spirit. At the same moment, Esteban called out, everyone gathered together and formed the three-talent sword formation. Upon his command, over a dozen disciples swiftly converged. They formed defensive triangles, retreating gradually to Esteban and Heath's sides, protecting them at the center. A mental command triggered images in Heath's mind, the ear messenger boy's perspective. Not far off, several tiger spirits surrounded them, moving frantically yet unable to find openings due to the tight formation. The tiger spirits grew frustrated, roaring wildly. Unable to wait any longer, the tiger spirits launched their assault. Being ghost spirits, their intelligence was limited. Heath and Esteban waited for them to strike first. As they charged, moon-like hooks sliced through the darkness, sending sword chi straight at the tiger spirits. Esteban, though unable to see, relied on directional sounds to pinpoint their locations. In contrast, Heath, guided by the ear messenger boy's vision, unleashed the long-dormant poison bee finger technique. As if perfectly synchronized, the charging tiger spirits seemed to run right into the attack, disintegrating into ash. Most tiger spirits were knocked to the ground, emitting agonized cries. Heath, however, remained unperturbed. He sensed a sudden increase in unseen presences around them, other monsters lurking within the forest. As the tiger spirits' cries faded, an eerie silence returned. Yet, several disciples were injured, their blood lingering in the air. Suddenly, the ground trembled, echoing loudly. Heath felt the giant trees beginning to move. This is a tree demon, Esteban exclaimed in shock. If this forest was the tree demon's territory, they had ventured deep into its domain. Through the ear messenger boy's eyes, Heath saw a massive tree approaching slowly. The surrounding trees seemed to retreat, extending branches as if acknowledging the tree demon. A gigantic, aged face emerged on the trunk, roaring at the group. Without hesitation, Heath pointed, releasing a green poison bee toward the tree demon. Clang! The metallic clang was accompanied by a shower of sparks. The bee dissipated without inflicting damage. The tree demon roared again, spreading its thick branches, ensnaring a nearby disciple. Vines writhed, engulfing the victim, whose body rapidly decayed, likely used as nourishment. Blood-soaked vines pulled another disciple overhead, twisting and squeezing him as if kneading dough. Blood rained down onto the trunk, which drank greedily. The once quiet forest echoed with screams. Seeing the formidable opponent, Heath retreated slightly. But behind him, a large tree swayed, its branches rapidly growing and blocking his path. With a sigh, Heath said calmly, "Since you seek death, I shall grant it." As he spoke, the bloodthirsty ghost Cameron rushed forward. Two streams of sword chi struck the tree demon, causing its massive body to shudder and leaves to scatter. Roar! The tree demon roared, showcasing immense strength. However, Heath's speed surpassed it. Its whipping branches were ineffective against him. Taking advantage of this, Heath attacked gaps in its defenses, slashing at the bark repeatedly, producing screeching noises and sparking flames. Neither side gained the upper hand, leading to a deadlock. Chapter 169. Thunderfire incinerates the tree demon. The tree demon's formidable defenses posed a serious challenge. Not only could Heath not break through, even Esteban was at a loss to penetrate its defenses. Consequently, everyone would be trapped with no means of escape. Esteban's silver hook slashed continuously as he called out loudly, "Riker, what should we do now?" Heath pondered for a moment, unable to think of an immediate solution. After deliberation, he decided that only the use of an array could help them. Without hesitation, he said in a grave voice, "Brother Ding, hold on for a moment. I will set up a blazing sun array and use fire to burn these creatures." Everyone felt a surge of hope upon hearing this. Although the tree demons were well defended, being plants made them inherently weak against fire. Since that's the case, quickly set up the array, Riker. "I'll buy you some time," Esteban shouted. "All right." As he spoke, Heath leaped away and dashed deeper into the forest. Along the way, the trees around him began to animate one by one. The ground trembled underfoot, making it difficult to stand. Forming a ring around Heath, this sudden revival was especially hostile toward this uninvited guest. Suddenly, countless thin roots appeared and tightly bound Heath's right ankle. Feeling a tremendous force, he lost control and fell forward. The roots then yanked violently, dragging his body backward along the ground. Drawing his spear sword, the tying shade wrap covered the blade, and he swung it backward. Clang! Though sparks flew, the roots remained unharmed. However, the tying shade wrap spread like an unshakable shadow, freezing the roots almost instantly. Due to the shade wrap, the roots became brittle. Heath then drew Jinhan heavy sword and hacked wildly, turning the frozen roots into shattered ice. Clearing a space around him, Heath took a step forward just as a massive, 100-meter-long tentacle erupted from the ground, its thick branches blotting out the sky. At the top of the vine was a cluster of leaves forming a face which shrieked, "Die!" Seeing the opponent finally reveal itself, Heath stood ready, having formed a hunch. "So you are the master of this forest, controlling these tree demons?" Heath asked, staring intently at the creature. After a long silence, it didn't respond, whether due to a language barrier or lack of words. But its lack of continued attack indirectly confirmed Heath's guess. Heath charged forward, holding the sword with both hands, striking directly at the thick branches. Seeing Heath dare to attack, the giant tree roared and lashed its vines at him. Snap! Upon collision, Heath's strength proved inadequate, sending him flying backward. Upon landing, his expression changed abruptly as he sensed a fierce wind behind him. Several small tentacles, like spears, stabbed towards him at blinding speed, leaving no chance for evasion. Bronze light enveloped Heath, revealing his bronze skin realm's dermal membrane. Over it shimmered the xiuxian sword armor, emitting a faint, cold glow. Boom! The wooden spear penetrated Heath's back but failed to wound him deeply. Instead, his body burst with sword chi, piercing the nearby branches. The remaining fragments barely grazed him without breaking his protective layers. Only a slight vibration inside his organs betrayed the impact. Floating backward, Heath retrieved the Leywood array disc mid-air, pouring true chi into it. Moments later, Janae's figure slowly materialized. Heath commanded resolutely, "Janae, set up the desolate thunderstorm array." Indeed, Heath had never intended to create a blazing sun array. The entire forest was filled with tree demons, each powerful enough to rival transcendent realm martial artists. Moreover, among them was a leader at the mid-gathering stage, too formidable for a mere rank 8 blazing sun array to destroy entirely. With a wave of her hand, Janae released countless beams of true chi from the disc in all directions. Instantly, array patterns floated in midair, glowing faintly white. Sensing danger, the tree demon leader directed countless vines towards Heath, inadvertently blocking the view of Esteban and others, giving Heath room to cast the spell. Watching the overwhelming branches and vines, Heath calmly traced his right hand over the Leywood array disc and whispered, "Invoke thunder." Thunder roared above as a thick bolt of lightning struck down, splitting the tree demon leader's crown. A deafening explosion followed, accompanied by a colossal wail from the leader. Thunder, known for its lethal power against demons, combined with Heath's invocation of celestial lightning, a top-grade killing array, proved too much for the tree demon to withstand. However, such a potent strike drained the majority of Heath's true chi. To fully unleash the array's potential, additional special materials were required alongside the Leywood array disc. Nonetheless, even this single bolt of lightning inflicted severe injuries on the tree demon leader. Flames engulfed the massive tree crown, rapidly spreading across the entire tree. Fire soared into the night sky, lighting up the dark sword tomb brilliantly. Elsewhere, Esteban and the surviving disciples watched the spectacle with lingering fear. We survived. Lu's senior brother succeeded. Yes, it seems Riker managed it. Esteban observed this scene, growing increasingly wary of Heath. Initially, he expected Heath's blazing sun array to force the tree demons back, clearing their path. Never did he anticipate the entire forest would be set ablaze. The intensity of the flames hinted at an extraordinary array, especially after that massive explosion, clearly no ordinary attack. He regretted allying with Heath. If Heath's power surpassed his, everything might end up working for someone else's benefit. As the fire approached them, one of the survivors asked anxiously, "Senior brother Ding, what should we do?" Esteban hesitated for a moment, then replied, "We retreat first. Riker will surely find a way out." Without looking back, he left the forest, the others following suit. Chapter 170. The conspiracy begins. Esteban burst out of the tree demon forest, with only 5 of his Huangjian city disciples still following him. The rest had either been brutally killed by the tree demons or devoured by the raging inferno, their souls dissipating into the wind. Escaping about 50 miles away, the 6 of them turned back to look. Flames soared into the sky, engulfing the entire forest in a sea of fire. Witnessing this, Esteban felt a complex mix of emotions. He hoped Abdul was alive but at the same time, wished for him to perish in the blaze. If Abdul survived and joined forces with him in the core area, they would be nearly invincible. However, that would also mean he would have an extremely formidable competitor. "Senior brother Ding, what should we do now?" one of the Huangjian city disciples asked. Esteban turned to see the remaining 5 disciples and pondered for a moment before speaking. "We will wait here for Riker. Let's hope he is all right." "All right." The other 5 disciples were relieved by his words. They feared that if Esteban and Abdul had brotherly affection, he might send them back to search. Though grateful for being saved, none of them would have been willing to risk their lives again. As time passed, the flames showed no signs of abating. Still, there was no sign of Abdul. Esteban stood up with a light sigh, his face filled with regret. Alas, it seems Riker may not have made it. "Senior brother, don't grieve. Once we return, we will certainly establish a memorial for Senior Riker," one disciple said. Another chimed in, "Indeed, Senior brother. Our priority now is to reach the core area as soon as possible, ensuring we don't let other sects get ahead of us. That would be the greatest honor to Senior Riker's memory." After hearing their words, Esteban pretended to think for a moment. He then raised his head decisively and declared, "Very well. We will set off immediately and put forth even greater effort for Riker." "Brilliant, Senior brother." The 5 Huangjian city disciples smiled and bowed. Led by Esteban, they sped off in the direction indicated on the map. Shortly after they left, Abdul's figure slowly emerged from the blazing inferno behind them, surrounded by surging chi that kept the flames at bay. Watching the group disappear into the distance, Abdul's lips curled slightly as he muttered to himself, "Better this way. Next time we meet, you might end up as a soul under my sword." With that, he walked out calmly, neither hurrying nor lingering. The delay was due to the triggering of the sword tomb's protective formation by the Absolute Domain Thunder Array. Inside his mind, the system's voice rang urgently. "Ding." The Absolute Domain Thunder Array triggered the Sword Tomb Guardian formation. Detected rank 1 combination formation. Shadow Mist Array. Array Dao of Thunder region begins deducing. Progress obstructed. Array Dao of Thunder region enraged. Deduction speed increased by 300%. Current deduction progress, 1%. This sudden development caused Abdul to remain in the flames for some time, but fortunately, his strong defenses prevented any harm. Afterward, he also headed toward the core area. At this moment, outside the Sword Tomb, Josue sat in a pavilion, while Taoist Reggie stood tall before him, flanked by hundreds of black-clad men. "You are Regizi?" Josue's cold gaze pierced through the air, locking onto the green-robed Taoist. Taoist Reggie stroked his beard calmly, smiling gently. "Josue, I know you are very powerful, but you should not interfere with our divine sect's grand plan. No matter how extraordinary your martial arts, you shall meet your doom today. This day next year will be your anniversary." With that, he waved his sleeves, and his followers surged forward toward the pavilion. In the pavilion, Josue remained seated on a stone bench, emitting killing intent. His chi surged as he defended against the onslaught of the mysterious martial artists with a single palm. The small pavilion seemed impenetrable, like a fortress of bronze and iron. Regizi's subordinates struggled to breach Josue's defenses. "A bunch of trash." Seeing his men failing, Regizi cursed. To avoid delays, he decided to take matters into his own hands. "Get out of the way." Roaring loudly, Regizi leaped like a vulture, landing atop the pavilion. With terrifying force, he exhaled and exerted strength with his legs. "Ha!" A loud boom echoed as the 4 pillars supporting the pavilion snapped, the roof collapsing down. Without a change in expression, Josue kicked the stone table beneath him. A grating sound followed as the table slid across the ground, then flipped upward into the air, shielding him from above. Simultaneously, he released a burst of palm energy, spinning the heavy table which repelled all falling debris. Just then, Regizi's descent pressed upon the pavilion. With another resounding pong, the stone table shattered into powder upon impact. However, Josue's palm power was formidable, striking directly at Regizi's chest amidst the downward momentum. A spurt of blood erupted from Regizi's mouth, and he flew backward like a broken kite, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a halt. Clay-faced, covered in dirt and blood, his green robe torn and ragged, Regizi wiped his mouth. Seeing the crimson stain on his hand, his expression twisted in rage. "This, blood. You made me bleed, Josue. I will kill you." He screamed hysterically, a chilling sound akin to that of a hellish demon, sending shivers down the spine. However, Josue remained unmoved, not even glancing at him, continuing to sit steadily on the stone bench, observing the crowd with no fear whatsoever, treating them like insignificant insects. "Kill him. Attack. Kill him. Rigizi raged like a madman, barking orders to his followers. His second-in-command's command sent the Silverlight cult members charging forward despite their fear. At this critical moment, an arrow whizzed through the air. Austin of the Xiuxian Dao Palace finally arrived with reinforcements. Reggie traitor, today I cleanse the door. Behind him, soldiers of the Flying Fish camp drew their long knives and charged, faces grim, unstoppable as they advanced with disciplined steps. Upon engaging, Rigizi's men were decimated instantly, suffering heavy casualties. Though individually they weren't far behind, they were no match for the well-trained Flying Fish camp. ##### Chapter 171. Blood God Sect. Carmine looked at the sudden appearance of Austin and the Flying Fish Battalion, his face turning deathly pale. The Flying Fish Battalion's involvement indicated that Alton was nearby. That meant a core formation realm powerhouse, a formidable military general with exceptional combat skills, would be involved. If he were to join the battle, their side would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses. Just as Carmine felt deeply concerned, a figure landed amidst the crowd like an eagle spreading its wings. The newcomer was broad-shouldered and wielded a war saber. With a casual swing, many Blood God sect members were knocked down. It was none other than Alton, a martial Golden Core realm powerhouse and commander of the Flying Fish Battalion. His brow furrowed and eyes cold, he barked out sternly. Members of the Blood God sect have plagued and tormented the people. Not one shall be spared. Kill them all. The word kill echoed with overwhelming momentum, like a towering mountain pressing down on everyone's chests, making it hard to breathe. As part of the Heavenly Wind Dynasty's Blue Wave Army, they had the entire military backing them up. Thus, compared to the four major sects of Northern River County, the military knew well about the existence of the Blood God sect. The soldiers of the Flying Fish Battalion roared and charged forward wildly. Both sides fell into a chaotic battle, chi surging violently around them. There were no empty words between the two sides. They engaged in mortal combat from the moment they met. Their enmity was irreconcilable, so neither side wasted time on feints or probing attacks but went all out to ensure a single strike could kill the enemy. Josue, who had been wary of Carmine, could no longer hold back and started attacking. He summoned his power and slapped outwards, his palm turning golden. A loud boom resounded as he blasted a man, who was just about to channel Tai Sui power, into pieces. Seeing this, Austin couldn't help but commend him. Senior Chin truly lives up to being an enforcement elder of the Eclipse Hall. This crushing gold palm is indeed formidable. He then drew his bow fully, and an arrow flew out like a shooting star, cleaving two Blood God sect members in half. Alton and the Flying Fish Battalion's intervention instantly changed the course of the battle, leading to numerous deaths among the Blood God sect members. However, contrary to expectations, the sect members showed no signs of retreating. Carmine's face turned ashen, watching all this unfold without making any move. All of you, do not retreat. Wait for reinforcements and hold your ground until death if necessary. This statement stunned Josue and others, causing confusion to arise in their hearts. What does the Blood God sect plan to do? What could be inside the sword tomb that attracts them so much? As everyone puzzled over it, suddenly a huge sound came from the sky followed by a piercing shriek. They looked up to see a massive strange bird floating in the air, emitting loud cries. Then, a figure leaped off its back and landed right among them. This person had long hair covering his face, making it impossible to tell whether the front or back was facing them. In front of his chest, a left hand held an hourglass, and his head was bowed as if he were intently looking at it while muttering to himself. This day has finally arrived. When the last word echoed, the entire open area in front of Pingwang River was filled with the sound, reverberating in the air. All that could be heard was the drawn-out ah. The drawn-out sound grated on everyone's nerves like metal being scraped, causing discomfort. Seeing the opponent's rising momentum, Josue immediately attacked first. His body flickered and he appeared in front of the man in an instant, thrusting his fingers toward the man's eyes, covered in golden light. But when his fingers touched, he felt excruciating pain as if they were about to break. Clenching his teeth, Josue quickly retreated. The man then swept his right hand over his head, revealing a stone mask with a chilling ghostly face painted on it. Looking at Josue, there was a sinister laugh from beneath the mask. Why did you poke my back of the head? As he spoke, he turned around, showing another ghostly mask, making it impossible to tell which side was the front or back. Under the sunlight, the mask appeared scorched and grotesque, grinning widely with white teeth painted on it. Josue concealed his injured fingers behind his back and angrily shouted, "Cowardly rat, hiding behind a mask to scare us?" Before he finished speaking, the man laughed. "Ugly? I put it on to avoid scaring you to death. Would you rather see my real face?" Austin, standing beside Josue, said coldly, "If you're brave enough, take it off and show us." "Heh. Very good, very good." With a creepy laugh, the man lifted his hands and took off the mask. When he did, everyone instinctively stepped back in horror. Indeed, his face beneath the mask was even more hideous. Half of his face was missing skin and muscle. One side was clear and handsome, while the other revealed bone and teeth, looking like a nightmarish ghoul. Seeing the eerie silence in the courtyard, the man chuckled. "How about it? Should I keep the mask on?" Then he threw his head back in laughter, the sound like demonic chants filling everyone's ears. Some martial artists with lower cultivation felt dizzy and disoriented. Josue took a deep breath, steadying his mind and gathering all his strength before responding. "Who are you, sir? Let us die knowing our foe." Hearing this, the man showed a bizarre expression, neither crying nor laughing. Name? What do I call myself? What is it?" After mumbling for a while, he seemed unsure, then straightened up, looking at Josue. "I've forgotten my name. They now call me York." Upon hearing this, Josue froze, then realization dawned on his face. "York? It's you. No wonder. He knew this name well. Back then, this person was also a brilliant talent, but tragically betrayed his master and joined the Blood God sect. He then slaughtered every member of his former sect without leaving any survivors. This caused quite a stir in the martial world at the time. York grinned widely. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect anyone to remember me. Well then, let me send you on your way. With that, the Blood God sect members behind him let out a collective roar that shook the heavens and the earth. Chapter 172, Sword Revering Mountain. Seeing York's arrogant demeanor, Alton strode forward and shouted, "What, York? Today I shall behead you right here." Ha 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 ha. York covered his face with one hand and laughed. The eerie laughter echoed across the land and sky, carrying an intense ferocity that made everyone shudder, invoking a mysterious fear. Some of the lower-level martial artists panicked and drew back their steps, feeling demonic sounds echoing in their ears. They could no longer stand and thud, fell to the ground. Swish. At this moment, as if the world was just beginning, darkness parted under the light, gradually becoming clearer. What first caught the eye was actually a live volcano, its dark body belching black smoke from the crater. A tremendous force was brewing within it, ready to erupt at any time. This, Josue, Austin, and others' faces changed drastically. The surroundings kept changing until they settled before a series of volcanoes. This is an array. Josue's expression turned serious. From Abdul, he learned that Willis from Dianqing sect was also part of the Blood Deity sect. Thinking of this, he called out loudly, "Everyone, be careful. We are now inside an array. Willis of Dianqing sect is part of the Blood Deity sect." Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. They did not expect the esteemed elder of Dianqing sect to be a spy for the Blood Deity sect. Immediately, there were murmurs. What? Elder Luo is a traitor? No way, I found Elder Luo quite amiable. Right, when I asked him about arrays the other day, he was quite helpful. However, the Blood Deity sect had no plans to give them more time. York looked at Alton and emitted strange laughs. Your opponent isn't me? While speaking, a figure appeared nearby. It would be more accurate to call it a monstrous beast rather than a person. It stood at nearly 5 meters tall, naked from the waist up, with knotted blood-red muscles that were terrifying. It had bloodshot eyes. In its hands was a huge conical rock, and it bellowed an earth-shattering laugh. Hee hee hee. Do you want to die here today? Alton showed no fear. He shouldered his large saber and faced the creature. Pingwang River will be your tomb today. His tone was calm yet laced with disdain, as if reprimanding a junior. The fleshy monster seemed flustered and roared in anger. Roar. I want you dead. With a powerful stomp, it sprinted toward Alton. At the same time, it hurled the conical rock with a whistling sound, reaching Alton almost instantly. Unflinching, Alton gripped his saber with his right hand and slashed forward lightly. True chi converged into a slender blade beam, meeting the rock head-on. Instantly, the conical rock split into two. The cutting surface was smooth, the whole process eerily silent. Truly unbelievable. Die. With a roar, the 5-meter-tall monster charged over. The immense power shattered the halves of the rock, rushing directly at Alton. A thunderous boom resounded, kicking up dust around Alton's location. Everyone swallowed hard, staring dumbfounded, their hearts filled with dread. As the dust settled, the cliffs beside the volcano had completely collapsed, red-hot lava surging forth. Lava flowed past the monster's knees without affecting it, like a babbling brook. Now, it shook its massive head, searching for something. Suddenly, it seemed to sense something and looked up sharply. Following its gaze, everyone looked up too. They saw Alton midair, both hands gripping his saber, fiercely slashing down. A swirling wind enveloped him, making him appear like a descending devil. The monster smiled grimly, using its legs to leap like a cannonball, punching at Alton, stirring up lava. Alton's saber danced, splitting 3 beams into a spiral towards the punch. Their collision sent out a deafening boom. The entire volcano disintegrated, sending hot lava soaring into the sky, turning the world crimson red. On one side, these peak experts engaged in fierce combat. On the other, Reggie Daoist gently waved, and his followers rushed toward the rest. Austin and Josue led their soldiers into the fray once again. In moments, rivers of blood flowed, cries of battle filling the air. Watching this, York wore a cruel smile, chilling to the core. Pay respects to Lord York. Rigizi approached and bowed respectfully. York glanced at him with his fearsome face and said, How have the preparations in the sword tomb been? Remember the significance of the doom sword for our sect? These simple words sent cold sweat streaming down Rigizi's forehead. Hastily he replied, My lord, many young talents entering the sword tomb are our believers. Working together, they should surely retrieve the divine sword. So, very good. York nodded slightly. I will wait here for the reappearance of the doom sword. Outside, as intense battles raged. Inside the sword tomb, Abdul followed the map for memory and guidance by scouts, heading northwest. Finally, he saw a colossal gateway. Before it lay 600 steps, where various sects elites had gathered. Dianqing sect, the brothers Cole and Bond. Spring Autumn Dao Palace, Evan, Bradford, and disciples. Imperial Sword City, Esteban and 5 surviving disciples. He didn't see anyone from Yinhue Hall. Without the map, Adam and others might not have reached here. But Vlad must have the Yinhue Hall map. At the moment, Vlad was probably lurking, hoping to reap the rewards unnoticed. Moreover, as a true Grit Realm expert with Chihua sword in hand, he was formidable. His appearance attracted attention from all parties. Cole and Bradford glared with venomous looks. Evan's eyes, however, held curiosity, seemingly eager to understand him. Meanwhile, Imperial Sword City members were a mix of shock and fear. Ding Master, it's him. What do we do? Facing his subordinates' panic, Esteban's expression flickered but soon smoothed, smiling at Abdul. Lu brother, it's great to see you safe. Chapter 173. You are nothing. Esteban approached Abdul with a smile on his face. Lu brother, I knew that fortune would be with you and nothing would happen to you. But it worried me. As he spoke, he had already come close, arms open for a bear hug. However, Abdul's smile stayed as his right hand extended forward, keeping Esteban at bay. Ding brother, when you left me behind, you should have known that our partnership ended then. Upon hearing this, the smile on Esteban's face turned awkward. Abdul said this publicly, thoroughly humiliating him. Esteban lowered his head slightly, a glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Yet, he regained composure quickly, forcing a smile as he explained, Brother, listen to me. We escaped from the dense forest and saw fires blocking the retreat route. We thought you escaped through another direction. Interrupting him midway, Abdul raised his hand. We aren't on the same page anymore. With the core now in sight, let's rely on our own abilities. With that, he walked past him towards the imposing 600 steps leading up to the monument. Esteban stood rooted to the spot, red and white with fury, unable to retort. The disciples from the other two sects snickered mockingly. Cole, who always had issues with Abdul, openly jeered. To curry favor like this? As a noble disciple of Imperial Sword City, what kind of spineless creature are you? His words instantly incited resentment among the Imperial Sword City disciples. Bastard, what did you say? How dare you insult Brother Ding? Do you think we're pushovers? The Dianqing sect was no less aggressive. They outnumbered them, and with Cole and Bond as their powerhouses, they were emboldened. You Imperial Sword City cowards. You even tried flattering such a person. Do you even deserve to wield swords? Just snap your swords and crawl into a crack and die. Tensions escalated rapidly between both sides, almost leading to a brawl. Abdul proceeded to the base of the stone steps, looking up. The 600 steps stretched from the mountain waist down. Observing closely, his eyes revealed a faint trace of sword energy, indicating these steps were no ordinary feat. At this moment, a soft voice rang beside him. This is the Sword Vow Mountain. Beyond lies the true sword tomb. Turning his head, Abdul saw Adon on his small deer, walking over. His friendly demeanor differed from the usual aloofness of the Chunjiadagong members. He appeared more ethereal and scholarly. Intrigued by his words, Abdul asked, The true sword tomb? Adon turned back and smiled lightly. The sword tomb naturally is the burial place for swords, though the entire realm covered by this great formation isn't all part of it. Continuing, he pointed upwards with his left hand. Only those who cross the Sword Vow Mountain can enter the true sword tomb. And there, buried are top-tier named swords, each capable of driving outsiders mad. Abdul nodded. He'd long suspected this much. The scattered swords outside must belong to previous tomb explorers. The ice sword left by Maverick likely rested inside. While Adon spoke, Abdul contacted the spirit messenger child telepathically, confirming whether the remembered sword burial site matched the one before him. The reply confirmed it. Relieved, he thanked Adon. Thank you for the information. No problem, just a minor matter. Terrence dismissed it with a wave of his hand. On the other side, Dianqing sect and Imperial Sword City continued arguing until Esteban roared. Shut up. Both parties quieted down but still glared fiercely at each other. Anger fueled Esteban, particularly because of Abdul. Insults from Dianqing only made it worse. Eyes flashing coldly, he addressed Cole coldly. Wasn't it you whose defensive armor Abdul shattered? Cole's face turned grim at this reminder of his painful loss. How dare you? I believe everyone remembers clearly how you needed senior intervention to save your life after losing. Esteban disregarded Cole's dignity, aiming to unsettle him. Clearly, it worked. Cole's rage distorted his features. Are you courting death, Esteban? Against whom? Esteban sneered disdainfully, pointing around. See who here you stand against? Finally, he pointed directly at Abdul. There stands the man who brought you humiliation. Why don't you challenge him? In the end, you're afraid. You, Cole, are nothing but a waste. Cole's gaze returned to Abdul, the man haunting his nightmares. Rage surged uncontrollably within him. Abdul, all this is your fault. Confronted by his enraged expression, Abdul couldn't help laughing inwardly. Esteban obviously wanted to provoke a conflict, yet Cole actually fell for it? Truly, foolish to the extreme. However, Abdul remained unbothered by challenges, especially considering this opponent was his former defeat. A smirk appeared on his lips. I agree with him. You are nothing. Stunned silence followed his bold public provocation. By challenging Dianqing sect openly, Abdul risked significant danger, given that Dianqing faced fewer adversities within the tomb and he was alone. Cole fumed, growling. Abdul, I'll kill you and your entire family. Chill descended as he spat out these words. Abdul's smile vanished, waves of killing intent surging forth. You, find, death. Chapter 174, Defeat of the Dragon and Tiger Twins. Abdul, if you dare, come and kill me. Cole roared angrily. Unexpectedly, right after he spoke, a sound tore through the air. Swoosh. Abdul made no reply, pointing his fingers into a sword shape. A bolt of sword energy shot out like lightning towards Cole's face. Caught off guard by this all-out attack, there was no time for Cole to react. Ah! He let out an enraged growl. In that instant, death seemed imminent. At this critical moment, a flash of cold light emerged as Bond by his side attacked. He drew a whip from his waist, shook his wrist, causing an array of shadows that thoroughly dispersed the sword energy. Seeing this, Abdul's eyes narrowed slightly in surprise. He had assumed Bond was weaker than his counterpart. However, now it was evident his strength exceeded that of his own twin brother. The near-miss sword energy caused cold sweat to pour down Cole's back, anger overwhelming him. Abdul, I'm going to kill you. As he spoke, the battle armor encased around his body, with hands pushing outward, his body soared skyward. In midair, he drew his long blade and unleashed 3 consecutive strikes directly toward Abdul. Abdul curled the corner of his mouth upward as his sheath behind emitted a hum. Drawing the sword, streaks of remnants cut through the air, blocking the 3 strikes and thrusting Cole back. A defeated opponent, don't waste your efforts, you're not my match. Anger flashed across Cole's face, but he did not refute. During their short skirmish, he could feel that in such a brief time, His opponent's cultivation had indeed improved. Fixated on Abdul, he clenched his teeth tightly, rage filling his face. Abdul. Cole's face contorted grotesquely, brimming with savagery and wrath. Chenghu, kill him with me. With his shout, Bond lunged forward, swift like wind, almost instantly confronting Abdul, whip in his right hand, left hand clenched into a fist aimed downward. Initially not planning to intervene, yet with sword worship platform ahead, he also wanted to gauge the opponent's strength. Faced with this fierce punch, Abdul did not dodge. Firmly planted in a horse stance, he struck a counterpunch. Boom. The solid impact echoed loudly. Abdul stood still while Bond stumbled back several steps, clearly at a disadvantage. He felt his arm muscles tearing from pain, visibly swollen and thicker from the blow. Bond looked at his slightly reddened fist and said with a laugh, "Good power, truly living up to your reputation." Since the opponent made his move, Abdul said nothing more and chuckled lightly. Hehe, receive this strike from me. His figure pivoted on the spot, long sword slicing the air, creating shadow streaks as dark sword chi rushed out. Swiftly, they targeted Bond's throat, heart, and lower abdomen, 3 vital spots. Without hesitation, Bond swung his whip like wind, effortlessly deflecting the sword chi. Simultaneously, Cole pounced forward, his battle armor shifting rapidly. The iron wrist guards on his sleeves abruptly transformed, sending out dozens of poisonous needles. This move came right after Abdul retracted his move following a clash with Bond, striking viciously. But even with the needles rushing towards him, Abdul seemed oblivious. Onlookers exclaimed in shock. All over, this arrogant kid from Yarnri Pavilion is about to suffer. Long seen him as a sore sight. Who does he think he is to ignore everyone? Even dying under the Dragon and Tiger twins' hands in our Dianxing sect would be good karma for him. Lower disciples buzzed with comments, some watching eagerly, others indignant, some gleeful. However, none noticed. Be it Adon from Chuanxiu Dao Palace, Bradford, or Esteban from Imperial Sword City, they remained expressionless. In their view, this trick could never harm Abdul. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Abdul remained motionless, not even glancing. As the needles approached him, numerous sword chi erupted from his body. It was the Xianin's sword armor. Countless sword energies scattered the oncoming toxic needles haphazardly. Cole's smile gradually froze. Abdul then slowly turned, eyeing them with amusement. First startled, Cole felt utterly humiliated, his anger spiking uncontrollably. Since his debut, he had been a paragon of success without ever tasting defeat. Against Abdul, not only did he keep losing, but using hidden needles in a sneak attack couldn't even harm him. Feeling disgraced and seething with rage, he yelled, "Kill!" Waving his arms incessantly, clusters of needles shot out from his wrists like a heavy rain sweeping towards Abdul. Using full force this time, every move was lethal. As the needles neared, Abdul drew the heavy sword, legs crossed, beginning a wild spin. He transformed into a spinning top, charging madly toward Cole while most needles were deflected backward. Occasional misses didn't harm Abdul. With Cole's face growing paler, fewer and fewer needles shot out. Seeing his failure, he leapt backward out of reach. Not pursuing, Abdul halted and glanced disdainfully at Cole without a word, then turned to Bond. "Do you still want to fight? Your brother is such a disgrace, are you too?" Cole's defeat shattered Dianxing sect's morale. No one dared speak, silence descending awkwardly upon the scene. Cole stood there, cheeks flushed red. The contemptuous look felt like a slap, stinging harshly. Having never faced such humiliation in his martial pursuits, it felt like the ultimate disgrace. Disgrace pounded hard on his heart. Angrier by the moment, he tasted sweetness in his throat followed by a surge of bloody taste. Mouth agape, a gush of blood jetted out, his body collapsing to the ground. Bond gazed at his fallen elder brother with no hint of anger. Turning to Abdul, he smiled gently. "Riker, your martial arts prowess commands admiration. With Sword Worship Mountain before us, we should cooperate and search for the treasures together. Why struggle amongst ourselves?" Upon hearing these words, Abdul raised an eyebrow, surprised. It was another bout of agony for Cole, who spat out another mouthful of blood, disbelief covering his face. Hashtag chapter 175, The Sword and Tint Stone Stairs. Cole looked at his younger brother in shock. He never expected him to speak like that. They were full-blooded brothers, born of the same parents. Cole had thought they would stand united against external threats. But unexpectedly, seeing himself gravely injured, his brother showed no sign of concern. "Chenghu, you?" He was interrupted by a mouthful of blood surging up. Tui, seeing his state, not only members from other sects, but also the disciples of the Dotting Star sect felt a pang of sorrow. Their faces bore expressions of pity. "Senior brother, don't talk anymore. Rest properly." However, their mournful appearances only fueled Cole's anger. In the Dotting Star sect, he was known as the pride of heaven. Now, he was being pitted by these ordinary disciples. As his rage intensified, he couldn't control the continuous spurts of blood gushing out. Bond turned and gave his elder brother a brief glance, then spoke calmly. "Big brother, don't get worked up. I'm telling the truth. We're not here to make enemies. Inside the sword tomb, obtaining a treasured sword is our primary goal. You, Tui." Before he could finish, Cole spat out another mouthful of blood. Bond. Abdul. For a moment, the scene became eerily quiet, as if even the air around them had stopped moving. Only the sound of Cole spitting blood broke the silence, carried away by the wind. After a while, Abdul regained his composure, a hint of resignation on his face. "Is there anyone else who doesn't agree? If not, I shall proceed to climb the mountain." His words caused the representatives from the other 3 sects to look at him with a mixture of questions and fear. After witnessing the battle between the Dragon and Tiger Stars of the Dotting Star sect, Abdul's strength was now crystal clear to everyone. No one dared underestimate him any longer. Seeing that no one responded, Abdul sheathed his sword and started walking towards the Sword Worship Mountain. The Dotting Star Sect, Imperial Sword City, and Spring and Autumn Daoist Temple all stepped aside to let him pass. In front of the Sword Worship Mountain stood 600 steps, each one filled with swirling sword chi. More importantly, the stairs exuded an overwhelming pressure of Sword Dao, testing not only the physical strength and willpower of those ascending, but also their comprehension of Sword Dao. Therefore, each time the Sword Tomb opened, only a few true powerhouses could obtain the legendary swords hidden within. This was why the three sects had gathered, but hesitated to be the first to ascend the stone stairs. Now, with Abdul volunteering, everyone was more than willing to observe how he tackled the challenge. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Abdul approached the base of the stone stairs, lifting his gaze. The chaotic sword chi before him appeared, as if countless renowned swordsmen were practicing their moves in a frenzy. Ding! Feeling the vastness of the sword chi, the xiuxian sword classic is inspired, absorbing strengths to improve its attack power. Bathed in the immense sword chi, Beast Heart Extermination Sword recognizes its shortcomings, accelerating its cultivation speed. The formless sword bone begins actively comprehending the surrounding sword intent, enhancing the host's sword Dao proficiency. The system notification kept ringing in his ears. Abdul could feel his understanding of sword Dao growing stronger. He stood still, eyes slightly closed, a satisfied smile curling at the corner of his lips. Observers around him were puzzled by his behavior. What is he doing? He said he would climb the Sword Worship Mountain, didn't he? Why is he falling asleep? I think he's afraid. All arrogance and bravado until it comes to the real thing. Why do I even bother? Anyone daring to come to the Sword Tomb should have confidence in their Sword Dao skills. This kid is really something? Speculations spread among the crowd. However, for individuals watched with increasingly heavy hearts. In the eyes of Enos, Bradford, Esteban and Bond, Abdul's aura grew stronger as he stood before the stone stairs, resembling an unparalleled blade, sharp and menacing. Without anyone noticing, Bradford instinctively moved closer to Bond. They exchanged glances, seeing the seriousness and astonishment in each other's eyes. The crowd, too absorbed in Abdul, did not notice their actions. Only Enos, sitting atop his plum blossom deer, caught this shift with a subtle turn of his head. The deer's eyes witnessed everything. After about a quarter of an hour, as impatience began to set in among the crowd, Abdul's eyes snapped open. Two beams of intense light shot out, aiming straight for the top of the stone stairs. Then, he thrust both feet into the ground and sprinted forward like an arrow released from a bow, charging wildly up the sword-intense stone stairs. What? Is he insane? His action startled everyone. Before coming here, senior members had warned them to proceed cautiously when climbing the sword-intense stairs. Overzealous advancement could result in minor bodily injuries or even fatal damage from the sword chi, making it unwise. Yet, Abdul dared to sprint full speed up the stairs, which was beyond everyone's expectations. Even Enos and Esteban found it unbelievable. Under their shocked gazes, Abdul quickly crossed 100 steps without slowing down. What? This scene left many people speechless. How is that possible? Why isn't he affected at all? Could it be that these stairs have become ineffective over time? A Dotting Star sect disciple suddenly suggested, causing immediate excitement among the common disciples of other sections. It seemed like the only explanation for Abdul's unaffected ascent. He was already past 200 steps, yet his pace hadn't faltered. If he remained unaffected, it meant others might also have a chance to claim the treasured swords. Drawn by the prospect, one of the Dotting Star sect disciples, fully armed, cautiously stepped onto the stairs. The next second, he was hit hard, as if under a 1,000-pound weight. Boom. The oppressive force halted his progress entirely. His body made cracking noises, as if his bones were being compressed. Esteban sneered. Foolish. How can the sword tomb, existing for so long, just happen to lose its effect when you arrive? Do you consider yourself a favored child of heaven? However, the disciple could not respond as he struggled to resist the pressure on the stairs. Looking up, they saw Abdul nearing the halfway mark, a faint ancient bronze glow enveloping his body. His speed slowed slightly but continued to push upward toward the peak in a terrifyingly fast manner. Chapter 176, The Bloodthirsty Illusionary Array. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Heath shot upwards at a terrifying speed. 600, 500, 400, 300, 100, 50, 10. Meanwhile, Amias and the others watched intently with their full attention on that figure. For they knew the final test was upon him. The last 10 steps weren't just tests of swordsmanship and physical strength. They were also trials of willpower, striking directly at the heart. Under their gaze, Heath's forward momentum abruptly halted. He seemed as if he had drunk too much wine. At this moment, Heath felt his body grow light, his vision becoming hazy. However, seeing the finish line so close, he naturally refused to give up. Bearing the dizziness, he took step after painful step upward. But as he placed his foot on the last step, a sudden sharp pain tore through his body, plunging him into darkness. His consciousness muddled. He floated for what felt like an eternity before gradually recovering. Where am I? Why am I here? Heath rubbed his throbbing head, feeling waves of dizziness. Looking around, he saw only pitch-black darkness. Is it still dark? What time is it? I can't be late for work. Where's my phone? His hand fumbled about in the darkness as he muttered to himself. After a moment, Heath realized something. As the pain in his body slowly eased, memories began to resurface. Oh, no, wasn't I transported through? Why am I here? Right, I'm climbing the sword terrace. This must be an illusionary array? Struggling to his feet, Heath wanted to understand where he was. But all around him was darkness, a world devoid of light. It was eerily quiet, enough to make one's heart shudder with fear. Closing his eyes, Heath tried to sense his surroundings. To his surprise, he couldn't feel the flow of his inner energy. Worse yet, he couldn't even sense if his body truly existed. He called out softly, "System," but even the system remained silent. This made Heath's skin crawl, despite knowing he was likely in an illusion. But being in such absolute darkness was a significant test of anyone's mental resilience. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared in the distance. It appeared without warning, like a giant spotlight, shining directly on him. "Who's there? Who are you?" Heath shouted loudly, but no one responded. Shielding his eyes from the sudden bright light, he walked towards the source of the light. People always yearn for light, even when they're surrounded by darkness. Walking for what felt like an eternity, he didn't seem to reach the end of the passage, which felt infinite. Yet with time, Heath grew more certain that the light marked the exit of this place. As he ventured deeper, sounds emerged from the light, faint at first, then gradually clearer. Though strange, they sounded like shouts of battle and cries of agony. Still, the light relaxed him somewhat, prompting him to quicken his pace. Finally, Heath reached the edge of the light. Stepping into the circle of light, he felt the solidity under his feet, letting out a sigh of relief. Phew, finally out, but where? Looking up, the sight stunned him. Before him stood not Sword Mountain, but a desolate city, Xiuxian City. Its buildings lay in ruins, smoke rising from the remnants. Countless winged barbarian cavalrymen were mercilessly hunting down Xiuxian City's residents. Screams and wails echoed everywhere, the ground littered with severed limbs, an inferno on earth. What happened here? Heath's heart raced, knowing the scene was false, yet sensing an ominous premonition. Hazel! A faint, familiar voice rang out. Turning sharply, Heath was taken aback by what he saw nearby. About 10 meters away, a figure lay sprawled on the ground, chest and abdomen pierced, blood pooling beneath. It was his father, James. "Father, what happened to you?" Approaching James, Heath's eyes welled up, his voice trembling. "Run quickly. Hazel, get away from here. It's dangerous, run." Seeing his father's weakened state, tears trickled down Heath's cheeks. "Father, you'll be all right, you have to be. Quickly run." Suddenly, James's eyes bulged, his right hand weakly reaching out. Just as he lifted it halfway, his neck drooped, his voice fading. "Father!" Grief and rage filled Heath's heart, and he roared. Behind him, the sound of galloping horses and a swoosh signaled an attack. Turning, he saw a winged barbarian horseman charging at him with a curved blade. With fierce determination, Heath thrust his fingers together in a sword-like gesture, sending a blast of sword chi piercing the rider's forehead, causing him to fall dead. Pushing a wall over to cover his father's body, Heath's eyes glowed with fury, heading towards the distant slaughter. His sword cut through everything in its path. Along the way, he saw countless familiar faces, descendants of the Liu family, loyal servants like Honest, youths from other clans, and everyday vendors. Even Ernan, the sixth prince of Tianfeng dynasty, lay among the dead, his handsome face smeared with blood. By now, he could no longer distinguish reality from illusion, anger having clouded his mind. He would kill, destroy everything. Back at Sword Mountain, Amias, Esteban, and the disciples of the three sects watched as Heath stood motionlessly on the last stone step. Their expressions grew heavy, remembering how easily he passed the previous tests. Clearly, this final stage was far more challenging. For a moment, silence hung in the air. Then a gentle voice broke the silence. "Very well, I came here seeking a legendary sword. This Sword Mountain is a trial I must undertake sooner or later." The speaker was Taoist Amias. He gently patted the deer's head, who understood and led him toward the steps. Though slower than Heath, Amias met no resistance, steadily advancing. Seeing this, the others hesitated no longer and began their ascent. Chapter 177. Vlad reappears. As Adon stepped onto the mountain climbing stairs, the rest of the group couldn't help but feel anxious. However, given the previous incidents, they dared not act rashly. After all, they were fully aware of their own capabilities. If they underestimated themselves, they would only suffer the consequences. Just as they hesitated, a figure suddenly rushed over from a distance, enveloped in raging flames, like a fiery ball speeding up the stone staircase. "What's going on?" Esteban demanded coldly. However, the person seemed to ignore him and continued charging up the steps. The intense heat made everyone feel as though their skin was being scorched. The stranger charged through the crowd at astonishing speed, crossing 100 steps in mere moments. Who is this powerhouse? Everyone was amazed once again. Earlier, Abdul had already astonished them. Now another such person appeared, making the ordinary disciples lose even more confidence. Everyone's attention was drawn to the flaming figure. He had already passed 200 steps and quickly surpassed Adon, rushing upwards. Finally, when he entered the 500th step, his speed slowed down. Seeing this, Esteban and the others below breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that although the newcomer was strong, he wasn't as monstrous as Abdul. At the same time, they finally recognized the true identity of the newcomer. Bond exclaimed in surprise, "Vlad!" Indeed, the person was none other than Vlad from Yinri Pavilion. In fact, as Abdul had guessed, Vlad had long mastered the Chihua sword and arrived at the core area early. However, he had remained hidden, observing the situation secretly. But Abdul's appearance was unexpected. Vlad hadn't anticipated that Abdul could reach the core area without a map. Even more surprising was his strength. By now, Vlad had truly mastered the Chihua sword, using it as freely as an extension of his body. The sword, recognizing its master, naturally exerted greater power. But the threat from Abdul was even greater. His martial arts had advanced to the Huagang stage. Just by looking at him from afar, Vlad could sense the boundless energy within Abdul, causing him great alarm. Vlad's mission was clear: kill Abdul at any cost or face eternal servitude, living like a walking corpse. This thought stirred his inner fury, which became increasingly hard to suppress. When he saw Abdul trapped in an illusion, he could no longer hold back. He seized the opportunity to eliminate Abdul. So he struck. On the stone staircase, the Chihua sword was unsheathed, emitting a torrent of fiery sword chi that dissolved the surrounding sword momentum. After slowing down, Vlad immediately used his full strength. Before everyone's eyes, a mass of flesh burst out from his back, creeping up his arms to his wrists, transforming into grotesque blood-red demon hands, muscles twisting. In the next second, Vlad's speed surged again, with flames engulfing him. He appeared like a mysterious and formidable fiery devil. This scene shocked the other disciples. What is that? Did you see it? Something strange on his arms? I don't know. It feels very eerie. Even Esteban and Adon, who were still climbing, stopped, staring gravely at Vlad's back. Only Bradford and Bond exchanged silent nods. Clearly, they were disciples planted by the blood deity cult, whose Tai Sui powers allowed them to sense each other. They confirmed their identities this way. Both nodded resolutely, with a look of determination flashing across their faces. Bond declared loudly, 2 people from Yinri Pavilion are ahead. We must not lag behind. Disciples of Dianxing Gate, follow me up the mountain. With that, he dashed towards the stone staircase. Bradford also waved a hand. Let's go. Help senior brother Terrence. Leading the Xiuxian Dao Palace disciples onto the sword chi staircase. Meanwhile, Esteban, no longer hesitant, realized that only by obtaining a spirit sword could he avoid being at a disadvantage in this competition. The remaining 5 disciples of Huangjian City naturally followed him. Only the Dianxing Gate disciples hesitated. Although Bond gave orders, they still had another actual leader, senior brother Cole, surrounded by several disciples, spitting blood. Hearing Bond's order, Cole wanted to say something but was ignored by his brother who left without a backward glance. This infuriated him, causing him to spit more blood uncontrollably. Seeing no one else around, the other disciples couldn't contain themselves. Since they came here, they needed to try. Otherwise, why did they come? A few disciples bowed respectfully and said, Senior brother Long, we will assist. They hurried towards Bizord Mountain. Cole's anger flared even more. You, senior brother, we're going too. Brother Long, rest well. I'll retrieve the sword for you. Before long, all the Dianxing Gate disciples left, leaving Cole alone, despair written all over his face. Blood gushed from his mouth. Vomit. On the sword chi staircase, almost all disciples from the 4 sects entered. Except for Esteban, Bradford, and Bond, the rest struggled as if mired in quicksand, moving slowly with each step requiring immense effort. Only then did they realize how vast the gap was between them and geniuses like Abdul. At the top, Vlad also reached the final steps. With one stride, the surroundings spun wildly, disorienting him. He knew the sword in Tintaray was stimulating his mind. With a low roar, his arms emitted blood-red light, as endless power surged into his body. He felt revitalized, lunging forward 2 steps. The Chihua sword, engulfed in flames, aimed for Abdul's back. However, this straightforward thrust felt like carrying 1,000 pounds, with tidal waves of sword pressure pushing against him. Vlad's right arm trembled violently, unable to move forward. Kill. Another roar. His hands tightened on the hilt, straining to push forward. Red light flared on his arms, echoing piercing cries. Gradually, the Chihua sword neared Abdul's back, stopping just millimeters away. Chapter 178. Offensive sword to kill, defensive sword to protect, concealed sword to hide. As everyone was climbing the stone steps, Abdul remained completely engrossed in the illusory realm created by the sword's aura. At that moment, he held his sword in his right hand and slowly walked along the Yunsong Street. Opposite him were countless troops of the Fengman army, staring at him menacingly. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, Abdul stepped through thick blood, advancing step by step. When he passed the Yunsong military flag, he bent down to pick it up. With a powerful swing, the flag billowed in the wind, showering blood like rain toward the distance. His face devoid of emotion, he stood with his sword and the flag about 100 meters away from the Fengman army without any superfluous movement. Yet, an overwhelming aura erupted invisibly. Bang! With a heavy strike from his left hand, the flagpole plunged into the ground with a dull thud. The war flag fluttered and firmly anchored itself into the soil. In the next moment, a roar like a thunderclap echoed across the sky. My name is Abdul. Who will fight me? The voice reverberated throughout the battlefield, lingering persistently. With a wave of his long sword, a gust of sword chi roared out. Come here and die. These words infuriated the Fengman officers, who gnashed their teeth in anger. A man leading them spurred his horse forward, roaring fiercely. Charge! A seasoned, fierce army, with commanders like tigers and wolves. Amidst the army, shouts of encouragement thundered, full of confidence. The Fengman general waved his long saber, stirring up dust and cries as he charged at Abdul like a meteor racing after the moon. Originally, the momentum of the troops had been suppressed when Abdul approached alone, but his charge rejuvenated the morale of the soldiers. Charge! 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 Soldiers beat their shields with long sabers and pounded the ground with spear handles, emitting deep and powerful war cries. The scene was deafening and terrifying, the killing intent rising into the heavens, multiplying the power of the forces. Abdul felt the combined might of 10,000 soldiers rushing towards him. Surrounded by immense sound waves and engulfed in a boiling atmosphere, endless enemy formations exuded sky-piercing killing intent. Under the flashing blades, countless strange and hideous faces appeared. At this moment, he felt a surge of hot blood within, his fighting spirit high. He took a deep breath to calm himself, trying to subdue the boiling blood threatening to burst forth. Abdul lifted his sword, pointing it straight ahead, and laughed aloud. Today, I will slay generals and break through their formations with my sword. If I don't kill you, I vow not to be human. The Fengman general grew even angrier, furiously urging his horse forward while brandishing his saber like a whirlwind. From afar, he seemed almost invisible, only a dark blur visible. In contrast, Abdul stood calmly with a serene expression, remaining stationary. His hands showed no signs of exertion or evasion. To those unaware, It seemed he had resigned himself to fate. As the two rapidly closed the distance, both could now see each other clearly. Determination flashed in the general's eyes as he swung his saber down with lethal force, intending to bring Abdul to his knees. The horses drew closer. Abdul seemed moments from being drenched in blood. Then, a subtle curve appeared on the youth's lips, a look that chilled the general's heart. Simultaneously, Abdul moved. His sword swiftly slashed, passing the general, and a large head soared into the air. The leaderless warhorse carried its rider for some distance before the body finally fell. On the streets of Xiuxian City, there was an eerie silence. The Fengman soldiers watched the scene unfold, disbelief etched on their faces. Abdul's lips curved slightly, his mind made up. Illusions are illusions. In reality, these Fengman soldiers wouldn't underestimate me so easily. Indeed, if he truly appeared on the battlefield, he would be their top target. Since this illusion exists to hone my sword path, then, let's begin. Abdul flicked his foot, sending another long sword into his hand. Dual swords crossed, he charged solo into the Fengman army. After a brief stunned silence, the Fengman army also rushed forward with their war cries. Wherever the sword blade pointed, enemies fell in droves, blood soaking their clothes. Abdul felt an indescribable exhilaration, reciting aloud. The Zhao guests with turbans adorned, their swords glinting bright as frost. On silver saddles they ride swift white steeds, swift as meteors they go. 10 steps they take and one falls dead, they pass 1,000 miles without trace. Mission accomplished, they vanish, hiding name and fame. As the poetry flowed, the sword chi became sharper, every slash bringing death. The Fengman soldiers dropped in masses, corpses piling up like hills. Abdul continued slashing, not knowing how long he had fought. Eventually, no living soul remained around him, just a sea of dismembered bodies and blood. Holding his sword, Abdul's understanding of swordsmanship deepened. Behind him, the sword bone emitted a searing heat, and his body underwent changes. Suddenly raising his head, his eyes gleamed with insight, and he howled to the heavens. Offensive sword kills life, piercing the sky, severing the earth. Who dares oppose? Defensive sword protects life, resisting heaven's condemnation, blocking divine spirits, immovable. Concealed sword harbors potential, still as stone, moving like thunder, appearing and disappearing like a hidden dragon. His cry shook the heavens, piercing the clouds and shooting towards the sky. Meanwhile, the scenery around Abdul froze and shattered like a mirror, dissipating into nothingness. Darkness enveloped his vision again, but this time, Abdul felt no confusion. He could sense the strength within his body clearly, and in his mind, familiar system notifications kept ringing. Ding! Congratulations on mastering offensive and defensive sword intent. Current sword technique proficiency increased by 20%. The Beast Extermination Heart Sword. Receive the baptism of sword intent, increasing cultivation speed. Breakthrough to perfection. The Xiuxian sword cannon has gained insight. Starting autonomous evolution, Abdul knew he had returned. Meanwhile, a slight chill came from behind. Abdul's lips curved into a pleasing arc as he turned his head. There, Vlad had a twisted expression, gritting his teeth, and even a trickle of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Trembling, he thrust his sword. Seeing Abdul turn back, Vlad's pupils constricted, his face turning ghastly pale. Watching Abdul take the final step upward and reach the platform, having climbed all 600 stone steps, Vlad gave everything he had. Yet, unexpectedly, his efforts faltered at the last moment. Feeling a sweetness in his throat, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his vitality waning. He retreated 2 steps, stopping on the 5th to last stone step, immersed in illusion. At the same time, others were catching up. Please note that I have maintained the original structure, style, and tone while ensuring the translation reads naturally and fluently in English. Hashtag chapter 179, Vast Sword Mountain. Heath ascended 600 stone steps, passing through layer upon layer of trials before finally reaching the halfway point of the mountain. Of course, his gains were immeasurable. The Beast Annihilation Heart Sword was already perfected and had begun to evolve into a martial arts divine skill. More importantly, the profound Xiuxian sword cannon showed signs of autonomous evolution, which came as a pleasant surprise to him. A sword technique at the mystic rank, just 1 step away from the earthly rank, could see its power increase exponentially. He felt deeply satisfied, his gaze filled with confidence. Looking back at the people still striving to climb the mountain, Heath turned and walked toward a narrow path that wound like a sheep's intestine. After the stone steps, it was a paved road that twisted and turned, flanked by bamboo forests on both sides. After about half an hour, the scenery opened up dramatically. As Heath lifted his eyes, his face showed astonishment. His pupils contracted sharply as if he had witnessed something beyond belief. Before him stood an open space where another hill appeared. It was not part of the original peak, but seemed to be a small mountain transported here by some great being with immense powers. What truly shocked him was what met his eyes. Hundreds of thousands of swords embedded in the hill. Long swords, short swords, heavy swords, light swords, flexible swords, countless types, all shapes and sizes. It was as if he had entered a hell of swords. Heath admitted to himself that he was quite adept in sword cultivation, having seen countless swords. Yet, witnessing this endless sea of swords left him awestruck. Just as he set foot in this place, the sword mountain emitted a heavy, clanking sound, like chains being pulled. Then, under Heath's astonished gaze, a colossal stone sword slowly rose from the center of the sword mountain. This stone sword resembled a statue, something far beyond human control and more like a meaningful structure. At the base of the stone sword, over a dozen treasured swords encircled it, each gleaming with a chilling brilliance that stirred hearts. Each sword had unique qualities, clearly within the realm of spirit swords. Stunned for a long time, Heath finally snapped out of it, and with a flicker of thought, a Clifton wearing a green cap and dressed in a mandarin jacket appeared before him. "Master, you called me." Heath nodded and pointed forward, saying, "Look around." Where is the treasured sword mentioned by Senior Delbert? The Clifton glanced around, his eyes revealing a hint of fear. Master, these treasured swords have spirits. I dare not get too close to check, nor can I accurately sense the location of the specific sword. Heath nodded, pondering for a moment, then looked up and said, stay attached to the jade pendant. I will carry you into the sword mountain, protecting you with my sword intent. Yes, master. As soon as he spoke, the Clifton transformed into a cloud of smoke and returned to the jade pendant. Heath released his profound sword armor, enveloping his body, then stepped toward the massive sword mountain. His figure gradually grew smaller against the backdrop. Master, it's not this way, go west? No, it seems to be in the east. Heath felt somewhat helpless. Due to the passage of time, even the Clifton couldn't pinpoint the exact location. Moreover, finding one treasured sword in such a vast sea of swords was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. While Heath was lost in his search, suddenly, strange changes occurred. A gust of cold wind passed by, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He felt someone moving past him, looked up, but found nothing. Behind him, there was also nothing. Turning again, Heath's eyes narrowed, instinctively taking a step back. Not far away, a gaunt Enoch appeared, hobbling towards him. Why would anyone be here? This was a bony Enoch in dirty, tattered clothes, unremarkable in appearance. The man had also noticed Heath, halting in his steps and looking at him with a mixture of surprise and strangeness. Heath asked with a smile, may I ask who you are? Why are you here? The other party remained unresponsive, just staring straight at him. After a while, he took another step closer. When the man approached, Heath suddenly noticed the pale complexion and rusted long sword in his hand. The entire figure did not look like a living person. Just as Heath became alert, the man spoke. Who are you? The Enoch's voice was raspy, expressionless. I am Heath, a disciple of the Eclipse Hall. Eclipse Hall? The man tilted his head, seemingly contemplating something. After examining Heath closely again, the latter felt something was amiss. Inside the sword tomb, dangers should be similar to those outside, like zombie spirits. But this emaciated man puzzled him. He could sense that this man's life force was strong. He wasn't dead. But how could a living person survive in this dark and lightless array? Oh. The Enoch paused, nodding lightly. Then he staggered away without acknowledging Heath again. Huh, I've been ignored? Seeing the man's odd reaction, Heath frowned and asked, I am Heath. May I know your name, senior? There was no response, just the man's back. This person is very strange. Heath squinted, watching the man disappear into the sword mountain. There are all kinds of people in the world. If this man belonged to the reserved and silent type, it would be fine. But, judging by this appearance, Heath knew things wouldn't be simple. Although the man looked frail, there must be something peculiar about him. However, Heath did not follow him, choosing instead to continue searching for the treasured sword left by Delbert, accompanied by the Clifton. Silence prevailed for an unknown amount of time. Suddenly, Heath sensed something moving in front of him, instantly raising his head. That gaunt Enoch had reappeared, his body swaying unnaturally, eyes glowing ominously green, staring right at Heath. In the darkness, everything was deathly silent except for a sudden gust of wind. The entire sword mountain resonated with buzzing sounds of swords, growing louder and louder. Heath fixed his gaze on the man, feeling that he was completely different now. Despite the distance, he could sense the violent aura emanating from the man's body. What was once a walking corpse had now become a monster seeking prey. Hashtag chapter 180, the sword slave. On the sword mountain, Heath stared at the strange eyes of his opponent, which emitted a dim, eerie light. He could sense no human emotion within them, only cruelty and hunger. It was as if he were facing a famished beast that saw him as nothing more than a piece of succulent flesh. The sensation was chilling. Facing those ghastly green eyes, Heath slowly straightened up, stretched a bit, and said in a nonchalant tone, What are you looking at? But this firm question received no response from the man, who continued to stare at him intently, his Adam's apple moving involuntarily as though swallowing saliva. Heath felt speechless. This creature seemed to be salivating at the sight of him. After a while, the Enoch could no longer hold back. He swayed unsteadily toward Heath, his voice hoarse and raspy, saying, Meat? So hungry. Heath grimaced. Disgusting. It made him want to vomit. The man's veins stood out grotesquely on his skin, his face pallid and eyes an unsettling green, making him look like a demon crawling out of hell. Yet, the sounds he made were bizarre and off-kilter. More meat. Unable to bear it any longer, Heath roared, Whatever you are, die. He took a step forward and punched powerfully at the man's chest. With a thunderous sound, the man was sent flying backward, crashing into a precious sword behind him with a dull thud before rebounding and falling to his knees. However, he quickly struggled to rise again, scrambling toward Heath with all fours. Frowning, Heath unsheathed the Changfeng sword, which hummed faintly. He swung the heavy Jinhuan sword forward with both hands. Bang! The man's level of cultivation was indeterminate, but it was clear he wasn't ordinary. Heath's powerful strike hurled him away once more. Like an unfeeling monster, the Enoch rose from the broken boards, drooling from his gaping mouth, his vacant green eyes still fixed on Heath, emitting unnerving sounds. More meat, hungry. It was as if the earlier heavy blow had not affected him at all. Your babbling is irritating. Heath swore and stepped forward boldly. Meanwhile, the man opened his mouth, revealing a set of sharp white teeth, and lunged at Heath like a zombie. However, faced with this horrifying scene, Heath's face twisted into a silent sneer. Holding the sword in one hand, he stepped forward, twisted his waist, and slapped the man forcefully across the face. Smack! The thin, bony body spun several times on the spot and fell again, kicking up dust from the ground. Meat, more meat. The man, like a corpse or monster without pain receptors, pushed himself up with his arms, trying to stand again. Step. This time, Before he could rise, Heath's shadow appeared beside him, and a heavy foot slammed down onto his back. Under the immense pressure, the man collapsed, his mouth spurting fresh blood. Indeed, it was bright red blood, indicating that this being was alive. This piqued Heath's curiosity even further. In the darkness, Heath's eyes gleamed ferociously as he raised the heavy sword again, striking it down like rain. Trash, trying to scare me? Pound. Want more beating? Slap. Why aren't you talking about eating meat anymore? Speak up. Pound, pound, pound. Trash, look at me. Blood gushed uncontrollably from the man, and soon he lay motionless on the ground. Heath frowned, stopping his attack. Dead? What was the purpose of this creature's existence? Just as he was lost in thought, the man suddenly stood up straight again. Not like a normal person, but stiffly erect. Holding the sword with both hands, Heath retreated 3 steps, sensing the overwhelming sword chi emanating from the man's body. At this moment, Heath realized he had overlooked something important earlier. The first time they met, the Enoch had been carrying a rusted iron sword. During their second encounter, although he had become wildly aggressive and incredibly resilient, the sword had disappeared. As Heath watched, the man lifted his head and opened his mouth wide. Slowly, the rusted sword began to emerge from his throat, coated in blood and pieces of internal organs, a disturbing sight. Seemingly impatient with the slow pace, the man swiftly grabbed the hilt and yanked the sword out with a sickening tear. The sword blade glided through the air, the rust seeming to loosen from the blood soaking it. With a forceful flick, countless specks of rust scattered far and wide. In the next instant, a radiant golden sword appeared in his hand, glowing brighter by the second. Under its brilliance, Heath instinctively shielded his eyes. Simultaneously, a roar echoed throughout the sword graveyard. Sword tomb opens, sword pool emerges, all sword slaves arise. The voice, like a raging wind, swept down the entire sword mountain and beyond the sword tomb. Meanwhile, people climbing the stone stairs to Payanshan heard the loud roar, causing alarm among the lower disciples. What is this thing? So terrifying. It seems even reaching the top does not guarantee getting a sword. The frightening call made many lose confidence, some giving up and retreating from the Payan terrace. The scream also disrupted those caught in illusions at the summit. Vlad shuddered slightly, his right hand twitching as if trying to awaken. Esteban, Bond, and Hugo stirred uneasily, twisting their bodies. As for Adon, his eyelids twitched violently before opening slowly. His deer let out a gentle low whine, which Terence lovingly stroked. Human and animal ascended to the high platform together. Terence looked into the distance and murmured to himself, "Looks like he has reached the sword pool. The awakening of the sword slaves guarding it means I must hurry." His words spoken, Terence's deer seemed to understand, trotting down the bamboo path gracefully, maintaining a steady, elegant pace. Chapter 181. The Stance of Sword Defense. The roar of the sword slaves swept through like waves, eventually surging beyond the boundaries of the sword tomb. This caused a brief pause in the intense battle outside. This is a sword slave? Regizi's eyes lit up, his face revealing a joyful expression. He then turned to look at York and chuckled, saying, "It seems they have entered the core area of the sword tomb. Once the sword pool opens, the sword of defeat will appear." York nodded but was not as excited as Regizi. The emergence of the sword of defeat is a top priority for the divine sect. Are you sure there were no oversights in your previous arrangements? At his question, Grandmaster Regi's forehead instantly broke out in beads of sweat. I have dispatched all the young experts from various sects who meet the criteria into the tomb. They also carry a large quantity of semi-finished talismans sufficient to activate the sword of defeat. York nodded, pondering. Good. Once such a demonic sword is born, its aura will likely breach the formation, breaking free from control. But once the sword of defeat appears, I shall ensure it does not escape my grasp. Lord York's power will definitely subdue it effortlessly, Regizi said with deference and flattery. Just then, a figure landed swiftly before them, paying respect to both. Greetings, Lord York. The newcomer bowed respectfully. It was Anderson, elder of Dianqing sect, who had laid down the grand array. What is it? Anderson's face turned serious. The roars earlier disrupted the aura of the sword tomb formation. My great array has been affected and may crack. York and Regizi turned to look. How much longer can it hold? Anderson closed his eyes, sensing for a moment, before responding, not more than a quarter of an hour. York sighed, his face darkening. In that case, I shall take personal action. His chilling voice sounded as if from the netherworld, making everyone shudder. Inside the formation, whether it was Alton, Josue, or Austin, they had all heard the roar faintly. Each one of their faces showed solemnity. Being high-ranking members of various sects, they knew what the roar signified. Whatever blood god sect sought with such effort was clearly no good news for the disciples within the tomb. Worried for their safety, they intensified their attacks even further. Within the sword tomb, Abdul watched the Enoch holding a golden sword before him, his heart trembling. An overwhelming aura burst forth from the man, leaving Abdul uncertain of victory. However, the opponent did not give him time to think. Raising his long sword, he lunged toward Abdul with a fierce strike. As if on cue, other similar figures appeared around them, each wielding different treasures, exuding deadly aura. Their eyes brimmed with murderous intent, scanning the surroundings. Luckily, seeing Abdul already engaged, they did not surround him. Clearly, these sword slaves were part of the trial. Very well, let us fight. Steadying himself, Abdul drew his spear-like sword with a hum. He then flicked his wrist to meet the attack. Instantly, clashing sounds rang out as dozens of exchanges took place in mere moments. The slave's formidable techniques met Abdul's nimble countermoves. Instead of meeting force with force, Abdul pressed the edge of the sword lightly against the spine of the slave's blade. In doing so, He continuously dismantled and countered the slave's moves, preventing any second attempts and forcing him only to defend. This set of techniques was distinct from the ones Abdul had learned previously, truly flawless. It represented the stance of sword defense he had grasped from his understanding of sword intent. Though the slave's skills were commendable, facing Abdul erased his advantage. Soon, the slave was overpowered and fell behind. Realizing swordplay could not prevail, the slave suddenly leapt up, his golden sword emitting dazzling light. 4-meter-long sword chi spewed from the tip, charging at Abdul. Abdul remained unperturbed, watching the approaching sword chi intently. Just as the golden sword chi reached him, he bent low, narrowly evading the blow. The sword chi grazed his hair, severing a few strands. Abdul lunged forward, gliding along the ground in an eerie manner. The slave, surprised, soon readied a defensive stance while gauging the distance. Closer, closer, 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. As he charged, the slave bellowed and swung his sword with all his might, aiming to cleave Abdul's head. Ah! But it wasn't Abdul who screamed. A horrifying cry came from the slave instead. In the blink of an eye, Abdul ducked, avoiding the lethal strike. Then, inserting his left-hand sword hard into the slave's left foot, severely wounding him. Despite uncertainty about pain, this blow pinned the slave in place, unable to move. Wounded, the slave howled fiercely, like a fiend emerging from hell. Ah! Unmoved, Abdul moved smoothly behind the slave, gripping his neck with his left hand and pressing his right knee against his back. Forming his fingers into a sword, he unleashed piercing, cold sword chi which shattered through the slave's body. A gentle breeze blew away some mist, revealing a young Taoist riding a plum-blossom deer, calmly walking in. Shocked by the bloody scene, his eyes showed surprise and fear. Meanwhile, the slave collapsed helplessly. A hole punctured his chest by the sword chi left him deflating like a punctured balloon, turning into a thin sheet of skin lying flat on the ground. The golden sword stood quietly, gradually losing its brilliance. Silence returned to the sword pool, save for occasional breezes. Abdul glanced at the deer-riding Taoist, nodding slightly with a lazy smile still playing on his lips. Before the Taoist could respond, Abdul turned away. Since others would soon arrive, it was wise to secure the ice sword first. Watching him leave, the deer-riding Taoist regained composure, his eyes flashing with latent combativeness. Chapter 182. The fierce battle below the sword-worshipping mountain. At this moment, an unusual silence prevailed at the foot of sword-worshipping mountain. Disciples from various sects had all come down. Now they gathered in their respective groups, filled with regret. Just then, a man's voice rang out, clearly reaching everyone's ears. It seems I'm a bit late. Every head turned upward to see 3 people striding confidently forward. The one in front was dignified and commanding. It was none other than Heath's previously met young general, Amrit. He was the one who spoke, while the 2 behind him were a man and a woman. The man had a resolute face, and though the woman was clad in armor, her beauty remained undeniable. A fitted light armor accentuated her stunning figure. Several young disciples could hardly control their rising tempers. There are people, not just zombies. He is Bayard, future leader of the Flying Fish Regiment. So it's him. The crowd chattered among themselves, discussing animatedly. Amrit, however, paid them no mind and walked up to the stone steps, raising his gaze. At this moment, only Vlad stood alone atop the stone staircase. Amrit turned to look at his 2 subordinates and asked, Ruth, Zaird, will you 2 be climbing the stairs with me? They exchanged glances before bowing and responding. Please proceed first, General. We'll get ready shortly. Amrit nodded. Very well, I'll go ahead. Without waiting for a response, he sped off like an arrow loosed from a bow, racing up the stone steps. In moments, as Amrit reached the last step, he was enveloped by an illusion. Ruth and Zaird then turned to approach the crowd. At that instant, a cold wind blew through, making everyone shiver. Under the chilling wind, 2 shadows stretched long. Zaird, who had looked resolute, now wore a strange smile. This eerie expression in the darkness made the onlookers pause in confusion. Behind him, the tall Ruth slowly approached. Cole and others raised their eyes, unable to look away. They watched as she removed her helmet, revealing a head of black hair fluttering gently in the night breeze. Her features were perfectly sculpted, her eyes slightly hazy and lazy, with lips as red as fresh blood. In the next second, Ruth performed an action that stunned everyone. She slowly extended her hands, placing them on her inner armor and pulled hard. Rip! The exclusive armor of the Flying Fish Regiment tore into 2 halves, sliding off her body. This move left everyone in shock. Those righteous disciples from various sects stared intently at Ruth. Saliva dripped uncontrollably from their mouths. In the following second, chaos erupted among the disciples. This lady, what's wrong? Are you hurt? Come here, let me check on you. A disciple from the star-picking sect said. Beside him, a Royal Sword City disciple pushed closer, offering his coat. In this cold weather, lady, your armor is too cool. You should discard it and wear mine. It was an elder brother from the star-picking sect, typically dignified and composed. Yet this time, he ran the fastest, charging ahead of all men. Seeing him run, Ruth smiled, spreading her arms wide, seemingly ready to embrace him. Everyone was roused to fever pitch. Men blushed, shouting as they ran. Stop! What are you doing? Let go of the girl, let me handle it. Hands off, she's still a child. At the base of the stone steps, only 2 people remained unmoved. One was Cole. He wasn't idle. His body was crucially recuperating, so he could only glare, unable to act further. The other was Zaird, silently watching the scene unfold, his face full of smiles tinged with cruelty. However, just as the star-picking sect disciple approached Ruth, intending to hold her delicate body, her face suddenly twisted grotesquely. Her chest began to open like a gaping maw. Countless fleshy tentacles emerged madly, revealing the monstrous cane inside. Plop! The disciple's eyes widened in terror, struggling vainly to stop his feet. But it was already too late. The immense momentum from running made him collide intimately with Ruth. His body entered her terrifying chest cavity directly. There was a crack. His muscular frame began deforming rapidly, bones breaking loudly. Help! Before he could even call for help, his body crumbled into nothingness, absorbed completely by Ruth's chest. Now, he truly merged soul and flesh with the beautiful woman. Instantly, the area grew quiet. Besides the wind, only the horrific chewing sounds came from Ruth's chest. Soon, her once prominent white belly began visibly shrinking. Ruth lifted her slender fingers to her crimson lips, murmuring softly, "The meat is a bit tough, not very tasty." Cole, fixated on her, felt his hairs stand on end, his head buzzing. What appeared to be lipstick on her lips was unmistakably fresh blood. Ah, monster run! Only now did the others react, screaming as they scattered, no longer thinking of resistance. But it was too late, their fate was sealed. Ruth laughed, her chest opening again, releasing the cane which launched towards the fleeing crowd. Cole also ignored the others, quickly standing up as his strength and chi had somewhat recovered. As he readied to flee, armored in his array armor, Zerd chuckled strangely. Hee hee, you can't run. Your opponent is me. With a bang, his armor exploded, revealing his muscled torso. Under Cole's heavy gaze, Zerd's chest opened similarly. Faced with Ruth and Zerd's relentless advance, these sect disciples, cornered between life and death, finally ignited with rage. Fight them. Why not? We're many. I don't believe it. Yes, let's unite and kill these monsters. The elite from various sects, united, momentarily overwhelmed Ruth. Instead of being dominated, they now had the upper hand. Before sword-worshipping mountain, a bloody and fierce battle raged furiously. ##### Chapter 183, Siege. On the Sword Oath platform, Amrit quickly opened his eyes and ascended the final step. Turning back, he furrowed his brow slightly, perplexed by what he saw. On the stone steps, two solitary figures were struggling to climb upward. One of them was Ruth, looking rather disheveled with unkempt hair. The other person beside her wasn't Zerd but Cole, who was covered in battle armor. Moreover, there wasn't a single soul beneath the steps. This made him feel quite odd because before he started climbing, there were still many disciples from the four major sects lingering and waiting below. After some thought, it occurred to him that they likely left for fear of coming away empty-handed and decided to seek swords elsewhere. With this realization, Amrit stopped contemplating and turned to walk toward the sword pond. When he arrived at the sword pond, however, he was taken aback to find it already brimming with tension. Bradford, Bond, and Vlad had surrounded Abdul in the center, their murderous intent palpable. Elsewhere, Esteban was locked in an intense duel with a sword slave, while Qingshu handled another with grace, keeping the opponent at bay. Surrounded by three attackers, Abdul calmly brushed his hand over his face, saying somewhat exasperatedly, "You've all come this far. Why not go get your swords instead of picking on me?" Bradford spoke first, venom dripping from every word. "Abdul, the enmity between us runs deep. I wish to flay you alive to quench my rage." Bond added, appearing morally righteous, "You publicly injured my senior brother and insulted our sect. How can I let you off?" Vlad sneered even more directly, "I want to live, and you must die." With that, he wasted no more words, flickering forward with his blazing sword enveloped in flames, rapidly closing the distance between them. Meanwhile, Bradford and Bond also moved in sync, weapons drawn, advancing in a pincer attack. Vlad, like an unleashed tiger, bridged the gap in an instant and thrust his sword straight at Abdul's face. Faced with the onslaught, Abdul's fighting spirit soared as he roared to the heavens, "Fight!" He held up the heavy golden Han sword, using its broad blade to block Vlad's swift strike. Roar! As Vlad's move ended, he instantly withdrew his sword and slashed downward, only to be met with another block from Abdul. Taking the initiative, Vlad pressed his advantage relentlessly. His sword moves were like a dragon's tail whipping and a python's body coiling, each one faster and stronger than the last. In a short time, Abdul found himself unable to retaliate, forced into a defensive position. The continuous assault infuriated him. Finally, after dozens of rapid attacks, Vlad began to tire, slowing down slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Abdul deflected Vlad's sword and lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch right into Vlad's chest. A thunderous sound echoed as Vlad flew backward, barely managing to stay upright. He felt blood rising in his throat, hastily suppressing it to prevent spitting it out. However, a trickle of blood still seeped from the corner of his mouth. Abdul smirked coldly, "Had your fill yet? My turn now." Vlad grinned back, revealing traces of blood in his mouth. "Actually, I'm still enjoying it." "Really?" Abdul was puzzled, not understanding Vlad's intentions. Suddenly, sensing wind behind him, he spun around just in time to deflect a blow from Bradford with a loud clang of metal on metal. Meanwhile, Vlad endured the pain and charged again, aiming for Abdul's abdomen. Quickly shifting, Abdul narrowly avoided the strike. Then, a powerful gust came from his left as Bond approached, wielding a short sword attached to his wrist guard and targeting Abdul's midsection. Abdul halted, and his hidden sharp sword shot out of its sheath into his right hand, intercepting the blow. Driven by their coordinated assault, Vlad, Bradford, and Bond fought fiercely against Abdul, momentarily gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, Braden had defeated a sword slave and walked toward the center of the sword pond. Amrit moved even faster, using only brute strength to overpower a sword slave. The latter crumpled under the relentless assault, unable to rise again. Seeing two others heading for the statue in the center, Esteban grew anxious. Roaring in fury, he wielded his twin hooks, crossing them in front of him to cleave his opponent in two. Breathing heavily, he glared at the two, jealousy and malice burning in his eyes. Their apparent ease showed how much stronger they were. Recalling the humiliation and ridicule he had endured in Huangjin City, His anger intensified. I absolutely won't allow this. I must have my own sword. Determined, he rushed toward the center without further ado. Their movements did not escape the notice of the three besieging Abdul. They grew increasingly worried, as they had tasks beyond simply ambushing him. Only Vlad had been specifically instructed by Dennis before leaving. The other two had not received such orders. Abdul could sense their growing anxiety from their attacks. Glancing at Amrit and the others, he understood immediately. You're worried about being beaten to the punch? Too bad. The sword I'm looking for isn't there. From the start, Abdul had asked the child informant, who clearly stated that Maverick had not hidden the cold iron sword beneath the large stone statue in the central area. Therefore, he had been wandering aimlessly, not making his way toward the center. Now, seeing the others head for the statue, he remained calm. His swordsmanship was flawless, effectively restraining the three, preventing them from escaping. Growing more anxious with each passing moment, especially Bond, who harbored no true enmity toward Abdul and only used the pretext of avenging his elder brother, who he considered little more than cannon fodder, finally lost patience. Shouting, "You guys kill him, I'll get the sword," he activated his battle armor and withdrew from the fight. Chapter 184, Chaos at the Sword Pool. Bond withdrew from the battle and rushed toward the center of the sword pool. Bradford and Vlad immediately felt an increased pressure. The three of them had barely managed to hold off Abdul for this long. Now with one less person, they were gradually falling into a disadvantage. Bradford's mind raced. He clenched his teeth and deliberately left himself open. He allowed his body to collide directly with Abdul's heavy sword. At the moment of impact, Kane attached itself and negated the blow, causing him to fly backward like a cannonball, right toward the center of the sword pool. Bastard! Vlad shouted in fury. Abdul said indifferently, "You few pieces of trash trying to gang up on me? Truly, useless." Walt sheathed his heavy sword, took up a vanguard saber, and began to press forward forcefully. Meanwhile, Bradford and Bond did not meet the expected smoothness. Two sword slaves stepped forward, blocking their path. As for Taoist Baron, he stopped and turned to look at Bradford, saying coolly, "Younger brother, this cane on your body is an evil entity. Who are you? What relation do you have with the Blood God sect?" His words made the other two halt. Whether it was Esteban or Amrit, both were well versed in the wicked practices of the Blood God sect, but neither expected such a confrontation right before their eyes. Seeing that his identity could no longer be concealed, Bradford did not waste any more time. He quickly retrieved a cloth bag from behind him and threw it into the sky. A knife sliced through the air, releasing countless red light points that drifted down around them. Amrit's face changed drastically as he hurriedly warned, "Not good. Those are cane seeds. Everyone, hold your breath and concentrate." The others followed suit urgently. As the red light points vanished, one sword slave tripped over something while charging toward Bradford, losing balance and falling to the ground. This knocked several nearby sword slaves off their feet. What's happening? Baron and the others looked puzzled. At this moment, the first fallen sword slave's eyes showed signs of shock. Before him, the previously withered corpse of a sword slave suddenly became plump again. It struggled to rise, its lifeless eyes staring fixedly at a nearby comrade. It crawled stiffly to its feet, reached out, and grabbed the nearest leg belonging to its comrade. Under the misty conditions, many fallen sword slaves began rising again. They emitted unintelligible raspy sounds, slowly reaching out to their comrades. This sudden turn of events cast an eerie silence over the entire scene. But just as everyone was bewildered, the newly risen sword slaves erupted with intense red light, blood and flesh power enveloping their bodies as they attacked the remaining sword slaves. The battlefield descended into chaos. These sword slaves, nourished by the aura of swords, originally felt no pain nor fear. Now parasitized by Kane, they became even more bloodthirsty and violent, their attacks and defenses increasing exponentially. In a frenzy, they used every part of their bodies to attack all living things in sight. Several sword slaves were torn apart in the surprise assault. Meanwhile, Bradford and Bond took advantage of the chaos to wildly throw cane seeds. Many sword slaves became possessed by Kane, attacking those around them uncontrollably. Bond also took out similar objects, scattering them widely. Watching this, Esteban's eyes filled with disbelief as he muttered, "What is this thing? How can these two create something so terrifying?" The entire sword pool fell into a state of total chaos, with sword slaves battling each other fiercely. Kane's influence spread throughout the area, making the situation increasingly chaotic. Some sword slaves were killed and then repossessed by Kane, joining back into the fray almost instantly. Amrit and the others' expressions darkened. If this continued, all the sword slaves in the sword pool would become Kane-controlled monsters. What were these Blood God sect people planning? Did they want to destroy the sword tomb? Out of the question. With an iron expression, Amrit prepared to strike against these Blood God sect members. However, before he could act, a sword slave leaped toward him. Green light flashed from the enemy's sword as they gripped it tightly, striking with full force. Amrit parried each attack without taking much damage, but remained tied up. At the same time, Baron sensed a terrifying sword momentum coming from his side. Helplessly, he turned to block it with his sword. Boom! In the explosion, the sword slave flew away like a broken kite. The deer under Baron didn't even bend its knees. Among the group, Esteban was the most frustrated. He dodged the attack instantly. He saw a sword slave holding a broken sword glaring at him. Esteban's heart sank, feeling this mission might fail. Entering the sword tomb and allying with Abdul came at great cost to him. To fail now was unbearable. But he had no time to think further. Sword slaves were already upon him, not just one but multiple. Blades rained down, relentlessly suppressing him. At this critical moment, what was a famed sword? What was renown? What was making it big? Survival mattered most. He must fight for his life. Seeing the three distracted by the sword slaves, Bradford and Bond sighed in relief. Good thing we brought these pre-cultivated cane seeds. Otherwise, we might not have secured that treasured sword as instructed. Bond smiled. Bradford glanced at him, surprised. I never thought that Tiger, one of the prestigious dragon-tiger duo of the Star Marking sect, would join the divine sect. Bond paused for a moment before replying. My talent in array arts is excellent, but array arts require external objects, while martial arts reign supreme. Only the divine sect can enable my complete transformation. Don't you think the same? Bradford didn't respond, recalling the agony when Kane entered his body, shuddering involuntarily. At the time, I didn't choose. It forcibly entered my body abruptly. Sigh. Seeing the others completely entangled, Bond said, we should find the sword now. Agreed. With that, the two darted toward the central statue of the sword pool. Hashtag chapter 185. I regret. Bond and Inigo's actions drew everyone's attention. Though no one knew exactly what they were up to, everyone was well aware of the blood deity cult's modus operandi and could guess it wasn't going to be good. Hence, several fighters quickened their pace in battle. However, the chaos engulfing the sword slaves was too overwhelming. Amrit and Amias found themselves surrounded by layers of enemies, leaving them unable to break free for the moment. In this chaotic scene, Abdul felt a twinge of anxiety. If the battle continued like this, the treasured swords within the pond might fall into disorder. That would make it even more difficult to find the sword left by Maverick. Vlad, you and I are from the same school. Why do you press me so hard? Isn't your mission to find a certain demon sword? Hearing his words, Vlad remained unmoved, continuing to wield the blaze fire sword with deadly intent. Their mission is to seize the sword. Mine is to kill you. Is that so? Abdul was taken aback. As he deflected Vlad's attacks, he pondered over these words. So, you are killing me on Dennis's behalf? Yes. He finds you dangerous and promised me freedom if I eliminate you. Abdul fell silent. He hadn't expected Dennis to view him with such gravity. After all, when he left the sect, he was merely at the middle transcendent boundary, while Dennis was already at the peak transformation boundary, poised to form a martial Dao golden core. To resolve the potential threat he posed, Dennis had dispatched someone to kill him, clearly going to great lengths. Furthermore, judging from Vlad's behavior, it indirectly confirmed a connection between Dennis and the blood deity cult. I'll have to settle accounts with him once I return. As he mused, Vlad spoke again. Dennis didn't underestimate you. In a short time, you've already reached the transformation boundary, and your combat prowess rivals those at the middle transformation boundary. You are indeed a genius, said Vlad, his eyes clear, speaking from the heart. Before Abdul could respond, Vlad continued. But I must still kill you. If you don't die, I will live my whole life like a walking corpse. Do you truly believe that killing me will earn you freedom? Faced with Abdul's question, Vlad stayed silent. Even he wasn't sure if they would truly let him go, but he couldn't give up on the slightest chance. With a wave of his long sword, Vlad withdrew from the fray and stood silently without speaking. Abdul didn't pursue him, but instead used his mental command to direct the ear-reporting child to search for the sword amidst the chaos. With the battlefield in turmoil, no one paid attention to the child. After a prolonged silence, Vlad finally spoke. This is my only shot. I have to take a gamble. So, you must die. With that, he leaped skyward, the Ta Sui force covering his arms, as the blaze fire sword erupted with raging flames, aiming straight for Abdul. Blaze fire for 1,000 miles. Facing such a terrifying sword strike, Abdul held the pioneer long sword with both hands, swinging the profound Een sword chi. He immediately unleashed 9 sword beams that intertwined and converged, heading towards the fiery sword chi. This move was quite formidable. The profound Een sword chi was inherently cold. Moreover, as Abdul practiced the mysterious spring divine skill, his great Een sa chi was even more chilling, making the combination especially fearsome. The collision of this Een and Yang, cold and heat, erupted in a horrific explosion mid-air. Boom! Sword energy raged, scattering in all directions, flinging many sword slaves away. When the dust settled, Abdul looked up. He saw Vlad covered in flames, his body wobbling as he fell to one knee. The flames subsided slightly, revealing his severely burned body, a horrifying sight. The flames on his body were brought by the blaze fire sword. With their internal and true chi colliding, his body couldn't resist the backlash. The fire clung to him, causing unbearable pain. Had it been anyone else, they would have been incinerated long ago. However, due to possessing the blaze fire sword, Vlad had a relatively strong resistance to fire. Furthermore, his will to survive was astonishing. Even in such agony, he didn't utter a sound. This scene moved Abdul as well. Holding the treasure sword, he stepped forward slowly and said faintly, "Do you regret it? Regret?" Upon hearing this, Vlad looked up, his eyes showing some confusion. He murmured to himself as if contemplating something. Regret? Regret? After a while, Vlad lifted his head again and gave Abdul an unexpected answer. I regret it. Oh. This response took him by surprise. In Abdul's view, someone who pursued martial arts so single-mindedly wouldn't regret their choices. Now it seemed that wasn't the case. Without waiting for further questions, Vlad lowered his head and spoke slowly. In my hometown, I was also a young genius, traveling the world with my sword, doing good deeds and helping the weak. But I was unsatisfied with that and joined the Concealed Sun Pavilion. When I arrived here, I realized that what I had always prided myself on, my talent, was nothing significant. No matter how hard I trained, I couldn't advance any further. That's when the Blood God sect found its opportunity. I could have followed my own path and lived a different life, but I took a wrong turn and ended up like this, not human, not ghost. I regret it. By the end of his words, Vlad's spirit seemed to completely dissipate. His head dropped, and he breathed his last. Hearing his story, Abdul felt profound sorrow. This world was indeed one of the survival of the fittest, yet not everyone had the ability or the means to become stronger. Vlad had tried, but in the end, he was merely used as a killing tool. Perhaps death was a form of liberation for him. Seeing that the other man was dead, Abdul bent down, picked up the blaze fire sword, and tossed it into the sword box casually. The hidden edge sword box, made from deep-sea sunken silver, effectively countered fire. Moreover, with the sword's master dead and its strength greatly diminished, it offered no resistance. Abdul turned, sensing the direction of the spy boy, and quickly followed. However, before he could take a few steps, several sword slaves surrounded him, yelling and charging at him. Really troublesome. Abdul showed a look of exasperation, drawing the heavy Jinhan sword without hesitation. Every sword slave blocking his path was struck away with a single swing, saving time. Facing this terrifying attack, Abdul brandished the spearhead longsword, wielding the mystic Ein sword chi. 9 strands of sword chi intertwined, converging into one powerful surge toward the blazing sword chi. This move was formidable. The mystic Ein sword chi was inherently cold. Enhanced by Abdul's practice of the Delbert divine skill, the Ein shaki became extremely icy, doubling its power. The collision of this yin-yang, cold-hot energy resulted in a fearsome explosion mid-air. Boom! Sword chi ravaged in all directions, sending numerous sword slaves flying. The dust settled, revealing Abdul gazing at Vlad, who was engulfed in flames, kneeling on one knee. As the flames subsided, it was evident that his body was badly scorched and charred. The flames came from the blaze fire sword, and after the clash of their internal energies, his body could not resist the backlash, causing excruciating pain. Most others would have been burned alive, but Vlad, owning the blaze fire sword, possessed greater resistance to fire. His will to survive was astonishing. He didn't utter a sound despite the intense pain. Witnessing this, Abdul was moved. Slowly advancing with his sword in hand, he asked calmly, "Do you regret it?" "Regret?" Upon hearing the question, Vlad looked up, a hint of confusion in his eyes. He murmured, deep in thought, "Regret, regret?" After a long pause, Vlad lifted his head again, giving Abdul an unexpected answer. "I regret it." Oh! This response surprised him. He had thought that someone pursuing martial arts would never regret their choices. Seeing Abdul's reaction, Vlad lowered his head and slowly spoke. "In my hometown, I was also a young genius, wielding a sword for justice, aiding the weak and combating injustice. But I wasn't content with this. I joined the Eclipse Hall. Upon arriving here, I realized my prideful talents meant nothing. No matter how hard I trained, I couldn't advance further. That's when the blood deity cult saw an opportunity. I could have chosen a different path, walked a different life according to my own will. Alas, I strayed onto a wrong path, ending up this way, neither human nor ghost. I regret it." At the end of his confession, Vlad's spirit seemed utterly drained, fading away. His head dropped completely as he passed away. Listening to his words, Abdul felt profound sadness. This world was unforgiving, where the strong preyed on the weak. Not everyone had the ability or qualification to become stronger. Vlad had struggled, but ultimately ended up as a mere killing tool. Perhaps death was a kind of liberation for him. Seeing Vlad dead, Abdul bent down, picked up the blaze fire sword, and tossed it into the concealed sword box made of deep-sea sunken silver, which effectively countered flames. Now that its owner was dead, the blaze fire sword lost much of its resistance, obediently stored inside. Then, Abdul turned around, sensing the ear-reporting child's location, and rushed forward. However, he was quickly surrounded by several sword slaves who charged towards him with wild cries. This is really troublesome. Frustrated, Abdul retrieved the Golden Sea heavy sword, striking down every obstructing sword slave in one sweep, saving time. Chapter 186, Martial Talent. At the same moment Vlad died, in a valley within the Yinri Hall. Beneath a waterfall lay a blood pool, and on its shore stood a robed figure with arms crossed, gazing downwards. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy erupted skyward, causing the entire blood pool to violently tremble. The surrounding spiritual chi began actively rushing towards the blood pool. The robed figure emitted a series of eerie laughs from beneath the hood. An anomaly in the Earth's spirit energy, it is finally about to succeed. Let me give you one more boost. Saying this, he pulled out a cane plant from his robes and hurled it into the blood pool. Just as the cane hovered above the water, a muscular arm reached out and caught it steadily. Then, a shadowy figure emerged from the depths. If Abdul were present, he would have recognized the figure below as Dennis, who had long harbored deadly intentions towards him. Dennis caught the cane without hesitation and squeezed it forcefully. He then raised his head and began drinking greedily. In no time, the cane was drained. Simultaneously, Dennis felt his physique steadily improving, and his true chi cultivation level also increased. As his physical enhancement gradually stabilized, Dennis's expression suddenly changed. He sensed an incessant churning of blood chi within his body, as another force slowly formed inside him. Dennis's face turned pale, but then he broke into a mad grin. Could it be? A dense crimson light began emanating from his entire body. It felt as if some internal constraint was breaking, followed by an ongoing transformation. A tingling, needle-like pain spread through his body, causing him to grunt in discomfort. Despite this, he felt an indescribable joy, because he could feel himself finally touching the coveted realm he had always dreamed of reaching. "Quick, give me more. I need more," he bellowed urgently. Hearing this, the robed figure's laughter grew even more shrill. "Hee hee. All right, I'll fulfill your wish." As he spoke, several more cane plants were thrown into the pool. Dennis hurriedly grabbed them, squeezing each into his mouth frantically. After consuming approximately 7 cane plants, Dennis felt his body expand abruptly, accompanied by intense bone-piercing pain. "Ah!" Roaring loudly, he shot out of the blood pool. Instantly, the crimson light around him contracted sharply, eventually merging entirely into his left hand. With no further changes, Dennis stood drenched in sweat, as if he had just been pulled from the water. He staggered over to a chair, plopping down heavily and breathing heavily. The robed figure chuckled and approached. "Congratulations, you've finally condensed the martial Dao Golden Core, becoming a true core formation realm cultivator." Dennis remained silent, closing his eyes to inspect his body internally. Indeed, a golden core had appeared in his dantian, radiating strength throughout his limbs. Indeed. Haha, it seems my luck is good. Dennis wiped the sweat from his forehead and laughed aloud, filled with overwhelming joy. Not only had he successfully advanced to the core formation realm, but he had also awakened his martial talent. Martial talent. Dennis muttered to himself, glancing at his left hand. The robed figure fell silent for a few minutes before slowly speaking again. Admittedly, you are indeed a genius. You managed to awaken your martial talent simultaneously with forming the martial Dao Golden Core. Truly enviable. Martial talents often manifest after forming the martial Dao Golden Core, involving some bodily changes. These talents aren't common. Only a select few prodigies possess them. Their forms are varied. Enhanced weapon mastery, strengthened attack or defense, healing abilities, berserker strength, or even eyes that can see through all illusions. According to legend, in the Tianfeng dynasty, there once lived a martial artist who could regenerate from a single drop of blood, ultimately transcending to the Purple Mansion stage, a nearly immortal state. Now, Dennis eagerly wanted to know what his own martial talent entailed. With a mental command, a wave of true chi arose, and Dennis's left hand gathered immense blood chi power. A claw slashed forward, glowing red, and the stone wall before him crumbled instantly. So powerful, the robed figure praised. After about 15 minutes, Dennis was drenched in sweat, but his eyes gleamed with excitement. Through repeated trials, he finally understood his martial talent. His left hand could absorb and concentrate blood chi into sharp, crescent-shaped claws that attacked enemies. The more blood available, the greater the destructive power. He had concluded this by testing repeatedly using blood collected from the pool. This discovery thrilled him. It meant that with sufficient blood, he could unleash attacks far exceeding his normal capabilities, potentially challenging opponents of higher ranks. Of course, this required a robust physique. Still, this talent was undoubtedly exceptional. If he solely relied on his own blood chi, he'd likely die from excessive blood loss during combat. Ha 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 ha. Suppressing his excitement was impossible. Dennis threw his head back in maniacal laughter, dispelling the shadows cast by previous cultivation bottlenecks. Seeing this, the robed figure approached cheerfully. How does it feel, Dennis? As promised by the divine path, everything has been fulfilled. Know that my blood god sect can do anything. His boast was cut short by Dennis's abrupt interruption. Rest assured, I will honor my word. There was an air of unmatched arrogance in his voice. Oh right, calculating the timing, the sword tomb should have opened. Has Vlad returned with any news? The robed figure's tone turned icy but still replied. About 2 hours ago, Vlad's life-bound insect died, indicating he must be dead. In that case, Abdul must still be alive. Excellent, I will deal with him personally. Dennis sounded incredibly excited, as if he could already visualize the gruesome scene of killing Abdul. The robed figure seemed unconcerned. That Abdul is merely a transcendent world cultivator. How could he kill Vlad? I suspect other powerful figures are involved. With Vlad not returning, that boy won't return either. Dennis didn't respond but gave him a disdainful glance. Silently, he walked to a table, wrapped himself in a cloak, and headed out of the cave. Watching his retreating figure, silence reigned under the black robe. Finally, the cave echoed with grinding teeth sounds. The robed figure's voice reverberated like a demon from hell. Dennis, let's see how long you can remain arrogant. Since you've made a promise, your whole life will be bound by the control of our sect. Chapter 187. Blood as the Guide. The Sword of Defeat and Doom. Inside the sword tomb, Heath struck each incoming sword slave with a single blow, sending them flying. Then, guided by the position relayed by the ear-reporting child, he dashed away swiftly. Meanwhile, in the central area, Bradford and Bond had arrived beneath the massive sword-shaped stone carving. They surveyed their surroundings. Every sword there had its own unique qualities. Given their knowledge, how could they possibly determine which one was the Sword of Defeat and Doom? After searching thoroughly for half a day, they still found no clue. What should we do? Bradford looked up at Bond and asked. Bond, at this point, was also at a loss, unsure of what to do. Just then, a soft laughter rang out from the sword pool. You two are really useless, aren't you? A graceful figure then leaped over the heads of the sword slaves, finally landing before Bradford and Bond. Her alluring and fiery physique, along with her beautiful face, left both men momentarily stunned. It was Amrit, who was entangled by the sword slaves, who snapped back to reality first, his voice grave. Ruth? Indeed, it was Ruth, the very same Ruth who had slaughtered countless opponents on the sword worship platform. Hearing Amrit's roar, she slowly turned her head to look at him. Instantly, the icy expression on her face melted, revealing a sweet smile. General, your humble servant has finally caught up with you. I hope you won't be too annoyed by my tardiness. You are also a member of the Blood Deity sect? Amrit's expression darkened, disbelief clear on his face. After all, Ruth was someone he had saved from the dead, always loyal to him. Now, the power she exhibited clearly surpassed what she normally showed, and the dense blood aura around her could only belong to the Blood Deity sect. Seeing Amrit, usually composed and calm, display such a reaction, Ruth smiled brightly. This is the first time I've seen the renowned ironclad dragonfly change his expression. As she spoke, Ruth casually swirled her sword in a graceful motion, saying coquettishly, General, don't be afraid of these sword slaves. I'll protect you. After all, I need to twist off your head myself. Her tone was gentle, but her words were chilling. Ruth, this general will personally execute you, according to military law. Amrit roared furiously, his voice echoing throughout the entire sword pool. Want to kill me? General, you'll have to try harder. Ruth shrugged, shaking her hair and turning her gaze towards Bradford and Bond. Under her gaze, Bond and Bradford felt an intense unease, as if they were being watched by some terrifying presence. Moreover, they sensed that this woman also possessed high sway within her body, indicating that she was not only a member of the Blood Deity sect, but also of a higher rank than them. This young lady, I wonder, Bond stammered, uncertain of what to say. Their appearance made Ruth disdainful. Her smile vanished, replaced by a cold look. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and find the sword of defeat and doom. But, Bradford hesitated, considering his words carefully. We know little about swordsmanship and cannot tell which one is the sword of defeat and doom. Ruth gave them an annoyed glance before walking closer to the swords under the statues. The sword of defeat and doom was forged using human blood, collecting the yun qi and hui qi from heaven and earth. Corrected for natural fluency and proper terminology. The sword of defeat and doom was forged with human blood, channeling the resentment and malevolent energies of heaven and earth. Note, yun qi, can be translated as resentment or grudge, and hui qi, can be translated as malevolent energy or bad omen, to fit the context naturally. At the time of its completion, 9 out of 10 blacksmiths involved in forging it were killed by the malevolent aura inside the sword. The last blacksmith used his life to sharpen it, completing this most evil sword. As she spoke, Ruth turned to look at them, her eyes flashing with cold light. Tell me, how would you summon such a wicked sword? Upon hearing this, Bradford and Bond's faces paled instantly. They stepped back together, bracing themselves. What do you intend to do? At this, Ruth suddenly covered her mouth and giggled. Don't be afraid. I won't take your lives. To summon the sword of defeat and doom, you need Tai Sui as the guide. How many seeds do you have left? Spread them out. Ruth pulled a clump of Tai Sui from her robe and threw it forward. Relieved, Bond and Bradford released their remaining Tai Sui seeds. Bond asked curiously, these Tai Sui seeds lack a host. How can they survive? If they can't survive, how can they attract the sword of defeat and doom? That's none of your concern, Ruth answered coldly, continuing her actions. Suddenly, she paused and looked back. You're called Bond? Yes, it's me. Why? Bond was puzzled. Ruth smiled faintly. No reason, just curious. As she spoke, she continued her work. For some reason, Bond detected a hint of coldness in her smile, as if she were looking at a corpse. Meanwhile, whether it was Evan or Amrit, their attacks became increasingly fierce because they knew that the blood deity sect appearing here meant something sinister. If they allowed the sect to proceed unhindered, something terrible might happen. So, they needed to quickly break free from the out-of-control sword slaves and eliminate the intruders as soon as possible. On another side, Heath also noticed the blood deity sect's movements. However, for him, finding the treasure sword left by the Maverick was the most important task. If things went south, he would hesitate not to turn and flee. Thus, Heath simply followed the direction indicated by the ear-reporting child, pressing forward. In the sword tomb, everyone had their own thoughts. Only Esteban was running around desperately. Before the statue, Ruth, Bradford, and Bond had taken out all their Tai Sui seeds. Bradford asked Ruth, what should we do now? Without responding, Ruth's face lit up with a frenzied smile. Now comes the moment of witnessing the miracle. She took a bag from her waist and carefully held out a purple mass of Tai Sui. The purple Tai Sui sprang from her hands and expanded rapidly, attracting all the scattered Tai Sui seeds like a magnet. Before Bradford and Bond's astonished gazes, the purple Tai Sui transformed into a humanoid shape, standing before them. It continued to expand. This is what? Bond's voice trembled softly. Ruth's eyes were filled with a fanatical gleam. This is the latest creation of the blood deity sect, a flesh puppet. With it, the sword of defeat and doom will be within our grasp. Hashtag chapter 188, flesh puppet. The giant form from the purple cane was growing at an increasingly rapid pace. Eventually, the cane seeds could no longer keep up with its growth. The surrounding sword slaves parasitized by cane were absorbed one after another. The figure grew taller and taller, reaching about 3 meters in height in a mere blink of an eye. In the sword graveyard, everyone looked up in awe, their eyes fixed on the rapidly forming blood-flesh giant. They couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath simultaneously. Esteban shivered involuntarily, dropping the silver hook he held in his hand. He didn't even bother to pick it up, staring wide-eyed as if he had encountered something profoundly terrifying. That thing is condensed from cane? Its strength must rival that of a peak Ganga realm expert, Colin whispered, though he had never seen such a creature before. But with his age and experience, he certainly had heard of it. For sect elites, the Blood God sect was not a secret. Although I've never seen it myself, it should be the legendary flesh puppet, Amrit said grimly. They say this creation has only existed in ancient texts. Who would have thought they actually made one? If this monster is truly sustained by cane, the world might face a calamity because even the Blood God sect might not afford to maintain such a creature, Colin remarked meaningfully, glancing at Amrit. You're right. It's forged from black refined stone ore, produced only in underground lava regions and tempered by geomagnetic fires for thousands of years. Ordinary iron tools can't mine it, but only this material can sustain the cane, Amrit said, pointing at the blood-purple giant through gritted teeth. The creator of this monstrosity truly goes against all norms. Hearing Amrit's words, even Colin, who was an adept at forging, felt a chill run down his spine. But considering the benefits, the cost may not be unacceptable, Amias murmured, still pointing at the flesh puppet. This creature's power is almost nearing peak Ganga realm, and it shows no signs of stopping. We must stop them. Bringing this monstrous creation here means there's an even greater conspiracy behind it. If left unchecked, humanity will never know peace again, Amrit said gravely. The two exchanged glances and nodded before rushing towards the flesh puppet together. Seeing this, Ruth screamed maniacally, General, you're courting death. Kill them. At her command, the blood-purple flesh puppet took a heavy step forward, crushing and sinking the bluestone tiles beneath its feet. Stabilizing itself, 2 crimson gem-like eyes lit up above its head and turned toward Amrit and Colin. Colin took a deep breath and slowly drew a soft sword from his waist, his first time wielding a blade. Amrit unleashed a hurricane of true chi from his palms, holding nothing back. The flesh puppet, lacking the capacity for speech or patience, advanced without hesitation, targeting the most threatening foes. Amrit's gale of energy was shattered with a thunderous crash, shaking the entire sword graveyard. Ling swords were buried under debris. Bricks and stones cascaded into the ruins, burying the remaining sword slaves. The flesh puppet slapped down another massive palm toward Colin's head. Unfazed, Colin waved his soft sword, turning it into myriad rays of light to meet the attack. However, it merely caused the puppet's outstretched hand to tremble slightly. Seconds later, a colossal palm blocked the sky above Colin. Realizing the danger, Amias quickly patted his riding deer and leaped away just in time. The flesh puppet seized several sword slaves, crushing them like rocks, absorbing their energy entirely. Turning its head again, the puppet's eyes gleamed, locking onto the duo once more. Swinging its gigantic arms, it attacked both targets anew. Sweeping past, the wind howled fiercely, utterly destroying the surrounding area, showcasing its immense destructive power. Amrit and Colin quickly retreated, wary of the puppet's sheer force. While powerful, it also had a significant flaw: slow speed. To be precise, very slow, and limited by the terrain, every step seemed to carry extra weight. Bang bang bang. The flesh puppet's arms repeatedly slammed down, sending rocks flying in all directions. Despite the chaos, some people managed to dodge but were still injured by the scattered debris. With a roar, the massive entity let out an earth-shattering bellow, enraged by these pesky humans. Swinging its arms ferociously, everything within range was swept aside mercilessly. Ruth's face beamed with joy at the sight. Ha ha ha. With this, who could possibly defeat us? My blood god sect will rule the world, invincible. Seeing her madness, Bradford and Bond shuddered inwardly. They sought power, not insanity. They regretted joining the blood god sect. While they craved power and authority, they didn't want to become madmen. As they stood in silence, Ruth suddenly appeared before them, grinning broadly. Why, you two don't seem very excited. Aren't you glad we now possess such a powerful war machine for our divine sect? Bradford and Bond backed away in unison, shaking their heads vigorously. Excited? We are very excited. Really? Ruth scrutinized them, but she quickly reverted to a delighted little girl. Since you're so happy, I need your help with one more task. Huh, what is it? They had a foreboding sense of what was coming next. Ruth chuckled and asked, have you found it? They turned to see Cole standing nearby, clad in array armor, holding a black golden sword emitting ominous death vibes. A single thought ran through their minds. Defeat Blade. Chapter 189. The Second Dao Unification. Big brother, how did you? Bond stared at the familiar figure not far away and exclaimed in shock. He never imagined that the person who appeared here would be his eldest brother whom he despised as a useless good-for-nothing. Am I really such a surprise to see here, dear little brother? Cole held a treasure sword in his hand, his eyes filled with mockery. Big brother, could it be that you've also joined the divine sect? Hearing Bond's question, Cole let out a soft sigh, as if lost in reminiscence. Chunghu, even now, you still don't know who has been guiding you, do you? As these words fell, Bond's pupils instantly dilated. His body began trembling uncontrollably. He pointed at Cole, unable to speak for a long time. Now, the familiar figure of his elder brother seemed to overlap with the black-robed figure who visited him every night. The one who gave him the Tai Sui. It was none other than his very own big brother whom he had always looked down upon. This revelation struck him like a thunderbolt. But indeed, Cole had always been one of the deepest and most hidden members of the Blood God sect within Dianqing sect. He masked himself with arrogance, secretly seeking out ambitious disciples and recruiting them into the Blood God sect. Cole was a fervent believer himself, but possessed deeper machinations than anyone else. Even when he was defeated by Abdul multiple times, he never revealed any connection to the Blood God sect. It wasn't until Ruth and Zerd attacked the disciples below the Sword Oath platform that he exposed his true identity, unexpectedly killing Zerd on the spot. Ruth, it seemed, had some prior contact with him, so they came together. However, he didn't reveal himself and remained hidden. Only when the power of the Tai Sui attracted the evil nature of the defeat sword did Cole suddenly make his move, seizing the defeat sword in his hands. Looking at his big brother before him, Bond's eyes were filled with fear and dread. Thinking about all his past actions, he felt panic creeping into his heart. Now recalling Ruth's gaze, his spine chilled. Big brother, I never expected you've been watching over me all this time. As your little brother? At this point, Bond could only play the sentiment card. His eyes dropped, tears glistening as if he were truly moved. Seeing his expression, Cole said with a cold sneer, Chunghu, we are brothers. Do we need to say anything more? And besides, Big brother needs your help. Upon hearing this, Bond sensed something ominous. Big brother, what is it? However, Cole did not answer. Instead, his gaze turned towards the distance, curiosity rising on his face. No rush. Let's watch the show first. Turning around, they saw Benicio and Arlen struggling against the relentless attacks of the flesh puppets. Green Deer was holding his own with the mule deer and a flexible sword. But Benicio, despite being at Peak Gong Realm, the strongest on the scene, had no suitable weapon. How could bare hands possibly match the strength of a flesh puppet? So, Benicio swiftly retreated from the battle circle, shouting, Brother Green Deer, please hold off for a moment while I find a suitable blade. With that, he darted toward the sword pool. At the center of the pool, he closed his eyes momentarily, then opened them with a piercing gaze. With a mere thought, he scanned the surroundings. In the dark sea of swords, he spotted a gleam. It was a single sword. Approaching it, Benicio murmured, this sword radiates an extraordinary light. He pulled the sword from its resting place. Holding the treasure sword, brilliant rays of light burst forth, even brighter than the flame blade. Such a dazzling light. What a magnificent sword. Bond praised it, admiration in his eyes. As an elite disciple of Dianqing sect, he knew well enough to discern the quality of swords. In my view, The sword in Abdul's hand might be even better. Just then, Cole spoke up. What? Look, Abdul's sword is the heaviest, darkest, and least noticeable among thousands of swords. Upon hearing this, Ruth and others looked over. Abdul now held a sword, completely black and unremarkable, almost as if forged from common black iron. Whether it was Ruth, Bradford, or Bond, all were puzzled. How could such an ordinary-looking sword compare to Benicio's? Yet, why was it in the sword pool? Upon seeing Abdul's sword, everyone wondered the same thing. But Cole was certain, not because of his knowledge, but because the defeat sword in his hand trembled slightly, as if both excited and afraid. What kind of sword could provoke such a reaction from a demonic blade? Unbeknownst to them, the sword Abdul held was left behind by Elder Inquan, forged from 10,000-year ice core and combined with ice extreme iron meteorite to create the ice core glowing sword. With the help of a messenger boy, Abdul finally found it. Just gripping the hilt, he froze in place as mechanical sounds resounded in his mind. Ding! Detecting 10,000-year ice core, significantly boosting the cultivation speed of the Inquan divine art. Under the stimulation of the 10,000-year ice core, the Inquan divine art enters enlightenment. Enlightenment 30%, 60%, 90%. Inquan divine art, enlightenment successful. Starting breakthrough to the 6th level, beginning the second Dao unification, Abdul felt overwhelming joy. Breaking through to the 6th level of the Inquan divine art would initiate the second Dao unification. At that time, his Taiyin Shaki would transform into biting cold chi, greatly increasing its power, and his martial arts cultivation would rise correspondingly. This journey to the sword tomb was indeed worth it. Just as Ruth and others debated whether Benicio's flame sword or Abdul's unremarkable black sword was superior, a distant cry interrupted them. What is that? Esteban, who had been hiding since the madness of the sword slave, cried out. Unable to confront the flesh puppets, he hid on the side. Looking up at the sky above the sword pool, his eyes widened in fear, as if seeing something terrifying. Note: the translation maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks as closely as possible while ensuring readability and coherence in English. Chapter 190, Purple Cyan Flame, Ice Soul Containing Light. Everyone looked up to see a massive cloud of mist surging in the sky, drifting towards them. This mist was exceptionally dense, and wherever it passed, everything seemed plunged into pitch-black darkness, devoid of any light or life. In no time, the mist had enveloped the sword pool. The crowd suddenly felt they were engulfed in darkness, where even their fingers were invisible before their eyes. But Amrit's Cyan Flame sword still emitted its distinctive purple glow, unobscured by the mist. Under this anomaly, his sword light hasn't dimmed. Amrit's sword seems to be superior, Bradford muttered to himself. The surrounding darkness appeared bottomless, exuding an oppressive force that made everyone feel uneasy. Meanwhile, on the other side, Abdul had completely vanished into the darkness along with his sword. It seemed as if he had fused entirely with the darkness, making him indistinguishable from the surroundings. Cole, clutching the defeat sword, felt his unease growing. He shouted loudly, "Let the flesh puppet kill him. Kill Abdul now." His anxious roar brought Ruth back to her senses. Without hesitation, she moved her hands quickly and issued commands. The flesh puppet took heavy steps through the darkness, arriving at the spot where Abdul had stood, then slapped down with a palm. Boom! Rocks flew everywhere, but there was no sign of Abdul. As the flesh puppet raised its hand to continue attacking, it sensed something odd. It paused hesitantly, opening its tightly clenched fist to inspect. Blood stains covered its palm, yet no corpse remained. A faint coldness rose from the blood, revealing a deep blue ice crystal lotus flower. It was Abdul's great yin chi, like leeches adhering to bones, spreading over its arm and frosting it over. The moment the flesh puppet opened its palm, the ice flower exploded, freezing the entire hand into a block of solid ice. Simultaneously, Amrit attacked from the side, a wisp of crimson flame bursting from his long sword. It expanded instantly, shooting directly onto the other arm of the flesh puppet, engulfing it in flames. The combination of ice and fire transformed into dazzling purple radiance. The flesh puppet groaned under the torment of ice and fire, its cries turning into piercing shrieks. Amrit's figure shimmered as purple flames wrapped around him. His body expanded rapidly in the firelight, his armor glowing fiercely, with 2 wings made of flame extending from his back. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a monster, perhaps even more accurately described as a demon from hell. He drew a deep breath, causing the nearby sword servant to collapse and convulse, clutching at his throat. Then, purple flames descended from above, reducing him to ashes. Amrit's transformation did not cause any reaction from the flesh puppet, or rather, it lacked the ability to express surprise or caution. Its sole purpose was to eliminate enemies. Once a target was locked, it would strike with a single devastating blow. Now, amidst the anomaly, Amrit was the only source of light in the darkness, thus the only target. Swiftly, a punch was hurled. Amrit seemed unaccustomed to his altered body, failing to fully dodge. The flesh puppet's punch hit him squarely, smashing him into the air. Mid-flight, streams of blood burst forth, instantly transforming into purple flames. Upon landing, the ground beneath him burned fiercely. The flesh puppet sensed the abnormality of the purple flames and tried to extinguish them with its other hand. However, just as it moved, 9 large orbs of purple flame struck its face, bursting into endless purple flames. The flesh puppet staggered backward, covering its head, tripping over its feet, and crashing down. Amrit reappeared as a flaming god. His long sword, burning with purple flames, emitted an inexplicable chill. Kill! With a roar, Amrit swung 12 consecutive strikes. Even as the surrounding area turned into a sea of flames, he showed no sign of stopping. Unfortunately, the flesh puppet wasn't so easily defeated. Its arms vibrated violently, scattering the surrounding flames. The massive figure rose again, charging at Amrit. Unyielding, Amrit collided like a meteor. They clashed in a shocking battle once more. At the same time, the mist above everyone's heads dissipated like wind-blown clouds. Everything returned to a grayish state, though not entirely without light. They could clearly see each other, because Cole was horrified to discover that Abdul, who had vanished with the darkness, now stood right before him. You? For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Abdul had already sheathed the ice soul containing light sword. Now, he curiously examined the defeat sword in Cole's hands. He marveled aloud. This sword emanates death. You blood god sect went to such lengths for this sword? When did you appear? Cole's expression was cold as he asked. Just now. Abdul lifted his head matter-of-factly. But speaking of which, Cole, you did hide well. I never realized you were part of the blood god sect. Abdul's surprised look gave Cole a sense of satisfaction. His face naturally revealed a proud expression as he said, I'm an elite in the divine sect, infiltrating Dianxian Gate from the start. Even the higher-ups in your sect couldn't uncover me. Why would you be able to? Yet, in the next second, Abdul crushed his confidence. You're nothing but trash. You don't touch the core of the sect, do you? Abdul, are you courting death? Cole's face flushed red. He hadn't expected Abdul to insult him so brazenly after discovering his identity. Abdul waved his hand disdainfully. You can't kill me. Don't waste your energy. Just hold your sword and absorb blood chi. Hearing this, Cole laughed bitterly. Haha, so arrogant as always, Abdul. Come on, let's see how you beat me. At this moment, his confidence soared. The power of Tai Sui was hidden no longer, and he held the defeat sword. How dare the opponent underestimate him? He must make the opponent pay in blood. Come on, Abdul. ##### Chapter 191. The Undying Monster. Cole's face was grotesque as he let out a frenzied roar at Abdul. However, his feet remained rooted to the ground, his hands tightly gripping the defeat sword. Seeing his appearance, Abdul couldn't help but sneer. Don't put on a show. The precious sword in your hand is voraciously drawing power from Tai Sui's flesh. During this time, not only can you not control it, but even swinging it must be strenuous. His words hit the nail on the head. Cole's face turned ashen. He was completely immobilized. Therefore, he tried to provoke Abdul into attacking, hoping that this would activate the defeat sword and make it attack him. But Abdul had already seen through his intentions and showed no intention of making a move. He stood not far away, calmly observing Cole with a smile. Cole found himself in an awkward situation, unable to move. Frustrated, he roared. Iof, both of you attack him. Kill him. Upon hearing his words, Bond and Bradford exchanged glances. They weren't confident in defeating Abdul. Moreover, they still remembered Cole's earlier comment about the precious sword Abdul obtained, which was probably no less powerful than Amrit's. Fear welled up inside them. Seeing their fear, Cole became even angrier. He looked towards Ruth. Ruth, join forces and kill this brat. But, the blood puppet needs my control? Ruth hesitated. Her responsibility was to ensure the successful emergence of the blood puppet and the birth of the defeat sword. Kill him. His sword isn't much inferior to the defeat sword. If we take it back, it will be a great achievement for the blood god sect. Upon hearing this, Bradford and Bond didn't react. Ruth's eyes suddenly lit up. As a devout follower of the blood god sect, she saw everything beneficial to the sect as paramount. Cole's simple words successfully convinced her. She looked fiercely at Bradford and said, join me. But the odds. Before Bond could finish, Ruth coldly interrupted. For the sake of the blood god sect, what does one's life matter? Hurry up and act. Abdul watched their bickering, growing increasingly impatient. If not for his interest in the defeat sword, he would have left the sword tomb long ago. As for the blood puppet, once it appeared, other experts would deal with it. Even if the four great sects of Beijiang County couldn't handle it, there were higher authorities beyond them. He had met skilled adepts from the Sunbreak Sword sect, including two young men, one ugly and one handsome. As he contemplated, Ruth and the others still hadn't agreed on a strategy. Impatient, Abdul spoke. Enough chit-chat. Are you going to fight or not? The four turned to look at him, all glaring angrily. Abdul, don't get too cocky. We aren't afraid of you. Fine, then come at me. With that, Abdul wielded his vanguard sword and charged forward. In an instant, thousands of sword shadows enveloped Ruth and the others. You're asking for death, they shouted in shock and fury, clearly insulted by Abdul's audacity. Each of them unleashed their own powers from Tai Sui's flesh, fighting back fiercely. Meanwhile, Abdul remained smiling, his sword movements graceful and fluid. A flash of cold light appeared, followed by myriad sword petals. In the blink of an eye, the sword stabbed at 8 vital points on Bradford's chest and abdomen. Bradford couldn't believe how much faster Abdul was now and struggled to evade the attacks. Just as Abdul aimed to seize the moment and strike Bradford down, a whip like lightning lashed out from behind him. It was Ruth who had launched an attack. Unfazed, Abdul ducked and thrust his sword forward. Sword energy shot out, aiming straight for Ruth's heart. At the last second, she grabbed Bond and used him as a shield. Abdul's cold sword energy was formidable, instantly shattering Bond's protective array armor, causing him to collapse. You. Bond pointed at Ruth, blood spewing uncontrollably from his mouth. Seeing his reaction, Ruth pursed her lips and sneered. Such a show-off, yet your armor breaks so easily. Truly useless. Her words triggered another spurt of blood from Bond, clearly due to his anger. At that moment, he understood how Cole felt beneath the sword worship terrace. Abdul attacked again, engaging Ruth and Bradford in a fierce battle, with flashes of swords and daggers filling the air. On the other side, the battle between Amrit and the blood puppet grew more intense. The young general utilized his speed, darting around the massive creature. Thankfully, the surroundings provided some obstacles, giving Amrit an advantage. Otherwise, dealing with such a large opponent in an open space would be challenging. Amrit wielded the Azure Flame Sword, releasing streams of fiery sword energy. He chose to maintain a distance rather than engage in close combat. The blood puppet, continuously struck, emitted a thunderous roar, becoming enraged. Boom, boom, boom. Its thick arms smashed down relentlessly, sending debris flying everywhere. Though Amrit managed to dodge most of the attacks, he was still hit by some stone fragments, causing fresh wounds. Each swing of its thick arms sent objects flying. In a flash, Amrit slid and kicked at the creature's lower legs, flames bursting forth. Kaboom! 2 explosions rang out, severely injuring the blood puppet's legs and knocking it off balance. Amrit seized this opportunity, leaping forward to strike a decisive blow at its forehead before it could rise again. Fiery sword energy surged out, and with a wailing cry, the blood puppet collapsed, a mist of blood rising from its body. Amrit straightened up, his chest heaving, showing signs of exhaustion. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. The blood puppet slowly rose, its wounded areas healing rapidly. With a roar, it lunged at Amrit once more. An undying monster. How was he supposed to fight this? The story transitions seamlessly, maintaining the original tone and style while ensuring natural, fluent English with correct names and pinyin. The paragraph structure and line breaks match the original text closely. Hashtag chapter 192. Remaining alive is cruel. In the sword grave, Amrit grew increasingly terrified as the fight intensified. He had always excelled in physical strength, and in past battles, he had never been outmatched even when facing hundreds or thousands of enemies on the battlefield. But now, against the flesh puppet before him, his strength did nothing to subdue the opponent. Even with the support of the xiuxian sword, a spirit sword, he still found himself at a disadvantage, which greatly infuriated him. What chilled Amrit even more was that the puppet's body seemed made of fine steel, rendering his attacks completely ineffective. Furthermore, the puppet's cane power allowed it to absorb surrounding blood, gradually restoring itself. This imbalance left him struggling to fight back. After only a few minutes of relentless combat, his stamina rapidly depleted. Now fully outmatched, one wrong move could cost him his life. Seeing Amrit's impending defeat, Evan wasted no time. The blood god sect posed a grave threat to the world, and the flesh puppet, a legendary weapon of mass destruction, must not be allowed to escape. If it were to leave the sword grave array, disaster would surely follow. So he acted. Evan, riding the wind, leaped into the air. A flash of light in his hand revealed a soft sword. With true chi concentrated at the tip of his sword, he drew strokes in the air as if wielding a brush. Each stroke was forceful and precise, forming a large character, Jun, that hovered before him. Evan let out a low, solemn shout and waved his hand. Go! The Jun character, formed from condensed true chi, glowed brightly and shot toward the flesh puppet. With a low, deep voice, he commanded, Go! The character, Jun, formed from condensed true chi, shimmered brightly as it charged towards the flesh puppet. Meanwhile, the puppet dug massive chunks of earth from the ground, hoisted them high above its head, and threw them with great force, transforming them into boulders that crashed toward the glowing Jun. Boom! The rocks crumbled into dust. As Amrit attacked again, his xiuxian sword enveloped in flames struck the puppet's side. In response, the puppet remained calm, raising its fists, covered in a bloody glow, to defend itself. A massive impact echoed, and despite its formidable strength, the puppet was forced to retreat several steps. Amrit seized this moment to catch his breath. Akin watched with growing unease as 2 powerful opponents united against him. Ruth was about to fall under Abdul's attack, and soon the flesh puppet might go out of control. His sword of defeat had not absorbed enough power yet. Urgently, he needed to provoke the puppet's ferocity. After observing for some time, Akin saw an opportunity. He kicked the injured xiuxian, who was sitting helplessly in front of him. Brother, xiuxian began, but before he could react, he was hurled behind the puppet. Grievously wounded, xiuxian spat out a mouthful of blood. The essence of his blood energized the puppet, causing it to glow intensely. It turned swiftly, grabbed xiuxian, and crushed him effortlessly, turning him into a pool of blood. Then, opening its massive maw, it spewed a torrent of foul-smelling blood towards Evan and Amrit, like a river of blood rushing toward them. Both men felt an intense cold sweep over them, as if they were submerged in Chen Nan Hanbing, millennium-old ice. Even from a distance, they could sense its chilling effect. Evan's plum blossom deer shivered uncontrollably. As the blood river surged towards them, both men prepared their strongest attacks. Note: I've made slight adjustments to ensure the text reads more naturally in English and removed the Chinese term that wasn't translated. The phrase, millennium-old ice, is used to convey the extreme cold more vividly in English. Both men felt an intense cold sweep over them, akin to being submerged in millennium-old ice. Even from a distance, they could sense its chilling effect. Evan's plum blossom deer shivered uncontrollably. As the blood river surged towards them, both men prepared their strongest attacks. As the blood river surged towards them, their minds became disoriented. Visions of countless demons appeared within the river, snarling and roaring, rushing towards them. They were now trapped in the illusion created by the blood river. However, both Evan and Amrit were experts at the transformation stage and had just undergone the baptism at the sword altar, making their mental fortitude even stronger. After a brief moment of confusion, they quickly regained their senses. Evan's soft sword danced before him, forming the character Xiuxian, which ascended into the sky and burst into radiant points of light, breaking the illusion and freeing them from it. Yet, what awaited them was the blood river's most powerful attack. The blood-colored river had already surged to their eyes, its bone-chilling cold causing them to shiver involuntarily. With a united roar, they each unleashed their ultimate techniques. For a moment, a brilliant light shot up into the sky, and the entire sword pool area began to shake and tremble. If not for the great formation encompassing the entire sword tomb, this place would have been leveled to the ground. After a short while, Amrit and Evan managed to dispel the blood puppet's all-out attack. But before they could catch their breath, the blood puppet charged at them again. The battle continued. Elsewhere, seeing Bond's gruesome death, Bradford's fear escalated beyond control. His mind was already set on fleeing. He focused on defense, desperately fending off Abdul's attacks with wild swings. Finally, an opportunity presented itself. As Abdul delivered a strike, there was a brief gap between his old force fading and new force building. Seizing the moment, Bradford swung his twin blades and leaped backward, escaping the fray. He then bolted towards the exit of the sword pool as if his life depended on it. Damn it! The roars of Ruth and Cole only spurred him to run faster. Meanwhile, Abdul ignored him. To Abdul, Bradford was far below his level, someone he could never compare to. Taking advantage of Ruth's momentary daze, Abdul suddenly appeared before her. A flash of cold light severed one of Ruth's arms. An ear-piercing scream echoed throughout the sword pool. Covered in blood, Ruth clutched her stump and collapsed, losing her ability to fight. Abdul continued to advance, looking down at her with no expression. Realizing something, Ruth's body shook uncontrollably. Please, please, please. With a swift motion, Abdul plunged his sword into her heart, freezing her final plea in her eyes. To be honest, you might live. But continuing to live would be a cruelty to you, he said, his gaze briefly softening with a hint of gentleness and compassion before turning cold again. Living like this must be exhausting, isn't it? Leave this place. In another world, there will no longer be such cruel struggles. As Abdul murmured these words, Ruth's pained expression gradually turned peaceful. Her eyes lost their light. She was dead. However, the strongest strike from the blood river awaited them. The river now rushed directly at them, its bone-chilling cold causing them to shiver. Both men shouted in unison, unleashing their full power. Light shot into the sky, shaking the entire sword pool area. If not for the grand array encompassing the sword grave, the area would have been reduced to rubble. Moments later, the combined efforts of Amrit and Evan dispersed the puppet's attack. But before they could rest, the puppet launched another assault, and the battle continued. On the other side, seeing Zion's brutal death, Norris's fear reached its peak. Thoughts of escape filled his mind. Focusing solely on defense, he frantically warded off Abdul's attacks. Eventually, he spotted an opening. As Abdul withdrew his sword, Norris leaped back, escaping the battle circle and sprinted towards the exit of the sword pool. Damn it! Ruth and Akin's roars spurred him to run faster. Abdul ignored him. In his eyes, Norris was far beneath his level, unable to match his prowess. Seizing the moment while Ruth was stunned, Abdul appeared before her, flashing a cold blade that severed her arm. Her scream pierced the air as she collapsed in a heap, losing the ability to fight. Abdul approached her step by step, looking down impassively. Realizing her fate, Ruth trembled violently. Please, I beg you, please. Pierce. In an instant, Abdul plunged his sword into her heart, twisting the hilt to silence her pleading cries forever. To tell you the truth, you might have survived, but continuing to live would be cruel to you. His gaze softened momentarily, revealing a brief flicker of gentleness and pity, but it quickly hardened. Living like this must be exhausting. Leave this place. In another world, there will be no such cruel struggles. As Abdul whispered these words, Ruth's pain-stricken face gradually became peaceful, the light in her eyes fading away. She was dead. Chapter 193. Reunited with the Tao, boundless sky cold chi. Ruth's death plunged the flesh puppet into an eerie silence. The entire body seemed to undergo some kind of transformation. Cole stood nearby, his eyes bloodshot with fury. Now, he was alone. However, the sword of defeat and death in his hands continued to absorb blood chi incessantly, showing no sign of stopping. When Abdul looked over, Cole tried to maintain a composed demeanor. Abdul, do you dare come closer? Seeing his feigned bravado, it was almost laughable. Abdul shook his head helplessly. Behind him, the heavy sword walt materialized in his hand, emitting a grave and solemn killing aura. He then took steps toward Cole. Stopping before him, Abdul wore a half-smile that wasn't quite a smile. Observing this, Cole grew anxious and attempted to provoke him. Abdul, aren't you so powerful? Dare to strike me? The sword in my hand is called the Sword of Defeat and Death, an ancient demon blade. Countless lives have ended by its hand. Its malevolent energy isn't something ordinary people can endure. Hearing this, Abdul nodded and stroked his chin. Sword of Defeat and Death, indeed an imposing name. Why does your blood god sect go to such lengths to obtain it? Our sect has its uses. Knowing too much will kill you, Cole said with a look of disdain. The corner of Abdul's mouth curled up into a teasing smile. Forget it. From what I see, you likely don't know much either. You're just a minor player in the blood god sect. This scornful remark caused Cole to lose control. Influenced perhaps by the Sword of Defeat and Death, he felt an overwhelming anger. Like an enraged bull, he was easily provoked by a few words. After all, he had spent 10 years infiltrating the Dienshin Gate without anyone discovering him. Even after being repeatedly humiliated by Abdul, he hadn't revealed himself. But now, he couldn't control it. He roared angrily. What do you know? The flesh puppet isn't complete yet. It needs the oppressive aura of the Sword of Defeat and Death to stabilize it. Otherwise, it would disintegrate in no time. Realizing he had been manipulated by Abdul, Cole's expression changed. He was furious. I will kill you. Unexpectedly, Abdul didn't even look at him but turned his gaze towards the flesh puppet. If this guy can't last long, doesn't that mean we don't need to fight? Ha ha ha. Dream on. We've already scattered flesh seeds around us. With their power supplying the flesh puppet, it wouldn't be difficult to kill you all. Cole's voice rang clearly to everyone. Whether it was Abdul standing nearby or Amias Dowran and Amrit battling the flesh puppet, they all heard it clearly. Turning to face him, Abdul gave a faint smile. Thanks. To thank you, let me give you a hand. Cole didn't understand. Abdul wielded the heavy sword above his head and brought it down on Cole. This sudden move took him by surprise. But after a brief moment of shock, a mad grin spread across his face. Ha ha ha, you're courting death. Sword of Defeat and Death, Destroy? His excited roar was abruptly cut off. The anticipated backlash did not occur. As Abdul's heavy sword neared him, the sword of defeat and death emitted a black light, forming a light shield enveloping both man and sword. At the same time, Cole felt a weak absorption force from his hands. His own blood chi flowed into the sword's body, terrifying him as he screamed, "What's happening? Idiot!" Abdul mocked. "Since it's a demon blade, unless you are its master, why would you think you could escape unscathed? I merely added fuel to the fire. Soon, you will contribute everything to the Blood God sect." With that, Abdul turned away, ignoring Cole's curses. This strike, intended to be Cole's tomb, unexpectedly yielded benefits. Ding, sensing death aura, successful absorption by the Yuanquan divine art. Cultivation speed increased by 300%. Asterisk Yuanquan divine art, asterisk breakthrough to 6th level, beginning automatic deduction for Dao merging. Deduction speed, 30%, 60%, 90%. Successful Dao merging at 6th level. Yuanquan divine art now in middle stage. Boundless sky cold. After breaking through, Abdul's body emitted bone-chilling cold, akin to being inside a glacier for millennia. A simple wave of his hand froze the ground, causing cracks to form. This boundless sky cold chi was a higher level variant of the Tine malevolent chi. Pushed by the Yuanquan divine art, Abdul successfully broke through to the 3rd level of the transformation gung phase. With a thought, the system panel appeared before him. Host, Abdul. Realm, transformation gung phase 3rd level. Constitution, formless swordbone, increased sword comprehension and power. Asterisk Yuanquan divine art asterisk, middle stage, boundless sky cold. Asterisk xiuxian sword cannon asterisk. Return to primal, derived martial art skill. Xiuxian sword armor. Asterisk toxic bee finger asterisk. Return to primal, derived martial art skill. Venomous bee spirit. Asterisk beast heart extermination blade asterisk. Subtle. Asterisk body casting technique asterisk. Great perfection, copper skin level. Asterisk thunder domain formation art asterisk. Great perfection. Asterisk decayed wood zen asterisk. Perfection. Asterisk 3000 questions of alchemy asterisk. Perfection. Blade intent. Offensive, defensive, concealment 3 style sword intent. Compared to when he left the Sun Eclipse Hall, Abdul had made a tremendous leap in power. At his current strength, no one within the transformation gung realm could match him. The increase in realm gave him immense confidence, and he was overjoyed. As he contemplated, a rough voice reached his ears. "Riker, please assist." Looking up, he saw Amrit. Under the relentless attacks of the flesh puppet, both were retreating, physically exhausted. They could only dodge, unable to counterattack. Upon hearing Amrit's plea, Abdul paused and thought. Given that Amrit had previously provided information as a favor, he had no reason to refuse. Drawing his leading sword, Abdul declared, "I'll aid you." The boundless sky cold chi clung to the sword as Abdul unleashed a full power strike. Serpent coiling formation. The sword transformed into points of cold light, resembling myriad venomous snakes striking out. It struck the flesh puppet at a bizarre angle. Sensing danger, the flesh puppet roared in defiance. Its body transformed into scales, shimmering with bloody light. Neither side dodged, engaging in direct combat. Boom! A surge of air sent 2 figures flying apart, one large, one small. This strike did not decide the victor. Note: I used pinyin names as requested and maintained the original tone, structure, and line breaks while ensuring fluency and coherence. Chapter 194. Annihilation of the Flesh Puppet. Abdul stood on a treasure sword, panting heavily. His once pristine robes were now torn and ragged. Gone was the easygoing grace he had upon arrival. It was clear that the flesh puppet had put him under immense pressure. At this moment, an enraged roar echoed from within the dust cloud below. "Ay-you-you-you-you." The battle wasn't over yet. As the dust settled, the flesh puppet reappeared in everyone's line of sight. Its body was covered in wounds, with its originally red, gleaming flesh armor shattered beyond count. Yet, despite these injuries, the air around it grew even more menacing. It glared furiously at Abdul, its eyes filled with murderous intent. The flesh puppet swung its arms wildly, causing the ground around it to crumble and collapse into ruins. Meanwhile, Abdul paid no heed to its violent outburst. The battle had already shattered his vanguard sword, and prolonging the fight any longer would be disadvantageous. Therefore, he prepared to deliver the final blow. He closed his eyes, forming a sword with his fingers. His right hand pointed skyward while his left touched the earth. A surge of greenish-blue cold energy swirled around him. Countless ice blades danced through the air, eventually converging above his head, forming a massive, icy sword. It was time for the decisive strike. The gathering of the cold energy caught the flesh puppet's attention, triggering an instinctual sense of danger. Glancing up, it saw the detestable human who had wounded it and roared in anger. As it moved to charge, several streaks of purple light suddenly shot from its side, followed by a series of explosions. While the explosions did little damage, they successfully diverted its attention. It turned its head angrily and saw the towering figure of Amrit standing before it, enveloped in flames. Noticing Abdul gathering his true chi, Amrit struggled to attack again, buying precious time for his companion. A creature like him dared challenge it. The flesh puppet went berserk, picking up a sword from the ground and hurling it at Amrit. The sword, imbued with tremendous force, flew swiftly. Had it hit its target, Amrit knew he wouldn't survive. He narrowly avoided it. Enraged, the flesh puppet let out a continuous roar and launched relentless attacks. However, Amrit didn't engage directly this time but dodged skillfully, infuriating it further. Roar! With a furious bellow, the flesh puppet seized an opportunity and slammed its foot down. The earth trembled violently, throwing off Amrit's balance. Just as Amrit regained his footing, a huge arm descended from the sky. Despite being a seasoned warrior, he could only roll away just in time. Still, the sheer force sent him flying. Clearly, if he had been hit, it would have reduced him to a bloody mist. Seeing its attack fail, the flesh puppet roared and charged forward, determined to obliterate him. However, before it reached Amrit, a wave of terrifying killing intent erupted from behind. Turning around, it saw Abdul, who had opened his eyes, his gaze filled with chilling resolve. Finally done! Amrit spat out a mouthful of blood. The ground was now covered in frost, sweeping toward the flesh puppet. Frozen in place, the puppet lost its ability to move for a brief moment. At this point, the fatal strike arrived. Abdul exuded an overwhelming aura of killing intent, leaping high into the air with a graceful kick. Above his head, the giant sword formed from the cold energy shone brightly, radiating immense power. Beast Heart Extermination Sword. Ultimate move. Obliteration of all beings. With a roar, the storm-like sword hurtled down upon the flesh puppet. Dust clouds billowed, sand flew everywhere, and daylight vanished beneath the overwhelming energy that enveloped the puppet, plunging the world into darkness. Abdul struck with all his might, intending to obliterate the monstrous creature before him. Cruel error. Just as the beast puppet managed to break free from the ice chains binding its legs, it unleashed its full ferocity, swinging its arms and charging straight into the descending blade. It chose to confront the attack head-on. Boom! In the horror-stricken eyes of the onlookers, the two forces collided violently. An explosive shockwave surged outward, lingering for over 10 minutes before finally subsiding. The entire sword pool lay in ruins, with broken swords scattered amidst the dust. Esteban, Amrit, and Colin emerged weakly from the rubble. Amrit was almost unconscious, covered in blood and cuts, having sustained the most severe impact due to his proximity to the battlefield. Only Cole remained unharmed, protected by the sword of defeat and doom, though he too appeared drained, his vital energy flowing into the sword. As the dust cleared, the imposing form of the flesh puppet still stood defiantly in the center. What? It's still alive? A chill ran down everyone's spines. How could such a powerful move not destroy it? Their chances of survival seemed bleak. However, just as despair began to set in, the towering figure of the flesh puppet collapsed, revealing Abdul standing before it. Upon closer inspection, the puppet's front was shattered, its abdomen torn open with countless wounds, indicating that each blade had inflicted significant damage. Seeing the puppet fall, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Before they could fully catch their breath, Cole's anguished wail pierced the silence. Turning around, they witnessed the sword of defeat and doom emitting intense light. Cole rapidly withered, turning into a spray of blood that fused with the black gold sword. The sword, now saturated with blood energy, soared into the air, rotating rapidly. It quickly returned to the flesh puppet, impaling it deeply. The puppet, which had been near death, let out one last agonizing scream. Chapter 195. The demon sword will soon appear. The unexpected change in the defeat and death sword left everyone momentarily at a loss. Both Eris and Adon had already been exhausted. Confronted by the defeat and death sword's malevolent aura, they were finding it difficult to resist. In their eyes, the defeat and death sword was enveloped in dark mist swirling up into the sky. Other spirit swords withdrew hastily as if an ancient demon deity had descended, causing chills down their spines. Trouble. This demon sword has been fully activated. In a moment, it will break through the great formation. Adon, unusually pale-faced, exclaimed. Elsewhere, Eris put away his xiuxian sword, with flames gradually fading from his body. He looked barely conscious, trembling non-stop. Clearly, the fierce battle with the blood puppet had taken a heavy toll on him. Seeing the demon sword's rampage, he muttered softly, "We shouldn't stay here long. Let's leave the sword tomb first, discuss things with Autry, and decide our next move." Adon nodded in agreement. Indeed, given the current situation, it wasn't something they could resolve. Just as everyone prepared to retreat, Abdul at the front remained motionless. "Lu brother, what are you waiting for? Hurry up." Eris's call seemed to bring Abdul back to reality. Turning around, a look of determination flashed across his face. "Both of you retreat first. The power of this demon sword is growing stronger, and it's about to break through the tomb's formation. If it comes into the world and falls into the hands of the blood god sect, it will not bode well for the mortal realm." Both Eris and Adon fell silent as they gazed at Abdul's back. After a moment of contemplation, Abdul continued. "So, while the demon sword hasn't absorbed enough deathly energy, I will use formations to seal it. Even delaying it for a moment would be helpful." Upon hearing these words, both of them couldn't help but admire Abdul's courage. Staying behind at such a critical time, sacrificing himself for others, took immense bravery. "Lu brother, your nobility surpasses us all. We wish to stay and assist you," said Eris and Adon. Abdul waved them off immediately. No, this is too dangerous. You don't know much about formations, so staying won't help. Listen to me, get out quickly and have Casimir prepare. If I fail, there's still a backup plan." Seeing his resolute attitude, Eris and Adon reluctantly agreed. They indeed knew nothing about formations, and after some thought, they nodded in agreement. "All right, Lu brother, be careful. When you come out, we'll have a drink together. Deal." Watching them leave, Abdul finally breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't stay for noble reasons. The system notification told him that he could now control the combination formation of the sword tomb. With the shadow mist formation, he could suppress the defeat and death sword. Sealing or subduing this demon sword would greatly enrich his sword collection. Therefore, he deliberately sent Eris and Adon away, knowing that revealing his intentions might cause trouble. Seeing no one around, Abdul swiftly cast 9 mirror stones around him. Meanwhile, in another part of the sword tomb, a group led by Adam of the Sunshade Pavilion was being attacked by numerous zombies. Though they hadn't reached the core, there were still many treasures around. Holding 2 short swords, one black and one white, Adam sliced through wave after wave of zombies. However, More kept pouring in, making their situation dire. Some less experienced disciples trembled faintly, feeling like they might capsize in the endless tide of zombies. What's wrong? Adam shouted anxiously. Don't stand there, they're attacking again. Realizing the danger, they reformed ranks, each trying to support one another. Their concerted effort managed to hold off the zombie horde temporarily. Suddenly, Adam's ears perked up. He heard voices amidst the mist. Did you hear that? The disciples nodded, confirming they also heard it. It sounds like hurried footsteps. Adam panted, then added. As he spoke, zombies ahead suddenly dispersed, and two figures darted past, reaching them almost instantly. It's you. Adam gasped, recognizing Eris and Adon. Seeing the Sunshade Pavilion members, they paused and asked, Your Sunshade Pavilion? Right, what about you? Adam cautiously eyed the duo, unsure of their intent. To his surprise, the usually aloof geniuses bowed politely. If your Sunshade Pavilion brothers, please follow us out of the Sword Tomb. What? Everyone exchanged glances, unsure of their kindness. This place isn't safe. If you trust us, let's go. With that, they brandished their swords and charged towards the perimeter. Following Abdul's orders, they had no other choice if the others refused. Adam's disciples focused on him. He clenched his teeth and commanded firmly, let's follow them. Knowing the dangers if they stayed, they followed along the path Eris and Adon carved out. Outside the Sword Tomb. Arn and his companions finally broke through Anderson's formation. What greeted them was Shui Huang's excited shouts. The defeat and death sword is about to emerge. The Blood God sect's grand cause will soon be realized. Looking up, Arn and the others saw the originally misty area above Pingwang River where the Sword Tomb stood, now filled with ominous black mist slowly coalescing. A primordial demon deity emerging from within. Chapter 196, Divine Sword Thunder Array. In the Sword Tomb, the 9 mirror stones in front of Abdul started to move on their own without any wind. Guided by some unseen force, they fell into different corners of the sword pool. Then, countless treasured swords, as if directed by a mysterious power, rose from the pool and gathered towards the sky. Abdul raised his hand. All the remaining true chi within him surged out, descending towards the formation. Soon after, the figure of a young man gradually appeared on the surface of the mirror stones. In his arms was a girl with a blissful expression. This was none other than Aquila, now transformed into an array spirit. Abdul was using the mirror stones to set up the sword formation to suppress the defeated sword. The 9 mirror stones suddenly emitted dazzling light, directly landing on the array spirit. Abdul's clear and cold voice echoed throughout the battlefield. Formation of 100 swords piercing souls, activated. Within the sword formation, nearly 100 treasured swords sounded off together. The sky darkened, and the entire area of the sword tomb trembled. From the swords emerged countless sword chi, coalescing and condensing above their heads. At the same time, the sword slaves engaged in battle seemed to be influenced by this event. They halted their attacks, the inner sword chi suppressing Cain within them. Some of these once powerful beings let out furious roars, which merged into a deafening wave, striking fear into the hearts of the observers. Countless sword chi danced and condensed in the air, triggering even more treasured swords to sound off. Swords had spirits, and the emergence of the defeated sword had caused them to react, inadvertently aiding Abdul's formation. More and more spiritual swords joined the grand array. The sword chi above them churned and condensed, as if brewing something terrifying. Without hesitation, Abdul felt an intense excitement building inside him. He bit his tongue, letting a spray of essence blood burst forth. Divine Sword Thunder Array, activate. 9 Heavens Mystic Slaughter transforms into Divine Thunder. Under the magnificent heavenly might, it is guided by the sword. Originally a 5th rank sword formation, with countless spiritual swords joining and augmented by the Thunder Domain Array, it became a 1st rank killing formation at that moment. Excitement radiated from Abdul's face. He had only used this formation a few times before, and those were the most basic, lowest rank versions. Now, forming a 1st rank killing formation, the Divine Sword Thunder Array left him utterly elated. As more sword chi gathered, the ground began to shake. Even the formations within the sword tomb started to tremble. The intense vibration hinted at a potential shutdown at any moment. Meanwhile, outside the sword tomb, the attention of the Blood God sect members turned serious. What's happening? Why is the aura of the defeated sword weakening? Einar's face turned ashen. The excitement he had earlier was nowhere to be seen. I'm not sure about that. Taoist Reggie stammered, equally puzzled. Suddenly, an image of a young man flashed in his mind. Abdul, who had repeatedly thwarted his plans. A strange thought popped into his head. Could this all be because of that kid again? Over at the 4 great clans of Beijiang County, the leaders discussed among themselves. Who hasn't come out yet? Alton asked. Braden calmed himself and replied, Yenri Hall. Abdul is still inside. Oh. Everyone turned to look at Arn. The elder from the enforcement hall, similarly surprised, turned to Adam. His disciple nodded worriedly, then he turned back and said, Abdul is one of our disciples, and he was the first to discover the plot of the Blood God sect. This boy can actually suppress the emergence of the demonic sword. His achievements are boundless. Austin nodded in praise. He had met the boy before and had a good impression of him. At this moment, Abdul's existence undeniably drew the attention of these high-ranking figures. Even Arn couldn't help but marvel at how rapidly he had progressed. It was truly mysterious. All of this piqued their curiosity about this enigmatic youth. If he survived today, detailed information about him would surely end up on the desks of various factions. His future prospects were limitless. At around 20 years old, to possess such strength, this talent was rare even in the Tianfeng dynasty and among the top-tier sects. Due to the immense impact of the Divine Sword Thunder Array, the entire sword pool was filled with howling winds and flying dust. Countless deathly auras mixed with sword chi surged into the sky. Seeing Abdul cause such a commotion, the defeated sword seemed enraged. It felt its energy being completely suppressed by the current sword formation. Its black and gold body trembled wildly, emitting a resonating hum. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Then, it flew through the air and abruptly plunged into the corpse of a flesh puppet. Dark smoke enveloped the fallen form, causing it to stand again. The flesh puppet lifted its head and let out a savage, ruthless roar before charging forward once more. Faced with the increasingly fierce attack of the flesh puppet, Abdul dodged continuously. With less than 10% of his true chi left, direct confrontation wasn't wise. Survival was paramount. Still, he was grazed by the punch's wind, shaking his internal organs. Pain aside, anger surged within him. With the remaining true chi bursting forth, he pushed back the flesh puppet's assault. Leaping into the air, he landed both feet heavily on the puppet's abdomen. Pang! With a heavy thud, the flesh puppet soared backward, smashing into several sword slaves who couldn't evade in time. Abdul flipped backward and landed steadily on the ground, creating distance and buying time. However, the next second, another furious roar erupted from the flesh puppet. Roar! This sound was far beyond human capability, sending Abdul's heart pounding. Amidst the explosion of earth and stone, a massive figure charged into view. The flesh puppet carried 2 dead sword slaves, its rage almost tangible. Its body had grown twice in size, with colorful blood streaming between muscle fibers and red eyes nearly popping out. The entire body seemed on the verge of disintegration. The next second, with heavy stomps, it charged once more. Yet, facing the crazed rush of the flesh puppet, Abdul showed no fear. Slowly straightening up, a faint smile appeared on his lips as he whispered, "You're finished." As he spoke, intense killing intent surged in the air. Crack! A thunderclap exploded in the sky. Countless sword chi converged into a prison-like barrier, halting the flesh puppet's advance and enclosing it within. The divine sword thunder array was complete. Chapter 197, Taming the Devil Sword. Within the blade grave, originally shrouded in mist. However, at this moment, it was inexplicably covered by ominous clouds. In an instant, a heavy downpour began. Chaos raged, and thunder split the sky beneath the blades. Torrential rains flooded the earth, submerging it under the deluge. At this moment of heaven and earth merging, melancholy intertwined with wildness, darkness entangled with storms. In the midst of the pond of swords, the once wildly thrashing sword puppets who had nearly lost their sanity, now trembled uncontrollably, as if seeing something that terrified them. Before their eyes, amidst flashes of lightning and thunder, above the colossal puppet's head, a titanic sword of lightning gradually condensed, overshadowing the sky. The surrounding surging mists resembled waves, each crashing higher than the last. Every surge brought the sound of sharpening blades from the mists, like boundless sword energy converging. Seeming to sense the threat, the defeated sword within the blood puppet also buzzed. An overwhelming aura of death slowly emerged above the giant puppet's head. It was a devil king, 100 meters long, with red glowing eyes filled with brutality. A gaping mouth lined with sharp teeth sent chills down one's spine. The sword puppet's bodies quaked incessantly. Whether it be the thunderous sword or the fanged demon, the presence of either instilled no desire to resist. Suddenly, chaos erupted before the emotionless sword puppets. They too could feel fear, and they too feared death. Their bodies shook slightly, indicating that both the monster and the lightning sword were far beyond their level. Even Abdul, standing afar, had an expression of disbelief. Hell, I didn't expect the divine lightning sword formation to be so powerful. This attack might even surpass the peak chi refinement stage. Thinking of this, Abdul's eyes blazed with excitement as he gazed at the blood puppet. He could feel the trembling of the devil sword hidden within it. Abdul's lips curled into a smile, his eyes brimming with deadly intent. Divine lightning sword, kill. As his voice faded, countless treasured swords emitted buzzing sounds, creating an epic scene. The thunderous sword chi above him surged like a tidal wave, engulfing the devil on the blood puppet's head. The thunderous sword, fueled by its momentum, fiercely struck downward. The devil raised its hands abruptly to meet the thunderous sword. Boom! After the explosive impact, countless sword puppets shattered without a sound, disappearing entirely from the world. The demon formed of death chi paid no heed, sweeping through the waves of death chi, causing numerous casualties among the sword puppets. Yet, during the deadlock, the death chi devil gradually dissipated. Everywhere lay severed limbs and bloody flesh, with the scattered pieces of the puppets, meat losing all nourishment, turning completely dry. Under the hammering of the thunderous sword, the blood puppet's flesh began to erode. As for the devil sword inside it, it had completely lost any will to fight. Under the lightning strikes, it felt the power within it rapidly depleting. If this continued, even if it could retreat, it would likely have to choose another blade master. Otherwise, the sword spirit it had formed would cease to exist. A small figure emitting black smoke was roaring inside the defeated sword, surrounded by a complex mix of anger, fear, and worry. The blood puppet, driven by it, swung its arms like hammers, desperately smashing toward the thunderous sword. However, Abdul's divine lightning sword formation, already arrayed around swords, remained unrelenting. Here, within the pond of swords, its sword chi never ceased. Thus, the blood puppet's final resistance proved futile. Instead, it only triggered more spirits, replenishing the sword chi. The thunderous sword grew more solid, sparking as it descended sharply. The blood puppet reacted instinctively, retracting its arms to cross over its chest defensively. Boom! Its entire back arched like a cooked shrimp, flying backward violently. It crashed heavily into a pile of ruins, much like a cannonball. Taking advantage of this pause, the defeated sword darted out from above, gliding through the air, quickly moving towards the exit of the blade grave. Upon noticing this, Abdul urgently communicated telepathically with Aquila, now the array spirit, who turned to look at the speeding devil sword. Seeing this, Aquila waved a hand while his wife in the other arm emitted a bright light. The thunderous sword abruptly changed direction, pursuing the defeated sword like a mountain. Seeing this, the sword spirit within the devil sword was petrified, letting out continuous roars. But there was no avoiding it midair. In desperation, it twisted its body, unleashing a final defiant roar. Only by fighting. Bang! When the two collided, the death chi on the defeated sword shattered like paper. The overwhelming thunderous sword chi instantly transmitted throughout the sword spirit's body, blasting off its arms. As black smoke spread, the devil sword spirit quickly turned into a phantom, nearly dissipating. Seeing this, Abdul moved swiftly. Reaching forward with his right hand, he grabbed the defeated sword. Holding the black and gold sword, which still trembled trying to escape, Abdul sternly commanded, "Surrender or die." Then, with a mental command, the 9 mirror stones in the air emitted light again, focusing the gathered thunder power directly at the defeated sword. Forced into a corner, the black sword spirit fell silent. In the next second, an intent to surrender radiated from the sword's body, prompting Abdul to smirk and immediately imprint his mental mark on the sword spirit. The devil sword surrounding death chi retracted, flying straight into the scabbard. Seeing this, Abdul let out a long sigh. This trip to the Blade Grave was undoubtedly successful. Not only did he find the Ice Soul Radiant Sword, but also acquired the defeated sword, Burning Fire Sword, and Venom Heavy Sword. Moreover, his martial prowess had significantly improved. System. Abdul called softly, and a panel appeared before his eyes. First grade combined array. Shadow Mist array. Being deciphered. Current progress 75%. Looking around, the grand formation of the Blade Grave was beginning to close slowly. If Abdul did not leave soon, he would likely be trapped inside. However, losing this opportunity to study the array arts might mean a long time before encountering such a chance again. With this thought, he steeled himself and sat down on the spot. He watched helplessly as the Blade Grave closed completely. Thus, the eventful journey within the Blade Grave concluded, leaving behind only desolation. Chapter 198, Departing with Ease. At this moment, Abdul was still unaware of what was happening outside the Sword Tomb. No one knew how great the impact of both the Sword Tomb and the Sword of Defeat's aura disappearing would be. Looking at the Pingwang River which had once again merged and returned to its tranquil state, York roared like a fiend from the netherworld incarnate. The sight sent shivers down everyone's spines, including Regizi and other Blood Deity sect members. Who can tell me what's going on? The array of the Sword Tomb has already closed, but why is there no sign of the Sword of Defeat? In his fury, York roughly grabbed Reggie Daoist and asked word by word, "Can you tell me exactly what happened?" His chilling words were laced with a strong killing intent, sending chills through Reggie Daoist's spine. "Well, Lord York, I don't know either. I've sent all qualified experts into it, even a flesh puppet, yet." He was about to say that not a single person survived, when in the next second, he caught a familiar figure swimming out from the Pingwang River from the corner of his eye. "Abdullahi, you're alive." Reggie Daoist's voice brimmed with surprise, inadvertently saving his own life as well. York turned his head sharply, then suddenly transformed into a pool of blood water, rushing toward Abdullahi, who looked utterly terrified. Within an instant, he had seized Abdullahi by the collar. "You're my disciple of the Flesh Deity sect. Tell me what happened inside the Sword Tomb." Meanwhile, from the direction of Spring-Autumn Dao Palace, Austin yelled loudly, "York, he belongs to our Dao Palace. You have no authority over him." As he spoke, he strung his bow fully and 3 arrows shot out swiftly, forming a triangular shape towards York within seconds. However, instead of dodging this sudden attack, York simply lifted his right hand abruptly, tightly grasping the incoming arrows in his palm. "What does your so-called Spring-Autumn Dao Palace amount to? If you don't want to die, shut up or else I will annihilate you." The menace in his words could be felt by anyone who heard them. "You." The expression on Austin's face changed, but before he could speak further, he was stopped by Alton beside him. "Autry, what do you mean? That guy has clearly joined the Blood Deity sect. That madman is currently furious, and it's not worth it to risk a disciple's life." Alton calmly explained. He had just learned the details from Ahmed and others. Knowing that the Blood Deity sect not only had spies in various sects, but also among his flying fish army enraged him deeply. However, he was unsure of his chances against York. After hearing this, Austin nodded reluctantly, gritting his teeth and saying, "Thinking back, I brought this kid back to the sect, and I'll definitely report to the Patriarch and investigate thoroughly upon returning." Qing Lingzi can't escape responsibility. On the other side, the entire Sunshroud Hall was filled with grief as they hadn't seen Abdul come out of the Sword Tomb until the end. Now, they knew Vlad was a spy planted by the Blood Deity sect. Abdul's sacrifice to suppress the demon sword embodied unparalleled loyalty and bravery. His heroic spirit was beyond their reach. Adam felt as if he had lost a parent. The friendship he had built with Abdul was profound. The current situation left people sighing deeply. "Master, do you think Junior Riker still stands a chance?" Adam did not finish his sentence, but his hopeful gaze said it all. However, Josue shook his head seriously. The array of the Sword Tomb was left by Xintian Monastery in ancient times, and is said to be extremely profound. "It is unlikely." Sigh. Everyone in Sunshroud Hall sighed softly. At the same time, Abdullahi, who was held in York's grasp, trembled and replied, "It was all Abdul. He defeated the flesh puppet, killed Ruth and Cole." Upon hearing this, cries of disbelief arose nearby. "What? How could that be possible?" York turned around and saw that both Reggie Daoist and Anderson were visibly shocked. "You guys know who this kid is talking about?" Hearing this, Reggie Daoist licked his lips, staying silent while lowering his head slightly. On the other side, Anderson finally spoke. "That kid is merely a disciple of Sunshroud Hall, and not even at the extraordinary realm. I almost killed him earlier." As he spoke, Anderson suddenly trembled all over, catching York's savage eyes and involuntarily shivering. "Almost killed him?" York's voice dripped with boundless malice. Abdullahi, held in his grip, became limp like clay. Anderson regretted his words, wishing he could slap himself. Lord York, at that time, that kid was still at the transcendent mortal realm and quite unremarkable. I only refrained from killing him because of his potential in formation Tao for the benefit of the holy religion. Before he could finish, York ruthlessly interrupted. For the holy religion's sake? Then tell me, after putting so much effort, where is the sword of defeat? Where is this grand cause you speak of? With those words, he couldn't hold back his rage any longer. Transforming into a streak of light, he appeared directly in front of Anderson, left hand gripping him, right hand thrust forward forcefully. Pierce. His arm penetrated Anderson's chest entirely, blood spurting everywhere. Sir, please spare me this time. Spare you? How do I explain this to the high priest? Baring his teeth, York pulled his arm back violently, throwing Anderson aside like a rag doll. Dead. For a moment, everyone was stunned by York's mercilessness. To kill even his own men, indeed worthy of being called York, Alton coldly remarked, the flying fish armored soldiers behind him standing ready for battle. York glanced at them briefly, his mad laughter ringing out again. This time you got lucky. I will let you go for now, but next time I will deal with you properly. With that, he swung his cloak, soaring into the air, speeding away over the Ping Wang River. Almost simultaneously, Reggie Daoist leaped after him, seizing Abdullahi as he passed. After all, he was the sole survivor, useful for shifting blame when needed. Seeing this, Alton hurriedly commanded, "Archers, fire!" Instantly, 1,000 arrows flew out together. On the water surface, York calmly turned around, gesturing lightly. The remaining puppets controlled by Kane charged madly toward the Forsex and the flying fish army without fear of death, but were soon wiped out. However, where were the figures of York and Reggie Daoist on the river? Translation completed. Chapter 199. No sight of the living, no trace of the dead. The reappearance of the blood deity sect had become a hot topic spreading rapidly across various regions within just a few days. The Tianfeng Imperial City dispatched the main forces of the Songlong army to station in the Northern River Prefecture. All large and small sects began conducting internal investigations, as no one wanted traitors emerging from within their ranks. In the Yenri Palace's main hall, Ivor sat at the center, his brow furrowed in deep thought. On either side of him, the elders were seated. Below them, the enforcement elder Josue gave a detailed account of what had transpired. After a long silence, the sect leader Ivor finally spoke up. Everyone, what do you think about the blood deity sect resurfacing? From the far end below, an outer gate elder stood forward and bowed respectfully. Venerable Master, our previous outer gate administrator, Anatoly, discovered traces of Tai Sui in Ninghai County. It seems the blood deity sect has been plotting for some time. I believe we need to be vigilant. The seventh elder, Grady, who was responsible for intelligence, also stood up. Master, recently in Northern River Prefecture, whether it's among the four great sects or important positions within the prefecture, signs of infiltration by the blood deity sect have been found. We should conduct thorough investigations. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire hall fell into an uneasy silence. The elders exchanged glances, each harboring their own concerns. Though the investigation was primarily aimed at uncovering traitors within the sect, there was always the possibility of other issues coming to light, potentially affecting them personally. At this moment, a powerful surge of sword intent erupted above, piercing through the hall and shooting towards the sky. Everyone looked up to see Elder 13, Rashad. Rashad appeared instantly before Josue, his sleeves fluttering. Elder Chun, how exactly did my disciple die? Seeing the grief-stricken elder before him, Josue's tone softened slightly. According to the survivors, Abdul remained in the sword tomb alone to suppress the demon sword. He didn't come out. That means no sight of the living, no trace of the dead. Rashad's voice rumbled with restrained sorrow. Josue nodded. Rashad murmured to himself, that means the kid might still be alive. No one responded, for none believed Abdul could truly survive within the sword tomb. Unless he managed to comprehend the grand array, he would likely starve to death by the next opening. However, no one dared to provoke Rashad at this moment. Even Dennis's master, fifth elder Emmanuel, though elated internally, maintained a calm exterior. Silence filled the hall. Meanwhile, on the Pingwang River, a figure slowly emerged from the water, none other than Abdul. Hell, finally out. Who would have thought unraveling this grand array would take me half a month? Abdul muttered as he leaped out of the water. His true chi circulated, evaporating the water around him which dissipated into the sky. Glancing around, he found himself in unfamiliar surroundings. Well, I guess I should find a place with people to ask for directions. Abdul mumbled as he vanished from the spot. Nearby, along the banks of the Pingwang River, was the Maple Pavilion village, backed by the Green Vine Mountain. The mountain had previously been free of demons, allowing the village to live in peace and prosperity. However, recently, a wolf demon had appeared, initially preying on livestock but now targeting villagers as well. Due to the blood deity sect crisis, Northern River Prefecture lacked manpower, leaving the village helpless. On this day, calamity struck again. Not good, the wolf demon is back. A villager ran into the village chief's house, dragging the old chief out in fear. The earth trembled violently as the sound grew closer, and the entire village quaked in terror. All villagers huddled together, eyes fixed on the entrance where a dermot strutted in, walking upright. A fully formed demonic beast, formidable enough to rival a human at the body-tempering stage. The elderly village chief approached cautiously. Mr. Wolf, haven't we already given you 5 pigs and 10 chickens? What else do you want? It seemed the wolf demon had visited twice today. Hee hee, old man, I need shelter. Your village looks nice. Could you accommodate me? The ironback wolf chuckled, cleaning its teeth with sharp claws. Hearing this, the villagers' faces turned pale with dread. Each knew that if they allowed the wolf demon to stay, they wouldn't even know how they'd die. The old chief hesitated. But, how can we? This is our ancestral home. Please find another place, sir. The surrounding villagers nodded in agreement. But as soon as he finished speaking, the wolf demon's eyes turned menacing. Old fool, I only need shelter. It's a favor to you that I'm not killing everyone. Now you're looking for death. With a swift motion, its claws slashed forward, tearing apart the village's weak defenses. The ironback wolf rushed inside, grabbing a villager and devouring it hungrily. Blood stained the air, causing screams of horror. The chief crumpled to the ground in terror, begging pitifully, "Wolflord, please spare us. We'll leave immediately." But the wolf demon sneered, "Leave? And what do I eat when I'm hungry?" It kicked the old chief to the ground, causing unbearable pain. Amidst the chaos in Maple Pavilion Village, Abdul happened to walk in, taking in the scene calmly. A fully formed wolf demon, indeed rare. In the next instant, something piqued his interest. He saw the elderly chief being ruthlessly tormented by the wolf demon while other villagers remained silent, too afraid to act. Suddenly, a young voice rang out in anger. "Stop! You monster! I'll kill you!" A slender figure darted towards the wolf demon. The youth wielded a chopping knife, rushing to attack from the side. Within moments, he reached the wolf demon. Everyone noticed the youth and gasped in alarm. With a metallic clang, the boy's strike collided with the wolf demon's body but caused no harm. The ironback wolf slowly turned its head, locking eyes with the boy. "Foolish child. You are asking for death." Chapter 200. The Iron-Backed Wolf Demon and the Mysterious Orb. The wolf demon looked at the young man holding a simple woodcutter's axe, a sneer of disdain creeping onto its fearsome face. Only martial arts experts wielding divine weapons could possibly harm it. Even if all its strength were depleted, and it stood still to be attacked by someone exerting their full cultivation, it wouldn't matter much. Its body had already been tempered to an extraordinary level of strength. Only a select few divine weapons could truly injure it, a mere fraction of what existed in legends for most people. However, for Heath, it wasn't like that. At least, his sword case was filled with sharp and potent spirit swords. Unfortunately, none of these could be lent to the youth before him without causing severe damage. Would any ordinary person holding a precious sword potentially kill a martial artist? Besides, would they ever give you such an opportunity? Thus, he could only act personally. In a flash, Heath appeared, blocking the boy from the impending danger. "You, a fully formed demon race, are hunting ordinary people here." The iron-backed wolf demon snorted coldly. "Another fearless fool? It's not your place to lecture me. Right and wrong are decided by the powerful. You dare interfere?" Heath curled the corner of his lips. "You've just formed. You underestimate us too easily." The wolf demon's eyes gleamed ferociously as it clawed through the air. "If you're not convinced, come and try. Wanna die? Invite more if you wish to save me trouble." Heath smiled. "Alright, let's see if my sword can do it." With that, Heath's sword case buzzed, and the Chifuo sword flew out, pointing directly at the iron-backed wolf demon. Though the flames within weren't as powerful as Amrit's Xiuxian sword, they were still formidable. Flames erupted around the blade, instantly transforming into a phoenix crane that soared high in the sky. Beast Heart Extermination Sword, Phoenix Crane Soaring. Heath used this ultimate technique from the start because he knew the iron-backed wolf demon was no ordinary opponent. Its strength comparable to peak transformation realm practitioners. Unless he went all out, there would be little hope of injuring it. Moreover, if the demon were fast enough, he might find himself on the back foot. The Chifuo sword split into 2, then 4, then countless blades. Countless rays of sword light appeared in space, each containing powerful fire energy. To create thousands of clones required considerable power. Every blade of flame was real, not illusory. This attack was solid and unyielding, every ray of sword light carrying the fiery assault. In terms of offensive power, this move was one of the strongest in the Beast Heart Extermination Sword repertoire. The Phoenix Crane led an onslaught of countless sword lights toward the demon. Thousands of sparks surged toward the iron-backed wolf demon. This was a wide-area attack, unpredictable in its variations, the flames following closely behind the sword movements. Ordinary sword moves would have no effect on the demon, but both Heath's sword chi and the flames posed a genuine threat. Even the iron-backed wolf demon couldn't evade, surrounded as it was by the sword's omnipresent force. Yet the demon's flesh defense was formidable, its hair also highly cultivated. Black light shimmered around its body, the hairs bristling, serving both offense and defense. The flames from the Phoenix Crane collided with the demon's hairs, bursting into dazzling sparks. Though the iron-backed wolf demon managed to block Heath's attack, it suffered some minor injuries. Still, it refused to admit defeat. "What else can you do?" Before Heath could respond, the demon transformed into a black glow, swiftly moving closer with claws like razors aimed at him. "Damn, ambush tactics?" Heath chuckled, quickly retreating to avoid the attack. Twisting his body, he sent the Chifuo sword blazing upward. The iron-backed wolf demon hastily stopped, arching backward to dodge. Still, a shallow wound appeared on its chest. Standing firm, it stared at Heath in astonishment. "How did his sword manage to injure me?" Heath laughed. "Not so confident now?" Advancing again, sword in hand, Heath launched a relentless series of attacks. Now at a disadvantage, the demon found itself struggling under the pressure. Despite its high cultivation, practical combat skills lagged, especially after transforming into humanoid form. Witnessing Heath's prowess, the villagers cheered loudly. "Kill it! Elder, please slay this demon for us. Destroy the monster." The youth, who'd been watching protectively, pleaded earnestly. "Sir, please kill this demon wolf, I beg of you." As Heath intensified his attacks, the iron-backed wolf demon finally began to falter, feeling regretful for its arrogance that had led to this predicament. Seeing another injury imminent, the demon suddenly swallowed a mysterious orb, unleashing immense pure energy. The force pushed Heath back several meters. Heath paused, puzzled. At that moment, the system notification sounded in his mind. Ding, sensing pure life force around host. Mystic Spring Art is intrigued. Cultivation speed increased by 10%. Heath felt a wave of joy. After reaching the 6th layer of the Mystic Spring Art, it rarely showed interest in anything anymore. That the orb had triggered this response indicated it was extraordinary, likely not an ordinary pill. Curiosity piqued, Heath pressed forward with his sword. Upon engaging, he realized the iron-backed wolf demon had regained full strength in an instant, presumably due to the orb. Restored, the wolf demon sneered. Brat, sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. Wolf Master will skin you alive today. Heath's smile widened. What was that orb? Got more? Can you spare some? This translation adheres to the original tone and style, maintaining paragraph structure and line breaks, ensuring a fluent and coherent narrative consistent with previous content. Hashtag chapter 201. The Pure Essence Pearl. Heath's words made the Dermit's expression change drastically, and he shook his head repeatedly. What are you talking about? I can't understand. That's just a small snack of mine. A snack? I want to have a taste too. I wonder if Brother Wolf would be willing to part with it. As Heath spoke, not only did the Dermit's wolf-like face turn unpredictable, but even the villagers behind him changed their expressions in unison. His appearance had given hope to the village that was on the brink of destruction. However, if this hope were to shift, it would be something unimaginable for them. Many villagers knelt down and pleaded aloud. Great Lord, please, you must kill this wolf demon. Yes, sir, many of us have died at its hands. You must avenge us. The villagers' voices were filled with sorrow, and for a moment, anyone who heard them felt deep sorrow and shed tears. Yet, Heath remained expressionless, staring at the Dermot with a teasing smile on his lips as if he didn't care about the lives of these people at all. Seeing this, the Dermit's brutal eyes shifted, and he said, if that's the case, let me eat them first, then I'll take you to find the Pure Essence Pearl. Although he spoke these words, he harbored murderous intentions within. After I eat these people and regain my strength, even if I can't defeat this guy, running away should be no problem. However, how could Heath miss the little schemes in his heart? He rubbed his chin thoughtfully while the villagers behind him were terrified into sobbing uncontrollably, unable to stop trembling. Some timid women and children already had tears streaming down their faces, but they covered their mouths tightly, afraid to cry out loud. On this side, the Dermot obviously became impatient and snapped. What are you still thinking about? These people have nothing to do with you. Why should you risk yourself for them? You must know that this Pure Essence Pearl can restore true chi and physical strength. What it means in battle doesn't need much explanation, does it? Indeed. Hearing this, Heath's eyes lit up instantly. So this thing is called the Pure Essence Pearl. It really is valuable. But how can I trust you? Unless... Heath pretended to ponder deeply, then extended his right hand. How about we start with 10 or 8 pearls for a taste? Let me experience it firsthand. What? 10 or 8? Do you think these grow like wild grass everywhere? The Dermit's eyes bulged wide in shock, thinking that Heath's demand was utterly unreasonable. Yet, seeing Heath's unwavering determination, the Dermot felt somewhat helpless. After some deliberation, he pulled out a pale white round pearl from his fur and threw it over. Heath caught it without hesitation and filtered it with his true chi. At the same time, a voice in his mind echoed. Chime, detecting life force. Progress of Mystic Spring martial art has increased. It seemed the other party hadn't played any tricks. Heath swallowed the Pure Essence Pearl directly, closing his eyes to feel the changes inside his body. The round pearl dissolved into a warm current as soon as it entered his throat, spreading throughout his limbs and meridians, making his body feel warm and cozy. Whether it was physical strength or true chi, it restored significantly, not fully replenished, but more than half recovered. Just as the Dermot said, if such a thing existed during a battle, it would greatly increase one's chances of winning. In short, it was an excellent item that must be obtained. Heath suddenly opened his eyes, with a sharp light flashing in them, causing the Dermot to shiver. This human has such terrifying eyes, it thought. But considering the effects of the Pure Essence Pearl, it summoned courage and asked, so, this deal isn't bad, right? At that moment, it felt confident that no one could resist such an offer. Thinking this, the Dermot strode towards the villagers confidently before Heath could answer. This action plunged the villagers into despair. Everyone let their emotions go, filling the air with heartbreaking cries. Mom, I don't want to die. Wah, I'm scared. I'm so young, and I haven't even married yet. Old lady, it's time to go. Having you is truly wonderful. To hell with you, monster. I'll fight you to the death. In a short time, all kinds of human reactions unfolded. The villagers' wails clearly irritated the Dermot. It scratched its ears with its claws and shouted softly, you bastards, shut up. Being consumed by me is a great honor for you. The leading boy clutched the firewood axe tightly, his body trembling uncontrollably. His eyes were full of disappointment as he looked at Heath's back. I thought you were a great hero of this world, but I never expected you to betray justice and collude with demons. I despise you. Upon hearing this, Heath, who had been motionless, turned around, his face unusually serious. Hero? Let me tell you, heroes die first. If you can't save yourself, no one can save you. As he spoke, Heath sent his blaze sword flying across the distance to land in front of the boy. The broken thing in your hand won't hurt it. This sword can. Then, he gestured invitingly. The Dermot turned to look at him, its face twisted and snarled. What do you mean? Heath shrugged helplessly and said, you can't be serious, Brother Wolf. Don't tell me you really think this kid can use my sword? Even if he could, how could he possibly harm you? Hearing this, the Dermot reconsidered and realized he was right. This ordinary boy could hardly lift the flaming sword, let alone cause any damage. He'd probably melt before he could even strike. But why did you do this? Heath's lips curled into a strange smile. I heard that meat from someone in despair tastes better. Oh. The Dermot was taken aback, not expecting those words to come from this human's mouth. Then, it felt a chill run down its spine as this person casually discussed the best way to cook its own kind. The man was indeed a bit twisted. Seeing the demon not responding, Heath turned his gaze back to the boy, saying lightly, "What, afraid to act? Instead of relying on others, be your own hero. Of course, cowards are common in this world, and there's no shame in that." These words reverberated in the boy's ears, shaking his thoughts profoundly. ##### Chapter 202, Be Your Own Hero. The young boy trembled as he stared at the red sword in front of him. His teeth gritted as he tried to pick up the sword, but the scenes from moments ago were fresh in his mind. The flames on the sword were real. He could feel the intense heat radiating from it, searing his skin. Seeing the youth's hesitation, the last shred of concern on Dermot's face melted away. He gave Abdul a thumbs up, revealing sharp fangs and a sinister grin. "You still know how to eat?" He then turned to the young boy and strode over to him. "Kid, what's wrong? Didn't you want to kill me? Come on, stab me." The wolf demon's mocking laughter gnawed at the boy's fragile nerves. Finally, driven to the brink of madness by fear and anger, the boy screamed, "I'll kill you. I want to be a hero." In a burst of energy, he lunged forward, grabbing onto the fiery blade with both hands. However, in the next second, raging flames erupted from the blade, enveloping his arms within mere breaths. The boy felt an excruciating pain, as if his arms were about to melt under the fiery intensity. How could such agony be endured? He let out a blood-curdling scream that sent chills down the spines of the villagers of Maple Plain Village. Abdul remained unmoved, watching silently. Dermot had been startled by the boy's sudden move and took a few steps back. Seeing the pitiful state of the boy, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fury filled his wolf-like eyes. He was deeply humiliated by the fear he had felt. K, little brat, dying by this wolf's hand is an honor for you. Let you burn to ashes. Muttering curses, the wolf demon turned towards the villagers. As he brushed past the boy who had been screaming in the flames, suddenly, the boy let out a thunderous roar. Kill! With unbelievable strength, he drew the fiery blade and slashed at Dermot's back. By the time the demon realized what was happening, the searing heat was already upon him. In an instant, his fur turned to ash. What's happening? Before he could turn around, his instincts compelled him to sidestep. In the next moment, his entire arm flew off into the sky. The extreme heat caused his flesh to instantly char without a drop of blood. Dermot's enraged roar echoed deafeningly in everyone's ears. The horrifying scene made all present freeze in disbelief. Even the boy stood dazed, unable to comprehend what just happened. The flames on his arms continued to burn, but now they felt warm rather than painful. Abdul, noticing the notification in his mind, showed a look of understanding. Ding! Detected the activation of Pure Young Body. Ian's Spring Divine Technique has an aversion. Cultivation improvement increased by 10%. It dawned on Abdul that he hadn't neglected the boy out of indifference, but sensed that the boy had a pure young body, which was still sealed. Using the fiery blade was a way to unlock its potential. Abdul approached and patted the boy on the shoulder with a smile. Well done. Taking the fiery blade from the boy, Abdul noted that the boy seemed to have been drained of all his energy. Though the boy possessed a pure young body, he was still a regular teenager, and the simple strike had left him severely weakened. However, having taken this step, the boy would likely catch the attention of the sect and enter their ranks easily. Abdul, holding the fiery blade, strolled toward Dermot, every step shaking the demon to his core. Is all this you're doing? Through clenched teeth, Dermot managed to say, causing him immense pain even with this small motion. No, not me, Abdul replied gently. Who could have thought an ordinary boy would have such a special constitution? Dermot didn't respond. If he hadn't figured it out by now, he'd be a fool. With a death stare fixed on Abdul, he wished he could tear him apart on the spot, but it was too late. Now, let's talk about the trade for the pure essence pearl. At this point, you still want the pearl? Dream on. I'll die before I tell you. Dermot snarled, fury blazing in his voice. Abdul leaned down with a chuckle. Don't get it wrong. This time, it's your life for the pearl. Aren't you afraid of death? I don't fear death. If you've got the guts. Dermot resolved to take the secret to his grave. He knew that as long as Abdul wanted the pearl, there was a chance he might live. Yet, Abdul saw through his plan. You should know, some forms of pain are far worse than death. As he spoke, he lightly patted the wolf demon's shoulder. A surge of icy green sky chi rushed along Dermot's veins. The demon, who had previously felt searing heat inside, suddenly felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar. The bone-chilling cold coursed through his body, assaulting his skin, muscles, and blood vessels, causing unbearable pain. At this moment, he finally understood what Abdul meant. This agony was worse than death. Please, let me go. It hurts so much. Abdul maintained a faint smile and softly said 3 words. Pure essence pearl. I'll lead you to it. Anything? Dermot cared nothing for the pearl now. He would do anything to escape this torment. Abdul stepped forward, withdrew his right hand, and retracted the green sky chi. If only you had known sooner, you wouldn't have suffered so much. Without the cold penetrating him, Dermot collapsed weakly to the ground. The magnitude of the pain he endured still made him shudder with fear. Sheathing the fiery blade, Abdul grabbed Dermot by the neck and lifted him effortlessly, as if he were weightless. The villagers of Maple Plain Village watched in stunned silence, too afraid to speak. Not even a word of thanks for saving them. Suddenly, a clear voice broke the silence. Thank you for saving me, saving all of us. My name is Kanal. It was the boy with the pure young body, standing shakily, gratitude etched on his face. Without turning back or speaking, Abdul muttered to himself. Kanal, that's a powerful name. Surnamely, also a pure young body. Could he be related to Old Manly too? ##### Chapter 203, Officials Arrive. Only after Abdul disappeared with the iron-backed wolf demon did the villagers of Fengping Village let out a collective sigh of relief. They were overjoyed. Each one of them moved to tears. Even those elderly who had been prepared to die with dignity felt a tremendous weight lift from their shoulders. Although age had made them more indifferent towards life and death, no one really wanted to be buried underground while they could still live. For a moment, no one was willing to leave. They gathered at the village entrance, congratulating and talking to each other. Finally, it was the Ignacio who stood up shakily and spoke. Well, everyone should go back home and tidy up. The wolf demon is gone, but we must still be cautious. After all, that person isn't exactly a benevolent figure either. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. After all, Abdul's cold-bloodedness and cruelty had deeply imprinted on their minds. At this moment, Kanal spoke up. No, I believe the older brother is a good person. Everyone turned to look at him, and various voices began speaking. Little xiuxian, are you confused? Have you forgotten how he burned you? Yes, he also tried to make a deal with the wolf demon to eat us. Now that they were alone, the villagers vented their pent-up fear and anger, directing it all at Abdul as if he were an unforgivable villain. Only Kanal kept explaining, you misunderstood. Older brother did it for my own good. I feel very strong now. Although his solar body had been activated, Abdul hadn't explicitly told him. However, how could he not notice the drastic change in his body? Kanal knew deep down that all this was due to Abdul, but the villagers wouldn't believe him, thinking he was babbling nonsense. Kanal grew more anxious, then suddenly remembered something and said hurriedly, and wasn't it older brother who caught the wolf demon in the end? Before he could finish, a middle-aged woman interrupted him. What do you know? That person obviously went after the pearl in the demon's hand. The injured demon was easy prey. Exactly, if the demon wasn't hurt, we would have been the ones to die. The villagers talked over each other, leaving Kanal speechless and blushing red with frustration. It was the Ignacio who intervened again. That's enough. It was Kanal who saved us all. Don't be too hard on him. Everyone, please return home and take care of things. With these words, everyone nodded and headed home. Meanwhile, Kanal, exhausted from the earlier ordeal, collapsed into unconsciousness. As dusk approached and the sun set, Kanal gradually regained consciousness. He felt no discomfort anywhere on his body. Instead, moving his limbs only made him feel stronger. The door creaked open, and the Ignacio appeared in the doorway. You're awake, Kanal? Elio. Kanal attempted to get up, but was stopped by the village head grabbing his shoulder. Don't get up, your body hasn't fully recovered yet. I'm fine. How is everyone else? Looking into Kanal's clear eyes, the village head smiled approvingly. Everyone's fine. Thanks to you, Kanal. You're a good boy. Relieved, Kanal lay back down, then suddenly sat up again, remembering something. Elio, the older brother really isn't a bad person. Believe me. However, before he could finish, a rumbling sound came from the earth, causing the village head to change expression quickly. You rest here. I'll see what's happening. He rushed out of the house as the tremors intensified, shaking the entire village. Panic spread once again among the villagers as they ran out of their homes anxiously. Kanal got up and slowly walked outside. Seeing him, the village head hurried over. Why are you out here? Get back inside. I'm fine, Elio. What's happening? Feeling unusually strong, Kanal asked. The village head sighed. Still don't know, but it doesn't seem like demons. As he spoke, a group of people charged into the village entrance under the watchful eyes of the villagers. Leading them was a towering warrior in green armor, riding a horse and wielding a long knife, followed by about 100 similarly armored soldiers holding standardized Tianfeng dynasty weapons. Seeing their attire, the villagers collectively relaxed, and cheers erupted. The county has sent help. We're saved. The leading warrior, Ronnie, frowned slightly and rode forward. Who is the village head? The Ignacio stepped forward, bowing respectfully. This humble one is the village head of Fengping village. Welcome, gentlemen. Ronnie nodded briefly, maintaining a serious expression. My name is Ronnie, captain of the Songlong Vanguard Corps. I've heard there's a wolf demon here. The Ignacio nodded hastily. Yes, that demon has eaten many of our livestock and killed several villagers. Please help us. Seeing the villagers' grief-stricken faces, Ronnie remained impassive. His aide became impatient, waving his whip angrily. Just stick to the point. Where's the wolf demon now? The whip startled the Ignacio, who instinctively stepped back and fell to the ground, causing the soldiers to laugh. Kanal frowned and rushed forward, helping the village head up. Elio, are you alright? Then he turned to face the soldiers, glaring at them. The wolf demon was captured by the older brother. You can leave now. Ronnie's brow furrowed, his previously mocking face now turning cold. Older brother? Who is this? You say the demon was captured? Kanal was about to speak when the village head pulled him back, stepping forward to explain. Sir, it happened recently. The demon came to our village. The Ignacio recounted the battle between Ironback Wolf and Abdul in detail. As he finished, unusual expressions appeared on Ronnie and his soldiers' faces. They exchanged glances, and greed flashed in their eyes. Captain, what should we do? A soldier asked. In the next moment, the soldier saw the answer in Ronnie's eyes. ####Chapter 204. I ate their excrement? Ronnie gave a knowing look, and one of his subordinates immediately understood. He spurred his horse forward. You foolish villagers, that man is no good person. He's likely a martial cultivator who consorts with demons, aiming to rescue that wolf demon. You've all been deceived. Once they recover from their injuries, they'll return. His words immediately caused an uproar among the villagers of Fengping village. I told you that boy isn't any good. What should we do? Will that wolf demon seek revenge on us? No need to ask. With its arm cut off by Kanal, it definitely won't let this go. We should run away quickly. As the villagers were denouncing Heath, Kanal stood up once again. His small body seemed to contain immense energy. You're lying. The big brother is a good person. He saved everyone. Little brat, what do you understand? Can you even distinguish right from wrong, or good from evil? Ronnie sneered disdainfully. He gently tugged on the reins, and his horse brought him before the villagers, emanating an intense aura. Under this pressure, the villagers fell silent. Seeing this, Ronnie nodded slightly and said, "Our immediate priority is for you to provide information about where the demons might appear. Only we, the Songlong army, can personally eliminate them thoroughly." The Wayland hurriedly stepped forward and said, "That demon should be from Terencio Mountain. They left in that direction as well. Please, sir, help us." Following his words, the villagers behind him knelt down together, shouting loudly, "Please save us." Ronnie nodded again, not wasting any time as he turned his horse around. "Rest assured, I won't let them escape. Brothers, follow me." Then he spurred his horse, heading swiftly toward Terencio Mountain. The 100 soldiers behind him followed excitedly, shouting loudly. For some reason, these people from the imperial court didn't seem like good people to Con all. After much deliberation, the young boy clenched his teeth and made a decision. That night, after Fengping village had returned to calmness, a slender figure quietly slipped out. Riding a donkey, he headed towards Terencio Mountain. As the sun set and the moon rose in Terencio Mountain, a figure was leisurely walking ahead, holding a rope with what seemed to be a dog following behind. But this dog was limping. This figure was none other than Heath. And what he was leading wasn't a dog but an iron-backed wolf demon with a broken leg. "So, Brother Wolf, it's almost midnight. Have we reached the place you mentioned?" As he spoke, he sharply jerked his wrist, causing the rope to contract suddenly. An irresistible force pulled the iron-backed wolf demon into the air, landing heavily in front of Heath. Though the demon race had robust bodies, repeated injuries had already damaged its internal organs. This fall made it spit out blood. The iron-backed wolf demon struggled to rise, filled with humiliation it had never felt since it began cultivating. It despised being treated like this by a human, and the hatred in its heart overflowed visibly. Heath smiled at those green, vicious wolf eyes. "What, Brother Wolf, would you like to try the taste of being frozen again?" Upon hearing this, the iron-backed wolf demon shuddered violently. It couldn't forget that pain and did not wish to experience it again. Under duress, it finally spoke. "Air, the pure essence pearl is produced in a special way. You have to come with me to get it." After such a long journey, Heath was getting frustrated. "If so, then go fetch it for me. Naturally, I'll plant a cold aura within you. If you dare to run, I'm afraid it won't work. You should come with me. Once there, you'll see." Seeing that the other party didn't seem to be lying, Heath decided to follow. He wasn't afraid of any schemes. Even if the iron-backed wolf demon were at full strength, it wouldn't be a match for him, let alone now when it was severely injured. Therefore, Heath felt no fear or worry. "Alright, let's go and see." So, Heath led the way, heading towards a valley at the back of Terencio Mountain. This mountain was surrounded by peaks, forming a natural barrier. Without the iron-backed wolf demon guiding him, it would have been hard to discover such a place. They walked for another hour before reaching the valley. The iron-backed wolf demon stopped and said, "It's here. See for yourself." Heath looked in the direction it pointed. In front of him were a group of demonic beasts. Yes, demonic beasts. In the valley, numerous demonic beasts gathered, sleeping under the moonlight. These creatures were ones Heath had never seen before. They had a single horn on their heads, resembling neither horses nor cattle nor deer. Their bodies were entirely white and massive, like hippos. They appeared to be herbivores, as the valley was full of lush grass with no other living creatures around. Occasional few awake ones were continuously grazing. "What are these? Hippos? Unicorns?" Heath was puzzled. He turned to the iron-backed wolf demon. "Where are the pure essence pearls you mentioned? Why can't I see them? Did you lie?" Before he finished, the system chimed in. Chime, detected abundant life force. Cultivation speed of the mysterious spring art, increased by 30%. Chime, host is amidst life force. The body refinement technique, feels very comfortable. Cultivation speed increased by 100%. Damn, looks like you weren't lying. But, Heath turned to the demonic beasts again, a thought flashing through his mind. Soon, the iron-backed wolf demon confirmed his guess. "I didn't lie. Those guys are the pure essence pearls." "You mean the pure essence pearls are inside these demonic beasts?" Heath was shocked. Could the pure essence pearls be the inner cores of these beasts? But the strength required for a demonic beast to cultivate an inner core would likely surpass the iron-backed wolf demon. Heath was momentarily baffled. "Brother Wolf, please explain further." However, the iron-backed wolf demon's next words sent a shockwave through Heath. "The pure essence pearls are produced by these demonic beasts. They are their excrement." "What? Excrement? You mean the pure essence pearls I ate were feces?" Heath. WDW. ##### Chapter 205. Clouds of Suspicion. Ugh, I actually ate shit? Staring at the plump, white creatures, Abdul fought hard to suppress the urge to vomit. After dry heaving for a while, he abruptly grabbed the iron-backed wolf demon. His eyes were filled with fierce cruelty, and his face twisted into a terrifying grimace. "Do you know what will happen if you dare to lie to me?" The iron-backed wolf demon hastily replied, "I didn't lie to you. I have a way to prove it." Its wolfish face was full of panic, fearing that Abdul might impulsively let that eerie cold energy enter its body. In reality, Abdul had already believed it, but could not accept this cruel truth. Releasing the iron-backed wolf demon, he asked, "How are you going to prove it?" As soon as he finished speaking, the iron-backed wolf demon braced itself, darted out, and turned into a blur. It swiftly lunged at a sleeping beast. Its speed was incredible. Even when it was right in front of the beast, the latter showed no signs of awareness. With its remaining claw, it swiftly plunged into the anus of one of the creatures. PFFF. Blood splattered immediately, along with some yellow matter. Abdul, Onaji. Yidush, Ohandakuten. The scene was nothing short of gruesome. The attacked beast had been enjoying a sweet dream until the sudden pain caused it to wail loudly, alarming many of its companions. Though these beasts looked large and powerful, they were indeed herbivores with weak attacks and cumbersome bodies, just as Abdul had suspected. They were no match for the iron-backed wolf demon, especially in a surprise attack on their vital spots. It easily killed them. Soon, the targeted beast fell heavily to the ground with a mournful cry. Its death startled its drowsy companions, who scattered in panic. The iron-backed wolf demon, however, ignored them and continued to rummage inside the dead beast's body. Soon, it retrieved a pale green sphere from the stomach, indeed, a pure essence pearl. Abdul's eyes widened. It really is. However, upon closer inspection, this pure essence pearl differed slightly from the one he had obtained earlier. That one had been pale white, not green. Seeming to understand his doubts, the iron-backed wolf demon explained, "This is a pure essence pearl. However, the longer it stays inside these beasts, the more potent it becomes. Otherwise, it would take many years for them to naturally excrete it." Speaking, the iron-backed wolf demon handed over the pale green pure essence pearl. Abdul, without hesitation, took it and moved to a nearby stream to clean it thoroughly. When he returned, the pearl was now crystal clear, warm to the touch, and radiating the same energy as before. Interestingly, the system in his mind did not react, likely because the life force within wasn't enough to trigger any response from the heaven-grade cultivation technique. Now certain that these were indeed pure essence pearls, Abdul became intensely curious about their origin. He had never seen or heard of such beasts before. Why did the iron-backed wolf demon know there was something like this inside them? Upon hearing his inner query, the iron-backed wolf demon gave an unexpected answer. "I don't know much either. I seem to have known this secret since I can remember. It's also thanks to these pure essence pearls that I could advance so quickly." Abdul frowned. This answer was unsatisfactory. Inheritance? He followed up, "Is there more detailed information in your inheritance memory?" The iron-backed wolf demon pondered deeply, recalling the past. These pearls aren't naturally produced by the beasts. Instead, they're planted inside using a special method. As the beasts mature, absorbing chi and blood essence, they eventually form and mature. Approximately every 10 years, the beasts might expel them naturally. Abdul's expression changed repeatedly. So, the pure essence pearls are grown inside the beasts? This feeling, why does it resemble Tai Sui so much? Indeed, after listening to the iron-backed wolf demon, Abdul found the pure essence pearls eerily similar to Tai Sui. However, compared to Tai Sui, the formation cycle of pure essence pearls was significantly longer. If this was the blood god sect's doing, they likely abandoned it due to the prolonged growth period. Seeing Abdul lost in thought, the iron-backed wolf demon's eyes darted around nervously, unable to believe that Abdul would let it go. It kept looking for an opportunity to escape, but the damage from the sky blue cold energy made it hesitant. In its indecision, it suddenly noticed Abdul smiling slyly at it, eyes filled with amusement. "You," the iron-backed wolf demon stammered, unsure what to say. "Brother Wolf, are you looking for a way out?" "No, absolutely not. I promise to bring you here and won't break my word," the iron-backed wolf demon vehemently denied. There was no way it would admit that. Otherwise, it would be dead within seconds. In fact, Abdul himself was conflicted. Initially, he planned to kill it, but its words suggested it might be connected to whoever initially planted the pearls. Abdul considered taking it along to consult experts, like psychics or great martial masters, who might extract memories. Lost in thought, he stared intently at the iron-backed wolf demon, making it increasingly uneasy. "You wouldn't be thinking of breaking your promise, would you?" The iron-backed wolf demon lacked confidence now, its heart full of anxiety. Just as Abdul hesitated, sudden voices and hoarse whinnies echoed through the valley, growing louder by the second. A large group seemed to be advancing rapidly. Turning his head, Abdul saw a long line of people and horses winding up the mountain path, numbering nearly 100. They soon reached Abdul and the iron-backed wolf demon. The leader, a burly man, pulled his horse to a stop, nodded toward them, and said, "It's you two. Finally caught up with you." Chapter 206, Ignorant of Life and Death. Heath silently watched the armored soldiers in front of him and asked, "Who are you?" "I'm Ronnie. You must be the one who conspired with the wolf demon to attack Fomping village, right?" This squad was naturally led by Ronnie, consisting of 100 soldiers. They had left Fomping village and raced without stopping through the night. After all, hearing the villagers' description, they guessed that Heath might have obtained something extraordinary. To them, this was unexpected wealth. How could they let it slip away? Naturally, they pursued him with all their might. Upon entering Terencio Mountain, they found Heath's trail and chased him all the way here. The east was now beginning to turn pale. Although the sun had not yet risen, there was enough light to see clearly. Scanning the surroundings, Ronnie's eyes lingered on Heath and the iron-backed wolf demon for a moment before speaking in a sinister tone. "It seems my luck is good, and I arrived just in time." His grim expression was more chilling than the dim sky above. Looking at Ronnie, Heath's face showed no sign of panic. Although he hadn't expected anyone to chase him, and those who did appear to be soldiers of the Tianfeng dynasty, it didn't matter since they had come. Moreover, from their words, it was clear they were after the Chunyuan pearl based on what the villagers said. That only made things simpler. Beside Ronnie, his guard spoke up. "Boy, if you know what's good for you, hand over the treasure, and perhaps we'll let you live." In response, Heath pointed at his own head and sneered. "Traveled all this way just to die? Looks like your heads aren't working too well." Ronnie fumed at Heath's arrogance, drawing his saber and shouting fiercely, "You brat, I'll break every bone in your body today." But as he spoke, an alarmed cry came from beside him. "Captain, look!" The voice was filled with fear. It turned out that the daylight had revealed many demonic beasts in the valley. Following the pointing finger, Ronnie and his men looked and immediately grew serious. Indeed, those beasts were huge and intimidating, and their sheer number was enough to strike fear into any heart. "Boy, are these beasts yours?" Ronnie's guard asked, but his voice lacked confidence. Heath smiled faintly. "No, these big fellows have nothing to do with me, but the treasure you seek is behind them." Hearing this, Ronnie and his men breathed a sigh of relief, then hesitated. After some whispered discussion between the guard and Ronnie, both showed signs of satisfaction. Boy, since that's the case, go ahead and scout the path for us. Don't worry, you'll get a share of the treasure afterward, Ronnie said. Seeing their malicious intentions, Heath decided not to waste time with pleasantries and coldly replied, "Stupid to the point of death." Before Ronnie could react to the insult, a whistling sound broke the air. A sword aura shot towards Ronnie's face at lightning speed. Ah! In that instant, Ronnie felt death looming. Yet, as a seasoned warrior, he instinctively swung his saber. Clang! At the last moment, he blocked the sudden sword aura. "Boy, I'll kill you." Ronnie's voice trembled with fear and anger. Then he charged on horseback, slicing several knife beams towards Heath with his saber. Prepared, Heath leaped back, narrowly avoiding the assault. Upon landing, he noticed Ronnie had vanished, leaving only an empty horse. Interesting. Just as he muttered, a formidable aura erupted overhead. Looking up, Heath saw Ronnie had quickly moved above him, saber cutting down with sharp force. "I'll kill you." As Ronnie shouted, true chi surged from his saber. Though weak, it still indicated he was a transcendent realm warrior. Heath remained unperturbed. To him, this attack was insignificant. He didn't even need a sword, just his sword finger would suffice. Lionheart roar. He let out a wild scream, activating his mystical sword armor instantly. Simultaneously, his sword finger thrust upward, releasing a lion-shaped sword aura toward Ronnie. A deafening explosion erupted upon impact, followed by a blinding white light and a shockwave that sent nearby soldiers flying. Ronnie somersaulted lightly to land on the ground, but he was now battered and bleeding. However, he still felt confident about his strike. How could a mere youth withstand such power? Yet, the calm voice amidst the dust shattered his confidence. Utter nonsense. Heath emerged unscathed. Not even a speck of dust on him. How is this possible? Panicking, Ronnie could hardly believe his eyes. Before he could react further, Heath lunged at him like a mad tiger, striking with his finger. Regaining composure, Ronnie desperately raised his saber to block. But how could he resist Heath's skill? Despite holding back, Heath's strike was like a cannonball, shattering Ronnie's saber midair and hitting him squarely in the chest, sending him flying backward. Spitting blood, Ronnie crashed among his men, barely alive. Witnessing this, the soldiers were dumbfounded. This boy killed their captain with 2 fingers? Impossible. Before they could fully comprehend, Heath attacked again, moving like a ghost, each strike lethal. Ordinary soldiers stood no chance, falling instantly. Please spare us." Some begged for mercy in terror. But Heath, cold-eyed and relentless, kept attacking faster and faster, targeting vital spots. Within moments, the 100 men lay dead in pools of blood, bodies scattered everywhere. Streams of blood flowed like rivers across the field. Hashtag Chapter 207. Illusory Killing Array. 9-fold buried fire kill. Under Heath's frenzied attack, the 100-man squad was rapidly dwindling. Yet, neither his strength nor his vigor showed any signs of weakening. In this moment, terror grew in the hearts of the soldiers. They suddenly felt that they might all die here. This thought sent chills down many spines, prompting them to frantically channel their inner true chi. However, instead of using it to resist, they attempted a mad escape. But how could Heath let them go so easily? A figure flashed behind one of the men, and a sword glowing with icy green light pierced through him. Blood stained the ground red as the man's body collapsed lifelessly. After a few spasms, he was no more. Seeing this, the remaining soldiers were utterly terrified and scrambled away in panic. But once greed had clouded their judgment, their fate was sealed. Heath moved swiftly across the battlefield, leaving afterimages with each strike. Every appearance meant another life was taken. Within moments, nearly 100 soldiers lay dead, none spared. Only Ronnie's personal guard, who had earlier insulted him, remained, trembling on the ground, his legs wet with urine. He's too strong. Watching his comrades fall one by one, his will shattered completely. Seeing this, Heath gave a faint smile, not intending to torment him further. With both hands clasped together, he thrust forward. A streak of sword energy curved oddly before appearing abruptly in front of the guard's abdomen. Swish! His body split cleanly in two as if encountering no resistance. Ah! A blood-curdling scream echoed through the air, blood gushing from the severed torso as it flew backward, landing heavily on the ground. The guard's eyes wide open, stared at the dimming sky with longing. He couldn't understand why, despite his years of battle experience and careful adherence to orders, leading to countless atrocities, he would end up dying at the hands of an unknown nobody in such a desolate place. He had endured so much hardship to achieve his current status. Why should it end like this? Dying in deep regret, the notorious soldier passed away. The surroundings resumed calm. Only the gentle breeze rustled softly. Heath took a deep breath and looked up. The sun had risen above the horizon. Warm sunlight bathed his body. Glancing around, he noticed the ironback wolf demon had fled during the chaos. Heath didn't care. With a mental command, the green-capped spirit child appeared. Zylv, help me track the wolf demon, just keep a distant watch. Yes, master. The child spirit sniffed the air and walked toward the valley entrance, disappearing from sight. Heath turned to the demons. Although their origins were unknown, pure essence pearls had tangible benefits for him. Moreover, the system detected no side effects. This was a significant advantage in combat, and Heath saw no reason to let them go easily. Yet, slaughtering them all seemed wasteful. Pure essence pearls varied in value based on age. So, after much deliberation, he decided to set up a large array here. Situated in a mountain gorge surrounded by hills, it was already hard to find. Adding an array would ensure it remained undiscovered for some time, except perhaps by those from Maple Flat Village. Resolved, Heath moved quickly into the demon horde. Drawing his fiery blade, he sliced down the largest, unicorn hippos. In no time, he had collected over 50 pure essence pearls. Hiding these close to his body, Heath cut down numerous giant trees nearby, shaping them into 9 uniform wooden stakes. He planted them around the valley, each topped with 9 oil lamps. Below each lamp hung a small bell, fashioned from the remnants of Ronnie's soldiers' weapons. The name of the array he was setting up was the Buried Fire Ninefold Kill, a 5th-class illusory killing array. It covered the entire valley without affecting the demon's living space. If intruders entered and triggered the traps, the bells would sound, affecting their spirits, causing brief dizziness and illusions. Simultaneously, the oil lamps would spout fiery flames to wound the invaders. While this might suffice against early-stage true chi martial experts, Heath sought to enhance its power by leaving the fiery blade as the array's core. Having found the fiery blade unsuitable for his training in the Een Spring divine art, keeping it here was perfect. With the fiery blade as the core, the illusory killing array would elevate, even capable of killing peak true chi experts. He also placed a concealment array and an illusion array around the fiery blade to disguise it as a mere cliff face. Satisfied with the setup, Heath nodded. Short-term discovery was unlikely, and Golden Core martial experts had no reason to venture here. Outside the valley, Heath found a comfortable shady spot and lay down. After expending so much energy setting up the array, he needed rest to regain his strength. With his system, he didn't need to meditate. A comfortable nap sufficed. Placing a few mirror stones around himself for additional protection, Heath drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, outside the Blue Vine Mountains, a young man led a donkey slowly forward, occasionally squatting to examine the ground. The hoof prints are fresh, heading that way. It was none other than Conall, worried about Heath. As he followed the hoof prints up the mountain, a hateful voice suddenly boomed in his ear. Brat, it's you? Hashtag chapter 208, The Nightmare of Fomping Village. Conall looked up, and in the next second, his whole body trembled. Behind a tree, a haggard figure appeared. It was the Ironback Wolf Demon? What's going on? Why did Big Brother let him go? Could he really be in league with it? Conall's mind was confused. His innocent heart felt bewildered. Did he really misjudge Abdul? Was he truly an accomplice of this demon? Were those seemingly unruly soldiers actually the good guys? What was happening here? While his thoughts were in chaos, the Ironback Wolf Demon had already grinned and stood before him. Little brat, I was just about to look for you all, but you came to me on your own accord? Its remaining wolf paw clamped down on Conall's shoulder, blood flowing like a river. The intense pain snapped Conall out of his daze. He looked at the wolf demon, hatred flickering in his eyes. You monster, why haven't you died yet? Why didn't Big Brother kill you with one sword stroke? The mention of this infuriated the Ironback Wolf Demon even more. It had almost died by Abdul's hand. Yet, thinking of how its adversary might now be surrounded by 100 people made it laugh uncontrollably. Hehehe, this is all thanks to you. What do you mean? Conall felt a bad premonition. What do I mean? If you hadn't told those people, they wouldn't have fought over the Chunyuan Pearl and that boy. How else would I have had the chance to escape amidst the chaos? The Ironback Wolf Demon's words filled Conall with mixed emotions, joy and shock. He rejoiced that he hadn't misjudged Abdul, who indeed intended to kill the demon. But he was horrified to learn that their savior from Fomping Village was now being attacked by others because of them. Moreover, it was they who betrayed Abdul's whereabouts, a clear case of returning kindness with ingratitude. The young boy was overwhelmed by a multitude of feelings, oblivious to the danger he was in. Seeing this, the Ironback Wolf Demon grew enraged. Brat, you dare mock me at death's door? Its paw tightened, and Conall felt his shoulder bones starting to shatter under the pressure. The intense pain made him groan involuntarily. This gave the Ironback Wolf Demon a twisted sense of satisfaction. Little brat, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have suffered so much. I will return the favor 100-fold, 1,000-fold. The ferocious face of the Wolf Demon loomed over Conall. He could even smell the foul breath coming from its mouth. But Conall was no longer the same boy he used to be. A surge of warmth flowed within him, slightly alleviating the pain. With gritted teeth, he shouted, You damned monster, I'm not afraid of you. I cut off your arm, and one day, Big Brother will finish you off. Conall's words enraged the Ironback Wolf Demon, sending it into a frenzy. It roared and prepared to strike Conall dead. Withdrawing its paw, it aimed for Conall's head. Severely injured and unable to dodge, Conall felt an intense surge of anger and desperation, which reactivated his young essence body. His eyes clenched shut. He instinctively swung his fists towards the wolf paw. A wave of scorching heat erupted, striking the wolf paw directly. The Ironback Wolf Demon felt an overwhelming force in its arm, causing its entire body to fly backward uncontrollably. After a moment, it struggled back to its feet, covered in sand and dirt. Observing Conall suspiciously, it wondered uneasily, what's wrong with this kid? Did that man leave something behind in him? It wasn't injured, but the fact that Conall managed to knock it back was highly unusual. Once fear set in, it couldn't be controlled. The Ironback Wolf Demon turned and fled, leaving its threats hanging in the air. You wait. I'll come back to kill you after I've eaten my fill. Watching its fleeing figure, Conall couldn't hold on any longer. His heart pounded with anxiety because he understood what the demon meant. It was going to attack Fomping Village. How could the villagers possibly survive against such a ravenous beast? What should I do? Elio, they're all going to die. Right, I must find Big Brother. Determined, Conall forced himself to run into the mountains despite his injuries. Worried about both the village and fearing another attack from the wolf demon, he endured the excruciating pain, racing through the forest madly. Only when the wolf demon didn't chase him did he stop briefly. Because his shoulder hindered movement and he feared poison from the wolf's claws, he drew out the dagger on his belt. Though called a dagger, it was merely a small knife. An orphan, Conall's mother had given it to him on her deathbed, urging him to protect himself well. Biting his lip, Conall cut away a chunk of flesh from his shoulder, sweating profusely and nearly fainting from the agony. You damn monster, if I ever see you again, I'll cut you into pieces and feed you to wild dogs. After cursing fiercely, he tore a strip from his clothes, using his teeth to wrap and bind his shoulder tightly to prevent excessive bleeding. Without stopping, he hurriedly headed towards Terencio Mountain. The midday sun scorched mercilessly. Unshaded by leaves on the mountain path, Kanal soon became dizzy and disoriented. Damn it, I can't die like this. No, I have to find Big Brother quickly. Elio and the others are in danger. Despite his resolve, Kanal felt increasingly weak and lightheaded. Blood still oozed from his shoulder, putting him in a semi-conscious state. He was holding on by sheer willpower, as if slowly poisoned by a toxin, gradually losing strength until the inevitable end. Continuing on, Kanal finally saw a stream in his blurred vision. Struggling to the water's edge, he collapsed in the cold stream. The icy water briefly revived him. However, the cumulative exhaustion from recent events drained his energy completely. With the wound worsening and failing to heal, he finally lost the strength to stand. Desperately trying to move, using the last ounce of his strength, he managed only to roll over onto his back, lying helplessly in the water. Completely drained, he lay motionless. Gazing at the clear blue sky, he muttered softly with a hint of resentment. Big Brother, where are you? Please come save everyone. Before finishing, he drifted into unconsciousness. Time passed as dusk fell. Shadows from trees and rocks grew dark and eerie under the setting sun. Kanal lay in the water, feeling as though he floated along the stream or remained stationary. Half asleep, he thought he heard footsteps approaching clearly in the silent forest. Forcing his eyes open, he saw a youth approaching rapidly. It seemed to be Abdul. Big Brother. Chapter 209. Hell on Earth. An unknown amount of time had passed, as if he had endured an eternity. Kanal slowly regained consciousness from the darkness, struggling to open his eyes. Looking around, he realized he was lying in a cave, with a campfire burning in front of him. He glanced down and saw that his upper body was wrapped in thick bandages, throbbing with excruciating pain. It hurts. So much. Where am I? Trying to sit up, he felt a surge of intense pain shoot from his left shoulder as soon as he exerted any effort. Beads of sweat instantly covered his forehead. You'd better stay put. You won't be able to get out of bed for at least 10 days, a voice called out, and Abdul entered the cave calmly. He walked directly to Konal's side and helped the boy sit up gently. Big Brother, did you really save me? Kanal stared at Abdul, disbelief in his eyes. In that moment in the stream, he felt his life slipping away. He thought he would never see Abdul again. Yet, here he was, still alive. A painful smile spread across his face. Big Brother, I thought I'd never see you again. It's good to be alive. Looking at the young boy before him, Abdul couldn't help but feel a twinge of emotion. This kid was intelligent, kind, brave, and resilient, possessing all the best qualities. But in this world where strength was paramount, someone like him would likely have a tougher life than most. With a sigh, Abdul asked, what happened to you? How did you end up there with such severe injuries? Did you encounter the Ironback Wolf Demon? Konal's joy at being alive was shattered by this question. He sat up abruptly, exclaiming, no, Elio, and everyone. Trying to stand up and run outside, he was immediately held back by Abdul. What are you doing? Your injuries haven't healed. Don't move around recklessly. Big Brother, please, save Maple Hill Village. The Ironback Wolf Demon must be attacking everyone. Abdul feigned surprise. Are you saying it has returned to Maple Hill Village? Konal nodded frantically. Yes, I came looking for you earlier and encountered it in the mountains. After hearing Konal's story, Abdul was inwardly impressed. This kid has remarkable potential. His pure young constitution can already protect him automatically. His future is boundless. More than anything, Abdul admired Konal's talent. As for the fate of Maple Hill Village, he didn't particularly care. Besides, those soldiers had indeed caused him considerable trouble. If they had faced anyone else, they would likely be dead already. Pretending to be surprised was just to avoid unnecessary arguments with Konal. Seeing Abdul seem lost in thought, Konal became anxious. Big Brother, please, help everyone. Even though they treated you unfairly, please. The boy stopped, unsure how to continue. He knew from the Ironback Wolf Demon that those 100 soldiers had attacked en masse, while Abdul was alone. For him to emerge unscathed must have been through a fierce battle. Ultimately, the blame rested on the villagers of Maple Hill. But despite everything, Maple Hill was his hometown, and he didn't want it to be destroyed. Abdul gave a faint smile and nodded gently. All right, let's go now. Without hesitation, he agreed. In his heart, he knew the outcome was inevitable. It was too late. Konal was overjoyed, scrambling to his feet. Thank you, Big Brother. You're a good person. That's enough with the Big Brother stuff. My name is Abdul. Just call me by my name. Konal stiffened, responding seriously. That's not right. You saved my life. From now on, I'll call you Brother Yun. This time, Abdul didn't refuse, simply nodding. All right, let's go then. They set off under the moonlight, heading down the mountain. Along the way, Konal's injuries were still severe. Despite his pure young constitution, which made him unique, it wasn't exceptional for healing. He was weak and limping, his shoulder aching terribly. Nonetheless, he gritted his teeth and hurried toward Maple Hill Village. Abdul watched approvingly. His determination is admirable. Should I bring him back to the sect? Apart from martial prowess, Konal's character was outstanding. He could easily become a pillar of strength within a sect. However, with the 4 major sects of North River County infiltrated by the Blood God cult, the situation was chaotic. Bringing him back now wasn't ideal. As they approached Maple Hill Village, the night was eerily quiet. Under the moonlight, everything seemed unusually peaceful. Seeing this, Konal breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, everyone seems to be okay. He had expected chaos and screams, but the silence exceeded his expectations. However, Abdul's face grew serious. What's wrong, Brother Yun? It's not right. There's a strong smell of blood. Even from afar, Abdul sensed the heavy stench of blood pervading the village. Through his heightened senses, he saw the horrific scene within. It was truly hell on earth. Abdul looked at Kanal and softly said, "We're too late." "What?" Kanal froze, disbelief flooding his face. "No. How could this happen?" Before Abdul could say more, Kanal took off running towards the village. Abdul followed without speaking. Inside the village, bathed in moonlight, there wasn't a single living soul. Bodies and animals alike lay everywhere, drenched in blood. Severed limbs and mutilated corpses scattered about, showing signs of vicious animal attacks. Some villagers' eyes were wide open, filled with terror. Kanal trembled, wandering through the village in shock, mumbling, "Elio, Cedric, Xena, what happened?" Dark clouds suddenly covered the sky, plunging everything into darkness. In the next second, a heart-wrenching cry echoed through the heavens. "Ah!" Chapter 210. The Great Heavenly Dragon? Kanal's anguished cries echoed through the heavens and earth. At this moment, pain, sorrow, and rage intertwined in his heart. The young boy vented wildly, oblivious to the danger that was quietly approaching. From behind him, countless menacing shadows slowly emerged, each one fearsome and grotesque. With sharp claws and gnashing teeth, they lunged at Kanal. Just as all seemed lost, Abdul's figure flickered, and he instantly appeared beside Kanal, lifting him up and darting swiftly backward. Interesting, transforming into vengeful spirits so quickly. There must be a lot of resentment. Kanal turned back, his eyes instantly turning bloodshot. "Elio? Everyone is still alive? Calm down. These are vengeful spirits and ghostly apparitions. They are no longer your loved ones or friends." Abdul pulled Kanal behind him, true chi spewing from his sword finger. "Brother, you know?" Kanal grabbed Abdul's arm, his face full of pleading. "Let go. They are ghosts, not humans." But no matter what he said, Kanal wouldn't release his grip. Seeing the spirits closing in, Abdul was about to act when suddenly, blinding golden light erupted nearby, making it impossible to open their eyes. Under the radiant glow, Abdul only heard dragon roars resounding in his ears. Then, the roars of the spirits gradually faded away. Within seconds, an eerie silence enveloped the area. Forcing his eyes open, Abdul looked around urgently, trying to understand what had happened. What he saw left him stunned, his pupils dilating in shock, speechless. Before his eyes lay dozens of dead spirits, only a few scattered limbs remaining to prove they had once been real. Standing where Abdul had just been, a young boy stood there, looking adorable with his pale cheeks and bald, round head. He wore a robe, hands clasped together, gazing reverently at Abdul. You are?" Abdul was shocked because the little monk's appearance closely resembled a character from a game he played in his previous life. "This is Dijong?" Noticing Abdul's stupefied expression, the little monk spoke softly. "Amitabha, greetings to you." Abdul snapped out of his trance, unsure of what to say but instinctively responded. Hello?" Getting a response, the monk clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. "I am Curtis from Xiuxian Temple. Greetings." Abdul finally came to his senses, walking over and scrutinizing the monk named Curtis. "Little monk, where do you come from, and where are you going?" "Amitabha, I, Curtis from Xiuxian Temple, am here in Beijiang County to exorcise demons and cleanse malevolent spirits." "Xiuxian Temple?" Abdul murmured, clearly unfamiliar with it. However, what intrigued him more was the method used by Monk Curtis earlier. Blinded by the intense light, he hadn't seen the battle unfold. Looking around, he finally asked, "Master Curtis, how exactly did you kill those spirits?" Curtis modestly touched his bald head, about to speak. Suddenly, growls rang out around them, drawing their attention. Apparently, the loud sounds and scent of blood from the previous fight had attracted wandering spirits. As they gathered, they began devouring each other, some growing larger, covered in spikes, appearing truly terrifying. Exchanging glances, Abdul and Curtis understood each other's thoughts. Without wasting time, Abdul gestured invitingly. "Master, please begin your performance." Monk Curtis didn't hesitate, bowing respectfully before stepping forward. Seeing this, Kanal tried to stop him but was held back by Abdul, unable to break free. After advancing about 30 paces, Curtis smiled modestly, lowered his head, and chanted a prayer. Amitabha. His eyes snapped open, radiating faint golden light as he looked down on the charging spirits. Suddenly, he opened his clasped hands wide, extending them outward. A golden dragon roared into existence mid-air, circling the small monk. Abdul. In shock, he watched as Curtis whispered softly, "Go!" The golden dragon roared, sweeping outward, shattering any spirit it encountered, dissipating their ghostly forms. Within a minute, nearly all the spirits were obliterated, leaving only a few mutated ones, barely hanging on. The massacre continued as the golden dragon coiled and attacked again at Curtis's command. Even the surviving spirits, though battered, struggled in vain as the dragon's assault persisted. Only the wind remained after the final wave died down. Abdul stared, his voice hoarse. The Great Heavenly Dragon? Indeed, the young monk wasn't just dressed like a character from Abdul's previous life. His techniques and skills matched almost perfectly. This made Abdul wonder if Curtis might also be a transmigrator, someone who had traveled across worlds. Monk Curtis directed the golden dragon, slicing through the spirits effortlessly, while reciting sutras, his body shimmering with a golden aura. Abdul's expression turned serious. Curtis's power far surpassed his own. In a real fight, Abdul would have to reveal all his cards, and even then, his chances weren't high. Just what kind of Buddhist cultivators exist in this world? Lost in thought, Abdul feared that the monk might suggest, "Sir, I see a deep connection between you and Buddhism. Why not join us and become a monk?" When his mind returned, the spirits had all been vanquished. After chanting a scripture for peace, Curtis raised his hand and beckoned gently. The golden dragon dissolved into light, returning to his body. Turning to Abdul, he still wore a humble smile, like a gentle neighbor. At this moment, Abdul's hand trembled slightly. This young monk's strength placed him among the top in Beijiang County. Hopefully, he is a friend, not an enemy. Chapter 211. This is blatant slander. Looking at the slightly bashful monk Damon, Abdul was inwardly on high alert. In his eyes, Damon's strength was formidable enough to overlook any so-called social experience. Moreover, he wasn't sure whether this novice appearance was just an act. Master, what great skills. That golden dragon, truly awesome. Ding. The host's compliment has displeased the xiuxian divine technique, increasing cultivation speed by 100%. He was actually still fussing over these trivialities at such a time? Abdul was genuinely speechless. The competitiveness of his cultivation techniques was indeed too intense. Hearing his praise, little monk Damon felt somewhat embarrassed and responded humbly with his head lowered. Ba, it's my first time descending the mountain to vanquish demons, and I must exert myself fully. Your praise is excessive. Master, you're too modest. With your strength, let alone a mere ghost spirit that just formed, even the blood god cult's thugs wouldn't be a match. By the way, where does Master plan to go next? Abdul asked cautiously. Monk Damon did not hide his intentions. Our Ganyuan temple is located in the west. This time coming down the mountain for training, I coincidentally heard that the blood god cult has reappeared. Although I'm incompetent, I am willing to travel across mountains and rivers to persuade them to return to the right path. Master, your aspirations are grand and commendable. We shall take our leave here. With that, Abdul prepared to leave while pulling Khan all along. He really didn't want to stay with him any longer. It wasn't just that he felt uneasy. Even his cultivation techniques were uncomfortable with the golden Buddhist glow. However, as he turned to leave, Damon's voice rang out from behind him again. Ba, may I ask for your name and where you are heading? Faced with no choice, Abdul had to stop and said, I forgot to introduce myself. My apologies. I am Abdul from Yinri Palace, currently returning to my sect. Oh, you are Abdul? The expressionless face of Damon suddenly showed a hint of curiosity as he scrutinized him carefully. Startled initially, Abdul then revealed a cautious look. Master, have you heard of me? Seeing his reaction, Damon quickly clasped his hands together. Ba, Riker, don't misunderstand. Your deeds are widely known in Northern River Prefecture. It's not strange for me to know about them. Now, Abdul was puzzled, unsure of how to respond. Deeds? What deeds? Brother, sacrificing yourself to suppress the Devil Sword and thwart the Blood God cult's conspiracy. Such heroic deeds spread throughout Northern River Prefecture will surely make you renowned in no time, explained the smiling Damon. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Abdul's face changed abruptly. Damn, who says this? This is slander. Blatant slander. His outburst not only stunned Damon but also confused Khan. Isn't fame a good thing? Why was he so agitated? Seemingly very unwilling. Of course, Abdul wasn't willing. At the Sword Tomb, he witnessed firsthand how vast and intricate the Blood God cult's organization was. To lay out such a plan spanning the entire Northern River Prefecture was astonishing. Claiming he single-handedly destroyed their scheme would only place him in the limelight. Despite his rapid progress, he didn't feel confident about facing such an organization. Not good. I must hurry back to Yinri Palace. Hopefully, the Blood God cult won't launch a major attack. Thinking this, Abdul lost all interest in arguing. He bowed to Damon and said, Master, I have urgent matters to attend to and need to return to my sect quickly. Farewell. With that, he picked up Khan and darted away swiftly. Watching Abdul depart, Monk Damon's face lost its youthful innocence, turning stern and cold. This Abdul lives up to his reputation. It seems the Sunset Sword sect will gain another prodigy, but who knows? The Blood God cult never forgets a grudge. Rumor has it they've already targeted his family. A genius? Only those who survive remain geniuses. Monk Damon left slowly without hurrying. In the governor's mansion of Yuncheng City, Governor Ernan sat solemnly in the hall with officials and generals divided into 2 rows below. Christo and Gerard, among others, who had fought alongside Abdul, were present. Since the Dragon Serpent struggle, due to Hernan's contributions, the entire Yuncheng City was designated as his territory by Emperor Chu. Though far from the capital, he controlled a key military town and was considered a local warlord. He was no longer just a hidden Tianfeng auction house owner. Just sitting there, his demeanor exuded overwhelming authority. News from Northern River Prefecture must be known to everyone. 10 days ago, they received news that Abdul from Yinri Palace had thwarted the Blood God cult's plot in the Sword Tomb, establishing great merit but remaining uncertain of his survival. This caused a stir throughout the prefecture. News reached Yuncheng City, situated in a remote area, relatively late. Mentioning this, the generals couldn't conceal their grief. Christo stood up and declared in a deep voice, Riker was a towering hero, selflessly saving many and achieving unparalleled feats. Since he hails from Yuncheng City, we should erect a statue for him. He's our hero. His words met agreement from other generals who had participated in the Dragon Serpent struggle. Ernan remained expressionless, watching this unfold, though his eyes grew colder. Gerard, more tactful than Christo, stepped forward and restrained the commotion. I believe we should dispatch someone to pay respects at the Lu residence and grant imperial commendations. This showcases your grace and benevolence. He understood that Ernan now harbored suspicions towards the Lu family. With Abdul dead, this former fallen 6th prince might target them. Grateful to Abdul, Gerard believed protecting the Lu family was paramount. Ernan asked silently, looking elsewhere, what do you think? A scholar-like official stepped forward and bowed, replying, Matt, although Abdul has done great deeds, you've always been generous to the Lu family. With nomad tribes stirring on the grasslands, you should prioritize national affairs. A mere merchant's son hardly requires personal condolences from you. This provoked dissatisfaction among the generals like Christo, who angrily rebutted. What are you saying? Lu brother fought beside us to the death. How can you understand, being nothing but bookworms? We're all thinking for your benefit. The sixth prince of Tianfeng dynasty. How precious is his status? The hall erupted into heated arguments. Hashtag chapter 212. A blank sheet of paper. Looking down at the somewhat chaotic hall below, Hernan's eyes darkened slightly. Anger burned within him, nearly unbearable to suppress. Initially, he owed his position today largely to Abdul. However, the very existence of Abdul was a thorn in his side. As long as Abdul lived, no one dared to touch the Lu family in Yunsong City. Thus, he could not fully control this military stronghold. To change this situation, there were only two scenarios. 1. If Abdul soared to greater heights, the Lu family would leverage his power to elevate themselves and leave this remote small city. 2. If Abdul met an unfortunate end, without him, on what grounds would the Lu family dominate? Regardless of which outcome, both seemed favorable to Hernan. Yet, looking further ahead, he still hoped for the latter. After all, having a powerful ally would be much more beneficial. Ever since he rebuilt Yunsong City, he had given considerable support and green lights to the Lu family. Unfortunately, it hadn't even been a year before news of Abdul's death reached him, causing him great lamentation. However, the debate that unfolded in the hall today was far from what he had hoped for. No matter what, Hernan should have been the true master of Yunsong City. For Christo and others to regard Abdul as more important than him was indeed a serious taboo. Hernan sighed softly in his heart. Well, the Lu family cannot be allowed to remain. Riker, if you have any sense, do not blame me. He waved his hand lightly, and immediately a servant girl beside him understood and walked out silently. Soon, a loud shout came from outside. Matt, there is urgent military news. The hall instantly fell silent, with all civil and military officials turning their gazes outward. Speaking between breaths, an energetic old man strode in briskly. It was Hernan's personal aide, Ignatius. The elderly man held a sealed letter and quickly approached, respectfully handing it over to Hernan. Upon receiving it, the sixth prince glanced at its contents and exploded in anger. These barbarians are actually colluding with the demon races, attempting to invade our borders. As soon as these words were spoken, shock rippled through the room. What? Colluding with demons? These barbarians are too audacious. The last lesson we gave them wasn't enough. We must teach them another harsh one. Concerned with national honor and survival, everyone present immediately united in indignation. Hernan stood up abruptly, exuding the aura of a high-ranking authority. Everyone, with invaders at our doorstep, I hope we can stand united. In 1 incense sticks time, gather at the training ground. We will discuss our plans. Yes, Matt. Everyone loudly agreed and dispersed. Hernan remained expressionless as he handed the secret letter to Ignatius and turned back into his private chamber. Staring at the empty hall, the elder sighed deeply and looked at the letter in his hand, only to find it was completely blank. The news of Abdul's death shook the Lu family, a sorrowful atmosphere enveloping everyone. Fortunately, after the last battle, the entire family remained united, preventing any internal chaos. The Lu residence was draped in white cloth, a funeral altar set up. Yet, those coming to pay respects were few and far between, especially after the city lord paid no attention. Small families in Yunsong City began to stir, harboring ill intentions. Meanwhile, Abdul, along with Kanal, had already returned to the Yenri Palace. He originally intended to send Kanal to Nathaniel to check if he belonged to the same lineage. However, fearing Blood God sect conspiracies against him, he decided to return to the sect first. Seeing him return unharmed, the gatekeeping disciples were greatly astonished. They rushed to report it, and soon the entire Yenri Palace knew. Abdul ignored the commotion, leading Kanal to Rashad's courtyard. When he arrived, Rashad was lying on a tree branch, drinking wine, his face full of melancholy. In just a few days, a few silver strands had appeared among his hair. Old man, I'm back, Abdul called softly. Upon hearing his voice, Rashad paused, turning his head. Seeing his young disciple standing safely before him, he was momentarily stunned. Seeing this, Abdul teased, I told you to drink less wine. Look, your old eyes are failing you. Here I am, right in front of you, and you don't recognize me? Rashad finally regained his composure, responding irritably, You brat, why did you take so long? I thought you were a waste and died out there. His voice thundered angrily, though a smile crept onto his lips despite himself. Old man, you're too ruthless, cursing your own disciple to death. That's going too far, Abdul said, stretching lazily and plopping into a hammock under the tree. Seeing his nonchalant attitude, Rashad's beard quivered in fury, yelling, Brat, you come back to make me angry. Speaking, he leaped down and raised his hand as if to strike. Abdul was prepared, clutching his chest feigning pain. Ow, it hurts. I'm injured. Rashad didn't fall for it, tapping Abdul's head lightly but without force, saying, Little bastard, now you think you're something, returning late from the sword grave instead of making my meal. Abdul rubbed his head and rolled his eyes. I thought you cared about me because you missed your meals. Master, this time I faced the Blood God sect, nearly dying countless times. How bitter. Hearing Abdul mention the Blood God sect, Rashad sobered. You encountered the Blood God sect? What happened? Tell me. Don't be so serious, old man. It's just a minor thing like the Blood God sect. If I hadn't run fast enough, I would have wiped them all out. Bastard, who are you calling old man? Just surviving was good enough. Stop boasting and speak. Just as Abdul was about to boast about his heroic deeds, he was ruthlessly interrupted by Rashad. Seeing the old man's stern expression, Abdul felt helpless. Old man, you're too rigid, unable to find joy in life. Don't hit me, I'll talk. Seeing the other man's face darken and raising a trembling hand again, Abdul hastily stopped him. He then recounted everything from leaving the Yenri Palace to seeking the sword at Jinlu, events at the sword grave, escaping the formation, discovering Konal's background and special constitution, and even the existence of the pure Yuan pearl. Even Rashad, who had lived for many years, found Abdul's experiences almost unbelievable. Turning to look at Kanal, he appeared next to him, grabbing the boy's wrist and carefully sensing. After a moment, he opened his eyes, beaming. Strong tendons, wide dantian, scorching true chi. Truly a pure young body. You got lucky finding such a fine talent. Abdul pouted. Not luck, just pure strength. Chapter 213. The aftermath of his return. Inside the room, Rashad's eyes revealed a hint of surprise after listening to Abdul's account. The elderly man stared intently at the young man before him, as if he had never met him before. Felt by Abdul, a chill ran down his spine. Hey, old man, why are you looking at me like that? Abdul pretended to be frightened, eyeing Rashad cautiously. The elder laughed and scolded. Damn it, what's with that face? I just didn't expect such great benevolence and self-sacrifice from a little rascal like you. Abdul sighed heavily, saying, well, I acted impulsively. You know they say one shouldn't be too nice. Nearly got myself killed this time. If I get another chance, I'll absolutely not rush in. Whoever wants to go can go. I'd rather stay back and pick up heads. He did not mention the matter of the Sword of Defeat. So, he reluctantly accepted the accolades for his selfless act. What karma? Looking at the chattering Abdul, Rashad felt for the first time that his disciple was not as cold-blooded and ruthless as he had imagined. He thought people who returned from the battlefield would, more or less, become indifferent to life. But Abdul was different. He was far more mature than others his age. He had passion and could be impulsive, yet he often made the most reasonable decisions during critical moments. This was truly remarkable. Hey, old man, why are you daydreaming? Kanal has great talent. Do you plan to take on disciples? Abdul stood up and approached Kanal, gently patting the boy on the shoulder. Upon hearing this, the boy held his breath and looked at the elder with longing. Abdul's skills were something Kanal had seen firsthand. If he could have those skills, he could avenge the people of Fomping village, something he dared not even dream about before. Rashad, however, was hesitant. He muttered, this boy is talented, but I lack patience. Hearing this, the boy's face fell in disappointment. Abdul seemed to notice and patted the boy's back comfortingly. Stepping forward, he said, old man, this kid has a pure yang constitution, which is far better than my talent. What's there to be unsatisfied about? I'm not dissatisfied. While you don't have a special constitution, your comprehension is exceptional, and your understanding of the sword path is admirable. But this boy is still young, and I dread the trouble. Saying this, he suddenly drank several mouthfuls of wine. Seeing this, Abdul felt quite helpless. He finally understood why other elders had numerous disciples while Yenri Palace's 13 elders, being the foremost in swordsmanship, had no disciples before him. It turned out the old man feared trouble, and couldn't be a good teacher with that temperament. However, Abdul was an exception. After learning sword techniques once, he needed no further instruction. Such a prodigy wasn't easy to find. But since Abdul brought the boy back, he didn't want to miss this potential asset for the future. A thought occurred to him. Approaching Rashad, he whispered into his ear. After a moment, surprise flickered across Rashad's face. Really? Such a thing exists? You're sure that Li Lao's Tamara also has a pure yang constitution? I'm certain. If I could teach that old man's son, it would be quite satisfying to see how arrogant he will be in the future. Rashad chuckled quietly, but then he shook his head. Maybe it's just a coincidence? I really lack patience. Before he finished speaking, Abdul interrupted. Don't worry, old man, there's still me. Hearing this, Rashad's eyes lit up. Yes, with your strength, teaching this boy won't be a problem. Haha, fine, I'll take another disciple. Rashad laughed heartily, feeling extremely satisfied. Though he had few disciples, each one was outstanding and bound for greatness. Abdul smiled at Kanal, who was still dazed, and said, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and pay respects. Right. Kanal snapped out of his daze, hurriedly walking 2 steps forward and kneeling respectfully before Rashad. Master, please accept my reverence. With that, he seriously kowtowed 3 times. With Abdul's help, a cup of tea was offered to Rashad, who accepted and drained it in one gulp. Thus, Kanal officially became Rashad's disciple and Abdul's junior brother. Kanal felt excitement and deep gratitude towards Abdul. Meanwhile, news of Abdul's return quickly spread throughout Yenri Palace. Within moments, both outer and inner sect members knew the lone hero who suppressed the Devil Sword had safely returned from the Sword Tomb. It was unbelievable. Some rejoiced, while others worried. In a secluded pavilion, a group of disciples led by Reed stood below, wary of Emmanuel's rage. How dare that brat return unscathed? How is this possible? No one has ever survived the great formation of the Sword Tomb. While speaking, Emmanuel hurled the teacup in his hand. During their previous meeting, Rashad's dominance made him lose face in front of everyone. Yet seeing the pain of losing a loved one brought him some satisfaction. But now, Abdul was alive and well, making him feel like a clown, a fact he found increasingly infuriating. Emmanuel stood up abruptly, flipping the table in front of him. No one has passed the formation in years. What makes him so special? Master, perhaps the formation is outdated. One disciple tentatively suggested, hoping to flatter. However, before he finished, darkness descended as a fruit platter struck his face. Blood spurted from his nose and mouth, and he fell to the ground. Outdated? Shut up, you fool. Emmanuel's roar echoed through the hall, causing all disciples to shiver. It was the first time they had seen their master so enraged. Everyone went silent, afraid to breathe. After venting for a while, Emmanuel finally calmed down. Reed stepped forward, respectfully saying, Master, please calm down. Losing your temper isn't good for your health. It's better that he came back. Now that brother has achieved martial golden core, crushing him will be like crushing an ant. Mentioning Dennis, Emmanuel's expression softened somewhat. He asked, where is your brother? Why hasn't he arrived yet? At that moment, Dennis's voice sounded from outside the hall. I've arrived. Chapter 214. Cultivation. It's that simple. As he finished speaking, Dennis, dressed in a pure white robe, strode into the room. With each step, his crimson cloak billowed dramatically behind him. He carried himself like an unparalleled master. The onlooking disciples were filled with envy and jealousy at the sight. Even Reed's eyes flashed with a hint of gloom and resentment. Nevertheless, despite these feelings, all the disciples bowed respectfully. "Greetings, senior brother." Dennis paid no attention and went straight to Emmanuel, clasping his fists in salute. "Master!" Emmanuel, who had been displaying mixed emotions, instantly broke into a smile at the sight of him. "Forrester, you've arrived." His demeanor changed completely. The rapid shift in attitude left the disciples astonished. However, it was not surprising. Emmanuel's own talent could only be considered above average. Failing to make progress in martial arts, he devoted himself to power struggles. With his deep scheming, flattering superiors and suppressing subordinates, he secured his position as one of the 5 elders of the Eclipse Hall. And Dennis, undoubtedly his most outstanding disciple, would be his greatest support in the future. Now barely over 30, Dennis had already advanced to the Gold Core realm, reaching the same level as himself. In no time, he believed Dennis would surpass him and become the top young powerhouse of the Eclipse Hall. With Dennis eventually assuming the position of Patriarch, Emmanuel's prospects would naturally soar, ensuring him endless honor for the rest of his life. Therefore, his treatment of Dennis was far different from that of others. Even just now, when Dennis saluted with dignity, he didn't take it to heart at all. "Forrester, did you hear about Abdul?" "Master, I know," Dennis interrupted, excitement and anticipation evident on his face. "It's great that the kid didn't die. Now I can personally bring him down." Dennis's words immediately drew flattery from the disciples present. "Right, what kind of person is he to match senior brother?" "Exactly, he's just a lucky boy. Does he know his place? Anyone who dares defy brother Yi is our enemy. We mustn't let him off easily." "Yes, senior brother should give him a good lesson." The hall buzzed with comments as the disciples vied for the favor of their promising senior. Dennis raised his hand, silencing the hall. Turning to Emmanuel, he said, "Master, tomorrow the Patriarch will surely summon you. Mention the duel. This time, I'll shatter that boy's bones, establishing my dominance in the Gold Core realm." Dennis's face showed unmistakable pride, as if Abdul was beneath his notice. Emmanuel hesitated. "That boy, he has done much for repelling the Blood Deity sect. I fear." Before he could finish, Reed stepped forward loudly. "Fear what? He challenged us first, and we have all witnessed the sign challenge." Among the Eclipse Hall members, none wanted Abdul dead more than Reed. He wouldn't miss this opportunity. His words met with unanimous agreement from the disciples. "We all witnessed it." Seeing this, Emmanuel couldn't refuse, turning to Dennis. "All right, I'll discuss this with the Patriarch tomorrow. You prepare yourself for the news. Amir Abdul isn't worth my effort. I can kill him with one hand." With a flick of his cloak, Dennis walked out confidently. His arrogant manner was extreme, yet no one felt offended. In this world, strength came with privileges. That night, the moon hung high in the sky, and Abdul sat cross-legged atop a mountain peak. He knew Dennis wouldn't spare him tomorrow. Hearing that Dennis had broken through to the core formation stage, he realized he needed to enhance his strength once again. The Mystic Spring Divine skill required practicing in energy during nighttime. System. The panel appeared before him. Host. Abdul. Realm. Essence Condensation Stage Level 3. Physique. Unmanifest Sword Bone. Increases sword insight and amplifies sword techniques. Mystic Spring Divine skill. Intermediate stage. Green Sky Cold. Profound Een Sword Cannon. Revert to Simplicity. Derivative Martial Arts Technique. Profound Een Sword Armor. Viper Finger Technique. Revert to Simplicity. Derivative Martial Arts Technique. Mad Venom Bee Spirit. Beast Heart Annihilation Sword. Minute Details. Casting Body Formula. Mastery. Bronze Skin Stage. Lightning Domain Formation Dao. Mastery. Withered Wood Zen. Perfection. Dantian Medicine Questions. Perfection. Sword Intent. Offensive. Defensive. Hidden Sword Techniques. Studying the system interface, Abdul fell into contemplation. All cultivation techniques are at a bottleneck. Breakthroughs need fortuitous opportunities. To further strengthen myself, I must focus on my cultivation realm. The best method. At this thought, the concealed blade scabbard beside him emitted a dragon-like roar. Then the Ice Soul sword flew out of the scabbard, landing on Abdul's knee. As soon as the sword left its sheath, the temperature around dropped drastically. Instantly, frost formed and drifted downward. Where Abdul sat became encased in ice. Similarly, this frost power influenced his cultivation technique. Ding! Absorbing ice power. Mystic Spring Divine Skills cultivation speed increased by 100%. Yes, Abdul was using the Ice Soul sword to cultivate, accelerating his advancement. However, tonight held unexpected gains. Seemingly influenced by the Mystic Spring Divine Skill and Ice Soul sword, a moonbeam illuminated Abdul and slowly seeped into his body. Ding! Sensing cold moon power, Mystic Spring Divine Skill rejoices, cultivating speed increases by 300%. Cold moon changes the surrounding environment, forming spirit chi tides. Host cultivation speed increases. Spirit chi tides? Before Abdul could comprehend, he felt a sudden surge of spirit chi converging fiercely towards him. For a moment, the air seemed to solidify. Though it came quickly, it vanished like a gust of wind. Only a few of the strongest in the Eclipse Hall sensed the abnormal movement of heaven and earth's essence. At this point, Abdul watched in horror as his body swelled rapidly like a balloon. Just then, a vast influx of spirit chi rushed through his crown and into his body, reaching the Dantian. His body visibly expanded and contracted swiftly. What's happening? Am I going to explode? Help! Despite his alarmed cries, Abdul wasn't genuinely worried. System notifications kept sounding in his mind. He felt his martial arts realm climbing as spirit chi poured in. Essence condensation stage level 3, 4, 7. It continued to rise. Simultaneously, his physique strengthened, becoming more robust under the purifying flow of spirit chi. After an unknown period, Abdul finally sensed the immense spirit chi fully integrated within him. His realm had reached essence condensation stage level 9. Feeling the tremendous power surging through him, Abdul's eyes gleamed with excitement. Wow, this is essence condensation stage level 9? A few more rounds of this, and I'd be invincible. Cultivation, it's that simple. Chapter 215. A step away from Grandmaster of Arrays. In the main hall of the sun-concealing temple, Patriarch Ivor sat at the top with the elders of both inner and outer sects standing on either side. Behind those elders were their core disciples. In the center below stood Abdul. At this moment, he had just recounted his experience in the sword tomb, selectively omitting certain details. Of course, he didn't mention things like the demonic defeat sword or the pure essence pearl. These were his trump cards, secrets he hadn't even shared with Rashad yesterday, let alone anyone else. After listening to his account, silence fell over the grand hall. The elders gazed down at the young man, each showing an admiring expression. His experiences were truly too bizarre. Regardless of what happened in the sword tomb, it was already extraordinary that he could exit unharmed after the great array shut down. Before the elders could speak, their disciples behind them began voicing their doubts loudly. Among them, a disciple behind Elder Immortal was particularly vocal. Are you kidding? No one has walked out of the sword tomb for decades after the great array closed. What makes you so special? Yeah, I bet you just got lucky and now you're acting all important. Get lost, kid. Watching the heckling disciples, Abdul remained silent. Above him, Patriarch Ivor frowned slightly. Seeing this, law enforcement Elder Josue stepped forward and sternly ordered, "Shut your mouths. What does all this noise look like?" The disciples gradually quieted down, refocusing their attention on Abdul. Ivor did the same, then asked after some thought, "Abdul, you said you left the sword tomb after suppressing the demonic sword. How exactly did you come out?" "I just walked out," Abdul replied casually. But his words caused dissatisfaction among several elders, including Patriarch Ivor. Immortal took a step forward and shouted sternly, "Don't be flippant, kid. Countless powerful figures have failed to break through the sword tomb's array. How could you walk out unscathed?" His remarks stirred murmurs of disbelief among everyone present. No one believed that Abdul could leave the great array unharmed, not even Ivor above. Abdul shrugged and said with a helpless tone, "What I said is true. The array of the sword tomb has been thoroughly understood, naturally allowing me to come out." "What?" The entire hall erupted in surprise. Pointing Star Sect had sent over a dozen elders to study the array, yet none found any clues. Those elders were all at least 4th grade array masters. How could a mere Transformation Foundation disciple like Abdul achieve this? However, they didn't know that Abdul's strongest skill wasn't martial arts or swordsmanship but array mastery. Martial arts required gradual improvement, while swordsmanship demanded constant refinement. Only in array mastery did innate comprehension play a crucial role. For Abdul, comprehension wasn't an issue because the system could help him understand all arrays effortlessly. Thus, with his current level of array skills, he could rival a 1st grade array master. However, being a half-step grandmaster, his knowledge of arrays was still limited. To the others, this seemed like a dreamer's tale. With a gesture from Immortal, a corpulent disciple stepped forward, striding up to Abdul and laughing mockingly. His name was Lucian, the most accomplished disciple under Immortal apart from Dennis, who was at the 8th stage of the Transformation Foundation realm. Laughing uncontrollably, he reached out his right hand towards Abdul's face, as if to humiliate him. Suddenly, his hand was caught mid-air by another hand. Abdul's cold face appeared before him. "Take your hand off." Lucian, seeing his wrist held by the young man, was momentarily stunned. Regaining his senses, his face turned fiercely angry, and he growled, "You little punk, asking for death." As he spoke, he swung his left fist towards Abdul. No one in the hall moved to intervene, all watching the scene with amusement. Lucian's strength was genuine, cultivated through rigorous practice. The punch whistled through the air, aiming straight for Abdul's face. Yet, Abdul remained unfazed. Releasing the other's right hand, he met the attack with a punch of his own. A muffled thud echoed as the two fists collided. What surprised everyone next was Lucian's pained roar, akin to an injured beast. He staggered backwards several steps, clutching his left arm and drenched in sweat. Looking up at Abdul, Lucian's eyes were filled with disbelief and fear. "This kid's strength. My arm almost broke." Just then, Abdul pressed the attack, continuing his barrage of punches. Lucian could only defend passively, powerless to retaliate. Seeing his disciple being overwhelmed, Immortal's face flushed with anger. He bellowed, "Stop it." Abdul landed a final hook to Lucian's nose, causing blood to fly. Stepping back 2 paces, he stopped. The bridge of the nose is a vulnerable spot, and Lucian couldn't suppress his cries of pain from the sudden blow. Immortal's eyes turned icy cold, his aura surging around him. At the same time, sharp sword energy rose from the corner of the hall, aimed directly at Immortal. Next second, Rashad's lazy voice rang out, "Luo Jr. brother, haven't you learned your lesson from the other day? Bullying juniors isn't right." Staring at the rising sword energy from Rashad, Immortal's face turned ashen, uncertain whether to advance or retreat. Just then, Dennis stepped forward, walking to the center of the hall beside Abdul and bowed to Ivor. "Patriarch, Lu Jr. brother claims unparalleled mastery in arrays. This can be easily verified with a test. How do we verify it?" Ivor asked, frowning as if recalling something. Dennis's eyes grew cold. "Lu Jr. brother and I had a previous match. We can use that to test his prowess." As Dennis spoke, Immortal quickly agreed. "Yes, have him fight Forrester. If his array skills are fake, this boy must be a spy for the blood deity cult." Rashad took a swig of wine and stepped forward. "Luo Jr. brother, How shameless can you be? Lu Junior brother is just at the Transformation Foundation realm while Dennis has achieved the Formation Core stage. How fair is this? Dennis maintained his composure, looking at Rashad without fear. Senior uncle saying, Lu Junior brother provoked me first that day. Do you want to back out? Are you not afraid of ridicule within the sect? Boy, you're talking back to me? Rashad set down his wine flask, his gaze distant but cold. Chapter 216. The dueling platform reopens. Seeing Rashad's anger growing, Emmanuel was afraid that he would attack. He hurriedly came to Dennis's side and shouted, Sang senior brother, are you planning to bully someone weaker? Tensions between the two parties were high when Ivor's voice suddenly rang out from above. Enough, what do you look like? As he spoke, a powerful pressure spread before everyone, separating the momentum of Rashad and Emmanuel's master-disciple pair. Sang senior brother, head of the sect. Ivor slowly spoke. That day, Abdul had issued his challenge. This battle has already been arranged. There is no possibility for change. Rashad wanted to say something, but Ivor did not intend to give him the chance. In 1 hour, the dueling platform will open for both sides to decide victory or defeat. Yes. Everyone responded loudly in agreement. Dennis turned to look at Abdul, revealing unhidden murderous intent in his eyes. Looking at his back, Abdul felt no fear whatsoever. In the worst case, he would just take out the lightning strike array plate. He didn't believe that a peak body forging expert could activate a first-class formation and still fail to kill an initial core formation practitioner like Dennis. Boy, be careful. Rashad's voice sounded beside him. Abdul smiled faintly and nodded. It was noon, with the sun blazing overhead. At Yenri Hall, the dueling platform. Flags fluttered within the grounds, and fully armed guard disciples stood in neat rows, brandishing weapons with an imposing air. The dueling platform emitted a chilling aura, silencing the outer disciples who watched in awe despite their numbers. Then, at this moment, a figure darted from afar, landing directly on the central high platform. It was a white-haired elder who walked leisurely towards the head's seat. Seeing this, several guard disciples rushed over, shouting, Where did this crazy old man come from? Dare to sit here? Hearing this, the originally closed-eyed elder suddenly opened his eyes and gave them a cold glance. His eyes narrowed, emitting a chilly gaze that sent shivers down the disciple's spine. Old man, you? Before he could finish speaking, the old man kicked him and then slapped him repeatedly with both hands. Smack, smack, smack. My business needs your management? Damn. How ridiculous. While scolding, he wiped his hand, picked up the teacup on the table, and took a sip. Ivor and others heard the commotion and hurried out. Upon seeing the elder, they bowed deeply. Meeting you, master. The elder was none other than Ivor's teacher, Bowen. The disciples finally realized that the elder in front of them was the patriarch of Yenri Hall. The few guard disciples, frightened, immediately knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly. Patriarch spare me, patriarch spare me. Bowen waved his hand. Get down. How did you come here, teacher? Ivor asked. Bowen looked down at the field and said casually, I came to see that boy who escaped from the Blood God sect. Ivor nodded in response, signaling his disciples to bring another chair and sit next to Bowen. Let's begin. Following Bowen's order, Josue nodded respectfully and shouted loudly. Inner disciple Abdul challenges inner disciple Dennis. Battle, begin. 3 loud drums followed, echoing across the dueling platform. The crowd surrounding the venue buzzed excitedly. It's finally starting. I wonder who will win today. Abdul looked from afar and nodded inwardly. Looks like the sect takes it very seriously this time, much grander than last time. Just as he thought, Josue's voice echoed throughout the dueling platform. Inner disciple, Abdul, step onto the platform. Hearing this, Abdul stepped forward without hesitation. The crowd erupted into cheers, but mostly jeers due to Abdul's meteoric rise to prominence in less than a year. Despite murmuring dissatisfaction, the disciples couldn't openly express their discontent. Inner disciple, Dennis, step onto the platform. This announcement energized everyone as they all looked up. He's finally here. From the west side, Dennis walked calmly with his cloak fluttering behind him. Each step made his presence even more intense, exuding a formidable and majestic demeanor, eliciting continuous applause from the disciples. His appearance enlivened the previously somber dueling platform. Brother Yi. It's Brother Yi, how handsome. Brother, I want to bear monkeys for you. The audience's shouts caught Bowen's attention, making him sit upright. Abdul? That kid is the one who escaped from the Blood God sect? Hearing the question, Ivor hurriedly explained. Yes, that's him. This boy has considerable talent, albeit somewhat arrogant. He claims to have understood the peripheral formations of the sword tomb. Bowen's face showed surprise too, pondering for a while before muttering. Whether he's a fool or a genius should become clear after this battle. Let the contest begin. Ivor glanced at Josue who nodded and announced loudly. The battle begins. With the command, Abdul and Dennis's duel officially commenced. Cheers and drumbeats reverberated throughout the platform, filling the air. Dennis shot a stern look at Abdul opposite him. Despite saying nothing, the dissatisfaction was evident. The atmosphere was electric, stirring everyone's blood. Standing close, Abdul and Dennis stared at each other, tension building. You reckless kid. How dare you challenge me? Have you thought about how you're going to die? After meeting eyes, Abdul sneered. Don't waste my time. Core formation realm only? I don't believe the gap is so big. Fine. I'll show you what true talent looks like. Dennis laughed bitterly, unable to contain his anger. Abdul's gaze turned cold, replying with a faint smile, fingers curved and stretched. Come on. His action ignited Dennis's rage further. Roar. A furious roar accompanied by Dennis sprinting toward Abdul, cloak flapping wildly. Raising a clenched fist, he aimed a punch right at Abdul's body, intending to flatten him with sheer force. Abdul's eyes tightened, focusing fully. Golden Dam practitioners indeed have substance. This guy isn't easy. While thinking, he dodged and swung a leg towards Dennis's abdomen. Yet, Dennis remained unaffected, enduring the kick as if it were noodles, lifting his fist again and striking back. Punches and kicks exchanged, the two battled fiercely. Chapter 217. I have never seen such a shameless person. The arena reopened for combat, and the battle between Abdul and Dennis instantly escalated to a fever pitch. Leveraging his superior cultivation, Dennis aimed to subdue Abdul in just a few moves. Thus, he unleashed his full strength right from the start, his fists stirring up gales of air that roared towards his opponent. Dennis's strategy was sound. However, what shocked everyone was that Abdul did not dodge or evade. Instead, he chose to confront head-on. This move truly astonished the audience, leaving both disciples and elders speechless. What the heck? This kid is so aggressive. He's actually taking on senior brother Yi directly? I think he's like an onion stuck in a pig's nose, just pretending. Few people at his realm dare to clash head-on with senior brother Dennis. This kid has lost his mind. Even Dennis was taken aback momentarily, but quickly regained his composure. His lips curled into a sneer, revealing his anger on his handsome face. Brat, you underestimate me. Let me show you how big the gap between us is. Fists enveloped in true chi surged forward toward Abdul without holding back. Dennis had used almost all his might in this punch. The elders in the stands didn't hold much hope for Abdul either. Dennis's punch is purely at the foundation establishment realm level. That kid will likely be defeated outright. I doubt it. There's a huge gap in their realms, which cannot be made up by techniques. Pity. Upon seeing this, Elder Emmanuel even mocked out loud. What kind of master produces such a delusional disciple? What does he think a Taoist golden core is? His words left Ivor and Josue nervously glancing at Rashad, fearing another confrontation in front of Bowen. However, contrary to expectations, the typically hot-tempered Rashad remained motionless. Instead, he looked disdainfully at Emmanuel and retorted sarcastically. Do you think my disciple is as worthless as you? What did you say? Emmanuel was filled with anger, but Rashad ignored him, keeping his eyes fixed on the field. This disregard infuriated Emmanuel even more. Saying, old man, I'll bet you that within 3 moves, Dennis will defeat that kid, or else. However, before he could finish his wager, shouts of surprise erupted from the crowd. What? No way. Emmanuel turned around quickly. Abdul had mustered all his strength and met the punch with a palm strike. The collision of fist and palm produced a dull thud, followed by rolling waves of energy spreading outward. Contrary to expectations, Abdul wasn't blasted away. In shock, the two stood face to face, Abdul not budging an inch. The entire arena fell silent. After a moment, someone gasped aloud. How is this possible? All eyes turned to see Emmanuel's stunned expression, making him look quite ridiculous. Rashad drank some wine, wiped his mouth, and taunted with amusement. Elder brother Luo, you said Dennis would defeat my disciple in 3 moves. What if he doesn't succeed? Emmanuel's face turned red with embarrassment, as if slapped hard. Yet, he couldn't argue. Despite only 1 move passing, everyone could see that Dennis wouldn't likely overpower Abdul in 3 strikes. Helplessly, Emmanuel huffed without saying anything. Seeing him humiliated, Rashad laughed heartily. In the arena, Dennis's full-strength punch having failed, left him equally surprised. What's going on? He could feel Abdul's strength was clearly inferior to his own, yet the bones and muscles were incredibly resilient, preventing any damage from his attack. After a brief contemplation, Dennis understood the crux of the matter. He glanced at Abdul with a mocking smile. Never thought you'd practice body refinement techniques. Truly pointless. Though his voice wasn't loud, it was heard clearly. The entire hall erupted in murmurs. Even the sect master, Ivor, was taken aback. It was well known that body refinement was an arduous path, chosen only by those with poor martial talent. Regardless of the technique used, it often came at the cost of overexhausting one's potential. Although there were successful examples, they existed mostly in legends. Abdul had decent martial talent, yet chose this method, which puzzled everyone. Emmanuel seized the opportunity to sneer. Elder brother saying, is your disciple lacking in mental clarity to choose such self-destructive training? Without turning, Rashad replied bluntly. There's nothing I can do. My disciple has exceptional talent. Unsatisfied with mere martial arts, he wants to explore body refinement, swordsmanship, array arts, and recently mentioned learning alchemy. Emmanuel and the elders were speechless, unable to believe their ears. Crazy. Learning alchemy? Yet, when they wanted to object, they realized Rashad's statement wasn't entirely unreasonable. The young man on the arena, already at the essence condensation realm, had impressive swordsmanship, recognized by Rashad. His body refinement skills were no less impressive. As for array arts, while not demonstrated, the fact that he emerged from the sword tomb itself was astounding. Could this boy be telling the truth? If so, his future potential was boundless. Every high-ranking official present, including Sect Master Ivor and even Bowen sitting at the main seat, shared this thought. This boy isn't bad. He's a good seed. The elders nodded, though none heard Bowen's muttered follow-up. He's also good material. Listening to Dennis's taunt, Abdul's lips curved slightly. Can't help it. I learn things very quickly. Not just body refinement techniques, even celestial rank techniques, I can master after one glance. And they're exceptionally powerful too. Dennis's face revealed disbelief. I have never seen such a shameless person. The surrounding disciples were similarly struck speechless. Even seen celestial rank techniques? Blowing smoke. Sooner or later, you'll be struck by lightning. Abdul remained unperturbed, his smile unchanged. Why don't you believe it? Before Dennis could reply, he suddenly sensed a surge of fierce sword chi erupting from Abdul's body. Swiftly turning, he blocked himself with his cloak. At the same time, countless sword chi beams shot out from Abdul, driven by the rebound force of the profound sword armor. A burst of sword chi forced Dennis to retreat several steps. In this first clash, Dennis, the Taoist golden core, unexpectedly found himself at a disadvantage. Chapter 218. Overwhelming the elite. Looking at Abdul, who wore a smile on his face, Dennis was filled with rage. In close combat, he hadn't expected that the one to be forced back would be himself. Only now did Dennis have to admit that despite estimating Abdul as very powerful, the other party's strength still exceeded his imagination. Seeing his cloak riddled with holes, Dennis felt humiliated. Junior Riker, your good luck ends here. Oh, I don't think so. Abdul's smiling face made Dennis even angrier. To your death. With an angry roar, Dennis leaped and attacked with full force, making the wind and clouds change. A tyrannical force tore through the air. How would Abdul respond to this formidable strike? Facing Dennis's powerful blow, Abdul wasn't surprised at all. Since learning that the opponent had reached the core formation realm, he had been thoroughly prepared. However, the other party's strength still posed a great threat to him. He had used his utmost strength in that last move. Now, he could no longer engage in direct confrontation. It would not benefit him. Shaking his head helplessly, Abdul flipped his wrist and pointed with his index finger, instantly conjuring 3 green poison bees that charged forward without hesitation. It was the long and used poison bee finger martial arts divine skill. With a boom, the 3 poison bees collided with Dennis, causing a thunderous explosion. Dennis was forced back again by this move, raging with anger. Hence, this time, he struck with even more hatred, almost using his full strength, exerting immense power. However, he didn't expect that this time Abdul wouldn't directly confront him, but instead blocked with condensed true chi poison bees. Upon contact, Dennis felt a surging tide of true chi within the bees, their impact deep and unfathomable. Moreover, it grew stronger. In midair with nowhere to brace, he couldn't endure for long and was once again knocked away. Dennis flipped and landed on the platform, unharmed physically. Yet, the odd gazes from around him were like sharp daggers, piercing his proud heart deeply. No way. Senior brother Yi actually falls behind? Indeed, doesn't he usually claim to be the first among the young generation of the Concealed Sun Pavilion? Unbelievable. He can't even handle a new disciple? Exactly. You know they differ by one realm. The disciples' whispered discussions echoed like demonic sounds into Dennis's ears. This was an unprecedented disgrace. Never before had he faced such humiliation. His aura surged to its peak instantly, like a volcanic eruption. Ah, I'll kill you. Acting as if possessed, akin to a devil emerging from hell, he drew a long saber from his back, his aura rising continuously. Seeing this, Abdul's gaze tightened, heightening his focus. He knew the opponent had finally abandoned probing and brought out his full might. Before he could finish thinking, Dennis leaped up abruptly, cleaving down fiercely. Watch me tear you apart. Accompanied by a roar, the blade flashed. A myriad rays of cold light streaked towards Abdul's crown. The momentum was overwhelming, accompanied by roaring winds. Abdul felt enveloped by countless slashes, and the surroundings turned eerily quiet. Even the cheers and exclamations from the audience vanished instantly. But he remained calm, watching Dennis approach while the sword's scabbard hummed behind him. In the next moment, the Walt heavy sword flew out of the scabbard into his hand. A fierce sword aura burst forth. Beast Heart Annihilation Sword, Lion's Roar. Despite the immense weight of Dennis's slash, Abdul remained composed. Roaring loudly like the king of beasts, his voice unsettled the mind. Then, the heavy sword swept upward. Boom. Sword met saber, exploding with a thunderous boom. Relying on his sturdy physique and the protection of the mystic Een sword armor, Abdul managed to hold his ground against Dennis. Though inferior in cultivation, Abdul's technique was exceptionally pure. Manipulating the heavy sword like an extension of his arm, he twisted and shook the blade, forcefully turning the long saber. The twisting force was much stronger than Dennis anticipated. His expression changed. He almost couldn't hold onto the saber. Let go. Abdul moved his lips slightly, and Dennis's saber flew out suddenly. Swish. The saber pierced into the ground beside the platform with a cutting motion. This scene shocked everyone present. What the heck? Even Dennis's saber is disarmed? Old Master Sang's disciple, although slightly weaker in realm, excels in battle experience and mastery of martial skills. Dennis truly met his match. The elders chatted among themselves. Emmanuel's ashen face contrasted sharply with Rashad's triumphant laughter. At this moment, no one dared underestimate Abdul. Even Dennis looked serious. Junior Riker, I must admit, your talent is indeed impressive. But to defeat me, come back in another lifetime. Saying this, Dennis stepped back a few paces, then bellowed loudly. True chi surged from him, bursting his white robe along with the tattered cloak. Seeing this, Abdul showed a helpless expression. What the heck? Breaking clothes over a disagreement. In an instant, the surging true chi converged on his fists. Placing both fists before his chest, he struck them together, emitting a metallic clang. The sound was like a thunderclap, deafening, causing some with weaker cultivation to feel their eardrums expand and become dizzy. My strongest skill is boxing, Dennis said calmly. Abdul, sensing the gravity, embraced his arms loosely before his chest. The Walt heavy sword rotated under the influence of the energy currents, sword chi swirling. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the two clashed once more. Each one mobilized their powers, striking with sword and fist, immediately creating a series of thunderous booms. Bang bang bang. After exchanging over 10 blows, it was Dennis who was forced back first. Almost everyone present was equally astonished. How is this possible? Could Dennis's martial arts core be fake? However, the high-ranking officials of the Concealed Sun Pavilion above remained unperturbed. Ivor softly praised. Dennis managed to adjust his mindset promptly even when enraged. Truly commendable. Josue nodded in agreement. He is deliberately retreating now, feigning a weakness. Now let's see if the young man will fall for it, said the elder in the center with a smile. All eyes refocused on the sparring platform. They all wanted to know what choice Abdul would make. Would he analyze the situation calmly, seeing through the trap, or let victory cloud his judgment? It all depended on his decision. Hashtag chapter 219. Astonishing speculation. Under the watchful eyes of many, Abdul seemed to have no time to think much further. Seeing Dennis being forced back, he ruthlessly closed in without delay. It seemed he did not want to waste any more time and aimed to defeat his opponent as quickly as possible. Ling snake entangling array. With a light shout, Abdul dashed forward, sheathing his heavy sword. Two light swords were swiftly wielded in both hands, transforming into a fierce web of blades that enveloped Dennis from all sides. He had left the Chihua sword in the Amiaso Valley, and the Vanguard longsword had shattered beyond repair. Thus, before returning to the sect, he had specifically purchased several long swords as backups. Neither the Ice Soul Sword nor the Defeat Sword should be exposed publicly. Revealing them might invite malicious attention. Abdul's dual sword technique, Ling Snake Entangling Array, was now perfectly refined, transforming into two venomous snakes coiling around Dennis from either side. Instantly, Dennis felt as if he were trapped in quicksand, his movements significantly hindered. Such unique swordplay. This boy is indeed a master with the blade. But a smirk of satisfaction crept onto his face. Above, the spectators among the elders sighed collectively. Too bad. This boy has fallen for the trap? Yes, he didn't realize the opponent was deliberately exposing weaknesses. The match is already decided. Emmanuel finally smiled again. Haha, senior brother saying, it seems my disciple is slightly superior. Rashad glanced at him disdainfully and remained silent. Yet he, too, was deeply concerned, uncertain about Abdul's intentions. Was he truly arrogant enough to fall into the trap, or was there another reason? Emmanuel's insolence only enraged him further, prompting him to shout loudly, Forrester, kill him. Upon hearing these words, all the elders immediately distanced themselves from him. Both Sect Master Ivor and Elder Bowen cast him disapproving glances. Inciting one's disciple to deliver a fatal blow on a sparring platform in front of everyone was clearly inappropriate behavior for a mentor. Bowen remained silent, but Ivor reprimanded harshly, Elder Luo, please mind your conduct. This is an internal sparring match, not a life or death duel. Realizing the impropriety of his words, Emmanuel broke out in a cold sweat. Ancestor, Sect Master, I've been blinded by anger. Please forgive my indiscretion. Bowen said nothing and did not even look at him. Ivor coldly huffed, step aside. Let the match continue. Once the commotion settled, everyone returned their attention to the arena. Abdul's dual swords moved with such ferocity that they formed an impenetrable net, ensnaring Dennis. Though the wounds were minor, they were numerous. Dennis, however, was not eager to counterattack and kept retreating strategically. However, this was not yet over. Abdul leaped into the air, delivering another powerful strike. The momentum of his attack resembled autumn wind sweeping away leaves, extraordinarily forceful. Bold move. You actually think you can defeat me so easily? Dennis exclaimed in shock and anger. Having been passively defending, did the other party consider him a pushover? If truly defeated here, what face would Dennis have left? Bracing himself, he combined his body's stance with a powerful breath and shouted, break through. His fist surged with strength, forcefully breaking Abdul's sword net. Escaping the trap, he darted sideways, narrowly evading the attack before charging forward like a rampaging tiger. You're suspended in midair, with nowhere to anchor your strength. How do you plan to defend against my punch? Dennis roared triumphantly, a smirk playing on his lips, convinced that his opponent could not evade this move. In the air, Abdul relaxed his entire body, becoming almost weightless, floating like a leaf in the wind, dodging every strike effortlessly. He then transformed into something akin to a primordial giant beast, weaving gracefully through the air like water. After a brief aerial struggle, both landed simultaneously. Dennis's perception of Abdul had completely changed. On the high dais, Emmanuel's excited and ruthless gaze turned blank. How is this possible? Josue, the law-enforcing elder, spoke sternly, Tianwu chasing waves? Elder saying, you even taught him your signature technique? The elders nodded, knowing well that although Rashad was famous for his swordsmanship, his Tianwu chasing waves was even more renowned. Its complexity and the high level of enlightenment required made it unattainable for ordinary disciples. Unexpectedly, Abdul, who had only been in the sect for half a year, mastered it. Moreover, Rashad's willingness to teach it highlighted his significance. To learn and utilize it in combat demonstrated another level of achievement. No wonder Elder Sang was so confident, Rashad laughed heartily. My disciple just learns things exceptionally fast. I had to teach him everything I knew. His unrestrained laughter left the other elders speechless. Inside the arena, Dennis gritted his teeth, glaring at the smiling Abdul. His brilliant plan had been thoroughly seen through. I must say, ye senior brother, did you really think your clumsy act could deceive me? Dennis feigned surprise. A great martial adept like yourself being repelled by a mere late foundation establishment practitioner? That's suspicious even on the surface. Do you take me for a fool, or are you simply delusional? The sarcastic tone and exaggerated expression from Abdul caused the onlookers, especially the younger disciples, to suppress giggles. Dennis clenched his fists, his handsome face flushed with embarrassment. Abdul? What's on your mind, senior brother Yi? You, very impressive. I know. Dennis's power surged wildly, muscles bulging unnervingly. Then I'll show no mercy. You shall die. Roaring furiously, Dennis transformed from a gentle scholar into a ferocious human beast, charging madly towards Abdul. Unbeknownst to him, Abdul sensed something eerily familiar within Dennis, a sensation reminiscent of Norris and others in the Sword Tomb. Their bodies had been implanted with Cain using secret techniques, aiding their cultivation instead of harming them. If true, Abdul dared not imagine how deeply the Blood God sect had infiltrated Yinri Palace. Chapter 220, 4th Rank Killing Array, Lightning Cage. The transformation of Dennis caused an uproar among the onlookers. Female fans from various sects cried out in dismay as their idol's image crumbled. No matter how they tried, they couldn't accept the transformation of their dreamy and noble Appa into a muscular brute, one that was especially fierce and terrifying. This stark contrast to Dennis's usual handsome and regal demeanor was too much for them. Not only the fans but even the elders watching the match felt it was unbelievable. Nia, an elderly woman, directed her gaze at Emmanuel and asked, "Elder Luo, the control Dennis has over his muscles is incredibly strong. To change his form so freely is astonishing. How did you teach him? What cultivation method does he practice?" Confronted with these questions, Emmanuel broke into a cold sweat. Although he was Dennis's master, after initial guidance, most of Dennis's later cultivation relied on himself. Emmanuel's own cultivation level was quite average. There was no way he could have taught such a talented disciple. Thus, he had no idea what to say. Seeing the elders' gazes upon him, Emmanuel stuttered, unable to find words. Realizing this, everyone stopped pressing him for answers. However, unnoticed by all, the elder seated above showed signs of satisfaction in his expression, as if something interesting caught his attention. "This blood deity sect has some merit," Bowen muttered. His companion, Ivor, didn't catch what he said and asked, "Master, what did you say?" "Nothing much. I just think both young men are pretty impressive." Ivor nodded in agreement. Indeed, both disciples are rare talents. Meanwhile, in a corner beneath the arena, a man concealed his face under a straw hat watched the battle intently. "I never expected Abdul's strength to be this formidable," he thought. Forcing Dennis to use 2/10 of the Tasway power? No wonder the sect leader gave the order to bring him alive or dead. It seems this boy really isn't simple. Whether Dennis can eliminate him smoothly remains to be seen. This person was a blood deity sect spy embedded within the Yenri temple, who had also assisted Dennis in breaking through his martial arts golden core bottleneck. The current duel on the arena drew the attention of various factions. Apart from Yenri temple's own members, spies from other sects watched silently, anticipating events to unfold. In the arena, Abdul, now facing the full force attacks from Dennis, began to falter. Dennis's fists were like wind and lightning, causing Abdul's dual sword attacks to crumble each time. After prolonged stalemate, Dennis found an opening. Abdul's swords were swept away, exposing his center line. "Break!" Dennis bellowed, his fists like dragons emerging from the sea, slamming fiercely towards Abdul. Forced to respond, Abdul parried with his swords. With a loud bang, Abdul's long sword shattered into pieces, flying everywhere. Despite this, it created an opportunity for him to escape, kicking off with his legs and retreating swiftly. Mid-air, he circulated true chi throughout his body, stabilizing his inner turmoil. Dennis's punch inflicted significant damage on Abdul's body. Ding! Sensing host damage, the body forging technique increases cultivation speed by 100%. But no sooner had Abdul landed than Dennis was upon him again. Forced to draw his heavy sword for defense, Abdul suffered internal injuries from the repeated collisions. Each clash battered Abdul's physique severely. Seeing this, Dennis sneered. "How long do you think you can hold out?" Understanding this, Abdul gripped his heavy sword tightly, letting out a tiger-like roar before leaping skyward, instantly escaping the combat circle. He used the tiger leaps over gorge move from the beast heart extinguishing sword technique, albeit for retreat. Free from Dennis's attack, Abdul sheathed his heavy sword and utilized his agility to create illusions, moving around the arena rapidly. His Tianwu pursues waves technique made it impossible for Dennis to track him. Seeing this, Emmanuel on the spectators' platform jeered, "Elder saying, your disciple truly inherited your mastery of escape techniques." His words met silence, everyone focused on the fight. Watching the agile figure, if he hadn't dodged, that lightning would have seriously injured him. Under the blazing sun, the grayish-white glowing array had completed. Lightning rapidly expanded within the array, forming a cage that enclosed Dennis. Chapter 221. This move sends you on your way. At the Eclipse Hall, on the combat platform, everyone watched as thunder enveloped the stage, lightning flashing and roaring. For a moment, everyone was stunned into silence. Goodness, what kind of array is this? It looks so powerful. That's the power of lightning. How could it not be strong? Hasn't Abdul always claimed he comprehended the sword tomb array? Could it be true? Who knows? The disciples discussed heatedly, still maintaining a skeptical attitude towards Abdul's claim of having navigated the sword tomb formation. In fact, not just them. Even the elders on the viewing platform were no longer in doubt about Abdul's mastery of array arts after seeing him set up such a deadly array. However, to fully comprehend the sword tomb formation seemed too hard to believe. After all, even the star-dotting sect, renowned for its expertise in array arts, could not fully decipher or break it. How could Abdul, a newly admitted disciple, possibly do it? Nevertheless, no one dared underestimate him anymore. The combat platform, now shrouded in lightning, was proof enough. Even the ancestor of the Eclipse Hall couldn't help but praise aloud. This kid's array art cultivation is indeed extraordinary, at least second grade. What? Everyone was shocked by this statement, including Rashad. Although he knew Abdul was skilled in arrays, he didn't expect his proficiency to be so high. Instantly, everyone looked at Abdul with fiery interest. A second-grade array master was invaluable to their second-rate sect. At that moment, Ivor made up his mind. No matter the outcome of this match, he must ensure Abdul's safety. All eyes were on the combat platform, eager to see the power of Abdul's deadly array. Inside the arena, Dennis felt uneasy as his movements were restricted by the array's constraints. He tried to channel his true chi to break free, but failed repeatedly. "I've already used 20% of my Tai Sui power. Do I need to use more?" But Dennis glanced at the high platform. Under the watchful eyes of the Divine Mansion realm experts, he wasn't sure if he would be discovered. As he hesitated, Abdul's array solidified. The space around began to vibrate as scattered thunder energy emitted blinding light. "Brother Yi, let you taste the flavor of lightning." Abdul's body gradually shrank, seemingly dehydrated. Yet his face wore a satisfied smile. "This is just a transmission array. Let's go to hell together." Abdul's eyes gleamed with ferocity. With both hands pressing down sharply, he roared, "Raging demon tearing heaven!" The thunder energy inside the array twisted and condensed, eventually forming an ancient demon king with fierce visage. As the Thunder King slowly took shape, its palms crossed, and the surrounding spiritual energy coalesced instantly. Then, the demon's muscular arms abruptly spread wide, as if tearing the air apart like paper. Boom! The fierce tearing force surged toward Dennis. Facing such violent attacks, Dennis did not dare to hesitate and exerted all his strength. 5-star Tyrant Fist. Crouching low, left fist drawn to waist. Right fist lunged forward. This punch produced 5 consecutive sonic booms before colliding with the Thunder Demon. Boom! A tremendous explosion resounded, akin to the earth cracking. Some lower-ranking disciples had blood streaming from their eardrums. Damn, can a disciple unleash such an attack? Both inner and outer disciples were astounded by the intensity of their combat. Their own confidence was severely shaken. However, the 4th-grade killing array remained intact. The Thunder Demon barely flinched, preparing for its next assault. On the other side, Dennis felt his internal organs churning. The chaotic lightning energy seeped into his body through his meridians, causing damage and numbness. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Bastard! Dennis clenched his teeth, glaring at Abdul, who stood outside the array with his arms crossed. His anger, like a raging volcano, was nearly uncontrollable. Lu, Fu, Yun. Brother Yi, I'm here. No need to shout so loudly. Abdul responded with a smirk, which only infuriated Dennis further. Meanwhile, under Abdul's control, the 36 small flags floated silently, emitting grayish mist that coalesced around the Thunder Demon. Soon, a smoke-wrapped demon holding a thunder sword reappeared. At this moment, Abdul's gaze grew cold and fierce. Brother Yi, this move sends you on your way. With those words, the Thunder Demon lifted its sword and slashed down fiercely at Dennis. The gale rushed past Dennis's face, the speed of the Thunder Sword almost instantaneous. It arrived before Dennis without giving him any time to react. At this moment, Dennis felt death looming over him. No, I am a proud martial Golden Core expert. How could I be defeated by an unknown minor player in the transformation realm? Break apart. A roar erupted, overpowering the thunder sound. Red light surged around Dennis as his muscles swelled once more. He thrust his fist mercilessly toward the Thunder Sword. Shatter! Under everyone's gaze, Dennis's crimson fist shattered the Thunder Demon into pieces. The impact caused the entire combat platform to tremble violently, threatening to collapse. Rolling shockwaves surged towards the viewing stands. Seeing imminent danger, Ivor leaped into the air, his hands embracing empty space, releasing true chi like ocean waves. Instantly, the entire combat platform was enclosed, stopping the explosion's aftereffects. This move thrilled the disciples, unexpectedly witnessing the Patriarch's personal intervention. The power of the Divine Mansion realm truly was terrifying. Dust filled the air, obscuring visibility on the combat platform. Still, the booming sounds within sent shivers down everyone's spines. Heck, these two are too powerful. Are they even human? Brother Yi is understandable as a seasoned expert, but Abdul has been here less than half a year. His strength, shocking. Compared to them, I feel weak. Absolutely weak. Period. However, while the disciples were excited, the elders on the viewing platform appeared solemn. They sensed a familiar yet foreign aura from Dennis. Evil, bloody, and repulsive. Chapter 222. Identity exposed. Beneath the martial arena, a mysterious figure from the Blood God sect, dressed in disciple attire and wearing a bamboo hat, was rapidly moving toward the outskirts, muttering to himself. Dennis, what an idiot. He actually exposed himself over a petty quarrel. Does he think he can still live? Truly brainless fool. By the time he finished speaking, he had already reached the back of the crowd. After looking around and seeing no one paying attention, he darted off into the distance. In the arena, as the dust settled, Abdul and Dennis gradually came into view. At this moment, Abdul stood in a corner of the martial platform, with only some dust on his clothes but no visible injuries. His face was stern as he stared intently at Dennis from a distance. The smoke cleared, revealing Dennis's imposing figure. His entire body radiated a deep red glow, muscles bulging even more than before, doubling in size. Ding, detecting concentrated blood energy. Spring Divine Technique, appetite greatly increased, cultivation speed boosted by 110%. Now, the heavenly level technique cultivated by Abdul was undoubtedly affected by the meticulously nurtured Tai Sui from the Blood God sect. Abdul looked at Dennis with bewilderment. I say, Senior Brother Yi, why did you do something so irrational and join the Blood God sect? His voice echoed clearly through the crowd. Instantly, the entire arena erupted into chaos. What? Senior Brother Yi is from the Blood God sect? How can that be possible? My senior brother Yi wouldn't have joined the Blood God sect even if he changed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In the spectator stands, Emmanuel leapt up and pointed angrily at Abdul. You little brat, don't slander others. I think you are the demon of the Blood God sect. However, no one paid attention to his words. The law enforcement elder, Josue, spoke coldly. There is no doubt about the Tai Sui power on Dennis's body. What? How can that be? Emmanuel's gaze wavered, unsure of what to do. His most valued disciple, the one he relied on to turn things around, was a spy for a demonic sect. This was a devastating blow to him, but facts speak louder than rhetoric. Elder Josue continued emotionlessly. Law Enforcement Hall disciples, form the formation. Upon his command, dozens of Law Enforcement Hall disciples rushed out with weapons in hand, encircling the martial platform. Seeing this scene, Dennis remained calm and instead laughed maniacally. Haha, so what if it's the Blood God sect? What does Tai Sui matter? I don't care about any of it. As long as I can become the strongest, everything else is meaningless. Sherman flipped back to the viewing stand and looked at Emmanuel coldly. Elder Luo, dealing with such a rebellious disciple should be your responsibility. Emmanuel trembled, knowing this was his last chance. He steadied his heart and said, Forester, I've treated you well, guiding you carefully. Why would you betray me and join a demonic sect? Dennis's lips curled into a mocking smile. Old dog, you think too highly of yourself. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? What qualifications do you have to be my master? You. Emmanuel hadn't expected such a response. If you're not convinced, try me, Dennis taunted, flicking his fingers casually, appearing utterly relaxed. The disciples of the sun obscuring hall watched in confusion. Was he mad? Defying his master was considered an unfilial act. Moreover, though Emmanuel was the weakest among the elders, he had been at the peak of the core formation realm for a long time, making him a seasoned powerhouse. Dennis was merely a beginner in the core formation realm, still lagging behind in strength. Despite his rage, Emmanuel smiled bitterly. Haha, very well. Blind old man I was, taking in someone like you. Kill. The disciples behind him shouted in unison. Once Dennis was their eldest senior brother, always overshadowing them. Now, with him being labeled a traitor, they saw a rare opportunity to strike back. All the disciples united against him, shouting in fury. Emmanuel didn't mince words. He acted decisively without hesitation. Everyone, attack together and send your eldest senior brother to his death. Instantly, 21 disciples surged forward, intent on obliterating Dennis. As for Emmanuel, he was unwilling to bully a junior by attacking with overwhelming force. But how could these people be matched by Dennis? Facing the fierce onslaught, Dennis showed no fear. A unique aura of Tai Sui erupted from him, sweeping towards all directions. The disciples felt as if they were thrown into a hellish abyss, haunted by vengeful spirits disrupting their minds. Then, Dennis swung his fists fiercely, generating powerful winds. The punches were so formidable, as if they could shatter the heavens, engulfing everyone. Using the 5-star Overlord fist once again, it unleashed unimaginable power, breaking through the disciples' defenses and causing their attacks to crumble. The relentless fist strikes battered them relentlessly, leaving them struggling to defend. From afar, Emmanuel's face turned pale as he witnessed his prized disciple single-handedly overwhelming the other 21. This further confirmed what Dennis had said. His strength came from innate talent, not guidance. It felt like a harsh slap to Emmanuel, stripping him of his dignity. Just as the disciples were trapped in Dennis's relentless assault, a young man suddenly jumped out, shouting loudly, Dennis, today I will kill you to rid our sect of harm. This person was Alec, Emmanuel's second-best disciple next to Dennis. He was now nearly at the core formation realm, just one step away from achieving the golden core. Alec had always been arrogant, harboring resentment towards Dennis, who overshadowed him as a peer. This was the perfect chance to eliminate him. Normally, he wouldn't dare challenge Dennis alone, but with his fellow disciples surrounding him and Emmanuel supporting him from behind, his courage swelled. Holding an axe high above his head, he charged at Dennis. Suddenly, Dennis let out a long roar. Blood-red flames burst forth from his body, instantly covering him. The intense heat wave forced everyone back. At that moment, Dennis resembled an evil deity wreathed in flame. Bizarre and powerful. Hashtag Chapter 223, Crimson Flames and the Legend of Blood God. Crimson flames danced through the sky, keeping Alec and the disciples behind him overwhelmed. Each fiery serpent seemed to possess a sentient will, attacking any living thing it encountered, even piercing through true chi defenses with ease. Emmanuel's face, which once showed disdain, was now filled with solemnity. Earlier, Abdul had been taken back to the viewing platform by Aiden. He watched Dennis closely, curiosity piqued, and asked, Master, what's happening? Didn't Dennis consume Ta Sui? Aiden replied without turning his head, speaking solemnly, Indeed, it is Ta Sui. Then why is there fire? Abdul asked, puzzled. Beside him, Josue's voice cut in. According to records, blood chi can evolve into flames as scorching as the sun at its peak. Since Ta Sui feeds on life essence, it makes sense that it would possess this capability. Abdul turned to look at the stern enforcement elder, surprised to find that the elder was actually nodding at him. Greetings, Uncle Josue. I've been wondering, where's Brother Sher? Abdul had returned yesterday, but he hadn't seen his battle-hardened brother since arriving at the main hall for questioning today. Missing him, he couldn't help but ask. Josue's gaze softened as he answered. Since learning you were trapped in the sword tomb, he blamed himself and trained frenziedly day and night. Finally, I sought help from our ancestor, who arranged special training for him. Mentioning his disciple, the usually cold-hearted enforcement elder finally showed a hint of worry. Abdul felt warmth flood his heart. Adam genuinely considered him a brother, an incredibly rare trait. He instinctively looked towards Bowen seated at the main position, the ancestor of the sun-hiding hall whom he was meeting for the first time. However, what he saw made his brows furrow. The old man before him, with white hair and a vigorous spirit, gazed at Dennis with excitement and agitation, like a hunter eyeing prey. Unconsciously, Abdul felt a chill down his spine, a sensation of death and fear. Much like what he experienced with the Sword of Defeat. He quickly turned away, but the unease lingered. What's going on? Isn't that elder the ancestor of the sun-hiding hall? Why does he seem like a devil? His thoughts were interrupted by Aiden's words. The flames on that kid aren't ordinary blood chi flames. They are far more fierce and tyrannical, with strong corrosive and devouring properties. The disciple's true chi is being absorbed during combat. Hearing this, the young disciples exchanged worried glances. If one could absorb others' true chi during a fight, gaining strength while weakening the opponent, they would be virtually unbeatable. Meanwhile, above them, Ivor interjected. It's said that in the previous era, a master with crimson flames emerged from the Blood God sect. He single-handedly invaded the Tianfeng dynasty, even battling all the experts of the Shintian sect, the top sect of the time. yet they were powerless against him. He devastated them mercilessly. Ivor's words left the young disciples, including Abdul, stunned, for they had never heard such tales. Seeming to guess their thoughts, Ivor continued unprompted. Later, the demon's body succumbed to the influence of the blood flames. His physical functions deteriorated, and the toxic fire clouded his mind, leading him to become insane and kill indiscriminately. In the end, he lost all reason. All the sects joined forces, using every secret weapon, to finally eliminate him. During this, the Blood God sect was also wiped out, falling into obscurity. No one dared mention it again. Listening to him, everyone felt a shiver run down their spines. Such a terrifying expert could be artificially cultivated through secret techniques and ta sway by the Blood God sect. It was truly a divine and unfathomable method. With the return of such power, no one knew what consequences awaited. Ivor's words cast a shadow of dread over everyone present, a sense of crisis hanging heavily over them. On the martial arts platform, crimson flames enveloped Dennis, forming a cloak-like shape behind him. By himself, he suppressed all of Emmanuel's disciples, including those from the enforcement hall. Nearly 100 disciples surrounded him, yet he handled them effortlessly. The crimson flames were indeed ferocious, unstoppable by true chi, and nearly impossible to extinguish. Countless casualties and cries echoed among the sun-hiding hall disciples. The spectators watched with pale faces and pounding hearts. Damn, this guy is so powerful. Unbelievable. Abdul fought this monster earlier? I still can't believe, brother, you would betray the sect? Seeing the heavy casualties, Ivor and the elders grew grim. Senior Luo? Anger seethed beneath Ivor's calm tone. Hearing this, Emmanuel clenched his teeth and leaped onto the platform. Just moments ago, Alec had been arrogant, but now he cowered behind the crowd, eyes wide with fear. Any lingering resentment toward Dennis had been replaced by sheer terror. Roar! Inspired by the battle, Dennis let out a mighty howl, the flames surging around him to form a monstrous fiery deity that swiped down at the crowd. The force of the attack was deadly, aimed directly at Alec. The terrified youth could not muster any resistance, only closing his eyes and waiting for death. My fate is sealed. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Boy, don't get too carried away. Hope surged within Alec. It's Master. Indeed, it was Emmanuel. With a 5-star tyrant fist, he punched with all his might, causing the heavens and earth to change color. Excitement gave way to shock on Dennis's face as he realized the severity of the attack. Bad. That old dog actually moved? Instantly, a powerful pressure descended upon him. Despite his disdain for Emmanuel, the elder was undeniably stronger. Pressured by Ivor, Emmanuel unleashed his full strength, revealing his peak core formation realm prowess without restraint. Chapter 224. A disappointing end to the great battle. Under Emmanuel's pressure, Dennis completely lost his mind. The power of Tai Sui, at full strength, release. With a roar, the blood-red flames surrounding Dennis intensified to another level. Then he thrust his right fist forward. Bang! The two fists collided, releasing a powerful wave of energy that surged outward in all directions. Fortunately, Ivor was prepared and enveloped the area with true chi, preventing the outer sect disciples from getting hurt. All disciples, withdraw from the viewing platform and disperse. Enforcement disciples, maintain order. Josue's voice rang out. At this point, it was no longer suitable for the disciples to be present. On the arena, Emmanuel and Dennis, teacher and student, were engaging in a frenzied battle. There were no feints. Each punch landed squarely on flesh. You traitor, today your master will cleanse the family? Ha ha ha, old dog, you? We'll see who dies today. In an instant, Dennis and Emmanuel had already exchanged over 100 blows. Unexpectedly, Emmanuel was the one falling behind. Each time they clashed, Emmanuel felt as though a piece of his true chi was being torn away. This growing disadvantage had him completely restrained. Dennis took advantage of Emmanuel's weakening moves, twisting and gripping his right arm. Emmanuel's face changed drastically, inwardly shouting that things were not looking good. This traitor wants to lock me down and then drain my true chi. Just then, Dennis struck Emmanuel hard across the face twice like a giant bird spreading its wings. The audience erupted in shock. Not only did these slaps humiliate Emmanuel, but they also felt like a blow to every member of the Yari Hall. A formidable and overwhelming aura emerged from above. Ivor could no longer hold back, bellowing angrily. Insolent. He swung his left hand, and a howling palm wind shot toward Dennis through the air. Its speed was beyond imagination. Boom. This devastating strike from the Divine Mansion realm directly hit both men, causing them to spew blood and lose their ability to fight. Clearly, this head of the Yari Hall was infuriated. Traitors cannot be allowed to live. Die. Ivor looked down at the weakened Dennis from above. His right palm, filled with boundless true chi, slammed down mercilessly. Dennis, filled with reluctance, was powerless. Even if his divine essence was abundant, he would not stand a chance against someone of the Divine Mansion realm. This time, death was inevitable. However, at this moment, an unexpected change occurred. Suddenly, a figure leaped out from behind the crowd, flying onto the arena. Trailing after images, he barely managed to pull Dennis away at the last critical moment. With a boom, the earth-shattering strike landed on empty ground, even rupturing the air. Everyone looked up, and gradually the figure became visible. To be able to rescue someone under Ivor's attack clearly demonstrated immense strength. It was none other than Bowen, the ancient ancestor of the Yari Hall. Master, what are you doing? Ivor asked in confusion. This boy cannot die yet. We need to extract secrets about the blood god cult from him. Bowen looked at the high-ranking officials of the Yari Hall, exuding an aura of dominance. Ancestor, this boy has harmed fellow disciples and conspired with the devil cult. According to the rules, Josue spoke calmly and impartially, adhering to his role as the enforcement elder. However, unexpectedly, Josue was abruptly interrupted by Bowen. I said, This boy cannot die. His tone was cold and unyielding, leaving no room for negotiation. The elders realized this was a direct command from the ancestor. Josue was speechless, unsure of what to say. But Rashad was not willing to let it go so easily. Sage Uncle Ning, this boy is a demon of the Blood God cult. Keeping him poses endless future dangers. Besides, members of the Blood God cult are fanatics. We won't get any information from him. Rashad's master was considered a peer of Bowen, hence the respectful address. Hearing this, Bowen remained expressionless, turning to look intently at Rashad. So, what do you want? Regardless of this boy's feud with my disciple, merely because he suddenly attacked, injuring many of our disciples, he deserves death. Therefore, I believe he should be executed publicly. Everyone expected Bowen to give some face to Rashad, but instead, he waved his hand dismissively without hesitation. Impossible. If I say this boy cannot die, then he won't die. Ivor's expression changed at Bowen's words. Given the unclear situation with the Blood God cult, discord within, he also vaguely guessed what his master intended. But before he could speak, Bowen decisively ordered, "Disperse now." Those 4 words, resounding and firm, showed no respect to the elders present. At that moment, all the elders of the Yari Hall felt stunned. The ancestor usually didn't interfere in sect matters, and today's actions were inexplicable. Why insist on protecting this traitor, Dennis? Rashad couldn't help but ask. What does this mean, Sage Elder? Literal meaning. Without even a glance, Bowen lifted Dennis and swiftly retreated into the mountains. Bowen's attitude completely infuriated Rashad. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Hazel, let's go. Fuming, he turned and left. Abdul stared deeply at the direction Bowen disappeared, deep in thought, sensing an ominous premonition. But still, he followed Rashad, and both left the arena. Seeing this, Ivor sighed. Bowen's stance was indeed unexpected. For now, he could only soothe the situation. After pondering, he said helplessly, Elder Chun, dispatch more guards and everyone else return. Also, send someone to treat Elder Luo. Speaking, he sighed lightly, heading towards the main hall. The elders led their disciples away one by one. Josue stayed to clean up the aftermath. The highly anticipated match between Abdul and Dennis ended disappointingly. Meanwhile, Bowen brought Dennis to the back mountain. He roughly tossed Dennis to the ground. Now restored to his normal size, Dennis struggled to his feet, eyeing Bowen warily. He knew very well his life was entirely in the hands of the elderly man before him. But why did Bowen go to such lengths to protect him, risking conflict with the upper echelons of the sect? As Dennis puzzled over this, Bowen paused and said indifferently, "Don't overthink it. I'm just like you." Upon hearing this, Dennis furrowed his brows, his face uncertain, asking cautiously, "Ancestor, what do you mean? I don't understand." "Don't understand? Ha ha ha. Then what do you think I spared no effort to save you for?" As he spoke, Bowen turned to look at Dennis, his smile unsettling. Dennis's face changed drastically. His body trembled slightly, and he asked incredulously, "You are too?" Hashtag chapter 225, the calm before the storm. Late at night, the cool air was like water. Abdul lay leisurely in the courtyard, gazing up at the star-studded sky. The Yuan Quan divine art inside him continuously and autonomously cultivated. He could feel his strength steadily improving. "System," he softly called out, and the panel appeared before him. Host, Abdul. Realm, transformation of the 9th rank. Constitution, Wu Xiang Swordbone, enhances sword comprehension and power. Yuan Quan divine art, middle stage, cold green sky. Mysterious Een sword cannon, reverting to pristine purity, deriving martial arts divine ability. Mysterious Een sword armor. This revision ensures that the terminology is consistent and clear, while maintaining the style and fluency of the original text. The phrase, deriving martial arts divine ability, is standardized to deriving martial arts divine ability, for consistency. Poison Bee Finger, reverting to pristine purity, deriving martial arts divine ability. Frenzied Poison Bee Spirit, Beast Heart Annihilation Sword, subtle insight. Casting Body Technique, accomplished. Bronze Skin Realm, Thunder Domain Formation Dao, accomplished. Wilted Wood Meditation, perfect. 3,000 Questions on Elixirs, perfect. Sword Intent, 3 styles of offensive, defensive, and concealed sword intent. Looking at his cultivation and skills, Abdul began contemplating the next steps for his improvement. To advance to the core formation realm, he needed to condense a martial arts golden core in his Dantian. This required not only cultivation but also some opportunity and insight. Many talented individuals were stuck at this step. This was why Dennis had taken a risk by joining the Blood God sect, using the power of Cain as a shortcut to reach the core formation realm. However, this method came with significant side effects. True talents with the heart of a strong practitioner trusted themselves more. Still, despite these thoughts, Abdul felt somewhat lost, unsure about the direction of his practice. Just then, a figure silently landed in the courtyard. Following that, Rashad's voice rang out. "Young man, it's so late. Why aren't you sleeping? What are you doing here?" Abdul turned his head to see the old man, unusually without a drink in hand, walking over with his hands behind his back. He could tell the old man wasn't in a good mood. So, he stood up from the stool respectfully and asked, "Master, what happened to Dennis?" Upon hearing Abdul mention Dennis, Rashad's expression darkened further. "I just don't understand why Uncle Ning holds that disloyal disciple in such high regard. He took that boy to the back mountain, forbidding anyone from disturbing him. Even the patriarch was ordered away. What exactly does he want?" Rashad continued talking, transitioning from anger to confusion. The old man couldn't fathom the usefulness of such a disciple. After listening to him, Abdul pondered for a moment before tentatively asking, "Master, do you think the elder patriarch wants something from Dennis? What does he want?" Rashad turned to look at Abdul, eyes full of questions. Seeing this, Abdul clarified his point further. The Blood God sect is a scourge to both the court and the Jianghu, deeply tormenting everyone. Everyone would love to get rid of them once and for all. Hearing his disciple ramble on, Rashad became impatient. Come on, what do you really want to say? I'm saying, could it be that the elder patriarch wants something from Dennis? At this, Rashad waved his hand dismissively. You don't know, members of the Blood God sect come in two types. One type is fanatically loyal and won't talk even under duress. The others, with less resolve, typically don't know any secrets. Therefore, capturing someone from the Blood God sect won't reveal much information. Rashad reclined back into his rocking chair, speaking calmly. That's why I don't understand why Uncle Ning insisted on sparing that boy's life. Hearing this, Abdul understood. Either the Blood God sect disciples were mad, fanatical believers or mercenaries, making it impossible to gain information from them. But if, Abdul continued, is there a possibility that the elder patriarch wants to experiment on Dennis? What do you mean? Rashad didn't quite understand. My point is, Dennis has Cain within him. Perhaps the elder patriarch captured him to study the methods of implanting Cain. Before he finished, Rashad suddenly stood up. Don't speak recklessly. Implanting Cain is strictly forbidden and considered an evil practice. How could the elder patriarch possibly? Abdul sighed helplessly, smiling bitterly. He knew this would be Rashad's reaction. Though the old man seemed carefree, deep down, he was a traditional elder who firmly believed in righteousness and truth. For him, the idea that their sect or elders could do something evil was unimaginable. However, Bowen's sinister smile lingered in Abdul's mind. He felt there were hidden secrets behind the elder patriarch of Yinri Palace. So, Abdul pushed on boldly. Master, I understand. But to fundamentally solve the Blood God sect problem, perhaps delving deeper into them isn't a bad choice. As soon as he finished, Rashad exuded a sharp aura. Boy, this line of thinking is dangerous. A single misstep can lead to ruin. Master, I can't believe no one else has thought of this over the years, Abdul responded. Of course they have. Rashad replied gravely, sighing. 30 years ago, our senior sect, the Chorigian Order, had an elder who willingly risked his life as a mole to infiltrate the Blood God sect. And the result? In the end, that elder betrayed the sect, massacred righteous practitioners, went mad, and was killed by a united force. Turning to Abdul, the old man said seriously, the Blood God sect is like a bone-deep poison. Once infected, it's hard to cleanse. Don't stray onto the wrong path. Abdul shrugged and raised his hands. Master, I understand. What I'm trying to say is, perhaps the elder patriarch has already been corrupted by studying the Blood God sect. Rashad was speechless. Abdul continued, when you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. Consider whether the elder patriarch might have irreconcilable conflicts with the Blood God sect. His words struck Rashad like a thunderbolt. The old man's brow furrowed as he muttered, it's impossible, absolutely impossible. Suddenly, he vanished in place. A gust of wind whipped past, heading towards the main hall. Watching the old man depart, Abdul's eyes flashed with worry. Now, he regretted mentioning it. If Bowen was truly corrupted, it could endanger Rashad. A storm is brewing. Chapter 226. Entering the Scripture Pavilion and Fusion of Martial Techniques. The sky had begun to lighten, but Rashad still hadn't returned. Abdul was also deeply worried, having not slept all night. He had thought a lot during that time, but ultimately reached no conclusion. The sword tomb, the defeated devil sword, and the illusion on the sword adoration platform. It was all part of a trial. Yet Abdul always felt there was more to it than met the eye. Adding to this were the news from Amrit about the Foeman tribe, eyeing Finian City menacingly. A heavy cloud seemed to hang over his heart, plunging him into darkness. And the root of all these troubles lay with the Blood God sect. Abdul slowly rose, stretched his arms, and muttered to himself, the Blood God sect, it seems I need to find a way to uncover them. With that, he walked out the door, heading towards the Scripture Pavilion of the Concealing Sun Palace. Throughout the night, he had thought of many ways to improve himself. Martial cultivation could not be achieved overnight, so the only immediate improvement came from martial techniques, in particular, sword techniques. However, this time he did not intend to learn high-level sword skills. After all, he already possessed two profound sword arts and both offensive and defensive sword intents, which were no small feat. So, his objective this time was to focus on lower-tier sword techniques. Through the martial system, he would see if they could be refined and merged to elevate his sword path. Not far down the road, he suddenly saw a group of Discipline Hall disciples escorting two people coming towards him. On closer inspection, they were Dennis's brother Reed and their father Reedlin. Enemies meeting face to face, their hatred flared up. Abdul, I will kill you. Reed, covered in blood, yelled at Abdul in a fit of rage. If not for Abdul, the Yi family would not have fallen into such dire straits. Had they not crossed paths back then, Reed and his father would not be prisoners now. But before Reed could make any move, a disciple from the Discipline Hall mercilessly lashed him with a whip. Smack! Reed fell heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Even so, his eyes glared fiercely at Abdul like those of a demon from hell. With death approaching, you still dare to be disrespectful to Senior Riker? Looking for death. The Discipline Hall disciple raised his whip again, striking harshly. After the great battle on the fighting arena, Dennis, once a rising star, had fallen, replaced by none other than the exceptional genius Abdul. That battle saw Abdul astonish everyone with his swordsmanship, array arts, and martial prowess. Finally, he severely wounded the Golden Core realm Dennis, earning respect and admiration. Moreover, this indirectly proved that his act of suppressing the Devil Sword within the Sword Tomb was true. Hence, the Concealing Sun Palace now regarded him as a new idol. Discipline Hall disciples admired him greatly. How could they miss this opportunity to curry favor? Reed and his father had practically stumbled into a trap. The vigorous whips struck them repeatedly, each strike bringing forth spurts of blood. Stopping in his tracks, Abdul asked, how are they to be dealt with? The two Discipline Hall disciples hurried over, smiling ingratiatingly. Senior Riker, the Patriarch has ordered us to imprison them in the dungeons and interrogate them for information about the Blood God sect. Hearing this, Abdul raised an eyebrow. While the order seemed reasonable, he knew it clearly signified that Dennis's life was spared. Bowen had indeed protected him. Otherwise, there would be no reason to keep Reed and his father alive. Abdul nodded lightly, signaling the others to leave. The few Discipline Hall disciples took the nearly lifeless Reed and his father to the dungeons. Lost in thought, Abdul arrived at the scripture pavilion. At the entrance, an old man in a long robe was standing, focused and composed. Abdul's arrival piqued his interest. The old man glanced over and softly asked, "Why are you here, boy? Do you know me, senior?" Abdul answered respectfully. The old man stroked his beard, looking at him with a smile. "I am Grant, an old friend of Master Sang. Didn't your master mention me?" "Ah, second elder." Upon hearing this, Abdul hurriedly bowed respectfully. "My master has mentioned you, though he didn't say you were here at the scripture pavilion. Speaking of which, this is my first visit since entering the sect." Grant nodded, equally curious. "Yes, so why are you here?" "I want to further hone my swordsmanship, so I've come to browse through the sword manuals." Abdul stated his purpose directly. Hearing this, Grant's face showed approval. The young man who had just made waves on the fighting arena was now the focal point of the concealing Sun Palace and a role model for the disciples. To think, after just one night, he was already seeking improvement, a rare and commendable quality. Not arrogant or restless, you surpass what your master described. Grant praised generously. Then, his tone shifted. Unfortunately, the advanced martial techniques in the scripture pavilion require sect contributions to access. It's a rule we cannot change. To my knowledge, you've been in the sect less than a year and haven't completed any sect missions. Abdul immediately nodded, understanding the rule well. Elder Deng misunderstands. I didn't come for those advanced techniques. Oh, then. I'm here to review low-tier sword manuals, learning from them to refine and perfect my own swordsmanship. At this, Grant paused in surprise. After a moment, he regained his composure. Taking the best of each and simplifying it to perfection, truly remarkable insight. Rashad has an excellent disciple. As he spoke, he pulled a token from his robes and handed it over. With your status, this token allows you unrestricted access to the 4 lower levels of the scripture pavilion. Abdul was delighted, accepting the token quickly. The scripture pavilion of the concealing Sun Palace was a 7-story tower. The 4 lower levels housed basic martial techniques, not exceeding the yellow tier, accessible to outer sect disciples through contributions. The 3 upper levels contained profound techniques starting from the profound tier. It was rumored that the top level held the supreme secret of the concealing Sun Palace, the Great Solar Golden Wheel Palm. This technique was said to be at the earth tier, encompassing both cultivation methods and combat skills. Only those with significant contributions to the sect could gain access to these high-tier techniques. However, for Abdul, completing those sect tasks to earn contributions would take an enormous amount of time. Learning low-tier sword techniques, merging and deducing them to create new ones was his true goal. Thus, he dove into the scripture pavilion, madly reviewing various low-level techniques. Notifications from the system in his mind echoed incessantly. Ding! Congratulations on learning the innate sword technique, Fu Feng Sword. Automatic cultivation has begun. Ding! Congratulations on learning the acquired saber technique, Ji Hao Jin AI Dao. Automatic cultivation has begun. Ding! Dragon seizing skill is dissatisfied with 1,000 yuan palm, and the two have started to fight. Fu Feng Sword and breaking air kick have developed a mutual fondness and are opening up to each other. Chapter 227. Dense clouds of suspicion. At the back mountain, Dennis woke up in the dimness, lifting his gaze to see jagged cliffs all around him. Where am I? At this moment, he felt pain all over his body as if it were about to fall apart. Yesterday, he had been brought back by Bowen, already prepared for death. But what he didn't expect was that this elder of the Yinri Hall claimed they were the same kind of person. How could that be possible? Of course, Dennis did not believe it. Since the moment he consumed the Tai Sui herb, he became intricately connected with the Blood God sect. How could someone like Bowen, the highest-ranking and most powerful member of the Yinri Hall, possibly be the same as him? However, the old man didn't bother to explain further and mercilessly knocked him out with a single palm strike. Dennis passed out instantly and only just woke up now. Struggling to stand up, Dennis looked around. Suddenly, a voice spoke from his side. "You're awake?" The voice was clear yet filled with childish innocence. Turning his head, Dennis saw a young boy slowly walking along the mountain path. The boy had a handsome face, with eyes as bright as stars. What startled Dennis the most was that the thin-armed youth was carrying 2 buckets made of green steel, one of the hardest and heaviest materials known. A small piece weighed thousands of pounds. These 2 buckets must weigh over 10,000 pounds. Without using true chi, the boy effortlessly carried them, leaving Dennis in awe. Seeing Dennis's silence, the youth approached him and casually tossed down the 2 iron buckets. Bang! The ground crumbled under the impact, creating 2 deep pits. Dennis instinctively took a couple of steps back to keep a distance from this peculiar youth. In his current injured state, he feared he wouldn't stand a chance against him. Seeing Dennis's apprehensive look, the youth smirked and burst into laughter. "You're too timid. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. Master said he won't kill you. Who are you? And who is your master?" Dennis was thoroughly confused. However, the youth's next words sent a shockwave through him. "My name is Greg, and my master is someone you've met. He's the one who brought you here, forgot?" "What?" Dennis's face was full of disbelief. This boy was saying that Bowen was his master? How could that be? That would mean the current sect leader was this kid's senior brother. Despite feeling incredulous, a part of him started to believe it. Otherwise, how could a teenager be here? "Sir." Dennis hesitated on how to address him but decided to skip formalities. "Where's your master?" "Master is waiting for you. Come with me." Greg flashed a mischievous smile, picked up the 2 buckets again, and walked towards one side of the cliff wall. Seeing this, Dennis limped after him. It felt like he had no choice but to comply. For some reason, as Dennis watched the youth's back, he felt an inexplicable unease, as if confronting something monstrous. Even his Tai Sui blood energy seemed to recoil, reluctant to appear before this individual. If Abdul were here, he'd marvel at how much Greg had changed. There was a barely perceptible aura of malevolence around him now, almost like a devil incarnate or an evil spirit descending upon the world. They continued on, coming to the side of the mountain where a dark cave entrance loomed ahead. As they got closer, Dennis suddenly froze, his pupils contracting sharply. Sitting cross-legged at the cave entrance was a familiar young man. Adam? Why is he here? Indeed, it was Adam, the disciple of Elder Josue, seated there, hands forming seals, lost in some form of meditation. But in Dennis's eyes, black mist was emanating from Adam's head, his eyes tightly shut, lips trembling slightly, looking like he was in some terrifying trance. Keys? Dennis asked involuntarily. The youth paused abruptly, turning to reveal an eerie smile. This guy wanted to get stronger, so Master gave him some guidance. Dennis nodded. The youth's aura was indeed significantly stronger than before, which surprised him. Yet, what troubled him more was that this strange cultivation method came from the revered elder of the Yinri Hall, a man known for righteousness and righteousness. This was truly puzzling. Well, let's go. We don't want to keep Master waiting. Greg stepped into the cave, and Dennis reluctantly followed. Inside, the air was damp, making the ground extremely slippery. With every movement, Dennis experienced excruciating pain due to excessive use of Tai Sui power. But Greg showed no sign of stopping, so Dennis pushed himself to keep up. Deeper into the cave, it grew darker, with only their footsteps echoing through the empty space. After an indeterminate amount of time, Dennis suddenly shuddered because the footsteps in front of him vanished without a trace. Greg? He called out softly, but only his voice reverberated in the cave. After waiting for a response and getting none, Dennis forced himself forward. Twisting and turning, he reached another fork in the path. Just as he turned a corner, blinding light erupted before him. Adjusting to the darkness, his eyes were overwhelmed. Dennis shielded them with his hands. Suddenly, a mocking laugh came from behind. Ha ha ha, down you go. Then, a powerful force pushed him, throwing him off balance. He stumbled forward, then plunged into an abyss. With a splash, he fell into a deep pool. The thick liquid rushed into his nostrils and mouth, making him feel suffocated. Desperately thrashing, Dennis finally surfaced, gasping for breath. He found himself in a black water pond, with two demonic statues spouting the black fluid. On the shore, Bowen and Greg stood, watching him amusedly. What do you want? What are you doing? Angry, Dennis tried to channel Tai Sui power to escape. However, to his horror, no matter how hard he struggled, the black liquid clung to him as if it had a will of its own. Kid, stop wasting your energy. You can't escape, Bowen said, his voice cold and sinister, sending chills down Dennis's spine. Chapter 228, Secrets of the Blood God Sect. Dennis looked up at the old man by the poolside, his face filled with anger. What do you really want? A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. Why do you mock me? Mocking? I have no time to play with someone of your generation, Bowen said disdainfully. So why are you doing this? I have a task for you, but before that, I need to show you my capabilities. As he spoke, Dennis felt the liquid around him climb up his body like leeches on bones. Before long, he was completely enveloped by it. He lost all sensation and could not move. The sound of ghostly winds echoed in his ears, accompanied by soul-wrenching screams, as if someone were undergoing torture. After what seemed an eternity, the howls gradually faded. Dennis's head felt like it was about to explode, yet his body had recovered significantly from before. The mental torment and physical recovery left him dazed. It took him a long while to recover. On the shore, Bowen and Greg watched Dennis in the blackwater pool. At this moment, he had clearly given up resisting. Boy, don't be ungrateful. This is medicine I personally prepared. The Ta Sui energy within you, when combined with this medicine, will improve vastly, far better than using it alone. The old man's eyes gleamed with fervor as he spoke. Raising his arms, he pointed around. Besides, this place is where the Yinri Temple's spiritual vein lies. You boy, stop struggling. Dennis stared at the old man without a word. He now believed what the old man said. He might actually survive this, but he would undoubtedly pay a high price. Yet, he had no choice. With that thought, Dennis ceased his struggle, coldly saying, do whatever you want with me. But I've only been in the Blood God sect for a short time. I don't know anything about internal affairs or seen any high-ranking members. The old man waved his hand dismissively. I know what the Blood God sect is. Saying this, he pulled out a piece of Ta Sui from his pocket and threw it to the ground under Dennis's shocked gaze. The leader of the Blood God sect is a demon-transformed Ta Sui, which has already condensed into human form. Speaking, the old man rubbed his chin, seemingly lost in memories. Admit it, that guy, when transformed into human form, looks way better than me. And with his unparalleled conditions, he possesses an incredibly strong life force and can devour anything. The old man's words hit Dennis like a thunderbolt. His heart churned violently. What? The power behind the Blood God sect is a demon race, its true form being Ta Sui. Thinking of the Blood God sect infiltrating major sects and dynasties with spies, it was evident they aimed to turn the entire continent into a Ta Sui plantation. Dennis shivered at the thought. Seeing his expression, Bowen chuckled lightly. I told you all this because I, too, have my eye on him. Dennis showed a slightly surprised look. He knew the old man was immensely powerful, yet the Yinri Temple was only a second-rate sect. Where did the old man get the confidence and courage to take on the Blood God sect, which had entrenched itself on the continent for decades? Top-tier sects united in the past couldn't completely destroy it. If anyone else had said this, Dennis would have dismissed it outright. But looking at the old man's calm, lake-like expression and the eerie methods surrounding him, It felt similar to the malevolent aura of Ta Sui. He somehow trusted the old man a little. Somehow, he believed the old man might really accomplish this. How? He couldn't figure out. As Dennis pondered, Bowen pulled out a metal ring from somewhere, fiddling with it in his hands. It appeared to be made from a finely polished metal strip. Fiddling with it, the old man looked up at Dennis. My requirement is simple. Become my undercover agent and infiltrate the Blood God sect. What? Dennis's eyes bulged wide. Infiltrating the Blood God sect was practically a death sentence, but he seemed to have no right to refuse. For even before he could voice his rejection, Bowen interjected. If you agree, you can live, otherwise it's a dead end. The old man spoke casually, but Dennis knew he wasn't joking. Letting out a light sigh, Dennis, who wasn't one to procrastinate, immediately agreed. Fine, I agree. Upon hearing this, Bowen's face lit up with satisfaction. With a gentle wave of his hand, Dennis rose from the black water pool as if floating on clouds. Looking at the old man, Dennis asked, Aren't you afraid I'll escape once I leave the Yinri temple? The old man smiled, tossing the metal ring into the air, which grew larger in the wind and then settled above Dennis's head, descending downwards. Seeing this, Dennis's face turned pale as he desperately tried to dodge, but his body wouldn't budge an inch. The metal ring accurately landed on his head, shimmering briefly before dimming. What is this? What did you do to me? Dennis panicked, trying to pull off the metal ring. No matter how hard he tugged, it didn't move an inch. Bowen explained with a laugh. This is a restriction ring, made at great cost by a top-tier array master in the capital. It restrains you, ensuring you follow my orders in the future. You. Dennis's face turned ashen. Anyone would be uncomfortable wearing something like this. Moreover, it was equivalent to handing over his life to another person. Watching the struggling youth, Bowen shook his head helplessly. Don't struggle. You've lost the right to refuse. If you don't want to die, work for me faithfully and be my hidden ace. But wearing this, won't the Blood God sect people think I'm foolish? Dennis yelled angrily. Bowen crossed his arms, walking over and muttering something softly. The restriction ring glowed before gradually vanishing from sight. This invisibility array can only be detected by experts in array artistry. Even high-level martial artists can't see through it. Now you should feel more assured. The old man's smile, however, now resembled that of a devil to Dennis, making him shudder. Boy, that black liquid is my secret medicine, magic heart transition. It can rapidly boost your strength and suppress Ta Sui blood chi. Consider yourself lucky, Bowen said with a grin. Dennis let his arms hang loosely, accepting his fate. Suddenly, a surging wave of sword chi burst from outside the cave. All three sensed it and turned to look. This is the direction of the scripture hall? Chapter 229. Martial Arts Unleashed, the Azure Dragon appears. Above the scripture hall in the Sun Concealment Palace. Just moments ago, dark clouds suddenly gathered, lightning flashed, thunder roared, and a fierce wind began to howl. The disciples reading inside the scripture hall all felt an overpowering sword aura surging upward from the depths. Majestic and overwhelming, it pierced through the sky. Standing at the entrance, watching the strange phenomenon in the sky, Second Elder Jamie was speechless. Is this a natural marvel, martial arts achieving divine connection? Such a sharp sword chi, could it be that kid? With this thought, he vanished like a whirlwind from his spot. At this moment, Royce sat cross-legged in a corner of the ground floor of the scripture hall, eyes tightly closed. An intangible sword chi radiated outward from around him. He appeared like an unrivaled sword drawn from its sheath, every bit of his power on full display. He had spent an entire day and night within the scripture hall, not just reviewing low-level sword techniques, but also studying other martial arts comprehensively. Based on the profound rank technique Beast Heart Extermination Sword Art, he started integrating various sword styles. As for why he hadn't chosen the mysterious Een sword canon, it was because it primarily focused on cultivating sword chi. On this continent, the path of swordsmanship has countless variations. However, they can be generally divided into two major types. One type focuses on practicing sword techniques, refining sword skills, and combining them with clever moves to unleash greater power in swordsmanship. However, this approach has its drawbacks. To maximize the effectiveness of a set of sword moves, a martial artist requires high cultivation, skillful moves, and an indestructible divine weapon. While there are many famous swords and spirit swords in the world, finding a godly sword perfectly suited to oneself is no easy task. Thus, some swordsmen abandon sword techniques altogether and focus exclusively on cultivating sword chi. By controlling the sword with chi and fusing it with the sword, they aim to achieve harmony between man and sword, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Royce's mysterious Een sword canon falls into this category. Despite undergoing multiple transformations and deductions, it fundamentally emphasizes the cultivation of mysterious Een sword chi. However, Royce now possesses several godly swords. Thus, he naturally chose the Beast Heart Extermination Sword Art to complement both heavy and light sword routines using those basic techniques. After his unceasing efforts, he finally succeeded. Ding! The Beast Heart Extermination Sword Art has undergone continuous deduction and comprehension, breaking through the shackles to become an earth-rank sword technique. Automatic cultivation begins. Cultivation speed inheritance complete. Cultivation speed increased by 1000%. Ding! The earth-rank Beast Heart Extermination Sword Art breaks through into the reversion stage, beginning to evolve into a martial art divinity. Within the scripture hall, Royce emitted an immense aura, instantly sending nearby disciples flying away. What's happening? Just as everyone was puzzled, a figure suddenly appeared. It was none other than Jamie. He immediately spotted Royce in the corner, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This kid is truly a genius. Just by studying these basic sword techniques, he can derive a martial art divinity. Seeing Royce's surrounding sword chi growing stronger, Jamie knew he had entered a critical stage. The elder waved his sleeve lightly, forming a transparent shield of true chi around Royce. Then, he announced loudly, All disciples, evacuate the scripture hall within 30 breaths. Do not delay. Upon hearing this, the entire scripture hall erupted in chaos. But as the second elder of the Sun Concealment Palace, his authority was unquestioned. Following his command, one after another, the disciples left the scripture hall, gathering afar to observe. They clustered together, discussing speculatively. What's going on? I don't know. Suddenly, second elder ordered everyone out of the scripture hall. Is something wrong? Could it be the blood god sect's demonic beings attacking? Don't be absurd. The scripture hall is a vital place in our sect. If the blood god sect were here, we wouldn't be standing here calmly. That makes sense. The strange phenomenon in the sky also caught the attention of the disciples. They watched curiously, each making reasonable guesses. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look quickly, what's that?" Everyone looked up, seeing a massive shadow emerging from the thick clouds, as if a monstrous creature was about to break through. What is that? Is it a demon race? In the next second, under everyone's horrified gazes, the enormous silhouette slowly revealed itself, bathed in lightning. It was a colossal ancient beast standing before everyone. With a head like a camel, horns like a deer, eyes like a rabbit, ears like a cow, neck like a snake, belly like a clam, scales like a carp, claws like an eagle, paws like a tiger, and 81 scales on its back representing the number 9 multiplied 9 times. A huge mouth with whiskers on the side, a pearl under the chin, and a reverse scale below the throat. This is a dragon. It's actually a dragon. Oh my god. Run. The dragon clan is invading. All the disciples were stunned with fear. As the most powerful race among demons, the dragon clan existed only in legends. It was said that the dragon clan could change size, ascend or hide. Large enough to summon clouds and fog, small enough to conceal their presence. Rising to soar between the universe, hiding in the waves beneath the sea. Spring equinox rising to the sky, autumn equinox descending to the depths, calling winds and rain. Indeed, they were the most formidable species on this continent. Such a powerful demonic race appearing here. If they were here to attack the Sun Concealment Palace, both inner and outer disciples trembled with fear, unable to control their panic. The atmosphere around the scripture hall was enveloped in terror. At this moment, a loud voice rang out. Everyone, don't panic. This is merely a natural phenomenon. Everything is illusory. A figure then descended from the sky, landing in front of the scripture hall, exuding majesty. Recognizing this figure, the disciples seemed to grasp onto a lifeline, shouting in unison, "Greetings, Patriarch." The newcomer was Isai. With his arrival, numerous figures rushed over, alerting almost the entire upper echelon of the Sun Concealment Palace. Isai sternly instructed, "Elders, calm down your disciples and disperse them. Do not gather and cause more disturbance." Saying this, he stepped into the scripture hall. Second elder Jamie turned to greet him, bowing slightly. Isai came beside him, focusing on Royce. "This is a martial art divinity. It's indeed surprising. This kid's sword talent is unprecedented, enviable," Jamie praised softly. Isai nodded in agreement. "Patriarch, why isn't Lewis here? It's his time to shine." Hearing this, Isai's face darkened, hesitating. "I sent him on some errands outside the sect." Jamie nodded, not suspecting anything amiss. After a while, seeing that Royce showed no signs of stopping, Isai turned and said, "Please, Elder Deng, guard here and ensure no one disturbs him." "Rest assured, Patriarch." Jamie watched as Isai left, agreeing. Hashtag chapter 230. Night raid on Yunsong. War erupts again. 150 miles outside Yunsong City, amid the grasslands, flags flickered, concealing a cavalry force. This was none other than the Black Eagle Iron Cavalry of the Fengman tribe. At the forefront of the 2,000 Iron Cavalry stood a Enoch dressed in white, hands clasped behind his back. He was Herman, the current commander of the Black Eagle Iron Cavalry of the Fengman tribe. Mentioning this person, he was also an unparalleled military genius within the Fengman tribe. The former military deity Yamato had once said, "With Herman's talent, by the age of 35, he will surely replace me to become the pillar of Fengman's military for the next 30 years. After the Dragon Snake conflict ended with Amato's death, Herman naturally took command of Fengman's elite forces, the Black Eagle Iron Cavalry. That battle had been devastating for the Fengman tribe. They had initially agreed with the Tianfeng dynasty to trade Yunsong City for their alliance. However, due to various factors involving Baylor, Abdul, and multiple factions, Yunsong City managed to repel the Fengman forces, even costing them the life of their military deity Yamato. The Fengman tribe would not let this humiliation go unpunished. Khan Jedediah ordered the entire tribe to prepare for war against the Tianfeng dynasty, with Yunsong City as their first target to wipe away their previous defeat. After some preparations, they were finally ready to act. Tonight, they planned a night raid on Yunsong City. A cavalryman clad in light armor approached Herman from behind and greeted him. "Jacob pays respects to General." Herman nodded. "All going well?" Jacob responded in a low voice. "Though the journey has been arduous, our stealth is unmatched. We've encountered no scouts along the way." "Good," Herman replied. "Transmit my order. The entire army should regroup, start fires, and prepare meals. Eat well, rest well. Tonight we have a tough battle ahead." "Yes, sir." Jacob saluted. Immediately, the troops set up camp. The cooks boiled all the meat to ensure the soldiers ate heartily. Herman did not reserve provisions for himself or his men. If they took Yunsong City, whatever they wanted would be easily available. If not, as a vanguard unit, they didn't have much siege equipment. Failure would mean waiting for the main force to arrive before making further plans. Herman's objective for this mission was to gauge Yunsong's strength. Once the soldiers were well fed and rested, all but the necessary sentries began to sleep. Upon waking, their spirits soared, dispelling any lingering fatigue. Standing atop a hillock, Herman looked down at the dense mass of soldiers below, feeling a surge of heroism. These were his men, ready to follow his commands. His ambitions could finally unfold. Men were born with blood and passion in their bones, and Herman was no exception. As midnight approached, the soldiers were fully prepared. Herman took a deep breath and announced loudly, "This time, 1 enemy killed earns 10 coins. 10 enemies earn 100 coins. Great rewards bring out great warriors. Money can move mountains." This saying held true in any era. The soldiers' excitement grew as they clenched fists, eager for action. Seeing the high morale, Herman wasted no time and gave the order, "March forward. Night raid on Yunsong City." "Yes, sir." Jacob saluted again, leading the charge towards Yunsong City. Yunsong City remained tranquil, unaware of the imminent danger. It was deep into the early morning hours, and people were at their most drowsy. Some guards on the city walls dozed off, a lapse that sealed their fate. Jacob led 1,000 armored soldiers rapidly to the foot of Yunsong City. A sharp-eyed guard noticed them just as they arrived and started to shout, "Enemy!" But he only got out one word before being shot through the throat by an arrow from Jacob, collapsing dead. The sound of the falling body alerted the remaining guards. As they tried to understand what was happening, the Foeman archers had already set up ladders, and Jacob climbed the wall first. Meanwhile, Herman led the Black Eagle Iron Cavalry to provide cover fire with arrows. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A torrent of arrows rained down, instantly killing many defenders. With covering fire from below, Jacob and his shock troops quickly stormed the walls. It wasn't until now that Yunsong's defenders fully realized they were under attack. Enemy assault. Someone's attacking. Alarm drums immediately sounded, reverberating throughout the city. During these days, Hernan had been vigilant against the Foeman tribe, so the guards reacted quickly, though too late. Jacob wielded his long spear like a whirlwind, striking fear into anyone near him. Thud, thud, dozens fell into pools of blood. His troops, armed with curved sabers, charged left and right on the wall, overwhelming Yunsong's defenders. "Hurry, inform General Liu. Everyone else, hold the wall." A captain shouted orders, but in the next second, felt excruciating pain in his waist and tumbled forward, spouting blood. Jacob, appearing like a demon from hell, struck terror into the guards, forcing them to retreat. Jacob pursued relentlessly, single-handedly chasing nearly 100 retreating guards. Seeing this frenzy, Herman bellowed from below, "Secure the wall, open the gates." Jacob regained his composure, shouting, "Kill!" Despite being only 1,000 strong, the shock troops were heavily armed and unstoppable. The defenders were caught off guard. Many became casualties without realizing it. Jacob's fury unleashed like a god of death, slaying foes effortlessly. This demoralized the guards, leaving them powerless. Soon, the wall was overwhelmed, and the defenses crumbled. Rumble. Jacob reached the gate, lowered the drawbridge, and opened the doors. Herman led the Black Eagle Iron Cavalry, charging into the city like a tidal wave. However, a loud roar echoed from inside the gate. "You barbarians, halt! You shall die here!" Christo and Gerard led reinforcements, converging faster than expected, blocking the Foeman forces at the entrance. Fierce fighting erupted at the gate, a chaotic mix of battle cries, clashing weapons, and splattering blood echoing into the night. ####Chapter 231. A fly killed by a Divine Mansion realm expert. Before the gates of Finian City, the soldiers of the Wind Savages and the Heavenly Wind Dynasty were locked in fierce combat. Both sides fought fiercely over every inch of ground, pushing back and forth in a bloody stalemate. However, as time passed, Finian City, being the home territory, gradually gained the upper hand. Prince Hernan, the sixth prince, quickly responded to the situation. Large numbers of defenders and martial arts families rushed toward the city gates. Commander Herman's Black Eagle Iron Cavalry had lost their initial advantage and were now retreating step by step, gradually withdrawing from the city gate. After several more hours of deadlock, dawn broke. The soldiers of the Wind Savages suffered heavy losses and were almost completely driven out of the city gate, leaving any chance of capturing Finian City a distant dream. Seeing this, Herman decisively issued an order. Retreat. His loud command echoed across the battlefield, spreading far and wide. Following his orders, Jacob led the Black Eagle Iron Cavalry into a well-coordinated withdrawal. The Wind Savage soldiers covered their retreat methodically, maintaining discipline, making it impossible for the Finian forces to exploit any openings. All they could do was watch helplessly as their enemies left, leaving behind only a damaged city wall. Report to Lord City Defender, the Black Eagle Iron Cavalry attacked us at night. They clearly had a plan. A soldier reported to Hernan. This usually refined and elegant prince now wore a face full of anger. His handsome features twisted in fury. "Speak. How many casualties?" 5 short words squeezed out through gritted teeth. As soon as he spoke, the scene fell into an eerie silence. The soldier kept his head low, too afraid to look up. "Speak." At the sharp command, the soldier trembled before stammering, "Our side. Our side suffered over 10,000 casualties, and those savages? Less than 3,000. Silence filled the air, endless and suffocating. Finally, Hernan's laughter turned vicious. "Ha ha, very good indeed. 3,000 against 10,000. Not bad at all. I've told you all before that the Wind Savages would never give up and could attack any time. You useless fools nearly let them breach the gates." Hernan looked around, but no one dared to meet his gaze. At this moment, a scholar stepped forward. It was him who had suggested dealing with the Liu family in the Great Hall. "Matt, Nigel, what is it?" As he spoke, Hernan's eyes turned red, and his killing aura made Nigel, the scholar, instinctively take 2 steps back. Composing himself, Nigel continued, "Highness, during this battle, all the martial arts families in the city sent reinforcements except for one family." "What? Who?" Hearing this, Hernan's brows furrowed sharply. He was already furious from losing the fruits of his year-long efforts due to the surprise attack, which resulted in massive losses. Hearing that a family did nothing in this critical moment ignited his rage further. It was the Liu family. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere grew even tenser. Everyone knew about the tragedy that befell the genius Abdul, and suspected the prince might have plans for the Liu family. True enough, upon learning it was the Liu family, Ernan first froze, then his face darkened. Well done, the Liu family, you remain indifferent during an enemy invasion. Clearly, you have treasonous intentions. Nigel, take people to the Liu residence and put everyone under house arrest. No one leaves the Liu household. Nigel, pleased, quickly complied, gathering soldiers immediately. Many old hands in Finian remembered the sacrifices Abdul and the Liu family had made during past battles. But now, things were different. No one dared offend the sixth prince on behalf of the Liu family. Ernan scanned the crowd, noticing no one objected. Satisfied, he left. As soon as he was gone, murmurs erupted. The Liu family has fallen on hard times. They will probably have nowhere to stand in Finian. Not just Finian, maybe not even the entire Heavenly Wind dynasty. Our Highness is heartless. Without Abdul back then, sure, are you trying to die? You dare say this? Pity Abdul is dead. The Liu family is finished. General Liu and General Wei might not know yet. What can they do? Now the prince controls Finian. The higher the tree, the stronger the wind it catches. Suddenly, a soft cough interrupted them. Turning, they saw an elderly man approaching with a stern expression. Enemies are at our doorstep, and you're discussing behind backs instead of thinking of strategies. Do you want to lose your heads? It was Hernan's loyal servant, Carmelo. The ministers and generals hurriedly acknowledged him and dispersed like birds. Watching this, Carmelo shook his head. Initially, the prince wanted to use the Liu family to set an example, but now it seemed things might backfire. Especially among veterans who once fought alongside Abdul, the feeling of betrayal lingered. I must advise the Highness. Deciding this, the old man hurriedly followed after Ernan. Just as the fires of war reignited around Finian City, within the obscuring sun pavilion, outside the scripture library, the unusual phenomena in the heavens had dissipated after the night. Onlookers gradually dispersed, leaving only Grant sitting motionlessly at the entrance of the scripture library, his eyes closed. Despite his apparent stillness, no one dared approach him. Though he remained seated, his presence exuded suppressed power, ready to respond to any threat. Even the slightest movement would provoke the second elder's devastating attack. Moments earlier, several flies had flown by the southwest corner, producing a barely audible hum. In the next instant, a flash of cold light appeared, and several water arrows instantly pierced their bodies. A palm swept by, reducing them to ashes, all happening silently. The surrounding disciples stood frozen, awestruck by the swift display of power. In that moment, Grant had drawn a drop of water from his teacup and released a palm strike with perfect control, leaving the disciples amazed. Some even joked among themselves, these flies didn't expect to die at the hands of a divine mansion realm expert, the second elder of the obscuring sun pavilion. Haha, they died a worthy death. Time slowly passed as discussions continued. Just as the sun peaked above the horizon, a surge of spiritual energy flooded the scripture library. Grant's eyes snapped open, radiating intense brilliance. Is it coming to an end? Chapter 232. Martial Dao Divine Ability. 3 Styles of the Azure Dragon. As Grant opened his eyes, the scripture hall behind him became increasingly filled with spiritual energy. It was as if some precious celestial treasure had just appeared in the world. The old man moved swiftly, dashing to the door and gazing inside. Originally seated cross-legged, Abdul now stood upright, tightly gripping the Jinhan heavy sword in both hands. His aura was steadily rising. At this moment, the system's voice in his mind remained cold, but brought him immense joy. Ding! Congratulations, host. Beast Heart Extermination Sword has reached the state of returning to simplicity and purity, giving rise to the Martial Dao Divine Ability. Azure Dragon Slash. ***. Detected 3 styles of sword intent within the host, which are highly compatible with Azure Dragon Slash. Initiating trial contact. ***. They instantly connect, resonating deeply, and begin merging together. Merging progress. 55%. Merge obstructed. ***. As the new Martial Dao Divine Ability merged with the sword intent, Abdul felt warmth radiate from his formless sword bone. The warm current spread throughout his body, making him feel warmly enveloped. Moreover, his mind became incredibly clear, with countless sword techniques blending and converging in his thoughts. Simultaneously, Abdul felt as though he were standing on an ancient battlefield. His vision, once blurry, gradually became crystal clear. He saw a desolate, barren land, brimming with the aura of destruction, where a figure stood amidst the chaos. The air was filled with shouts and cries of battle, weapons clashing everywhere. From head to toe, the figure was clad in azure armor, holding a golden long sword in his right hand. A dragon's head adorned the hilt of the sword. The moment he appeared, a furious roar echoed from the depths of the battlefield. Kill! Innumerable beasts charged from the distance. Iron-backed wolf demons, silver-toothed fierce tigers, blood-winged crows, shadow cat demons. Above them floated a massive creature. Screech! A long howl reverberated across the sky. Abdul looked up to see a Ninglei-laying vulture suddenly spreading its wings, covered in steel-like feathers that gleamed under the sunlight. Black lightning coursed around its body, creating an oppressive presence. With one flap of its wings, the enormous creature rose, like a colossal cloud blocking the entire sky. Every warrior on the battlefield instinctively looked up, a chill running through their spines as a powerful aura, laden with death and destruction, surged toward the armored figure. The armored figure remained unperturbed. His mask dissolved, revealing an eerie yet handsome face with a carefree smile. In a calm voice he declared, "To die." With each step forward, the sword aura surrounding him grew more intense. Just as the Ninglei-laying vulture lunged at him, the sword aura peaked, hurling the vulture away with tremendous force. Dense clouds emerged, separating the warriors from the vulture. As the clouds expanded, the area became shrouded in mist, making it difficult to distinguish anything. Through the fog, a colossal figure could be faintly seen, coiling and twisting above the battlefield. Suddenly, the fog began to spin, forming a towering vortex. This scene left Abdul stunned. Am I not awakening a martial Dao divine ability? Confused, Abdul watched as the Ninglei Liaoying vulture regained its composure, fury building up because it sensed fear within itself, a feeling it could not tolerate. It let out a loud screech. Screech. Its feathers flared up, sharp like blades, slicing through the mist. The mist began to swirl and converge, eventually forming a gigantic dragon head, emitting a thunderous roar. The dragon tail whipped sideways, sweeping away the flying feathers. Boom! The sound dissipated, wind ceasing, leaving an eerie silence that felt like the end of all things. Meanwhile, a figure slowly materialized in the sky, floating calmly. Its eyes flashed with lightning, and its top knot extended into the clouds. In its right hand, a golden sword was encircled by azure currents, forming a dragon that coiled around it. Seeing this man, the Ninglei Liaoying vulture no longer seemed relaxed. It sensed a grave threat, the feeling of impending death. Surrounding demon beasts scattered wildly, clearly terrified. Humph, beast, go to hell. The man's words infuriated the vulture, whose eyes blazed with anger. Flapping its wings, it lunged with its claws, using its full strength. The man smiled, raising his sword vertically and slashing downward through the air. A slender, resilient thread of azure sword energy swiftly cut through. Swoosh! The Ninglei Liaoying vulture let out a terrible scream as a fearsome wound appeared on its otherwise impenetrable feathers. Blood spewed, staining the sky red. This is the Azure Dragon Slash? Recognizing the sword intent and power, Abdul's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was indeed the newly born martial Dao divine ability. Could these martial Dao divine abilities also be ancient legacies? Perhaps the peak of martial arts is not the end. Abdul fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, the Ninglei Liaoying vulture screeched in agony, but its wounds began healing at a visible speed, its powerful recovery halting the bleeding instantly. Then, with wings like knives, it sliced towards the man mid-air. The man, not daring to be complacent, blocked with his sword. The ensuing aerial battle between man and vulture was intense. At the same time, familiar incantations echoed in the sky. Strike to kill, pierce the heavens, slash the earth, who can stand against us? Guard to protect, repel heavenly retribution, block the spirits, immovable. Hide to accumulate power, still as a stone, swift as thunder, dragon hidden in mystery. Abdul's mind suddenly became clear, his heart racing. Ding, martial Dao divine ability. Azure Dragon Slash has merged with 3 styles of sword intent, giving birth to a new divine skill. 3 styles of the Azure Dragon. Raging Dragon Kill, Coiling Dragon Guard, Divine Dragon Hidden. This chapter describes Abdul's breakthrough in his martial cultivation as he awakens the divine ability of the Azure Dragon Slash. Amidst a vividly imagined ancient battlefield, Abdul faces a formidable opponent, the Ninglei Liaoying vulture, wherein he not only battles physically but also experiences the integration of his newfound skills and abilities. Chapter 233, First Trial of the Frenzied Dragon Slash. Inside the Sutra Pavilion, energy waves surged and rolled. If not for Edlin standing guard at the door from early on, the entire first floor would have been in disarray due to the chaotic energy caused by Royce. As time passed, the violent fluctuations of spiritual chi gradually subsided. Suddenly, Royce snapped his eyes open, 2 beams of green light shooting out like tangible entities. In the next second, Edlin, who was guarding the entrance, widened his eyes in shock. Royce's right arm shimmered with light, and a translucent image of a green dragon coiled around it. The green dragon bared its teeth and roared fiercely. Kid, what is this? Thank you, Elder Ding, for protecting me. This is precisely the martial art skill of the Beast Heart Extinguishing Sword, Green Dragon Slash. Upon hearing this, Edlin's face showed astonishment. The Beast Heart Extinguishing Sword was created by Rashad, and he had spent his entire life crafting this set of sword techniques. Moreover, he had not yet reached the level of returning to simplicity. The youth before him had achieved martial perfection in less than a year. This required not only understanding of swordsmanship and martial enlightenment, but also a bit of luck. This boy has boundless potential. Edlin sincerely marveled inwardly. However, Royce likely thought otherwise. Luck? Brothers, I rely on a cheat code. After a moment, Edlin regained his senses and looked at the young man with fiery excitement. Kid, let this old man see your green dragon slash. How about it? Honor commands compliance. Beside Royce, the sword case trembled as a long sword shot out and landed in his right hand. As soon as he gripped the sword, the green dragon on his right arm roared excitedly. Then, it wrapped itself around the blade with its claws. In no time, the dragon covered the entire sword, and the sword chi suddenly surged. It seemed as though the green dragon was continuously spitting and swallowing. Seeing this, Edlin felt even more delighted. However, he did not lose his composure. His figure flickered as he moved outside, his voice echoing in the room. This place is too cramped. Follow me? Naturally, Royce understood and bent his legs, leaping up. He instantly activated Tianwu Zhulang and closely followed Edlin. This display further amazed the elderly man. Tianwu Zhulang has also reached the subtle realm. You truly are a prodigy. The two raced forward, one after the other, rushing out of the Sutra Pavilion towards the distant dueling platform. Their appearance startled the disciples who had been waiting nearby. It's Elder Sure. He's come out. Who is that behind him? Unknown, but looks very young. Is it a disciple inside the Sutra Pavilion? Unlikely, someone who could cause such phenomena. I think, that person looks like Royce. A disciple said doubtfully. His words immediately silenced the surrounding discussions. Everyone turned to look at him. Who do you mean? That all-around genius, Royce? The disciple nodded. Previously, at Reed Kai's casino, I saw him. It's him. Upon hearing this, all present disciples were astonished. For a long time, an older inner disciple finally spoke. If it's true, this Royce is truly remarkable. All the disciples nodded in agreement. Royce's appearance indeed brought pressure and motivation to the Yin Rihal disciples. Afterwards, many disciples took him as an example, diligently practicing, leading to significant improvement in strength. But that's another story. Edlin led Royce in a hurried rush until they finally arrived at the dueling platform. This was the arena for duels within the Yin Rihal, usually quite desolate. At the moment, apart from the patrol enforcers, there was no one else around. Edlin and Royce's arrival genuinely surprised them. Who is it? But when they recognized Edlin, the enforcement disciples quickly bowed. Greetings, second elder. Edlin waved his hand. Step back, all of you. Yes. The enforcement disciples nodded and turned to leave. Suddenly, a young figure rushed over, appearing opposite the elder. Edlin smiled and nodded. Not bad, you kept up with me. His gentle demeanor genuinely shocked the enforcement hall disciples. When they glanced at Royce standing opposite the elder, they understood. Indeed, now only this popular genius could make the meticulous second elder smile. Dang elder, then I'll start my attack. Fine, go ahead. Edlin confidently extended his right hand, smiling. Seeing this, Royce did not hesitate, knowing he couldn't injure his opponent. True chi surged around him, and his peak stage cultivation reached its peak. He raised the long sword from below, slashing upwards fiercely. A roaring green dragon spun and swiftly shot out. Within the twisting body of the green dragon, sword chi flashed intermittently. This was the fusion of the killing intent and green dragon slash. Frenzied dragon slash. The wind battered Edlin, making his robes flutter. His eyes flashed with seriousness. The crane, snake, monkey, bear, tiger, lion, Sang Lao Tu's beast swords fully capture these creatures' characteristics. But he never imagined his disciple would develop a dragon sword technique, which is the divine dragon. The elder inwardly marveled. Though he was at the divine mansion stage, he had never seen a real dragon. Such terrifying creatures existed only in legends and books, reputed to possess immense power. Earlier, the celestial anomaly, the green dragon bathed in thunder and mist, left those disciples speechless. Even the elders felt an intense pressure. Lost in thought, the frenzied dragon slash had already hit him. Edlin waved his long sleeves, deploying a barrier of powerful true chi. Bang! The green dragon, accompanied by sword chi, collided directly with the true chi barrier, producing a dull thud. However, it didn't stop there. Edlin clearly felt the dragon's continuous rotation and frantic disruption of his true chi. 1/10 of his strength could barely hold it off. Such overwhelming power was unexpected. Seeing this, the elder became serious, exerting his strength to 3/10. Only then did he manage to block the frenzied dragon slash. Moments later, the green dragon dissipated, and Royce's sword shattered under the strain. Elder Dang is indeed formidable. Your junior concedes. Hearing this, Edlin laughed scoldingly. Spending a lifetime cultivating to this level, if I were so easily surpassed, where would I put this old face? But your move is stronger than you imagined. The elder praised without reserve. Just then, a voice rang out from above. Indeed, not bad. Hashtag chapter 234, Beast Siege. Abdul felt a chill and looked up. He saw a figure gracefully approaching from the main hall, which was far from the martial arena. It was none other than the master of Yari Pavilion, Ivor. Greetings, sect leader. Abdul respectfully bowed. Beside him, Mohammed laughed loudly. What do you think, sect leader? Elder Sang's disciple exceeds your expectations, doesn't he? Ivor smiled and nodded lightly. Indeed, he is quite impressive. By the way, sect leader, Old Dang, why isn't my master here? Abdul asked. He had cultivated the Beast Heart Annihilation Sword technique to its purest state and successfully developed a martial art godly technique. Such a significant event would usually cause Rashad to appear. However, now he seemed to have vanished without a trace. Upon hearing this, Mohammed also glanced over with a questioning look in his eyes. Ivor paused for a moment before replying. The Blood Deity sect has become increasingly rampant within Beijiang County. The four sects are preparing to discuss countermeasures together. I dispatched Elder Sang to handle it. Hearing this, Mohammed did not suspect anything unusual. However, Abdul was filled with doubt. If Rashad had left, he would have informed him beforehand. Leaving without a word, especially after Abdul expressed suspicion about Bowen, couldn't help but make Abdul feel uneasy. Just then, Ivor suddenly spoke again. By the way, I remember you're from Yunsong City, right? Yes, disciple is indeed from Yunsong, Abdul replied, slightly puzzled at first but then realizing something and quickly responding. There's been news that the Foeman tribe is attacking Yunsong City once more, and they've allied with the beast races. What? Ivor's words startled Mohammed. An alliance with the beast races meant this was a racial conflict. Unless the Foeman succeeded in overthrowing the Tianfeng dynasty, they would face public condemnation. What deep-seated enmity could drive the Khan of Foeman to make such a decision? In contrast, Abdul didn't seem overly surprised, having already received information from Amrit within the Sword Tomb. Sect leader, my family is still in Yunsong. Therefore, I wish to leave the mountain to assist them. Abdul bowed deeply as he said this. Ivor nodded. It's understandable. I agree, you may go. Though simple, Abdul felt like Ivor was urging him away. Nevertheless, he couldn't worry about that now. With a brief bow, he turned and left. Watching Abdul's departing back, Ivor narrowed his eyes coldly. Meanwhile, Yunsong City was bracing itself for the first wave of the beast attack. Christo and Gerard were leading troops on patrol along the city walls. Suddenly, a dramatic change occurred. Screech, screech. The sky was filled with swift, furious cries as everyone looked up. Under the blazing sun, a vast cloud of shadows rapidly approached Yunsong City. Not good, those are flying beasts? They're black eagles. Christo's face changed as he urgently signaled his companions. They sprinted as fast as they could. As the eagles dove, they emitted terrifying screeches that reverberated downwards. Even at a distance, their sharp cries were startling and chilling. While running, Christo was stunned to see the diving black eagles clutching stones of various sizes. This revelation made him curse loudly. Those savages indeed conspired with the beast races. He was correct. These eagles wouldn't understand such tactics without intelligent command. Christo shouted to Gerard sternly, "Old way, get the soldiers off the walls." Then he rushed into a watchtower. Just as he entered, screech! A particularly piercing cry echoed through the sky, signaling something. All black eagles instantly accelerated in a steep dive. As they passed overhead, they released their claws, dropping dozens of stones. Bang 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 bang. Amidst the deafening roar of wind, the stones plummeted like cannonballs. One by one, explosions sounded as many soldiers who failed to retreat in time met grim fates, blood splattering everywhere, turning to pulp. Shouts of rage, agony, and destruction filled the air. Christo surveyed the scene, his gaze locking onto a colorful bird among the black eagles. Unknown by name, this creature was clearly the leader. I didn't expect flying beasts. This is trouble. With these creatures in the air, Xiuxian City faced unprecedented peril. Ordinary soldiers and low-level warriors couldn't pose a threat to them. Using powerful bows would only increase casualties. Xiuxian's defenders would be gradually exhausted by these beasts. Yet worrying now was pointless. He needed to focus on surviving this attack. Christo remained calm and composed, thanks to his psychological resilience forged through countless battles. Suddenly, the giant, colorful bird spotted him. Screech! With its cry, the black eagle shifted direction, all heading towards Christo's watchtower. So, you want to target me? Bring it on. Seeing the swarm rushing at him, Christo showed no fear, only a hint of excitement. Bang bang bang. Above the watchtower, dense sounds rang out as the eagles concentrated their remaining firepower, aiming to collapse it. Those without stones dove straight at Christo. Armed with a powerful bow, Christo remained fearless. Arrow after arrow pierced the black eagles' bodies. Screaming, the eagles fell from the sky, convulsing briefly before going still. Crash! Rocks rained down like hail, shaking the watchtower precariously. Eventually, the intense pounding ceased as the eagles ran out of stones. But the watchtower, under the strain, began to tilt. Furious at the heavy losses, the colorful bird flapped its massive wings, descending swiftly. Its claws slammed forcefully atop Christo's lookout. Screech! With a loud crack, the four pillars supporting the tower snapped, causing it to collapse inward. The sudden motion gave Christo no time to escape. In a flash, he grabbed a large shield. Pushing upward with both arms, he deflected falling debris with inner energy. As the bird bore down, Christo summoned his strength to meet it head-on. Boom! The entire watchtower crumbled into dust upon impact. Chapter 235, truly convinced by the sixth prince. Old Blue! Gerard screamed in despair as he gazed at the collapsed watchtower. The Cloud Veneration defenders were equally anxious, but the black eagles continued to circle in the sky, leaving them helpless even if they wished to take action. Fortunately, after the monstrous bird took flight again, it did not order further attacks, but instead let out a piercing cry and flew off towards the grasslands with its flock of black eagles. As the creatures left, Gerard and the soldiers rushed toward where Christo was located. Old Lou! General Lou! With great effort, everyone frantically dug Christo from beneath the rubble. His arms were bent irregularly, obviously broken, and his head was bleeding profusely. He had lost consciousness. Gerard carefully checked and found that Christo still had a pulse, allowing him to exhale in relief. Hurry, carry General Lou back to camp and get the army doctor over there. He shouted loudly. The soldiers placed Christo on a stretcher and carried him off the wall. Gerard then hurried to the city governor's residence with a grave expression. After half an incense stick's time, all the civil and military officials had gathered at the city governor's office. Hernan sat above, his face indecipherable, not uttering a word. Those below dared not speak either, not even daring to breathe loudly. Eventually, Gerard could no longer hold back and stepped forward. Matt, now that the beasts have joined forces with the savages, it's inevitable. We must quickly devise a strategy, otherwise, Cloud Veneration City may not be able to hold. Hernan snapped back to reality and asked, "What do you think?" Carmelo beside him stepped forward and bowed slightly. Matt, we must immediately request aid from the capital. With the involvement of the beast race, it is beyond what Cloud Veneration City can handle. We need the Emperor's decree to command the Songlong army from the prefecture to come to our aid. Any delay could lead to disaster. The other officials also agreed. Indeed, the involvement of the beast race was serious business involving racial conflict which required cautious handling from the Tianfeng dynasty. Very well, I'll send a message to my father. Hernan sighed lightly, turning toward the study without paying attention to the others. It was quite a blow for him. If not for the dire circumstances, he wouldn't have sought help from his cold-blooded father. That night, a messenger albatross departed from Cloud Veneration, heading for the capital. Meanwhile, the Imperial City had already received news. In the Imperial City, Lingyun Pavilion, Emperor Trevor sat upon his throne with three people standing below him, National General Vic, Chancellor Homer, and Hu Bin Marquis Chu Chan. These three were the pillars of the Tianfeng dynasty, and the ones Emperor Trevor relied on most. The Wind Barbarian tribe has risen in rebellion. According to reports, they are allied with the beast race and are attacking our frontier towns across the board. What do you think about this situation? Chancellor Homer stepped forward. Despite only being in his 40s, he exuded an elegant aura with intelligent eyes. Your Majesty, the four major sects in Beijiang Prefecture, including Dianxing Gate and Chuanqiu Dao Palace, have clearly stated they will not provide military aid. As for the Imperial Sword City, no information has been revealed yet. Upon hearing this, a majestic aura emanated from Trevor, enveloping the entire hall. If my memory serves, the two disciples Dianxing Gate accepted during the Dragon Snake contest were both from the Wind Barbarian tribe, correct? Yes, indeed. Both are sons of high-ranking officials from the Wind Barbarian tribe, replied Homer earnestly. In that case, can we be sure they remain neutral? The moment the words left Trevor's mouth, the atmosphere became eerily quiet. After a long pause, Homer responded. According to the intelligence, the two Wind Barbarian disciples from Xiuxian Gate have left the sect and are headed towards the battlefield. His words caused the air pressure to drop abruptly, filled with a cold, fierce energy. Everyone in the hall, including eunuchs, fell to their knees, knowing full well that Trevor, the ruler of the Tianfeng dynasty, was enraged. Trevor stood up suddenly, shattering the throne beneath him. He asked in a slow, deliberate tone, "Is this true?" Homer, drenched in cold sweat, replied nonetheless. "Yes, your majesty, it's true." Instantly, the hall turned icy cold, howling winds blinding everyone present. A bunch of incompetence, audacity beyond belief. Suddenly, the wind stopped, and silence engulfed the hall as though all life had ceased. In the midst of the fear, Trevor's voice sounded once more, brimming with wrath. "Order all personnel to stop all other intelligence operations and focus solely on monitoring the Wind Barbarian grassland and the beast race's every move. Report to me immediately with any developments. Also, dispatch the Songlong army to reinforce Cloud Veneration City immediately. For the Wind Barbarian tribe, I want them to pay the price. At once." Though his voice was calm, the killing intent within was chilling. "We obey your command." National General Vic clasped his fists and replied seriously. On the other side, Homer hesitantly asked, "Your Majesty, what about Xiuxian Gate?" Trevor scoffed. "Let them be for now. Once the crisis on the front lines is resolved, we'll deal with them. A mere second-tier sect dares to play games like this, courting death. What about the other sects?" Trevor pondered for a moment before continuing. "Imperial Sword City is still observing. I imagine the Yenri Hall will not stand idly by." Homer's words earned a nod from Trevor. "The Yenri Hall has always been friendly, and I've provided significant support. This time, they won't sit by and do nothing." Not only that, in the Dragon Snake contest, the young man from Cloud Veneration joined the Yenri Hall. "Oh." Trevor raised an eyebrow, deep in thought. "I remember that boy. Wasn't he declared dead in the Sword Tomb?" Could it be? A flash of surprise crossed Trevor's face. "That's right. Confirmed intelligence. Abdul has returned to the Yenri Hall, not only unharmed but also defeated the recently advanced core disciple Dennis, making a name for himself." Interesting. To come out of the Sword Tomb unscathed, interesting indeed. Trevor showed a hint of curiosity. This boy hails from Cloud Veneration. He'll certainly come to its aid. "Your Majesty." Before Trevor could finish, Homer interrupted, hesitant. He heard of Abdul's death, the sixth prince. Trevor furrowed his brows, pondering for a moment. Did he make a move against the Liu family? Homer did not reply but nodded slightly. Trevor couldn't help but feel exasperated, truly convinced by this sixth prince. Reflecting on it, he could find no solution, so he said, "Closely monitor changes in Cloud Veneration. Report immediately if anything goes wrong." "Yes, your Majesty." The four then briefly discussed the battle plan before dispersing. Chapter 236, Breaking the Wind Camp's Welcoming Challenge. 3 days later, Beijiang County, Bilsuo River. The Songlong Army's Breaking Wind Camp was currently stationed here. The Bilsuo River is the only waterway running between the grasslands and Yuncheng City. The moat outside the city walls is supplied by this river. They received reliable intelligence that a group of aquatic beasts would once again be heading downstream to reinforce the Fengman tribe. On this day, as the guards were patrolling the encampment, they suddenly heard hoofbeats in the distance. Turning around, they saw a young man with a sword case on his back riding swiftly towards them. "Stop right there. Who are you?" "I am a disciple of the Yenri Hall, specifically sent to support the Breaking Wind Camp." This newcomer was none other than Abdul. After gathering intelligence at the Yenri Hall, he decided to travel by water to Yuncheng City. Hearing that the Breaking Wind Camp of the Songlong Army was intercepting beasts here, he made a special trip. However, his arrival was not as welcome as he had imagined. A burly general surrounded by armored soldiers approached him. "From the Yenri Hall?" "Yes, here's my identification." Abdul showed his waist plaque. The general took it, glanced briefly, and then tossed it back carelessly. "My name is Ares, commander of the Breaking Wind Camp. There will be many beast creatures in the Bilsuo River soon. You'd better behave, and don't try to be a hero." He then turned to look at one of his soldiers and said, "Take him to his quarters and treat him well." With that, he walked away without another word. As he left, he muttered under his breath, "Damn, these disciples from sects always come during wars to build up their credentials, no real skills but always pretending to be chivalrous." Abdul sensed their disdain toward him. Two soldiers approached, grinning mockingly. "Young sir, let me take you to your quarters." They turned and walked away, ignoring Abdul's feelings. Abdul followed them, eyes flickering with thoughts. They must think I'm just another useless person. This is clearly meant to intimidate me, to make me back off. Soon they arrived at a camp area. A long corridor filled with an unpleasant smell greeted them. Bloodstains and damaged armor lined the walls, evidence of fierce battles. Following the two men, Abdul reached the last building, a row of low, dilapidated wooden huts. They stopped at the second hut from the left. One of the guides kicked open the door to reveal a simple wooden room with only a few cots inside. The lead soldier pointed inside with a grin. "Well, this is your room." The other soldier added sarcastically, "Luckily for you, this is the biggest room, and only one person lives here now. It's not as cramped as the others. They should still be out on patrol. You can settle in." Abdul nodded, having braced himself mentally. Given Ares' attitude earlier, he knew it wouldn't be easy. So, it wasn't just about the poor environment. Something else was planned? "Alright, young sir, don't wander around too much. Hope you enjoy your night." The two soldiers winked and left with a smug smile. Abdul frowned, puzzled by their lack of hostility, but he detected a hint of schadenfreude in their voices. The problem must lie with the current occupant. Abdul closed the door, lay down on the bed, and began to meditate. To him, this military camp posed no threat. Even Ares, at the peak of innate cultivation, was no concern. Strength would resolve any scheme easily. What he needed to think about was his next move. In the southwest part of the camp center, inside Ares' main tent, he calmly asked his subordinates, "How did it go? What did that boy say?" "Boss," he didn't say anything, just quietly moved in. One soldier chuckled, adding, "After tonight, when the thing returns from patrol, things will get interesting." Ares scolded them sternly. "Enough. Remember, he is also your comrade." The two soldiers nodded and slowly exited the tent, exchanging glances full of sinister intentions. Time passed as the sky darkened outside the window. Abdul rested and ate a bit before becoming restless, hoping Ares would act soon. Footsteps approached outside. Abdul rose and peered out the window. In the sunset's glow, 3 large boats and several small ones appeared on the Bilsua River. They docked, and a mass of figures disembarked, marching toward the camp. They carried themselves with grim determination, clearly veterans of fierce battles. Every face bore signs of exhaustion and heaviness, making the scene very oppressive. These must be the Breaking Wind camp soldiers. Looks like the battle went poorly. Why did the Foeman tribe choose to ally with the beast race? Abdul murmured to himself, feeling both heavy-hearted and concerned for his father. Suddenly, the crowd dispersed as darkness enveloped the camp area. Footsteps approached Abdul's hut. Here they come. The door opened with a crisp sound. A gaunt Enoch in tattered armor stood there, carrying a long spear streaked with dried blood. Seeing Abdul, he froze momentarily, staring with a mix of shock and something strange. Abdul smiled and waved. "Hello, brother." Unexpectedly, the man remained unresponsive, staring intently at him. For a moment, they locked eyes in awkward silence. The situation grew increasingly uncomfortable. Chapter 237, Departed Soul. Abdul stood opposite the Enoch, and for a moment, neither spoke. After a while, it became clear that the man had accepted Abdul's presence. He then put down his spear and walked towards the wooden bed. As he passed by Abdul, the man's voice finally broke the silence. "Who are you? New here?" His voice was hoarse, weak, with a pale and bruised look on his face. Abdul strongly suspected this man could die at any moment. "I'm new and have been assigned to live here," Abdul replied. Upon hearing this, the Enoch fell silent for a moment, then nodded lightly. "Oh." He proceeded to lie down on the bed opposite Abdul, still in full armor. Throughout all this, he ignored Abdul entirely, until snores began to fill the room, bringing Abdul back to reality. "What? I've been ignored?" Abdul scrutinized the man again, feeling a growing sense of unease and disappointment. He had expected someone fierce and terrifying to share the room, given Ares' unusual arrangement. Yet, this emaciated man left him puzzled. He couldn't believe that the openly disdainful Ares had a change of heart. Is he planning something for tomorrow? No, this guy is just off. Abdul pondered but still felt something was amiss, especially considering the man's odd reaction earlier. His brows furrowed as he tentatively asked again, "I'm Abdul. What's your name?" Silence greeted him. Endless, unyielding silence. All he got in response was the man's back of the head and deafening snoring. This man is strange. Abdul squinted, observing the man for a moment before withdrawing his gaze. There were always various kinds of people in this world. If this man was merely reclusive and taciturn, it would be fine. Otherwise, things were certainly fishy. Recalling the patrol soldier's smirks, Abdul was certain this situation wasn't simple. Although the man looked frail, there was something peculiar about him. Soldiers who made it into the Songlong army's wind-breaking camp weren't ordinary characters either. With these thoughts, Abdul returned to his bed. The steady snoring from the opposite bed didn't let up, but Abdul remained vigilant. With his enhanced cultivation, his senses stayed heightened, detecting even the slightest disturbance around him immediately. Meanwhile, outside, Little Green, the child servant, stood shivering in the cold wind, diligently practicing his skills under the system's influence, maintaining both body and mind in a state of relaxation. Time ticked by. Darkness enveloped everything, and all was silent. After an undetermined amount of time, Abdul suddenly heard rustling beside him. Immediately alert, he sat up and turned toward the man. In that instant, his pupils constricted as if witnessing something shocking. In the pitch-black darkness, the sleeping Enoch had somehow risen. His body swayed, eyes glowing eerily green, staring directly at Abdul. The silence was oppressive. Staring into those unsettling glowing eyes, Abdul frowned, sensing no human emotions, only cruelty and hunger. A starved beast eyeing a delicious piece of meat. Just like the zombies outside, it chilled him to the bone. So this is why, looking at the ghastly green eyes, Abdul now understood Ares' intentions. If his guess was correct, the man was either possessed by an evil spirit or haunted by a ghost. Ares must have planned for this man to scare him off. Abdul slowly stood, stretched, and asked lightly, "Brother, are you still conscious?" Unsurprisingly, his question elicited no response. The man simply stared intently, his Adam's apple bobbing as if swallowing saliva. Abdul was speechless. This creature was eyeing him hungrily. Does he think I'm food? Muttering to himself, Abdul didn't reach for the sword case beside him. Given his experiences, he didn't need to draw his sword against this man. The Enoch couldn't hold back any longer, staggering toward Abdul, emitting a raspy sound. "I want meat." Hungry, Abdul grimaced. Damn, how revolting. The man's veins bulged grotesquely, his face deathly pale and eyes glowing green, like a demon risen from hell, yet making such sounds. It was surreal. "I want meat." Abdul couldn't stand it anymore and barked, "Back off." He lunged forward, fingers outstretched like a blade, striking powerfully at the man's chest. Bang! The force sent the man flying backward, crashing into the bed with a loud thud, breaking it instantly. Abdul watched calmly as the man, seemingly impervious to pain, slowly climbed out of the shattered wood. Hunched over, drooling, those soulless green eyes locked onto Abdul once more, muttering creepily, "Eat! Hungry! I want meat!" His last words turned into a shrill roar, reverberating through the night air, as if the heavy blow had done nothing. "This noise is driving me crazy," Abdul cursed, striding forward. Simultaneously, the Enoch opened his mouth, revealing a set of sharp teeth, lunging at Abdul like a zombie. Facing this horrifying scene, Abdul smirked silently. Stepping forward, he twisted his waist and slapped the man hard across the face. Slap. The man's emaciated body spun around several times, landing on the ground, stirring up dust. Meat. Several teeth flew out. Nevertheless, he subconsciously pushed himself up with his arms. Step. Before he could rise, Abdul appeared beside him like a ghost, stomping forcefully on his back. Under the tremendous pressure, the man was pinned to the ground, spitting blood. In the dark, Abdul's eyes blazed with indescribable ferocity as he raised his fists and pummeled the man relentlessly. Blood splattered everywhere, and soon, the Enoch lay motionless and lifeless, covered in bruises and gore. He's dead already? Chapter 238. Don't go, let's play a bit. Abdul clapped his hands and straightened his body. After venting his frustration, the anguish in his heart had finally eased considerably. He did not hold back against the man before him. Since his comrades had brought this man to him, he certainly wouldn't be merciful. Reclining on the wooden plank bed to calm his anger, Abdul muttered to himself, "I suppose Ares will send someone soon?" He had no intention of actively seeking out the other party. After all, he had just arrived and was unfamiliar with the surroundings. Moreover, from his perspective, whether it was Ares or the two patrolling soldiers, they would all be too curious not to come and check. Since there were guides willing to lead the way, why should he trouble himself by searching everywhere? Abdul sat up straight, gazing at the pitch-black night outside. His mood inexplicably improved. This night is destined to be anything but peaceful. I truly hope they come quickly. Sure enough, as he had anticipated, just a short distance from the wooden cabin, two figures were stealthily peeking around. They were none other than the bodyguards who had brought Abdul here in the afternoon. They kept glancing in Abdul's direction, whispering to each other, "Do you think that kid will wet his pants tonight? From what I've seen, he'll probably get devoured." "That won't happen. That kid is also a disciple of the sect. Otherwise, the commander wouldn't have done this. TCH, you haven't seen when that star of death goes berserk. His strength is immense, almost like a monster. That kid is in deep trouble, he." The two snickered, looking gleefully malicious, clearly not valuing Abdul's life at all. The star of death they mentioned was unremarkable in appearance, typically quiet and reserved. However, he was a hated and feared figure throughout the camp. Not a single soldier was willing to share a room with him. The reason for this aversion stemmed from an incident one midnight when a soldier sharing a room with him was bitten through the throat and skinned alive in his sleep. By morning, the entire room reeked of blood, and the star of death was found sound asleep, covered in blood, next to a mutilated corpse riddled with bite marks. What was even more terrifying was that once he woke up, he couldn't remember what he had done. Later investigations revealed that during a previous mission to exterminate evil spirits, he had been possessed by a ghost spirit, losing one of his 7 souls. At midnight, he would transform into a mindless, pain-insensitive cannibal, consuming any living thing nearby. Ares despised these young sect disciples who came to gain experience in the military and harbored prejudice against Abdul. Therefore, he wanted to use this method to scare Abdul away. As for his life, the sect disciple should have martial skills to protect himself. If he really died, well, then he was nothing but waste, directly thrown into the Bilua River. As the two were chatting, a muffled loud noise suddenly rang out, breaking the silence of the night and cutting their conversation short. Boom. It frightened the two men so much that their bodies shivered involuntarily. In the next moment, an inhuman roar erupted, not something humans could make. Coming back to their senses, they exchanged mischievous grins. "It seems to have started. Why such a huge commotion? We should go take a look." They headed upstairs as the intense pounding grew louder. However, it soon subsided, and silence returned to the cabin. Dead so fast? Such a wimp. The two glanced at each other, growing increasingly uneasy and unconsciously quickening their pace. Hearing footsteps in the corridor, Abdul slowly opened his eyes and murmured, "They came quite quickly." Then, he rolled out of bed, approached the dead man, and a sinister smile spread across his lips. "Sorry." Suddenly, he leaned down, grabbed the corpse by the hair, stepped on it with both feet, and used his arm strength to yank the head off. Crack! At the same time, the two soldiers had reached the door. Glancing at each other, they kicked it open. A wave of pungent blood smell hit them as they witnessed Abdul separating the head from the body. Inside the room, the thick stench of blood made it nauseating. A large pool of red blood flowed across the floor toward their feet. Under the moonlight, Abdul stood next to a blood-soaked, headless corpse, holding a round object dripping with liquid. With bulging eyes and a sinister expression, he was unmistakably holding a human head, one they knew all too well. The two felt their scalps tingle, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Abdul slowly raised his head, looking at them with a bright smile. "Oh gentlemen, it's so late and you're still awake. Is there something you need?" A chill ran up the soldiers' spines, spreading rapidly. "No. We were just passing by." "Ah, that's too bad. I was just playing a game with my new roommate. Why don't you two stay and join us?" Abdul chuckled and walked toward them. The two saw him like a demon from hell, feeling their blood run cold. They waved their hands frantically. "No, don't disturb you. We're leaving." They turned to flee, but the scene darkened as Abdul appeared before them at blinding speed, grinning menacingly. "Don't go, let's play a bit." The two panicked completely. Who was playing with whom here? Even if it was a game, this was beyond impossible. "Save me, dear mother." Abdul's words, combined with the bloody head in his hand, sounded like a death knell. A cold wind blew past them, causing shivers as their clothes became drenched in cold sweat. Thump, thump. Both fell to their knees, kowtowing desperately, their voices hoarse and stuttering. Please spare us. We were only following orders. Their faces were deathly pale, and they looked like terrified beasts. They never expected this young man, who arrived in the afternoon, to be so brutal. Instead of being scared by the star of death, he had decapitated him in a gruesome manner. Abdul's serene smile, while holding the head, was a sight that terrified them more deeply than anything. Indeed, they were the ones who were utterly terrified. So frightening. Chapter 239. Don't come any closer. Bringing his gaze to rest on the two kneeling soldiers before him, Abdul curled the corners of his mouth into a faint smile. Oh, so that's how it is. As he spoke, he casually dropped the severed head onto the ground, letting it roll in the pool of blood. My roommate lost badly in a game and wanted to eat me, so I killed him. Is there a problem with that? The light sound of the rolling head made their eyelids twitch uncontrollably. They felt limp all over, barely managing a forced smile. Oh, of course not. Confronted by this terrifying young man, the overwhelming shock and fear left them not daring to voice even the slightest objection. Very good. Abdul crouched down, his eyes meeting the gazes of the two men prostrated before him, speaking softly. Since that's the case, would you please help me dispose of the body? It's still early, and I intended to get some more sleep. The two men's lips quivered as they nodded rapidly. Of course, no worries. Although they longed to run back immediately and inform Ares, the current terrifying situation made them too afraid to refuse Abdul's request. Thereupon, Abdul lay back down on his bed. His figure was completely obscured by the darkness as he silently watched their actions. The two soldiers hoisted up the comrade's body and ran out of the room without looking back. Watching their retreating figures, Abdul's lips curved slightly. I'll have to trouble you two to show me the way? He moved swiftly, disappearing from the room, leaving it completely empty. Sure enough, upon stepping out of the wooden cabin shivering, the two men immediately threw the corpse aside and ran towards the main camp. Abdul concealed himself and calmly followed them. Meanwhile, inside Ares' tent, which was brightly lit and strikingly visible against the darkness, this leader of the wind-breaking camp was frowning as he reviewed the casualty report. Suddenly, a scream sounded outside the door, followed by hurried footsteps. General, bad news? In the next second, two guards burst in, looking flustered. Outrageous. You're making such a commotion. What does it look like? General, that boy killed someone? Ares frowned and asked. What boy? Who did he kill? Be clear. The two guards calmed themselves and slowly reported. General, that disciple of the concealing sun temple killed the Death Star? What? That's right. Hearing their report, Ares' expression darkened, fury rising within him. You mean the kid directly slaughtered that Death Star? Yes, and he tore off the head with brute force. General, you should have seen the blood everywhere. Seeing the two subordinates' panic-stricken expressions, Ares' face showed displeasure. One inexperienced brat scares you two into this state. You're both useless. The two guards remained silent, bowing their heads without a word. Ares stroked his chin. He wasn't a rash person. He had witnessed what happened when the soldier was possessed. Since the boy could kill him, he must have some skill. It seems this kid has some substance. But here, dragons must lie low, and tigers must crouch. Ares' eyes narrowed, emitting a faint aura of killing intent. After all, he was at the peak of the innate realm. He had encountered disciples from prestigious sects before, whose martial arts might be higher. But their combat experience and life-or-death fighting abilities were negligible. In his eyes, these disciples from prestigious sects were all pampered flowers. Coming to the army was merely for fame. And for one individual, many lives would be lost. That's why he despised disciples from sects. With that thought, Ares turned back to the report on the table, dismissively saying, Don't worry, I'll deal with the kid myself at dawn. Just then, a mocking voice came from outside the door. No need to wait till dawn. I'm here. The sound sent chills down the spines of Ares' two subordinates. This demon-like voice, they wouldn't forget it. Both stood up abruptly and stumbled beside Ares, stammering. General, it's him. Rubbish. What do you look like? Ares coldly reprimanded, his eyes fixed forward. The tent curtain was lifted, and Abdul's figure slowly stepped inside. A smile hung on his face as he looked at Ares and chuckled. Commander Pei, weren't you looking for me? I've come. I think there's been a misunderstanding between us. Misunderstanding? You intruded into our main camp. I have every reason to suspect you're a spy of the demon race. Ares put down the paper and slowly picked up the battle saber beside him. Killed my brother and dared to show your face? Boy, you've got guts. Do you even know what fear is? Initially, he found Ares diligent despite harboring prejudice against him. So late yet checking on the troops, not a bad commander. But the attitude just reignited his anger. Abdul spread his hands, shrugged his shoulders, and said, Do teach me what fear is, Commander Pei. Speaking of which, did you say that ghost-possessed guy was your brother? You really are ruthless, sending him to his death. His words riled up Ares' anger. Words stopped at his throat, powerless to rebut. In a fit of rage, the saber suddenly flashed as it was drawn. Then let me send you to your death. He lunged at incredible speed, steel blade slicing toward Abdul's head. However, what seemed incredibly fast to others appeared too slow to Abdul. With a step aside, he dodged effortlessly. Then, with a swift slap on the opponent's face, he exerted immense force. Bang! Ares' robust body was hurled away by the sheer force and slammed hard into the ground. At this moment, he felt dazed, as if his body was breaking apart, pain unbearable. Abdul lifted him single-handedly, face cold. So weak. I can't understand what makes you proud. Staring up at the youth inches from him, Ares' eyes widened. Shock was clearly visible on his face, even overshadowing the pain. How could this guy be so strong? His experience and combat awareness didn't even get a chance to be utilized. To be knocked down so easily, bones shattered. How could this be possible? Don't give me that look. If you weren't from the Songlong army, you'd already be dead. Abdul tossed him aside like a ragdoll. The other two soldiers in the room now looked at Abdul only with sheer terror. Watching him take a step closer, Ares' two personal guards collapsed on the ground, waving their hands frantically and yelling, "Don't come any closer." Note, the original Chinese text contains a lot of dialogue. In order to maintain the same paragraph structure and line breaks, the translation closely follows the original layout, resulting in shorter sentences being kept as separate lines rather than merged. Chapter 240, Dooming Your Family to Eternal Ruin. Inside the tent, Abdul ignored the three terrified individuals. He walked straight to the writing desk, sat in the main seat, and started browsing through the documents on the table. On this side, Ares struggled to stand up, trembling as he pointed at Abdul and stammered, "Why you are a transcendent realm expert?" The quiver in his voice revealed his inner terror. He hadn't expected an unknown young man to be more powerful than himself, possibly even a transcendent realm expert. At this moment, Ares deeply regretted underestimating him. Today, he might die here because of his bias. "Who are you?" Ares roared, his once stern face twisted in pain and anger. Springing up from the ground, he charged forward again. He refused to believe it. Maybe it was just an illusion earlier. Abdul stood calmly, not showing any tension. As Ares approached, Abdul slightly sidestepped. The knife whizzed past him, and Abdul thrust out his finger like a sword, a cold light flashing. A burst of blood spurted as the sword chi pierced through Ares' right shoulder. Overwhelmed by intense pain, Ares felt all his strength draining away. Clang! His steel blade fell to the ground, and his body crashed heavily into the dirt, kicking up dust. Abdul quickly retreated a few steps to avoid being splattered with blood. Calmly observing Ares, blood dripped from his fingers. Seeing their general so easily subdued, the two remaining guards trembled uncontrollably. They couldn't believe how ruthless this youth was, incapacitating Ares, their leader and the strongest of the Breaking Wind camp, in just a few moves. It seemed trivial to him. Silence enveloped the tent. Help. Finally, the silence was broken by a scream. One soldier, who had seen battle, now wailed like a wronged wife. Turning to the guard screaming hysterically out of fear, Abdul frowned. "Shut up." His calm words made the guard shudder. The man met Abdul's gaze and nodded, gritting his teeth to stop himself from screaming. Abdul nodded in satisfaction, but was displeased with the blood on his hands. Turning towards the chair, his eyes lit up. Ares' seat was covered in tiger fur, presumably something precious to him. Without hesitation, Abdul picked it up and wiped his hands vigorously. While doing so, he turned to the two subordinates and ordered, "Come here." Upon hearing the command, they both trembled, instinctively thinking of fleeing. But before they could move, a step and you die. Under Abdul's menacing aura, they dared not budge. "Tell me everything you know, don't leave anything out." "Yes." The two hurriedly nodded, recounting every detail they knew. Soon, dawn broke. Abdul stepped out of the tent and looked at the sky. Despite the bright sunshine outside, his heart felt heavy. Demons have already joined the battle at Yuncheng City. I must get there soon. I wonder how father is doing. Muttering to himself, Abdul fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, the family he worried about was in dire straits. At Yuncheng City, Lu Estate, soldiers in armor surrounded the area, standing guard. It was hard to imagine that outside, the combined forces of the Fengman tribe and the Beast clan were besieging the city. Yet, significant troops were still deployed here to confine the Lu family. This action by Ernan had chilled the hearts of Yuncheng City soldiers and civilians. Since the last battle, the Lu family had gained immense popularity, earning gratitude even from ordinary citizens for Abdul's leadership. Now, just after news of Abdul's demise spread, another major battle erupted. At this critical moment, Ernan had imprisoned the Lu family, leaving everyone heartbroken. Outside the Lu estate, crowds gathered daily, pointing and discussing. Why did the city commander imprison the Lu family? If it weren't for the Lu family, Yuncheng City would be gone by now. I can't understand what these rulers think. They only acted because young Master Lu died. To kill the horse after it has pulled the millstone, it's despicable. People discussed openly without lowering their voices, and these comments reached the ears of the soldiers guarding the estate. However, no one said or did anything to stop them. Many had fought alongside the Lu family and Abdul. Doing this job filled them with reluctance. Suddenly, a group of men arrived. Leading them was Nigel, riding proudly on a horse, looking down upon everyone. It was Nigel, who had consistently targeted the Lu family before Anon. They came to a stop before the Lu family gate. Two reluctant soldiers approached, bowing. "Counselor Lin." Nigel dismounted, scanning the lazy guards with a frown. "Straighten up. What kind of soldiers look so sloppy? Anyone caught slacking will face my report to His Highness for dereliction of duty." Infuriated by Nigel's rant, the soldiers dared not protest but complied. Seeing this, Nigel entered the courtyard with satisfaction, coldly stepping into the main hall. Lord James sat inside drinking tea, as if expecting him. Nigel forced a smile. "Well, Lord Lu seems quite leisurely, still drinking tea?" Without raising his eyes, James ignored him. "You." Nigel laughed bitterly, his face contorted in malice. Fine. I told you, I'd doom your family to eternal ruin. And today, I've come." Chapter 241. In 5 days, send the Lu family on their way. From Nigel's words, it was evident how deeply he hated the Lu family. This hatred, embedded deep in his bones, made people feel a chill run down their spines. Finally, James, the head of the Lu family and father of Abdul, put down his teacup and slowly raised his head to look at him. After a long pause, he sighed gently and said, "Advisor Lin, when you came to our family with a series of impolite demands, I did not agree, thus harboring a grudge and making things difficult for us. Don't you fear that one day you might fall into my hands? Remember, justice has eyes and retribution comes swiftly. Originally, Nigel had come from the capital to seek refuge with Ernan. Relying on his knowledge and insight, he secured a place by Hernan's side. Becoming a favorite of this sixth prince, his ambitions and vanity were finally fulfilled. However, he encountered setbacks at the Liu family. Confident and self-satisfied, he thought he would be treated respectfully and receive substantial wealth at the Liu residence. Unexpectedly, the Liu family, led by James, remained dignified and humble, offering no wealth whatsoever. This left Nigel, who was always flattered, filled with resentment. Therefore, he began targeting the Liu family overtly and covertly across various fronts. Eventually, James discovered this and gave him a stern lesson. At that time, Abdul had just joined the Eclipse Hall, making the Liu family incredibly influential in Yunsong City. Even Ernan showed deference, let alone a mere advisor. Out of basic courtesy, James maintained respect towards Nigel. But Nigel's attempts to profit from this respect were intolerable to the Liu family. Thus, James intervened to discourage such behavior, which unfortunately left a lasting grudge. It wasn't until news of Abdul's demise in the Sword Tomb reached them that Hernan's attitude toward the Liu family changed. Nigel seized this opportunity to falsely accuse and manipulate, leading to the current predicament. Upon hearing James's words, Nigel's face twisted into a sinister smile. Head of the Liu family, please don't say any more. Your family has already lost its power. Do you think you have any chance of a comeback? Nigel's previously scholarly face now appeared monstrous and terrifying. The Liu family is finished. I promise to ruin your family, and that moment is here. Ha 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 ha. As he spoke, a wild and deranged laugh echoed, causing chills down everyone's spine. James's expression remained unchanged. Anger wouldn't solve the problem. The real issue was still Hernan's suspicion of the Liu family. Regaining his trust had been thoroughly discussed within the family, but no solution had been found. Deep down, James believed his son might still be alive. This belief wasn't blind faith. Before leaving, Abdul had explained the control method for the formation outside Yunsong City, ensuring the family had an escape route. Thus, James understood the array arts, believing Abdul could possibly survive the Great Formation in the Sword Tomb. However, Nigel's aggressive behavior seemed to leave no room for delay. Indeed, after laughing maniacally, Nigel pulled out an order and declared loudly, on behalf of City Lord's command, as barbarians invade and demon tribes attack, Yunsong City must unite against the enemy. The entire Liu family shall serve as vanguard and leave the city to meet the invaders in 5 days. He closed the order and smiled slyly, passing it to James. Head of the Liu family, this is the prince's intention. I'm sure you won't disappoint him, right? James stared at the scholar before him, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Vanguard? More like cannon fodder. Although the Liu family had many skilled fighters, what difference would they make against overwhelming forces? And facing demons? It was clear they were being sent to their deaths. James was certain all this was orchestrated by the man before him. Advisor Lin, words should not be too harsh, nor actions too extreme. Pushed too far, even relationships will end prematurely. I hope you don't regret today's actions. He snatched the order. James's words elicited a sneering laugh from Nigel. Head of the Liu family, our relationship probably has no turning point. But tell me, do you regret that day's events? James remained unperturbed, coolly replying, no regrets. Ha ha ha, very well indeed. Nigel laughed again. With a flick of his sleeves, he walked towards the exit. Just as he reached the door, a cold voice rang out, echoing in the hall. Farewell, head of the Liu family. In 5 days, I'll see the Liu family off. Watching the scholars retreating back, James couldn't hold back any longer. The teacup in his hand shattered. Behind the screen, 2 figures emerged, Digby and the loyal servant Honest. Brother, this is an order for our family's destruction. What should we do? Digby asked angrily. James wiped away the spilled tea and pondered for a moment, then asked, how's the passage to the 10-mile graveyard? Is it connected yet? It'll be completed the day after tomorrow, Honest replied. Good. James stood up abruptly, exuding fierce resolve. In 2 days, arrange for Donger and the younger generation to leave first. The Liu family will never be destroyed. Digby and Daryl exchanged glances, nodding without speaking, their faces resolute. After they departed, James stood in the empty hall, his energy waning as he muttered to himself. If only Yoon was here. The Liu family faced imminent destruction, but Abdul remained unaware. By the riverbank outside Broken Wind Camp, Abdul was deploying formations on several tower ships. Ares stood beside him, full of reverence. Abdul hadn't killed anyone because, to him, they were insignificant ants. Why would an elephant quarrel with ants? Moreover, they would encounter demonic beasts downstream along the river. These soldiers still had a role to play. To ensure the stability of the ships and the survival of the soldiers, he deployed 8th grade arrays, 1,000 Junes, on all the boats, ensuring both sturdiness and smooth sailing. Time was short, and resources limited for offensive formations. It took a day and a night to complete everything. In the early morning, under Ares' command, the entire camp boarded the warships systematically. Clearly, urged and pressured by Abdul, they chose to risk everything, abandoning caution to rush downriver through the blockade and aid Yunsong City. Standing on the central tower ship, Ares shouted orders. All men heed my command. Raise sails, set sail. All troops attack. A grand fleet of tower ships and fast warships sailed towards Yunsong City. Chapter 242. Encounter in the river. The bilingual river lies on the far western side of northern Jiang Prefecture. It winds through the vast, endless grasslands. It was just past noon, yet it felt like midnight. Strong winds howled, and heavy rain poured down relentlessly. The river's surface churned with turbulence, as if a colossal black dragon were constantly writhing beneath its waves. Massive surges of water, frothing at the edges, rose one after another, akin to the fierce scales flaring up on the body of an enraged beast. Amidst these wild waves, several tower ships cut through the turbulent waters. These ships were massive, but compared to the towering, furious waves, they were like mere insects crawling amidst dragon scales. They were tossed into the air one moment and submerged into the depths the next, losing all sense of direction and drifting aimlessly. Dim lights flickered within the swaying ships, illuminating their hulls. Clear marks adorned the ships, a military flag that bore the emblem of the Songlong army. Behind the flag were two large characters clearly visible, Po Hong. In the cabin, the helmsman gripped the ship's wheel tightly, struggling to maintain control. On the deck, Ares stood at the forefront, flanked by over 10 fully equipped soldiers. Each soldier wore a serious expression, fear evident in their eyes, and unease etched on their faces. "Commander, what should we do? The storm is too violent." Abenita spoke tremulously, her fair face pale with panic, tears threatening to spill from her eyes. Beside her, Ares' personal guard gently patted her shoulder and said soothingly, "Don't worry. We will make it through safely, right, Riker?" His face appeared calm, but the last question and the heaving chest betrayed his inner turmoil. As his words trailed off, everyone looked towards a young man on the other side of the deck. Unlike the others, this youth lazily leaned against the railing, seemingly unfazed by the raging storm and tumultuous waves. This was Abdul. Everyone knew he was a sect disciple proficient in array formations. The ship's relative stability amid the storm was partly due to his efforts. However, everyone also knew that they feared what lurked behind the storm, the beasts. What could this young man do against such creatures? Yet, Elmwood's words drew everyone's attention to him. Abdul, who had been lost in thought, snapped back to reality. "Huh? You're asking me?" Before anyone else could speak, another voice interrupted. "Elmwood, this kid is just a novice sect disciple. What can he possibly do?" It came from a tall, muscular man named Claude. His tone was unkind and mocking, and no one challenged him because everyone knew their commander despised these ornaments. But Elmwood, having witnessed Abdul's formidable strength, coldly retorted, "Claude, put away your prejudices. Sect disciples are capable." "What? Are you joking?" "Ha ha ha ha." Claude laughed as if it were the most absurd thing he'd ever heard. "Capable? Him? You?" Elmwood wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Ares' roar. "Silence. Do you have time to argue now?" "Sorry, Commander. We're wrong." Elmwood apologized and silenced those still mocking Abdul with a stern glance. While others stopped speaking, low laughter still lingered faintly. The Vilma tried to mediate, saying, "All right, let's not argue. We will reach Yunsong City safely." Abdul raised an eyebrow. He sensed that the Vilma lacked confidence. She seemed to be comforting herself more than anyone else. These aquatic beasts must be putting immense psychological pressure on them, Abdul mused. Suddenly, the ship shook violently. Ares rushed out from the cabin to the deck. Elmwood and Claude exchanged uneasy glances, sensing something ominous, and followed without hesitation despite the storm. "Commander, what's happening?" They didn't finish their question. In front of them, a massive creature slowly emerged from the water. 8 tentacles, like steel whips, thrashed wildly, churning the surrounding water into a gigantic whirlpool. Their ship was already caught in it. The sailors steering the ship had given up, despair clear in their eyes. Even Ares' officers looked utterly hopeless. What is that?" The Vilma screamed, her face pale. The scene sent chills down everyone's spines. "Commander, what is that?" That's a demon race, Sea King." 6 simple words plunged the deck into eerie silence. Everyone stood motionless, rain beating against their bodies. Even the arrogant Claude stared blankly, shivering uncontrollably. "This is it, we're going to die." Unnoticed by all, Abdul, who had been leaning in a corner, stood up and gazed at the colossal octopus emerging. Sea King? A 5th-grade demon beast, comparable to a late-stage transformation grit martial artist. The demon race pulled out all stops. Ding! Feeling the scent of seafood, xiuxian divine technique, drools, boosting cultivation speed by 100%. Abdul shook his head at the system notification. If not for the demon race, they wouldn't have encountered seafood in the river. Countless shrimp and crabs surfaced in the water, advancing toward them. Damn, no wonder xiuxian divine technique is craving. I can't resist either. As he muttered to himself, Abdul saw a group of mantis shrimp and crayfish charging fiercely toward the left side of the ship. This world is crazy. Even mantis shrimp have become demons. With a sigh, Abdul walked over to Ares. "General Pei, leave the Sea King to me. Can't you handle the rest of the seafood?" "What did you say?" His words stunned everyone speechless, including Ares. Chapter 243, Intervention, the fierce battle with the Sea King. "Are you joking?" Looking at Abdul's smiling face, Yuan swallowed hard and asked. Turning to look at him, Abdul was very calm. "At this critical moment, do you think I have the leisure for that?" "But..." Yuan glanced at the youth and then at the rapidly approaching Sea King, feeling utterly helpless. He couldn't understand how such a powerful beast could be spoken of so casually. "I know you're strong, but showing off now won't solve any problems." Before he finished speaking, the Sea King's 8 tentacles began to wave, making the whirlpool grow larger. The already turbulent river surface became even more chaotic. The troop ships of the Windbreaker camp were moving uncontrollably toward the center of the whirlpool. Some warships capsized amidst the soldiers' cries above. At this moment, those 8 tentacles were already beside them, thrashing around and causing immense pressure on everyone. The ordinary soldiers' morale and emotions had completely collapsed. "Heaven, what should we do now? We will die here." Yuan listened to the wails behind him, feeling extremely agitated. This is not the time for useless actions. Turning around, he roared in anger. "Everyone, shut up." At this point, the waves were crashing continuously into the ship's cabin. The captains, one after another, activated their true energy, despairingly watching the enormous octopus that was now within reach. Darkness filled everyone's eyes. "I'll fight you to the death." Claude, with his explosive temper, shouted, waving his steel saber at the spirits in the river. A blade light flew out, but before it could get close, it was swept away by the river water, doing no substantial harm to the beasts. However, as time passed bit by bit, the soldiers eventually completely broke down, losing all fighting spirit. What should we do? Commander, say something? Standing at the front, silent throughout, Yuan turned to look at his comrades. Bitterness had added itself to his normally stern expression. Unless a miracle happens, we will all be buried in the Bilo River. As he spoke, Elmwood behind him slumped, sitting on the deck with a dispirited look, letting the rain batter his face without using any energy. Claude also trembled but managed to steady himself. At this moment, despair filled everyone's faces on the deck and in the cabins. Soldiers cried out, running around aimlessly like headless flies. Others kept praying, hoping for divine protection. The whirlpool spun faster, and the entire ship neared the center. The Sea King's monstrous mouthparts were now clearly visible. Everyone stopped moving, fear overwhelming everything, rendering them incapable of action. Their only thought was, it's over. Just as the situation reached its most critical point, a voice suddenly pierced through the storm and raging waves, clearly reaching every ear. Why don't you trust me? The voice sounded innocent and cheerful. Who is it? At this moment of impending death, who can still laugh? As the voice echoed, the whirlpool suddenly slowed, regardless of how much the Sea King moved its tentacles. Who is speaking? Who? This question popped into everyone's mind. After all, moments ago, all their cries and prayers, even Claude's sword light, had been drowned by the roaring waves. Then, where did that lazy voice come from? Just as everyone was puzzled, a youthful figure appeared in front of Yuan. It's him. Everyone froze, unsure what this young man intended to do. None other than Abdul had appeared. He stood leisurely, hands behind his back, smiling faintly as if on a spring outing. Staring at this strange youth, everyone momentarily forgot the imminent danger and felt a common doubt. What act is he putting on? Abdul's casual demeanor infuriated Yuan, whose face flushed red with anger. I said this isn't about you. But before he finished, the scene before him left him speechless. Abdul leaped into the river. F***CK. Is he crazy? Everyone was stunned by Abdul's actions. In the next second, they watched, dumbfounded, as Abdul dashed straight toward the Sea King. Halfway there, several figures suddenly emerged from the water. Several shrimps and crabs, wielding long knives and large axes, slashed at him. Thankfully, Abdul knew the waters well. With a single push from the water beneath his feet, he soared skyward, narrowly avoiding the attacks. In the next second, inspiration struck Abdul. In midair, his right palm thrust forward, fingers pointing, performing a fluent motion as if by instinct. Instantly, the sword chi gathered the river water into a massive sword, pressing down overwhelmingly. Mystic Ian sword chi. This move was incredibly powerful, instantly leaving several beast clansmen maimed or dead. The remaining beast soldiers retreated deep into the river to avoid the sharp edge. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the side. Time to die. Looking up, they saw a figure leap from the Sea King's back. A fish-headed human body holding a steel trident sword toward Abdul, creating towering water columns that engulfed him in waves. This sudden attack drew gasps from the Windbreaker soldiers. What kind of monster is that? Am I seeing things? Did it jump from the Sea King's back? Such a powerful Sea King actually allowed itself to be stepped on. How strong must this creature be? At that moment, everyone forgot the danger they were in. All eyes, human and beast alike, focused on the battle between Abdul and the creature beside the Sea King. As the fishman approached Abdul, it felt a strong barrier repelling its trident from within a meter of Abdul. Ha! Abdul exhaled forcefully, shaking the fishman away with sheer inner strength. The fishman flew back and landed on the water's surface, glaring at Abdul. Human, you are strong. I will kill you. However, when Abdul saw the fishman clearly, his eyes widened in shock as if witnessing something unimaginable. Hashtag chapter 244, Shark. Heath activated the Tianwu chasing wave stance and stood atop the river surface. His eyes widened in shock, pupils contracting sharply as if he had seen something unbelievable. Not far from him, above a whirlpool, a small figure was standing on the turbulent waves. It was about the size of a child, entirely blue, flickering in and out of visibility amidst the sea. With a human body and fish head, it grinned widely, wielding a trident in its hands. Heath blurted out in disbelief. Damn, a little merman? Hearing this, the merman's face twisted into an expression of dissatisfaction, very human-like, but still quite comical. It said, Human, you dare insult me? What makes me small? Ignoring the merman's protests, Heath continued to scrutinize it. The creature looked like a humanoid fish with webbed fingers and toes. The trident it held began to glow an eerie blue with anger, reminding Heath of a popular game character from his previous life. Even now, he could recall the lines from that game. Standing on the wave crests? Both sides were at a standoff. Distracted by his thoughts, Heath didn't pay much attention to the merman. This infuriated the creature. Human, die. The merman surged forward through the water, spearing toward Heath. Only then did Heath snap back to reality. In an instant, the small figure was rapidly closing in on him. Confronted by this unknown monster, Heath felt a pang of fear. This guy isn't weak. Without hesitation, Heath moved, his feet gliding over the water as he executed the Tianwu chasing wave stance. He transformed into a monstrous beast, sprinting through the furious waves, instantly escaping the merman's reach. Without pausing, he sped toward Sea Emperor. Is this guy crazy? Thought everyone, including Ares, all the soldiers of the Breakwind camp. The merman flipped and chased after him. Heath's eyes narrowed, sword aura bursting forth wildly, transforming him into an unstoppable force, a sword of unmatched might. Even Sea Emperor sensed impending danger. Its 8 suction cup tentacles lashed out furiously, trying to block Heath from getting closer. Ah! The soldiers of Breakwind Camp shouted in alarm at the ferocious attack. Danger! Quick dodge! Even Captain Elmwood and Claude clutched their hands tightly, watching nervously. Though they weren't sure of Heath's strength, they hoped he could defeat Sea Emperor and give them a chance to escape alive. After all, who wants to die? Facing the incoming tentacle assault, Heath smirked slyly. As the tentacle struck before him, his body suddenly dropped into the water, narrowly avoiding the powerful blow. The tentacle slammed into the merman behind him instead. Unexpectedly, the merman leaped out of the water, using the trident as a pole for a vault, dodging the attack while landing directly atop Sea Emperor's head. Bang! Upon contact, a stunning scene unfolded. Sea Emperor's massive 100-meter body was forced beneath the river's surface, causing a colossal wave that sent the whirlpool teetering on the brink of collapse. Rumble. The Breakwind Camp's tower ship rocked violently, nearly capsizing. Hurry, channel your true chi to me. Ares reacted swiftly, funneling his true chi into the 1000-June array set up by Heath. Elmwood and others also channeled their chi to reinforce it. A yellow light emanated from the array, enveloping the entire ship. The other soldiers followed suit, stabilizing their vessels, but the rapid flow of chi wouldn't last long, just a few more minutes. The sudden collapse of the whirlpool not only affected the Breakwind Camp but also impacted the lower-tier aquatic beasts, whose bodies became fragile under the tremendous tearing forces. At that moment, the merman atop Sea Emperor turned to look at them, its trident glowing as it waved. An icy voice cut through the storm. Reversing tide. The whirlpool began to spin backward, slowly disappearing within seconds. Their ship returned to the tumultuous sea surface, though the weather was calmer than before. The aquatic creatures stabilized, no longer dying off. The Breakwind Camp general stared in awe at the blue figure, akin to a mischievous child, nearby. What kind of existence is this, to quell a raging torrent? Such power. Suddenly, Elmwood pointed and shouted, "Look, it's Riker!" Heath, submerged in the water, emerged like a sheathed sword charging straight toward Sea Emperor's immense body. Die, beast! A guttural roar erupted as Sea Emperor thrashed. Blue blood poured out, indicating severe injuries. Everyone watched as the massive silhouette struggled underwater, leaving a trail of blood. The soldiers of Breakwind Camp, from Ares down to every common soldier, were speechless. Enraged, the merman perched on Sea Emperor roared, "Human, daring to hurt my mount, you seek death." With the trident swinging, a deep blue aura condensed, sending a blast of water towards Heath. Unperturbed, Heath laughed. "You look more familiar by the second. See if you recognize this move." He burst out of the water, hands moving rapidly. Water columns shot skyward, twisting together into one cohesive stream. Tier 3 Death Formation. Divine Sage Surging Wave Formation. The water columns spun faster and faster, rushing toward Sea Emperor. A small fish materialized from the water, circling Sea Emperor 3 times left, 3 times right. Just as everyone was puzzled, a shocking sight occurred. With a roar, Heath swung forward. A water elemental shark surged from below, its gaping mouth biting into Sea Emperor. Crunch! At the critical moment, the merman leaped away, but Sea Emperor wasn't so lucky. Its blue blood sprayed across the surface, dissipating instantly. Silence, profound silence. Sea Emperor fell. Hashtag Chapter 245. The Ice Essence Glorious Sword reveals its might. The Sea Emperor's downfall brought a momentary silence to the scene. The river was now calm, and both the Windbreaker Battalion and the aquatic beasts were watching silently. Before their eyes, the massive body of the Sea Emperor slowly sank beneath the water's surface. This. On the warship, Claude rubbed his eyes, hardly believing what he was seeing. How is this possible? Above the river floated an extremely young figure. At this moment, it seemed like a celestial deity had descended. Besides the joy of narrowly escaping death, a hint of fear began to rise in his heart. He hadn't forgotten how he had mocked the other party. If that person bore a grudge, he would not be in a good position. Apart from Claude, the other Windbreaker Battalion captains were equally uneasy. Ares, standing at the front, had his face flushed with embarrassment as he recalled his words, which now felt like slaps across his own face. So, he's not just a transcendent but even stronger. He muttered to himself. Now he understood that the individual before him was no ordinary sect disciple, but likely one of the geniuses people spoke about. Ridiculously, he had thought this person came merely to earn military credit. He had expected someone coming to latch onto their strength, but realized this person was the real pillar of support. In the middle of the scene, Abdul stood off against the fishmen, staring each other down. They could see mutual wariness in each other's eyes. After a moment, the fishman finally spoke. "Human, you are impressive. You deserve to die by my hand." "Oh." Abdul raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "Mr. Fish Brother, are you so sure I will die by your hand?" As he spoke, the sword scabbard behind him hummed, and the golden heavy sword appeared in his hand. Without waiting for a response, he launched an attack. Note: Han seems to be a Chinese character that doesn't have a direct English equivalent in this context, and might be a part of a proper name or specific term. I've omitted it for fluency in English. Roar. A tiger's roar erupted from his mouth, sending nearby low-level beasts flying away. With both hands on the sword, he leaped into the air, charging directly at the fishman. The heavy sword struck fiercely from above. The blue-skinned fishman hurriedly blocked with his trident, confident in his defense. But in the next instant, he felt an overwhelming force surging through the heavy sword, which he couldn't withstand, slamming him underwater and into the depths. This single strike caused a sensation. All present beings were shocked, even the fishman at the bottom of the river, whose expressionless face showed astonishment. How can this be? This guy's physique and strength surpass even mine? Above the water, Abdul laughed. "Hey, if you're not dead, come out quickly. I don't believe you're that weak." Turning to look at Ares, he said calmly, "I say, Commander Pei, are you just here to watch the show? Haven't you made your move yet?" The last 4 words rang out like thunder, striking everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer. Ares shuddered, snapped back to reality, and shouted, "Windbreaker Battalion, obey the order. Annihilate the beasts." With his roar, the soldiers all recovered, shouting in unison, "As you command." At this moment, the morale of the Windbreaker Battalion soared high, akin to a battle-hardened army, instilling fear in all who saw them. Each soldier looked at Abdul with fiery admiration. Whoosh whoosh. From the warship, 2 giant iron hooks shot out, tearing through the water and destroying any beast in their path. The Windbreaker Battalion then commenced its assault on the aquatic beasts. Blood aroused the ferocity of the beasts, and shrimp and crab warriors rose from the water to clash with the battalion. Meanwhile, the river surface before Abdul suddenly lit up, and the fishman darted out with his trident glowing in blue light, stabbing towards Abdul. Abdul blocked with the golden heavy sword, its broad blade fending off the attack. Seeing the failed strike, the fishman's momentum exploded. A few adjustments have been made for better readability and fluency while ensuring the meaning remains intact. Note that Golden Han Heavy Sword seems to have a character out of place. Usually, it should be translated as Golden Heavy Sword. If Han is part of a specific name or term, please provide further context for accurate translation. Kill. With a roar, he lunged forward, his trident like a dragon emerging from the water, stabbing at Abdul. Dodging the fierce blow, Abdul sidestepped nimbly. The fishman's trident turned into a sweeping strike, aimed at his waist, but Abdul, moving like a leaf, deftly evaded once more. Simultaneously, he pulled the heavy sword back in a defensive stance to handle the close-quarters combat. Then followed a series of circling battles. The trident strikes were powerful and rapid, leaving Abdul struggling to find an opening. He felt as though he was caught in a massive whirlpool, his stamina and chi gradually being drained away. The battle reached a stalemate, with neither side gaining an advantage. Eventually, the fishman's fury led him to recklessly charge forward, allowing Abdul to seize an opportunity. With a powerful thrust, he knocked the opponent back. The sword's scabbard emitted a brilliant light, and the Ice Essence glorious sword was drawn. One slash, and icy energy enveloped the fishman's arms, freezing them instantly. The bone-chilling cold elicited a deafening scream. With just one strike, the fishman, rivaling a peak body transformation stage practitioner, lost all combat capability. The Ice Essence glorious sword's power was indeed formidable. The fishman's body fell into the river, turning tail and fleeing far away. Seeing this, Abdul didn't chase after him. He wanted to reach Yunsong City as soon as possible and did not wish to waste time. Sheathing the sword, he cast a glance at the still battling seafood. An hour later, the Windbreaker Battalion's fleet set sail toward Yunsong City. That night, 2 figures slipped into the Wind Savage tribe's camp under cover of darkness. Moving stealthily, they bypassed sentries and arrived outside the main tent. This was where Herman, the commander of the Wind Savage army, resided. Despite the late hour, the tent was brightly lit. The 2 figures paused at the entrance, their silhouettes suggesting young adults. One had an evenly proportioned build, while the other had slender limbs, appearing to be a girl. Before they could act, a deep voice called out from inside. "Come in." They exchanged glances and entered, revealing Herman seated at a desk, awaiting them. The lights revealed 2 individuals in dark attire, exuding considerable martial prowess. "Commander 1, they greeted with a bow. "You've returned?" Herman smiled warmly. Their faces were now visible. If Abdul were present, he would recognize them immediately. They were none other than Frederick and Adrian, who had joined Yinqing sect. Herman welcomed them, pulling Frederick into a handshake. "You returned just in time. In 3 days, we will engage Yunsong City in a crucial battle." "Don't worry, Commander 1. We are ready," Frederick responded calmly. Herman patted his shoulder with a smile. "Rest assured, everything is arranged, guaranteed to make you famous in this first battle." Chapter 246. The battle begins. Beside the Bai Luo River, to the south of Yunsong City, the armies of Ernan and Herman faced off, ready for a decisive battle. This confrontation was undoubtedly crucial, as its outcome would determine the course of future events. Its significance needed no elaboration. All factions and schools across the land were watching intently. Tianfeng versus Fengman. Who would emerge victorious? In the Fengman formation, Jacob led a 1,000-strong spearhead directly toward Yunsong. Frederick commanded the left flank, while Adrian led the right. The 3 formations advanced in an interlocking manner, each remaining within supporting range of the others to ensure cross-cover fire support. Seeing the small size of these 3 formations, Ernan did not immediately order an attack, but instead frowned deeply. Standing at the forefront of his army, he carefully observed their advance and felt a surge of alarm. What tactics are they using? I've never seen anything like this, yet it is quite sophisticated. Hearing this, the generals around him paid little heed. Among them, a general clad in gleaming silver armor volunteered for battle. "Matt, why such caution? Each of their units numbers less than 1,000. Allow me to lead the cavalry charge. We'll disperse them in moments." This man's name was Lachlan. Hearing his words, Gerard hurriedly interjected. "Matt mustn't be deceived. Herman is a brilliant military strategist. Despite their small numbers, they are advancing slowly with large shields. There could be hidden troops behind them." Lachlan shot a disdainful glance at Gerard. Like Nigel, he had come here due to reputation and was cultivated by Ernan as a confidant. He harbored resentment towards senior officers like Christo and Gerard, feeling that they did not deserve equal standing. With Christo heavily wounded and absent, Lachlan seized the moment to ridicule Gerard. "Brother Wei, if you're too timid, stay off the battlefield. Even if they have ambushers behind them, they can't number more than 1,000. My 10,000 ironclad cavalry will shatter 2,000 men in no time." "You." Gerard's face darkened. Just as he was about to retort, Ernan interrupted. "That's enough. Lachlan, lead the entire cavalry and annihilate the enemy." Lachlan was overjoyed, bowing deeply. "Yes, Matt, I will not fail you." He shot a mocking look at Gerard before riding off. In truth, Ernan had been uneasy all along, and the sensation grew stronger on the battlefield. Determined to end the battle swiftly, he ordered the immediate charge, aiming to crush Jacob's smaller force under the hooves of his cavalry. Herman had anticipated this move. Seeing Ernan hesitate initially made him anxious. A steady defense from Ernan would ruin his plan. But now, seeing Lachlan mount his horse and lead the charge with loud shouts, Herman relaxed and regained his confident demeanor. Phew, it was close. If Ernan hesitated any longer, our formations might have been compromised. But now, things are proceeding as planned. As the white-horsed cavalry charged forward, Adrian felt no concern. She knew victory was assured. Turning her gaze toward Jacob, she smiled cunningly. Jacob watched the cavalry approach with growing excitement, knowing this was his chance to achieve fame. Just as he was lost in visions of glory, a sudden shout echoed from his left rear formation. Attention all units, estimate enemy distance. Despite the youthful voice, it carried clearly across the battlefield, startling everyone. Jacob was bewildered. What's happening? Before he could react, the 1,000 soldiers around him shouted in unison. Yes, sir. Jacob was utterly confused. Who was this? And how could he command them so loudly? Wasn't he supposed to be the main player? The voice belonged to Frederick, while Herman maintained a calm expression. Assuming command without authorization was a bold move. If Herman hadn't approved it, Frederick wouldn't have dared. Ernan and Gerard also paused, puzzled. Who's commanding? Jacob? The voice sounds very young, Ernan asked. Gerard responded hesitantly. I'm not sure. It doesn't sound like Jacob. The voice seems familiar. Ernan turned, eyes full of inquiry. Within the formation, Frederick wore a satisfied smile. His plan had been well thought out. The nearby soldiers, however, felt overwhelmed and almost paralyzed with fear, needing his reassurance not to flee. Hey, little general, what level are you at now? We're going deaf from your shouts. An older veteran squad leader muttered beside him. Frederick laughed nervously. Relax, next time I'll shout into the sky. Isn't it to make sure everyone hears me clearly? The squad leader nodded, but then asked, didn't Jacob say he'd command us? Frederick kept his eyes on the approaching cavalry. General Jacob has a toothache. A toothache? Hey, stop chit-chatting, or I'll have you disciplined. Frederick cast a stern glance at the old veteran, who promptly quieted down. Lachlan, startled by the unexpected shout, quickly regrouped and led the cavalry charge once more. The two forces neared each other. At 100 paces, everyone, Frederick roared, his voice drowning out the opposing army. Armored soldiers. Crouch low for cover. Archers, get down and prepare your bolts. Follow my command. Now, Jacob confirmed that Frederick had taken control. Glaring back, his eyes burned with resentment. Frederick, catching his gaze through the gap, smiled faintly. Jacob, don't blame me. You're just a stepping stone for me. I need the status to face Abdul. Speaking thus, his handsome face revealed deep hatred. His life's greatest goal was to kill Abdul and avenge his father, Amato. Killing his father was a vendetta that required absolute retribution. Chapter 247, Finian's defeat. Watching the cavalry approach ever closer, everyone on Herman's side held their breath, intensely observing the impending battle. On the other side, Gerard had a sinking feeling as soon as he saw Frederick leading his infantry. He suddenly had a thought and anxiously turned to Ernan. Matt, behind the enemy's shields, there may be powerful crossbows. At such close range, we might... Before he could finish, Ernan understood. Having studied military strategy since childhood and having experienced several battles in Finian, he knew all too well what a devastating impact this would have. How vulnerable cavalry was against infantry. No good. Pass my order to advance the entire army. Gerard immediately reined his horse around, waved his spear, and loudly issued the command. Instantly, Hernan's 10,000-strong phalanxes of infantry surged forward at full speed towards the battlefield. However, it was already too late. Frederick held his breath, staring intently at the rapidly approaching cavalry, like a white torrent, and repeatedly muttered under his breath. Closer, a bit closer. His left hand, gripping his weapon tightly, had turned pale from the strain. This moment highlighted Joaquin's exceptional command skills. Despite being outnumbered by cavalry, none of the Fengman tribe's armored soldiers broke ranks out of fear, a rare feat. 50 paces. Frederick's voice was heart-wrenching. Joaquin had already relinquished command, knowing he could not compete with Frederick in any aspect. As a seasoned general's son, Frederick had been at an advantage from the start. So, Joaquin channeled his frustration into combat. His long knife was already unsheathed, filled with pent-up rage. 55 paces, 40 paces, 35 paces. Frederick's voice kept ringing out, echoing through the air. Drop shields, shoot. At his command, the shields of the three phalanxes were abruptly pulled away, revealing crossbowmen ready behind them. The crossbowmen, who had been poised to strike, unleashed their bolts in unison. Over 1,000 bolts whistled through the air like fatal summons toward the 10,000 cavalry led by Lachlan. At about 30 paces, such a short distance made the power of the strong crossbows almost unparalleled. Instantly, riders at the forefront were thrown off their mounts, dying in droves. Human cries, neighs of horses, and splatters of blood transformed the battlefield into a hellish scene of utter carnage. Seeing that the alternating volleys were about to end, Frederick issued another command. All crossbowmen, fire one volley and then withdraw. Armored soldiers, prepare. Lachlan's cavalry, due to their rapid charge, could only helplessly crash into the icy barrage of arrows. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Another round of volleys decimated the cavalry even further, creating a terrifying outcome. After 2 rounds of arrow rain, Herman's cold voice echoed ominously in the ears of the Finian cavalry, sounding like the call of death. Advance on both flanks, use archers to pin down the enemy's central forces. The brave warriors of the Fengman tribe will become famous today. Follow me, kill. Immediately, the war cries resounded as Fengman troops advanced en masse. Joaquin charged forward, aiming for Lachlan. His long knife sliced through anyone in his path like a roaring tiger, relentless and unstoppable. Lachlan, terrified by the hail of arrows, attempted to retreat but was caught by Joaquin and cut down. Kill! Joaquin roared to the heavens, venting his anger. In close combat, the Fengman armored soldiers were evidently well prepared. Their usual curved swords had been replaced with heavy cleaver-like blades designed for cutting through cavalry. Everyone knew cavalry required speed to be effective. Now, without it, they became helpless targets. As Hernan's central phalanx hurried to provide support, they were restrained by Herman's Black Eagle Iron cavalry using their bows, thus losing their momentum. Finian's leading cavalry, with spooked horses running rampant, disrupted the entire formation and even scattered the infantry phalanxes behind them. Defeat spread like a landslide. Hernan, Gerard, and their generals could not stop the disarray. This is no time to hold back. Let's retreat, Gerard suggested. Turning to look at Gerard, Hernan felt reluctant. This was their first major clash, yet they were thoroughly defeated. His main cavalry force had suffered nearly complete annihilation, fueling his intense rage. He locked eyes on Frederick in the midst of the battlefield, filled with murderous intent. Recognizing him as Amato's son and a distinguished student of Dianxing Gate, Hernan seethed with hatred. Gerard, go and kill Frederick. Avenge our brothers. Gerard followed his gaze to Frederick on the battlefield, hesitating. Hernan's eyes blazed with fury. If Gerard refused, he might turn on him. Reluctantly, Gerard nodded. All right. With that, he spurred his horse towards Frederick while Hernan ordered, everyone, retreat to the city and fortify the defenses. Meanwhile, Joaquin, blinded by bloodlust, disregarded everything and led hundreds of armored soldiers straight for Hernan. All he wanted now was to kill Hernan. Only this way could he reclaim the glory he craved. His weapon swung wildly, felling enemies like wheat stalks in a windstorm. The Fengman warriors were elated. This first victory was brilliantly executed, surpassing expectations. Their respect and admiration for Herman grew with every glance. In the midst of clashing blades and bloodshed, the battle showcased perfectly coordinated steps. This Herman is formidable indeed, truly a great adversary to our nation. Carmelo spoke what everyone felt. But hearing such high praise left some unhappy, especially his master, the sixth prince of the Tianfeng dynasty, Hernan. His jealousy burned so fiercely it consumed everything within him. No one shall retreat, attack. Yet, the Finian soldiers were in total disarray, unable to organize an effective counterattack. Herman, however, remained composed. Everyone, follow my lead. Attack and annihilate the enemy. At his command, the remaining forces sped forward for the final assault on Hernan. Chapter 248. The end of the Liu family. At the same time, on the other end of the battlefield, Jacob, looking like a rabid dog, led 1,000 men and charged with mad abandon, unstoppable. Initially, Hernan retreated, hoping to use the Bisleo River for defense. Who would have thought that Jacob's momentum had become unstoppable? He could only retreat again and again, suffering defeat after defeat. Leading his troops, Jacob cut down over 1,000 people, and now his eyes were bloodshot red. All he saw was Hernan's figure. He let out a long howl to the sky. Hernan, give me your life. His body was soaked in blood, striking and terrifying. Hearing the roar, Hernan almost spat out blood from anger, feeling profoundly frustrated. This guy is crazy, biting onto me like a dog. Did I steal your wife or dig up your ancestors' graves? However, as one of Herman's major generals, Jacob had attained the extraordinary realm. Although Hernan also practiced martial arts, he hadn't fought many real battles. Now that his own army was scattered, he naturally dared not fight recklessly. Seeing the enemy charge again, he couldn't even grumble but waved his hand and shouted, block this guy. The reserve forces behind the main army surged forward, trying to stop Jacob with sheer numbers. But Hernan's foot soldiers were too few, and they couldn't hold back Jacob at all. The enemy was like a killing god, and their fear prevented any effective resistance. Thus, the line of defense was easily breached once more. With no choice, Hernan spurred his horse and fled toward Yunsong City. After galloping for several miles, just as he was about to catch his breath, the sound of battle came from behind. Hernan, where are you going? Leave your head behind. Turning around, he saw Jacob relentlessly chasing him again. Damn it, where did this lunatic come from? Hasn't he ever lost before? Chasing me non-stop? As he was secretly building up energy, cries of agony and thuds of falling bodies followed. Looking at Jacob who was nearly upon him, he sighed softly. Ah. The escape continued. Thus, Hernan fled while Jacob pursued him, clinging tightly like a persistent parasite. Don't run. I will kill you. Stop chasing. I'm almost home. The chase ended when they finally reached Yunsong City. With no other choice, Hernan had to rely on numerical superiority to put up a resistance. Half of the city's troops rushed out to rescue him upon seeing his disheveled state. And because Jacob had advanced alone, his numbers had dwindled, which allowed them to halt his advance. Prince Hernan, disheveled and humiliated, fled back into the city like a beaten dog. Nigel and other aides hurried to him. Matt, are you all right? Get lost, all of you. Hernan screamed frantically, no longer resembling a prince but a defeated rooster. Seeing him furious, Nigel quickly stepped forward. Matt, today's great battle is imminent, yet the Liu family refuses to engage. Their intentions must be punished. Hernan turned his bloodshot eyes towards him. That terrifying gaze made Nigel shudder. Then, in a cold voice, as if from hell, Nigel, lead men to command the Liu family to join the battle. If they refuse, kill them on the spot. The menacing words echoed in everyone's hearts. Nigel's excitement could not be contained. He nodded fiercely. Yes, Matt, I will do it immediately. Saying this, he took 3,000 fully armed soldiers and ran at full speed towards the Liu family. Watching his departure, some old Yunsong citizens couldn't help but feel, the Liu family is truly finished this time. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Adrian and Frederick were being guarded by a group of seasoned foeman veterans, observing the changes on the battlefield. These were die-hard loyalists of his father, Amato, and thus remained fiercely loyal to him. Suddenly, Adrian said cheerfully, "Carrie, someone is coming our way." Frederick turned and saw Gerard approaching, drenched in blood, holding a sword in one hand and a spear in the other. "That's Gerard? Good timing." Frederick hadn't expected Hernan to send Gerard to chase him. But to him, Gerard was merely an ordinary martial general and wouldn't be a match. "Pass my order, armored warriors, hold him off without direct confrontation. Delay him until I can kill him myself." Frederick growled viciously. Those involved in the dragon serpent contest were all his father's killers. He didn't want, and couldn't, let them go, vowing to torture and avenge them. The armored warriors nodded vigorously. "Leave it to us, young commander." They brandished their weapons and surged forward, waving spears and large swords with lethal intent. Gerard soon closed in, facing the assaulting foeman soldiers without fear, even smiling eagerly. "Kill!" With a shout, his spear stabbed forward like a snake searching through grass, aiming for the nearest man. Caught off guard by Gerard's ferocity, the man tried to retreat but was too late. The spear pierced his chest instantly. Retracting the spear, blood sprayed everywhere. The man gasped, falling dead. Gerard's left-hand sword deflected a spear aimed at his back. For a moment, Gerard fended off attacks left and right, his spear moving like a dragon. None could get close to him. It was thanks to the heavy armor and melee combat skills of the guards protecting Frederick that they managed to fare so well. Otherwise, it would have been worse. Despite this, many were still injured. Impressed by the display, Frederick muttered, "Brave warrior indeed. Unfortunately, he will die here." Adrian smiled charmingly, but her eyes were icy cold. Seeing the armored warriors faltering, Frederick shouted, "Clear the way." Drawing the reins, he rode swiftly forward, wielding a pair of wooden hammers, raised high, and smashed towards Gerard. Ha! The wooden hammers, infused with immense force, generated a powerful wind, blinding Gerard. Unaware, unable to dodge, he had to brace his spear horizontally to block. Clang! A deafening metallic clash resounded. Gerard felt a tremendous force transmitted, nearly losing grip on his spear, blood trickling from his palms. Even his horse whinnied in pain, its front legs collapsing. Realizing the danger, Gerard swung his spear, deflecting Frederick's strike and escaping the immediate danger. Both passed each other closely. Frederick, due to the immense power, staggered slightly but maintained control. His wooden hammers were not ordinary weapons but enchanted array weapons with unparalleled might. So, even for his extraordinary realm physique, they were extremely heavy. Noticing this, Gerard pondered. Both turned their horses around, charging at each other again. This time, Gerard chose not to confront head-on. As their horses crossed paths, he dodged and thrust his spear towards Frederick's back. Frederick couldn't turn in time and was struck, but light flashed over his body, protecting him from harm. As a pointing star sect disciple, he wore invincible array armor. Turning, Frederick struck back with his hammer, forcing Gerard to resist. They exchanged blows fiercely, locked in battle. Meanwhile, on the surface of the Bisleo River, a fleet approached rapidly. On the leading tower ship, a large flag fluttered, bearing two bold characters, "Breaking Wind." On the prow of the ship, a vibrant and spirited young man was looking around. Abdul had finally arrived. Chapter 249, Gerard's Death. The first battle between Xiuxian and the Wind Barbarian tribe ended with Hernan suffering a crushing defeat. Just as the Finian army was on the verge of total collapse, a fleet of ships appeared on the surface of the Bila River, surprising everyone present. Black Eagle Tribe's Herman watched the well-organized Breakwind camp and frowned deeply. Weren't we told that the reinforcements sent by the Songlong army would be intercepted by the demon races? Why is the Breakwind camp here? What's going on? However, the defending forces of Finian were overjoyed. The soldiers, who had already lost all morale and even the will to live, felt rejuvenated. The appearance of the Breakwind camp was like an adrenaline shot, restoring their vigor. Is that the Songlong army's Breakwind camp? Reinforcements have arrived. We're saved. However, the two most surprised individuals in the face of this sudden reinforcement were Gerard and Dayton, not for any other reason but because of the youthful figure standing at the prow of the ship. Riker, he's alive. That's wonderful. Gerard immediately recognized him. After a brief moment of shock, joy surged within him. That's wonderful. Across from him, Dayton also saw the person, his body radiating murderous intent as he gritted his teeth. That's Abdul? He's indeed still alive. Since witnessing his father's death, every day Dayton yearned for the day when he could finally confront Abdul. Every night, the image of Abdul standing with his sword haunted his thoughts, causing him unbearable pain and sleepless nights. When he heard that Abdul had been trapped in the sword tomb, Dayton lost his purpose for a while. For him, personally killing Abdul had become his lifelong pursuit. Without this goal, he felt directionless. Until news came that the Wind Barbarian tribe was about to launch a major offensive on Xiuxian, igniting a war with the Tianfeng dynasty. Dayton's heart flared up again. If I can't kill you with my own hands, Abdul, then I'll destroy your hometown and wipe out your clan. Only this can quench my hatred. Thus, after consulting with the two elders Longqing, Dayton and Adrian left their sect and hurried to the battlefield under the cover of night. They never expected that the very man who killed his father would be standing right before him. Dayton's murderous aura was uncontrollable, solidifying into tangible pressure, soaring into the sky. Abdul, it's best you're alive. From this moment on, I want you to watch your brothers and family die one by one before your eyes. As he muttered to himself, his gaze fell upon Gerard once more. Unlike before, now his eyes were filled with lethal intent. Gerard felt a chill run down his spine, realizing the danger he was in. He wants to kill me. Just as Gerard thought this, a soil-colored light suddenly erupted from Dayton's wooden hammers. He leaped into the air, both hammers slamming down towards Gerard's head at a speed several times faster than before. Gerard had no time to dodge and could only block with his spear. Boom! In just one strike, blood gushed from his hands, and he couldn't hold onto his spear anymore as it flew away. Dayton curled his lips into a sneer. Another hammer striking down. Gerard rolled to the side, avoiding the attack. Picking up a knife and sword from the ground, he rushed forward to engage Dayton in close combat. At this moment, Gerard knew that only by engaging Dayton directly could he preserve a sliver of hope before Abdul could come to his rescue. Dayton didn't hurry, noticing that Abdul hadn't seen them yet. He slowed his attack, savoring the moment like a cat playing with a mouse. Damn, this kid is toying with me. Angry, Gerard swung his weapons wildly, fighting with everything he had. Yet, despite his efforts, he couldn't inflict any substantial damage. Meanwhile, led by Abdul, the Breakwind camp broke through the demonic blockade and sailed downstream. Finally, 2 days later, they arrived outside Finianching. However, what met their eyes was a one-sided battle where Wind Barbarian soldiers were ruthlessly hacking at Finian soldiers. This scene of carnage fueled Abdul's anger, and even Ares and Claude were boiling with rage. These savages don't deserve to live. Everyone clenched their fists tightly around their weapons. Riker, what do we do? Ares asked through gritted teeth. Since Abdul had slain the Sea Emperor and repelled the fish demons, his status among the Breakwind camp had risen significantly. Even Ares subconsciously sought Abdul's counsel. Without turning back, Abdul, watching the gruesome battle before him, spoke calmly. Kill. With that, he lightly tapped his feet, soaring into the air like a whirlwind, dashing toward the battlefield. As he hovered mid-air, a long sword appeared in his hand, and he swung it. A surge of cold energy condensed into dark Een sword chi, slashing toward the Wind Barbarian army. Boom! The advancing Wind Barbarian infantry was halted. Frost erupted, instantly freezing those at the front into ice sculptures, which shattered into pieces under the wind. One sword strike eliminated 1,000 soldiers, halting the advance of the Wind Barbarian army. Seeing this from afar, Herman's pupils contracted sharply. Abdul? Meeting him surpasses any description. This adds new variables to the situation, he murmured, admiration clear in his voice. Without hesitation, he ordered, sound the retreat, pull back the entire army. Following his command, the Wind Barbarian soldiers withdrew in an orderly manner. That man is the new commander of the Wind Barbarian tribe, tough opponent, Abdul noted, impressed by Herman's demeanor. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. A figure sped across the battlefield like a seagull swooping down for prey. Abdul, we meet again. Dayton? It's you? Abdul turned to see none other than Yelfchi's son, Dayton. Noticing the bloody figure held tightly by Dayton, a terrible premonition filled him. He hadn't expected Dayton to be on the battlefield. In Dayton's grip was Gerard, covered in blood. What are you doing? Before Abdul finished his sentence, Dayton, without further ado, struck with both palms. Blood spurted from Gerard, and his breath faded almost instantly. Abdul, I've come for revenge. I want you to remember me forever. Chapter 250. He who insults the Liu family, dies. Big brother Wei, how are you? Abdul quickly moved and caught Gerard's body. At this moment, every bone and muscle in his body was shattered, hanging on by a thread of true energy. Looking at the youth before him, Gerard managed a faint smile. Brother, seeing you unharmed, truly, it is so good. Big brother Wei, don't speak. Abdul poured an endless stream of true energy into Gerard's body, but his body was like a leaky sieve, unable to hold any more true energy. Brother, don't waste your efforts. I failed you. I couldn't protect the Liu family. Sorry. His hands slid down, and his breath dissipated. He was dead. Abdul remained silent, his usual smile replaced by a blank expression. He slowly raised his head. Frederick and Adrian had already retreated into their battle formation. Seeing him look over, Frederick sneered. Ha ha, Abdul, this is just the beginning. We will fight to the death. Abdul gazed at him, lips parting slightly, responding with a mere 4 words. To the death. His voice pierced the sky, sending a chill down everyone's spine. Abdul did not pursue them because the battle had only just begun. Moreover, he needed to understand what had happened to the Liu family. Failed to protect the Liu family? Gerard's last words stirred an uneasy premonition within him. In Yunsong City, as the battle unfolded, pedestrians gradually dwindled. However, outside the Liu family compound, there was no sign of dispersal. A crowd gathered outside the estate. Inside, 3,000 fully armed soldiers were herding the Liu family servants. Quickly go. Servants, houseboys, and distant relatives were all gathered in the front courtyard. Nigel raged here, venting the stress he had felt while facing life and death. In the main hall stood an elderly man, frowning deeply as if worrying about something. This person was honest. Daryl approached from the back hall, holding a cup of tea, softly saying to the old man, Grandpa Ching, don't worry, father and uncle won't be harmed. Hearing this, the old man's tense mood eased slightly, his gaze shifting to the young boy. Donger, you've changed much. You should have left. No, I must share the fate of the clan. A steely resolve flashed across Daryl's face. Seeing this, Honest felt both relieved and worried. At this moment, a venomous voice echoed, as Nigel stepped into the main hall. Tisk, a little brat, worthless as an ant, pretending to be fearless? The surrounding guards mocked. Overestimating himself, doesn't he know the Liu family has lost their minds? All self-righteous fools, dying isn't enough for them. The Liu family is nothing but trash. The curses rang clearly in Daryl's ears. He was no longer the pampered aristocrat of yesteryears. If it were regular enemies or ordinary people insulting him, he might let it slide. But to insult the Liu family, this, he couldn't tolerate. Draining his tea in one gulp, Daryl abruptly stood up. A surging wave of true energy spread out like a violent storm, rushing towards those soldiers. Honest sensed the situation turning bad, hastily stepping forward. Donger, don't act rashly. He who insults the Liu family dies. Daryl roared furiously. True energy surged around him as he charged at the soldiers. The fierce momentum made the insolent men feel a creeping dread and fear. But even Daryl's full attack was easily blocked. Being just a low-level martial artist, compared to Nigel, whose guards were experts as his confidants of Hernan, Daryl stood no chance. Boy, don't overestimate yourself. Get lost. The guard casually flung Daryl back with a flick of his arm. Honest rushed forward to catch him. Even so, Daryl sustained significant injuries. The elder's eyes gleamed fiercely, his aura expanding visibly. What, old fool, do you dare lay a hand on us? Honest's gaze turned cold, ready to strike recklessly when a familiar voice interrupted. Uncle Ching, let me handle it. Turning around, he saw two middle-aged men advancing side by side, walking with impressive strides. They were James and Digby. Seeing them, Nigel sneered. Head of the Liu family, I thought you were hiding, too scared to come out? What do I fear? James responded calmly. As he spoke, Nigel suddenly barked, his voice soaring. Head of the Liu family, do you acknowledge your guilt? What crime do I commit? The composed demeanor enraged Nigel. With a ruthless glint in his eye, he said, the prince long ordered you Liu family to lead the charge today. Yet where were you when the battle began? Do you know that your delay caused a complete military collapse? The Liu family deserves death many times over. Accusations piled up, Nigel determined to bring down the Liu family. James didn't intend to argue further, responding lightly. If you seek to impose blame, no lack of excuses can stop you. As he spoke, Digby stepped forward. Elder brother, I'll deal with this guy first. James did not stop him. Words were futile now, only resistance could change their fate. They were prepared to die with the Liu family. Digby walked while speaking. Is it you who injured my son? The guard gritted his teeth, stubbornly standing firm. What do you want? Kneel down and apologize. The icy command sent chills down everyone's spines. You. Digby's words infuriated the guard. Being Nigel's elite, no one dared address him, so except the prince. You're asking for death? Before he could finish, Digby launched an unexpected attack, striking with a powerful fist. No one anticipated the Liu family daring to openly retaliate. Such rebellion meant inevitable charges of treason. Nigel's lips curled into a grotesque smile. The Liu family chose this fate. Under his gaze, the guard punched back. A sharp sound filled the air as the fists collided. Bang! A muffled thud, followed by a scream. Unexpectedly from the guard. What you ah? He felt an overwhelming force far beyond his imagination. A crack resounded, followed by a blood-curdling scream. In broad daylight, his right arm bent unnaturally, clearly broken. Worse still, muscles and veins burst open, spurting a cloud of blood mist into the air. Watching the guard clutching his ruined arm and writhing in pain on the ground, Nigel's eyes widened in renewed fear, unable to escape the sight. Chapter 251. Deep Brotherhood. Looking at the personal guards lying in front of him, writhing in pain, Nigel's face turned deathly pale. After all, he was just a strategist, unskilled in combat, especially against martial experts like Digby. Struggling to suppress his fear, Nigel bluffed. Head of the Liu family, what do you mean by this? Are you planning to rebel against the state? I've long seen through your collusion with the barbarians. How do you plan to explain this to His Highness? James sighed lightly, his expression turning resolute. Nigel, if it weren't for your treachery, our Liu family wouldn't be in this situation. Since His Highness has already abandoned us, why must you keep up appearances? As he spoke, he gently waved his hand, and over 100 Liu family martial experts suddenly appeared in the courtyard. A man can die but not be disgraced. The Liu family is without guilt before heaven and earth. We do not fear death. The underground passage leading to the 10-mile graveyard had been completed 2 days ago. James had gradually moved out the women, children, and elderly of the Liu family. Now, apart from those who volunteered to stay and those who were too late to leave, most of the Liu family had departed. Daryl, as the third-generation leader, was one of the people James and his brother insisted on sending away. At this moment, the Liu family united with no fear of a desperate fight. Very well, I didn't expect. Nigel was taken aback, glancing around and realizing the situation. Head of the Liu family, it seems you were prepared all along. You even sent away the younger generation of your family. I underestimated you. But rest assured, once I catch you, I will find out, Nigel said, his body trembling with rage. He felt utterly betrayed, wanting to tear James limb from limb. Seize all the Liu family members. If they resist, kill them on the spot. Nigel roared, and the soldiers around him brandished their weapons, arrows drawn and aimed at the Liu family members. However, those remaining were mentally prepared. Under James's leadership, they faced the situation without fear, each with a look of readiness to sacrifice themselves. Xiuxian, take advantage of any opportunity to take Donger away, James said solemnly. Elder brother, how could I? Don't argue. Hazel is gone. Donger is the only hope for our Liu family. Consider the bigger picture. James looked at his brother, revealing a rare smile. Xiuxian, the future of the Liu family rests with you. Elder brother. Digby's eyes reddened. He had always wanted to become the head of the family, to prove himself equal to James. But being brothers, their blood ran thicker than water. Facing life and death, even this ironclad warrior felt tears welling up in his eyes. Ha ha ha, deep brotherhood, yet none shall escape today. Nigel laughed maniacally. Attack. With that command, thousands of soldiers rushed toward the Liu family. Inside, a fierce battle was about to commence. Outside, tension was equally high because standing before the Liu family gates was a young man carrying a sword case. I'm back, the youth muttered, attempting to break through. The soldiers tasked with sealing off the Liu residence naturally would not allow it, and rushed forward to stop him. Stop right there. A loud voice called out, and a burly man named Ansel appeared before Abdul. Today was supposed to be the day Nigel eradicated the Liu family and cemented his position. However, this was not to be. Abdul had returned. Before the Liu family gate, Ansel's anger grew as he stared at the man before him. A Wu Dao expert, he had managed to rise within the military hierarchy. Though he lacked the favoritism of others, he wisely chose to support Nigel when he was still unknown. It proved to be a wise decision, as Nigel quickly gained Hernan's trust and rose rapidly in power, pulling Ansel up with him. As a captain now commanding 1,000 men, Ansel was fully aware of Nigel's grudge against the Liu family. Now, Nigel was determined to destroy the Liu family, and Ansel intended to fully assist. Yet, someone dared to challenge him at this critical moment. This was unforgivable. If Nigel found out, Ansel would be severely punished. "You damn fool, looking for death? Shouting here, are you? Get lost, or I won't be gentle." Abdul stared at Ansel expressionlessly and stepped forward without hesitation. Upon meeting his gaze, Ansel felt compelled to step back, involuntarily swallowing hard. This guy's eyes are terrifying. No, letting him pass would cost me my life. He took a deep breath, feeling somewhat reassured by the presence of his men behind him. "Boy, you dare disrupt things? Are you tired of living? Do you know where this is?" "What place?" Abdul stopped, his gaze cold as he asked. "Isn't this the Liu family residence? Do you have any ties to the Liu family?" Ansel furrowed his brow, resting his hand on his saber. "Yes, I belong to the Liu family." Before Abdul finished speaking, Ansel drew his saber, shouting angrily, "I knew you weren't a good person." The city lord ordered the arrest of the Liu family for treason. "Capture them all." Instantly, dozens of soldiers drew their weapons and charged at Abdul. But as they neared, they were suddenly struck by an immense force, flying away in all directions. Abdul ignored the commotion, still processing Ansel's words. "Treason? Treason against the state? Ha ha ha." He laughed wildly, almost madly. "Samantha, good, very good indeed." His deranged laughter both frightened and infuriated Ansel. After some hesitation, he finally attacked. "Boy, you're too presumptuous. I'll end you." Leaping into the air, Ansel swung his blade with all his might at Abdul's head. With all his strength and momentum, he put everything into this strike. However, clang, metal clashed. Ansel's eyes widened in shock, as if witnessing something horrifying. The surrounding soldiers were similarly stunned. In their eyes, the youth stood laughing madly, seemingly oblivious to them. Yet, with just 2 fingers, he effortlessly caught the blade mid-strike. What was happening? Chapter 251, Deep Brotherhood. Watching the guards collapse in front of him, writhing in pain, Nigel's face turned deathly pale with fear. As a strategist, he was no match for martial experts like Digby, let alone skilled in wielding weapons. Swallowing his terror, Nigel blustered. "Lord Liu, what is the meaning of this? Could it be that you wish to rebel against the state? I have long suspected your collusion with the barbarians. How do you plan to explain this to His Highness?" James sighed lightly and looked resolute. "Nigel, had it not been for your intrigues, my family wouldn't have come to this. Since Prince Six has abandoned us, why pretend otherwise?" With a gentle wave of his hand, over 100 martial experts from the Liu family emerged into the courtyard. "A gentleman can die but cannot be humiliated. We Liu owe nothing to heaven and earth. We are ready to die without regret." 2 days ago, the tunnel leading to the 10-mile graveyard illusion array had already been dug through. James had gradually moved the women, children, and elderly of the Liu family to safety. Now, only those who chose to stand or fall with the family remained, along with some distant branches who didn't make it in time. Daryl, as one of the third-generation leaders, was someone James and his brothers were determined to protect. United, the Liu family was prepared to fight to the death. Very well, indeed," Nigel said, somewhat surprised, scanning the surroundings before realizing the truth. "Lord Liu, you've been well prepared. You've already sent away the younger generation? I underestimated you. But rest assured, once I capture you, I will make you talk." Enraged, Nigel's body shook uncontrollably. He felt betrayed and swore to flay James alive and strip his flesh. "Capture all members of the Liu family. Kill any who resist." Nigel screamed, and the soldiers around him brandished their weapons and drew their bows, all aimed at the Liu family. But those who remained were already mentally prepared. Led by James, they faced the situation fearlessly, each with a look of resolve on their faces. "Pooching, if there's a chance, take Donger and go," James said solemnly. "Brother, how can I? No more nonsense. Yun is gone. Donger is our last hope. Think of the greater good." James turned to his brother, revealing a rare smile. "Pooching, from now on, the Liu family rests with you." "Brother." Digby's eyes welled up with tears. For so long, he wanted to be the family head, to prove himself equal to James. But they were brothers bound by blood. At this moment of life and death, even this towering figure shed tears. "Ha ha ha, deep brotherhood, yet none shall escape today." Nigel laughed maniacally. "Attack." With that command, 1,000 soldiers surged toward the Liu family. Inside, a chaotic battle was about to break out. Outside, tensions were equally high as a young man with a sword case stood before the Liu family gates. "I've returned," he muttered, intending to rush inside. The soldiers blocking the entrance would not allow it, moving quickly to intercept him. "Stop." A large man appeared before Abdul, shouting. Today was supposed to be the day Nigel destroyed the Liu family and secured his status, but it was all going to crumble because Abdul had returned. Before the Liu family gate, Captain Ansel watched the man, growing angrier by the second. Ansel, proficient in martial arts and shrewd enough to ally with Nigel when he was still unknown, believed he made the right choice. Nigel's rise meant his own advancement under Nigel's patronage. Now the captain commanding 1,000 men, Ansel knew of Nigel's enmity towards the Liu family and was fully committed to helping him destroy them. Yet here was this person daring to interfere at this crucial moment, which was utterly unforgivable. If Nigel found out, he would punish him severely, ending his career. "You damn fool, are you courting death? Scram before I lose my temper." Abdul met Ansel's gaze coldly, unmoved as he stepped forward. At the first contact, Ansel recoiled several steps, feeling the lethal intent in the other's eyes. This guy is terrifying. If I let him pass, I'm dead. Gathering his courage, Ansel rallied his soldiers behind him. Boy, what gives you the nerve to cause trouble? Do you know where you are? Where am I? Abdul stopped, looking at the man coldly. Is this not the Liu residence? Do you dare enter knowing it's the Liu residence? Unless you have ties to them? Ansel narrowed his eyes, placing his hand on his saber. Yes, I'm part of the Liu family, Abdul replied calmly. Before he could finish, Ansel's blade flashed out. City Lord ordered the arrest of traitors from the Liu family. Take everyone. Soldiers rushed forward with drawn weapons, but as they reached Abdul, they were hurled back by an unseen force. Ignoring them, Abdul laughed bitterly. Treason? Treasonous against whom? Ha ha ha. Laughing wildly, he spat out Hernan's name. Hernan, very well indeed. His crazed appearance both frightened and infuriated Ansel. After hesitating, he attacked. You insolent brat, I'll kill you. Ansel leaped, bringing his sword down with all his might. But the sound of metal clashing rang out. Eyes wide, Ansel and the soldiers stared in disbelief as Abdul caught the vicious strike with just 2 fingers. What is happening? Suddenly, Ansel's vision blurred as he felt immense pressure on his wrist. Before he could react, Abdul released the blade and pushed him aside effortlessly. This encounter left Ansel dazed and disoriented, while Abdul continued to laugh, mocking the absurdity of the situation. Traitors? To whom? Samantha, should be corrected to Hernan. Revised sentence. Hernan, good, very good indeed. Chapter 252, Returning Home. Heath's laughter gradually subsided, and he lifted his head to look at Ansel in front of him. By now, the other party had realized that today they had truly met their match. Who exactly are you? Ansel's voice trembled, and his body involuntarily shivered, unable to form a complete sentence. Heath remained expressionless and did not respond. He merely tightened his right hand with force, instantly breaking and then shattering the steel blade. In the next second, screams of agony echoed one after another. Meanwhile, inside the Liu family hall, Nigel watched as the Liu family members, led by James, suffered injuries under the onslaught of the soldiers. His mood was euphoric. At this moment, his mind was constantly imagining how, after annihilating the Liu family, he would gain Hernan's trust and rise rapidly through the ranks. Just as he was lost in the impending bliss, a loud noise interrupted his thoughts. Bang! The Liu family's gate burst open, and dozens of figures were thrown backward into his presence. For a moment, everyone was drawn to this sudden change. They all stopped their actions and looked toward the gate. Upon closer inspection, they found it was the soldiers responsible for sealing off the estate, with Ansel leading them. At that moment, they spat blood, their fates unknown. The originally lively scene instantly turned quiet. Everyone stared at each other in disbelief. Who dared to break the Liu family's gate on such a day, killing Nigel's soldiers? Were they mad? They were following the orders of Yuncheng City Lord and the 6th prince of the current dynasty. Who could be so bold as to dare do this? To risk their life? Thud, thud. As footsteps sounded, a young figure slowly appeared before everyone. At this moment, everyone in the Liu family courtyard looked over. The armored soldiers couldn't believe their eyes. They had thought some grand figure dared to provoke Nigel and anger Hernan. They hadn't expected a young man. Who are you? How dare you behave so outrageously here? Boy, I advise you to kneel obediently and let Officer Lin handle your punishment. Officer Lin, please allow me to help you apprehend this insolent youth. Seeing the young man who entered was no more than 20-something, though bearing remarkable demeanor, what difference did it make? Their backer was a prince. Among the soldiers, there were officers and men who knew how to curry favor, speaking up to punish this arrogant youth on Nigel's behalf. Nigel's face was equally grim. This young man dared to interrupt his enjoyment and forcibly enter the Liu residence. What impudence! Yet, just as he was about to lose his temper, he noticed something amiss. Those Liu family members, looking like trapped beasts, were now filled with excitement, hope shining in their eyes again. What was happening? What had they seen? Following their gazes, he saw all eyes fixed on the young man. For a moment, Nigel felt puzzled. Who was this person? Why were the Liu family members so excited, as if seeing a savior? Soon, he got his answer. He saw James, always steadfast and ready to die, now trembling with red eyes. This patriarch of the Liu family choked out 2 words. Hazel. At these words, the young man looked up, a bright smile on his face. Father, I've returned. A simple sentence caused an uproar among the Liu family members. It's Master. He's alive. He has returned. Heaven favors the good. Master is safe. Wonderful. Now the Liu family can be saved. Master, we need your justice. Nigel watched the agitated Liu family members, utterly baffled. The previously despairing atmosphere had vanished, all because of this young man. He was supposed to be dead, but he's alive and here just in time for us to eliminate him too. From their words, Nigel guessed the young man's identity. James's eldest son, Heath. But so what? He was acting on Hernan's orders to arrest the entire Liu family. That was the 6th prince of Tianfeng dynasty. What could one talented disciple do? Nigel stepped forward, scrutinizing Heath from top to bottom. So you're Heath? Heath didn't even glance at him, walking straight to James. Father, second uncle, grandfather Ching, you're all here. Honest was overwhelmed with emotion. Master, old servant knew you wouldn't give up so easily. Tears welled up in the old man's eyes. Digby nodded, smiling warmly. Welcome back. Daryl, enduring pain, hurried over to Heath. Brother, I'm glad you're all right. Patting him on the shoulder, Heath said with a smile. You've grown. Before he could continue, a sharp yell interrupted him. Boy, how dare you ignore me? Heath's disregard made Nigel furious. Seeing this, he could no longer hold back. Turning, Heath's gaze turned cold, and he said coolly, "Who are you? To shout in my Liu family home?" "You." Nigel laughed coldly. Fine. The Liu family betrayed the country. All must be taken for questioning, including you since you've returned. Men, seize them all." Waving his hand, the soldiers once again brandished their weapons. However, Heath's next words showed true arrogance. "Who dares to misbehave in my Liu family home? Do they not fear death? Father, let me deal with them. Throw them to the dogs." His tone was icy. His words infuriated the soldiers. They weren't from Yuncheng City but recruited by Ernan in the capital, unaware of Heath's prowess. Seeing his audacity, they were enraged. Over 100 soldiers charged forward with knives and swords, roaring fiercely. The Liu family members tensed, preparing to fight, but Heath halted them. "Stand back, I'll handle it alone." Without another word, he stepped forward. With each step, a fierce aura radiated from him. In the hall, everyone felt suffocated and heavily oppressed. Raising his right hand, he waved it casually, as if swatting flies. All the soldiers spewed blood, flying backward. This act stunned everyone, including Nigel. Even the Liu family members were astounded. ###Chapter 253. Annihilate your entire clan. What's going on? Abdul effortlessly crushed the advancing soldiers, causing Nigel to panic. His eyes were wide with shock and anger, his voice hoarse. The other members of the Liu family found it equally unbelievable and rubbed their eyes in disbelief. They had all witnessed Abdul's strength before. His ability to cleave through 1,000 armored foes like paper was etched into their minds. But these were no ordinary enemies. These were elite guards with martial cultivation. And yet, Abdul had waved his hand casually, sending over 100 men flying. This level of power was beyond what they could comprehend. Taking another step forward, Abdul swung his palm again. The force of his strike scattered the remaining soldiers in every direction. At this point, not one of Nigel's men dared to step forward, huddling around Abdul but hesitating to approach. With each step Abdul took forward, they retreated backward, clearly terrified by his godlike abilities. Seeing Abdul display such prowess, the Liu family finally recovered from their shock. They began cheering enthusiastically. "Lord Eldest Brother is invincible. Lord Eldest Brother is amazing." If Abdul's return had brought them hope, his overwhelming show of force now reignited their confidence. Everyone's faces radiated determination and excitement, far removed from their previous despondency. At this moment, Daryl, who had been standing beside Digby, looked at Abdul's back, hesitation flashing across his eyes. Then, his expression hardened, and he ran up to Abdul, kneeling on one knee. "Brother, I have a request." Abdul raised an eyebrow, turning to look at him curiously. "What's this about?" "Stand up and speak," he said, pulling Daryl to his feet. The young man's face showed a rare hint of embarrassment. "Brother, Rosalind and I are in love. That old tyrant actually kidnapped her for himself." Daryl grew more agitated as he spoke, almost shouting by the end. It took Abdul a moment to understand. Apparently, Daryl had fallen for a girl named Rosalind from a merchant family in Finian City. They loved each other deeply, but 2 days ago, while she was strolling in the city, Nigel had seen her and forcibly taken her back to his residence. This was also why Daryl hadn't left Finian City. This kid really. Digby blushed, not expecting his son to be staying because of a girl. "Ha, second brother, don't worry too much. We all had our youthful indiscretions," James laughed. Meanwhile, Abdul couldn't help but laugh and pat Daryl on the shoulder. "You've done well. Don't worry, I'll get your sister-in-law back." "Thank you, brother." Daryl blushed slightly. Scanning the area, Abdul finally spotted Nigel hiding behind a pillar. He spoke calmly. "Nigel, did you hear what my brother said? Release my sister-in-law." Everyone's attention turned to Nigel, even his own soldiers looking at him in confusion. Nigel felt some regret. That day, after drinking heavily, he had indeed set his sights on the girl. He hadn't realized she had a connection with Daryl. However, he couldn't back down now. His reputation would be ruined. Everything that happened today would become a laughingstock. "Don't think your martial prowess allows you to be so insolent in front of me. If you know what's good for you, cripple yourself and beg forgiveness here. Otherwise, not only will you die, but your family and friends will meet the same fate." As Nigel spoke, the air grew increasingly cold, and a chilling wind swept through the area, making everyone shudder. "My family and friends? Fine. As you wish. I will say this once. Nigel, release my sister-in-law and commit suicide here. Otherwise, whether in heaven or earth, I will annihilate your entire clan." Abdul's words caused shock among the crowd. Instead of scaring Nigel's guards, his statement triggered mocking laughter. "Haha, did I hear that right? This punk wants to destroy the entire Ling clan? He has no idea how big the world is, thinking he can rule others just because he's a martial cultivator? Advisor Lin, with just your command, we can execute this fool immediately." Listening to the soldiers, Nigel smiled grimly. He needed to thank Abdul for bringing up the destruction of his clan. Now, everyone knew he was from the imperial capital's Lin family. Although he wasn't of the main line, he certainly wasn't someone to be trifled with. So, when Abdul threatened to annihilate his entire clan, it seemed ridiculous to everyone else. "Boy, I'll give you one last chance." But Abdul didn't intend to listen further. He had already read their attitudes in Nigel's mocking glance. They were dismissing him. The meaning was clear. "I, Nigel, don't fear you, and the power behind me isn't something you can challenge." Since that was the case, why should he waste time arguing? These people deserved death. Kill. Abdul spat out the word and stepped toward Nigel. His indifference and disdain thoroughly enraged Nigel. "Fine, I'll show you that this world isn't just yours to dominate. Attack." Following Nigel's order, dozens of figures burst into action, revealing themselves around the Liu estate. Since earning Hernan's favor, Nigel had traveled thousands of miles to this remote town. The sixth prince indeed possessed ambitions that matched his capabilities. After taking control of Finian City, he achieved significant results quickly, enhancing his reputation in the imperial capital. Many powerful families sought to court him, seeing him as a potential kingmaker or emperor contender. Nigel, being closest to Hernan, benefited first. The Lin family sent 20 martial experts to protect him, aiming to build a relationship with Hernan. This was why Nigel harbored resentment toward the Liu family. He considered them insignificant compared to the grandeur of Finian City and its ties to the Lin family of the imperial capital. Anyone opposing him disrespected both Hernan and the Lin family. Today, to ensure the arrest of the Liu family went smoothly, he brought along several Lin family martial experts. Now, it was time to reveal his true strength. Chapter 254, Imperial City Lin Family. At the Lord's mansion, within an elegantly simple and antique room, before Carmelo sat an elderly man who was full of vigor and energy. This man was none other than Conan, at the peak of transcendence, the strongest person sent by the Lin family to protect Nigel's safety. The two were sitting cross-legged opposite each other, with a chessboard between them. Clearly, they were in the midst of a chess match. After some time, Conan placed a black piece on the board, then picked up his teacup beside him for a sip. Subsequently, he smiled at the old man across from him. Brother Wanyan, your chess skills haven't improved much, have they? Carmelo laughed heartily. I don't have as much leisure time as you. Accompanying his highness in this barren land requires dealing with far too many things. Unlike you, who are so carefree. Haha, you still like to find excuses just like before. Just then, a servant ran in from outside, standing outside the room, hesitating to enter while wanting to say something. But how could the two men inside be ordinary? Carmelo frowned slightly and immediately said, "Come in." The servant hurriedly entered, kneeling down. "Seeing you fidgeting like an ant on a hot pan. What has happened? Speak." "Report to Lord, a young man from the Liu family came here, behaving extremely arrogantly. He is wreaking havoc and slaughtering indiscriminately." "What?" Upon hearing this, Conan frowned deeply and asked in a stern voice, "Who is it? How dare he do such a thing? What about the Liujia attendants?" Under the pressure from the old man, the servant stuttered. "That young man has formidable martial strength, and our soldiers can't stop him. The Lin family elders have already taken action. What? Daring to attack our Lin family, he's asking for death." Conan, enraged, stood up ready to leave, but suddenly remembered Carmelo was still there. He quickly turned around to face him. "Old Wong, I need to go out for a bit. This game." Carmelo waved his hand. "Never mind, looks like we won't finish this game. Let me come along too since we've been friends for so many years. I can't just sit idly by." "Great." Conan was overjoyed upon hearing this. Carmelo had operated the Tianfeng auction house in Yunsong City for many years and was one of Hernan's most trusted people. With him accompanying, it would be foolproof. Without further ado, the two vanished from their spot, heading towards the Liu residence. Following Conan, Wang Wenyuan felt an inkling of unease well up inside him. Liu family? A powerful young man? Could it be him? But didn't he supposedly die at the sword tomb? As the two figures sped off, they soon approached the Liu family estate. At that moment, the scene at the Liu residence was unusually quiet, almost eerily so, with a thick air of bloodiness permeating the atmosphere. In the main hall, military soldiers and Lin family warriors lay scattered haphazardly in the garden, hanging on walls or collapsed on rooftops. They were either grievously injured or dead bodies lying on the ground. Blood flowed through the courtyard, like blooming red flowers. Abdul stood in the middle, holding Nigel, whose face was filled with panic. It was as if this chaos had nothing to do with him. Everyone present was shocked by his formidable and ruthless methods. Nigel couldn't believe it either. His bodyguards, skilled martial artists, were no match for this young man. Where on earth did such a monstrous individual come from? A disciple of a second-tier sect in Yunsong City should not possess such formidable power. But now, being held like a dead dog, he had no time to think further. Clenching his teeth, he muttered, "Boy, I am from the Imperial City Lin family and currently serve His Highness, the Sixth Prince. Dare you harm me?" As he spoke, many armed guards rushed in through the door. Leading them was a burly man, none other than Dane, the head constable of Yunsong City. Seeing Abdul upon entering, Dane momentarily paused, then quickly made a decision after glancing at Nigel in Abdul's hand. He recognized Abdul, having participated in previous battles and witnessed his prowess. However, the world isn't simply about fights and killings for him. So he chose to side with the Lin family. "Han brother, this man is a murderer. Apprehend him immediately." Upon seeing Dane, Nigel called out urgently, "Han brother, arresting criminals is my duty. I cannot refuse." "Thank you." Relieved, Nigel's anxiety eased somewhat with Dane's support. "Uncle Fei will be here soon. Then, you'll pay with your life." Thinking of this, his words grew more confident. "Hey boy, I advise you to release me now, otherwise." Abdul glanced at him and rudely interrupted. "Today, no one can save you." After pondering, he lifted his voice. "Whoever wants to stand by him today, feel free to call for help now. I'll wait right here. But once they arrive, none shall leave." This declaration caused a great stir among those present. They couldn't believe it. Was this boy insane, daring to challenge everyone? Mad. Too arrogant. "Boy, don't move, I'll get reinforcements right away." Immediately, whether it was Dane or the other soldiers, they all began mobilizing forces. But Abdul didn't even spare them a glance after speaking. Grabbing Nigel by the collar, he leaned in close and whispered, "Where is my sister-in-law?" The intense killing aura rendered Nigel powerless, fear enveloping him as he slumped before Abdul. You, don't mess around, the Lin family won't let you off. Don't waste time. Your life is in my hands now. Tell me, where is Su babe?" The palpable killing intent made Nigel tremble uncontrollably with sheer terror. I'll tell you in my villa." As he spoke, the smell of urine wafted from his pants. He had been scared enough to wet himself by Abdul's aura. "Daryl, did you hear that?" Turning to look at Daryl, he saw the young man had already dashed off. This boy. Seeing this, Eden shook his head helplessly, nodding at Abdul. Then his figure blurred, disappearing to chase after him. Second uncle, no holding back. His voice echoed thunderously, clear to every ear present. Abdul looked back, casting a disdainful glance at Nigel. Right hand releasing abruptly, Nigel fell to the ground like a dead dog. I won't kill you now. I want you to witness with your own eyes how everything you rely on will disappear because of you. Abdul spoke calmly, as if referring to a trivial matter. But he had the power. The Lemu array disc in hand, a first-class killing formation opened. Not just Nigel or Ernan, even the crown prince of the Tianfeng dynasty, Ahmed, would meet his end here. Strength was his greatest confidence. Chapter 255, Gathering at the Liu family. It was dusk, and the first battle between Finian and the Feng tribe had just concluded. On the city roads, people everywhere were in low spirits. Merchants and residents alike had received news of Finian's crushing defeat. This battle severely demoralized everyone, leaving the city streets eerily quiet. Only a few people moved in twos and threes, whispering to each other. However, this night was destined to be anything but peaceful. Suddenly, the ground trembled as fully armed troops marched forward at full speed. From the opposite direction, the city constables from Finian's government office also mobilized, seemingly heading in the same direction as the city guards. Two large groups moved towards the Liu family residence. Pedestrians watched with apprehension, trying to avoid getting involved. No one knew what was happening, but countless people instinctively sensed that today was different. The residents of Finian closed their doors and windows, curiously watching from afar. What's going on? I don't know. It seems like they're heading towards the Liu family. Is the city governor planning to take action against the Liu family again? Sigh. Isn't this just killing the donkey after it has done its work? What a pity for the Liu family. The residents of Finian murmured among themselves, clearly having anticipated something like this. Meanwhile, at the military camp's training ground, Christo, pale-faced, was hurriedly escorted by a group of soldiers onto the square. The vast training ground now appeared as a sea of white. The ground was littered with the bodies of Finian's fallen soldiers, casting a pall of grief over everyone. Christo, the normally hot-tempered man, now trembled uncontrollably. His eyes turned bloodshot. He staggered towards one of the bodies in the center. Recognizing the familiar attire, Christo slumped to the ground. Tears streamed down his weathered face. Old Wei, get up, stop pretending. If you don't, your brothers will start drinking with your silver coins. Christo's words made the men beside him well up with tears, yet they managed to smile. Gerard was usually cautious and highly valued his money. Now, Christo continued, you're usually so frugal, carrying coppers in your ribs. Today, you're being generous? Your brothers won't hesitate. But only silence responded. Truly cold now, maybe it's better. No one will argue with me anymore. I can finally have peace. Christo covered his face with one hand, tears streaming through his fingers. Old Wei, you were always the smartest. What happened? How did those savages bite you? His voice was soft, sorrowful enough to make one weep. Just as Christo rambled on, a soldier rushed over breathlessly. General Liu, not good. Christo wiped away his tears and turned around. What is it? Don't interrupt my conversation with Old Wei. The city governor ordered the arrest of all the Liu family members, the soldier panted. What did you say? Christo's face changed drastically, then he barked out orders. Gather the men. Follow me. Everyone behind him echoed his command and rushed towards the Liu family residence. At the same time, at the Liu family estate, which was now surrounded by a throng of people, an atmosphere of tension prevailed. All bystanders had been cleared away. Seeing all the forces assembled, Nigel felt emboldened. He didn't believe anyone could escape unscathed in this situation. Boy, you regret now, but it's too late. Today, I will shatter every bone in your body. Nigel forced himself to stand, gritting his teeth. However, the lingering smell of urine undermined his authority, and people kept their distance. Nigel's face burned with humiliation as he glared at the youth nearby, his gaze filled with venom. Today, I will grind you into dust. Abdul seemed unfazed, standing calmly. Like a towering mountain, he remained unmoved. Scanning the crowd, his icy gaze showed no emotion, as if he were looking at dead men. Are all here? Just these puny soldiers? Abdul's indifferent attitude thoroughly enraged everyone present. They felt treated like lambs waiting for slaughter. Used to being revered, they hadn't faced such humiliation before. They were livid. Bastard, you arrogant fool. I'll tear you limb from limb. Just then, a deep and powerful voice rang out. Silence, all of you. Two elders approached, Conan and Ned. Everyone immediately fell silent, respectfully clearing a path for Conan, who strode forward with imposing presence. Glancing at Abdul, anger flashed in his eyes. Uncle Faye, you've finally arrived. Nigel crawled over to Conan's side, speaking softly. Seeing Nigel's pathetic state, Conan's fury grew. If I hadn't come, you would have disgraced the Lin family. You are truly useless. As he spoke, he backhanded Nigel hard, sending him flying. Smack. Nigel rolled twice on the ground, loosening teeth, and blood trickling from his mouth. Uncle Faye, what are you doing? Shut up. Conan bellowed furiously. Nigel clutched his face, looking like a wronged woman. Ripley, break this boy's limbs and bring him over. Conan radiated power without even glancing at Abdul. He waved dismissively, treating the task as trivial. Behind him, a lean, wiry man's aura surged, revealing his peak innate strength. Kill. A roar echoed through the sky as he charged towards Abdul. Not bad for someone from the capital. Such overwhelming presence indeed leaves one quaking. That's right, this is a peak innate expert. The Liu family's boy is likely in great danger. Note, I've maintained the meaning while ensuring it reads naturally in English. The term innate is used instead of shantan to keep the terminology consistent and comprehensible in English. Those who came with Nigel and Dane felt vindicated by their earlier support. Hearing the flattery around him, Conan couldn't help but smile broadly, laughing heartily. Ha, everyone is too kind. As long as the Lin family stands, Finian, bang! A loud crash interrupted Conan mid-sentence. Turning their gaze, they saw in shock that Ripley, whom everyone considered an expert, was now pinned to the ground by Abdul, his head firmly held down. Has Finian become a city of fools in just 1 year? The calm, almost mocking words reverberated in their ears, like whispers from a demon. Hashtag chapter 256. Young man, don't be too arrogant. Such a significant event occurred in Yunsong City that its city governor, Ernan, finally noticed the abnormality. What's going on? Seeing far fewer guards and patrolling soldiers than usual, he became furious. Didn't I order to increase the posts? Now that a big battle has erupted, where are all the people? His voice was filled with coldness, making everyone feel like they had fallen into an ice cellar. The soldier being questioned hurriedly responded in a low voice. Reporting to your excellency, more than half of the remaining troops in the city have been dispatched to the Liu family. The Liu family? Hearing this, Ernan furrowed his brows, but then seemed to understand. He asked, the Liu family refused to submit and actually rebelled? Yes, the head of the family, James, led the resistance and injured many of us. Bastards, how audacious can they be? Ernan flew into a rage. Initially, he only intended to suppress the Liu family's influence while establishing his own authority. He didn't plan to wipe them out completely, but the Liu family's stubbornness took him by surprise. In that case, let the Liu family vanish entirely. Ernan muttered to himself. Just as he was about to turn back to his residence, he suddenly realized something and turned to ask. To arrest the Liu family, over half the troops were mobilized. Is Nigel a fool? Hearing his question, a subordinate hurriedly answered. Everything went smoothly at first, but then a young man appeared midway, hindering the operation. His martial arts proficiency isn't weak? A young man with strong martial arts skills? Do you know who it is? Ernan asked. I heard it might be the eldest son of the Liu family, Abdul? This statement struck Ernan like a thunderbolt, leaving him momentarily stunned. After a long pause, he abruptly grabbed the person and asked, you said Nigel brought people to arrest Abdul? Yes, that's right. It said that an official from the Imperial City's Lin family also went there. Hernan's face immediately darkened, muttering to himself. Wasn't he dead? How could he be alive? What should we do now? Seeing his expression, the subordinate thought he was worried and hastily assured. Your Excellency, rest assured, our army has already headed there. Even our bailiffs under Commander Han have mobilized. The Liu family can only surrender quietly. Upon hearing this, Ernan suddenly fixed his gaze on him with eyes like a beast seeking prey. You mean, that damned Innis took the officials to act? Why yes. The subordinate's voice trembled, scared by his gaze. That idiot doesn't know his place. Ernan broke out in cold sweat at once. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Nigel, that good-for-nothing, dared to incite the government office. That bastard Innis will ruin me. He knew much more than others. Abdul perished in the sword tomb, but before that, he defeated experts from various sects, repelled the blood deity sect, and left a sword to suppress evil spirits. These details were clear to him. Abdul's strength was at least at the transcendent stage. In Yunsong City, he would be considered invincible. How dare those fools provoke him? The more he thought, the more panicked he became. Once, Abdul was his ally, but now? Thinking this, he dashed away, mounting his steed and rushing toward the Liu family residence to assess the situation. At this moment, at the Liu family residence, Ripley's inner turmoil was immense. Once a professional assassin, he managed to escape after his organization was destroyed and joined the Lin family as a guardian due to his innate martial prowess. Never did he imagine that he would fall at the hands of a young man in this remote town, and only someone of renowned strength could subdue him so effortlessly. But why was such a powerful person here and so young? Transcendent. You are transcendent. Spare me. Ripley felt the force from the hand gripping him intensify, causing excruciating pain. Struggling to speak, he pleaded for mercy. But would it help? Life was in another's hands. How could it be reclaimed? Abdul stood up straight and tossed Ripley aside. Ripley crashed into a wall with a splatter of blood, his body lifeless. Silence filled the room. No one dared utter a sound. Everyone clearly heard Ripley's final words. Transcendent stage. To see a young man barely in his 20s at the transcendent stage was unbelievable. Such a person would be considered a prodigy in the northern river county. What was he doing in this remote small town? Pretending to be weak? Lu Qinshui's face was grave. Ever since Ripley died at Abdul's hands, he knew they had crossed a line. Deep down, he cursed Nigel relentlessly. How could they possibly provoke a family with such a genius? For a moment, he lost all direction. As for Nigel, he lay prone on the ground like a puddle of mud. This young brother, perhaps there's some misunderstanding? Finally, after a long pause, Lin Qinshui spoke first. His tone was noticeably weaker. Facing Abdul's impassive expression, Lin Qinshui felt like he was talking to a block of 10,000-year-old ice, cold and unyielding. Misunderstanding? There's no misunderstanding. Nigel intends to destroy my Liu family, so naturally, I won't let the Lin family off. That's all. A simple statement carried an overwhelmingly dominant tone, making everyone uneasy. How bold, daring to threaten the Lin family with just a bit of strength. The Lin family has existed for centuries in the Imperial City. Young man, don't be too arrogant. Lin Qinshui suppressed his anger and rebuked sharply, forgetting that moments ago, he intended to cripple Abdul. Abdul took a step forward, speaking as he moved. Old man, whether the Lin family of the Imperial City perishes or not, you may not live to see it. Have any last words? Each indifferent word and step felt like a blow to Lin Qinshui's heart. Faced with Abdul's relentless advance, Lin Qinshui's face darkened ominously. Although he was also at the transcendent stage, Facing such a prodigious expert left him uncertain. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and turned to Ned behind him, whispering urgently, "Wenyan brother, today, you need to help me." Ned's presence could represent Ernan. With Ernan, the city governor, who would dare to oppose? Lin Qinshui felt reassured. However, things never go as planned. Ned watched the young man nearby. His shocked expression gradually transformed into one of complexity. He approached slowly, bowed slightly in public, and respectfully greeted. An old man greets Master Lu? Chapter 257, Bloody Carnage. Ned stepped forward and stood still, his eyes meeting Abdul's. The two exchanged glances. Ned's old eyes flickered with hesitation, unable to meet the gaze directly. Abdul silently watched the elder man, his calm eyes sending chills down anyone's spine. For a moment, even though Ned had seen many high-ranking officials in the capital city, he was utterly intimidated by the youth's overwhelming aura. Just as Ned's mind wandered, an overwhelmingly powerful aura erupted from Abdul, several times stronger than before. With a swift movement, Abdul's left hand, shaped like a claw, lunged toward Ned. This sudden change caught everyone off guard, shocking all present. However, Conan was nearby and would not stand idly by as harm came to Ned. Both men shouted in unison, unleashing their full-peak extraordinary strength. Unfortunately, their opponent was Abdul. Seeing the attacks coming, Abdul swiftly countered with his right hand. In a flash, Conan and the other attacker were sent flying backward. Abdul's left hand grabbed Ned by the collar, his enraged expression causing cold sweat to trickle down the elder's face. "Wang Lao, I see you still remember?" Facing the man up close, Ned, overwhelmed by Abdul's imposing presence, couldn't utter a coherent word. "Master Lu, I dare not forget." Ned gritted his teeth, managing to force out a few words. "Huh, you do remember me, don't you? Then tell me, what did you promise me back then?" "Huh?" Abdul roared, his anger palpable, as if ready to swallow the old man whole. However, Ned, one of the rulers of Finian City and Hernan's closest confidant, made no attempt to refute him. Instead, he bowed his head in shame. "Why, can't you look at me? Could it be that the mastermind behind the annihilation of my Lu family is you?" Abdul's voice grew more agitated, leaving the onlookers trembling in fear. Holding Ned in his grip was none other than the loyal attendant who had cared for Ernan since childhood, someone with influence even in front of the Chu Emperor. "Young man, do you know who you are holding? Release him immediately, or you will face unbearable consequences." Conan's warning echoed with extreme panic. If anything happened to Ned, he knew his fate would be sealed. This is Finian City. No matter who you are or what realm you've attained, this place doesn't allow for such unruliness. Otherwise, we will show no mercy. Dane barked fiercely, simultaneously signaling the thousands of Finian City constables to ready their weapons, aiming directly at Abdul. Abdul turned to face the armed officers. "No mercy? Let's see how you dare show me any disrespect. Do you believe that if I wish, I can turn this entire Finian City upside down? Young man, are you insane?" Dane laughed bitterly, furious. Without replying, Abdul fixed his gaze intensely on Ned, then suddenly roared again. "Old man, if he doesn't believe me, do you?" His roar resounded through the heavens, resembling the roar of a dragon or the growl of a tiger. Before Ned could respond, a deafening shout echoed from outside the Lu family estate. "I believe." In the next moment, Christo led thousands of veterans charging in, shouting loudly, "Riker, you're safe. That's wonderful." Christo approached with visible excitement. They had once followed Abdul into the Dragon Snake conflict and now stood firmly by his side without hesitation. Seeing these familiar faces, Abdul felt equally stirred. These people had shared life and death with him, truly brothers in arms. Ned, witnessing everything, appeared dejected, seemingly aging rapidly. "These are the pillars and foundation of the prince's protection. It's all my fault, my mistake." The elder regretted deeply. If only he had persuaded Ernan better, perhaps things wouldn't have escalated to pushing Abdul to this point. Dane watched the scene unfold, utterly astounded. A wave of terror surged within him. How can this young man command so many soldiers' loyalty to the death? Impossible. Though he had heard of Abdul's role in last year's battle, he hadn't anticipated this level of power. Suddenly, Abdul's form moved like a ghost, appearing right before him. His eyes, sharp as swords, pierced straight into Dane's heart. "Now, do you believe me?" Dane, trembling with fear, fell to the ground after stumbling back 2 steps. Who are you? What are you?" Terror turning into fury, he shrieked as if to purge all his fears. Everyone present, especially Conan, was similarly haunted by this question. Facing such intensity, Nigel felt dizzy and shivered uncontrollably on the ground. He knew his end was near. Amidst everyone's shock, Abdul slowly straightened up. As he did, an overpowering killing intent surged, as if dividing heaven and earth. "Now, do you believe me?" Dane's body quaked violently, and the 1,000 officers behind him found it difficult to hold onto their weapons. You cannot touch me. I am." Before he could finish, a sword aura sliced across his neck, spraying blood. Dane clutched his throat, eyes wide open, then slowly collapsed. Abdul lifted his hand, grasping the heavy golden Han sword, turning to face Christo and the others. "Pardon me, but please seal off this area for me." Christo hesitated momentarily, but then laughed heartily. "Brother, rest assured, no one enters, no one leaves." Turning, Abdul faced Conan and the Lin family members, his gaze turning colder, emanating murderous intent. "You have only one chance, defeat me. Otherwise, join me in hell." With that, he charged forward like a whirlwind. Sword energy condensed on his heavy sword. Each slash instantly shattered multiple bodies. Blood filled the air, and the fear of death spread through everyone's hearts. Conan, enraged, bellowed to the sky. "Everyone, attack together. I refuse to believe he can kill us all." Under his lead, Lin family guards and other soldiers swarmed Abdul. Unfazed, Abdul's heavy sword became a flurry of millions of blades, pressing down on them mercilessly. Chapter 258. I hold my sword to the sky. At the Liu family compound, the moon hung high in the sky as a one-sided massacre was unfolding. The entire courtyard echoed with wails and screams. Soldiers scattered in all directions like they were in hell on earth. As for the Lin family's elders and guards, they had been killed first by Abdul. One man with one sword. His prowess painted the sky red with blood. This chaos only ceased temporarily upon Hernan's arrival. In the courtyard, Abdul and Hernan stood facing each other. The sixth prince of Tianfeng dynasty looked around at the bloodbath, feeling a chill run down his spine. Despite rushing as fast as he could, he still arrived too late, allowing the situation to escalate to such an extent. What astonished him most was that Abdul managed this level of destruction single-handedly. His martial arts proficiency far exceeded expectations. Now, Hernan regretted it deeply. He dared not meet Abdul's gaze. Hey, Riker, it's really great that you're alive. Hernan chuckled dryly, trying to lighten the atmosphere. Abdul responded with a cold laugh. Thanks to Matt, if I had come any later, perhaps only I would have remained. Hernan gave an awkward smile and then said seriously, Riker, rest assured, I will definitely investigate this matter and give you justice. But Abdul showed disdain, waving him off. Matt, these words are meaningless now. Without your permission, would these people dare to enter my family compound so brazenly? Looking at Abdul's icy expression, Hernan fell silent, unable to respond. This attitude only infuriated Abdul further. On that day, during the Dragon Snake battle, the Liu family made significant contributions to Yunsong City. Is it after just a year that we are to be destroyed? The coldness of your actions, Matt, is truly heart-wrenching. Abdul's eyes gleamed fiercely, almost predatory. Faced with his harsh words, Hernan remained speechless. Realizing his inability to respond, Hernan felt helpless against Abdul's anger. The silence grew oppressive, leaving everyone breathless. The soldiers nearby saw clearly that even Hernan was powerless against this Liu family heir. After a while, Hernan spoke again. Brother, the barbarians are back and have allied with the demon tribes. I hope you can set aside your grievances and join us in repelling the invaders. I swear to compensate the Liu family well. Seeing no alternative, Hernan tried appealing emotionally, using the greater good and national righteousness to persuade Abdul to reconsider. Unfortunately, his efforts were in vain. Without hesitation, Abdul rejected him coldly, his tone indifferent and unyielding. From the moment these soldiers stepped into my family compound, we no longer belong to Yunsong City. What happens to Yunsong City is none of my concern. Ignatius hurriedly intervened, trying to persuade Abdul. Young Master Liu, the prince has erred. If you return, I promise to report to His Majesty and ensure your family gets promoted. Yes, brother, come back. Many generals in the army wish for your return. You would lead the 3 armies if you came back. Hearing these promises, Abdul remained unmoved. I have not betrayed Yunsong City or any of you. In the past, I could sacrifice my life for the country, but henceforth, I live for myself and my family. I do not want to be a sharp blade anymore. From now on, I will hold the sword. With that, he turned slowly, saying lightly, you have 10 seconds to leave the Liu family compound, or, no mercy. Think of the bigger picture, young Master Liu. A war is imminent. Where can you go? Ignatius's urgency showed. He didn't want a rift between Abdul and the prince. Each young martial genius held potential future influence that everyone knew was valuable. However, Abdul was resolute. 10, 9. As his cold voice continued counting down, the soldiers rushed toward the door, terrified to stay a second longer. Seeing Abdul's determination, Hernan realized nothing could change his mind. Wong uncle, let's go. Ah. Ignatius sighed heavily, his posture slumping, and left shakily. At the gate, Hernan turned and called out, brother, if you change your mind, find me. I guarantee eternal prosperity for the Liu family. But Abdul's response was simple. I don't believe you. No need for more words. The group came quickly and left swiftly. Only Conan and Nigel, both gravely injured, remained in the courtyard. Kid, dying by your hands is fitting. Give me a quick death, Conan said without pleading for mercy, showing some dignity in the face of death. Abdul turned, his tone calm. Today, I spare you too. What? Both men looked in disbelief, as if seeing a ghost. I said, I wanted to destroy the Lin family. I will do what I said. I'm letting you live so you can witness it firsthand. Go. Abdul's reasoning stunned Conan and Nigel. The Lin family of the imperial capital had existed for centuries. How could this youth expect to root them out entirely? Nonetheless, they survived for now. Conan dragged the limp Nigel out. Kid, remember, the imperial capital isn't like Yunsong. Don't worry, I'll be there soon. Abdul replied coolly. After everyone left, the Liu family compound returned to its former peace. As dawn broke and light appeared in the east, everything seemed untouched, as if nothing had ever happened. Chapter 259. Occupying a mountain as king. In the Liu family's courtyard, Abdul and James, along with other high-ranking members, sat solemnly in the main hall. The atmosphere was exceptionally serious, for today they would decide the future of the Liu family. James spoke first, asking, Hazel, what are your plans from now on? All eyes turned to Abdul, who was seated there. Everyone knew that he was now the backbone of the Liu family, its future and hope. In response, Abdul slowly raised his head, a slight smile curling the corners of his lips. You all don't need to be so serious. This matter is actually quite simple. We just need to leave Yunsong City. Leave? It's not that easy, an elder said. Beside him, Digby nodded in agreement. Indeed, with the Tianfeng Empire about to clash with the Fengman tribes, where can we go? To leave Beijiang Prefecture at this time is no easy feat. Abdul rubbed his chin, thinking deeply. Given that this conflict involved the demon race, none of the cities in Beijiang Prefecture would allow such a large number of people to flood in together. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he looked up to ask, "Father, are there any bandits or marauders near Yunsong City?" James was taken aback, but seemed to understand. "You want to occupy a mountain and rule as king? It could be a viable choice." In truth, many powerful martial arts families, both within this continent and the Tianfeng Empire, chose to reside in mountains similar to sections. Though it carried more dangers, it also offered fewer restrictions. With Abdul's current strength, this choice was feasible. Hearing this, the other elders were pleasantly surprised. They knew that being able to establish a foothold outside the city meant a lot for their family. No one objected, and joy filled their hearts. After much discussion, they decided to choose Yunsong Mountain, located 100 miles north of Yunsong City. Within this mountain range, there was a black gully fort controlled by a group of bandits. Yunsong Mountain had treacherous terrain, making it easy to defend but hard to attack, perfect as a base. "Very well, this decision is made. Tomorrow, I will lead 200 men to visit this black gully fort," Abdul declared. Beside him, Daryl hastily volunteered. "Elder brother, I'll go with you." "All right." The next day at dawn, Abdul set off with the clan's guards towards Yunsong Mountain. Besides Daryl, Christo also accompanied them. Upon hearing the plan, he insisted on helping. Unable to dissuade him, Abdul provided him with healing medicine from the Yinri Palace to assist with his injuries. They spurred their horses, arriving at Yunsong Mountain by noon. Another half-hour later, they saw signs of hidden sentries, indicating they had entered Black Gully Fort's territory. Abdul did not make a fuss, but ordered everyone to stay put. He then gave Daryl a meaningful look. Instantly understanding, Daryl spurred his horse forward and shouted loudly, "All brothers of Black Gully Fort, we are from the Lu family of Yunsong City. We seek an audience with your chief." He repeated it 3 times, his voice echoing through the mountains. Moments later, a man appeared atop the hillside and called out, "Stay where you are, do not move. I will inform the chief." He then vanished into the forest. Abdul nodded to Daryl, and everyone waited in readiness. At this moment, within a grand fortress in the mountains, the leader of Black Gully Fort, Tim, listened to his subordinate's report and asked, "The Lu family? Why have they left Yunsong City? How many people are there?" "They have only about 200 men, but they carry some large chests," the subordinate replied. Tim stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I heard the Fengman tribe is battling the Tianfeng Empire again. Could Yunsong City no longer be safe?" After pondering, he instructed, "Homer, bring them back here. Let's see what they want." The square-faced man stepped forward respectfully. "Yes." Soon, a troop charged out of the fort and raced down the mountain path. Abdul led his people on the mountain trail, waiting anxiously until they heard bells and felt the earth tremble. A group of riders appeared, dust swirling around them like a giant serpent moving swiftly down the mountain path. Abdul signaled Daryl, who nodded and waved slightly. Behind them, the Lu family members prepared for battle. Soon enough, the opposing group arrived, consisting of about 500 men. Leading them was a square-faced man with a stern expression and pale skin, dressed in armor and wielding an axe, none other than Homer. "Who are you, and why are you here?" Homer demanded, pulling his horse to a halt. Daryl bowed politely. "I am Daryl, second son of the Lu family." He pointed to Abdul beside him. "This is my elder brother, Abdul." Homer and his subordinates sized up the two, disbelief evident in their eyes. "Haha, your Lu family has no capable members left if they send children like you?" His tone was harsh, followed by laughter. His men joined in, taunting them. Christo and Daryl both felt anger rise. Abdul, however, remained unfazed and stepped forward with a chuckle. "May I ask who you are?" Hearing this, Homer shifted his axe onto his shoulder, pounded his chest, and boasted arrogantly, "I'm Homer, and my brother is Tim. You stand on my turf." Abdul couldn't help but smirk. This man was indeed unfamiliar. "You have great courage, truly formidable." Upon hearing this, Homer's eyes narrowed in anger. "Brat, you're asking for death." He galloped forward, weapon raised. Abdul remained calm, undeterred. As Daryl moved to step forward, a loud shout stopped him. "I'll fight you." Christo leaped out, brandishing his saber as he rode toward Homer. Watching Christo engage in combat with Homer, Abdul marveled inwardly. Brother Lu has greatly improved in his martial arts this year. On the battlefield, Christo fought fiercely, his saber creating powerful winds, steadily overpowering his opponent. Homer grew increasingly worried as he felt Christo's strikes grow heavier. His arms trembled, almost losing grip on his axe. "He's unexpectedly strong. This way, I might lose." As Homer grew anxious, Abdul called out calmly, "Brother Lu, that's enough." Christo ceased his attack, swung his horse back, and rejoined the group. Abdul smiled at Homer, amusement gleaming in his eyes. "Proud warrior, please lead the way. I've come to meet Chief Tim." Homer grunted, acknowledging the respect extended. His trembling hands reminded him that without intervention, he would have been defeated or worse. "Follow me." Homer led them deeper into Yunsong Mountain, heading towards Black Gully Fort. The Lu family and their allies followed closely, anticipation building as they neared their new beginning. Chapter 260, Black Gorge Fort. Homer led Abdul and his party toward the fort. With a guide, the journey became much easier, unimpeded. After about half an hour, they finally arrived at a mountain that looked lively. From afar, there was a fort in the mountains, exuding a majestic aura. It was significantly larger than the soul-severing fort he had seen before, entirely built with stones like a stone city. This greatly enhanced its defensive capabilities. One could see flags waving and many people bustling around from a distance, indicating a considerable number of inhabitants. With Homer leading the way, no one at the gate questioned them. The Lu family guards were left outside while Abdul, along with Daryl and Christo, headed towards the council hall. As they entered, rows of Black Gorge Fort soldiers were seen training, their numerous figures echoing battle cries that reverberated through the mountains, never ceasing. "Balthazar is indeed skilled. This Black Gorge Fort is impressive." Abdul nodded approvingly. Following Homer into the council hall, Abdul finally met the renowned Balthazar. Looking up, the three saw a man sitting in the main seat. He had a tall, well-built frame, a full beard, and sharp, piercing eyes. This was none other than the chief leader of Black Gorge Fort, Balthazar. Big brother, I've brought them back, Homer stepped forward to report. Balthazar nodded, his expression slightly odd. From afar, he saw that Abdul, who was leading the group, was only in his 20s, making him feel as if it were surreal. However, being a deep schemer, Balthazar did not show any hesitation and stood up, offering a bow. You all have traveled far, my apologies for the delay. May I ask, how should we address this young brother? Abdul returned the bow with a smile, neither overly humble nor arrogant. I am Abdul of the Liu family. I have long heard of General Balthazar's great renown. Today, seeing you in person, you truly live up to your reputation. Upon hearing this, Balthazar's lips curved into a smile. Flattery always found a welcoming ear, especially when called General, which boosted his favorable impression. If he knew you came to seize his fort, would he still think this way? Great heroes emerge from the young. Truly admirable. Young brother, why have you traveled so far? Balthazar seemed unusually affable to Abdul. However, Abdul knew these were just appearances. These were ruthless bandits who wouldn't hesitate to kill. Smiling, Abdul replied, currently, Finian City is under siege by the barbarian army and can't hold out much longer. My Liu family intends to seek refuge here, and hopes General will accommodate us. After hearing this, Balthazar remained silent for a while. Indeed, it was as he suspected. They were here to seek refuge. But why should he help someone he didn't know? Thinking this, Balthazar looked up. Young brother, our resources are scarce. We may be willing but unable to help. Abdul anticipated this and was prepared. To demonstrate our sincerity, I've brought armor, weapons, and enough food to equip a 1,000-man unit. Indeed. Balthazar raised an eyebrow, surprised. He thought they might seek some money but hadn't expected military equipment, which was much harder to obtain than food. Waving a hand, Homer immediately understood and went down to check the chests Abdul brought. Come, let me toast to you. Suddenly, a soldier rushed into the hall, panic-stricken. Chief, something bad has happened. Seeing this, Balthazar's face darkened as he scolded. Why are you running around like a madman? Are you trying to go to hell? It's not that. Seeing the subordinate stutter, Balthazar stepped forward and slapped him hard across the face. You fool. What exactly happened? The pain on his cheek made him fully aware, and he quickly reported, Chief, that prisoner we captured a few days ago broke free somehow and is now heading towards the fort entrance, killing everyone in his path. We can't stop him. Hearing this, Balthazar's face turned black with anger. A bunch of useless men. Snatching a bronze broadsword from beside him, he rushed out. Abdul, overhearing their conversation, felt intrigued. Anyone who can fight their way out of such a fortified place must be extraordinary. Taking Daryl and Christo with him, he quickly followed. At this moment, the entire fort was on high alert. A young man stood surrounded by dozens of men, preparing for battle. Seeing no one step forward, Balthazar cursed loudly. Worthless! Lifting his sword, he was about to attack when suddenly, a bare-chested giant burst from the crowd, brandishing a long spear, charging forward. Kill! He shouted, swinging his spear like a snake emerging from the forest, hiding razor-sharp fangs within its mighty momentum. The prisoner swung his long sword in response, only for a resounding clang to cut through the air as the sword was severed. Abdul's eyes gleamed with admiration. He's at the peak of the innate realm. Incredible! It was unexpected to find such prowess among the bandits. Seeing the bare-chested man strike, Balthazar put away his weapon and walked back. My apologies, brother. No worries. Who is this man, Brother Sping? Abdul pointed at the bare-chested man. He joined us 6 months ago, possessing immense strength but without a name. We call him Cody. Abdul nodded. Either this man had escaped adversity or possessed exceptional talent. Clearly, Chief Balthazar wasn't aware of his true strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so complacent. At this point, the prisoner was already covered in wounds and exhausted from continuous battles. In an instant, he was overpowered, bound tightly, and dragged before them. Balthazar kicked him and scolded. You brat, daring to run? Do you want to die? Raising the bronze broadsword, he was about to kill him. Observing everything, Abdul felt a sense of admiration and reached out to stop him. General Sping, this man seems quite skilled. Why not persuade him to join the fort, showcasing your generosity? Startled by the intervention, Balthazar hesitated, then realized the logic. Turning to the young man, he asked, Do you wish to join us? Instead of begging for mercy, the man spat back fiercely. You murderous thug. I'd rather die than submit to you. I will never bow down to your kind, even in death. Hashtag chapter 261. Ancient White Tiger Bloodline. Ding. Detected Ancient White Tiger Bloodline. The Mystic Spring Art seems to have recalled something, increasing cultivation speed by 100%. ***. The system's notification still echoed in Giroux's ears. He then felt an inexplicable sense of unreality. He hadn't expected to encounter such a rare gem in this small mountain stronghold. Though the demon race was traditionally adversarial toward humans, they had coexisted on this earth for thousands of years. Among them were those who turned human and developed romantic ties with humans, resulting in offspring. These humans carried the bloodline of great demons, possessing exceptional talent. The white tiger was an ancient divine beast. Its descendants would likely be even more remarkable. How did such a lineage end up here? Giroux was puzzled but realized that preserving the youth's life was paramount at the moment. However, seeing the young man glare furiously at Tim caused him some concern. Should I commence a massacre and forcefully take over Black Valley stronghold now? His initial plan had been for the Liu family to move in after neutralizing Tim and his henchmen to serve as their protectors. Thus, he had brought supplies like food and weapons. But now, finding a white tiger bloodline made Tim's fate less significant. Giroux stepped forward coldly, blocking the raging Tim again. Commander, This man doesn't know his place. Let me handle it. Giroux made one last attempt. His repeated obstruction caused Tim's gaze to turn chilly. Oh, what do you plan to do? I don't know where you captured him, Commander, but I will take him back and kill everyone related to him right in front of him. This ignorant young man will die in agony. What does Commander think of this plan? Giroux spoke calmly, yet the murderous intent in his words shocked even Tim. The young man before him seemed far from ordinary. Such ruthless methods weren't typical for someone in his 20s. Before Tim could react, the young man underfoot began struggling violently. You damned bandit, I won't let you off. I'll slaughter you. His weakened body suddenly regained strength and fiercely struggled. With immense force, he propelled Tim backward. Standing abruptly, the young man spread his arms wide, lunging at Giroux like an ancient beast, radiating a terrifying aura that momentarily stunned even Christo, a seasoned military commander. But Giroux remained unmoved, facing the charge without flinching. As the youth rushed toward him, Giroux extended his right hand and slapped him away. Smack! The young man flew back faster than he had come, slamming heavily into the ground and falling unconscious. To attack me is beyond your capability. You are nothing but a waste. Giroux scoffed, shaking his hand as if dismissing a trivial matter. Christo, tie him up and bring him down the mountain with us. Christo finally snapped out of it, hurriedly nodding in agreement. Sure. Turning around, Giroux approached him with a smile. Commander, I'll go gather my family. We will rely on you from now on. Tim nodded instinctively, seemingly intimidated by Giroux's actions earlier. Only when Giroux left the stronghold did Tim regain his composure. He looked at Homer, who was also stunned. Towsy, follow them. Find out who Giroux really is. Homer nodded, quickly assembling men and heading down the mountain. Tim remained silent for a long time before turning to a slender, refined-looking man beside him. Christopher, what do you think? Christopher, one of his most capable lieutenants and strategist of Black Valley Stronghold, had been observing silently. He isn't simple. Christopher hesitated before replying. Is his proposal genuine or false? After some thought, Christopher answered. Half true, half false. We must be cautious. Tim nodded, agreeing wholeheartedly. Giroux's actions earlier had left him wary. Giroux, along with Daryl and Christo, left Black Valley Stronghold and descended Cloud Tongue Mountain. Asterisk correction. For a more natural and fluent reading in English, it should be asterisk. Giroux, together with Daryl and Christo, departed from Black Valley Stronghold and made their way down Cloud Tongue Mountain. Note, Cloud Tongue Mountain seems to be a proper name, but typically in English, it would be translated as Cloud Mountain unless Tongue has a specific cultural or historical significance that needs to be retained. For the rest of the paragraph, no significant changes are required for accuracy and fluency. Until they were about 100 miles away, Giroux called a halt to the group. How come, brother? Daryl asked. The Black Valley Stronghold scouts have pulled back, Giroux said casually. Hearing this, everyone was startled. They hadn't noticed at all. Your skills might be somewhat higher, but your vigilance is really lacking, Giroux said bluntly, feeling a bit helpless. To establish our own territory, we still lack much. While thinking this, he walked over to the unconscious young man and said, Wake him up. He must claim the ancient white tiger lineage for his own use. However, recalling the hate-filled look in the youth's eyes, he felt a headache coming on. Christo came over, opened his water flask, and spat a mouthful of water on the youth. I really don't get why you're bringing this kid along, Christo remarked. Without answering, Giroux watched as the youth gradually regained consciousness. The moment the young man woke up, his gaze locked onto Giroux, filled with murderous intent. Without beating around the bush, Giroux spoke directly. I'm giving you a chance. Swear allegiance to me, or I'll raise your hometown and kill everyone connected to you right now. You must be dreaming, the youth retorted. Oh, are you sure you don't want to mention Kurt? The moment he heard this, Kurt's face changed drastically. How do you know that? Then, as if realizing something, he thought, it was Tim. He actually told you. In fact, Giroux hadn't questioned Tim, but had gotten some information from Christo and the other bandits. With money talks, people tend to speak freely. Kurt's expression flickered. Though his parents were dead, if not for the villagers who had taken care of him, he would have starved long ago. He grew up eating food provided by many households. If these bandits launched an all-out attack on his village, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Giroux didn't intend to give him time to think. I don't have time to waste. In 10 breaths, I want your answer. 10, 9, 8. Each countdown was like a hammer blow to the youth's heart. At the moment the count hit 0, Giroux finally got what he wanted. I submit. Kurt finally agreed. About 100 miles away, Giroux halted. What's wrong, brother? Daryl asked. The spies from Black Valley Stronghold have pulled back, Giroux remarked casually. Everyone was taken aback. They hadn't noticed. You may be skilled, but your vigilance is lacking, Giroux said bluntly, feeling somewhat helpless. To establish our own territory, we have much to improve. While thinking, he walked over to the unconscious youth. Wake him up. The ancient white tiger bloodline must be used for himself. Yet, recalling the youth's resentful eyes gave him a headache. Christo approached, uncorking his water flask and spraying water directly onto the youth. Seriously, why did you bring this kid? Giroux didn't reply, but watched as the youth stirred awake. His gaze met Giroux's, revealing intense hatred. Without wasting time, Giroux declared, I'm giving you a choice. Swear allegiance to me, or I will raise your village and kill everyone related to you. You're dreaming. Oh, are you sure, Kurt? Hearing his name, Kurt's expression changed dramatically. How do you know? Then he seemed to recall something. Tim told you. Actually, Giroux didn't ask Tim directly, but had gathered information from the thugs using Christo. Money talks, and they spoke freely. Kurt's face shifted, torn. Although he had lost his parents, the villagers raised him collectively. If the bandits raided the village, the consequences would be catastrophic. However, Giroux wouldn't give him time to ponder. I have no time to waste. I need your answer within 10 counts. 10, 9, 8. Each count struck like a hammer blow to Kurt's heart. Just as the count hit 0, Giroux got what he wanted. I submit. Chapter 261. The Bloodline of the Ancient White Tiger. Asterisk beep. Detecting the bloodline of the Ancient White Tiger. The Mystic Spring Art seems to recall something. Cultivation speed increases by 100%. Asterisk. Giroux heard the system's notification still echoing in his ears. He then felt an odd sense of unreality. He hadn't expected to encounter such a rare gem in this small mountain village. Although the demon race was at odds with humans, they had coexisted on this world for tens of thousands of years. There were cases where demons, after taking human forms, developed feelings for humans and bore offspring. These humans carried the bloodline of powerful demons, making them exceptionally gifted. The white tiger being an ancient divine beast, its descendants were likely even more extraordinary. How could someone from such a lineage end up here? Giroux was puzzled but knew that the most important thing now was to save the young man's life. However, looking at the youth glaring angrily at Tim, he couldn't help but feel a headache. Should I start a massacre and forcibly take over Black Gorge Village right now? His original plan was for the Liu family to settle in and take over the place. By killing Tim and subjugating the remaining bandits, the Liu family would have their own guards. That was why he brought supplies like food and weapons. But encountering the white tiger bloodline changed his priorities. The life or death of Tim and others seemed less important now. Giroux's gaze turned cold as he stepped forward to intercept the furious Tim again. General, this person is ungrateful. Let me handle him. Giroux made one last effort. His repeated interference made Tim's eyes turn chilly. Really? What do you plan to do? I don't know where the general captured him, but I plan to take him back and kill everyone connected to him right before his eyes, letting this presumptuous kid die in agony. How does that sound, General? Giroux's tone was calm, yet the killing intent in his words shocked even Tim. The youth didn't seem as simple as he had thought. Could a 20-something-year-old truly possess such ruthless means? Before Tim could respond, the young man underfoot started struggling violently. You damned robber. I won't let you go unpunished. I'll kill you. Despite his weakened state, the youth suddenly burst with strength, forcefully pushing Tim away. He rose swiftly, spreading his arms wide like an ancient beast, charging at Giroux with ferocity that chilled the bones. Even Christo, a brave warrior, was momentarily stunned, but Giroux stood his ground without flinching. As the youth charged at him, Giroux extended his right hand and slapped him hard. Smack! The youth flew backward even faster than he had come, slamming into the ground and losing consciousness. Foolish waste, daring to attack me? Giroux sneered, shaking off the slap as if it were nothing significant. Christo, tie this boy up and bring him down the mountain with us. Hearing Giroux's command, Christo finally reacted and hurriedly complied. Yes. Giroux turned around, smiling at Tim. General, I will head down the mountain to gather my family. We will rely on you from now on. Tim nodded instinctively, seemingly still shaken by Giroux's actions. It wasn't until Giroux left the village that Tim regained his senses. His eyes turned grave as he looked at Homer, who was also stunned. Towsy, follow them and find out who this Giroux really is. Homer nodded, regaining his composure, gathered some men, and went down the mountain. Tim remained silent for a while before turning to Christopher, a medium-built man with a refined appearance, his strategist and one of his most capable lieutenants. Christopher, what do you think? Christopher, who had been observing quietly, hesitated before speaking. Boss, that young man Giroux isn't ordinary. Do you think they are genuinely here to join us? Christopher paused, thinking carefully before answering. Half true, half false. We must be cautious. Tim nodded in agreement, feeling wary due to Giroux's earlier display. Giroux, Daryl, and Christo left Black Gorge Village with their guards and descended Cloud Song Mountain. After traveling about 100 miles, Giroux halted the group. What is it, brother? Daryl asked. The spies from Black Gorge Village have pulled back. Everyone was surprised. They hadn't noticed. Your skills may be higher, but your vigilance is lacking, Giroux said bluntly, feeling somewhat helpless. If we want to establish our own base, we need to improve. Turning to the unconscious youth, Giroux ordered, wake him up. With the ancient white tiger bloodline, he had to recruit this young man. Yet, thinking of the hate-filled eyes, he felt a headache. Christo walked over, opened his water flask, and sprayed water on the youth. Why are you bringing this boy along? Giroux didn't answer but watched as the youth gradually woke up. The moment the youth opened his eyes, murderous intent flashed in his gaze. Without wasting time, Giroux cut straight to the point. I give you one chance. Swear loyalty to me, or I will destroy your hometown and kill everyone related to you. You're dreaming. Oh, are you sure you don't want to mention Kurt? Kurt's expression changed drastically. How do you know that? Then he seemed to remember something. Tim had told him. In fact, Giroux hadn't asked Tim directly, but had gathered information from the bandits using Christo. For a price, they revealed all. Kurt's expression shifted repeatedly. Though both his parents were dead, the village elders had raised him, and he owed them much. If these bandits attacked the village, the consequences would be catastrophic. But Giroux wouldn't give him time to consider. I don't have time to waste. I need your answer within 10 breaths. 10, 9, 8. Each count felt like a hammer blow to Kurt's heart. Just as the countdown reached 0, Giroux got what he wanted. I surrender. Hashtag chapter 262. Planning. Watching Kurt finally submit, Heath nodded in satisfaction. Good. Since that's the case. He pulled out a pill from his robe, pinched open Kurt's mouth, and tossed the pill inside. This is poison. As long as you follow me faithfully, the antidote will naturally be given to you. I know you're not afraid of death, but I urge you to consider the consequences. You bear more than just your own life. The underlying threat was obvious. Kurt glared viciously at the young man about his age before him, his hatred evident. He wished he could tear this man apart. However, such a display meant nothing to Heath. Patting Kurt on the shoulder, Heath smiled sweetly. Don't worry, if you stay loyal, I won't treat you badly. Kurt brushed his hand away, his face filled with disgust. Daryl walked over and asked, "Elder brother, why did you do this?" "You'll understand later." Heath maintained an air of mystery. "Proceed according to the plan." "Yes." Everyone reorganized, and instead of returning to Finian City, they sped towards the south. The border between Fengman and Tianfeng was not only defended by Finian City. One of Heath's targets was Wuling City. It was the closest city to Yuansong Mountain, so it was inevitable they would interact often. Thus, it was necessary to set things up beforehand. The next day, outside Yang City, Heath led the Lu family contingent to the outskirts of the city. "Christo, wait here with everyone. Daryl and I will enter the city." "Just the two of you? Isn't that inappropriate?" Christo asked, somewhat worried. "It's fine. It's just a minor city. What can it do to me?" Wuling City, like Finian, was a city on the border between Finian and Fengman. Yang City was merely a secondary city mainly defending against mountain bandits and horse raiders, thus its defenses were relatively weak. Heath intended to take control of Yang City for future plans. Seeing it was still early, Heath brought Daryl and confidently walked into the city. As soon as they entered, a thin and short scout, who had been sent ahead to investigate, noticed them. He quickly approached, bowing respectfully. "Master, I've already found out where the magistrate Barrett resides, in the southeast corner. This man named Barrett is obsessed with power, but he doesn't have many followers. Should we sneak in tonight?" Heath understood the scout's suggestion. If he could take the city quietly, it might be a good option. But with his strength, why hide? There's no need for secrecy. Let's go directly to the county office. The scout hesitated, but dared not question further, leading the way. They soon arrived at the county office. Heath scanned the surroundings. Everyone inside and outside seemed lax and unmotivated, clearly just passing time. As they approached, a guard stepped forward. "Who are you? What brings you to the county office?" Before he finished speaking, Heath slapped him. "I am Michael of the Breaking Wind Camp under the Songlong army, sent by the general to recruit soldiers. Let Barrett come out to see me." Intimidated by his presence, the guard immediately became respectful. "Please come in, sir. I'll report immediately." Following the guard to the hall, Heath sat in the center. Daryl stood behind him, sword in hand, looking imposing. Soon, a Enoch in official attire, resembling a county magistrate, hurried in. He had small, shifty eyes and a handlebar mustache, clearly not a good person. This was County Magistrate Barrett. Barrett first sized up Heath and Daryl, then focused on Heath for a few seconds before rushing forward, bowing deeply. "I didn't know you would grace us with your presence. Please forgive my failure to greet you properly." Without preamble, Heath asked, "Are you Barrett?" "That's correct. And may I ask who you are, sir?" he asked tentatively. Heath laughed coldly. "Who am I?" Then he slammed his right hand on the table. "I'm Michael of the Breaking Wind Camp. Did you not receive any recruitment orders from the Songlong army?" Barrett was taken aback, intimidated by Heath's presence, and knelt down. "With all due respect, I haven't received any documents lately." Seeing Barrett's fear, Heath revealed his true intentions. "Never mind. I don't have time to argue with you. From now on, all matters concerning Yang City will be under my command." Hearing this, Barrett's eyes widened in horror. The worst had happened. For a moment, he bowed, his eyes darting around, trying to find a solution. Though he was just a low-ranking official, he wasn't willing to give up his power. Seeming to read Barrett's thoughts, Heath lost patience and laughed coldly. "Barrett, did you hear what I said?" Facing the question, Barrett couldn't remain silent. Next, a hint of madness flashed across Barrett's face as he gritted his teeth and lifted his head. "Do you have proof of being from the Songlong army? Otherwise, how can I be sure you're not an imposter?" Heath's expression turned playful. "Oh, you doubt my identity?" As he spoke, a faint aura of menace surfaced. Barrett steeled himself. He couldn't lose his position and boldly responded. "I indeed haven't received any recruitment documents. Therefore, so what?" Barrett clenched his teeth and continued. "If you expect me to hand over everything, the city affairs, supplies, troops, this doesn't follow protocol. Unless you can prove your identity, I cannot comply." Heath sneered, his gaze turning icy cold. He muttered, almost to himself but also to Barrett. "Hmph, thinking yourself someone important because of Zhang Jiao's emblem." Seeing Heath's sudden change, Barrett felt an ominous premonition. "What are you going to do?" Just as he was about to say more, a flash of cold light appeared, followed by a chill at his throat. Blood spurted out like rain. Barrett's eyes bulged wide, clutching his throat. With a loud thud, he collapsed, convulsed a few times, and fell silent. A gaping bloody hole appeared at his throat, clearly Heath's doing. With a casual wave, Heath released a slash of sword chi, piercing through the throat's vital point. Under Heath's direction, Daryl went outside and brought Christo and the others into the city. They quietly integrated the local army. The entire county was sealed off, temporarily becoming Heath's base of operations. Chapter 263, Deceiving Kurt. In a mere day, Abdul had already cleansed all the guard forces inside and outside Yangqing. The method was simple. Blood was more effective than anything else. At the county magistrate's office, Abdul looked at Daryl and the other two and said, "We'll stay here for a couple of days." As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed the youth beside him hesitating, seemingly harboring doubts. "What's wrong? Speak your mind." Hearing Abdul ask, Daryl finally spoke up. "Elder brother, I don't understand. We now have control over Yangqing, but we lack sufficient strength to defend it. If we leave, chaos will likely break out in just a few days. What would be the point of all this then?" Christo also nodded repeatedly, sharing the same doubt in his heart. Earlier, Abdul had explained that for the Lu family to develop, they needed not only territory but also ample finances and grain. So he set his sights on Wulingqing. Of course, with the Lu family's current strength, controlling a city seemed like a pipe dream. However, Abdul's goal was to use this situation to incite conflict between Tim's Haigao's and Wulingqing. By weakening both sides, he could reap the benefits. All this hinged on Tim believing him. Thus, capturing Yangqing as a strategic pivot was part of his plan, showcasing strength while gaining trust. However, Daryl and Christo's concerns were not without merit. Originally, Abdul planned to personally oversee Yangqing. But now, an alternative candidate emerged, Kurt, who possessed ancient white tiger bloodline. Abdul pointed at the young man standing beside him and smiled. He will replace us and hold down this place. What? Daryl and Christo were astonished, looking at Kurt with disbelief. Even Kurt himself was stunned, pointing to himself. You mean me? Exactly, Abdul nodded. That's why I mentioned staying for a few days. Without delving into further explanations, he added, Brother Lu's second brother. You two go about your tasks. I need to talk with him. With that, Daryl and Christo nodded, trusting Abdul unconditionally. They left, each attending to their duties. Turning his gaze to Kurt, who looked wary, Abdul began. You possess a rare innate talent, hidden and locked away, thus unable to be utilized. I can help activate it. Smiling warmly, Abdul continued. What? You have a rare talent? Kurt was taken aback. Your bloodline is no ordinary one. Once activated, imagine the potential. Soaring like a dragon among the heavens. Abdul sounded almost like a mystic charlatan, aiming to stir desire within Kurt. This is impossible. Kurt shook his head. The experts from Xiuxian City tested my talent. I belong to the lowest category, a complete waste except for being strong. I tried every possible way to train hard, but, clenching his jaw, Kurt's fists tightened, nails piercing his flesh as blood dripped. Deep frustration welled up inside him. Why did fate treat him so cruelly, giving him such humble origins and mediocre talent, denying him any opportunity? If not, he wouldn't be in this predicament, endangering his village and benefactor. Thinking of this, Kurt's icy eyes fixed on Abdul like a venomous snake's stare. Unperturbed, Abdul's lips curled upwards. His target was hooked. Whether driven by love or hate, it fueled ambition. Herein lay the key. This young man would not pass up the chance to grow stronger. Xiuxian City values family lineage, not outsiders. How could they recognize true potential? You're simply a jewel unrecognized. Staring at Abdul in disbelief, Kurt struggled to understand. What exactly are you saying? Rising slowly and approaching Kurt arrogantly, Abdul replied. I said you're not a waste. Your talent awaits activation. With guidance, you could soar to unparalleled heights. You mean you can be my mentor? Kurt's eyes betrayed suspicion but also burning desire. He had suffered long enough. All he lacked was a catalyst. Such people, driven by ambition, are the easiest to persuade. Of course. Abdul's smile widened. If you follow me, I won't neglect you. Plus, I need you to protect this city. So, if you help me activate my talent, I can defend this place? Abdul snapped his fingers. Correct. Once activated, your martial prowess will advance rapidly. Reaching the innate realm shouldn't take long, ensuring control over this city. Inside, he couldn't help feeling envious and jealous. This kid had mediocre talent in most areas, but excelled through his bloodline alone, enough to classify him as a super genius. If I had such a physique, aided by the system, I could probably reach the divine mansion realm. Lost in thought, Abdul returned to reality. Across from him, Kurt wrestled with internal conflict, reluctant to accept favors from this peer who once used villagers to coerce him into ingesting poison, yet power could prevent such humiliation in the future. After much contemplation, Kurt's eyes hardened. Can you truly help me? Won't you fear me turning against you when I grow stronger? Abdul smirked nonchalantly. You? I admit your white tiger bloodline is potent, but beating me is just a fantasy. Kurt's eyes gleamed. White tiger bloodline? Indeed, the bloodline of the ancient divine white tiger. Once awakened, not only Yangqing but even the Tianfeng dynasty and the entire continent would consider you a top-tier genius. Each word Abdul uttered intensified Kurt's aura. He now believed Abdul, viewing him as inscrutable and formidable. Chapter 264. The Might of the White Tiger. First, if you want to awaken the white tiger bloodline, you need to discard all the cultivation methods you've learned before and start anew, Heath said to Kurt. Do you have some special cultivation method? Kurt asked, puzzled, not doubting his companion. In fact, abandoning his previous cultivation methods would be no great loss. They were incomplete techniques he had scrounged up from various sources, never intending to perfect them. Even after cultivating for so long, he had made little progress. To activate the white tiger bloodline, cultivating true chi won't work. You need a body refinement technique to produce defensive energy through physical prowess and then temper your bones, Heath explained slowly. Kurt was momentarily stunned. Knowing about body refinement, he asked curiously, to my knowledge, it's widely believed on this continent that body refinement can only serve as an auxiliary method in cultivation, not enabling higher realms if pursued alone. This was common knowledge to everyone. Would this really succeed? Heath didn't reply but smiled and nodded. Kurt felt somewhat helpless. While lower-tier cultivation methods weren't as valuable as high-level ones, they were rarer. He had no chance to obtain one, let alone see one. Noticing his dilemma, Heath smiled. Don't worry. Since I said I would help you, I do have a body refinement technique. And in the initial stages, I can help accelerate your progress, although what? Heath's smile faded slightly as he spoke seriously. Although, you will have to endure extraordinary pain. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Kurt replied calmly with just 2 words. Is that all? Heath was speechless. Rest assured, whether in body or mind, I won't feel pain anymore, Kurt said lightly. Real tough guy. Heath muttered under his breath, corners of his mouth twitching. That night, at his residence, cries of pain from Kurt could be heard. Starting softly, they eventually echoed through the night sky. Body refinement wasn't easy. It required continuous rigorous training on the body, which was incredibly painful. When Heath cultivated earlier, he used the cold wind from Pingwang River to stimulate his skin, muscles, and bones. Such agony, most martial artists lacked the endurance to pursue. But for Kurt, these challenges were nothing new. Having grown up in harsh conditions and driven by a desire for martial arts, he had endured countless hardships. Captured by Tim later on, he had suffered immensely. This fueled his intense longing for power. So even when faced with such pain, he gritted his teeth and remained silent. However, to expedite his progress, Heath used by Tion's freezing aura to forge his physique. The piercing cold was nearly unbearable. 3 days later at dawn, a roar erupted from the back courtyard of Xiuxian County office. Roar! A strong wind swept across the sky, stirring up dust and sand, while thunder rumbled overhead. In the courtyard, Kurt stood with flying hair and bloodshot eyes. His muscles bulged, his frame expanding as if he had transformed into a beast. Daryl, Christo, and other Liu family members rushed over, shocked by the sight. The roaring sound was akin to a tiger's, deafening and numbing their eardrums. Heath nodded approvingly. White tiger bloodline activated, directly stepping into the innate realm. Truly a heavenly prodigy. Seeing himself, Kurt felt the presence of power for the first time, letting out a loud howl. Looking at Heath, gratitude filled his eyes. After 2 more days, Heath, Daryl, and Christo set off for Yunsong City. On departure, Heath sent a letter to Haigu Fort. Those left behind were placed under Kurt's command to seal any news of Yangqing. Several days later, Tim and Yunsong Mountain also received Heath's letter. At the meeting hall, all major and minor leaders of Haigu Fort gathered. Brother, why did you call us here? Homer shouted. Tim, rubbing his chin thoughtfully, replied, the Liu family boy sent a letter. Hearing Heath's name, Homer clenched his teeth, still holding a grudge from past events. What does that kid want again? He just left a few days ago. Tim handed the letter to Christopher beside him. He wants to jointly attack Wulling City with us. What? Everyone in the room was stunned. Leaders of Haigu Fort exchanged glances, none of them speaking. However, all thought Heath was being too bold. Homer bluntly said, brother, this isn't right. The Liu family boy seems shady and isn't trustworthy. Tim pondered briefly and turned to Christopher. What do you think? Christopher didn't answer immediately, but read the letter carefully before sighing. Boss, I think it's feasible. Tim was surprised. Christopher, always cautious, agreed to attack a city. It was known that though Haigu Fort ruled Yunsong Mountain, they relied on terrain advantages and weren't skilled in city sieges. Why do you think so? Tim and other leaders wanted to hear Christopher's reasoning. Christopher took out another piece of intelligence. My informant in Wulling City tells me the barbarians are attacking en masse, moving troops from the 3 satellite cities to the main city. We outnumber them significantly without using our entire force. If Heath has insiders as he claims, it would make the effort even less. Hearing this, including Tim, the leaders of Haigu Fort couldn't help but be swayed. Although capturing Wulling City seemed unlikely, the supplies in the satellite cities would greatly benefit them. Besides, having a fortified city to reside in was far better than living in the mountains. This is why Christopher, known for strategic thinking, agreed with Heath. Their desires and limitations as bandits influenced this decision. After much contemplation, Tim slammed the table and declared loudly, reply to Heath, I agree. Prepare the troops immediately. The other leaders beamed, dispersing. Christopher, keep monitoring Wulling City to avoid any mishaps, Tim instructed. Christopher nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 265, Vengeance. In Finian City, Abdul, Christo, and Daryl rode back at full gallop. When they arrived, they coincidentally met the Fengman tribe launching an attack. Shouts, cries, flashing blades. It was a scene that sent one's blood boiling. Abdul, Christo, and Daryl were observing the battlefield from the side. This Ernan really is quite poor at leading troops. Finian is already at a disadvantage, Abdul remarked. Big brother, what should we do? Daryl asked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Are you getting antsy? Have you forgotten your sister-in-law? Abdul teased. Upon hearing this, Daryl's cheeks flushed, and he said nothing. Seeing his expression, Abdul found it amusing and instructed him. Go home and tell father and second uncle to retreat to the 10-mile graveyard. Wait for me there before leaving. What about you, big brother? As for me, Abdul gazed intently at the battlefield. I still have some unfinished business. I need to kill someone. His words were filled with such killing intent that it sent shivers down anyone's spine. Daryl nodded silently and turned away, riding off. Since he had encountered this situation, Abdul felt it was unjustifiable to stand by idly. Moreover, Gerard's revenge had not yet been avenged. After scanning the area for some time, Abdul finally spotted his target, his eyes flashing with cold determination. Liu brother, protect my rear when the time comes. Let's go get revenge for Old Wei. Abdul instructed. For Christo, these words were music to his ears. Watching the fierce battle unfold, he too had long been itching to join in. The mention of Gerard only stoked the fire in his heart. Brother, leave it to me. Good, let's get involved. Move. With a wave of his hand, Abdul charged towards the center of the battlefield, with Christo closely following behind. Kill. With their combined might, Abdul and Christo sliced through the enemy forces like a hot knife through butter. The elite warriors of the Fengman tribe were helpless against them. Under Abdul's lead, they fought their way toward their objective. In the midst of the battle, there stood a slender figure with a delicate face, none other than Adrian. Adrian and Frederick were the 2 people Abdul had vowed to kill. His appearance also caught their attention. Over the past year, Adrian's cultivation had significantly improved. Her twin knives spun in tight, impenetrable circles as she suppressed the general before her. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she saw a young man with a clear complexion and a tall, dark-skinned man slicing through her ranks effortlessly, defeating any Fengman soldier who crossed their path. The sight ignited a blazing anger within her chest, but also caused her face to betray her panic. Abdul? She let out a piercing cry and launched a furious assault on the general before her, intending to quickly finish him off. Each strike grew heavier with rage until finally, the general fell off his horse. Adrian did not pursue but instead turned to flee. However, Christo charged in from another direction, his fiery gaze locked on her. Kill. With a powerful leap, he swung his saber wide, then jumped from his horse's back, moving like an arrow released from a bowstring. Adrian, momentarily stunned, soon twisted into a sinister expression. Barefoot charging towards me on horseback? You're asking for death. As the two drew closer, Adrian prepared to trample him under her steed's hooves. But just as they closed to within 30 meters, Christo leaped midair, relying on inertia to close the distance. With immense force, he kicked Adrian hard in the chest. No one anticipated this move. Adrian was kicked off her horse, crashing onto the ground and rolling backwards uncontrollably. Struggling to rise, she found herself surrounded by warring soldiers. She couldn't locate her attacker. Yet, Abdul had not missed this moment. He called out to Christo. Lu brother, quick, resolve this now. Christo nodded solemnly, steadying himself with deep breaths to remain calm. All right. Meanwhile, Abdul shouted, let's go. He dismounted his horse and sprinted forward, barreling towards Adrian with immense force. He plowed through a soldier and, using both shoulders, shoved aside more foes to close the gap. Behind him, Christo deflected incoming attacks with swift slashes of his saber, ensuring Abdul could advance without hindrance. Although these attacks posed no real threat to Abdul, he wanted Christo to participate, understanding the significant impact Gerard's death had on him. Moving swiftly, Abdul dodged attacks from foeman soldiers without engaging. He used a peculiar technique, lowering his body close to the ground. This unexpected maneuver made all nearby attacks ineffective. He moved like a wall lizard, zipping along the ground while slashing at enemies from various angles, sending many sprawling. In moments, Abdul caught sight of Adrian, still fleeing on horseback. However, she hadn't noticed him due to the chaotic crowd. Abdul surged beside her and leaped high into the air. His sword emitted a hum, and the surrounding soldiers felt a bone-chilling aura. An elegant jade sword flew out of its scabbard and landed in Abdul's hand. Ice Soul Sword, a rampant dragon strike. An icy dragon roared out, obliterating nearby foeman soldiers into shards of ice before they could even scream. In one stroke, Abdul cleared a large area around Adrian, leaving her alone and trembling on her horse. Landing gracefully, Abdul approached her like a ghost, returning his sword to its scabbard. His right hand shot out and gripped her throat. Where is Frederick? Adrian struggled, using her limbs and channeling true chi to break free, but to no avail. After a moment, intense suffocation brought fear of death to her. Finally, she managed to gasp. I'll say. Chapter 266, House Lu Abdul, who will face me in battle? North of Yunchong, a vast army was on the move. This formidable force numbered over 10,000 soldiers, stretching southward like a long snake. The column extended for several miles, with flags billowing and spears bristling like a forest. As the army passed, dust rose into the sky, blocking out the sun, and from afar, one could feel the overwhelming aura of killing intent. The animals in the mountains knew to avoid danger, and only a few vultures circled high in the sky, daring not to come close. It was evident this army commanded immense power. In times of chaos, not only did humans learn to adapt for survival, beasts too had learned their lessons. Even less intelligent vultures knew that wherever armies went, food would be plentiful. But this required patience. Acting too hastily would result in death. A huge flag towered above the others, emblazoned with the prominent name, Yelu. Clearly, this was the force led by Frederick. When the battle began, Frederick volunteered to command 10,000 troops on a flanking maneuver to strike at the northern gate. 20 miles away, on a hillside stood two riders, none other than Abdul and Christo. Brother, what do you mean? Why are we here instead of on the main battlefield? Christo's loud voice was filled with dissatisfaction. Seeing him grumble incessantly, Abdul smiled faintly. Brother, don't worry. Frederick is here. Upon hearing Abdul's explanation, Christo stared wide-eyed for a moment before slowly muttering, Are you sure? Abdul chuckled at Christo's dumbfounded expression. Absolutely certain. We will avenge Old Way today. Good. Christo's face turned serious as he pounded his chest. Meanwhile, Frederick continued leading his troops closer. As the massive army approached, the smiles faded from both men's faces. The dust on the road became thicker, nearly blotting out the sky. However, despite days of arduous travel, Frederick showed no intention of settling down to rest. Instead, they rushed forward relentlessly. They seemed quite anxious, Abdul remarked with a smile, then pulled up the large flag he had placed beside him and reined his horse around. Brother Lu, please wait here. Seeing this, Christo's face flushed as he asked loudly, Brother, where are you going? Abdul grinned faintly and pointed towards the army, his voice resolute and filled with determination. I'll go first, then you can join the fray. Christo couldn't contain his excitement. Brother, let me handle it, all right? Abdul shook his head, pulled the reins and rode off, saying, Brother, now isn't the time for a last stand. I fear if you go, you won't return. Let me take the lead. Christo felt regretful but didn't dare risk his life recklessly. He stood still, silently watching. His admiration for Abdul grew deeper. His brother faced 10,000 men alone without fear. Perhaps it was precisely because of this trait that Abdul suited Christo more. Christo found Hernan's ambitions too grand while Abdul felt more genuine. Following Abdul promised him greater joy. Today, facing the enemy alone, fearless and courageous. Thinking about it made him feel incredibly exhilarated. The wind howled, horses neighed, and the killing intent was palpable. Frederick led his 10,000 troops at full speed, raising clouds of dust. The dust blotted out the light, enveloping everything in darkness. From afar, it looked like a gateway to hell, with countless demons charging out. Veteran soldiers or inexperienced recruits alike trembled in awe at this sight, hearts pounding with dread. Leading the charge, Frederick was confident that sheer momentum would intimidate any opposition, sapping their morale. He knew the disadvantages of an exhausted army facing prepared foes, but chose to proceed regardless. Although physically weary, his troop spirits were high until one flag, one man, moving forward steadily and calmly. Who was he? What did he intend to do? The Windmane Iron Cavalry halted, stunned by the enemy's audacity. Their advance faltered momentarily. Yet, Abdul didn't stop. He spurred his horse forward amidst their confusion, paying no heed to either the enemy's doubt or the rising morale of his side. These reactions were all within his expectations. Frederick raised a hand, halting the army, eyes fixed on Abdul. You dare show yourself here? Seeking death? Looking behind Abdul, he thought it must be an ambush. The Windmane troops also stared, confused. Who is he? What does he want? Does he plan to stop us alone? Don't be ridiculous. Is he a god? One person? Laughter, confusion, and shock echoed through the ranks. No one believed this lone youth dared challenge such might. Facing an army alone, such rashness invited ridicule rather than praise. Abdul understood this well, so he played on this perception. No matter how many mistakes Hermann's forces made, they wouldn't collapse easily. Similarly, even if Yuncheng's morale improved, it couldn't bridge the gaps in numbers, equipment, and training. Especially after their devastating first defeat, their morale remained low. If they engaged formally, the outcome was clear. But he intended to use this opportunity, one final effort for Yuncheng. Under the watchful eyes of 10,000 men, Abdul planted his flag about 100 meters away. With no extra movements, a formidable aura erupted from him. Bang! His left hand struck the ground forcefully, driving the flag deep into the earth. In the next moment, his thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens. Houselu Abdul, who will face me in battle? His voice echoed endlessly across the landscape. Chapter 267, Breaking the Formation Alone. Houselu, Alger? For Frederick and his troops, this name was etched into their hearts. The former war god, Amato, had led them to rise from the grasslands, sweeping all before them. Yet this young man had been the only one to stop their momentum dead in its tracks. The defeat at Yuncheng City and the fall of the war god plunged the Fengman tribe into turmoil, all because of this man before them. Behind Frederick, over 10,000 soldiers bristled with rage. One general stepped forward from the ranks, Leland. His elder brother had been a close guard to Amato and had died during the dragon-serpent conflict. Grinding his teeth, he could feel old pains resurfacing, making his eyes bloodshot. He spurred his horse forward, roaring ferociously. Today, I will kill you and tear you apart. Only then can my hatred be assuaged. Frederick's elite troops were formidable, and Leland was no less than a fierce commander. Watching him charge forth, Frederick did not intervene. Alger's presence was an unexpected boon. He would die either way. Moreover, it was an excellent opportunity to gauge Alger's strength using Leland. Behind the formation, thunderous shouts echoed as the soldiers cheered confidently. Yet none of them knew that their commander might not be as confident as they were. Leland rode furiously, wielding his saber amidst dust clouds and battle cries, hurtling like a shooting star toward Alger. Initially, Alger's lone appearance had suppressed the army's morale, but Leland's charge revived their fighting spirit. Kill, kill, kill. The soldiers pounded their shields with their long knives and thrust their spears into the ground, producing low, resonant war cries that shook the heavens. The killing intent surged skyward, magnifying the imposing atmosphere. Alger felt the combined might of 10,000 soldiers surging towards him. Surrounded by deafening roars and boiling combat vibes, the boundless enemy formations emitted overwhelming hostility. Familiar yet grotesque faces flashed under the flickering knife lights. In this moment, Alger felt his blood surge, and his battle spirit soared. So this is what a military formation feels like. It seems Frederick has made considerable progress in the art of array tactics. Taking a deep breath, he tried to calm the raging fervor within. Raising his right hand and pointing at the foe, he laughed loudly. Come at me. I swear I won't rest until you are dead. Leland's heart burned with even more fury. He whipped his horse mercilessly, his saber twirling like a windmill. From afar, his figure was almost invisible, obscured by the dazzling flashes of steel. In stark contrast, Alger remained composed, sitting steadily on his horse, showing no signs of exertion or evasion. To those unaware of the situation, it seemed as if he had resigned himself to his fate. As the distance between them rapidly closed, Leland could clearly see his opponent's youthful, unscarred face, a mere child. He couldn't fathom how his brother and Amato could have fallen to such an inexperienced youth. Even now, Leland believed it had been a surprise attack. Against a true combatant, how could his brother have possibly lost? Alger's apparent lack of response only strengthened this belief. I'll end you in one move, and use your head to boost our morale. Determined to finish Alger off, Leland swung his saber with lethal speed, aiming to decapitate him in one stroke. As the two horses neared each other, Leland saw a smirk form on Alger's lips, causing a sudden chill to run down his spine. Simultaneously, Alger moved. Amidst the surging battle aura, Leland looked up and met Alger's mocking gaze, cold and cruel, as if playing with prey. This extinguished his fiery resolve. In the split second he hesitated, Alger shot out a streak of sword chi, narrowly avoiding the slash with lightning-fast reflexes. Startled, Leland ducked just in time, followed by a frenzied roar. Die! Straining every muscle, he attempted to quell the unease with his war cry. Charging ahead once again, he swung his saber violently. But, the next instant, another sword shadow flashed, striking him painfully in the chest. Leland's full-power strike didn't even reach its peak. Not even his heavy armor could withstand the piercing force, which hit him like being smashed by a giant hammer. Everything spun uncontrollably before his eyes as he suddenly felt weightless. Leland couldn't understand, but the spectators could clearly see that in the blink of an eye. Alger had dodged the saber strike and stabbed him with pinpoint precision. Thud! A spray of blood erupted from Leland's mouth as he fell from his horse. Defeated and spattered with blood, the failed revenge attempt became a symbol of humiliation. Alger approached, delivering another burst of sword chi that knocked Leland unconscious. Looking toward Frederick, Alger chuckled. Any others willing to die? Come on, Don't be shy. His clothes remained spotless. As he challenged again, subtle ripples spread through Frederick's army. Though seasoned veterans, they were visibly shocked by the swift defeat. Who is this person that Huangfu general couldn't even withstand a single blow? How is that possible? That was Leland, one of the 4 major generals. Seeing his men falter under fear, Frederick knew he had to act. Revenge against his father's killer couldn't wait. If not, the demoralization would lead to their collective fatigue, sapping any remaining momentum. Deciding to engage personally, Frederick reasoned that Leland had underestimated his opponent. Alger, today I avenge my father, and you will die by my hand. Leaping into action, Frederick galloped straight for Alger. Witnessing this, morale boosted again, though not as fervently as before. The mood grew grim. No one dared underestimate Alger, who had demonstrated immense skill in defeating Leland. Frederick, aware of Alger's strength, chose a spear to exploit its length advantage. Observing this, Alger's eyes lit up, admiring the tactical prowess. Such exceptional horsemanship is impressive. Combined with formation support, his strength triples. As hoofbeats drew near, Alger focused, a cold smile forming on his lips. Such tactics wouldn't deter him. He wouldn't stay idle forever. Knowing the saying, shorter means more peril, he wouldn't allow Frederick to gain an edge. Amid astonished gazes, Alger reined in and charged directly at the onrushing Frederick, swiftly evading the spear thrust and closing the distance. Once within 2 yards, the long spear turned into a disadvantage, restricting Frederick's movements. Even with the constantly changing directions, it was impossible to continue confusing the opponent. As the 2 horses crossed paths, Walt's heavy sword slashed out. Frederick had no choice but to block with his spear. In the instant their weapons collided, he finally understood why Leland had been knocked off his horse by a single strike from the opponent. The force, it was damn too powerful. Bang! The sword smashed heavily onto Frederick's spear and, undiminished, continued smashing into his chest. Even his high-quality armor couldn't mitigate the overwhelming blow. Thus, though the process was slightly different, the outcome was the same. Once again, he was sent flying in one strike. Watching Frederick struggle to get up, Alger smiled indifferently and mocked him once more. Was your father not as much of a weakling as you? His taunt felt like a slap, hitting Frederick squarely in the face. But this time, no one stepped forward to respond. 2 figures whom they usually regarded as gods of war were both unable to match even a single move from their opponent. In the military formation, 10,000 soldiers fell silent, and a weary morale gradually spread through the ranks. Frederick, who had been barely holding on, could no longer contain himself upon witnessing this scene. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He knew that everything was completely over now. A stealth force of 10,000 had been utterly demoralized by a single person. This would become a laughingstock across the land. Even with the constantly changing directions, it was impossible to continue confusing the opponent. As the 2 riders passed each other, Walt unsheathed his heavy sword and swung it horizontally. Honor had no choice but to raise his spear to block. In that instant when their weapons clashed, he finally understood why Leland had been knocked off his horse by a single blow from this man. The force, it was just too damn powerful. With a deafening bang, the sword struck Honor's spear and, without losing momentum, slammed into his chest. Even the fine armor could not mitigate the impact of that overwhelming blow. Thus, although the process was slightly different, the outcome was the same. Once again, one strike sent him flying. Watching Honor struggle to get back up, Alger smiled faintly and taunted once more. Was your father as much of a weakling as you? His mockery felt like a slap in the face, landing heavily on Honor. But this time, no one stepped forward in response. In daily battles, these 2 figures, whom they regarded as gods of war, were both unable to withstand even a single move from this opponent. Among the 10,000 soldiers, silence reigned, and a weary morale began to spread. Seeing this scene, Honor, who had been barely holding on, could no longer contain himself and spat out a mouthful of blood. He knew it was over. A force of 10,000 men, utterly demoralized by a single person, would become the laughingstock of the world. Chapter 268, 10 Years in Seclusion, complete. Abdul carried Dayton and left right before the eyes of the winged barbarian soldiers, not a single one daring to stop him. The sight of that celestial-like young man left them all feeling powerless. Abdul returned to Christo's side with Dayton in hand and said, Elder Brother Lou, let's go. Christo stared at Dayton in Abdul's grasp, his eyes burning with rage. Brother, where are we going? What about these savages? Abdul glanced down lightly and calmly said, let's find a place to avenge Brother Wei first, then you return to the city with reinforcements to exterminate them. But, don't worry. These guys have lost their fighting spirit and now lack leadership. Most likely, they will retreat to the grasslands after resting. There's still time. Hearing Abdul's reassurances, Christo nodded. All right. The 2 took off on horseback with Dayton, arriving at a graveyard 10 miles away. James had already gathered the remaining members of the Liu family there. Hazel, you're back? Abdul dismounted and said, Father, rest assured. Where's Adrian? She's here. Beside him, Daryl gestured, and several members brought forward Adrian. Seeing her comrades, Dayton finally understood why their ambush was known. A long sigh escaped him, heart heavy with despair. Looking at Abdul, he gritted his teeth. Abdul, even as a ghost, I won't let you off. With those words, Abdul slashed with his finger sword, severing Dayton's arm cleanly at the joint. It flew into the air. Ah! A blood-curdling scream pierced the sky, filled with agony and fury. Abdul's face remained calm, but Christo's was twisted with savagery. Brother, can I handle them? Abdul looked at Christo, detecting madness in his expression. After some hesitation, he struck quickly, disabling both Adrian and Dayton by destroying their energy fields. The rest is up to you, Elder Brother Lou. Don't let hatred cloud your judgment. Christo nodded, though his eyes never left the 2 captives. He dragged them behind a tombstone, from where anguished cries and terrified pleas soon emerged. Abdul winced. Sighing softly, he realized how deep Christo's obsession had become. Hazel, what about General Liu? He needs to release this. Let's go. Abdul shook his head helplessly and led the Liu family back toward Yuansong Mountain. Shortly afterward, Christo, eyes bloodshot, emerged from behind the tombstone with a twisted smile only to find everyone gone. Where did the Lius go? Already left? He returned to Finian City, transformed into a different person, volatile and tyrannical. Eventually, Finian City fell under joint attacks from the Wind Barbarians and demons. Bringing the Liu family to Yuansong Mountain, Abdul met Tim and Christopher, discussing plans for days. With strategic planning, Black Ravine bandits overtook Yangqing easily due to preparations by Kurt. This success boosted confidence significantly. Under Abdul's guidance, 3 neighboring cities around Wuling were captured, and during a subsequent attack on Wuling by Wind Barbarians, they seized a major city. When news reached the capital, Emperor Chu was enraged and dispatched Crown Prince Ahmed with an army of 100,000 elite troops to reclaim the land. In 230 Tianfeng era, January, Crown Prince Ahmed surrounded Wuling City. Key generals including Homer, Manyo, and Christopher fell in battle until a majestic figure appeared, wielding a spectral white tiger. Single-handedly repelling thousands, this mysterious warrior forced Ahmed, now Golden Core Realm, to act personally. As Ahmed was about to capture him, Abdul leaped into the fray. You, Abdul? To repay your humiliation. A vibrant blue sword shot out from Abdul's scabbard, freezing a vast area. Thousands became icy statues, astounding everyone. Even Ahmed was taken aback. You've advanced to the core formation realm so quickly? Abdul smiled, looking at the proud prince disdainfully. Enraged, Ahmed attacked ferociously. Their clash was earth-shattering, leaving both evenly matched. Realizing the stalemate, Abdul withdrew his Ice Soul sword and drew a dark golden blade emitting malevolent aura. Unsheathing the defeat death magic sword under the blue heaven cold aura, a black-blue dragon surged upward. With full force, Abdul unleashed the dragon rampage sword, obliterating Ahmed. After killing him, Abdul departed with Kurt. News spread throughout the empire, causing shock. Emperor Chu ordered high-level warriors to besiege Yuansong Mountain. However, within the mountain, a purple-robed woman controlled illusory arrays, preventing entry even for top-tier practitioners. Observers noted that even Deity Mansion realm experts would face significant challenges. Emperor Chu thus declared that no member of the Liu family should leave Yuansong Mountain, or else they would be killed. At Black Ravine Village atop Yuansong Mountain, Abdul sat cross-legged, muttering, "The lightning absolute region killing array truly stands unparalleled." Alas, standing tall, his voice resonated far and wide. From today onward, Yuansong Mountain will remain closed for 10 years. No Liu clan member shall venture out. His gaze distant, he gazed into the horizon. When I, Abdul, re-emerge, I will stand at the peak of martial prowess.